Chapter 1, The Dragon Aotan Male Let It Go, 1. Who understands? Just a day ago, his sister, who was crazy about the literature of dominant tycoons, recommended to him a novel called 100 Days of Pampered Marriage. Mrs. Sean takes off with the child. She told him that there was a cannon fodder character in it whose name was exactly the same as his, and warned him to memorize the entire text to be careful in case he gets transposed into the book. Song Si didn't listen to her chatter, and instead bought a set of exam preparation books for her, wishing her a happy summer vacation. Then on that night, he did get transposed into the book, opening his eyes only to find himself face to face with a tall man exuding an imposing aura. And he found himself inside a 24K pure gold cage measuring 400 by 400. Humph, man, you've successfully drawn my attention. The man's eyes carried 3 parts mockery, 5 parts indifference, and 2 parts casualness. Song Si knelt half-heartedly on the ground, forced to look up at Shan Xing, the cold man before him. He closed his eyes resignedly. Humph, actually letting your mind wander, Shan Xing narrowed his eyes, pinching Song Si's chin to force him to look up at him. Man, do you know who I am? I, Nicholas Long Ao Tian Klovsky Batian Chu Shan Xing. The man grinned maliciously. I am the man who controls the economic lifelines of the globe. I have hundreds of islands in Europe, and the Italian mafia has ties with me. Alright, this line was familiar. At the time, his sister had specifically sent him a screenshot of this classic dominant tycoon quote, causing Song Si to faint immediately after reading it and confirmed that he had truly been transposed into the CEO novel his sister had read. And he had become the canonically doomed extra character with the same name. In the original story, Shan Xing's parents worried that their son was still 26 years old and showed no interest in women, suspecting that he might indeed be the rumored sex-indifferent type. So, they started coming up with ways to sneak people into his room. At first, they simply sent girls to hotels when he was out on business trips, but seeing that he remained unmoved, Mr. and Mrs. Sean realized something. Since their son showed no interest in all those women, perhaps he liked men. Thus, they persisted in sneaking boys into his room. This Song Si was the last boy the Seans attempted to send. That night, after finishing his social engagements, Shan Xing returned to the presidential suite and saw a completely naked boy lying in bed gazing at him affectionately. His eyebrows twitched as he quickly ordered his staff to throw Song Si out. But Song Si wouldn't give up. Early the next morning, he followed Shan Xing to the company, bringing him soup, haunting him incessantly around every corner, annoying him beyond limits. However, because Song Si had the backing of his parents, he could not do anything until the female protagonist appeared, allowing him to finally get rid of Song Si. However, here lay the problem. In the original text, Shan Xing should utterly despise Song Si, so why now is he instead locking him up? This part wasn't even in the original text. Daring not to act rashly, Song Si shut his mouth and pretended to be mute. Seeing that he remained silent, the man before him grew serious, stood up with a cold smile. Song Si, don't think about running away, you will never escape from my grasp. As Song Si watched Shan Xing leave, he hadn't even caught his breath when an elderly man with silver hair, dressed like a butler, came running over with a worried expression. Young master, please comply with the president's wishes. The president hasn't laughed this way for 10 years. It all made sense now. Song Si's lips twitched slightly as he tried to pry some information about why he was locked up from the butler. But suddenly, he felt a strange noise in his brain. Loading. Binding successful, welcome host to 100 Days of Pampered Marriage. Mrs. Sean takes off with the child, I am your system, 140. The man standing before him possessed all the standard skills of Long Ao Tian. Born into the world's top Sean family, he had an extraordinary handsome face and ultra-high IQ, mastering high school knowledge by age 3, obtaining a patent at 4, becoming a top hacker at 5, winning the Nobel Prize at 6, mastering 36 languages at 7. Naturally aloof and disdainful towards women, until he met her. J. Bing Ling Meng Dai Shang Li Mo Yatin Yu Haning Feng Yu Er Shi Meng Mei Ling Yi Zi Yen Yu Qing Lan Wu. To repay a debt, her father personally sold his daughter to Shan Xing. That night, bound tightly, Qing Lan Wu struggled fiercely, her tears changing from blue to green then turning gray. She wanted to escape, but she couldn't possibly get away from the central point of a bed-sized 400 by 400. Unlike all those women who sought daily to climb onto his bed, Qing Lan Wu's unconventional reactions caught Shan Xing's full attention. A malevolent smile crept onto his face as he claimed her entirely. Despite being pregnant, Qing Lan Wu still thought about escaping from Shan Xing's grasp. So their game of cat and mouse dragged on for over 1,000 chapters before they eventually lived happily ever after, with one litter of 108 children. As the system, 140 briefly introduced the outline of the novel to Song Si, and he quickly understood what it was. It seemed this was indeed the type of system his sister often mentioned in those meta-novel stories where people got transported into books. And generally, people who had such systems also possessed golden finger skills. With the system's help, he was sure he could smoothly return home. He nodded to the butler with a forced smile and dismissed him. According to the rules of these novels, do I have to complete certain tasks to return to my world? Song Si sat down by the edge of the cage and tapped his temple as he asked. In his previous life, he had been working day and night since graduating, facing immense stress and eventually accumulating numerous health problems from the strain. No. The system hesitated, fidgeting with its own coding. You've already died suddenly in your original world due to overwork. But host, if you succeed in this task, you'll receive the next mission, so effectively, you can achieve immortality. Song CIO. Last life I worked myself to death as a corporate slave, and now I'm supposed to work endlessly for you under the guise of eternal life. He slowly shuffled back to the center of the cage. No way, I quit. Joke aside, his ultimate life goal was to be treated as the stand-in for some president's true love, a white moonlight figure locked up in a luxurious 1,000 square meter mansion with a monthly allowance of 5 million yuan but completely neglected until said true love returned, kicking him out then and there. Although he didn't know why the male lead had gone crazy locking him up, life was currently perfect, no food or clothing concerns, no need to deal with his idiotic bosses anymore. 140. 140. Failure of the mission will result in electric shock punishment. Song CI, censored, your mother. Male lead romance line, 0 to 1. Goodwill towards female lead, 0%. The host merely needs to boost the male lead's goodwill towards you to complete the mission. Plus, this is an easy mode where the male and female leads have an instant chemistry buff. I believe the host can finish the task quickly. If they have that instant chemistry buff, he furrowed his brows slightly, then why do they need me? Won't the plot develop naturally, making him fall for her? 140, true, but recently the main system malfunctioned, causing all the novel plots to undergo certain changes. He leaned on his hand, gently stroking the diamonds encrusted on the cage bars. Why is Song CI locked up? In the original text, didn't Shan Xing just shoo him away? System analysis shows that upon seeing Song CI lying in bed, Shan Xing didn't follow the script and throw him out, instead carrying him back to the Shan household. Shan father and Shan mother were thrilled and decided to organize your wedding next month. Huh. Chapter 2, The Male Lead Long Aotan Let It Go, 2. 140, I feel like this book crossing has left some aftermath. My ears aren't working right. Song CI felt a bit dizzy. Dear, I am communicating with you in your mind. Song CI. Well, it seems this glitch froze the male lead as an image. So, following the usual book crossing tropes, you're going to give me a golden finger power, right? The system paused for a moment, then slowly replied, yes, dear. Song CI, who was contemplating strategies, didn't notice the strange tone in the system's response. Then help me escape first. This marriage mustn't happen. The cage where Song CI was located was 5 meters high, and the gaps between each bar were wide enough for 2 people to pass through effortlessly. Song CI didn't quite understand what kind of design could actually confine anyone, as coming and going was incredibly easy. He leaned halfway out, holding onto the golden bars, when suddenly an anomaly occurred. The entire room triggered an alarm, and the previously 1 meter wide gaps rapidly tightened, trapping Song CI by the waist and clamping him firmly in place. Song CI. At the moment Shuang Xing exited Song Ci's room, his gaze darkened. Just a month ago, he had suddenly realized he was the male lead in a novel about a domineering tycoon. He would be forced to fall in love at first sight with Jay Bing in the storyline and watch her entangle with passionate male leads number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 while simultaneously playing hard to get with him. When confronted with vicious female side characters' incitements, he would rather break up than explain himself, leaving everything for the sky or their own mouths to take care of. Unable to comprehend, and not wanting to repeat such absurd life again, a plan emerged upon seeing Song CI the first time. He pretended to make his parents believe he fell in love with Song CI so that he could avoid them helping the heroine's father, hence bypassing meeting Jay Bing Ling Meng Dai Shan Liamo, Ye Ting Yu Haning Feng, Yu Er, Shi Meng Mei Ling Yi, Zi Yan Yu Qing Lan Wu at the birthday banquet. From childhood to adulthood, all those pursuing him only craved his family's wealth and influence. He knew all the affection Song CI exhibited were just for the money of the Shan family. He certainly wasn't marrying Song CI. After fully avoiding contact with Jay Bing Ling Meng Dai Shang Liamo, Ye Ting Yu Haning Feng, Yu Er, Shi Meng Mei Ling Yi, Zi Yan Yu Qing Lan Wu, he'd give him a sum of money to leave. Shuang Xing wearily rubbed his temple, having to learn meticulous fan-shaped statistical eye techniques to maintain his image as Long Aotan without raising other suspicion. But just as he was about to pick up the mirror to practice, his hand stopped abruptly. He remembered. The author wrote that after the main characters married and had a bunch of children akin to Liangshan heroes, the story didn't end immediately. This novel ended tragically. It was written as follows. The next morning, Shuang Xing slowly woke up from a hectare-sized bed, breathed a sigh of relief, admired his exquisite beauty in front of the mirror, and then he was killed by his own good looks. Shuang Xing. Silence, deafening. Alarm, alarm. Song Ci attempted to escape. Alarm, alarm. Song Ci attempted to escape. The announcement had been looping for nearly 20 minutes, with no sign of stopping. Song Ci's waist was tightly gripped, and his legs kicked helplessly twice before stopping. Hey, are you still there? Still here, dear. You said you could activate my golden finger, can't you do it now to get me out? Checking for you, your golden finger is, inheritance, dot. You can inherit the special skills of the character you cross into and display them 10 times more effectively. Song Ci vaguely felt uneasy. What's Song Ci's special skill? Song Ci, expert in tea artistry, whose superior tea-making skills can even rival those of the poisonous female second lead Xia Sheng, and possess equal manipulative White Lotus skills as the heroine. Pretty useless. Side quest, tomorrow we'll see a major plot point in the story, Xuanxing's 27th birthday banquet where the female lead is drugged. Ensure the initial encounter between the main leads goes smoothly. Song Ci. Brother, why didn't you tell me earlier? Song Ci lamented helplessly. If they needed to guarantee successful infiltration into tomorrow's banquet, fleeing this way was clearly unfeasible. Apologies, dear. Our book crossing system is still in trial operations, and there was slight network delay in task issuance. We'll optimize the network as soon as possible. We hope the host can give a 5-star review upon completion of the mission. Do you guys have any real users for this system? You're our first player. Man, what are you muttering to yourself? The noisy broadcast fell silent the moment Xuanxing entered the room. Song Ci lowered his head and shut his mouth, pretending to be a mute. Did I give you too much freedom? Wasn't it you who begged to be my canary? Xuanxing's eyes were bloodshot as he gently caressed Song Ci's neck, utterly heartbroken. I didn't expect you to change your heart so quickly. You've really disappointed me. After pondering for a moment, Song Ci closed his eyes and steeled his resolve. He suddenly looked up, grabbed Xuanxing's pants, tears welling in his eyes. No, Xuanxing brother, I love you. Little Ci knows that Xuanxing brother works hard for the company every day. Little Ci was too selfish and tried to get your attention this way. Song Ci choked with great effort, while his other hand secretly pinched his thigh, hoping to squeeze out a few tears. Little Ci just wanted to see you so much. When you're not around, Little Ci can only stay alone in the cage. Little Ci knows he was wrong, hiccup. Brother, don't blame Little Ci. The semi-suspended position was truly uncomfortable. After forcing out a fake sob and hiccup, Song Ci realized the railings pressing against his waist were making him feel nauseous. If Xuanxing didn't leave soon, he would surely vomit right in front of him. All the rehearsed lines turned out useless as Xuanxing's forehead twitched. He had no choice but to keep up the act. Little Ci, don't cry anymore. It's brother's fault for leaving you alone at home. Be good. Despite his stomach cramping painfully, Song Ci still put on an act, faking sobs and hiccups. Little Ci, stop crying, alright? You smell so good, even your burps have a milk fragrance, view. Xuanxing ultimately couldn't hold back any longer. His own lines made him throw up. View. Ugh. The air froze instantly. Brother, can you let me out of this cage first? Song Ci struggled to lift his head and pointed at the cage, forcing a weak smile. It's squeezing me uncomfortably, look, I'm already dry heaving. Sure. Xuanxing smiled lightly, then turned to fetch the remote control. 140, he's smiling creepily. Watching Xuanxing's back, Song Ci muttered, his figure makes me feel like he's not going to find something to save me but rather to get a knife and slit my throat. Dear, don't worry. 140 thought for a moment before comforting him. Your current situation is already the best. If you were in the flower market next door, you'd already be getting stir-fried big time at this pose. Song Ci. You suck. Chapter 3, The Arrogant Male Lead Has Realized, Part 3. The next day, Song Ci successfully sneaked into the banquet with Xuanxing. Each harboring their own thoughts, the two were pretending to be a loving couple while walking arm in arm. Of course, the Shan family's banquet was more than just celebrating a birthday. As goblets crossed, the guests attending all had their own intentions. Seeing Xuanxing forced to talk to the elders in the industry, Song Ci took the opportunity to relax. After receiving drinks from a waiter, he found a quiet corner and quietly enjoyed some pastries. Host, after the banquet ends, Xuanxing will be set up to meet the female lead. Friendly reminder, Xuanxing's room number is 1201. Later, the father of the female lead will send his daughter to Xuanxing's room. Due to your engagement to the male lead, without the support of Xuanxing's parents, the probability of success for the female lead's father is only 50%. On the 12th floor, there are only 2 rooms. To facilitate the host's actions, the system has spent heavily to purchase the neighboring room 1202. Under system protection, Xuanxing won't be able to find out that you're the owner of room 1202. Please ensure that the plot develops normally and that the male and female leads meet tonight. Song Ci tasted the wine in his cup, found it unpleasant, and put it back down. Then I'll have to sneak back to my room later and keep an eye on the people on the female lead side. He tucked the keycard that had appeared out of thin air into his pocket and prepared to leave. At this moment, a flash of bright red caught his eye. Xia Sheng let out a painful scream as she fell to the ground, her dress soaked with large patches of wine stains. What the? Is this someone trying to scam me? How did she suddenly end up in front of me? Song Si gave a start and sat back down again. Host, she is Xia Sheng, the third female lead in this story, the Miss Xia and Shan Xing's childhood sweetheart. Her record includes scheming car accidents that caused the female lead to lose memory, causing car accidents that made the male lead forget and framed the female lead, scheming car accidents leading to the hospitalization of Shan Xing's biological mother, framing the female lead. Song Si. Suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. Who are you? Why did you push me all of a sudden? Xia Sheng, beautiful and charming even when crying, said, I remember now, you're the boyfriend that Brother Shan just started seeing. I was just going to greet Brother Shan, but you must have been jealous to push me and throw wine on me. Song Si, she really knows how to make things complicated. She'll attack indiscriminately anyone who gets close to Shan Xing, male or female. Seeing that Song Si lowered his head and remained silent, Xia Sheng assumed he was afraid. She smiled inwardly and pretended to trip again as she stood up, her delicate face wrinkled with pain. Xia Sheng made quite a commotion, already attracting a lot of onlookers. Shan Xing noticed the unusual situation from afar and walked over with a scowl on his face. Song Si caught sight of Shan Xing's figure and seized the moment to lunge towards him. Brother, it's not me at all. He's framing me. Hurry up. Give me that white lily skill. Song Si tilted his mouth and turned his head, falling entirely onto Shan Xing. Wah wah, brother, he's framing me. Little Si has always waited obediently for brother to come back. Shan Xing subtly pulled his hand away from Song Si's, his temple twitching repeatedly. He felt like these two had filled the entire hall with tea flavor. Xia Sheng clenched her teeth and muttered with hatred, you nasty person. You pushed me, and ruined my high-end custom-made dress. Brother Shan, we've known each other for so many years. Don't you trust me? Would you rather believe this cunning woman? She covered her face and cried, her shoulders trembling slightly, look at my clothes, they're drenched with red wine. Did I splash it on myself? She had already investigated thoroughly, where they were standing moments ago had no surveillance cameras. With no way to refute her claims, Song Si could only wait for Brother Shan Xing to abandon him. She maliciously thought about it. But unexpectedly, Song Si, who had been soft and weak a moment ago, suddenly bounced out of Shan Xing's arms. He swung the cup in his hand, isn't that stupid? Really blind eyes hanging below the eyebrows, good at blinking but unable to see properly. What I drank was Wangzai milk. Xia Sheng. He didn't usually drink alcohol, so after tasting the red wine, he asked a server for a ceramic cup to secretly pour in the Wangzai milk he had brought along. No matter how much she calculated, Xia Sheng hadn't expected this. Stunned, she neither knew whether to stand up or sit down, her expression gradually turning hideous. Shan Xing arched an eyebrow, he never thought events would take such a turn. Didn't expect Miss Xia from the Xia family to use such despicable tactics. Look, Song Si was made to cry, it's truly pitiful. Hearing everyone whispering, Xia Sheng's face alternated between green and white. A blood mark formed on her lips from biting them hard. Glaring hatefully at Song Si, she clumsily shoved through the crowd and ran off. Have you had enough of the show? Shan Xing held Song Si in his arms, his expression cold as he swept the room with a glance. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop to below zero instantly. Shan Xing's eyes carried an intense pressure, making everyone feel like they were in an icy cellar, dispersing quickly. So, it seems the author of this Mary Sue-style romance is a realist. Song Si buried his face in Shan Xing's chest, feeling the chill almost numbing him. Is he a snow queen or something? He really radiates cold air. A pair of hands covered the back of his neck and lifted him up. Song Si's tear stains had already dried, he sniffed but couldn't pull any moisture through. Song Si's eyes rimmed red, and there hung beneath his nose a stiff ball of mucus, frozen solid from the cold. Shan Xing. Ah Xing. Is this the little boyfriend you've been guarding like a precious treasure recently? Song Si belatedly wiped his nose, looking up at the sound. The crowd parted instinctively for Xia Sheng, who walked forward while embracing the boy beside him, arriving in front of Shan Xing. Host, his name is Xia Sheng, and he's the doctor friend mandatory in every romance. 140 explained promptly, the only son of the Xia family, best buddy that grew up alongside Shan Xing, main business, third wheel, side job, all-around doctor, lubricant for the relationship between the male and female leads, professional support for 100 years, hardworking tool man. Accomplishments include, being woken up at 3 a.m. by Shan Xing's phone call to help Qin Lanwu bandage her unbroken skin wounds, flying back to City A from Malaysia during vacation after another one of Shan Xing's calls just to prescribe cold medicine for Qin Lanwu. Whenever Qin Lanwu got into a car accident, he performed surgery. Whenever Shan Xing got into a car accident, he also performed surgery. Even when involved in an accident himself, he performed overnight surgery for his own benefit because Qin Lanwu suffered stomach pains after eating ice cream in the middle of the night. His dedication could be attested to by heaven and earth, witnessed by the sun and moon. Song Si. Who is the boy next to Xia Sheng? 140 buzzed in his head searching for a moment. Host, this character doesn't exist in the original story. Shan Xing reluctantly uncrossed his arms, feigning nonchalance as he wrapped an arm around Song Si's waist again. Seeing someone with seducing was rare, so curiosity overcame him. And who is this? Xiao Nian. I met him a few days ago with his mother at an auction, and since he looked pitiful, I saved him on impulse. The boy looked timid, lowered his head, not daring to meet anyone's gaze, and subconsciously leaned closer to seducing. Oh, just an impulsive rescue. Shan Xing gave him a casual glance. Exactly. When Xiao Nian first appeared, I noticed several fat-faced tycoons' eyes changing. Seducing stroked the hair of the person beside him, observing Song Ci with interest. Looks like you aren't sexually cold after all. Go to hell. Shan Xing laughed and scolded him, kicking his butt. Song Ci, seeing they intended to chat longer, used the excuse of stomach pain from being chilled earlier and headed back to the room. Shan Xing watched Song Ci walk away, the lingering warmth still seeming to remain on his body. Just now, I received news. There is indeed a man who pulled strings to try and slip someone into your room, but don't worry. I've already sent people to change the room number, and once they bring the person in, my people will switch them out again. Seducing caught his subconscious protective action with a narrowed glance but didn't say more. If you dislike it, why don't you send people to stop it directly? After all, these aren't uncle-level interferences. Besides, haven't you already got a boyfriend? Shan Xing's eyes darkened gradually. It felt like some invisible hand in the universe was driving the plot forward. He tried preventing his parents from meddling, canceling dinner parties, but all those crucial plots heavily described in the original always reappeared anyway. This time, even without help from his parents, Qing Lanwu's father managed to deliver his daughter straight inside. Chapter 4, The Overpowered Male Lead Realizes, 4. The elevator came to a slow stop, and Song Ci walked out leisurely, glancing up at the wall clock in the corridor. It's 8 o'clock. According to the storyline, when will the protagonist's father act? Song Ci had arrived a little early, so he immediately encountered cleaning staff who had just finished their duties. He stepped aside to let them pass, his gaze involuntarily drawn to one of the middle-aged men who appeared slightly nervous. Host, he is the father of the female lead. He gripped the doorknob and pushed it open. Then should he be done by now? 140 responded, it's 10 minutes earlier than what's indicated in the story. If things go as planned, we only need. Host. A dazzling beam of light shot out from within the room, completely blindsiding Song Ci. His eyes felt like they were about to go blind. The girl was bound, humiliated, unable to move as she lay face down on the bed. Her thick, curled lashes fluttered like a butterfly, and her tears fell like beads cut loose from a string. Oh no, not like, but truly turning into pearls clattering onto the floor. Her hair, almost enough to cover the entire bed, emitted a brilliant glow, changing colors repeatedly as her emotions fluctuated, from black to white, red, yellow, purple, green, blue, gray. The room wasn't lit, yet due to J. Bing Ling Meng Dai Shang Liam O. Yatin Yu Haning Feng, Yu Er, Shi Meng Mei Ling Yi, Zi Yan Yu Qing Lan Wu, it shone brilliantly. Though the lights weren't on, Song Ci felt as though he was in the middle of a nightclub scene. Nicholas Long Aotan Klauski Ba Tian Chu Dan Xing, I will never give in to you. Upon hearing the door open, Qing Lan Wu struggled more violently, I'll repay my father's debts, please, let me go. This is the female lead. How did she end up in my room? Did I enter the wrong door? The pearls scattered on the floor had reached her ankles. Song Ci reasonably suspected that if Qing Lan Wu kept crying, this room would soon be flooded. 140, host, this is room 1202. Song Ci waded through a sea of pearls and finally managed to get to the bedside with great difficulty. My room number has been switched. Now, we need to figure out how to get her over to Dan Xing's place. Sister, who are you? What are you doing in my room? He patted Qing Lan Wu, pretending to be innocent, sister, don't cry anymore. It's already freezing in my room. The desperate cries from the bed abruptly ceased, and her jewel-like eyes turned to look at him in astonishment. How could this be? Who was he? Where was Dan Xing? Just a month ago, she had been reborn. Since heaven had given her another chance to start again, this time, she intended to make all those who had bullied her in her previous life pay dearly. In her previous life, her parents despised her best friend betrayed her, Xia Xing harmed her, and the only person who truly loved and protected her, Dan Xing, was continuously rejected by her until his heart was broken. After enduring countless betrayals, she finally realized that she too loved Dan Xing. This time, she wouldn't let him down. But something seemed off in this life. In her previous existence, her father owed billions in debt. By coincidence, he had obtained the contact details of Dan Xing's parents and expressed a willingness to sell his daughter to repay the debt. At the time, Dan Xing's parents were busy trying to set him up with various women, finding Qing Lan Wu attractive, and thus agreed. She thought following the plot of her last life, meeting Dan Xing directly, then being together with him, and using his influence to take revenge, everything would go smoothly. But unexpectedly, at the point when her father should have met Dan Xing's parents, Dan Xing went public, with a man. Unable to meet Dan Xing's family, her original plan fell apart. At this moment, she began to panic. With great effort, she managed to gain entry into the banquet hosted by the Dan family through someone's help, allowing her father to steal a room card, thinking things were going according to plan. But now, standing before her, was this unfamiliar person. Someone must have used tricks to lead her to the wrong room. She had to leave immediately. Why has she stopped talking? Song Si, stepping cautiously among the pearls, kept slipping but barely managed to steady himself by holding the edge of the bed. Qing Lan Wu's eyes revealed 3 parts anger, 2 parts excitement, and 5 parts confusion. Song Si gazed back at her, waiting for a reply. He couldn't help but reflect, their mouths and eyes express more drama in a moment than I have in my entire lifetime. They truly suit each other as a couple. Who are you? Why are you in Brother Dan Xing's room? Qing Lan Wu strained fiercely, struggling to look Song Si straight in the eye. Sister, this is my room. You. He tried to earn her trust and figure out a way to get her into Dan Xing's room, if not, he'd physically carry her there even if necessary. Warning. Warning. Dan Xing is approaching. Warning. Warning. Dan Xing is approaching. Please ensure that the male and female leads meet tonight. Failure will result in an electric shock punishment. How so soon? A sudden alarm sounded in Song Si's mind from 140, jolting him awake and making him curse under his breath. After pondering for a moment, he went out to switch his room number to 1201. Inside the elevator, Dan Xing stood side by side with Xie Sheng, listening to him blabber on about his escapades with Qiao Nian. Xie Sheng seemed intent on detailing how many cups of water Qiao Nian drank, how many burps he let out, and even how many times he went to the bathroom. Dan Xing glanced sideways at him expressionlessly, his ears feeling like they were about to grow calluses from all the droning. He just wanted to slap a hand over Xie Sheng's mouth. Do you know how cute my little guy is? Yesterday when I bought him clothes, he nearly cried when he saw the price tag, his eyes turned red like a rabbit's. Xie Sheng boasted proudly, though there is one downside, he always calls me master. I need to get rid of this annoying title. One minute you claim my little, the next what? Did you buy a wife? The elevator stopped on floor 12, and the doors slid open slowly. Dan Xing stepped forward mockingly, TSK. And a wife too, why don't you go baby him if you love him so much, instead of bothering to see me home? Xie Sheng smirked lewdly and opened the door casually. Who said I'm here for your sake? My parents didn't agree with me studying medicine, so they sent me over as your personal doctor. But don't worry, I'm hoping you'll increase my pay since I've done such a great job this time. Dan Xing stared coldly at him for a moment, refusing to waste words on rebuttals. Please, my poor little guy waiting alone inside. Xie Sheng trailed off suddenly, his throat tightening when he caught sight of someone in Dan Xing's room. Shock froze his features instantly. Xing, there seems to be some green light on your head. Song Si had initially planned to switch the room number and then leave right away, but Qing Lan Wu, somehow managing a half-struggle out of bed, scared him enough to pull her back. But she was impossible to drag. The pearls scattered all over the floor were slick. Losing his balance, Song Si crashed down with a loud clang, pulling Qing Lan Wu with him onto the floor. And at that exact moment, the door opened. Blinding beams of light shot from the room, almost tearing tears out of Dan Xing and Xie Sheng's eyes. Xie Sheng. Dan Xing gritted his teeth furiously, didn't you say everything was arranged? Qing Lan Wu blinked repeatedly, and beads of sorrowful tears fell incessantly, dropping onto the ground. In her struggle, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Dan Xing's stormy dark face. Her own eyes lit up immediately with excitement. Dan Xing had come to save her. He must be furious that this stranger was holding her hostage. She cast a smug glance at Song Si, daring him to endure the wrath of Dan Xing now. But Dan Xing paid no attention to her. Song Si. Dan Xing practically enunciated every word icily, where did you get the LED lights? Chapter 5, The Overlord Male Lead Has Realized, 5. What did he just call himself? LED light? Qing Lan Wu's barely raised smile immediately froze. Wasn't he supposed to be concerned about her first? And how on earth did he even know this man's name? Ding, side quest, the first meeting of the hero and heroine, 1/1, dot. This task has been completed. Please keep it up, host. Song Si was secretly delighted, feeling that he could gracefully exit and give the hero and heroine enough private space. So, he started to sneak away quietly, but unexpectedly, before he took a second step, he was dragged back by his collar. Little Si. Shan Xing held him, his face filled with 3 parts sorrow and 7 parts anger. Next month is our wedding, yet you dared to betray me at my birthday banquet. Did I give you too much freedom? He let out a cold laugh, roughly untied Qing Lan Wu, threw her to Xie Sheng, then used the rope he had just unbound to tie Song Si up. Xie Sheng, throw this woman out. Song Si, question mark. How does the plot twist not seem right? Yesterday you said you loved me, today you're breaking your promise. Shan Xing looked heartbroken. Little Si, you've truly disappointed me. Little Si, I won't allow you to leave me. Shan Xing's expression suddenly turned cold as he directly hoisted Song Si onto his shoulder and walked into the room. 140. What's going on here? Why is he reacting this way? Shouldn't he now be in sweet lovey-dovey moments with the heroine? Song Si helplessly flailed around for a bit, but Shan Xing held him tightly around the waist, leaving no room for movement. Shan Xing, brother. Where are you going? Qing Lanwu finally snapped out of her daze and rushed forward after breaking free from Xie Sheng. What wedding? Aren't you the one who loves me most? Something is wrong with this plot. Shan Xing, brother, shouldn't treat her like this. Something must have gone awry. Shan Xing, brother, I am Xiao Wuya. I'm Jie Bing Ling Meng Dai Shang Li Mo He Ting Yu Haning Feng Yuer Shi Meng Mei Ling Yi Zi Yen Yu Qing Lan Wu Ah. Don't you remember me anymore? Tears welled up in her eyes, making them look like beautiful seven-colored glass. But Shan Xing didn't even glance at her, calmly walking towards the room. Then he accidentally stepped on Qing Lanwu's tear, nearly losing his balance. Holding Song Si with one hand, he steadied himself against the wall with the other, grinding his teeth. If slipping someone else into my room right under my nose can still result in you leaving without incident, that is already the height of my kindness. He gave Qing Lanwu a cold look and turned to close the door. It wasn't until they entered the room and Song Si was thrown onto the bed that Song Si sat silently, like a stunned chicken. Little Si, I'm going to take a shower, you need to stay here obediently and don't think of running away. His smirk seemed unfathomable, otherwise, you'll have to quell my anger. Song Si frantically nodded, repeatedly cursing the system for playing dead inside. Isn't your system malfunctioning? How come he brought me in here? Isn't the usual story supposed to boot me out so he can start being all gooey-eyed with the heroine? 140. Song Si felt utterly wretched. What does he mean by taking a bath now? Host, please don't panic. To ensure the successful completion of this mission, we will reward you with an item. Song Si paused mid-research on opening doors. Why didn't you mention there would be a reward earlier? So what is it? According to typical novel tropes, after the male lead enters the bathroom, what usually happens next is a major scene involving intense action directed at you. The system responded, so we will reward you with a bottle of rose-scented lubricant and a box of watermelon-flavored condoms. We hope you have a wonderful evening. Song Si. Destroy. Song Si fidgeted uneasily, occasionally glancing toward the window and carefully analyzing his chances of survival if he jumped from it. Snap. The doorknob softly clicked, and Shan Xing came out. Song Si jumped involuntarily, instantly putting on a sycophantic grin. Shan Xing, brother, you're done bathing. Shan Xing casually glanced at him, a smile at the corner of his mouth hiding a shadow of gloominess. What's wrong? Now that little Si doesn't have that woman around, you've remembered your brother. It's not like that. Song Si's eyes misted over with tears, his nose red from crying as he took 2 steps toward Shan Xing, his body weak as he collapsed into Shan Xing's arms. It's because I saw her sneaking up to your room door. Shan Xing. Are you cheating on me? Who is she to you? He quickly punched Shan Xing's chest, tears falling straight down, and you specially sent your good friend away to make sure she wouldn't interfere. Explain. Aren't you already seeing her behind my back? Shan Xing. Before he could explode, how did Song Si turn the tables? Of course, he wouldn't do anything to Song Si tonight, it was just a scare. However, he didn't expect the little brat to turn the tables on him so directly. He sighed lightly. I didn't. Seeing Shan Xing lost for words, Song Si knew his trick worked, and continued to exude the aroma of tea. She came straight into the room asking where Shan Xing brother was. Isn't that what you call having an affair behind your back? Since there was no romantic line to pursue, Song Si's priority now had to be covering his own backside. Song Si quietly reassured himself and wrapped his arms around Shan Xing's neck, burying his whole face in the other person's embrace. If you don't love me anymore, then why not tell me early? On one hand, you limit my freedom and say you want to marry me, while on the other hand, you flirt ambiguously with other women. What does that make you? Shan Xing felt as if his head would split from his tears and cries, and absently patted him to soothe his distress. Baby, many people in the business circle want to crawl into my bed, but you've seen, aside from you, who else have I touched? It's my mistake that I failed to provide you enough security and let you misunderstand me. But next, he gently stroked Song Si's neck and lifted his face to meet his eyes. Shouldn't you explain why our room number got swapped, and how exactly did you get inside 1202? Song Si stopped crying abruptly, his red-rimmed eyes wide open as he blankly stared at Shan Xing, silently opening his mouth. A soft voice resounded from the man above. If I'm not mistaken, you only had the keycard to 1201. That's it. Finished. Song Si's brain raced furiously. Entering 1202 could still be explained away under the pretense of catching someone cheating, but the swapping of room numbers. His lips stiffened in an awkward smile, thinking he'd dodged a bullet, but never expected Shan Xing to notice this particular point, because, wasn't it just to get your attention? The two sweets look alike. Who knows if you both hadn't conspired to meet secretly in 1202? I envied her too much. So, I thought by switching the room numbers, it would expose their relationship clearly, giving her reason to leave you. Brother, you are too good. You're dashing, suave, handsome, wealthy, tall, debonair, charming, and full of dignity, plenty of people like you. I was afraid of losing you. As soon as he finished talking, he dropped his head again. This lie was too amateurish even for him to believe. So, that was it. The room remained quiet for what seemed like hours before Shan Xing's calm voice came from above. I wronged you. Let's sleep. I'll sleep in the guest bedroom tonight. He didn't press any further, lifting his hand to turn off the light. Instantaneously, the room was plunged into darkness. Song Ci breathed a secret sigh of relief. Regardless of whether Shan Xing believed him or not, he was safe this time. Just as he closed his eyes preparing to sleep, the system which had feigned death for a long while suddenly blared again. The male lead's romance line, 0 to 1. Male lead's likability towards the female lead, -5%. Male lead's likability, 0.5%. Song Ci. Wait, what is that thing in the third line? Chapter 6, The Arrogant Hero Has Seen the Light, 6. The man was half reclining on the bed, tiredly rubbing his brow. Of course, he didn't believe a single word of what Song Ci had said. They were merely using each other, and Dan Xing believed both knew this truth clearly. With less than a month left before they parted ways, it would be wiser to maintain their surface relationship instead of making things ugly now and having Song Ci expose everything in front of his parents and Kingwu. In a month, Song Ci would get the money, and he would enjoy peace and quiet. The next day, Song Ci was awakened by a ringing phone. The caller ID showed "Old Bastard." His brain was still a little fuzzy, and he subconsciously pressed the answer button, enabling the speakerphone. Go screw yourself. How dare you answer my calls after all this time? Song Ci's father's foul language blasted through the speaker, quickly waking him up. You little bastard, once you got close to the dawn you forgot about your parents. But let's not forget who helped you connect with them in the first place, dog asterisk son of a asterisk. Where did this phone come from? Hadn't Dan Xing confiscated his phone after imprisoning him? Why aren't you talking now? I bet Mr. Dan knows that before you met him, you. Who are you? Interrupting as the abuse became more filthy, Song Ci frowned. I'm hanging up if there's nothing important. Don't hang up. Song's father obviously panicked. We need to meet this afternoon. It took great effort to finally contact him again, waiting for the next call could take forever. If you don't show up, I'll tell everyone how you approached him just for the money. As if anticipating Song Ci's rejection, just as he opened his mouth, the other party threatened him, then we'll see if you'll even become Mrs. Dan. After giving him no chance to respond, he hung up decisively. Host, this is the original owner's father. After reporting the data yesterday, 140 had been silent, but now finally responded. The original owner's father is a gambling addict who owes tens of thousands of debts. His family has been hiding here and there to avoid debt collectors. One day, somehow, Song's father got some insider information that Dan Xing's parents were looking for an ideal partner for their son, gender notwithstanding. So then, the son was sent over. Exactly, to be precise, he was sold over. Dan Xing's parents gave him a large sum of money. Judging from the current situation, it seems like he's probably gambled it all away again. That must make life pretty tough for the original owner, having such a gambling addict for a father. He scrolled through the phone after exiting the call interface. On WeChat, the most prominent red notifications came from his parents' messages, showing 99+. Most of them were questions like, have you succeeded in luring him yet? Did Dan Xing give you the money? Bring it home quick to pay off the debt. Eventually, these turned into curses when they received no response. White-eyed wolf, once you climbed high, you forgot your parents. Heartless bastard, only good for shaking your ass to please others. Host, will you go to this meeting? No. It seemed the original owner had few friends. Being out of touch for so long, aside from Song's father constantly messaging for money, only a few news and public account pushes remained. Let him say whatever he wants. There's no way a respectable president would accept his fiancée scheming just for the money. Once he finds out, he'll definitely kick me out. Perfect. Playing with his phone, he said, where did this phone come from? I remember Dan Xing taking all electronic devices away. Host, the hero in the morning. It was delivered by someone I sent. Dan Xing's voice coincided with 140's reply, shocking Song Ci as he turned his head. Somehow, the door had opened, and the man was leaning against the threshold with a sly smile watching him. Brother, how long have you been here? Song Ci swallowed hard, forcing a flattery-filled smile onto his face. I've just arrived. Outside, I heard your father's voice. It sounded like he wanted to meet you, Xiao Ci. He patted Song Ci's hair affectionately, regret showing on his face. It's all my fault. Xiao Ci has been locked away by me for more than half a month already. He must miss his father. Go ahead. Ah. It's my fault. Tenderness filled his eyes. I won't lock you away anymore, but remember to be back before curfew. Dan Xing's eyes brimmed with deep feelings and a pathological possessiveness. Baby, I've given you enough freedom. What is he going crazy about? He didn't want to see Song's father at all. Song Ci's eye twitched, thinking frantically for an excuse to refuse him. But suddenly, the sound of the butler broke the silence. Mr. President, Miss Yi is outside demanding to see you. Dan Xing's hand stopped mid-motion. Upon hearing this name, a headache reflexively began. No wonder. Every time her name was mentioned, it caused nothing but headaches. Host, the person knocking on the door outside is Yi Yiru, the second miss of the Yi family, the female lead too in this story. Her character is arrogant and domineering, she only acts pitiful when in front of Dan Xing. Achievements, Yi Yiru plotted to frame the female lead, causing her eye injury. The male lead donated his cornea to the female lead. Jealous of the female lead obtaining the male lead's cornea, Yi Yiru donated her own cornea to the male lead and then dug out the male lead's cornea from the female lead's eyes for herself. After knowing this, the male lead donated Yi Yiru's cornea back to the female lead and reclaimed his cornea from Yi Yiru's eyes. Song Ci. They swapped corneas more frequently than I change my contact lenses. I won't see her. Single brother. Why won't you see me? Roro hasn't seen you for a whole month. Just as Dan Xing finished speaking, an affected female voice came from outside the door. I took a card from the reception, and if you don't open up soon, I'll come in myself. Yi Yiru's seaweed-like black hair fell onto her chest, dressed in a silver-white high-end dress with fine lace decorated with tiny diamonds. Her high heels accentuated her long, white legs, she was truly a flawless white lotus. But the butler wasn't fooled by this act. Miss Yi, the president said he wouldn't see you. The butler stepped forward, standing firmly between Yi Yiru and the door. He was skilled in Sanda, Judo, Wing Chun, Tai Chi, Shaolin, Luohengquan, Nanquan, drunken boxing, Hongchuan, Muay Thai, karate, and had been one of the top bosses in the Italian Black Hand Party in his youth. Even though Yi Yiru had dozens of burly men following her, no one dared to step forward now. Yi Yiru stomped her foot angrily but still cooed in a cloyingly sweet tone, "Single brother, it's actually uncle and auntie who asked me to call you down. They have an overseas project to discuss, they're just waiting for you." Song Ci didn't want Dan Xing to stay in the room anymore either, so he tugged at his sleeve. "Go quickly, don't keep uncle waiting." Seeing Yi Yiru use her parents to pressure him, Dan Xing reluctantly let go of Song Ci and walked out with a frown. Not until Yi Yiru shot him a glare and the door shut completely did Song Ci finally put his heart at ease. Now that she's gone, 140, let's figure things out. He leaned back against the headboard. What was that line about yesterday's affection level? 140 hesitated for a moment. Given today's attitude towards you, maybe you flattered him too much yesterday. Song Ci. What about Dan Xing's attitude toward Qingwu last night? Didn't you say he would fall in love with her at first sight? Very sorry, the system failed to detect this bug. Please accept my apologies. Speechless, Song Ci sighed. You're the most inept system I've ever encountered. What are you muttering about? The door was kicked open, and Yi Yiru, who had just followed Dan Xing out earlier, returned and slowly walked to Song Ci through 2 rows of bodyguards. I'll give you 5 million. Leave single brother alone. Chapter 7, Long Aotan realizes, 7. Yi Yiru arrogantly sniffed and tossed a check onto Song Ci's face. Big brother Dan Xing and I grew up together, we are the most suitable for each other, do you understand? She, wearing high heels, looked down at Song Ci sitting on the bed. Our Yi family and the Dan family are longtime friends. Only by our families marrying into each other can we achieve maximum benefit, while you. She gave another cold snort, you this poor devil, will only hold big brother Dan Xing back. Song Ci was startled for a second but quickly reacted, lowering his head rapidly, his smile more difficult to suppress than an AK. This enormous wealth has finally come to me. Where is the villain? This is literally my parents. Seeing him bow his head in submission, Yi Yiru didn't rush. She drew out another check and threw it at him, 15 million yuan. For so many years, hadn't all the men and women trying to climb into big brother Dan Xing's bed been after money? Now they're pretending to be unbendingly devoted to him. Once the price reaches their satisfaction, they'll surely give in. She, Yi Yiru, was never short of cash. In front of her, Song Ci buried his head even lower, and his shoulders began to tremble slightly. Crying. Refusing. Yi Yiru's face held mockery as she prepared to draw another check from her bag. Is it because of your pitiful self-respect? 5. Of course Song Ci wanted it. He just twisted his face suppressing laughter, afraid to look up and laugh so that his body shook. Sister. You're my only sister. Just say the word, and wherever you want me to leave, I'll go. Hearing Yi Yiru's question about whether he refused or not, Song Ci hurriedly raised his head and accepted it. The 50 million words about to come out of Yi Yiru's mouth were cut off by him, her face turning green as she spoke on behalf of Dan Xing's dissatisfaction. Humph, you truly are a man infatuated with vanity. I don't know how big brother Dan Xing could have fallen for you. She kicked Song Ci's stomach with one foot and yelled loudly, take the money and get lost. Her legs were a bit too short to reach him. The air remained silent for 2 seconds. To avoid embarrassing the sugar daddy, Song Ci cleanly and neatly leaned backward. Sister, that kick of yours was simply wonderful. Where is the supporting actress? This is his god of wealth. Yi Yiru. After flattery, Song Ci suddenly changed his tone, crawling forward pathetically. Sister, you know I'm just a pauper. I've been caught multiple times trying to run away. If this doesn't work this time, could you possibly? Naturally understanding his implied meaning, Yi Yiru sneered coldly, that's natural. If in half a month I still see you around Big Brother Dan Xing, expect me to personally deal with you. And Yi Yiru paused mid-turn and threw a contract in front of him, sign it. The check will take effect at the moment you formally leave Big Brother Dan Xing. After the system verified the contract without error, Song Ci signed his name immediately, then nimbly pocketed the check, respectfully seeing Yi Yiru out of the door. Host, stop drooling, they've already left. Since it provides money and helps with tasks, where is the secondary character here? She's simply like my parent who provides everything. Carefully tucking the check away, Song Ci moved touched tears from the corners of his eyes. Master Song, your car is ready. When Yi Yiru and her team had completely departed, the steward's voice came belatedly. Alright, Song Ci responded and followed the steward downstairs. Song's father chose a Western restaurant, it had passed mealtime, so there weren't many people inside. Song's father was already seated, anxiously looking around until he saw Song Ci's figure, quietly sighing with relief, changing his face to anger. Why did you come so late? There was some traffic. Song Ci pulled out the chair and sat opposite him, catching out of the corner of his eye a familiar man at the next table, who seemed to be Dr. Dan Xing's friend. When your mother and I asked relatives for help to build connections, it took quite a lot of effort to get you close to Mr. Dan. Song's father's hands rubbed together, his cloudy eyes reflecting greed. 10 million. What? Song Ci's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Give me 10 million, and I will help keep this secret for you. He smiled obsequiously, then you focus on being Mr. Dan's wife peacefully, I promise I won't bother you. 140 reminded, host, don't trust him, within half a month, the 10 million yuan would be gone if given to him. I know. Song Ci leaned back slightly and shrugged both hands, none, let alone 10 million, I don't even have 1,000 yuan on me right now. Ho ho, impossible. Song Ci's father scoffed, Mr. Dan is so rich, how could you not have money after staying so long beside him? Every day when you shake your rear at him, it seems like you'd gain countless benefits. I really don't have money. He's so stingy and hasn't given me a single cent. After using me, he just walks away. Song Ci half joked and half lied, didn't you try to reach me earlier for some time but couldn't? That was because he imprisoned me. He took my phone and money, then Zero purchased me daily. Not only did he not give me any money, but he also hasn't returned the money he borrowed from me. I even had to cover for him, woo. Song Ci shed fake tears. Song's father. The performance was so amateurish that Song Liqiang clearly didn't believe it. After gritting his teeth, he finally offered, if there's no other way, 8 million. 8 million will work if you give it to me. Forget it, you won't get a penny from me. A joke. Even Yi Yiru had only given him 15 million yuan, and he wanted to snatch 2/3 of that from him. That's impossible. Song Ci you. Song Liqiang got angry in a rush. With a clang, he smashed the wine glass, slamming the table as he stood up, you little bastard. I'm your father. All the glory and wealth you enjoy today is all thanks to your mother and me. Tomorrow is the final deadline those people gave us. If we can't come up with the money, your mom and I will be beaten to death. You're my son. Diners around them all turned to look at them strangely. The waiter hesitated to approach but silently noted down the price of the broken wine glass. Song Ci was grabbed by the collar and lifted up, forcing him to look into Song Liqiang's furious face. That's your own fault for gambling. Song Ci met his gaze calmly. Seeing the veins on Song Liqiang's forehead bulging, 140 couldn't help worrying, host, you'd better calm down. Song Liqiang has violent tendencies. He once abused several cats and dogs, and the original owner grew up being beaten by him. When the original owner was between 8 and 10 years old, Song Liqiang would often sexually assault his mother violently in front of him. After getting drunk or losing gambling, he frequently vented his anger on his wife and son. Song Ci maintained a calm demeanor while thinking, actually, my calf is trembling. He lifts me up so I barely stand firm. 140. You ungrateful son of a bitch. No matter what, you're still my son. Have you forgotten how long it's been since I last beat you? Song Liqiang increased the strength in his hand, 5 million. This is the lowest I'll go. Give me 5 million, or you won't even get to be this missus. Dad, do you think this is haggling at the market? Song Ci wished he'd immediately inform Dan Xing, I've said it already, you won't get a single penny from me. You. Good job. Song Liqiang sneered twice and pulled out his phone. The screen showed he was on a call, and the contact name read, Dan Boss. The person on the other end paused, so this is your gift to me, Song Liqiang. Before Song Ci could respond, a sudden roaring sound came from overhead. Host, upon hearing about this, Dan Xing became uncontrollably enraged and came for you in a helicopter. Chapter 8, The Arrogant Male Lead Has Realized, 8. 2 lines of tall bodyguards surged into the restaurant, forming an airtight passage. The figure of the man appeared at the end of the corridor, Shan Xing dressed in an Italian hand-tailored suit, his eyes showing irritation. His distinct knuckles tugged on the tie, revealing the owner's agitation. Xiao Ci, so this is your real purpose for getting close to me? His eyes were filled with disappointment. That's right. Next, Shan Xing would surely fly into a rage and angrily cancel the engagement, then kick him out of the house. Song Ci thought about it, quickly biting back tears, his lips ashen, his body trembling as he looked at Shan Xing. Shan Xing. Big brother Shan Xing, have you heard all of it? It turns out you were only with me for the money. There was 3 parts grief, 2 parts anger, and 5 parts madness in Shan Xing's eyes. I'm sorry. Big brother Shan Xing, it's all my fault, I don't deserve you. Song Ci collapsed onto the ground, his hands trembling slightly, wanting to grab hold of Shan Xing's trouser cuffs but drawing back in pretended fear. Xiao Ci, you've truly let me down, said Shan Xing from above. So why doesn't he just cancel the engagement already? Song Ci stole a glance at Shan Xing. I'm sorry. That's how selfish Xiao Ci is. Dad was right. Xiao Ci got into bed with you just for the money. He sobbed with snot and tears smeared across his face. Xiao Ci knows you probably hate Xiao Ci now, and want to dissolve the engagement. Just do it. Xiao Ci won't complain. For a long time, Song Ci cried heart-wrenchingly, his tear-dried face hurting, but the voiceless Shan Xing above him still didn't say a word. Why isn't he talking? Song Ci felt puzzled in his heart and secretly asked 140. Host, the male lead's expression looks kind of strange. Strange? Song Ci slowly looked up, and Shan Xing was passionately smiling at him. When he saw that Song Ci was looking back at him, he quickly bent down and tightly hugged him. Song Ci. Man, if you wanted to catch my attention, well, you succeeded. You love me so much, Xiao Ci. Shan Xing gazed fanatically at the back of his head. How did you know I am nothing but rich, yet you still fall in love with my money? Holy crap. Is the male lead losing his mind? Song Ci, overwhelmed by horror, struggled out of his embrace immediately. No. Big brother Shan Xing, a person like me, full of hypocrisy, does not deserve to be with you. I only love money, I stayed with you for the money. My God, you even love my money. You truly love me, rich being my only merit. In front of him, Shan Xing was overwhelmed with excitement, pulling him back into his arms again. There are so many wealthy tycoons in the world, but you chose me. Xiao Ci, you truly love me. Song Ci was astonished. How had the awesome CEO turned into a love slave? Song Liqiang was also shocked, deeply doubting whether he himself was part of their game. 140, what's going on? Is this a bug? During this embrace, Song Ci tried struggling several times, but failed each attempt, and eventually had no choice but to submit lying in his arms. 140, yes. Many bugs haven't been detected yet. Shan Xing gently kissed Song Ci's forehead with affectionate care and softly spoke, it's my fault for making you think I was trying to get something for free. Once home, I'll let the butler take you shopping, name your price, anything goes. Call me husband, and I'd give you my life. Song Ci. Holding Song Ci princess style, he murmured softly, let's go home. As soon as the words were spoken, perfectly trained bodyguards rushed forward, firmly guarding them. Taking 2 steps, Shan Xing seemed to recall something, slightly turning his head. Xie Sheng. It was common knowledge that the president's doctor friends could appear suddenly. Xie Sheng and Xiao Nian happened to be having lunch at this Western restaurant, where they witnessed this whole drama unfold. At the moment Shan Xing entered, Xie Sheng knew it wasn't good and attempted to make a quick escape, but was still spotted, forcing him to work overtime on weekends. Removing his coat and placing it over Xiao Nian, he stood up with resignation. The gentleness in Shan Xing's eyes disappeared the moment he left Song Ci, coldly staring at Song Liqiang. Since you threatened my wife to be, then help me take care of your father-in-law. Mr. Shan. I don't want the money, I'll leave now. Fear struck Song Liqiang's bones as he intended to run towards Shan Xing pleading, only to be held back by a cutting glare from the latter. The temperature in the room plummeted due to Shan Xing's presence. Song Ci, sharp-eyed, even noticed frost forming on Song Liqiang's hair. Shan Xing tightened his embrace further, burying Song Ci's entire face into his chest, steadily heading towards the penthouse. From an angle that Song Ci couldn't see, Shan Xing's expression darkened. He couldn't yet discard Song Ci as leverage, so no matter what happened in this month, he wouldn't dissolve their engagement. When the sound of a propeller rang out, Song Ci gradually pulled away from Shan Xing's embrace, looking down at his phone and pretending to be busy. Shan Xing didn't seem to care either, for after boarding the helicopter, he stopped emanating his usual overbearing aura. The red notification on WeChat hadn't been cleared. He hesitated before tapping it open. A message from Zhao Moran just happened to arrive. Zhao Moran, bro, are we still going to Zui Jinfang? 140, who is this? The crude interface of 140 showed discomfort. Host, the system cannot detect it, and there's also no record of him in the original book. The previous host was already canon fodder, and the story's records extend only up to Song Father. As for the friends of the original main character, the system cannot find any information about them. Song Ci didn't expect much from this rookie system and flipped through the records upward. Zhao Moran, bro Song, I've stolen the 500,000 yuan while my mom was sleeping. See you tonight at Zui Jinfang. This message was from 2 months ago. The original host had only replied with a simple, good. Zhao moron, bro song, do we really have a chance to win back the money we lost? My mom counts our accounts every end of the month. The reply came days later, offering vague words of comfort about finding money and telling Zhao not to worry. Zhao moron, bro song, my mom has discovered the missing money. Zhao moron, bro song, what should we do? Debt collectors are knocking on our door. Zhao moron, bro song, please reply. They're beating us almost to death. They say they'll cut off one of my hands if we don't pay soon. Dozens of messages were sent consecutively, but the original host ignored every single one. Not until a week ago did the original respond casually, saying that he'd hooked up with Shan Xing and would eventually clear the debt when he visited Zui Jinfang. Then the original must have seen the official announcement about Shan Xing's relationship and assumed Zhao wouldn't pursue further, until today, when Zhao finally messaged again. Song Ci wasn't sure whether to call Zhao naive or stupid. This guy was clearly being scammed by the original host. Zhao moron, bro song, my mom is sick, and they broke one of my legs. Our house is sold, and if you don't come soon, I will really die. Chapter 9, Long Aotan Mail Led Lets It Go, 9. As Song Ci flipped through the records, another message came in from the other side. It seemed that this original main character was not a good person either. Host, are you going? Let's not even talk about whether this was done by the original host. Even if I go, I don't have money to give him. Song Ci sighed helplessly. Besides, the original host harmed him so badly, he probably has already resented the original host and wants to take this opportunity to retaliate. Shan Xing glanced at the person beside him, furrowing his brows while scrolling on the phone, occasionally pausing to space out. He found it amusing, leaning against the window of the plane as he quietly watched Song Ci from the side. For some reason, he always felt that Song Ci recently had a different personality compared to when he first arrived, appearing more likable than before. And what puzzled him the most was, this little guy often talked then suddenly zoned out, baring teeth with clenched jaws. He would space out even when there was nothing happening, just like now, as if someone were talking inside his head. 140, male lead likability +5. 140, male lead love line, 0 to 1. Male lead's likability towards female lead -5%. Male lead likability 5.5%. Song Ci. What's going on? Why is my liking increasing just because I'm sitting here playing with my phone? Song Ci was shocked and immediately realized how challenging his mission was. Another question that puzzles me a lot is, why does he seem so deeply in love with me when his likability wasn't even in the single digits before? It might be a bug. 140's voice dropped significantly. Little Ci, follow me to Zui Jinfang tomorrow. By the time Shan Xing realized it, he had been staring for quite some time at Song Ci, who appeared lost in thought. Shan Xing broke the silence. Song Ci. Can 140 really not read minds? Song Ci could only feel despair. Big brother Shan, the name sounds like a casino, why should we go there? Little Ci is scared. Little Ci doesn't need to be afraid. This casino is mine, Shan Xing said gently with a smile. There are some matters to deal with in the gambling den lately, it'll take a few days. I suffer from serious insomnia. Not seeing little Ci would make me sleepless. We can actually do video calls. I will just be a burden, taking me along will affect your work, big brother Shan, Song Ci rejected immediately. Little Ci is no burden. Shan Xing pulled Song Ci into his arms again firmly, without any room for rejection in his tone. The rocket leaves tonight. After tidying up at home, we'll set off. Song Ci didn't know which point to comment on first. It looked like Shan Xing was determined for her to come along, so she had to comply. Zui Jinfang Dan Xing saves Qing Lan dance heroically, 0 to 1. Heroic rescue. 140, yes, there is a plotline coming up where Qing Lan dance gets eyed by a few gamblers who intend to misbehave towards the female lead. After finishing his work, Dan Xing rescues her. This is an excellent opportunity for the male and female leads to deepen their relationship. Please seize it well, host. But now the one who has to accompany Dan Xing to Zui Jinfang is me. The female lead was kicked out yesterday by Dan Xing. Song Ci carefully picked at Dan Xing's suit. She won't appear at Zui Jinfang anymore. How can we finish this plotline? Host, don't worry, our system storyline has a powerful repair ability. 140 consoled, since the system issued the task, it will ensure the female lead appears at the mission site. Little Ci, stop picking. We've arrived. Dan Xing's deep, hoarse voice brought Song Ci back to reality. Unknowingly, the helicopter had already landed steadily, and the pilot had left. Dan Xing had embraced him, watching him pick at his suit for quite a while. Ah, sorry, Song Ci quickly retracted his hand. The sky outside had darkened. With Dan Xing's support, Song Ci got off the helicopter. His stomach growled. Embarrassed, he patted his stomach. In the afternoon at the restaurant booked by his father, all he did was argue, not eating a single bite. Hungry? Dan Xing raised an eyebrow, unable to hide a faint smile unconsciously. President, I shall escort you and Master Song to have dinner, the butler emerged appropriately. Behind him, a Lamborghini was parked. Respectfully pulling the door open, President and Master Song, please get in. Having meals at home requires a car. Song Si didn't understand but respected it. Following Dan Xing, he obediently climbed into the back seat. However, he soon understood. Because he saw the calm butler driving, opening the navigation app to search for restaurants, then a clear electronic woman's voice came out of the speaker, starting navigation, total distance 25 kilometers, turn left after 100 meters ahead. He admitted his shallow knowledge. He should have remembered that a cage for him could be 400 by 400 meters, meaning the Shan family must indeed be incredibly huge. Perhaps out of consideration for his shrunken stomach, the butler had driven the car at an incredible speed, and Song Si felt as if all his internal organs were about to be thrown out. By the time the car came to a steady stop in front of the restaurant, Song Si was almost on the verge of collapse, unsure whether it was from hunger or motion sickness. The butler smiled brightly as he opened the car door for them. I've already asked them to prepare the meal ahead of time. The dining table was made of solid wood, with a naturally beautiful grain and color, seemingly stretching endlessly. Golden cutlery was laid out all over the table, with diamonds embedded around the edges, looking incredibly luxurious. Thinking about the rare and expensive delicacies that the presidents in novels ate, Italian Alba white truffles, Amaze caviar, Australian lobsters, bluefin tuna, and more, Song Si could barely imagine how cheerful he would become after this meal. The attendant, under Song Si's hopeful gaze, lifted the lid of the dish, revealing a bowl of pearl emerald white jade soup. Translation, cabbage stewed with tofu. Song Si. The butler chuckled as he appeared from behind, smiling kindly. Young Master Song, when you came, you said you love eating light dishes, especially cabbage stewed with tofu. And since you have a small appetite, we remembered and specifically prepared only a small portion for you. Host, everything he said is true. The original host deliberately mentioned it in front of Dan Xing to cultivate a fragile white lotus image. 140 helpfully added. I'm really starving today, and this won't be enough. Song Si hinted gently. Do you think there could be more dishes brought? No high requirements, just like what President Dan usually eats. Billionaire presidents surely eat delicacies from all over the world. Ah, I knew that little bit couldn't be enough. The butler quickly instructed the attendants to open other dish covers, revealing a row of glistening emerald white jade soups from one end of the table to the other. We know that you and the president both love emerald white jade soup, so we prepared dozens of servings, believing you will definitely like it. President Dan usually eats this. Song Si twitched at the corner of his mouth. He felt a slight discomfort creeping into his body. Host, Dan Xing has a billionaire-exclusive stomach disease so he can only eat light food. After finding this out, the original host pretended to also love cabbage stewed with tofu to gain male lead favor. Under the benevolent eyes of the butler, Song Si, in a burst of anger, forced himself to finish 5 or 6 bowls of emerald white jade soup with tears in his eyes. Ch. Or perhaps it was a hallucination, but he seemed to hear Dan Xing chuckling softly behind him. Chapter 10, Long Aotan's Enlightenment, 10. That night, Song Si followed Shan Xing onto the luxurious rocket shining with golden light. It took them only 0.1 seconds to arrive at Zuijinfang. Song Si didn't understand why they had to take a rocket when they were still in the city, but there must be a reason for the boss to do so. Before they even stepped into the courtyard of the gambling den, Song Si could vaguely see many people rushing to greet them. Mr. Shan, what wind blew you here? The man who came had a fawning smile on his face, with gold teeth embedded in his mouth, and fat hanging all over his face looked particularly greasy. Host, his name is Chen Gui, the boss of Zuijinfang. 140 introduced, the one walking on Shan Xing's left is called Fang Rui, the second in command of Zuijinfang, and one of the many suitors of the female protagonist in the original work. Did you hear that several of your major deals fell through? Shan Xing slightly lifted his chin, signaling him to lead the way. The casino was crowded with people, brilliantly lit, cheers and curses interwoven together, beautiful dealers holding trays, smiling as they collected and placed chips. The deeper they went, the darker it became. Song Si faintly saw a few burly men cornering and beating someone curled up on the ground. As agreed, if you don't come up with 700,000 yuan within half a month, you will exchange your tongue for it. Give me a few more days, next week, I'll definitely have it by next week. The man pleaded. Song Si wanted to look further, but suddenly everything before his eyes went dark, and an ear-piercing wail sounded, making him feel eerie. Little Si, did you see? Shan Xing covered his eyes with one hand. This is what happens to people like them, those who neither have anyone above them to protect them nor have money to pay off their gambling debts. Their tongues go first, then their eyes, their ears, until finally, not a part of their body belongs to themselves anymore. What does he mean by this? The wailing gradually faded, but Song Si still felt sweaty. 140, host, with the male protagonist's power, he surely knows the original main character's background and social network. He must know that the original main character, like his father, is a compulsive gambler. Song Si realized, in the original work, when he brought Qin Lamwu to Zuijinfang, it might truly be due to insomnia. But bringing me here is telling me, if I break the engagement with him, my fate will end up like today's scene. The hand covering his eyes suddenly withdrew, and the corner where the scene happened was now empty, leaving behind only a pool of blood. Chen Guo came forward with a sycophantic smile. Mr. Shan, it's our oversight, disturbing you and young Master Song. It has already been cleaned up. Shan Xing snorted lightly, without any response. Host, please note, the female protagonist is about to appear. They passed through a secluded corridor, reaching a double door at the end. Chen Guo instructed the attendants to open the door. Inside the hall, gold and splendor were everywhere, the lights reflecting on the walls, and paintings worth hundreds of billions hung carelessly, fully displaying the extravagance of the gambling house owner. This was an upper-class version of a gambling den, exclusively designed as an entertainment venue for top billionaires around the world. Qing Lam was smiled as she handed the chips to her guests. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. It was Shan Xing. She was secretly pleased, he had indeed come. Last life, Shan Xing also came to handle affairs at Zui Jin Fong on this day. So she remembered Fong Rui, the second-in-command of Zui Jin Fong. This man had average looks and was far from standing out among her numerous devoted suitors, but his advantage lay in following her every command without hesitation. To meet Shan Xing smoothly, she gave Fong Rui some small favors, dangling him just enough to get herself into Zui Jin Fong. Once she was with Shan Xing, she would immediately break up with Fong Rui. A smug smile appeared on her lips. She didn't mind Shan Xing's brief affection for Song Ci and believed Shan Xing wouldn't blame her. Shan Xing completely ignored the table where Qing Lamwo was seated as though he didn't see her. Instead, it was Song Ci who kept looking back at her while walking ahead. With the person beside him turning back too frequently, almost spinning like a gyroscope, Shan Xing couldn't help but notice, casually listening to Chen Gui report on matters while grabbing Song Ci's head to turn it back. The female protagonist is so conspicuous, almost half the people in the field are watching her now. Shan Xing didn't see her. Song Ci, forced to walk shoulder to shoulder with Shan Xing, had his head held steady. Little Ci, I'll talk to Mr. Chen about some business. You can stroll around nearby, play around, no need to worry about offending others. Shan Xing opened the conference room door, ruffled his hair, and gestured for the muscular bodyguards to stand behind Song Ci. I've left some people to protect you. Simply put, these people were actually spies to prevent him from running away. Song Ci watched as Shan Xing entered the meeting room with a group of others, and when he turned his head again to look at Qing Lamwo at table number 1, he met her angry gaze directly. The color of the other person's hair began to change in anger, quickly turning into a rainbow of colors and eliciting cheers from the wealthy businessmen around. Song Ci shifted his gaze as his phone vibrated at that moment. Zayashax, brother Song, I see you. He didn't reply to this person's message. The other party hadn't specified any exact time, so why was he here now? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Song Ci's forehead. He looked up sharply around him but didn't find anything unusual. 140, host, don't worry, the male lead still left 2 bodyguards for you. 140, is he in this hall right now? Song Ci asked. 140, I'm sorry, host, no records have been kept, so it can't be detected. Zayashax, brother Song, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Zayashax, they all said you tricked me and didn't dare to come see me, but I knew that wouldn't happen. You're still willing to save me. Zayashax, brother Song, I'm near the small door close to table number 6, would we meet? Song Ci looked up and sure enough saw a limping man heavily wrapped who seemed to sense his glance and raised his hand waving at him. Should he go? Song Ci frowned as he glanced toward table number 6, if they realized he didn't have a single cent. Before he could reply, a cacophony of noise from table number 1 drew everyone's attention. A few tycoons surrounded Qing Lamwo in the middle, trying to touch her waist and hips. Qing Lamwo screamed for help, but no one was willing to help this little dealer. Everyone present in this hall were individuals of certain status, none willing to offend each other. Qing Lamwo gritted her teeth, twisting her waist occasionally while loudly screaming in refusal. Tears streamed down her cheeks forming round pearls. In the previous life, Shan Xing had lost his temper upon seeing her so humiliated, and all the bystanders ended up being exposed. This time, she deliberately made herself look even more pitiful. Surely when Shan Xing saw her like this, he would feel even more heartbroken. She waited, estimating the time for Shan Xing to appear, yet even when the hands of those rich men slipped under her skirt, Shan Xing still didn't show up. It was then that she realized something was wrong, there wasn't a trace of Shan Xing near the meeting room entrance anymore. At this point, Qing Lamwo started to panic. Several leering tycoons worked together to pin her down tightly, she felt helpless as her tears almost dried out. But someone was more anxious than she was. To prevent an informer from revealing to Shan Xing, Song Ci sneaked over to table number 1, separating himself from the 2 bodyguards due to the crowd. He opened the chat with Shan Xing. Money from all sides, big brother Shan, save me. A group of rich merchants. He typed, edited, and sent it all in one breath. Satisfied, he was just about to put away his phone, intending to quietly walk away without leaving a trace. At that moment, a chloroform-soaked handkerchief suddenly covered his mouth and nose. Chapter 11, the male lead Long Aotan has realized, 11. In the meeting room, Shan Xing looked at his phone screen with a complicated expression. He sent a few replies, but the message bar remained empty. Seeing that the boss was silent, the others didn't dare to breathe loudly and were all nervous as they watched him. The meeting room fell deathly quiet. Mr. President, there indeed are several tycoons surrounding table 1, the bodyguard bent down to report. Where is Song Si? Weren't you supposed to follow him? Shan Xing's eyes grew colder, his voice icy. I'm sorry, Mr. President, there were too many people around table 1, and we got separated from Master Song in the crowd. The bodyguard bent even lower, sweat beading on his forehead. How coincidental. Why precisely table 1? Despite his doubts, he still stood up and pushed the door open. Inside the scene was chaotic, everyone had learned tap dancing tonight due to Qing Lanwu's overly active tear ducts. The entire casino was piled with what seemed like pearls. Lying haphazardly on the floor were countless people, while those remaining were stepping clumsily over rolling pearls, passionately performing street dances. Qing Lanwu's limbs were restrained by 3 men as she lay helplessly on the gambling table, silently shedding tears. All this was Lao Song Si's fault. If not for him, her big brother Shan Xing would have already come to rescue her. Helpless, she shook her head and vaguely saw Shan Xing pushing through the crowd towards her. He'd come to save her. The man's face was sullen, and upon seeing the colorful hair among the businessmen, his expression darkened further like the bottom of a pot. Song Si wasn't here. After a group of waiters used giant vacuum cleaners to clean the pearls away in front of Shan Xing, they quietly retreated without making any sound. 3 corpulent merchants trembled and scrambled off Qing Lanwu. Big brother Shan Xing, you've finally come to save me, Qing Lanwu sobbed, her 7-color long hair covering her disheveled figure, looking pitiful. I knew you still loved me. Your fondness for Song Si was just a passing fancy. The one you truly love is me. Her voice was soft and trembling, I don't blame you. If you comfort me, I'll forgive you. In her previous life, she had already figured out Shan Xing's temper. After being forced into marriage, she accepted his affection with feigned reluctance each time misunderstandings were planted by Yi Yiru, Xia Sheng, etc. She would accept other men's attention such as male supporting characters who liked her, waiting until Shan Xing became jealous and helpless before he would lower himself to soothe her. However, the fantasy scenario did not appear. Shan Xing remained standing a meter away from her, no warmth in his gaze. A chilling cold suddenly enveloped the air, and Song Si abruptly opened his eyes. His hands were bound behind the chair, a cloth stuffed into his mouth choking him. In front of him loomed a shadowy figure. Before he could make out its face, a sudden sharp pain struck his abdomen. Tumbling to the ground along with the chair, his arms made a crack sound under the pressure of the chair back and the floor, probably fractured. That person put down the steel pipe in hand, slowly walking to squat in front of Song Si. Long time no see, brother Song. Host, he should be the person from WeChat. 140's tone was somewhat urgent. After you were knocked out in Zui Jinfang, he brought you to this abandoned factory. Before you woke up, he poured water on you and some other people were conversing with him. To snatch you right under the watchful eye of the Shan family, it's highly likely he has the assistance of the rival Chen family against Shan Xing. GHR. Song Si let out a muffled cry and struggled to lift his head, finally making out the person's face. It was him, the black-clothed man from the casino. Zhao Ziyao grabbed his hair and smashed his head against the ground harshly. What? Are you so surprised to still see me? Don't you hope I'm dead? Zhao Ziyao's features were grotesque as he swung repeatedly, but I didn't die, and now it's your turn. Warm liquid trickled down his forehead, blurring Song Si's vision as everything spun. It only stopped when Zhao Ziyao had vented his anger fully. Host, are you alright? Not great. Song Si's mind was foggy, and he couldn't exert any force with his fractured right hand, but I shouldn't die yet. Didn't you say he has help? Technically, I'm Single Xing's fiancé according to the novel's plot. He must want to use me to threaten Single Xing. You've ruined my home and left me with a broken leg, yet you're still enjoying being Mrs. Single. He let out a horrifying laugh. Does your Mr. Single know what kind of person you are? Song Si definitely agreed this original character deserved criticism, and would applaud revenge plots like this one, if only he weren't mistakenly placed in the body of this despicable person. Ding, side mission, Shan Xing saves the beauty Qing Lanwu in Zui Jinfang, 1/1. Had the mission been completed? Song Si felt a surge of joy in his heart. 140 continued to report, male leads goodwill towards female lead -30. 140, male leads love line, 0-1. Male leads goodwill towards female lead -35%. Male lead goodwill 5.5%. What was going on? After completing the mission, shouldn't the male and female leads gain goodwill points? Why were they adding negative values? Ziyao, stop beating him, if you ruin his face, Shan Xing might not want him anymore. A middle-aged man's voice rang out, with several others following behind him, obviously the ringleader. The man ordered the rest to set up a camera, pointing it at Song Si. Mr. Shan, how about trading that big deal from H country for him? Song Si painfully wriggled on the ground for a while, using his still mobile hand to hook up small pebbles from the floor and slowly grind them. Mr. Shan, your beloved companion beside you has a blood feud with him. The more you hesitate, the more slashes will appear on Song Si. He moved the phone closer to Song Si, yanking his hair to align his face with the camera. How is that? Pretty good deal, right? Song Si's scalp hurt badly, he couldn't figure out why they all loved pulling people's hair. Come on, say something, begged Shan Xing. The man patted his face kindly and said. You try saying something. His mouth was stuffed with a cloth. Mr. Shan, are you watching? He took the dagger handed over by Zhao Ziyao. Would you bear seeing this cute little face being carved up? Outside the house, a violent wind was howling, causing the tin walls of the warehouse to rattle. Want to hurt my man? Good, you successfully provoked my anger. Shan Xing's voice resounded from above as the warehouse roof was forcibly torn open. Outside, numerous fighter jets hung suspended across the sky, their red dots locked onto the bodies of the kidnappers. Once the guns opened fire, Song Si guessed that these guys could be shot like sieves. Of course, they also included himself. The ropes behind his back were gradually becoming thinner, and he moved sinuously, trying to break free under cover. Chapter 12, Long Aotan's Realization, 12. If they are all solo opponents, shouldn't they also be really strong? Why did they send so few people for the kidnapping? Compared to the large number of fighters brought by Dan Xing outside, their kidnappers were pitifully few in number. Including him as a hostage, they didn't even reach double digits. The middle-aged man smirked in triumph. Mr. Dan, surely you don't think Qin Corporation really has only a few people like us, do you? As soon as his words faded, a large number of fighter jets appeared in the sky, and a bunch of snipers inexplicably emerged inside the warehouse. Song Si. He was just thinking aloud. 140, isn't this supposed to be a Ba Dao Zongcai romance novel? Why did it suddenly turn into a gunfight? Moreover, I'm the hostage here. What if Dan Xing rushes in and gets me killed instantly? Song Si was utterly despairing, feeling that his hope for a successful escape was slim. Host, don't worry. 140 hurriedly consoled him. In the original story, the heroine was kidnapped by the Qin Corporation Group 10086 times but came out unscathed each time, and every entrance of the male lead is super cool. Although the middle-aged man's voice sounded arrogant, Song Si could still see his hands shaking slightly due to tension. Because Dan Xing was emitting his overwhelming aura from within himself. His lips curled with a cold laugh. If you dare touch my people, I will destroy your entire paradise. Everyone present could feel his anger. And then, the warehouse caught fire. Song Si. My big brother is still inside. Smoke quickly filled the warehouse, and all the kidnappers were immobilized under Dan Xing's dominating aura. Song Si coughed hard and tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes. Dan Xing pushed open the door, and as he stepped forward, the smoke dissipated in his vicinity. He glanced down at the disheveled Song Si lying on the ground, and frost spread on the floor with every step he took. He slowly knelt down, gently brushing away the messy hair matted with water and blood from Song Si's face, then patiently untied him. A fierce blaze had ignited inside the warehouse, but because of Dan Xing's cold and icy presence, the flames extinguished as soon as they approached him within 3 steps. So, was it this simple to save me? Song Si couldn't help but question. Dan Xing lifted him up horizontally, and Song Si instinctively wrapped his uninjured arm around Dan Xing's neck. Unnoticed by them, Zhao Ziyao managed to raise his head and aimed his handgun shakily at Song Si. Warning, warning. 10 seconds later, Zhao Ziyao will accidentally hit Dan Xing while aiming at Song Si, putting the main male character in danger. If the main male character dies, the host will be considered to have failed the mission and will die after receiving an electric shock punishment. Song Si. So the meaning is that he should block the bullet for Dan Xing. But as he caught sight of Zhao Ziyao's furious glare in the corner of his eye, he subconsciously jumped out of Dan Xing's embrace, held his shoulder, and turned his back towards Zhao Ziyao. Bang! The bullet pierced through the scapula. Song Si's legs gave way from the pain, and he collapsed straight down. His last consciousness captured Dan Xing's panicked eyes and Zhao Ziyao who, overwhelmed by the pressure, lay sprawled on the ground convulsing and spitting blood. 140, main character affinity plus 20. 140, love line of main male character, 0 out of 1. Main character's affection for female lead minus 35%. Main character affinity 25.5%. Consciousness gradually returned, Song Si struggled to open his eyes. In a hazy state, he saw someone standing on his right, looking down at him. On his left, there was another person. Beside the one on the left stood another, and next to him yet another. People surrounded him completely. Outside the room, it seemed to be nighttime, with only a small night light lit beside the bed. Song Si only saw a blur of heads. Holy shit. He was startled and almost fainted again. 140, am I dead? Is this a gathering of people mourning for me? Hurry, notify Mr. Dan. Young Master Song woke up. Noticing Song Si's sudden tremor as if attempting to get up, the person on the left shouted hastily. Several quick hands pushed him back down immediately. Master, you've been injured too severely, you can't move yet. The lights in the room brightened up, and the butler carefully opened the door. Dark circles hung under the man's eyes, his suit showing creases, and the tie loosely tied over his chest. Song Si partially opened his eyes and saw clearly that Dan Xing was still wearing the same outfit when he saved him earlier, the dark blue tie stained with his own blood. Only compared to the president from before, the current Dan Xing showed slight signs of fatigue. Young master, you're finally awake. The president hasn't slept for 7 days and nights, refusing to eat or drink. His gastric disease has flared up several times already. The butler's face carried a worried expression, as if his wrinkles had deepened by one layer. Mr. Liu, Dan Xing's voice darkened slightly, sensing his displeasure, the butler wisely closed his mouth and silently retreated to the side. Woke up. Dan Xing sat by his bedside, his dark eyes reflecting an unusual tenderness that was unlike the man who used to make Song Si feel uneasy. Due to the severe trembling just now, there was still a dull stinging sensation in his shoulder blade. The people who kidnapped me have all been handed over to the police. Dan Xing lifted the porridge served by the servant and spoon-fed it to him. I am a law-abiding citizen after all. Song Si nearly spat it all out. How could someone who almost waged a gunfight talk about abiding by the law? 140. What about Zhao Ziyao? Helped by the opposing party to avenge himself for being ruined by the original host, Zhao Ziyao's revenge plan ended with him now sitting in prison. 140. Host, I overheard these past few days. Dan Xing repaid tenfold the money that Zhao Ziyao tricked from you. He hired top medical experts worldwide to treat his leg. However, since he continued gambling and robbery after joining the Qin Corporation and even got involved in drug trafficking, he's been sentenced to a long term. Seeing the person in front of him not responding, Dan Xing wasn't bothered at all, he continued feeding him at his own steady pace. Dan Xing's feelings toward Song Si had become somewhat complicated. He originally viewed Song Si as merely a tool to cut the ties of fate forcibly bound between himself and Qinglan Wu, which were part of the storyline. And based on both the previous memories and later investigations, Song Si did indeed only care about money and showed no affection toward him. But yet, Song Si had blocked a bullet for him that day. Had he misjudged him? Did Song Si actually like him? Furthermore, the moment Song Si fell before him, his whole body had trembled with shock, his heart feeling a vague dull ache. Song Si swallowed small bites while facing the increasingly intense gaze. He felt extremely uncomfortable under the scrutiny. With bandages all over his body, and his head wrapped tightly due to the stitches, it resembled a boiled egg, and Song Si couldn't figure out what was so fascinating about him. 140, male-led affinity +5. 140, love line of male lead, 0 to 1. Affection for female lead -35%. Male-led affinity 30.5%. The sudden sound of 140 in his ear startled him. Brother, are you serious? You're adding goodwill points while I'm just eating congee. Chapter 13, Long Aotan, the male lead has let it go, 13. Song Si paused, choking on the porridge in his mouth. Seeing his face turn bright red, Shan Xing set down the bowl and patted him to help, eat slowly. Song Si looked at him with an odd expression before quietly picking up the bowl and started sipping. You should recuperate well in the hospital for now. Xiao Nian is next door, so if you get bored, you can go over and keep him company. Shan Xing ignored his glance and tucked Song Si's blanket in tightly. In a while, a doctor will come to remove your bandages. Xiao Nian. Song Si paused, puzzled as he turned toward Shan Xing. How did he move into your place? Xia Si, this is a private hospital, our beds aren't as small as this. Shan Xing chuckled, the entire hospital is under my name. For now, there are only the two of you here as patients, so no one will disturb you. Even though after being taken home, Xia Xing has been taking good care of Xiao Nian, the torment he endured in the club over the years left some psychological issues, he explained. A few days ago when Xia Xing came back home and saw him cutting his wrists in the bathtub, he nearly lost his soul in fright. We brought him here overnight for emergency treatment. The diagnosis just came out today, severe depression. Xia Xing said that he mentioned you a few times before, and it seems like he has some affection for you. Song Si listened carefully, nodded, and instinctively touched his head. Even through the bandages, he could feel something was missing. His heart sank. Host, the doctor chose to shave part of your hair for better suturing because of the many wounds on your head. 140 didn't dare to finish saying it. So I'll end up with bald spots everywhere, Song Si cried out in pain. Seeing his stiff movements, Shan Xing guessed that he had realized the truth about his hair loss. He bit back a laugh and tried to comfort him. Originally, the doctor intended to shave it all off, but considering my fiancé probably couldn't handle seeing a bald person, they left some. Better a bald head. Song Si slowly slid into the covers and fell into silent depression. Shan Xing cleared away the dishes without disturbing him further, then turned and left the room, with Uncle Lu following him concernedly and softly urging him to eat something. The room once again returned to silence. Private hospitals owned by someone like Long Aotan. Such a high-class setting, it would be impossible for outsiders to enter. Song Si sighed, if I stay here until the wedding date, it'll ruin everything. Bang! Song Si. What nonsense are you concocting again? The door to the ward was kicked open violently, producing a loud crash. Yi Yiru strode in wearing stiletto heels, a black silk halter mini dress, and a fur wrap draped over her shoulder. Her newly dyed orange-red wavy hair was tucked behind her ears, and she stormed in looking furious. So I hear that you took a bullet for brother Shan Xing and caught his attention more. She advanced quickly to the bed, dragging at Song Si trying to pull him up. Dare to toy with me, huh? You think moving into brother Shan Xing's private hospital keeps me out? The Yi family still has its ways. Blood instantly seeped through the bandage on Song Si's wound, making him grit his teeth from the pain. Host, in the original story, Yi Yiru often comes to stir trouble whenever the heroine is recuperating after being kidnapped. Accurately choosing the moment right after the male lead leaves to pick a fight with the heroine is a required skill for every villainous female side character. 140 reminded. Hold my money in one hand, shield brother Shan Xing from bullets with the other to gain his favor. Are you really playing both sides and treating Yi Yiru like a fool? She let out a cold snort before pressing hard on Song Si's shoulder blades. Lord Qing, falsely accused. Song Si howled, crying tears and shedding blood. Half of it was an act, and half of it was genuine. Poor thing, right after waking up, a patient was facing such a calamity. Song Si wriggled around in the bed as he raised his head and cried bitterly towards Yi Yiru. The Chen family thoughtlessly captured me because I'm brother Shan's fiancé. His eyes were swollen red, and a slight abrasion on his cheek made him look even more pitiful. And who blocked the bullet for brother Shan? Was it me? No, it wasn't me. Song Si bawled uncontrollably, wiping snot and tears with his sleeve. He pulled me in front of him to block the bullet. I wanted to run, but there was nowhere to escape. He's such a prestigious president, of course, the story will be told that I shielded him with my body. Song Si sniffed loudly, being dragged in front to shield bullets isn't exactly a face-saving move. Yi Yiru. He wailed to heaven as if mountains were crumbling and rain was about to pour, sobbing and fabricating reasons non-stop. Yi Ro's temples throbbed from being shouted at, and she asked uncertainly, really? Lord Qing. Look, he's already locked me up in this private hospital. Isn't this just a covert soft confinement? He must be afraid I'll tell the truth. Song Si said with an earnest gaze, I haven't forgotten even a bit of our agreement, Lord Qing. I've been waiting for you. Only someone as noble, wealthy, beautiful as a celestial being, charming enough to topple nations, and fair as a flower, pure, radiant, talented, magnanimous, and rich enough to rival kingdoms while possessing a kind heart, can help me escape from this hospital. Song Si's words came straight from the heart, and 140 was listening closely nearby. If it weren't for knowing his act, 140 would have almost believed him. This kidnapping incident has taught me something, you were right. Single Zone doesn't love me. He's just using me. Seeing Song Si wanting to rise, Yi Yiru stepped back half a step with disdain, fearing that he'd smear her with his tears and snot. Surely you can take me out of here. Song Si obstinately stretched out his movable hand, pitifully tugging at the air next to Yi Yiru's clothes. Yi Yiru hesitated, then spoke loudly, of course, Miss can do it. However, don't try any tricks once I save you. Alright, I have no luggage. Just bother your bodyguards to lift me when we leave. Song Si lay peacefully on the bed. Not now. Yi Yiru swept her beautiful eyes across the room. These days brother Shan has been keeping a close eye on you. Once you can walk after a few days, I'll send people to pick you up. But you'd better take the money and disappear by then, so I won't see you before brother Shan anymore. Yi Yiru snorted lightly and turned to leave. When she entered earlier, she made quite a commotion, and the door wasn't shut tightly, it was slightly ajar. A faint shadow could be seen through the crack, but Yi Yiru hadn't noticed it until she bumped into him face to face. The youth looked utterly pale, his lips devoid of color. His eyes, like those of a timid puppy, flickered nervously, and the vein bands on his hand trembled as he anxiously scratched the doorframe from nervousness. Song Si remembered him, it was Xiao Nian. I'm sorry, I heard some noise from the neighboring room and was worried if something had happened to you. The oversized patient gown made him look even more emaciated, all the weight that Xiaxing worked hard to nourish in him had vanished. Xiao Nian bowed his head lower, flustered and wanting to turn away. But Lady Yi wouldn't let him. Her usual attention was all on Shan Xing, and she didn't recognize Xiaxing's companion. She grabbed Xiao Nian's back and pulled him back. Where are you going? Are you going to report my actions to brother Shan? Chapter 14, the male lead, Long Aotan, has realized, 14. Xiao Nian turned back anxiously, his face filled with unease and his lips trembling slightly. I didn't. I'm sorry. His fine soft hair fell across his forehead, a bit long, covering his moist eyes. Miss Yi, he is Xiaxing's person. Song Si noticed this and voiced a reminder. Yi Ro frowned slightly, but considering the Xia family, she let go of her hand, muttering, I really can't understand how everyone has become like Gav. Xiao Nian cast a grateful glance toward Song Si and hurriedly bowed his head to run back into the next room at the moment Yi Ro let go. Yi Ro's furrowed brows hadn't relaxed yet when she turned to look at Song Si, asking, do you know him? I don't, but I've seen him once by Xiaxing's side. Song Si explained while flattering, since he's been sent to Mr. Shan's private hospital, Xiaxing must cherish him greatly. Sister, I am also thinking for you. If you do anything to him because of me, Xiaxing will definitely trouble you. For whom? Yi Ro glared with her beautiful eyes and then turned to leave. Song Si finally sighed in relief, and the nerves that had been taut since he woke up finally loosened. 140, will the plot really self-repair? How come I feel you guys are not very reliable? Following this trend, even if the female lead is sent in front of Shan Xing, he won't even glance at her. It will. There was a hint of nervousness in 140's tone. Now, the biggest bug should be you. After you leave, the system will automatically correct the plot, increasing the encounters between the male and female leads so they can return to the story. Oh, Song Si stared blankly at the milky white ceiling. His system was too bad, so he dared only believe it to a certain extent. The doctors and nurses waiting outside rushed in to change the bandages only after confirming that Yi Ro had completely left, as the wound that had just been stitched reopened due to her strong grip, now bleeding profusely. Song Si sighed, his face contorted from pain, sweat beads the size of beans streaming down his temple, until they wrapped him up again. He breathed a sigh of relief and asked the doctor to help support him on the way to Qiao Nian's room. 140, I seem to recall you said there wasn't originally such a person. Still feeling a bit weak, even with 2 doctors supporting him, Song Si's legs kept stumbling. Yes, in the original work, Xia Sheng has always been single, and even though he frequented auctions, he has never brought back a boy. 140 replied, let alone treating one this fondly. Song Si fully understood, knocking on Qiao Nian's door. There was silence inside for a brief moment before the door opened slightly. Qiao Nian timidly peeked out half of his face, looking at him with some tension, his fingertips turning pale. Is there something? His grip on the doorframe was tight, his body lightly shaking. About what happened just now? Song Si struggled to stand firm against the wall. In fact, his main purpose was fearing that Qiao Nian would divulge secrets to Xia Sheng. If Xia Sheng knew, his escape plan would surely be ruined. Can you keep it confidential for me? His eyes were earnest. Qiao Nian looked at him intently for several seconds, hesitating whether to open the door wider, gesturing him to come in. Inside the room, it was dim, the curtains tightly drawn, the ground chaotically scattered with countless sheets of drawing paper, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Why do you want to run away? Qiao Nian sat among his drawings, continuing his creation. Grotesque scars covered his forearm, contrasting starkly against his fair skin, appearing particularly horrifying. Why run when Mr. Shan treats you so well? The paper was full of dense black lines, but despite Liao Xi's efforts, he couldn't figure out what Qiao Nian was drawing. Our family is very poor. Qiao Nian's head lowered, his movement ceaseless. My parents sold me to the club to repay debts. They taught me how to serve men, how to make the master happy better. I was born to be toyed with by men. Qiao Nian's voice was steady, but his grip on the pen trembled. The club has a rule, if a toy breaks, or fails to satisfy the master, it will be returned. I got sick. I broke, so my master hasn't come to see me. I'll definitely be returned. Qiao Nian's emotions suddenly collapsed, the tip of the pen breaking through the paper, tears flowing down onto it, smearing the ink. All finished, my master must dislike me. He finds me dirty and meaningless, so he doesn't want me anymore. Qiao Nian tilted his head towards Song Si, I envy you so much. His tear-filled eyes always seemed damp, like a stray little dog. For a moment, Song Si didn't know what to say. Considering the other party's mental state, he quietly squatted down and embraced him, listening to Qiao Nian's muffled voice coming from below. After being returned, we will be classified as defective products, and many customers can. Qiao Nian fell silent and didn't say anything more, but his body still couldn't stop trembling. Song Si wasn't sure how long he had stayed in this posture with him until his legs became numb. He then replied, because I don't like him. Outside the room came a rustling sound, and the half-open door was suddenly pushed open. Xia Sheng held a bunch of flowers, with laughter still lingering in his eyes. Little Year, I'm here to see you. But the next second, his expression changed from confusion to surprise to anger, creating a colorful array of emotions. Dan Xing, he called out to the next room, stop searching. There's no one in the room. Come quick and manage your wife. How could she hug my Little Year? Xia Sheng turned on the light in the room, carefully placed the bouquet and thermal bucket, then pulled Little Year back into his arms. Dan Xing slowly strolled over from the adjacent room, looking at Xia Sheng's anxious appearance. They coincidentally collided numbers. What's worrying about that? Song Si. What the hell, is he crazy or something? Due to propriety, Song Si couldn't outright curse. I am like a stray dog by the roadside who got kicked for just passing by. Seeing Song Si's rolling eyes almost reaching the heavens, Dan Xing's lips curled slightly, revealing amusement. 140, male lead affection value +5. 140, male lead romance line, 0 to 1. Male leads affection towards female lead -35%. Male leads affection 35.5%. Song Si, 6. Little Year, I haven't come these past 2 days because I didn't want to disturb your rest, and the doctor wouldn't let me in. Ever since seeing Qiao Nian again, Xia Sheng babbled non-stop, I brought some soup my mother stewed for you, eat more to recover your health. Since Qiao Nian hadn't agreed to keep the secret, Song Si paused silently and glanced back at him while Dan Xing led him away. Qiao Nian followed Xia Sheng's movement to take a sip of the soup, and as if sensing something, he looked up and blinked at Song Si. Don't look, let's go. Dan Xing saw the subtle interactions between the two and touched Song Si's uninjured head to turn his face back. Tomorrow, accompany me to handle company business. Big brother, it was agreed that I'd recuperate well in the hospital, why are you breaking the promise? Chapter 15, The overpowered male lead has let go, 15. Yi Yiru's presence was known to Shan Xing the moment she stepped into the hospital, for he understood that her words would merely be threats as written in the original storyline. Hence, Shan Xing did not have anyone deliberately eavesdrop. Still, to ensure everything went smoothly, he decided to keep her close at all times. Brother Shan Xing, I will interfere with your work, Song Si voiced his concerns instinctively. If Shan Xing continued to bring him along everywhere, not only would there be no chance of escape, but Song Si wouldn't even get a glimpse of Yi Yiru. It won't, Shan Xing picked him up and placed him on the bed gently. My body is too weak, I need rest. The office has a resting room where you can sleep. Shan Xing turned on the lamp next to the bed, adding, during this hospital stay, I will come see you every night. Song Si gave in. 140, do you think he sensed something? Why does he suddenly want me to accompany him to the company? It could also be due to the storyline repair. 140 replied, detected that the female lead will appear at Shan Xing's company tomorrow, so they want you to assist in fostering their relationship. Don't you find that each time the task is completed, his goodwill toward the female lead hasn't increased at all? The system hesitated momentarily before answering reluctantly, host, Shan Xing's red bar towards the female lead isn't full yet, I believe we still have a chance. Song Si mentally rolled his eyes at the comment and didn't retort. There are still wounds on your body, I fear pressing against them during the night might hurt you, so for now, I'll stay next door. Shan Xing helped him lie down carefully and closed the door quietly. The next morning, Song Si had not yet awakened when he faintly felt someone lifting him. When he opened his eyes again, he was already sitting in the back seat of a Maybach. Ding! The female lead is about to arrive at Shan Xing's company, please prepare in advance, side mission will be issued soon. Just as Song Si was waking up, the voice of 140 suddenly echoed in his mind. Wake up, came the voice from behind, belonging to Shan Xing. Song Si squinted for a while in confusion. Looking ahead at the slanted car back seat, he belatedly realized he was lying across Shan Xing's thighs. He hurriedly scrambled to get off of Shan Xing, but just as the car passed over a speed bump and shook violently, Song Si tumbled right back onto him. Shan Xing merrily pinned him firmly onto his lap. Stop moving around. You've got a shoulder injury. I'll carry you out of the car later. I didn't wake you this morning because you were sleeping so soundly, Shan Xing said softly, stroking a little tuft of Song Si's hair peeking out from under the blanket. Toiletries and breakfast are prepared at the office. Use them whenever you like, or if you're still tired, go back to sleep. Mr. President, we're here. The driver stopped the car steadily and reminded respectfully. Acknowledging with a sound, Shan Xing opened the door and tenderly lifted Song Si out of the car. Walking into the company this way drew quite some attention, naturally causing quite a stir among employees. This is Shan General's fiancée. She doesn't even look better than me, how did the boss even fancy him? Employee A muttered softly under their breath. Employee B chimed in agreement, exactly, Miss Yi looks way more beautiful than him, how could the boss pick him? You'd best keep quiet. It's rumored that he saved Shan General from being shot not long ago, he's now extremely treasured, the other employee whispered cautiously, be careful, or our bowls may be snatched if Mr. Shan hears us. Jealousy towards whoever is close to an irresistible person like Long Aotan is basic for everyone considered extras. Their supposedly quiet whispers reached Song Si's ears clearly, making him so awkward that he wanted to curl up and die. He took his hand off of Shan Xing's neck to cover his face. Shan Xing naturally heard these words as well. With a cold glance cast at the group, the few of them shivered with coldness and quickly shut their mouths, continuing silently with their work. Ding, female lead spotted, side mission commencing. Hearing this, Song Si moved his fingers slightly apart to spot a familiar figure vaguely in the waiting hall. Qing Lanwu wore makeup today that complemented her demure beauty, with a floral print dress adorned by a shawl. Her colorful hair glistened with star-studded pearl accessories. But what Song Si paid the most attention to wasn't her. Rather, it was the man on her arm. What's going on? Why is the female lead accompanied by another man? They're holding hands now. Widening his eyes, Song Si twisted around trying to take a clearer look at the people in the waiting room. Unfortunately, Shan Xing moved too fast, rushing past without stopping and directly boarding the elevator. You're still looking. We're already in the elevator. Because Song Si's movements were too conspicuous, Shan Xing couldn't help but notice. He patted Song Si's bottom lightly and remarked coolly. Upon feeling this gesture, Song Si immediately ceased all actions. Host, the person next to the female lead is this book's second male lead, Meng Jingqing, the authority figure of the Meng family. 140 introduced. Combat record, when the male and female leads were maliciously framed by a vicious secondary female character and misunderstandings arose, he took in the female lead. He was kicked away when the male and female leads reconciled. When the female lead was bullied by Yi Yiru and the male lead couldn't make it on time as if separated by half a globe, he always showed up just in time to offer comfort to her but got rejected with a good guy card in the end. When the female lead suffered from kidney failure, the male lead was deeply pained and dug out one of his kidneys to donate to her, but the female lead, who was mad at him at that moment, refused it and sneaked it back into him while he was asleep during the night. After giving her kidney back, the female lead's body became increasingly frail, but Dan Xing did not know that she had returned his kidney, so all he could do was helplessly watch Qin Lanwu become thinner and frilier every day without any recourse. Meng Jingqing was also heartbroken, thus he removed his kidney for the female lead under the cover of darkness one starless night. Song Ci. 3 crazy old coots. Song Ci, or he should just stay with Yi Yiru. Kidney brother, cornea sister. Qin Lanwu waiting in the hall naturally saw them too. From the moment Shan Xing walked in, her eyes were glued onto the two of them. Since the gambling den incident, she had dumped Fang Rui from Zui Jinfang. After much deliberation, she realized only someone with Meng Jingqing's stature could introduce her to Dan Xing again, so she proactively started flirting with Meng Jingqing once more. In their previous life, among all of her suitors, Meng Jingqing was the most passionate about her. Indeed, as expected, this time he didn't reject her either and agreed to bring her along for a business negotiation with Dan Xing. She hugged tighter to Meng Jingqing's arm and gave him a sweet smile. The last time, brother Dan Xing must have been furious due to her revealing clothes, so this time she would have to properly coax him back. Meng Jingqing looked at Qin Lanwu's smiling face and his lips curled up slightly with an ambiguous expression. In their previous life, no matter how he pampered Qin Lanwu and opposed the villainous women characters' families for her sake, provided her temporary shelter when things went awry between her and Dan Xing, even stood up against the world-leading Dan family just for her, she remained perpetually weak and frequently victimized. Thus, he donated his kidney, lungs, and eventually his heart, which ultimately led to his own demise, yet she still ran off with Dan Xing in the end. With his rebirth this lifetime, he originally planned to avoid entanglement with her, but unexpectedly, she confessed to him first. Meng Jingqing's eyes were as deep as spring water from an ancient well as he gazed upon her gently. Since this time you willingly offered yourself, there's no going back now. Chapter 16, Long Outyen, the male lead, has let it go, 16. Side mission. By 10 o'clock, allow the male and female protagonists to be alone together, and ensure the company employees know about their relationship. 0/1. The electronic voice at 140 sounded hesitant, but according to the main system's detection, the female protagonist is with the second male lead. Ah. Song Ci was desperate and helpless. How did the female protagonist end up with the second male lead? Weren't they supposed to have a love at first sight buff? And now the male protagonist wants to marry me, the cannon fodder, while the female protagonist is dating the second male lead? If the female protagonist is already with the second male lead, how are we supposed to make employees know what kind of relationship exists? Moreover, they should be inseparable by now. How could we leave the male and female protagonists alone? Little Ci, what are you muttering about? Song Ci had maintained one position since putting someone on the sofa. His expression kept changing, as if someone was talking to him in his mind. Ever since being locked up in a cage, he had been frequently daydreaming, talking to himself, and behaving entirely differently from before. He thought it was just occasional at first, but considering his own awakening along with Song Ci's abnormal behavior, he increasingly felt something wasn't right. Dan Xing placed the heated rice porridge in front of Song Ci and naturally sat down next to him. I have a meeting at 9. Does my baby need to sleep some more in the rest room? 1:40, host, it's a meeting with the second male lead, and the female protagonist should attend too. No. Song Ci quickly responded, cutely moving his face close to Dan Xing's hand, I'm suddenly not sleepy anymore, I want to accompany brother Dan Xing in the meeting. Dan Xing gently touched his face twice after Song Ci moved closer, hesitated for a moment, then said, Little Ci, I feel like you've been different lately. The smile on Song Ci's face froze slightly as his chin was gently lifted, in what way am I different? Dan Xing looked at him closely, gazing into his slightly confused eyes, are you Song Ci? I am. It feels like there's another person inside you. Song Ci's pupils quaked. How is that possible? He rubbed against Dan Xing like a puppy, Little Ci has always been Little Ci. Seeing Song Ci's actions, Dan Xing looked deeply at him, then suddenly let go and stood up, murmuring lightly, that's good. Huh. Song Ci didn't hear clearly, his gaze lifting higher as Dan Xing stood. Why ask this all of a sudden? Did he sense something? But before he could think further, there was a knock on the office door, and the secretary's voice came from outside. President, people from the Meng family have arrived. Enter. Dan Xing, after stepping away from Song Ci's state of interaction, resumed his king-like demeanor. Sitting properly, with his legs crossed, he looked calmly at Meng Jingqing and Qin Lanwu who entered, a slight curl on his lips, sit. Although Qin Lanwu held Meng Jingqing's arm as she sat, her eyes remained fixed on Dan Xing the whole time. Meng Jingqing noticed this naturally and tightened his arm's hold, pressing his lips into a straight line. In such formal circumstances, Song Ci obviously couldn't interject much and could only watch them drink the porridge nervously and darkly from the side. Host, due to an increase in plot bugs, the mission difficulty has increased. The main system will arrange for the second male lead to use the restroom around 9:30. Please detain him at that time so that the male and female protagonists get enough time to be together. Alright. Song Si mentally agreed. To avoid making Dan Xing suspicious, he quickly finished his porridge in 2 or 3 sips, quietly shifted closer to Dan Xing, pulling his clothes. Brother Dan Xing, I'm full. Dan Xing paused the conversation and turned his head to look at him, unsure what Song Si was going to do next. I want to walk around, can I see your company? He opened his mouth carefully. On the side, Qing Lamos stared jealously at him with piercing glares. Not allowed, your wound hasn't healed yet, you shouldn't move around randomly. 140, please help me use that skill. Since Dan Xing outright refused, Song Si had no other option but to tough it out and beg, Brother Dan Xing, please let me go, look, I haven't come to your company before, I promise I won't wander off. Have bodyguards follow me. The scent of Song Si's scheming spread fragrantly over long distances, choking Dan Xing, who still coughed but suspiciously looked at him. Song Si pitifully pulled at his sleeve again, if that doesn't work, can you provide a wheelchair for me? Get bodyguards to push me around. Dan Xing tried to pick up the contract several times to continue discussing with Meng Jingchen, but Song Si kept chirping incessantly beside him like a little bird. To maintain the public image of doting on his wife, he had no choice but to agree, dispatching 10 bodyguards to guard him closely. Song Si, accompanied by 10 bodyguards, left the office in grand fashion. He didn't go far, lingering near the entrance while keeping an eye on Meng Jingchen's movements. Inside the spacious office, it grew quieter after Song Si's departure. Qing Lamu gradually released her grip from Meng Jingchen's arm but continued to stare unblinkingly at Dan Xing. Meng Jingchen felt a twinge of bitterness inside him but maintained his composure while continuing the conversation with Dan Xing. Gradually, a strange sensation arose within him, and after holding back for a moment, he finally said, "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom." After turning on the faucet and quickly washing his hands twice, Meng Jingchen was about to leave when someone suddenly appeared in front of him, or rather, under him. Song Si struggled with maneuvering the wheelchair, rolling toward the door as he stopped him, "Don't rush off." Meng Jingchen looked down at him and slowly wiped his hands with a handkerchief. "Is there something? Don't be together with Qing Lamu anymore. How about me?" Song Si's eyes sparkled mischievously as he glanced at Meng Jingchen. Song Si. 140. What's this terrible idea? Asking me to seduce him to waste time? Don't you see what I'm wearing? A hospital gown, for heaven's sake. And I just heard him laugh. Aren't you supposed to be Mr. Shan's fiancé? What does this mean? Meng Jingchen's dark eyes narrowed slightly, and he sneered, when you have such a big fish, why bother looking at me? Caught in his own trap, Song Si knew this was the perfect opportunity for the male and female protagonists to spend some time alone. Meng Jingchen couldn't return yet. Sticking his neck out, he lied boldly, naturally, have you forgotten? His voice became sticky, almost coquettish, didn't I say those years ago that my only love is you? Shan Dan means nothing to me, just a temporary ATM. Slowly, he stood up from the wheelchair and took a step forward. Jingchen, let's reconcile. Stay away from Qing Lamu. Let's elope right now. Meng Jingchen remained still, listening quietly to his nonsense, but his gaze was fixed behind Song Si. Why don't you turn around? Huh? Song Si suddenly felt uneasy, sensing a chill down his back. Bow bow, getting bold, aren't you? Song Si's body stiffened before mechanically turning around. Dan Xing had a dark expression, his smile chilling. He lightly placed a hand on Song Si's shoulder. You really shouldn't have been let out. Now you're secretly flirting with other men, huh? Chapter 17, Long Aotan, the male lead, has realized everything, 17. Warning. Warning. Fluctuation in male lead's emotions is increasing. Male lead affinity -10. Male lead affinity +5. Male lead affinity -2 +5 +10 -3 +10 -2 +5. Shan Xing's mood was complex at this moment. After Meng Jingchen left, King Lan began to reveal her true colors and started to constantly pester him, saying she was wrong, and that what happened with Meng Jingchen was just for fun. She claimed that her true love was him. He paid no attention to her and merely waited in his spot for Meng Jingchen to return and continue their discussion. But Meng Jingchen didn't show up, instead, Lan Qinyan grew even more audacious and attempted to sit on his lap. Just as he was about to push her away, there were 3 knocks on the half-open door before it opened. The secretary respectfully walked in carrying 4 cups of hot tea. She did not wish to disturb the president's business negotiation, so she intended to set down the tea and leave quickly. However, she unexpectedly witnessed this awkward scene. The secretary suddenly bowed her head low, finished setting down the tea, then immediately turned around like someone who had accidentally discovered a secret, and hurried out of the room. Shan Xing pushed Lan Qinyan off with an iron-gray face, and then turned around to leave. Based on the information provided by his bodyguards, he found Song Si. Before he could open the door, he heard Song Si clearly say, "The one I love most is only you." He endured listening further, and his face became increasingly gloomy. Shan. Shan brother. Why are you here? Song Si swallowed hard and looked anxiously at him. I wouldn't have known if I weren't here, right? That Xiao Si still has an ex-lover. It was very strange. He should not have been angry. After all, Song Si was just a pawn to him, and he had more than enough ability to keep the person by his side. It didn't matter who Song Si liked. But when he saw Song Si stand together with Meng Jingqing and say those words, he couldn't help clenching his fists, feeling jealousy rise within him. Who Song Si liked shouldn't matter to him. It doesn't matter. Damn, but he cared too much. An alarm bell ringing at 140 decibels echoed 3D style in Song Si's ears, rising and falling again and again. Song Si also paid no attention to Meng Jingqing behind him, obediently sitting back into the wheelchair with a sheepish smile. Weren't you supposed to be in the office? It's over. Song Si stole a glance at Shan Xing's wristwatch, which clearly indicated it had already passed 10 o'clock. With the key male protagonist being present here, the task obviously had failed. 140, protagonist affinity -5-5-10. 140, male lead romance line, 0 to 1. Affinity from male lead to protagonist -55%. Male lead affinity 50%. What? How come, despite putting such a big hat on the male lead, his affinity keeps going up? What did the female protagonist do? Her affinity dropped so much. Listening to 140's electronic voice gradually revealing the facts, Song Si closed his eyes and clenched his heart, pushing forward on the wheels and hugging Shan Xing's leg. Let me explain. In order for Yi Ro to successfully escape with himself a few days later, he must avoid being imprisoned by Shan Xing now. Shan Xing. Shan Xing did not respond but bent down to caress Song Si's head, gently massaging it. He slowly raised his head, calmly looking straight into Meng Jingqing's eyes, yet even so, people around him could still sense the rage deeply hidden in his eyes. No one knew when the housekeeper had appeared. He skillfully ordered Shan Xing's close personal security team and bodyguards to place anti-slip blankets on the ground to start dousing the fire. Ice and flames enveloped them together. At this moment, Song Si physically understood what it meant to experience both freezing cold and burning heat. Mr. Meng, I believe our cooperation does not need to proceed any further. Shan Xing pulled on the chair back with Song Si, stepping aside to let Meng Jingqing go past. Meng Jingqing did not display much emotion on his face. In the previous life, they never managed to conclude this collaboration either. Forget collaboration, it was in the previous life that he had made enemies countless times with the Shan family for Qing Lan Yen. He gave a slight nod, taking a step over Shan Xing. At the exact moment of passing each other, Shan Xing whispered quietly, I sent the surveillance footage from the office to your email. Take good care of your girlfriend. Don't let me see her again. Of course. Meng Jingqing casually adjusted his wristwatch. During the second they locked eyes with Shan Xing, he smirked faintly. Song Si's heart quivered. He realized something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, after watching Meng Jingqing leave, Shan Xing's dark gaze immediately locked onto himself. The man's hand delicately rubbed Song Si's neck, recalling Song Si's frantic state earlier. A faint smile crept across the man's lips. Then, my dear Xiao Si, begin your defense now. Chapter 18, Dragon Proud and Overbearing Male Lead has realized, 18. Am I not rich enough? The bitter jealousy soaked into his heart. Shan Xing felt strange, even though it was obvious that Song Si was putting on an act, he still couldn't help but feel the acid reflux in his heart, wanting Song Si to never touch another man. The frown of the man made him feel like this sensation had existed for a long time already. Starting from the birdcage incident, the current Song Si has been giving him an increasingly familiar feeling. He had been through such situations more than once, yet for some reason, Song Si felt that Shan Xing's tone today was slightly different. As they were in a standoff, a conversation gradually approached from afar. Wow, Boss Shan just met with his lover and is now looking for Mrs. That person covered her mouth, asking softly. Let me tell you, earlier, the woman that President Meng brought over was climbing all over the president's leg. Is she not a lover? Ha ha ha. And yet, he says next week he will be engaged. I told you, Lao Song Si and Boss Shan won't last long together. The president is just playing around and has already chosen his next mistress. The two of them holding their coffees burst out laughing, completely unaware that the real parties were standing quietly by the bathroom door looking at them. Looking beside him, at Shan Xing who looked somewhat off, Song Si hesitated momentarily before saying, actually, I have intermittent deafness. Shan Xing. An employee nearby laughed till tears came down, look this way, let alone getting engaged, probably after a few days, the president would ditch him. Her colleague suddenly stopped talking, gave a dry laugh or two and then grew embarrassed, intending to walk away but found their boss who'd supposedly found himself a young girl pushing his fiancée right in front of her face. Who said I found myself a young girl? Shan Xing's mood worsened after the entire day's frustration, his forehead twitched violently, you two are so free. To come gossip about me? S.H. Shan. Boss. Their faces instantly turned pale as death, Boss Shan, we're sorry. We shouldn't comment on you and the madam. Almost simultaneously, both threw pleading gazes toward Song Si, but even he couldn't help himself at this moment. Noticing the person next to him stealthily hiding behind him, Shan Xing's anger eventually lessened. He flipped Song Si, wheelchair included. You don't need to come back tomorrow. He held on to the chair's handle, tapping lightly with his slender fingers. Old Lou, send a message down. Anyone caught talking bad about Madam behind her back, pack up your things and get out. Terrified nearly out of their wits, the two begged a few more times, but when several muscular security guards appeared before them, they immediately became silent with fright. Shan Xing let out a light breath. These two appearing disrupted his fire and left him unsure how to release it. He nodded, signaling the bodyguards to disperse, and began pushing Song Ci back, contemplating settling accounts later. Ding! Congratulations, host completed the subtask. At 10 o'clock, allow the male and female lead to be alone and make company employees aware of the relationship between the male and female leads. 1/1. Song Ci, The task is complete. Do the employees know what kind of relationship? Know the relationship between them as lovers? Song Ci was astonished. 140 paused for a moment before speaking. Even if it's the relationship as small lovers, doesn't it count as a relationship? Song Ci's voice wasn't loud, but Shan Xing immediately noticed. His sidelong glance never left Song Ci. Sure enough, the other person's eyebrows slightly furrowed, the expression complicated as if conversing with someone else. Though this mission succeeded, the red bar for the heroine is almost full. Song Ci was almost desperate. This event will definitely raise Shan Xing's suspicion. If the red bar for the heroine fills up, does that mean the task fails? No, there's actually one more way. 140 paused. Little Ci. What's wrong? Suddenly stopping his steps, Shan Xing behind him caused Song Ci to tilt forward due to inertia but quickly stabilized him. What do you call me? Song Ci was dumbfounded, blankly gazing upward at him. Huh? Shan Xing looked at him patiently and repeated, my name. Shan Xing, right? What's wrong? Full name. Seriously, what's wrong with this guy today? Why does he suddenly want me to call him by his full name? Song Ci widened his eyes and frantically typed at 140. Normal people wouldn't remember such a long-ass name. Nicholas, Dragon Overbearing Sky, and then Krovsky. Dominate the world, Shan Xing. He read it aloud following the system, slightly stammering. Big brother Shan Xing, why did you ask me this question? By tracing this action, every move he makes becomes traceable. The smile at the corner of Shan Xing's mouth involuntarily rose again. The original Song Ci didn't stumble this much when reciting his own name. Nothing. In a good mood, he brought Song Ci back to the lounge and placed him on the sofa, then turned around and took a pen and paper from the table. What is this? Looking at the snow-white A4 paper in front of him, Song Ci couldn't figure out what Shan Xing meant for a moment. I don't want to keep you locked up, but I'm still a bit angry. Shan Xing leaned on the table slightly, tapping the paper on the table. My full name, write it 100 times, and that will make today's incident pass. Song Ci. Chapter 19, The male lead Long Aotan has let go, 19. The paper was densely filled with full names in single lines. Song Ci's wrist ached from writing, and he was about to throw up from copying. Forget memorizing it, now he could fluently recite it with his eyes closed. Dan Xing didn't return to his desk either but sat beside him reviewing documents, occasionally glancing at him. Song Ci felt like there were thorns on his back and bones in his throat, restless and uneasy as sitting on pins and needles or walking on thin ice. Finished copying? Seeing him put down the pen, Dan Xing set aside his work and gestured for him to hand over the paper. Song Ci awkwardly replied with a sound and passed over the paper. I'm done. I feel a bit suffocated. Can I go back? After what happened today, being in the same room with the male lead truly made him extremely uncomfortable, prompting him to look for an excuse to leave. Also, here at the company Dan Xing was keeping a tight watch, whereas at the hospital, he could better connect with the people sent by Yi Yiru. Looking at the elegant handwriting before him, Dan Xing's expression relaxed, and out of great mercy, he let Song Ci go. Alright, I'll have Uncle Lou send you back shortly. In a good mood, he propped his chin up, observing Song Ci's little sneaky actions. The original Song Ci had dropped out of school in middle school and didn't have such good handwriting. Uncle Lou acted swiftly. Just as his order was given, someone had already come to pick them up. Oh right, yesterday, I discussed with Mom and Dad. He looked at Song Ci's delighted figure after a pause, then spoke up. The wedding is set for the first day of August. The first day of August? It was already late July, there were less than 10 days until the wedding. The likelihood of successfully escaping was still far away, the road obstructed and long. That's right, Mom and Dad have always wanted to see Xiao Ci. It was postponed because of your coma. Dan Xing stood up and followed out of the rest room. So baby, prepare yourself. Mom and Dad should be coming to see you in a couple of days. Alright. Song Ci's complexion turned grim, yet he still responded. There will be another meeting in the afternoon. I might get home late today. Sleep earlier tonight. Dan Xing leaned back on the chair as if he hadn't seen anything, giving an instruction. He also needed time to process his current feelings towards Song Ci. After returning to the hospital, Song Ci did not immediately return to his room. After much hesitation, he knocked on Xiao Nian's door. About 5 minutes later, the door opened slightly, revealing a fraction of Xiao Nian's head, with red-rimmed eyes. Song Ci. He cautiously opened the door a bit more, making space for Song Ci to step inside. The room was still pitch black, and a bouquet of flowers lay on the table, given by Xiaxing the day before. Xiao Nian's eyes glistened, as though he had been crying recently. You, seeing his appearance, Song Ci choked on the words he had intended to say. Is it about yesterday? Noticing his hesitation, Xiao Nian blinked a few times and asked. Song Ci nodded lightly. Rest assured, I won't tell the master. Besides. His voice lowered, Mr. Dan likes you so much. If I said bad things about you to the master, I'd definitely annoy him. Why do you always feel that you will be returned? Song Ci didn't understand. Even ordinary people could see Xiaxing's concern for Xiao Nian. To prevent further attempts of suicide, all windows in the room were equipped with bars, and no sharp objects could be found inside. Yesterday, Xiaxing's attitude towards him upon his return clearly demonstrated his fondness for Xiao Nian. There's a boy in the club who was found with a tendency for self-mutilation, then his owner returned him. He stayed in the punishment room for a very long time. Covering his head with both hands, a bit of his wrist revealed itself. Though the room was dim, Song Ci could make out the fine scars on his wrist splitting open, blood droplets seeping out, flowing along the sleeve into his patient gown. He is the same level as me, so the club also brought me into the punishment room and locked me up for a month, making me watch him being punished. Xiao Nian curled into a small ball, trembling, and constantly scratching at the scars on his arms. What happened to your wrist? Ignoring everything else, Song Ci reached out to restrain his movements. I don't want to be returned. But the master has already discovered that I'm damaged, Wu. Xiaxing hasn't abandoned you. Mr. Dan told me yesterday. He was very anxious when he found you in the bathtub. And didn't you see? He came to see you yesterday. Due to his injuries, Song Ci couldn't muster any strength, unable even to hold down Xiao Nian's slight build. He'll soon lose interest. I'm broken, and he'll quickly stop liking me. I'm ruined. He moved chaotically, tears soaking both of their hospital gowns. Song Ci had no choice but to press the emergency call button next to the bed. When Xiao Nian had his episode, he couldn't hear anything around him, emitting startled cries like a little animal, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked around vigilantly. It was only after the doctor arrived and administered a sedative that he gradually calmed down. Song Ci sat by his bed in a daze for a while, and half an hour later, Xiaxing hurriedly arrived after being notified by the hospital. In his rush, his hair was tousled by the wind, and he'd even forgotten to wear his suit jacket. Song Ci got up to let Xiaxing take a seat, retreating back to his soft, comfortable wheelchair. Seeing the worry in Xiaxing's eyes, he observed silently for a moment before deciding to speak up. Xiao Nian always thinks you'll send him away. I won't. Xiao Nian had already fallen asleep quietly in bed, with new bandages wrapped around his arm by the doctor. Xiaxing gazed softly at his sleeping face, his eyes betraying nothing but warmth and concern. He told me many things about the club, including the fate of those who were forced to return, Song Ci said gently, reminding him. He never mentioned it to me, Xiaxing responded with a bitter smile. Thank you. Seeing that Xiao Nian was well cared for, Song Ci felt there was no need to stay and was just about to leave when Xiaxing suddenly called out behind him. Wait a minute. What is it? Song Ci, gripping the doorknob, hesitated and turned around. But Xiaxing wasn't looking at him. His gaze was directed behind the door. Her people should be waiting for you in your room. What do you mean? Song Ci felt uneasy. He couldn't figure out how Dan Xing and Xiaxing could have synchronized their moves to unsettle him twice in one day. Rest assured, I won't tell a hang since you told me this. Xiaxing waved his hand, signaling Song Ci to leave whenever he wanted. Watching Song Ci's hurried departure, Xiaxing slowly shifted his focus back to Xiao Nian. It didn't matter whether he told Dan Xing or not. Anyway, there was no way for Song Ci to escape. What did Xiaxing mean by that? Was he referring to Yi Yiru's people? Song Ci mumbled in his mind as he entered his room. The light inside had already been switched on, and several doctors were standing here and there. Upon seeing him come in, they quickly made space for him. Mr. Song, it's time to change your medicine. Song Ci nodded and cooperated as they removed his bandages. Meanwhile, the doctor behind him applying the ointment whispered into his ear, Miss says 3 days from now, 10 a.m., meet at the staircase on the first floor. Chapter 20, Long Aotan's Realization, 20. As dusk settled in, the clock in the room pointed to 8, but Dan Xing had yet to return. Song Ci was glad to have some leisure time and discussed the next plan with 140. Meng Jingqing probably won't continue the conversation with the female lead after learning what happened today. After Yi Yiru helps me escape without my interference, once the plot fixes itself, Dan Xing's affection for the female lead should improve. He sighed, but judging from their emotional connection during the few times they've been alone, even if I leave, it doesn't guarantee that their feelings will grow. But these instances were all because the host was present. Once you successfully escape, the system will keep increasing their chances of meeting. 140 wasn't entirely sure, it knew its system was subpar but still offered a weak reassurance. Song Ci leaned half against the bedhead, feeling lost as he caught a faint aroma. It smelled like hot pot. Song Si swallowed reflexively. Since crossing over, he'd only been eating cabbage stewed with tofu, receiving intravenous nutrients when unconscious, and drinking porridge upon waking up. It had been a long time since he last tasted anything strongly flavored. Anyway, this was Dan Xing's hospital, and after debating internally for a while, he decided to step out of his room. Since the hospital belonged to a private entity, the hallway at night was particularly quiet. Thus, the butler standing in front of Dan Xing's room commanding servants to bring dishes stood out conspicuously. Old Lu clearly didn't expect Song Si from the ward to suddenly open the door, so they awkwardly stared at each other for a moment before Old Lu wiped his sweat. I thought this hospital had excellent soundproofing. Song Si gave a nervous laugh, but it doesn't block out the smell. Dan Xing's door was left ajar, and naturally, he heard the commotion outside. Following the noise, Song Si looked inside. The man had taken off his usual perfectly tailored suit for convenience, rolling up the sleeves twice to reveal sturdy forearms. On the table sat a steaming pot of red-spiced soup. Dan Xing paused mid-action with his chopsticks still hovering above the dish, glancing at him calmly as beads of sweat trickled down from his temple. "Brother Dan Xing, isn't it true that you have stomach problems?" Song Si hesitated for 2 seconds, then his stomach betrayed him by grumbling loudly. Could it be that he's a Sichuan Chongqing tycoon? 140 hadn't mentioned this before. Seeing how much he craved the food, Dan Xing didn't stop moving and gestured for Song Si to sit in an available spot. "I indeed have a stomach problem." The man grabbed another bowl, using clear water to filter the cooked mutton slices and handed them to Song Si. His face appeared somewhat pale, and Song Si originally mistook the perspiration on his forehead for the heat, but now realized otherwise. Before Song Si could utter another word, Dan Xing quietly continued chewing, swiftly covering his mouth. "Don't rush. Your stomach condition will flare up soon enough." It's unclear why authors always give the CEO character the stomach disease trope. Taking advantage of the perfect opportunity today, Dan Xing ordered Uncle Lu to prepare a hot pot right there. With half of his face covered by Dan Xing's hand, Song Si made several indistinct noises and futilely attempted to pry the hands away. Failing that, he stopped moving altogether, his eyes gradually becoming misty from the rising steam. Dan Xing's complexion grew increasingly paler, and spasmodic sensations started building up in his stomach. When he judged it was about time, he put down his chopsticks and noticed the concerned look from beside him. "That's enough," he gently squeezed Song Si's neck. "The emergency room is right next door, I can walk myself over." Song Si. "No way. This guy is seriously ill." Despite having a stomach issue, he eats hot pot right outside the emergency room, expecting to get medical attention immediately after. Song Si's confusion was so apparent that Dan Xing couldn't help but take a second glance. Thinking back to the sensation of touching the other's lips just moments ago, he slowly clenched his palm. He seemed to begin understanding this strange emotion brewing inside him. Actually, continuing with the wedding would also not be a bad idea. "Master Song, President Dan said that all dishes are not ready yet, please continue eating. Someone will assist you with the water filtering later." The butler approached Song Si after Dan Xing left and arranged the bowls and chopsticks properly for him. Song Si nodded, defiantly imitating Dan Xing's earlier actions by directly reaching for the dish. But Lu Bo was quicker than he expected, stopping his arm instantly. "Your wound hasn't healed completely. You shouldn't eat." With a sulk, Song Si retracted his hand and obediently picked up the bowl given to him by Dan Xing. For the next 2 days, Dan Xing didn't insist on bringing Song Si to the company, and Qin Lanwu didn't appear either. In his idle moments in the hospital, Song Si visited Xiao Nian. Xia Xing regarded him highly and practically came to the hospital whenever he had time, meticulously attaching anti-collision guards to all corners with edges such as walls and table legs. However, Xiao Nian's state visibly weakened. After the hot pot night, Dan Xing came to his ward for 2 consecutive days, and Song Si had no idea what was on his mind, not even when he stared at his phone playing Candy Crush could unexpectedly increase his affinity value. By the day of their appointment with Yi Yiru, the male lead's liking towards him had already reached 60 points. "Today we'll try on suits." The bandages on Song Si's head had been removed, and because of his thick hair, the bald spots weren't too noticeable. "Huh." Upon hearing this, Song Si looked up, still with some soup stains on his lips. "For wearing during the wedding. I'll take you to pick out a few that you like." Dan Xing took the empty bowl from his hands, gently stroking his head in comfort. Song Si pouted, letting the other person rub and mold his head as he pleased, though he didn't know why this man suddenly fell in love with playing with his hair these days. "Can I skip it?" he cautiously asked. "I'm still injured, it's not suitable for me to go out far." The meeting point with Yi Yiru was at the hospital. If he went out with Dan Xing to try on clothes, it would be hard to come back afterward. "It's not far, just within the city." Dan Xing consoled, "There are professional designers and stylists there who won't touch your wound." Song Si rolled his eyes mischievously, bringing the other's hand back to his head for a couple more strokes. "I don't want to leave the hospital. Can you have them come over to help me choose?" Today, Song Si's tea-like charm returned. Dan Xing crossed his right leg, tapping lightly on his knee, watching him with dark pupils. It was uncertain what antics he was about to pull today. These past few days, he had caught up on reading dozens of system novels, speculating that the system must have assigned him a new mission again. All right. He readily agreed, with the manager behind him lowering his head to step out upon receiving the instruction, "Baby, get ready. The designer will be here in half an hour." Considering his prior experience at the company, these days Dan Xing watched him even closer unless someone came to relieve him. It might be difficult even to make it to the building's entrance. Song Si was supported by him walking toward the restroom, brushing his teeth and washing his face under his watchful eye. Just as he was contemplating an excuse to go out later, there was a knock on the door outside the room. "President, today is the young master's regular checkup." A few doctors stood respectfully outside the door, all treating Dan Xing with utmost respect. "The equipment has been prepared." Song Si stood behind Dan Xing. Several doctors were wearing masks, but one of them seemed strikingly familiar. It was Yi Yiru's person. In the next chapter, catching the runaway wife starts with lots of scheming, hands rubbing like flies. Chapter 21, the overpowering male lead, Long Aotan, has realized. 21. Song Si felt much more at ease in his heart. He avoided the gazes of the informants as he followed into the physical examination department. These past few days, Song Si had been having routine physical checkups regularly. Shan Xing did not say much, and simply instructed his assistant on what to take note of for later. Shan Xing originally wanted to come along, but unfortunately, Xia Xing called him with news that a company project had problems which needed solving, so he went back inside. Song Si obediently underwent each examination, constantly observing whether there were any hints from the undercover doctor. During the blood test, there will be a boy whose appearance and build resembles yours. You two should exchange clothes. Each examination item was accompanied by different doctors. When they reached this undercover's examination station, he whispered softly. "The boy will substitute for you for the rest of the tests." He lowered his voice further, "But you have to act fast, Mr. Shan will realize soon." Song Si nodded, pretending to be unconcerned as he completed the checkup in front of him. Sure enough, during the blood test, there was a boy who resembled him 7/10 waiting at the window. The doctor within the window, likely one of Yi Yiru's people, pretended not to notice anything and continued focusing on their own tasks. Once they swapped clothes, the boy continued the physical examination wearing the patient gown. Song Si changed into a hoodie with athletic pants, his baseball cap pulled down low to cover his uneven hairstyle. To avoid appearing too obvious, he declined the mask offered by the boy and headed towards the staircase corridor. After settling the company matters, Shan Xing turned off his phone and wearily rubbed his temples. In order to free up time for the wedding, these past few days he had been handling official business around the clock, not having a proper sleep for several days now. He leaned back and closed his eyes for a bit. 10 minutes later when the designers and their assistants arrived, Song Si still hadn't returned. "Where's Xiao Si?" He noticed something was off, and the slightly pleasant expression on his face darkened again. The servants bowed their heads, not daring to respond, until fake Song Si, who had stubbornly refused to leave, was brought back by several doctors. It was then that Shan Xing's expression completely shattered. Unlike usual, whether it be in front of Lan Qingwu, Song father, or Meng Jingcheng, he could always perceive traces of acting. This time, however, he was genuinely trying to escape. The dark pathology that had been lurking in his heart gradually took shape. He had just realized his feelings, and the other party ran away. He took a deep breath, his dark as ink eyes cold like thin blades. It didn't matter if Xiao Si didn't like him, as long as he liked him, that would be enough. If he ran, he would catch him again. "What are you standing around for? Bring him back." "Yes." The subordinates bowed to receive the command, but hesitated to move. Shan Xing fell silent for a few seconds before gritting his teeth and adding another sentence. "Shj die." Hearing the familiar term, the subordinates became energized, quickly dispersing to follow orders. The check can be used normally now. Seeing Song Si successfully escape, Yi Yiru crossed her arms and glanced at him. "I've already booked you a flight ticket to City C. There's an apartment suite there which I'll consider as a gift from me." The Maserati sped through the expressway, heading towards the nearest airport in the city. "But remember." She casually threw the ticket towards Song Si, "If you dare to go back on your word, forget about the check, I'll show you what I can do to you." Giving money and even a house, she truly appeared both beautiful and kind-hearted. Song Si internally commented on this, promptly agreeing. Just as he grabbed the plane ticket, his smile still present, his expression suddenly drastically changed. The check. Where was his check? Since finalizing the conditions with Yi Yiru that day, he had been carrying the check with him at all times except. His lips grew increasingly pale. Except on the day he fainted after blocking the bullet for Shan Xing and remained unconscious for 7 days. When he woke up, his clothes had already been replaced with a hospital gown. Could it be that, the other party knew all along that he planned to escape? At the appropriate time, I'll arrange for someone to create a false identity for you. From now on, don't let me see you anywhere near my dear brother Shan Xing. Yi Yiru made some more sarcastic remarks about how greedy Song Si was, but he didn't hear a single word. Judging by the speed of how a literary male lead of Long Aotan type catches people, he probably wouldn't make it to the airport before being caught again. But strangely, it didn't happen that way. His entire journey through security, waiting for the flight, and boarding the plane proceeded unnaturally smoothly. Only when he arrived at City C did he finally breathe a sigh of relief, following Yi Rose person into the pre-prepared house. The house, which had been left unused for a long time, had already accumulated a thin layer of dust. As soon as Song Si entered, he was choked by the dust and coughed twice. By the time he landed, it was already late. Inside the dark room, he cupped his mouth and nose as he looked for the light switches, pressing them one by one. The light bulb flickered twice with a malfunction, and he looked over in confusion, suddenly noticing a vague shadow on the sofa. Song Si's heart tightened. Just as he was about to turn and run, the door behind him abruptly shut itself. The lighting returned to normal, and the figure on the couch became clearer. Shan Xing sat there with his legs crossed, slightly tilting his head to look at the flustered individual before him. His calm pupils masked simmering anger, yet his lips still curved in a tender smile as he beckoned Song Si closer. "Xiao Si, come here." Song Si's pupils shrank instantly as he panicked, yanking the doorknob a few times. It was evident that the door had already been locked from the outside. 140, host, current male lead anger level 70%, goodwill value +5. How come you're not speaking now? Are you talking to the man paused briefly, searching for an apt term, to your system, inside your mind? What? Song Si remained glued against the doorframe, not daring to take a step forward. Seeing his hesitation, the man didn't push, rising slowly instead, advancing step by step. Everyone worships and loves me according to preordained scripts, including my parents. Shan Xing was content letting Song Si hide in the corner, making it easier for him to pin the other person down. His long fingers gripped Song Si's cheeks, squeezing them gently with a smile. "You are different from them, your worries and care are genuine. Big brother, my concern and worry are all for completing the mission." Song Si's mouth was slightly puffed up from being pinched, unable even to catch his breath. Shan Xing massaged the soft sensation beneath his hand and sighed. "You're not Song Si, are you? Here we go again." Song Si frantically shook his head but was held firmly in place. "You aren't." Shan Xing chuckled lightly, releasing Song Si's cheeks. Clear red marks were left on both of Song Si's face. His heart pounded violently. He had no idea why Shan Xing was asking these things so suddenly, each sentence more unsettling than the last. "Xiao Si, do you like me?" Song Si opened his mouth but couldn't think of what to say. Before he could respond, the man in front calmly replied for him, "It doesn't matter if you don't like me, I like Xiao Si, and that's enough." The man tightly held Song Si's body, pecking at his eyebrows, eyes, then cheeks, moving further down. And captured Song Si's lips. Song Si stared in shock at the man in front of him, coincidentally meeting Shan Xing's unwavering gaze. His dark pupils bored deeply into him, watching silently. Mm. Song Si's brain froze for a moment before quickly starting to struggle. He vigorously slapped Shan Xing's back, but the strength disparity was too great. Not only did the man remain unmoving, but he also hugged Song Si tighter. He was pinned in the corner, mercilessly kissed by Shan Xing. The air was gradually being stolen from his mouth, his vision slightly going white. "My heavens, my earth, my pants, my coat," my brain turned to mush. What should I do? He was straight. How could he lose his first kiss to another man? Chapter 22, Long Aotan's Epiphany, 22. Feeling the breathing of the person beneath him grow increasingly rapid, Dan Xing mercifully let him go, watching as Song Si gasped heavily due to extreme oxygen deprivation. Has little Si never been kissed before? Dan Xing pinched Song Si's chin, satisfied with the sight of his lips, which he had bitten red. Song Si's mouth slightly opened, still a bit dazed from the kiss, and subconsciously answered, "No. Before meeting me, you were a regular at bars." Having enjoyed the kiss, Dan Xing's tone carried a playful lilt. "I know your body better than you do." Song Si. He hesitated, then closed his mouth and stopped answering. Liked hanging out in bars, gambling, and left with debts of 5 million yuan. He habitually stroked Song Si's hair. "The opportunity to be by my side was indeed created by your parents. I gave you 10 million yuan, but you didn't give them a single cent, you lost it all. Baby, do you know all this?" With the intense gaze of the other pressing on him, Song Si's breathing grew more urgent, his body sliding down the wall. 140, what's going on? What does he mean by these words? Is he also means transmigrated or reincarnated? Host, if we encountered colleagues, there would have been warnings. 140 softly denied. Little Si, can you still be distracted? Dan Xing slowly pulled out a check, waving it in front of Song Si. "Now, explain properly to me." The man's smile remained unfading. "What is this?" Song Si tightly clenched his lower lip, not daring to speak, trembling as he crouched down, and then suddenly slipped out of Dan Xing's arms and tried to run away. Then, like catching a chick, he was picked up by the nape of the neck and directly thrown over the shoulder. Song Si. This isn't right. Struggling aimlessly, wanting to get down, but his waist was firmly held by one hand, and the man even freed a hand to slap him. Slap. The person on the shoulder shuddered from the blow and dared not move. "It doesn't matter if you don't talk, there are many ways on the bed to make you open up. Dan Xing had already had the room cleaned thoroughly, and after closing the door, he threw Song Si onto the bed. When feeling the man leaning over him, Song Si's heart finally fell. It's Yi Ro, isn't it? Dan Xing removed his tie, pinning Song Si to the bed. First Qin Lan Wu, then Meng Jingcheng, and now Yi Ro, baby, you sure know a lot of people. Dan Xing's warm breath sprayed on his ear, sensing that the other had probably touched the belt. Song Si trembled lightly, begging in a low voice. How many times have you run away? The man's kisses became more intricate, forcibly pulling Song Si's head for a kiss while continuing the actions with his hands. Song Si shook all over, immediately crawling towards the foot of the bed. Different from before, this time the other clearly meant business. Song Si timidly begged for mercy, his eyes brimming with moisture, whether from fear or the kissing. Main character's favorability +5. Main character's favorability +2. 140, host, I'm about to be locked in a small black room, good luck. Sensing something unusual behind him, Song Si instantly panicked and tried to say something else, but exactly caught Dan Xing's intention and was met with another kiss, leaving only fragmented murmurs. When he woke again, the man was no longer by his side. The room was dim, carefully keeping the indoor person from being disturbed by any light. The curtains were tightly drawn. Song Si's eyes felt sore and swollen, likely from crying all night. He got up and crawled toward the head of the bed, fumbling to turn on the light but instead heard the crisp sound of iron items colliding. Dumbfounded, he looked down at himself, completely naked, covered in hickeys everywhere, thighs, collarbone heavily affected. He couldn't imagine what his back looked like. His neck felt tight, he touched it with his fingers, feeling a cold round metal plate. He wasn't in City C anymore. He quickly realized that Dan Xing had brought him back. Sitting on a 400 by 400 bed, he stared blankly for a while. But since his throat was incredibly dry, he struggled toward the edge of the bed to look for water. His entire body ached painfully, and he could hardly gather strength. Baby woke up. The light in the room suddenly turned on, Dan Xing holding a tray of breakfast, seemingly watching for an unknown period of time. Since last night, this person has gradually started to reveal his true nature. He mentioned how pitiful he looks when crying, with wet eyes and chestnut hair, just like a puppy. Clothes. His voice was hoarse, his body covered in bruises as he weakly pulled the blanket corner to cover himself. Dan Xing placed the breakfast on the bedside table and touched the bowl. If you want to eat, come over by yourself. Song Si bit his lips, watching him with a parched throat, ultimately compromising for the sake of food. With his elbows half supporting him, Song Si slowly moved toward Dan Xing due to prolonged exertion. His lower back felt sore, making him lower his head awkwardly. Dan Xing watched for a while but could no longer bear to see him struggle. He lifted him into his arms and fed him milk in small sips. Clothes. Does my baby need clothes? Because of the swollen throat, Song Si could only swallow little by little. Hearing the teasing that suddenly came from the other side, he couldn't help but choke. The other patted his back to soothe him, the warm fingers brushing against his back. Memories of last night surged back, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Wearing clothes is fine, Dan Xing thought carefully for a few seconds. But it can only be mine. He flipped Song Si over and gazed at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Song Si choked slightly, but decided that some compromise was better than none. He nodded and quickly took the shirt offered to him, slipping it on hurriedly. The shirt size was much larger than Song Si's, covering most of his body. It revealed his legs, along with those hickeys, adding a layer of intimacy. Dan Xing held his forehead as he watched the little movements of the other, not saying anything else picky. Host, after last night, the male lead's favorability towards you rose to 82. The tone of 140 carried sorrow, even surpassing the red line of the female lead. Song Si was naturally worried, but the full body ache prevented him from voicing anything at this moment. Dan Xing remained silent, leaving the room quiet for a time. The only sounds were the crisp knocks of Song Si's utensils on his bowl. Your task is Qin Lan Wu, right? After finishing eating and staying silent for a long while, Dan Xing finally spoke. Let me guess, am I supposed to be with her? Chapter 23, The Overconfident Male Lead Has Realized, 23. Song Si bit his chopstick, staring at the carpet without speaking. Will you leave after the mission is completed? Dan Xing didn't mind his silence, moved the bowls and chopsticks aside, hooked Song Si's legs, pulling him into his arms, and rummaged through the drawer for a tube of ointment. Judging by this move, it seemed like he was going to apply medicine for him. Song Si lay semi-recumbent in his arms, unable to move. Dan Xing leaned forward carefully examining him. You. Song Si felt heat rising in his earlobes, and he quickly covered Dan Xing's mouth with his hand. It was just that his ears turned red. There was no sexual innuendo. Don't say anything. Dan Xing raised an eyebrow, didn't pry open Song Si's hand but patted him with one free hand to let him calm down before continuing with the next move. Shivering from the chill, Song Si could feel the person behind him holding him even tighter. He wasn't sure why, but these days, his tear glands seemed particularly sensitive. As soon as Dan Xing touched him slightly, his whole body would get restless. His eyes hung with a slight redness, and his voice trembled too. How did you find out? Song Si felt cold inside, thinking all his efforts ended up wasted, losing both the mission and his dignity. I noticed something was off since the banquet. He wiped his fingers clean after the banquet and stuffed Song Si back under the covers. Xiao Si, you were too obvious. This escape was to allow the plot to automatically repair itself so that I could be together with Qin Lanwu, right? The person in front of him tugged on the collar, seriously examining the engraving on the metal piece. Song Si had to tilt his head back to cooperate with him. Why is it me? Seeing the person below opening his mouth, Dan Xing immediately lifted his gaze towards Song Si. You belong to Qin Lanwu, you shouldn't like me. Song Si frowned slightly, moving uncomfortably. You should have fallen in love with her at first sight, and then. She is not mine. Dan Xing gently rubbed his chin, interrupting him. There are plenty of fish in her pool, and I am merely the fattest one among them. Besides. A cunning glint passed through his eyes. Even if I hadn't caught you, she wouldn't see me anymore. What do you mean? Song Si had an uneasy premonition. The reason the company let you go before was because I knew you had nothing to do with Meng Jingqing. He chuckled merrily and dialed the contact marked as Meng in front of Song Si. The owner of the phone on the other end seemed busy and only answered as the call was about to auto-disconnect. A series of heavy breathing and a woman's scream reached the listener. Song Si was forced to listen for quite a while to what seemed like live action before any coherent voices were heard. Little dance, look who's calling. Meng Jingqing's voice was low and filled with laughter. You, stop. Qin Lanwu's speech was unclear. Take a look, your big brother Dan Xing is calling you. The man's laughter intensified on the other side of the phone, accompanied by rustling sounds. He was just laughing while making the call. Wah. Meng Jingqing. Hurry, hang up, The woman's voice came in fragments, sounding hurried. What did you say when you tried to seduce me? And now you're regretting it? Meng Jingqing seemed to have moved the phone further away, making Qin Lanwu's voice become fainter. More rustling clothes sounds could be heard through the call, and although Song Si thought the female voice might have said something else, it was not distinct enough for him to catch. Seeing Song Si's blank stare, Dan Xing expressionlessly cut off the call. Listening to the buzzing sound after the disconnection, Song Si could feel Dan Xing's head leaning against his neck again as light kisses rained down. After you left using the excuse, Meng Jingqing must have been aware that Qin Lanwu was trying to seduce me. Feeling the person beneath him grow limp gradually, Dan Xing held him tighter. Meng Jingqing has locked her abroad, she will never meet me again, baby. Song Si naturally sensed that fiery heat, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Do you have any other missions? Are you leaving after completing the mission? Then don't go, stay with me forever. Song Si couldn't quite understand, if they wanted to start over, why apply the ointment? The chains around his ankles could reach the toilet, and Dan Xing considerately placed him near the bed, making it easier for him to get on and off the bed. He collapsed exhausted onto the bed, so weary he couldn't lift a finger. The room plunged into darkness once more. Song Si wasn't sure how long he'd lain there. Afterwards, Dan Xing went out again to handle company affairs. Song Si retained some consciousness and heard the thumping sound of footsteps ascending the stairs. Surrounded by darkness, Song Si realized he must be in the basement. 140, are you there? After his breathing finally stabilized, he gathered his wits and summoned the system in his mind. I'm here. 140 responded, its voice slightly hoarse and weary after being released from the black room. Host, are you alright? Not really, Song Si lay limply on the bed, staring at the red dot in the corner, probably a surveillance camera. Since it had been figured out, he no longer bothered to pretend and spoke directly to 140 in his mind. You heard Dan Xing's words earlier. The female lead has been imprisoned by the male secondary character. Song Si's tone was drained of energy. With their skills, it seems unlikely that the female lead will ever see Dan Xing again, right? Can't we just count this mission as a failure? He closed his eyes. Shock me. After diligently working for half a month, he ended up losing both his dignity and troops. And it was supposed to be an easy mode, now that he entered this basement, would he even make it out? 140. The more it listened to Song Si's despondent tone, the more familiar it seemed. Hastily, it tried to dissuade him. Host, don't lose heart. The mission duration is extended until your natural death. You still have a chance to escape. Following the typical forced love novel plots his sister often shared with him, almost every protagonist who tried to escape was caught within a day and severely beaten. He sighed and wearily closed his eyes. For the next few days, as soon as Dan Xing finished work, he would come to see Song Si. Every time they were done, he would patiently clean him, holding him in the bathtub and asking if he liked him even a little bit. Song Si shook his head, and the man behind him didn't get angry but simply continued another round. Song Si felt disoriented, unable to distinguish between day and night anymore. When he regained consciousness again, he faintly sensed someone fiddling with him. Struggling to open his heavy eyelids, he saw dozens of outfits hanging in front of him. Dan Xing was carefully dressing him up. Awake? Knowing his throat was still sore, Dan Xing obligingly asked and answered himself, "This is the wedding dress you prepared for the escape that day." "Still." Song Si coughed a few times after barely uttering the word, his voice hoarse beyond recognition. "Still need to wear it?" "Yes." The man patiently fastened the last button for him, then raised the camera and took another picture while Song Si remained lying down. The wedding must go on, naturally. Chapter 24, The Overconfident Male Lead Let It Go, 24. Song Si was like a rag doll, allowing him to manipulate as he pleased. Her spiritless gaze looked down at the movements of the person below her. "That's the one. You've fallen for the wrong person." "No, I haven't." Such dialogues occurred every day. Song Si, hearing the familiar denial, obediently shut her mouth and refrained from arguing. She just put up a token struggle. In these 2 days, Shan Xing's goodwill almost increased by a point or two each day. She wasn't quite sure what the premise of this increase was based on, but her approval rating was almost hitting 100. In these 2 days, Song Si had also attempted to escape a few times under the encouragement of number 140, but she hadn't even touched the door before being caught again. It was as if she could see the doors of the proctology department beckoning her. Song Si directly gave up resisting and started living the life she had dreamed of. Except that she felt tired every night, having someone wait on her hand and foot was actually pretty good. If only the location wasn't in this dark basement without daylight, and if there were no collar or leg cuffs on her, she and Shan Xing would truly be like a normal couple. The other party would practically come to her side as soon as they finished their tasks, watching movies with her on the sofa, or taking short rests on her lap. On the day of the wedding, Shan Xing chose a small island. There weren't many people who came. Song Si only saw Shan Xing's parents, Xie Sheng and Qiao Nian. After more than half a month of not seeing each other, Qiao Nian looked worse off. His eyes appeared listless, and his figure was thinner than when he was in the hospital. He was leaning against Xie Sheng as if without the support from behind, he might fall down at any moment. When Qiao Nian noticed Song Si looking at him, he forced himself to crack a smile, making his eyes shine brighter. "Do you take this man as your lawful husband, promising to honor the covenant of marriage? Through health and sickness, through poverty or wealth, will you always remain loyal to him until death?" The officiant's voice rang in her ears, and Song Si stunned at the sight of Qiao Nian, feeling as if she'd forgotten something. The tingling sensation below pulled her back into reality. She glared angrily at Shan Xing, but the words of scolding rolled around in her throat and eventually swallowed down. She pursed her lips and reluctantly responded, "I do." The sound system in her head dinged twice, and Shan Xing visibly showed signs of happiness, pulling her forward to kiss. That evening, they stayed on the small island. Although her "I do" was forced today, Shan Xing still enjoyed it, taking her from the sea to the beach to the floor-to-ceiling windows, the windows to the full-length mirror to the balcony to the bathroom, and finally the kitchen to the bedroom. By the end, Song Si's eyes were glazed over, almost unconscious. When she woke up again, it was already afternoon on the third day. The chains on her feet returned, and she walked with a weak body to the floor-to-ceiling windows, silently gazing at the sea. There was a familiar silhouette. She pressed her forehead against the window, wanting to look more clearly. Qiao Nian's feet were not yet submerged in the seawater. He looked down at the waves crashing against the shore, seemingly lost in thought. The next second, he began walking towards the sea step by step. When the water reached his waist, Xie Sheng suddenly appeared behind him, grabbing and dragging him back while lecturing him, patting his head lightly. With a drooping head and dejected manner, Qiao Nian nodded, looking back at the sea one last time before following Xie Sheng away. "What are you looking at?" Song Si was too absorbed in observing, failing to notice that Shan Xing had already come to stand behind her. That person rested his head on her shoulder, and Song Si habitually leaned backward, placing her weight on him. She didn't realize that despite it only being 10-some-odd days, this movement had become so familiar to her. Shan Xing followed her gaze and handed her the warm water in his hand. Qiao Nian's condition has been getting increasingly worse recently. Xie Sheng is usually busy with work and couldn't find time. Afterward, seeing that Qiao Nian had another suicide attempt, he decided to quit his job and stay home to accompany him through treatment. Song Si drank 2 sips from the cup she held and nodded, indicating she understood. After the wedding, the number 99 foot appeared above Shan Xing's head, and it seemed awkward to her no matter how she looked at it, so she glanced at it quietly once or twice. Shan Xing didn't pay attention, wrapping his arms around her from behind. "Does little Si like me?" Song Si rolled her eyes at him and said nothing. He wasn't some kind of GAV. For the next 2 years, it was easily the most enjoyable period in Song Si's 25 years of life. Seeing that she no longer harbored any intention to run away, Shan Xing let her move back upstairs in his mansion, though the collar around her neck remained on. The collar came equipped with a positioning function, which, if she stepped out of the house without Shan Xing's permission, would release a non-lethal low electric current. Shan Xing's affection value had been stuck at 99 for 2 years without any change, and the red bar for his feelings toward the female lead inexplicably increased. He and number 140 were troubled for a while. In the 3rd year, he attended Qiao Nian's funeral, but he didn't know the exact cause of death. Around that time, Shan Xing was somewhat gentler with him. By the 5th year, Song Si had somewhat gotten used to spending days with Shan Xing. The afternoon sunlight streamed into the room as he leaned against Shan Xing and ate the longyan fruit that was fed to him. His eyes were half closed, and sleepiness gradually crept over him. Does little Si like me? He had asked this question almost every day for 5 years, and Song Si's ears were practically calloused from hearing it. But today was different. Drowsy and groggy, Song Si barely registered what Shan Xing had said, and with a light hum of agreement, responded through his nose. Number 140, male lead affection value +1. After 800 years of not hearing the affection bar update, it suddenly rang in his ear, startling him awake instantly. He looked up at Shan Xing's head, even bracing himself for an electric shock the next moment. Number 140, male lead romance line, 1/1. Male lead affection value 100. Number 140, congratulations to the host for completing the task, you will be transported to the next world. Countdown begins in 10 seconds. Song Si. Huh? What? Seriously? Just because his affection value for me maxed out, the mission is considered completed? Song Si's pupils dilated immediately, so does the romance line also count towards the completion of love plots? He felt like he had been scammed, having endured years of hardship for nothing. Of course, Shan Xing noticed Song Si's strong reaction, and he seemed oddly disoriented by it. When the system counted down to 1, a wave of white light spread across Song Si's vision. As he heard Shan Xing ask nonsensically, "What's my name?" Since the day of transcription, he had firmly remembered the full name in his heart and answered subconsciously, Nicholas Longoutian Kluafusiji Batian Chu Shanxing. That's wrong. A faint sigh came from the side. Afterward, everything became incomprehensible to his ears. Water flooded into his nostrils, a chill enveloping Song Si. It felt as though his entire body was pinned down, unable to move. His eyelids weighed 1,000 pounds, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't open them. Chapter 25 Xiaxing times Qiao Nian, OVA. Xiaxing first saw Qiao Nian at an auction he attended with his mother. After helping his mother win the necklace she wanted most, he tried to leave several times but was forced back by his mother's knocks until his head hurt. Looking back later, he was always glad that he stayed then. Qiao Nian's hands were bound, wearing a loose white shirt, and obediently cooperating with the attendants as they displayed him. The room erupted slightly for him, and soon many of the rich started bidding competitively. Seeing the obvious feelings in the eyes of the fat tycoons nearby, Xiaxing couldn't help but feel annoyed. Under his mother's surprised gaze, he announced an amount 10 times higher than the highest bid from the officials. The whole hall fell silent. Seeing that it was young Master Xia who made the bid, no one dared to challenge him at that moment, so Xiaxing smoothly brought Qiao Nian home. Initially, the staff prepared to send both the cage and its occupant directly to the house, but Xiaxing abducted Qiao Nian midway, carrying him onto the back seat under his mother's somewhat strange look. The person in his arms was dressed far too lightly. Facing his mother's occasional glance through the rearview mirror, Xiaxing, out of helplessness, took off his suit jacket and draped it over the small figure. He asked what his name was, and Qiao Nian, tilting his head seriously, informed him of his number. "Master, my name is 021. Upon hearing 021 refer to him as Master, Xiaxing's hand twitched, and he awkwardly averted his gaze. Xiaxing spent some time investigating his background and found out his real name was Qiao Nian. On the night he brought Qiao Nian home, after finishing his work and returning to his bedroom, Xiaxing was startled to see a completely naked Qiao Nian quietly waiting for him on his bed. Terrified, he almost fled in disarray. When he saw Qiao Nian the next day, the latter's puppy-like eyes drooped as if he was about to cry. Xiaxing hurried to comfort him and ask what was wrong. Qiao Nian, with a sobbing tone, said with some resentment, "My skills are really good." Xiaxing almost burst out laughing in anger, so he was upset about that matter. He flicked the other's nose, telling him, "You don't have to do those things. To me, you're Qiao Nian, not 021. Qiao Nian looked at him in confusion, not knowing whether he had understood, but nodded anyway. Later, Xiaxing corrected him several more times, insisting he call his name instead of Master. Each time Qiao Nian would be pinched on the nose, making promises, but every morning, he still called him the same way. Qiao Nian was usually very obedient, except for this point where he wouldn't change. Xiaxing gave up and decided to let it go. After learning about Qiao Nian's past, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. He gathered evidence from those years and sent all the despicable individuals from his original family into jail. It would take some time to dismantle the organization, so while patiently caring for Qiao Nian's body, Xiaxing used people related to Shan Heng to find more data and evidence. Qiao Nian was too thin. When he first came home, each meal consisted of only a few sips of porridge before he simply couldn't eat anymore. At first, he thought it might be due to problems with his digestive system, so he took him to many hospitals. Eventually, he learned the reason. He had been prepared beforehand to accommodate anyone at any time. This enraged Xiaxing, who ordered him to eat properly, determined to restore his weight gradually. Qiao Nian nodded, saying he would follow everything the master said. Later, when he took Qiao Nian to a dinner party hosted by the Shan family, little Nian tended to hide behind him. After they got home, Qiao Nian timidly told him he wanted to know the boy who stood behind Shan Heng. Due to the complicated events surrounding Shan Heng, there was never the right opportunity. During that period, he was devoted to feeding Qiao Nian various local delicacies, which had significant results. The boy grew visibly plumper. But it was still not enough. He thought, Qiao Nian was still too thin. Under his guidance, Qiao Nian's personality also gradually became more outgoing. Sometimes, even when he teased him, the boy would get angry. Everything seemed to be developing well, but contrary to expectations. When Song Ci was shot, Shan Heng urgently pulled him in to perform surgery. In the following days, he was extremely busy, rushing around constantly. That night, he returned home exhausted, ready to recharge by being close to Qiao Nian, only to discover he could not find him anywhere. Until he opened the bathroom door and discovered Qiao Nian lying in bloody water. He almost collapsed right there. Xia Xing couldn't remember how he got him to the hospital. He sat in front of the emergency room all night, both of his hands shaking continuously. 2 days later, Qiao Nian finally escaped life-threatening danger, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He couldn't wait to see him, but he was told that Qiao Nian's emotions were temporarily unstable, and he wasn't allowed to visit. His little Nian fell ill. When he saw the medical records in his hand, an overwhelming sense of regret washed over him. He hadn't noticed the abnormality in Qiao Nian sooner. It was summer, yet the other person always wore long sleeves. That was because under the sleeves were self-inflicted wounds he had hidden from everyone. He should have realized earlier. Anyone staying in a place like that for too long wouldn't have normal psychology. He waited for several more days before finally losing patience. Upon hearing that little Nian specifically wanted to see Song Ci, he rushed to the hospital with a full pot of jealousy. But when he actually saw the person, he became hesitant. He ordered all sharp items in the ward to be removed and anti-collision strips to be stuck on all corners of the tables. Every day, he tried his best to spare as much time as possible to stay with his little Nian. Until Song Ci told him about some of Qiao Nian's concerns and experiences that he hadn't confided to anyone else, he finally pushed aside all his work and fully focused on accompanying Qiao Nian during his illness. Qiao Nian was always obedient and positive in front of him, giving him the illusion that he would soon recover, but his body grew thinner and weaker over time. After attending the wedding of Dan Xing and Song Ci, Qiao Nian proposed that he wanted to see the sea. During that time, Xia Xing almost catered to all his requests. He immediately brought him to the seaside. Little Nian said he wanted some moon snail shells, and the young master Xia immediately crouched down enthusiastically to dig them up on the beach. Just as he was about to proudly present his findings to show off, he suddenly noticed the tide had already reached halfway up Qiao Nian's body. Xia Xing's heart raced in fear, and he instantly ran over and pulled Qiao Nian back, shouting instinctively, "Are you trying to die?" But when he saw Qiao Nian's dazed eyes, he instantly regretted it and quietly apologized to Qiao Nian. Neither of them mentioned this incident upon returning. Instead, when they passed a sundry shop, little Nian rarely took the initiative to pull his hand. Little Nian chose an ocean-themed crystal ball music box. Mr. Xia, who hadn't heard a request from Qiao Nian in hundreds of years, bought it without hesitation and even suggested whether they should buy more. Qiao Nian shook his head. In the following years, Xia Xing almost sought out every psychologist, and Qiao Nian cooperated positively, but there was still no improvement. At one point, Xia Xing even felt that his own psychological state was also becoming problematic. He thought himself useless, unable to cure his little Nian. Qiao Nian smiled, sticking close to him, rubbing against him, telling him not to feel sad. Qiao Nian's condition visibly worsened. He kept having hallucinations, vomiting, and couldn't stop crying. In the 3rd year, due to some company affairs, he really couldn't leave and thus entrusted the housekeeper to look after him temporarily. However, that night when Qiao Nian got up silently, he accidentally broke the crystal ball on the table and inexplicably picked up the shattered glass. Upon finishing the company matters that day, he hastily returned on a private plane that same night. But by the time he got home, Qiao Nian had already passed away. After dealing with Qiao Nian's posthumous affairs, Xia Xing returned to that small island. He found another moon snail shell on the beach, holding it quietly in his hand, sitting from dawn until sunset, and finally jumped into the sea that Qiao Nian had longed to go to. Chapter 26, Innocent Roommate, Scorching Heat, 1. The icy water gushed into Song Ci's nostrils as an endless darkness enveloped him. The air in his lungs was being gradually sucked out, forcing him to open his mouth and helplessly exhale bubbles. In the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his scalp as someone grabbed his hair and pulled him out of the water. "Go easy, don't drown him for real." Song Ci clutched the sink and coughed violently. In a haze, he saw a few blonde-haired youths gathered around him. Hack, hack. He gasped for breath, but before he could recover, one of them with a cigarette dangling from his lips strolled up to him, grabbed his hair, and slammed his head against the sink. The man glanced at Song Ci lying on the floor, blood trickling from his forehead. He kicked him with his foot and sneered, "Look, he isn't dead yet." Song Ci's mind was foggy, spinning, and he wasn't fully conscious yet. "You this poor bastard thinks you can chase after Brother Chen's woman? Don't even take a piss and check yourself." Ha ha ha. A few people nearby chimed in, laughing together. "Host, are you awake?" Accompanying the call of 140, Song Ci's consciousness gradually returned. His head was lifted, meeting the eyes of the man called Brother Chen. "Host, his name is Chen Rong." Because the previous owner lent his umbrella to the girl he secretly admired on a rainy day, Chen accused the original owner of stealing his girlfriend and gathered friends to beat him up in the toilet. 140 tried to speed up his explanation. The original owner's family was poor, and he often suffered from school bullying. Hearing the familiar electronic sound in his ear, Song Si woke up completely. There were 6 people in total, and the door to the restroom was locked. It was clearly impossible to just rush out. He looked down at the body of the original owner, thin arms and legs. Fighting 6 people like this was like a dream. Chen Rong punched Song Si in the face and signaled 2 others to turn on the faucet. Apparently, they wanted to drown him again. But Song Si was not the original owner, he firmly opposed school bullying. With a quick glance, he spotted a mop in the corner and used all his strength to kick one person in the groin, breaking free. Grabbing the mop, he plunged it into the nearest toilet bowl. When he stood up, it had obviously picked up some yellow lumps. 140 was greatly shocked. "Host. What are you doing?" Despite the lingering pain in his cheeks, Song Si pointed the mop toward the group of 6, holding a grudge especially against Chen Rong. Disgusted, the group took a few steps back, trying their best not to get it on themselves. Song Si gave a cold laugh and swiped the broom through the urinal. Mop dipped in excrement, poke anyone and they're dead. Broom dipped in urine, matchless hero Lu Bu returns. 140. Song Si held the broom in one hand and the mop in the other, fearless in the face of danger, battling the group valiantly. As he swung left and right, the group retreated under pressure, and soon the entire bathroom was permeated with an eerie smell. Taking advantage of a pause to catch his breath, 140 hurriedly summarized the gist for Song Si. The original owner was a first-year student, financially struggling, almost borrowing money to attend school. Everyone around him was rich, looking down on his worn-out clothes. As this was a novel, Song Si naturally became the object of ridicule and bullying. In the original plot, the protagonist rescued the original owner during this bullying incident, and over time the original owner developed feelings for him. But due to his excessive inferiority and cowardice, he never confessed. Thus, he silently watched the protagonist and his future wife fall in love and eventually marry. Always playing a supporting role in their love story. Host, after completing this task, our system has undergone meticulous optimization. 140 sounded quite proud. We've improved the storyline so that, even as a minor character, we can narrate your complete story. Song Si instinctively felt something odd about what 140 said, but he didn't have time to argue, giving him a friendly gesture in his thoughts. I will asterisk you. Hurry up and let go. Several of them were livid, with varying amounts of yellow spots splashed on their bodies, still too disgusted to touch him. The group was pushed back near the door, cursing non-stop. Ignoring their shouts, Song Si pressed forward step by step, intending to force them to open the door so he could escape. Host, this mission's male lead is named Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing. It seemed somewhat familiar to him, but he suddenly realized that his memories from the last world were fading, already difficult to recall. 140 didn't notice Song Si's unusual state and continued briefing him, Host, the task this time is. Suddenly footsteps were heard outside, and the bathroom door was knocked on. Hello, is there someone inside? Brother, it's full. Come back later. Chen Rong glared viciously at Song Si, clearly not intending to let him off. Ding. The male lead is about to appear. This mission's task is. The person outside knocked the door again impatiently, and the electronic sound in his head clearly experienced some lag. Current network conditions poor, reconnecting. Reconnect failed, disconnecting. Song Si. Our system has been meticulously optimized. The electronic voice in his head suddenly stopped, but Song Si had no time to think about that because 2 of them were preparing to restrain him from the side. He fiercely swung, scattering excrement onto their faces, and just as the situation was getting tense, the door was suddenly kicked open. Jiang Xing, dressed in a black baseball jacket with his hands in his pockets, looked down calmly at the few people trapped under the door. Then, an odd smell wafted out from the restroom, and for a few seconds, his calm expression seemed to twist strangely as he glanced towards the only person still standing. That person held a broom in one hand and a mop in the other, with wet hair plastered on his face, blood trickling from his forehead, and cheeks swollen high, resolutely confronting those on the ground. A flicker of self-doubt passed through Jiang Xing's mind. As he passed by the teaching building earlier, a girl told him there was a skinny boy being bullied in the toilet, asking for help. But the current scene. An awkward silence filled the air. Song Si stared embarrassingly at Jiang Xing for 3 seconds before throwing the items in his hands toward the 6 individuals, plopping onto the floor, and breaking into loud sobs. Heavens above, oh my grandmother's 3rd concubine, pity me, this little body has been beaten by them. His entire body was soaked with water, his face covered in droplets, it was impossible to tell if he was actually crying. Seeing Jiang Xing's puzzled expression, Song Si skillfully crawled beside him, quickly hugging his thigh tightly. Thank you so much, classmate, for saving me from this predicament. They pushed me and shoved my face into the sink and beat me up, I was absolutely terrified. I kept getting hit, and without your appearance, they would have beaten me to death. If it weren't for the real wounds on Song Si's face, given the prior scene, Jiang Xing would have thought Song Si was taking on all six. He patted Song Si and helped him up. Before he could say anything, Chen Rong interjected, dissatisfied. Which eye of yours saw me bullying him? Chapter 27, Pure-Hearted Roommate Fiery, 2. When the mop was thrown into their group, a few people, including Chen Rong, were thoroughly nauseated. Yellow viscous matter covered their white hoodies. After gagging twice, unable to swallow his anger, he called out loudly. Jiang Xing lazily glanced at him, holding Song Si's wrist and naturally shielding him behind himself. Whether there was bullying or not, there are surveillance cameras outside. You can talk about it with your counselor later. He took 2 photos, didn't give them any more glances, half supporting Song Si's shoulder and led him out. With the arrival of autumn, the weather naturally turned cooler. After stepping out of the teaching building, Song Si shivered. His coat had been stripped off in the restroom, leaving him only in a short-sleeved shirt that was soaked with water. Seeing this, Jiang Xing unbuttoned his own jacket and draped it over Song Si. What's your name? Song Si. He was surprised as he accepted the coat, answering quietly. Who's your counselor? I can help you contact them. Even after leaving the restroom, a faint smell still emanated from Song Si's body, making Jiang Xing frown slightly. Song Si bit his lower lip, his mind racing rapidly. Without the system reminding him, how could he possibly know the name of his counselor? Wait a second, I forgot. Embarrassed, he searched through his pocket. It should be noted on my WeChat. Let me check. Carefully searching, he finally pulled out his giant elderly phone from his pocket. Song Si. Clearly, Jiang Xing was also taken aback, watching him blink. Song Si chuckled awkwardly, his toes beginning to dig into the ground. This phone should have it. Unlocking it rather clumsily, he clicked on the menu. Jiang Xing did not interrupt, deliberately slowing down his steps. Chen Xinli. After a while, Song Si replied. Surprisingly, this elderly phone really had Good. A trace of smell still lingered around Jiang Xing's nose as he looked at the wound on Song Si's forehead and cheeks, and suggested, I'll take you back to the dormitory first, you. Thinking for a moment, he spoke tactfully, go take a hot shower when you get home, be careful not to catch a cold, don't let the wound touch water. I'll go to the infirmary and get some medicine for you. Song Si had long since couldn't stand the smell on himself. But just as he was about to tell the dorm number, he fell silent again. I'll wash at the bathhouse. Let's exchange contact information. I'll send you the address of my dorm later. I'll wash your clothes and return them to you. Looking at Song Si's embarrassment, Jiang Xing said nothing and agreed. After exchanging contact information, Jiang Xing turned and left. Watching his figure gradually fade away, Song Si sat on the roadside bench scrolling through the group chat, trying to find the dormitory group. Probably because of the pungent smell on his body and the obvious bruise on his face, it attracted frequent glances from passing classmates. Hey, isn't our scholar Song studying in the library? Are you messing with your old phone again? Following the sound, Song Si looked up. 2 crew-cut men stood beside the chair with packed food in their hands, looking disdainfully at him. The next second, they smelled the intense bathroom stench emanating from Song Si. Zhang Leji's expression immediately froze, and his tone became harsher. Damn, what have you been doing outside again? It was gasoline last time. Don't even think about entering the dorm if you don't get rid of this smell today. Dormitory? Are they my roommates? But at this moment, Song Si's focus was clearly different from his. He quickly nodded, indicating that he understood. Brother, which floor is our dormitory? Zhang Leji exploded instantly. Are you stupid, Song Si? You don't even know where your dormitory is? Building 12, room 206. Have you been studying so hard that you're dumb? After saying that, Zhang Leji no longer wanted to bother with him, pulling the person next to him and leaving. Song Si watched them enter building 12 from afar, and went out a while later. Apparently, the original owner was someone who was bullied in the dorm too. To temporarily avoid direct conflicts with his roommates, he carefully gathered the laundry cart and went to the bathhouse. After taking a shower, he sent the dorm number to Jiang Xing. They were in a 4-person dorm, but only 3 actually lived there. One roommate merely hung his name on a rented apartment outside and attended school. He carefully stored the laundry cart since there was only 5 yuan and 36 cents left inside. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Xing arrived at the door with iodine and ice packs. The other 2 roommates had gone next door to play games. At the moment, there were only the 2 of them in the room. How much does it cost? Seeing the large bag of things Jiang Xing was holding, Song Si's heart ached. On the way, Jiang Xing asked him several times to go to the infirmary to treat his wound, but he was afraid that if he went, he might need stitches, and the original owner was so poor that he couldn't afford the cost. After all, they were just strangers, and it wasn't right for Jiang Xing to force him. So, he suggested buying the necessary supplies instead. Just now, Song Si had rummaged through all his bags, adding everything up, he only had 202 yuan 50 fun. Worriedly fidgeting with his fingers, Song Si feared that Jiang Xing would ask for half of what he owned. Don't worry about the money. Jiang Xing placed an ice pack on his face and carefully applied iodine to the wound on his forehead. He smiled faintly and pointed to the empty bed beside Song Si. We're roommates after all, helping each other is normal. Ah. Song Si didn't quite understand, raising his eyes to look at him. Jiang Xing let down the strand of hair he had lifted earlier and explained, the bed next to you is mine. I'm not used to living with too many people, so I bought a place outside and commute as a day student. Tears streamed down Song Si's cheeks as he thought about their poverty. This time, the system had suddenly disconnected, leaving him completely unaware of the mission's details. Based on the current premise involving a female lead, he guessed his task was probably to bring the male and female leads together again. And as for the female lead, his gaze lowered slightly. Back when 140 had mentioned it briefly, it seemed the female lead's name was Xu Qingyi. In this storyline, there was no melodrama like in the previous world. The female lead came from a scholarly family, while the male lead's family were merchants. Their talents and social standings matched perfectly, and there were almost no obstacles in their relationship. Do you know Xu Qingyi? Lost in thought, Song Si blurted out the question without realizing. Jiang Xing paused for a moment, thinking carefully. I think I do. She was the second debater in the debate competition the other day. What's up? Song Si felt embarrassed as he realized he had inadvertently revealed his inner thoughts. Trying to save the awkward moment, he asked nervously, Do you think she's pretty? This time, it was Jiang Xing's turn to fall silent. He noticed the hesitant tone in Song Si's voice and misinterpreted the meaning behind it. It must be that Song Si has a secret crush on Xu Qingyi but doesn't have the courage to confess, so he wants to vent his feelings to a stranger like me. Although Jiang Xing barely remembered what Xu Qingyi looked like, to encourage Song Si, he complimented her, saying, she's very pretty. I think she's the beauty queen of her department. Organizing his words carefully, he patted Song Si on the shoulder earnestly. Brother, if you're harboring unspoken feelings, you've got to take the initiative and pursue her. Song Si. Chapter 28, Innocent Roommate, Spicy, 3. No, big brother, you're thinking of the wrong thing. Song Si didn't catch his drift for a moment and countered, no. I don't like her. Jiang Xing nodded, assuming he was embarrassed to be found out, and didn't take it to heart. Oh. Song Si, are our clothes washed yet? A sound of unlocking came from outside the door as Zhang Lizhi kicked the door open and said casually, we also have homework for psychology class. Hurry up and finish mine and Kai Mingshu's too. The monitor said we need to submit them tomorrow. He had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, fiddling with his phone without even raising his eyes. The three of them lived together all the time. The original roommate's nature was soft, so initially when they asked for help, they still asked politely. Later, realizing that Song Si never refused, they began to command him around as if it were their due. He played games for a while longer, seeing that his character in the game had died, then lifted his head impatiently, hey, did you hear me? Are you deaf? Jiang Xing. Seeing how this person treated Song Si upon entering the room, Jiang Xing's smile gradually faded. Zhang Lizhi awkwardly scratched his head, observing Jiang Xing applying ointment to Song Si, and stammered an explanation, how did you get back? I was just joking with Song Si. Oh, I've never seen jokes like that. Jiang Xing withdrew his gaze and tidied up the medicine on Song Si's desk. The school has been strictly checking bullying cases recently. Be mindful of your behavior. Zhang Lizhi's face turned as red as liver. His family ran a small business, and his father had often nagged him about befriending Jiang Xing since they were roommates, because the Jiang family was well known in the business circle. But he hadn't expected that after months of effort without meeting Jiang Xing at all, the famously poor Song Si ended up getting close to him instead. Jiang Xing didn't spare another glance at Zhang Lizhi. He stood up and gave Song Si a reassuring look, I'll go back first. I'll help you report today's incident to the counselor and the school. Contact me if anything happens. After seeing Jiang Xing out, Song Si took out his freshly changed clothes, planning to wash the baseball uniform before returning it. At the same time, the most dazzling national-style ringtone suddenly went off. Ignoring Zhang Lizhi's disdainful look, Song Si answered the call. On the other end, a middle-aged man's voice spoke, is this Song Si? Song Si looked at the contact name marked as counselor and frowned in response. It seemed that the other party had received Jiang Xing's report. I'm Mr. Chen, I want to discuss what happened today with you. Can you come to my office now? The other party chuckled twice, we've already retrieved the surveillance from the toilet hallway. Alright, he agreed but felt something odd. Could it be a coincidence that the counselor shared the same surname as Chen Rong? Chen Xinli appeared to be a rather smooth-talking little old man. He had a bald patch akin to the Mediterranean Sea on his head, and his obese belly strained against his light blue shirt. Upon seeing Song Si enter, Chen Xinli set down his teacup and stood up smilingly, little Si, you're here. Chen Rong and others were also present, and they had already changed out of their clothes. We've reviewed the surveillance. Everyone just took you to the restroom together. Look, you got everyone else soaked. Chen Xinli paused momentarily and continued, everyone's classmates, so they've all decided not to pursue the matter any further. This incident is over, alright? No, watching the surveillance footage, Song Si couldn't help laughing angrily, do you see what you're saying? The footage clearly shows them grabbing me by the collar and throwing me into the restroom. You actually think going to the bathroom counts as some kind of talent? He tilted his head to reveal the wound. 6 people surrounded me, hitting me and forcing water down my throat. How could these actions just be ignored? You don't have any evidence to say we beat you. Chen Rong lost her temper, relying on her connections with impunity. There is, Song Ci wasn't blind, it was clear Chen Xinli was covering up for them. When they were beating me, a classmate broke down the door to save me. He saw everything and can testify for me. At the time, I was crying uncontrollably, blood streaming down my forehead. Chen Rong glared furiously at him. Go to hell. You were there sweeping poop with a mop and got bullied? Bring him in. He saw everything, too. Clearly, you were the one messing up the restroom. Song Ci pulled out his outdated phone and called Jiang Xing with a hint of apology. I guess I'll have to bother him again. Chen Rong spat, mockingly laughed. If I'm not mistaken, the person in the restroom was Jiang Xing, right? His family is ranked among the top in the business circle. Why would he waste time paying attention to someone like you? If he answers your call, I'll... The phone was picked up just 2 seconds later. The loud volume of the old mobile ensured Jiang Xing's voice could be clearly heard by everyone in the office. What's up? Jiang Xing sounded slightly out of breath, with noisy surroundings and cheers occasionally breaking through. Sorry, am I disturbing you? It seemed he was at the basketball court. The counselor called me because of today's restroom incident, and I need you to testify for me. Sure. Jiang Xing took a couple of sips of water after passing the ball. I'm playing now, I'll come over after changing. Chen Rong's sarcastic retort died on her lips as she turned red and pale alternatively. Chen Xinli slapped him on the back, signaling him not to talk nonsense anymore. Though unwilling, Chen Rong shut her mouth. Half an hour later, Jiang Xing arrived at the office. Of course, Chen Xinli knew the name of Jiang Xing's father. Sweating profusely, he stood up to welcome him and glared at his own son, wondering how they got mixed up with this influential person. When it became clear that after Chen Xinli had greeted Jiang Xing for some time without broaching the main issue, Song Ci licked his lips and pointed at the surveillance video. They say this footage only shows they brought me to the toilet in a friendly way. He glanced at Jiang Xing, and that I don't have any evidence proving they hit me. They also claimed it was me who bullied them, damaging public property. Chen Rong snorted, clearly doubting Jiang Xing would lie for Song Ci. Ha. You were holding a mop when he arrived, right? There was no sign we were hitting you. Jiang Xing slowly sat beside Song Ci, patting his hand for reassurance. I can prove it. Chen Rong laughed aloud again. See? Aren't you embarrassed now? I can prove that they bullied Song Ci. Chen Rong's laughter ceased abruptly. Jiang Xing, when you arrived, it was obvious that he was using the mop against us. Chen Rong slammed the table, standing up and raising her voice. So where did those injuries on his face come from? Did he inflict them on himself? Jiang Xing cast a lazy glance at her. You can't conclude that we beat him either. After all, when you arrived, we weren't beating him. Chen Rong shot back immediately. In that case, they hit him while I wasn't there. Jiang Xing turned to look at Mr. Chen. Teacher, you wouldn't turn a blind eye, would you? Seeing that Jiang Xing had no concrete evidence either, Chen Xinli naturally nodded, thinking about how to protect his son. That's correct. Jiang Xing lifted his chin, placing his phone on the desk and increasing the volume. In a secretly filmed video, 6 laughing boys could be seen pressing a skinny boy's head into the sink. Chapter 29 Pure-Hearted Roommate, 4. The office suddenly fell silent. Chen Xinli's face turned pale, never imagining that Jiang Xing really had a video. He tried to flatter with a laugh, the wrinkles on his temples folding together. Student Song, look, since we're classmates anyway, Chen Rong will compensate for your medical fees later. Let's just let this matter go, okay? Jiang Xing leaned close to his ear and whispered something low, father and son. Song Ci understood clearly in his heart. With so much protection, there must be a relationship between the two of them. No, he rejected outright, this is bullying at school, which should be strongly resisted by the school. I've been beaten so many times, how can we just let it go like this? Song Ci pulled Jiang Xing up, given Chen Xinli's attitude, there wasn't much more to talk about with him. If you don't want to handle it, then we'll let the school authorities decide. With that, he walked out the door crisply, still somewhat angry as he remembered Chen Xinli's sneering face. Don't worry, I'll help you contact the school authority, Jiang Xing said next to him, soothing his anger while reminiscing about the moment when they stepped out of the teaching building during mealtime. Haven't you eaten yet? Let's go to the cafeteria first. It was only when they reached the cafeteria that Song Ci recalled the original owner's plight. After hesitating for a moment, feeling a bit painful, he ordered 2 vegetarian dishes and followed Jiang Xing to sit in a corner. Suddenly, the old mobile phone in his pocket rang. Jiang Xing was eating quietly opposite, seemingly unaffected. Song Ci glanced secretly at him and opened the phone, which was unfamiliar to operate. Little Lin's family has some issues and can't make it on Saturday, come and replace him. The note reads, Aurora Bar owner, days 2, 3, 5, 7, starting at 9 p.m. The previous tenant should be working part-time. Okay. He replied while lowering his head, then raised his eyes to see Jiang Xing putting a chicken leg into his own plate before he could withdraw the chopsticks. Sorry, I ordered too much, and I can't eat it all. Song Si of course knew he was taking care of his dignity, so he didn't decline but picked up and continued eating. Afterward, Song Si reported the incident to the school authority. With conclusive evidence, Cheng Rong and several others were disciplined and sent home to reflect for a month. However, considering the school's reputation, the issue of campus bullying was suppressed. Cheng Rong was still unhappy, but having already suffered a loss within the school, he quietly used some connections to prepare to intercept Song Si outside of school. In the following few days, Song Si roughly learned about the original tenant's family situation. The father of the original tenant went to jail because of gambling. The mother was ill, there was also a younger sister in elementary school, along with a 70-year-old grandmother living with them. So, apart from studying, he took on 2 part-time jobs, one at a milk tea shop, the other being the bar night shift. So, after having dinner with Jiang Xing, these past few days, he almost went straight to work right after class. The hospital kept urging for the medical expenses, so there was simply no time to contact Jiang Xing. As per their arrangement on Saturday night, he replaced Xiao Lin for his shift. The bar was of relatively high quality, frequented mostly by wealthy individuals. There was no apparent chaos as imagined, but there were inevitably some guests who tried to grope. Song Si carefully avoided them, always feeling as if someone was watching him in the dark. Xiao Song, bring over another bottle of whiskey. The man in front shaved his head bald, wearing a golden necklace around his neck, eyeing Song Si with a rather greasy gaze and reaching to pinch his buttocks. Suppressing his nausea, Song Si dodged the man's action, politely responding, "All right, sir, I'll bring it to you immediately." Seeing Song Si's obvious evasive action, that person evidently became upset, throwing his glass to the ground and pointing at Song Si's retreating figure, cursing, pretending to be noble. "Once you're here, aren't you all people who can be paid to sleep with?" This man's eyes stared fixedly at Song Si's waist. The server in front looked smooth-skinned and delicate, he could almost imagine how wild this youth would appear in bed. "Let's negotiate a price, I have plenty of money. Our young master Jiang seems to be fond of helping others, haven't I heard you saved a girl who was bullied on campus a few days ago?" Xing Xianyang teased beside Jiang Xing while swirling his wine glass. "Back in the day, our Mr. Jiang fought countless battles, now." He paused, as if recalling something, smirking and bringing his face closer to the other. "Oh, going specially to rescue someone, must mean you have an interest in that girl." At the sight of his crafty little buddy's face magnified in front of him, Jiang Xing wordlessly slapped him away, explaining helplessly, "It's a guy." "Oh, so it's that boy you're interested in?" Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing sipped his wine, grabbing Xing Xianyang by the throat. It was strange, he was definitely not the type of person who meddled in other people's affairs. But that day, when the girl played the video and he saw the skinny boy struggling helplessly, his chest involuntarily tightened. Before he even realized it, he had already knocked on the door. Born straight for 19 years, he was very sure that he wasn't gay. He stared at the liquor shining under the light, not noticing that Xing Xianyang beside him had suddenly stopped complaining. Xing, look over there." Xing Xianyang's head tilted while being throttled by Jiang Xing, his voice slightly muffled, "That bald guy seems to want to sleep with the server. That young man is quite handsome, it's such a pity." Such things were commonplace in bars, so Jiang Xing only glanced in the direction Xing Xianyang pointed at without batting an eye. "Still care about some random waiter? Aren't you worried about your girlfriend?" His Adam's apple rolled as he suddenly paused. Because he saw the server being bothered by the greasy businessman, it was none other than Song Si. Xing Xianyang felt himself flung aside casually as the figure beside him abruptly stood up and strode toward the neighboring booth without a word. "Please let go." Song Si's fake smile was cracking under pressure, the man opposite insisted he would sleep with him and wouldn't release his wrist. The same hand tried multiple times to wrap around his waist. This man reeked of alcohol, burping twice during their conversation. Song Si was extremely nauseated, feeling sick to his stomach as if he was going to throw up any second. The people around continued drinking, no one paying them any attention. What's there to be afraid of? Brother will be gentle and very skilled. The greasy man took the chance to circle his left hand holding Song Si's wrist around his waist while deliberately moving his face closer to Song Si's. 2,000 yuan for the night, what do you say? Ugh. Bang. The stench from this man was unbearable, and just as Song Si couldn't help but vomit, the figure in front of him was suddenly thrown off. Jiang Xing tightly grabbed the man's collar, his eyes filled with fury as he threw a punch directly at the man's fleshy face. The bar erupted in ear-piercing screams. The youth slowly stood up, stepping on the collapsed man's face as if realizing he might dirty his hands. He casually picked up a nearby wine bottle and smashed it forcefully onto the man. Ah! The wine bottle shattered beside him, and the greasy man screamed as a yellowish liquid started flowing from his crotch, carrying an acrid smell. Jiang Xing cleaned his hands with a handkerchief, then turned to Song Si behind him, whose face was slightly pale. His expression naturally softened. He pulled out 2 tissues and wiped Song Si's mouth tenderly, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Chapter 30, Innocent Roommate Spicy, 5. "It's fine." Song Si took the napkin and slowly wiped her hand. "Is your hand okay?" Recalling the strength with which Jiang Xing had struck earlier, Song Si involuntarily shivered. How did you end up here? My friend broke up with his partner and asked me to drink with him. Jiang Xing rotated his wrist to show that he was unhurt, lying calmly. You. Xing Xianyang arrived just in time to hear this sentence and was about to angrily refute it before Jiang Xing skillfully covered his mouth. Look at him, crying so sadly. Song Si. The man on the ground hugged his head and groaned for a while before gradually stopping. Jiang Xing's action of hitting someone was too noticeable, and almost everyone around was watching curiously. Do you even know who you just hit? The greasy man sat up halfway, showing his teeth, pointing at Jiang Xing with his finger adorned by a gold ring. Kid, if I ever see you again at Aurora, consider yourself warned, this is my turf. Next time. Jiang Xing furrowed his brows, carefully considering whether he'd hit lightly, then after leaving Xing Xianyang to attend to Song Si, he picked up a chair nearby and walked towards the man. Aurora is your territory? He sneered, looking down at the man. My family owns it, how come I don't know? You're bluffing, ha ha. The man dry laughed twice, using his hands to support himself. By accident, he touched some shattered glass next to him and got scared. Still stubbornly insisting, this bar belongs to the Jiang family, not some kid like you. Jiang Xing grew tired of his nonsense, and without warning, swung the chair onto the man's left arm. Which hand did you use just now? This one. Ah. Ah. Damn you. That man rolled on the ground, screaming at the top of his lungs. If you've got guts, wait until next time. Jiang Xing's ears hurt from the noise. He clicked his tongue lightly, through the chair next to the man, frightening him into closing his mouth immediately. He casually took out his phone and dialed a number to have someone clean up the mess, pushing Xing Xianyang aside, and went outside with Song Si. Did he hurt you anywhere? The air around Jiang Xing still carried an aura of violence, but his tone softened. A few days passed, and Song Si's face had healed considerably, though for work, he had put on a little powder to cover any imperfections. His cheeks, illuminated by the light, looked even whiter. His eyes were tearful because of nausea, flushed. Jiang Xing suddenly stopped himself. What was he thinking? As he stepped out of the bar, the cold wind snapped him back to reality. I'm fine. Song Si didn't notice Jiang Xing's strange behavior. He only felt that strange sensation of constantly being stared at becoming stronger. It's still working hours, and you brought me out directly. We'll lose wages. Though he also wanted to skip work, as soon as he thought of his savings, he mentioned it aloud. Jiang Xing's hand was still resting on his shoulder, but given they were both men, Song Si paid no mind to it. Don't worry about the wage, it will be paid as usual, Jiang Xing patted him. Employees encountering such things at their own club should be compensated by me. No, there's no need for compensation. Song Si quickly refused. Jiang Xing had helped him so many times already, how could he let him pay compensation? If compensation must be done, might as well get the female lead involved quickly and achieve a happy ending so that he could complete his task. You've helped me so much, and I haven't found anything to repay you yet. He suddenly paused, raising his head to look at Jiang Xing. Apparently, the other party noticed as well. Since they left the bar, someone seemed to have been following them all along. Not just one, but a group. Since Aurora Bar was located in a remote area, they had been walking for quite some time, and the places ahead didn't have surveillance cameras. The footsteps behind stopped, seemingly realizing they had discovered them. The two exchanged glances. Song Si held on to Jiang Xing, who was about to act, and shook his head, forming words silently. Too many. Jiang Xing, capable of handling 10 people at once, silently closed his mouth and allowed Song Si to pull him forward, sprinting wildly. Big Brother Long, you're right, this Song Si indeed ran straight ahead. A short person with a fawning manner spoke beside a tall man with a scar on his forehead. There are no surveillance cameras ahead, we can hit him without reservation. But why is there another person with him? That doesn't matter, coldly chuckled Big Brother Long, beat him too. Tell Chen Rong later to pay more, it's a different price. Unlike Jiang Xing and the ones chasing from behind, Song Si began gasping for breath after running for a short distance. Noticing Song Si's exhaustion, Jiang Xing took his hand, intending to stop. Shall we stop running? I've counted them, they're about 7 or 8 people. I think I can handle them. Song Si didn't believe it, thinking he was just trying to comfort him. In the original story where things are narrated in chapter 140, Jiang Xing had always been a model student who hadn't fought before but after graduation, leveraged his high intelligence to conquer the business world. If they stopped now, both of them would likely be beaten into pancakes. The breathing beside him became increasingly rapid, and Jiang Xing gradually slowed down, grabbing Song Si suddenly. Jiang Xing gave him a reassuring glance, then turned around to flex his wrists as if preparing to fight. Just as he skillfully flipped an enemy over his shoulder and slammed him to the ground, a sudden beam of car headlights shone from behind. Then came 2 more, 3, a total of 20 beams. The roar of motorcycles pierced through the quiet night. Riders with helmets and tactical jackets arrived one by one, shouting loudly and in unison, "Your Majesty, we've come late to save you." Jiang Xing. Long brother. Boss, there are so many of them. Should we still fight? The initially confident tone of Long Brother beside him vanished completely, hesitantly asking the muscular man next to him. Seeing that the opposing force outnumbered theirs by at least twice, Long Brother gritted his teeth unwillingly and ordered, "Let's retreat." After the group disappeared entirely, Jiang Xing finally opened his mouth. Who were they? The road light was too dim, making it impossible to clearly identify those riders. They were delivery riders from Meituan and Eli.me, quite punctual, arriving even earlier than expected, Song Ci replied somewhat awkwardly. Jiang Xing. Mr. Song, I've completed the greeting message you requested in the order notes. Please leave a 5-star review, one delivery rider wearing a blue and yellow jacket kindly reminded him, holding up food bags as he approached. Apparently recognizing Song Ci via his order note, all the riders handed their meals politely and amiably said. Absolutely. Song Ci nodded repeatedly in gratitude, feeling somewhat painful as he turned to explain to Jiang Xing, I noticed them in the bar today, so I pre-ordered 10 takeout meals and filled this place as the delivery address. Worried about their numbers, I borrowed 200 yuan from a colleague to buy another 10. Song Ci bitterly stared at the 20 boxes of food on the ground. He now truly didn't have a single cent left in his pocket. Chapter 31 Pure Romance Roommate is Fiery, 6. 20 servings, you probably can't finish them all. Seeing the melancholy expression on Song Ci's face, Jiang Xing smiled with his eyes curved. Give me 10 servings, I'll pay you. After all, you saved me today. I don't need it. I feel like these people were targeting me, and instead dragged you into this. How can I let you spend money? Song Ci declined hurriedly. Moreover, if you take so many servings back, it would be wasteful. And looking at how he took down the first person, it seemed like he really could handle a fight. You're right, Jiang Xing nodded in agreement. For one person to eat 10 servings is too wasteful. Keep one serving for yourself, and give me the other 19. Ah. Song Ci was puzzled, but before he could raise his head, Jiang Xing patted his hair gently. Just finished work, leave one serving as a midnight snack. I'll bring the rest to Xing Xiangyang, he has a lot of friends. Feeling the warm palm on top of his head, Song Ci glanced sideways at Jiang Xing's profile. This action seemed familiar, but the experiences from the previous world had become vague, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall them. He followed Jiang Xing out of the dim alley, until they reached a more crowded street, when Jiang Xing finally released his shoulder. I will have someone investigate those people tonight. You go back to school first. I'll send someone to pick up the food in the alley later, said Jiang Xing as he pulled out his phone, likely calling Xing Xianyang. During the dialing, he waved at Song Ci, who was getting into a taxi. Don't worry, you won't encounter any trouble from the bar anymore. This is what Jiang Xing told Xing Xianyang in their call. After 18 years of brotherhood, thank you for your company. There's a gift waiting for you at the East Street small alley. Remember to bring some people along. Cheerfully, Xing Xianyang brought a few friends to collect the gift, never imagining that his seemingly wooden-headed brother would ever give him a present. Unprecedented, never seen before. No one before or after could compare. Xing Xianyang and his friends, full of enthusiasm, used his trembling hand filled with excitement to collect the 18 servings of takeout. That night, both the Xing family and the Jiang family received friendly midnight snacks sent by Xing Xianyang. The bar was about 5 kilometers from the school, but Song Ci usually walked back to save money. However, today, before he had taken a few steps, Jiang Xing had grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back, forcibly stuffing him into a taxi and paying for him. Looking out the window at the changing night scenery, Song Ci felt that things weren't over yet. Just as he stepped into the car, that uncomfortable feeling of being watched from the dark resurfaced. After many attempts to call out inside his mind since 140 disappeared a few days ago, there had been no response. It wasn't until he asked whether he had a golden finger in this world that a cold, emotionless electronic voice sounded in his mind, telling him that the ability he gained this time was the intelligence of the original owner. Later, no matter how many times he tried knocking on the system, he received no response. Misty horizons are my love, winding green mountains. He leaned his head against the car window, and the ringtone of the phone in his pocket erupted again. The driver looked at him through the rearview mirror but didn't say anything. Xiao Ci, have you saved up the money for this month? You only gave 1,500 last month, we really don't have enough to spend. Grandma's voice came through the receiver, background noise chaotic, interspersed with children's laughter and TV sounds. Indeed, while the original owner was earning a living, repaying hospital treatment fees, and paying tuition for his sister, he also sent 2,000 yuan home every month. Only 300 yuan was left for himself each month. That's why he chose the job at the bar, which, despite some risks, paid well. Today, he was pulled back by Jiang Xing just after walking a few steps, who forced him into a taxi and even paid for it. Looking out at the constantly changing night scenery outside the car window, Song Ci always felt something was unresolved. At the moment he entered the car, the uneasy sensation of being watched in the dark appeared once again. Since 140 disappeared, he tried to call it out many times within his brain, but it never responded. Not until he asked whether he possessed a golden finger in this world did a cold, impersonal electronic voice sound inside his brain, informing him that the ability he obtained this time was the IQ of the main body. Afterward, no matter how many times he attempted to contact the system, there was no further response. The vast wilderness is my love, winding mountains. He leaned his head against the car window as the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. The driver caught a glimpse of him through the rearview mirror but said nothing. Little CI, do you have enough money saved for this month? Last month you only gave us 1,500, and our expenses were still insufficient. Grandma's voice came from the receiver, with the sound of noisy crowds and the laughter of children in the background. Indeed, while the original host was trying to make ends meet and pay off hospital bills, he was also sending 2,000 yuan home every month. Each month, he was left with only 300 yuan for himself. That's why he took the bar job. Despite the inherent risks, the pay was good. But today, not long after he had started to walk back home, Jiang Xing had grabbed him by the collar, dragged him back, shoved him forcefully into a taxi, and even paid for it. Staring at the changing night view outside the car window, Song Si couldn't help but feel the issue hadn't been resolved. The very instant he got into the car, the uncomfortable sensation of being watched from the shadows reappeared. After the disappearance of System 140, he tried calling out to it numerous times within his mind, but there had been no response. Not until he inquired whether he possessed a cheat skill in this world did an icy, emotionless robotic voice sound in his mind, informing him that the power he acquired this time was the intellect of the host. Later, no matter how many times he knocked on the system, it never replied again. Vast wilderness is my love, endless green mountains. His head leaning against the car window, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang loudly. The driver peeked at him via the rearview mirror, but didn't speak. Little CI, have you saved up this month's money yet? Last month you only gave 1,500, we're short. Your uncle and aunt came this month. Uncle says he's staying with us for half a month. Can you? Why don't you just say it? Why beat around the bush? A blurred female voice came from the receiver. The elderly woman chuckled nervously, apparently having heard her words. Your uncle lost his job. Now there are so many people at home, counting your little nephew. Could you send a bit more this month? And make up for the 500 you owe from last month, added the voice of his aunt. What kind of family were these? Song Si frowned deeply. Can't your middle-aged uncle earn money himself? Hey, it's not easy finding work these days. The old woman sighed. Uncle went to 5 or 6 construction sites, but no one wanted him. So is my job easy? I'm still in school, working 2 jobs to support the entire family. They both have arms and legs, why should they depend on us? A real ingrate. We raised you, help take care of your mom. Young classmate, we're here. The elderly driver's phone speaker was way too loud, causing the drivers on the road to glance up several times. Thanks to my daily care, your mom. Song Si quickly hung up the phone and stepped out of the car under the slightly sympathetic gaze of the driver. Jiang Xing, are you at school yet? Jiang Xing's message came almost as soon as he stepped into the campus gate. Yes. The moment Song Si sent it, he regretted it. If he remembered correctly, each text cost 10 cents, so sending just 2 words seemed quite wasteful. As he hesitated about whether to send his QQ number, Jiang Xing called. Am I interrupting anything? The young man's deep, pleasant voice came through the receiver. No, I'm heading back to the dorm. The troubling matters from before dissipated, and Song Si let out a light sigh of relief. Just now at my place. Jiang Xing paused briefly before quickly changing the subject. The police called earlier and said they found out. The people who blocked us in the East Street alley are local thugs. He twirled a steel pipe in his hand, while cries of pain echoed behind him occasionally. What's that noise? It was too loud for Song Si not to hear. It's nothing, Xing Xianyang is at my house watching TV. Xing Xianyang was standing on the so-called Brother Long, looking over when he heard this and rolling his eyes skyward in exasperation. He knew the guy wouldn't do him any favors with the gifts. Just as he finished handing out those 18 takeout orders, Jiang Xing had called asking him to join a street brawl without pay. Then this guy stopped halfway to lazily chat with a waiter named Song Si, claiming himself to be straight all along. Xing Xianyang didn't believe that one bit. Seeing Jiang Xing's glance move toward him, he gave him the middle finger. He's actually imitating those TV shows and questioning hostages. Jiang Xing played with the steel pipe in his hand, feeling a tinge of joy hearing amusement in the other party's tone. By the way, the man from the bar has been detained. In a few days, you'll need to go make a statement, and you might get some compensation for mental distress. And there's also damages. Song Si's lips curved slightly. With the compensation money, things should ease up. By the way, why don't we add each other on OO? After all, the dormitory can connect to the campus network. Sure. Jiang Xing agreed without hesitation, but before he could say more, a small thug behind him suddenly blurted out. I'll talk. I'll talk. It was Chen Rong. He gave us 20,000 yuan to beat up Song Si. Chapter 32, Innocent Roommate, Spicy Hot, 7. The short thug had a purple bruise under his left eye and 2 streaks of dried blood under his nose. He slurred, "Stop hitting me, stop. I'll tell you everything. Why is my name still coming out on your TV?" Song Si naturally sensed something was off and asked in confusion. There's nothing. I have some things to do, let's hang up. Jiang Xing didn't expect this guy's voice to be so loud, and quickly ended the call in panic. Look at you, just after dealing with someone you go and brag to Song Si, and he heard you, right? Sheng Xianyang mocked him and lightly tapped the short man's face with a steel pipe as a signal for him to shut up. Jiang Xing's face carried a hint of irritation, and he rummaged through his pocket, suddenly remembering that he had quit smoking. Is there anyone else? He squatted down, slightly tilting his head, while faint light from the alley corner illuminated his side face. No, no one else. The short thug's bloodstains mixed with snot, tears streaming down, reaching out to grab his trouser leg but missed. Jiang Xing took a step back after standing up. Go away. Song Si frowned slightly as he looked at the disconnected phone call, always feeling like Jiang Xing was lying to him. When he returned to the dormitory, he finally received a message from the other party. Esteemed male lead, tomorrow is the club outing. Friends are allowed to join. Are you coming? He attached his own OO number afterward. Outing? After seeing that the other party had accepted his friend request, he hurriedly sent a message, no, I won't go. I have 2 part-time jobs. Time is too tight. Almost at the moment he saw Song Si's refusal message, the slight upward curl of Jiang Xing's lips flattened once again. Esteemed male lead, I'll ask the shop owner to double your pay. Esteemed male lead, Xu Qingyi will also come. Since Song Si harbored secret feelings for her, upon hearing her name, he would surely show up. Song Si didn't understand why he insisted on specifically mentioning this to him. Was it to inform him that he also liked Xu Qingyi? He hesitated, glancing at the phone screen twice before editing and sending the message. Not going, thank you. Judging by his reaction, it seemed like Jiang Xing must have had an interest in the female lead, and he couldn't risk being a third wheel. Jiang Xing looked out the car window, lowering his gaze to watch the screen gradually dim, his smile fading. Esteemed male lead, alright, if you're not going, then neither am I. Song Si had just lain down on the bed when he was startled awake immediately. No way, why not go? Sigma, OHDONN. There's no one you know here. It wouldn't be interesting without you. Alright, I'll go. *DD*. Song Si wanted to cry. Isn't there someone you know there, isn't that where Xu Qingyi is? Esteemed male lead, good. Jiang Xing's message came back quickly, even adding an emoticon mimicking Song Si's. Esteemed male lead. For all. Song Si sighed and sent a leave message to the boss. He got up and pulled out a neatly arranged baseball uniform from the wardrobe. It would be good to bring it along tomorrow, and also return the clothes to Jiang Xing. The next morning. The other 2 people in the dorm were still asleep because they stayed up all night gaming. Song Si quietly got out of bed and prepared to leave the room. The original host really didn't have much wearable clothing, clothes that were torn or worn out were simply mended and reused. Even the edges of his shoes were turning white, with one pair almost losing its sole. After picking and choosing, he finally found a pair of shoes that could be worn and walked out the door with the baseball uniform bagged. The location for the group activity was selected at a seafood hot pot restaurant, and the president reserved a large private room. Song Si arrived half an hour early but unexpectedly saw Jiang Xing already waiting at the entrance. Jiang Xing took the bag in his hand, thanked him, and led him into the restaurant. Perhaps noticing the confusion in his eyes, Jiang Xing explained, this place is membership-based, so you can only enter with a reservation. I'm worried if you arrive early, you wouldn't be able to get in, so I waited ahead. Oh, Song Si's head swayed slightly with the movement of the other person rubbing his hair, glancing sideways at the restaurant environment. In another world, he might have visited such restaurants quite a few times. Even though his memory was vague, Song Si still felt a sense of familiarity. Also, from last night until the early morning, he intermittently began receiving parts of the original host's memories. For instance, the shirt he was wearing now was a tenuan second-hand item from a roadside stall, and the shoes were ones he found by quietly rummaging through garbage bins for 20 minutes after a family had moved out. Before entering, a waiter confirmed their identities with a bow and led them to the private room. On the way, there were many illuminated fish tanks for customers to choose from. Seeing Song Si looking around, Jiang Xing thought he was interested and said, if you want anything, just tell me. I'll let the president know later. No need. He softly declined. Because they arrived too early, there were only a few people in the private room. Xu Qingyi was sitting at her seat chatting with a friend on her left. In order for Song Si to see his crush, Jiang Xing intentionally chose 2 seats next to Xu Qingyi. Song Si almost wanted to shed tears of gratitude. This guy was clever and took the initiative to sit next to the female lead without any assistance. At this rate, they would definitely get together soon. He silently gave Jiang Xing a thumbs up in his heart as he watched him take a seat separated by one empty seat from Xu Qingyi, gazing resolutely at himself. Although it didn't quite match the scenario he had imagined where Jiang Xing would be directly sitting next to the female lead, Song Si still gave him a silent thumbs up, then turned around and sat in the corner of the dining table near the edge. Seeing that the seat to the right of Xu Qingyi was still empty, Jiang Xing practically immediately pulled Song Si over. Thinking about being able to sit next to the girl he secretly loved, Song Si's heart should have been full of joy. Jiang Xing took the seat first, leaving the seat next to Xu Qingyi for the other party, giving a look of merit towards Song Si. The other party clearly looked very happy, excitedly patting his shoulder just as Song Si was being moved to pull away and let him sit down. But then, the other person abruptly got up and walked off with an unusually determined back. Jiang Xing was stunned, watching Song Si walk over to the most inconspicuous place at the entire table. Song Si cornered himself in a corner, comfortingly poured a cup of tea and hugged it to his chest, ready to secretly observe the interaction between the male and female leads. However, Jiang Xing did not move at all. Song Si took small sips, occasionally glancing sideways. 5 minutes later, the dazed Jiang Xing finally made his move. He picked up the bag beside the table, and with a grim face, swiftly walked over to Song Si, pulling out a chair and sitting down fluidly. Song Si glanced at the somewhat dark expression of the young man beside him, then looked again at the female lead on the other side who was still chatting with the curly-haired girl beside her, not understanding which step went wrong. Then, under his gaze, Jiang Xing calmed down, calling the female lead over to sit on their side. Xu Qingyi gave him a puzzled glance, but asked no more questions, calling her friend beside her to join over. Song Si. Brother, I was just praising you. Song Si felt utterly frustrated but helpless, feeling like he himself was now an overly bright 100-watt light bulb sitting next to the male and female leads. You could just sit with the female lead if you wanted, why must you insist on moving over to sit next to me? Chapter 33, Innocent Roommate Spicy Hot, 8. Jiang Xing looked at Song Si's strange expression and understood instantly. Song Si must have been too embarrassed to sit next to Xu Qingyi earlier, which was why he chose to quietly sit aside. As for the complicated gaze now. He gave Song Si a smile. He knew that the other party must be overwhelmed with gratitude and not know how to thank him. Song Si didn't know what Jiang Xing was thinking at this moment. With mixed feelings, he looked at the person beside him and discreetly moved a little to give more space to the male and female protagonists. But just as he had barely moved less than a centimeter, Jiang Xing pulled him back into an embrace. Let me introduce you, this is Song Si. Jiang Xing said it to Xu Qingyi while half-hugging Song Si's neck, casually petting his hair in the motion. Song Si gave Jiang Xing a slightly aggrieved look before politely smiling at Xu Qingyi. The girl sitting beside Xu Qingyi was named Huai Zhizhi, from the English department, and she was also Xu Qingyi's roommate. Huai Zhizhi wore a creamy yellow dress with a tea-colored curly hair adorned by a butterfly clip behind her ears. She leaned against Xu Qingyi's shoulder imitating Jiang Xing's actions and attempted to play with Xu Qingyi's hair. However, almost as soon as she raised her hand, Xu Qingyi caught her wrist and forced her to put it down. She giggled and nudged the girl beside her as she leaned sideways toward Jiang Xing. I've always seen you walking with Xing Xiangyang. It's the first time I've seen you bring another friend out. So we got to see. Jiang Xing's face improved a little. Although he should be happy helping Song Si chase after someone, he inexplicably felt a vague sourness in his heart. He struggled to suppress this strange feeling and played with Song Si's hair again. It wasn't until the person beside him became annoyed and slapped his hand away that he reluctantly retracted it. The number of people around the table gradually increased. Most of them were actually there because of Jiang Xing's name. Either they wanted to build relationships during this meal or they harbored a secret crush on Jiang Xing. Who would have thought upon arrival that Jiang Xing already had people sitting closely on both sides? Some people twisted their thoughts and turned their attentions toward Song Si, who seemed rather close to Jiang Xing. Song Si drank tea and watched the waiters continuously bringing dishes without saying much. Beside him sat a boy dressed quite refreshingly with black-rimmed glasses and a watch on his wrist, which should be quite expensive. Even while Song Si was drinking tea, the boy had already sneakily glanced at him multiple times. Song Si sipped his tea silently, ignoring him until the boy finally couldn't resist and gently poked him. You must be some young master of a family too, right? Your relationship with Jiang Xing seems so good. The boy's tone was somewhat flattering. We've never seen anyone else around Jiang Xing before except Xing Xiangyang. Xing's family and Jiang's are on par with each other. He enviously looked at Song Si. Since you're able to hang out with Jiang Xing, your backgrounds must be about the same, right? Song Si. He choked a little, feeling like this person was overestimating him. No, I'm very poor. But the other person clearly didn't believe him and continued asking, how long have you known Jiang Xing? Where did you meet? Song Si secretly glanced at Jiang Xing, who was currently toasting with the president, and had no choice but to awkwardly answer, just a few days ago, we met in the restroom. This answer was clearly unexpected, but in order to continue the conversation, the other person kept talking aimlessly. What brand is this hoodie? Retro style, isn't it? Look at this dirty pink color, the frayed edges at the bottom, and the imitation washout white look. Too realistic. And your shoes, imitating the scuffed sole. Wow, simply too trendy. Can we add each other on WeChat? Send me the brand, and I'll have someone buy it for me. Song Si. He tried to open his mouth several times, unsure how to reply. The clothes were bought from a street stall, and the shoes. Little Si. Jiang Xing probably sensed the embarrassment of the person beside him, coldly glancing at that person and interrupting them. He lifted Song Si, chair and all, to sit closely beside him. Song Si's eyes widened in shock due to Jiang Xing's smooth movements, momentarily losing any action. You don't need to deal with those trying to flatter. Upon hearing Jiang Xing speak, that person immediately shut up and lowered his head to continue eating. Xu Qingyi wants to exchange contact information with you. Is that okay? Jiang Xing placed the peeled crab legs from his bowl into Song Si's. Ah, Song Si looked up shocked. Brother, so you've been peeling the crabs this long for me? And chatting with Xu Qingyi for so long was just to get her contact information for me? On the side, Xu Qingyi gestured for Huai Zhizhi, who had been clinging to her, to back off a little and handed over her WeChat QR code. And Song Si could clearly see Jiang Xing's expression flicker in disbelief for 2 seconds. How could he have forgotten that Song Si didn't have a phone? The person beside him shifted closer again, making Song Si turn his head in confusion toward Jiang Xing, only to suddenly feel a phone being shoved into his hand. Song Si. It was Jiang Xing's phone. Song Si didn't want to keep Xu Qingyi waiting, so he reluctantly used Jiang Xing's phone to add them as friends. His doubts grew heavier. Could it be that the male and female protagonists weren't even WeChat friends yet? Then how were they able to chat so intimately and casually, with Jiang Xing even helping him get Xu Qingyi's contact information? So, Jiang Xing was embarrassed to ask Xu Qingyi for her WeChat himself, so he made up an excuse about doing it for him and asked Song Si to help add her. Song Si carefully analyzed and thought deeply. Finally, he realized. It turned out that he was part of their play, too. He gave Jiang Xing a grateful look and quietly returned the phone under the table. When Xu Qingyi retrieved her phone, Huai Zhizhi immediately leaned back toward her, pouting and whispering in her ear, "What are those two up to? So secretive. Eat your food." Xu Qingyi ignored her and placed a piece of salmon into Huai Zhizhi's mouth. Huai Zhizhi squinted her eyes happily and chewed. "Baby." Xu Qingyi, finding her neck smeared with lipstick from Huai Zhizhi, helplessly wiped the food residue around her lips with a napkin. Ever since Jiang Xing and Song Si had entered, Huai Zhizhi had been chirping incessantly in her ear, saying that something seemed off between the two of them. They looked like there was a situation. It was also she who encouraged the change of seats and exchanging contact information. Now she was laughing at some unknown thing again. Huai Zhizhi giggled twice. "Look, the phone that just added you was Jiang Xing's." Chapter 34, Pure Roommate, 9. Xu Qingyi squeezed the person beside her, signaling her to be quiet. Huai Zhizhi softly murmured an "oh" and pouted, remaining silent. Ever since scanning the code just now, Jiang Xing had been constantly serving her dishes. Song Si didn't understand why he had taken the female lead's contact information but was still here taking care of her. Song Si didn't get it, but she respected it. Jiang Xing looked at Song Si who hadn't said a word since scanning the code. He felt a bit guilty and kept serving her dishes and warming them for her as she ate with her head down, causing her mouth to turn bright red from the spiciness. "How do you still love eating spicy food so much?" He let out a breath while his tongue was tingling and muttered casually. Then he froze the next second. He turned his head awkwardly towards Jiang Xing, whose action of serving the dish clearly paused for a moment before acting like nothing happened and putting the dish in his bowl. "Has your roommate caused you any trouble?" "No," he shook his head. After realizing that day that he seemed to know Jiang Xing, Zhang Liji's attitude toward him had obviously changed. One could even say he was flattering him. The other roommate occasionally also wanted to order him around to do some tasks, but he basically shot back directly. "Hey, Chen Lisan's son has been asked to leave." Across the dining table, a girl suddenly exclaimed, "It seems like the whole school has received a notice about the punishment. Because Chen Rong colluded with gangsters outside the school to frame classmates, they have directly invited him to drink tea at the police station. I've never liked him. Before this, he used to harass girls after evening study sessions, and his father even covered for him. What's most hilarious is his dad has been suspended too. It's like an annual refreshing story." Their discussions naturally grew louder, and many people, having eaten their fill, picked up their phones to read the notice. Hearing these familiar names, Song Si's pupils couldn't help but dilate slightly, and she turned her eyes to look at Jiang Xing. This was definitely something he had done. That's natural. Before this, Chen Rong often organized group bullying against others. "Let me tell you all, remember that girl in the broadcasting 2 class he liked?" The person lowered their voice. "One day when it rained, that girl didn't have an umbrella, and then a boy lent her one. Guess what happened?" That person chuckled. Chen Rong went crazy and accused that boy of stealing his girlfriend and dragged him to the restroom. At the time, someone took pictures. Supposedly, that boy got beaten very badly and was held down at the wash basin by several of them. "Don't listen anymore." Song Si's face showed no expression, but she was deeply engrossed until someone suddenly covered her ears. Confused, she raised her eyes. She hadn't opened her mouth yet when she was abruptly pulled up by Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing didn't expect the conversation at the dinner table to take such a turn. There was a touch of anger in his eyes, his lips downturned, and his voice rough. "Let's go. If you're not full, I'll take you somewhere else to eat." Xing, are you leaving already?" Seeing Jiang Xing pulling Song Si up and seeming ready to leave, the club president hurriedly spoke out. He specifically arranged this gathering for Jiang Xing. His dad had a new project next month, so he wanted to use this chance to get close to Jiang Xing and try to gain his favor. Upon learning that Jiang Xing was in his own club, he couldn't wait to put together this event. The first couple of times when he tried asking over drinks, Jiang Xing refused each time. Could it be now that he was tired of him and didn't want to stay? Wu Haohao nervously rubbed his hands and tried to retain them. I won't ask those questions anymore. Just stay a little longer. Later, we're going to the amusement park to play the haunted house. It's not because of your questions. Jiang Xing answered coldly, gently patting Song Si. My friend isn't feeling well. I'll send him back to the dormitory. You all can continue playing. It was clear that Jiang Xing was dragging him away, yet unexpectedly pushed this onto his shoulders. Song Si pinched him under the cover and only complied. Yeah, I feel chest tightness and shortness of breath. I was sitting well when I accidentally sprained my ankle. And he served me too much spicy food, which made my gastroenteritis flare up again. Jiang Xing. Seeing his nonsensical explanation, Jiang Xing sighed helplessly but didn't care whether the others believed or not. He directly pulled Song Si out. You don't need to dwell on their words. Realizing Song Si barely spoke either during the dinner or after leaving the private room, Jiang Xing worried if he was saddened by the words spoken at the meal and couldn't help but inquire. Ah. Song Si was indeed lost in thought about what had just happened. It wasn't until Jiang Xing softly called him that he snapped out of it, hastily explaining, I haven't dwelled on it. What were you thinking about just now? Song Si shyly smiled, I was thinking about how much compensation they should give me. If it weren't for the 400 yuan in cash that Jiang Xing gave him when they met today, he wouldn't have been able to afford meals these past few days. Jiang Xing. Didn't you eat enough just now? I drove here today, so I. After leaving the noisy private room, Jiang Xing also felt a sense of peace from no more chatter. He was about to invite Song Si to another restaurant when Song Si's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Grandma. A trace of hesitation flashed across Song Si's face, but in the end, he pressed the answer button. The voice on the other side was still chaotic, occasionally interrupted by neighbors arguing. Little Si, your mom, she hasn't been doing well these past 2 days, constantly shouting that she wants to see you. So when are you coming back? The old lady's voice was intermittent, and Song Si could even hear his aunt teaching her what to say without turning on the speakerphone. You didn't give us enough money last time. When you come back to visit your mom next week, can you? Song Si sighed, it's only the middle of the month, yet you've already used all the money I gave you. Honestly, I don't have much money left either. How is it possible for you to not have any money? His aunt's sarcastic tone came through the speaker. I heard he works as a bartender at a bar. She clicked her tongue twice, sounding like she was eating something. You know Mom, there are lots of rich people there, and little Si probably earns a lot just by taking tips. He must be lying to us, giving only 1,500 yuan every month, but who knows where else the rest of his money has gone. Without waiting for her to finish, Song Si directly hung up the phone. If it weren't for his sick mother being there, he wouldn't have bothered with them at all. Sorry, made you see this farce. Just then, he raised his head intending to apologize, but saw that Jiang Xing had walked a bit further away so as not to overhear his family conversation. After Song Si finished, he slowly came back. With a note of apology, Song Si thanked him, I have my shift tonight, so I'll go back to rest for a bit and skip dinner. Oh dear, this restaurant costs quite a bit of money, right? Xiao Ning, let's go somewhere else to eat instead. Seeing Song Si refuse, Jiang Xing did not persist but offered to drive him home. When they were almost at the door, they saw a mother-son pair standing by the entrance wanting to go inside. Seeing the decoration inside, the mother looked shocked and desperately tried pulling her son out. Mom, my part-time job now, really makes me some money, please don't worry. The boy was clean-cut and elegant-looking, but somewhat stuttered. It's okay, we'll just eat. Interrupting him mid-sentence, she scolded impatiently, what kind of money can your part-time job make? Did that boy give it to you? She slapped her thigh and sighed, listen, break off contact with him quickly. You're both the same gender, this isn't normal. It's a sickness. Chapter 35, Innocent Roommate Spicy Hot, 10. No. Not true. The boy's eyes carried an anxious look as he tried to contradict his mother, but the more nervous he got, the more noticeable his stutter became. What isn't it? I'm waiting for you to get married and give me grandchildren. The woman, hands on her hips, shouted at Wan Ning, why don't you learn something good, instead of being with a guy? And I've heard that boy's family is quite wealthy, right? The woman snorted and pointed her finger at the boy's nose as she cursed him, they just fancy your looks now, for the novelty. Not to mention you have this stutter. Those rich people will surely find a noble lady to marry for alliances in the future. Her voice rose further, when they are busy having 2 kids a year, will they even remember you? We are already together. The boy was flustered, his eye rim slightly red, but alas, his stammering left him unable to rebut his mother. Don't spout nonsense. No matter how long you've been together, it doesn't matter. In my opinion, breaking up sooner is best. People like you are insane. The woman exploded in anger the moment he tried to defend himself, I won't eat. What's there to eat anyway? She swatted away Ruan Ning's hand trying to hold her back and rode off on the electric scooter she had come on, without even calling for her son. A doorman was just about to welcome the mother and son when he witnessed this scene. He could only chuckle awkwardly from the side. When he saw Jiang Xing and another coming out, he felt greatly relieved, smiling politely as he said, "Hope to see you again next time." Ruan Ning. The boy stood somewhat uneasily by the door for a while. Hearing his name, he hesitantly turned around. Jiang Xing. Would you like me to take you to Xing Xiangyang's place? Fortunately, he had nothing much to do today. After sending Song Ci, he could conveniently drop him off on the way. Ruan Ning looked at Song Ci, then glanced at Jiang Xing's familiar hand resting on Song Ci's head, hesitating, obviously misunderstanding. We are roommates. Jiang Xing opened the car door, gesturing for them to get in. He started the engine, glancing at Song Ci who hadn't spoken a word all this while. His Adam's apple bobbed, but still couldn't help explaining, "He's my high school classmate, currently my childhood friend's lover. My childhood friend has harbored feelings for him for years and only succeeded last month." The money for compensation from the greasy man at the bar in Chenrong arrived in Song Ci's account 3 days later. In total, it amounted to about 5,000 yuan, finally giving some relief to a financially strapped Song Ci. The next few days, the original owner's grandmother called several times, mostly asking for money, or else dragging his mother into the conversation. Having taken over the original owner's body, Song Ci couldn't turn a blind eye to his mother and so decided to go home once on Saturday. The original owner's home was located in an old corridor building. The stairs and walls were all worn black, the corridors narrow, and the railings in the hallway precariously hanging. The house had poor sound insulation. Even before entering, Song Ci heard the commotion inside. A mere 30-square-meter house managed to squeeze in 6 people. Big brother's back. Song Nuanyuan, playing with her uncle's son, turned her head and upon seeing Song Ci, happily threw herself into her big brother's arms. Big brother hasn't come to see Nuanyuan for ages. The little girl sported a bob cut, a tooth was missing, and she wore a red woolen sweater given by her grandma, laughing merrily as she looked at Song Ci. "Oh, little Ci is back." Uncle's wife was sitting with her feet propped up watching TV, sunflower seeds scattered all over the floor beside her. "Where's Mom?" Song Ci ignored her sarcastic greeting. "She's in the room," finally came back. "Huh, little Ci," the old lady came out of the kitchen, her eyes squinting shut. "We gave up our room and bed to let your mom sleep in it. Except for the 2 youngest ones sleeping on the floor in her room, the rest of us." She emphasized this point as she pushed open the creaky door. A foul smell instantly wafted out, causing Song Ci to cough and interrupt her. "What does give mean? This was originally my mom's house. It was originally kind of us to let you live here. Now how did it become you guys having compassion to let my mom sleep in the bedroom?" Don't get angry, the elderly lady quickly consoled him, fearing Song Ci might storm out without giving any money. Little Ci. The dim light in the room lit up, Shermancio coughed twice and weakly called out. "Mom." Song Ci momentarily ignored the chattering behind him and sat down beside the bed. "Little Ci, what if we stop treatment?" Shermancio's lips lacked almost all color, and her wrist bones had grown as thin as sticks protruding through her skin. "Your aunt says this illness requires a kidney donor and costs a lot, lots of tens of thousands." She patted Song Ci's hand. "Our family doesn't have so much money, Mom won't treat it anymore, you focus on your studies." At the onset of her illness, the original owner had insisted on having his mother stay in the hospital. But after merely 3 days, the family's funds could no longer cover the costs, forcing them to bring their belongings back home. Even so, the monthly medication expenses remained exorbitant. "Mancio, why are you in such a hurry?" "Your son has plenty of money," interjected Auntie Gong Chunmei, munching on sunflower seeds, cutting across Song Ci before he could speak. "He works as a bartender in a nightclub. I remember the young guy next door does the same thing. The other day, he even brought a guest home," she cheerfully continued, cracking more seeds. "Our house isn't soundproof, so both me and Uncle Song heard it loud and clear, right?" She teased with a smirk, slapping Lao Song Hongjun who was sitting nearby smoking. Sure. Song Hongjun replied absent-mindedly while keeping his eyes glued to the videos of beauty scrolling through his phone. "It's possible your son also found a rich patron among his guests. They must be swimming in cash." She clapped her hands. "Oh yes, that's what young people call it these days. A sponsor." The clothes worn by the neighbor's son a few days ago seemed to be Dior, very expensive, they were probably given by his sponsor. "Our Xiaozi looks so good, the sponsors he attracts must be way richer." "Gong Chunmei, don't spout nonsense." Shermancio coughed violently, glaring furiously at Gong Chunmei while pointing an accusing finger at her. It was one thing for her to tolerate being scolded at home, but she couldn't stand anyone slandering her son this way. In anger, Shermancio grabbed the cup beside her and threw it at Gong Chunmei. But due to her weakness, the cup barely traveled a distance before Song Ci intercepted it. Gong Chunmei, seeing Shermancio's action, became furious and immediately retaliated by grabbing the ashtray and hurling it over. Song Si's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively shielded Shermancio. Chapter 36, Pure Roommate, Fiery, 11. The ashtray hit Song Si's forehead without missing. He groaned in pain. It was the same spot where he had been hit by Chenrong when he first came to this time. The wound there hadn't healed yet, and now it had been injured again. Ouch, it's bleeding. Chunmei, what did you do? The old woman cried out and slapped Gong Chunmei a couple of times. Why are you so angry with her? She's sickly, what's wrong with her saying a few words to you? Now look, you've hit Xiao Ci. Ouch, has his face been ruined? What will happen if your future benefactor finds him unattractive and refuses to give him money? The old woman's face fell as she pretended to get up to take a look at Song Si's wound. It's all your fault, woman. Now Xiao Ci has to go to the hospital, which means next month's money is down the drain. Even though his grandson's forehead had been hit until it bled, she still thought about money. Looking at the mess in Shermancio's room and the filth on the floor, one could tell that the old lady didn't take good care of her son. Xiao Ci. You, quickly tend to your wound. Shermancio anxiously tried to sit up to help her son, but she had no strength left in her body. In the drawer, there's gauze in the drawer. Go see a doctor, don't worry about me. Gong Chunmei, the gauze touched the wound, and instantly red seeped through. Song Ci pressed against his forehead and slowly raised his head to look at Gong Chunmei. What? She crossed her arms, looking like a troublemaker. Don't ask me for money when you go to the hospital, I don't have a cent anyway. You two will move out today. Don't stay here any longer. He held his forehead, opened the door directly, and stared expressionlessly at Gong Chunmei. Maybe because of his harsh tone, the two children who were playing around stopped. His little nephew looked back and forth at the adults, then burst into tears. Wah wah wah, brother bullied me. It's just borrowing our place to stay for a while, how could you be so stingy? Song Shui was their only child born late in life. Once he heard his precious son crying, Gong Chunmei immediately picked him up and started cursing at Song Ci. When you were little, your father gambled and borrowed a lot of money from us too. It's already been paid back. The original hostess coughed twice in anger. You only lent $20, and 3 days later you came asking for it back. Is $20 not money? I say your family, you're all ingrates. Now you won't even let us live here anymore. Oh my, Xiao Ci, don't argue with auntie. The old woman pleaded with a sour face, fearing that he might leave without giving a penny. This house is your father's too, right? Even though he's still inside jail, how can your uncle not be considered his brother and your paternal uncle? Let them stay for a while, how bad is that? Song Ci almost laughed in anger. Where is my father? Grandma, you shouldn't be senile. This house was given by my grandfather as a wedding gift to my mother. The property certificate clearly bears my mother's name. Did auntie get her permission to stay here? He pointed at Gong Chunmei. All of you, move out within 3 days, or I'll call the police. Gong Chunmei gritted her teeth. She remembered that a few months ago, Song Ci used to be an easy target they could manipulate however they wanted. Why had he become so quick-witted after being away for a while? You're my nephew. How dare you talk to your aunt like this? Seeing him threaten to call the police, Gong Chunmei became anxious, her voice growing much sharper. Yes, Xiao Ci, we're all family. Why create discord? The old woman stepped in again to mediate, placing herself between them. Cui Xia, are you going to play mahjong tonight? Is your grandson back these last few days? Can you repay the money you owe? A call came from the corridor. The door at home was still open. The elderly person, somewhat hard of hearing, hadn't noticed the noise inside, and slowly walked over. The old woman outside was about the same age as Song Si's grandma, Lu Cuixia. She wore a flowered shirt with frayed seams and a green towel wrapped around her head. She called out again at the doorway. Old Wang said you must pay back the money soon, his wife is asking for it these days. Suddenly, the atmosphere indoors grew quiet. The grandmother who had been nagging before became sheepishly silent. So that's why the money disappeared so quickly. Song Si's face turned cold. So it's all been taken by you to gamble, huh? Realizing the tense atmosphere inside, the old woman outside hurriedly turned and walked away, muttering under her breath as she told the neighbors in the corridor, this grandson from the Lao Song family has a terrible temper. Mom, tomorrow go apply for a divorce from dad. Suppressing the fire in his heart, Song Ci spoke as gently as possible to his mother. He has been physically abusing you for years and gambles. You should have cut ties with him long ago. That's absolutely out of the question. Shermancio, lying on the bed, tears streaming down her face, had yet to open her mouth when Lu Cuixia interrupted her anxiously. How could that be acceptable? How can a woman file for divorce? It's sinful for a woman to initiate a divorce. There's no such reason as women leaving their husbands. Ignoring his grandmother who rushed forward to scold him, Song Ci saw his mother nodding at him through tears and felt reassured. Mom, I still have some money with me right now. Let me take you and my sister to the hospital for a stay, just for a few days. I'll figure out how to cover the medical expenses later. It would be payday at the end of the month. Plus, Jiang Xing mentioned double the wages, which could amount to close to 10,000. Grandma, if you like uncle's family so much, then why don't you move out with them? The words from the people behind him grew even more cutting and malicious, along with the child's cries that irritated him further. He hoisted his mother lying on the bed onto his back and held his sister's hand. "If I see any of you in the house 3 days from now, we'll meet at the police station then." By the time Song Si returned to school, it was already getting dark. Even though Shermancio tried to refuse multiple times, he still managed to arrange for her hospitalization procedures. Song Si almost gave all the compensation money to the hospital, reserving only 300 yuan for himself. He had wiped off the bloodstains from his face because he didn't want to spend money, and considered the wound on his forehead not too severe, so he simply used iodine to clean it and treated it as sufficient. It was unusually quiet in the dormitory. Usually by this time, Zhang Leji and another roommate were busy gaming together. "Didn't you come back until now?" While bending over to change into slippers, the magnetic and gentle voice of Jiang Xing suddenly came from behind. Song Si hesitated to glance at the clock, slowly turning his head. He noticed that the originally empty bunk from the neighboring room had been made up with bedding, and Jiang Xing's daily necessities were neatly arranged on the desk. "You." His voice rasped, "Weren't you staying at home? Living in the dormitory is pretty good, lively with many people around." Jiang Xing glanced at the wool cap atop his head and smiled while replying. At the sound of his voice, the other two roommates pretending to be playing with their phones lifted their heads and looked at him. Song Si blinked and recalled what Jiang Xing had said during their first meeting. "Huh. I thought you once said, you don't like living with too many people." Jiang Xing smiled softly, calm and composed. "You must have misheard." With a faint look, he turned his gaze to Zhang Leji and the other person. "Isn't that right? I'm quite friendly." "Yes. They nodded furiously. Chapter 37, Innocent Roommate Spicy, 12. Living alone for too long, I want to live with friends for a while, to be lively, Jiang Xing continued telling lies without blinking. "Starting today, we're roommates." Song Si's brain stalled for a moment as he carefully thought about whether he had really remembered incorrectly. Maybe the fall at his aunt's house had left him disoriented. Back home, adrenaline surged due to anger, and he barely noticed the blood trickling down from beside his forehead. It wasn't until he got to the hospital and calmed down slightly that he felt the pain. He originally planned to take off his hat once he returned to the dormitory since Zhang Leji and others usually wouldn't notice him, but Jiang Xing suddenly appeared. Seeing his good roommate standing there in silence, staring at him blankly, Jiang Xing said nothing and looked back at him. "Why are you still wearing your hat? Aren't you hot?" Song Si shook his head quickly. "No, it's fine. I just bought it today, so I want to wear it a bit longer." Song Si laughed awkwardly as he walked towards the restroom, turning back to reply to Jiang Xing, "I'll go wash up and then sleep, I'll take off my hat later." With his back turned, Song Si continued talking to Jiang Xing without looking ahead. Jiang Xing didn't have time to warn him, and watched helplessly as he collided directly with the wall. Ouch. Song Si wondered what kind of luck he had, managing to hit the exact same spot on his forehead where the wound was. Seeing Song Si's comical expression, Jiang Xing was about to remind him to pay more attention when his smile froze on his face. Because he saw that the deep blue edge of Song Si's hat was soaked with small traces of blood slowly dripping down. "Little Si, what happened to your forehead? Didn't it already scab over?" Seeing Song Si panic and try to hold onto his hat while heading for the bathroom, Jiang Xing instinctively grabbed his wrist. "No need, maybe the scab accidentally came off." "There's no need to go to the hospital," Song Si nervously replied, despite the real pain, knowing he couldn't afford medical care. The amount of bleeding on Song Si's head clearly indicated something more serious than just losing a scab. Amused by his absurd excuses, Jiang Xing took advantage of his strength and pulled Song Si's hat off. Song Si was forced to turn his face sideways, pressed against Jiang Xing's chest, feeling the other person's heartbeat quicken. The wound on the forehead of the person in his arms, about a centimeter long, was steadily bleeding after being re-traumatized 3 times. Song Si could see through his peripheral vision that Zhang Leji and the others were now looking at him differently. Feeling increasingly uneasy, he struggled to break free. "Little Si, your wound needs stitches at the hospital." He seriously stared at Song Si, enunciating every word. "No, applying some ointment will be fine." Song Si refused, knowing that if he went to the hospital, he wouldn't have money for food this month. "Let's go, I'll cover the medical expenses." Jiang Xing guessed his hesitation. "If it makes you feel uncomfortable, consider it as an advance payment. You can pay me back when you have money." After a brief pause, he added softly, "In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me for help." Being coaxed by Jiang Xing, Song Si eventually relaxed his resistance and nodded. Earlier that afternoon at home, those nasty relatives stimulated many memories of the original host to surface in his mind. It was because of the residual feelings of the original host that he impulsively handed over nearly all his money for his mother's hospitalization fee. The autumn night was somewhat cool, and Jiang Xing pulled out his coat and casually draped it around Song Si before leading him to his Maybach parked on campus. As the car started smoothly, Song Si sat in the passenger seat, gazing absently at the night view outside the window. Song Si. Hearing the person next to him calling his name, Song Si snapped back to reality and responded. "Isn't the psychology assignment due soon?" Glancing at the person next to him, "Can you help me write it?" If he wasn't mistaken, the last time someone asked him that, it was probably Zhang Liji. 500 yuan. Jiang Xing's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. "My family's been busy lately, so I don't have time. Help me out this once, and I'll give you 500. All right." Hardly having understood the terms and reasons fully, Song Si accepted the offer right away. "And the final exams are coming up, and my grades aren't great." Seeing the barely concealed excitement in the voice next to him, a smile surfaced in Jiang Xing's eyes again. "According to my roommate, your grades are good and you study diligently, so why not tutor me? 5,000 per hour. Song Si was practically about to cling to his legs, calling him "Dad" in gratitude. "Isn't it too high? 5,000 is certainly enough to. I don't want anyone else." Seizing the moment while waiting at a traffic light, Jiang Xing avoided touching Song Si's wound and gave his hair another playful ruffle. At that moment, he felt a great sense of physical and mental relief. All the anger from beating up his two roommates earlier had completely disappeared. "You don't need to feel sorry for me, I'm so poor that I only have money left." Song Si. How despicable these rich people are. He felt this sentence was familiar somehow, but just couldn't remember where he'd heard it before. There were quite a few people at the hospital that evening. By the time Song Si had finished getting stitches, they didn't leave the hospital until 10:30. If my memory serves me right, the dormitory curfew is probably 11 o'clock. "It might be too late to go back now," Jiang Xing said as he pulled shut the car door. However, he just happened to own an apartment nearby. The corner of Song Si's forehead was now patched with medical gauze. In his hands, he held the medical records, staring blankly at his palms inside the car. His mind was still somewhat dazed. He was scared of needles, and the cries he emitted in front of Jiang Xing while in the hospital were embarrassing enough to make him want to die of awkwardness when he thought about them now. In the end, it was Jiang Xing who helped cover his eyes as the doctor stitched him up while holding him down. "There's a wire fence around the courtyard where we air our quilts in the dorm." Jiang Xing flicked his long, elegant fingers in front of Song Si, bringing him back to reality. This question, Song Si knew well. "There's a hole there. The senior student specially made it for us to crawl through when picking up our deliveries." His eyes shone with some pride. "When I come back from night shifts, I basically crawl in through there to get back to the dorm." Jiang Xing. One phrase from Song Si sealed the invitation stuck in his throat. "Since today is your first day living on campus, I know the route well. I can ensure you get in quietly without being noticed by the supervisor." Xiao Si, there was a hint of helplessness in Jiang Xing's eyes as he started the engine. "You don't have to climb through the fence." "You don't have to." Yeah, Jiang Xing thought Song Si finally realized. "Right, how could I forget?" Song Si suddenly came to his senses. "With how rich you are, you must have bribed the supervisor to let you straight in without needing to climb." Jiang Xing. He sighed helplessly. "Not that. What I mean is, why don't you stay over at my place tonight?" Chapter 38, Innocent Roommate, Spicy, 13. Jiang Xing lived in a standalone small villa. The interior decoration was very simple, using a black and white color scheme. Song Si followed Jiang Xing into the entrance hall, still feeling somewhat awkward due to the earlier mix-up. Goalpost phone reminder, it is now 11 p.m. Low battery, please charge. Jiang Xing poured him a glass of water. Only after both had sat down did he realize a very serious issue. There was only one bed in his house. Since he usually lived alone, he had repurposed the spare bedroom into a multifunctional room. The house had a home cinema, tea room, gym, and karaoke lounge, all available, except for an extra bed. Normally there were no visitors at home, only Xing Xiangyang occasionally came over and refused to leave, so Jiang Xing would usually kick him out to sleep on the couch in the living room. But this time, the person who came was different. "What's wrong?" The person standing beside him after pouring the water maintained the same posture for a while. Song Si looked up at him with his cup in hand. The TV was showing the news, but neither of them was watching. "Today, multiple cases of disappearance have occurred in our city. Most victims are young men and women. Citizens are advised to take precautions." "It's nothing." Jiang Xing put down the glass of water and bent down to open a drawer. "In such a hurry to come out that I forgot my phone hasn't been charged all day." Song Si looked worriedly at his mobile device, playing around with it. The charger for his elderly model phone was too unique, there was no way Jiang Xing's place would have it. Option, unlock, select option, unlock. The battery is depleted and has automatically shut off. Unable to endure Song Si's repeated clicking, the elderly phone groaned and turned off. The original owner of this phone had used it for 7 or 8 years. It was given to him when his mother changed phones back then. Persisting without use for half a day was already its limit. A low laugh came from above. Just as Song Si was about to raise his head to give a mournful look at the other side, he saw Jiang Xing holding a brand new phone box in front of him. "Take out your SIM card, use this one first." "No need, I'll go back tomorrow and charge mine." Song Si tried to decline, pushing the phone back. "I don't know many people, and generally, no one contacts me at night." Heaven knows how much he wanted to grab it and start browsing, but it was easy to transition from frugality to luxury and hard to go back. At the thought of returning to school tomorrow and having to use his old tiny phone again, he almost wanted to cry tears of poverty. The cover had already been opened by Jiang Xing. Not sure if it was Song Si's illusion, but he felt that this style looked a bit like the one in Jiang Xing's possession. Only the body was now white. Could it be a brother model? You don't have to return it, it's a gift for you. Although verbally rejecting it, Song Si's yearning was practically overflowing from his eyes. Jiang Xing chuckled at being teased, patted his head, no problem, it's your birthday present. Birthdays? These past 2 days, bits and pieces of memories from the previous owner gradually surfaced in his mind, yet not a single memory was related to a birthday. The original's childhood was spent immersed in the father's domestic violence and the mother's crying. Did I get the date wrong? That shouldn't be possible. Seeing his stunned expression, Jiang Xing couldn't help but doubt himself. When I took you to fill out the police statement, I saw your ID card, November 16th, I didn't make any mistake. I didn't either. Song Si could not find any reason to refuse further and silently added another debt owed to Jiang Xing in his heart. Seeing the visible joy in the other person upon picking up the phone, Jiang Xing directly pulled him over and sat him down. There's only one bed in my house. You have an injury on your forehead, so tonight you'll sleep in my bed while I'll take the sofa. No. As expected, Song Si rejected, and Jiang Xing glanced at him, then slowly replied, if you won't agree, fine. You'll sleep with me tonight. After all, my song teacher still needs to tutor me tomorrow. Song Si. In the end, neither of them gave in regarding the matter of who would sleep on the couch. Jiang Xing finally resorted to brute force and straightforwardly carried Song Si, fresh from the shower, and placed him firmly on the bed. Might solves all problems. Under Jiang Xing's authority, Song Si stubbornly placed a pillow between them, sulkily moving over to the edge of the bed. With a wrist encircling his waist, Jiang Xing's warm breath fell on his forehead. The pillow originally meant to separate them lay tilted on the ground, as if accusing the two lying on the bed. At some point, he must have crawled into Jiang Xing's nest. Song Si lifted her head somewhat arduously, looking up at him from where she was pressed against his chest. Jiang Xing's breathing was steady and peaceful in his sleep, with a faint aroma of ancient Longjing tea clinging to him. Song Si tried to pry the hand off his waist, but instead, Jiang Xing's brows lightly quivered in response, and he held on even tighter. Seeing that he was deeply asleep, Song Si didn't dare to wake him up. So, he came up with a rather foolish idea. He would edge closer to Jiang Xing, hoping to slip out from underneath. But as soon as he tucked his head under the blanket, he heard Jiang Xing mumble his name drowsily. Song Si. Song Si froze at the sound of his name, immediately burying his head under the blanket to feign death. Jiang Xing shook off his sleepiness, finally realizing that his arm was still wrapped around Song Si's waist. Chuckling softly, he scooped up Song Si who was hiding under the covers, saying, what's there to be embarrassed about? We're both straight men. He tousled Song Si's hair affectionately, adding, even if we showered together, it wouldn't mean anything, right? As soon as Jiang Xing woke up, Song Si bolted off the bed. It was Sunday today. After tutoring Jiang Xing, he would have to rush to the bar. Jiang Xing had been generous enough with his tutoring fees to cover the medical expenses for the original owner's mother. Mentally planning how to allocate the money he'd received, Song Si followed Jiang Xing into the study. It wasn't until Jiang Xing opened his book and looked at him that Song Si realized a critical issue he had forgotten. He didn't. The previous owner had been diligent and studious, willing to spend all his free time buried in the library. But Song Si wasn't like that. He preferred lying in bed after work. Straining hard, Song Si tried to recall any memories the original owner had left behind regarding studying. Unfortunately, there were none. System, quick. Use the skill to help me understand this knowledge. Under Jiang Xing's gaze, Song Si grew increasingly restless. He pretended to flip through the textbook while desperately calling out to the system, which hadn't responded for quite some time. He remembered that the last time he asked about skills, an emotionless electronic voice replied, revealing the skill was the previous owner's IQ. With no other choice, he tried asking again inside his mind. 3 seconds later, a robotic tone indeed rang out. Skill is now being activated. I apologize deeply. After giving it careful thought using his remarkably high IQ of 100, Song Si has failed to come up with any solutions. Song Si. An IQ of 100 was merely average. Clearly, a useless system was still just that, useless. If only they could give him a skill that matched the original owner's specialty. He faintly recalled some of the abilities from the previous world, though equally pitiful, they were practical. The original owner had specialized in T-arts. Why couldn't you at least transfer the diligence skill to me? Isn't the skill supposed to function 10 times better? The icy electronic tone resounded once more. After thinking diligently using his remarkably high IQ of 100 multiplied by tenfold effort, Song Si has still failed to come up with any solutions. Damn it, what a lousy system, a complete scam. All this upgrade was good for nothing. Fuming, Song Si almost cried looking at the textbook in his hands. At that moment, a sudden noise echoed outside the study. Chapter 39, Innocent Roommate Spiciness, 14. A Xing. Xing Xiangyang opened the door with a plate of cut fruits in his hand, and he looked at them in surprise. Jiang Xing and Xing Xiangyang both knew each other's door lock passwords. When Jiang Xing was not home, Xing Xiangyang often came over to hang out. Xing Xiangyang looked suspiciously at the two of them. Didn't you say you moved back to the dormitory? Song Si was injured yesterday evening, and I took him to the hospital for stitches. It was too late to get back to the dormitory. Jiang Xing didn't even spare a glance at Xing Xiangyang, propping his head up and looking at Song Si who was frowning deeply. It's almost noon now. Can't he go back to school by now? What are you two doing? The more Xing Xiangyang thought about it, the stranger it seemed. He felt like his good buddy looked shady. It's almost the end of the semester, he's helping me review. Jiang Xing said indifferently, afraid of failing. You. Xing Xiangyang nearly fell out of his chair from surprise. Do you still need to review? And have someone help you? Who doesn't know that Jiang Xing entered as the top student in the province? Not long ago, he won several championships in various competitions. Surely end-of-term exams were a piece of cake for him. Failing. That excuse wouldn't convince a dog. Xing Xiangyang, Jiang Xing interrupted him gently. Is it uncomfortable being around Wan Ning, so you're here babbling nonsense? Though his friend's expression and tone remained calm, Xing Xiangyang clearly saw the protruding veins on his forehead. Sorry, I'll be leaving immediately. He apologized hastily, closed the door and rushed toward the gaming room without further ado. Alright, let's continue studying. Seeing that the door had finally become quiet, Jiang Xing spoke softly. Song Si bit his lip, gripping his textbook tightly, a little conflicted. Maybe. Perhaps you can read from the textbook. I think reading aloud is also a great way to review. Song Si. In the end, Song Si read books for 3 hours at Jiang Xing's place. When he noticed Song Si getting parched and feeling throat discomfort, Boss Jiang generously gave him 15,000 yuan. Since coming to this world, Song Si had never received so much money in his phone before. On their way to work, Song Si felt like he was floating on air. I will also stay at the dorm tonight, we'll keep in touch through WeChat. Jiang Xing helped him unfasten his seatbelt and reminded him. After Jiang Xing stood up for him, those who gave him trouble decreased significantly. Even if there were any who dared to harass him, the bar owner would immediately drive them away. It should be because Jiang Xing had already given a warning beforehand. Song Si. Holding 2 bottles of alcohol and ready to deliver them to customers, Song Si suddenly heard his name called behind him. He hesitated for 2 seconds, turned around with an expression of disgust. This voice could belong to no one else but Chen Rong, who had been expelled only a few days ago. There were marks of 2 punches on his face, and the corner of his mouth was broken. Due to losing his job because of Song Si, Chen Xinli became angry and beat him with a belt. To get back at Song Si, Chen Rong invited some friends to drink at the bar, specifically targeting Song Si's shift that Sunday. Indeed, Jiang Xing had informed the people at the bar not to let Chen Rong in, but because Chen Rong's swollen face was covered by a mask, the bar mistakenly let him in. Oh my, so you managed to hook up with Mr. Jiang, did you? Chen Rong rested both hands on the sofa. Attempting to laugh nastily, but he accidentally pulled his wounds and couldn't help letting out a sharp intake of breath. Through gritted teeth, he stared venomously at Song Si. You're quite the genius, Song Si, able to provoke Jiang Xing into screwing me over so badly. You must have provided him with plenty of benefits, huh? How many times has he ridden you? Song Si showed no reaction, just glanced at him coolly and prepared to carry on with his work. Seeing that Song Si ignored him, Chen Rong lost it. He slammed the bottle onto the table and pointed at Song Si as he stood up. You must be amazing in bed, right? Keeping Jiang Xing utterly smitten, huh? Chen Rong wrinkled his nose, filled with contempt in his eyes. I didn't realize you were such a slut earlier. And yet, Jiang Xing knows you work at this bar and still wants you. Who knows how many people have already screwed you? Well, of course he knows I work here. Song Si didn't wish to cause trouble in Jiang Xing's territory. As he noticed the boss approaching along with security personnel, he calmed down a bit. Song Si slightly tilted his eyes and smiled amiably, because this bar. It belongs to him. Damn your mother. Always playing tricks to seduce men. Already drunk, Chen Rong's mouth spewed obscenities. Once Jiang Xing gets bored, you'll still be. The security staff dragged him out before he finished speaking. In the corner of his eye, Song Si vaguely caught sight of a few familiar figures. They seemed to be the little hoodlums Chen Rong had bribed before. They all had more or less injuries and were aimlessly wandering around the entrance. The loud racket Chen Rong was causing drew their attention for a moment. The leader, Brother Long, his eyes changed abruptly, his expression instantly becoming grotesque. This Chen Rong had cost them both money and led to them getting beaten by someone surnamed Jiang. They also spent a few days in the station because of him. After being released, the one surnamed Jiang still wasn't done with them. He dragged them over again and gave them another beating. And here was Chen Rong, cleverly hiding from them all this time. Brother Long couldn't contain his anger as soon as he identified Chen Rong. His rage surged upward in an instant. He beckoned his other henchmen, and they grabbed some steel pipes and started walking toward Chen Rong. Some of his plastic brothers thought it disgraceful and stayed behind, not following. Chen Rong lay helplessly on the ground, whimpering, having fallen straight onto his wound just moments before. "You're all a bunch of ungrateful bastards," he muttered under his breath, dusting himself off as he tried shakily to stand up. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. Chen Rong trembled, looking up in horror. "Help! Someone's attacking." Brother Long threw a punch at his left cheek, grabbing his collar, dragging him towards a small alley in East Street. There were no cameras, it was a good place to beat someone up. Song Si quietly observed for a moment and then shifted his gaze away. It was strange. The matter involving Chen Rong and those hoodlums was settled, but Song Si still felt uneasy, as if someone was watching him. This sensation had been lingering for over half a month now. His skin crawled, so he hastily glanced around, but didn't notice anything unusual. He forced himself to calm down and refocused on his work. At 9 o'clock, after finishing his shift on time, despite the sum of money Jiang Xing had given him, his mother's treatment cost was too high. There was still debt owed to the hospital, so Song Si was still reluctant to take a taxi back home. In the last 2 days, he had figured out the route from the bar to the school and knew that he could get there within an hour and a half. The night air was cold, and there were almost no people on the road. Liang Si shoved his hands into his pockets, shivered, but decided to take out his phone anyway, wanting to look at the screen cheerfully before sending a message to Jiang Xing. Da. Right when he unlocked the screen, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He swallowed hard, quickening his pace, yet the footsteps behind him grew more urgent. His heart began pounding violently as he deliberately slowed his steps. As expected, the sound behind him slowed down too. Someone was following him. Chapter 40, Innocent Roommate, Scorching Heat, 15. He steadied his nerves and continued walking forward, pretending not to notice. The shadow behind him also slowly followed. Song Si slightly turned his head to the side, and in his peripheral vision, a man was walking behind him. The man was about 175 centimeters tall, dressed all in black, with a baseball cap pulled low, covering most of his face. His dark figure seemed to merge with the night. The distance between them was approximately 5 meters. If he hadn't forgotten, the streetlights ahead were broken, and for the past few days, he had been walking with a flashlight. In order not to alarm the other person, Song Si pretended to be playing with his phone, secretly sending his shared location to Jiang Xing along with a distress message. Then he sent another text message to report to the police. He still had a distance from school, unclear of the purpose of the person following him or if they would suddenly chase after him. He could only stay vigilant. Cough cough. The man coughed lowly, seeming to make some move. The two had already entered the street without any lights, the sound of clothes rubbing together coming from behind. Song Si's heart was racing, deciding to act first. The night was pitch black, enveloped in darkness. It was already 10 o'clock at night. The man in black stared at the boy in front of him, slowly reaching his hand into his pocket. But suddenly, the person in front stopped abruptly. Sure enough, the steps behind him also ceased. Song Si stood with legs slightly apart, knees bent, convulsing twice. That man paused, observing the abnormality in front of him, hesitating. Song Si emitted 2 strange sounds, shrugging his shoulders, and began to twist and convulse like a zombie. He screamed, crawling and contorting in the dark shadows, spasming, twitching violently, and then screeched as he became a monkey swinging around, splitting, crawling, twisting in the shadows. The man gripping the knife handle stepped back half a step, hesitating for the first time. Song Si roared and walked back and forth, tripping and getting up enthusiastically twisting, backflipping, rapidly twisting forward, crawling on all fours. He rolled over, inverted, indiscriminately attacking, dodging, salivating, and falling on the ground before cheerfully wriggling. Suddenly, Song Si stopped. Standing still, his neck twitched twice. Then he did a deep waist bend. Upside down, he stared at the person in front of him intently and then crawled towards him on all fours. Aya! The night surrounded Song Si, making his behavior seem even more bizarre. When the man in black saw the bizarre face that had been behaving crazily in front of him quickly crawl towards him with a ghastly expression, he was instantly startled and ran away screaming. Song Si panted and crawled for half a minute, seeing it worked, he took advantage of the situation while the other party wasn't aware, performing a fish jump, quickly got up and ran away. Cold wind slapped against his ears, and memories not belonging to him gradually surged within his mind. In the original story, Song Si did not die normally, he attended the wedding of the main characters and drunkenly wandered into a bar afterward. On his way home, he was killed by someone. In his memory, the man in black dragged the protagonist into a deep forest and pierced through his heart, neck, and watched his blood stain the grass red. Placing him among his other works, he admired his masterpiece with satisfaction. He was a serial killer. But this should have been the plot after the main characters united. Why did the storyline start earlier? The black-clad man quickly reacted, furious about being tricked by Song Si. He drew a dagger and immediately chased after him. The man's speed was too fast. Afraid to look back, Song Si only heard the footsteps from behind growing closer and closer. His physical strength was gradually failing. But the will to survive wouldn't let him stop. A hand slowly grazed the back of Song Si's body. Be my beautiful masterpiece. That man whispered with a sigh, pulling Song Si's collar and slamming him onto the ground. The back of his head collided heavily with the road. His vision turned black. Blurrily, he saw the man in black remove his hat, grab his chin, forcing his head to turn and exposing his slender neck. The man devoutly kissed the handle of the blade, aimed at Song Si, and thrust forcefully downward. Buzz. Bang. The weight on him suddenly lightened, and the man who had been tightly pinning Song Si down flew out before his eyes, sliding passionately several meters on the ground. Jiang Xing took off his helmet, hurriedly parked his motorcycle well, and rushed toward Song Si. When he received the message in the dormitory, he was so scared that he fell off the bed and drove his motorcycle here immediately. On the way, he ran quite a few red lights and contacted the hospital, police, and all the bodyguards at home that he could reach. Upon arriving and seeing the scene, he didn't have time to think much, directly leaned the motorcycle low and grabbed the black-clad man, forcefully dragging him and tossing him away. The man lay on the ground for a few seconds, violently coughing before climbing up. His baseball cap had already been flung off, and Song Si finally saw his face clearly. His hair reached his shoulders, with bangs covering his eyes. His dark gaze tightly locked onto both of them, he clutched a knife and mumbled as he rushed toward them, "Since you've seen me, you must die. He seems like the murderer on TV, and he's got a knife, you." The sight of the knife-wielding man overlapped with the memory Song Si had, prompting him to warn while being helped to sit up. Understood. Jiang Xing stood up, dodged his attack, twisted his wrist back sharply. The sound of police cars and ambulances came closer gradually, flashing panic in the middle-aged man's eyes, and unwilling to fight further, he turned and tried to run. Of course, Jiang Xing wouldn't give him that chance. He dragged the man back and delivered a fierce kick to his coccyx bone. Recalling the moment this man aimed to kill Song Si, he couldn't help but increase the force even more. The police quickly surrounded, one of the man's arms was dislocated by him and now pinned under Jiang Xing's foot. Seeing there was no escape, he stopped struggling, his gaze still following Song Si who was being carried away by medical personnel, speaking icily, "What a perfect work of art. I will come for you again." Seeing Song Si had followed the doctor into the police car and probably couldn't hear anything here, Jiang Xing delivered a hard kick to the man's face. "Waiting for me?" A deep, cold voice escaped from Jiang Xing's thin lips. His pupils were as dark as night, swirling with a chilling indifference that sent shivers down spines. "You won't even get out this time after entering prison." He lowered his head and repeatedly trampled on the other person's skull with his foot. "The one who beat you is me, and even if you ever get out, come find me first." Chapter 41, Innocent Roommate Spicy, 16. The man in black was quickly handcuffed by the police and thrown into a police car. He glared at Jiang Xing with a frightening dead-fish look. "Looking at what? Get in." The policeman scolded, shutting him into the back seat. Leaning on his motorcycle, after providing the police with his personal information, he rode towards the hospital. He was frightened throughout the journey, thankful that last night he had sent out his phone, and grateful that Song Si had accepted it. Otherwise, not only would there have been no way to call the police, but even sending messages would have been impossible since an elderly person could only read each digit out one by one. Perhaps before even finishing typing a word, the murderer would already have rushed over with a knife. At the hospital, he had already paid for Song Si beforehand. While fighting, you hit your forehead again, then the back of your head struck the ground, resulting in slight concussion. "Rest well during this period," said the doctor while looking down at the test results. By the time Jiang Xing arrived at the hospital, Song Si had finished all the examinations, being pushed out, his head wrapped in bandages. "Your left hand was injured in the fight in several places, but it's not serious. It's already been taken care of." Sitting in the wheelchair, Song Si listened carefully to the doctor's instructions, without noticing Jiang Xing's arrival. "Let's go ahead and arrange for a hospital stay for now. We'll come out after you've healed." With both hands gripping the wheelchair handles, he picked up the conversation. "Hospitalization?" Jiang Xing knew from Song Si opening his mouth what he was about to say. "Don't worry about the fees. I've paid them. I will pay you back someday." Jiang Xing grunted, not giving it much thought. He pushed Song Si toward the admission section, deeply contemplating his own emotions along the way. He always felt that his level of concern for Song Si seemed to be excessive. They'd only known each other for less than a month. Even if he considered Song Si a brother, the inexplicable sense of anxiety he felt when receiving the distress signal earlier was simply abnormal. Even if Xing Xiangyang had sought help today, he would have calmly devised rescue strategies. His face filled with complexity as he pushed Song Si, for the first time questioning his straightforward sexual orientation. "Jiang Xing." Reflecting on the details earlier, Song Si hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Do you remember the news report from yesterday? About the missing cases in our city?" "What?" He casually turned on the TV last night, focusing more on how to sleep separately and send out the phone. He didn't pay any attention to what was playing on the television. "In the past few days, several people have disappeared in our city, and I suspect that man we just encountered." Recalling those fleeting memories that surged forth at the time, the outline of the forest was unmistakable. The blurred vision of the original host roughly allowed differentiation. Song Si nodded and asked, "Is there a mountain near here?" He kept mumbling that I was a perfect work of art as he was stabbing me. At that time, I thought his words were strange, so I was more careful, pretending to stutter as he recalled. At that time, he talked about dense forests, saying the sixth piece of the collection was complete, so I wonder if he gathered these people beforehand. If he said outright that his thoughts materialized from nowhere, it would surely seem strange, so Song Si could only subtly hint at it. Yes. Jiang Xing paused momentarily before answering. In City A, there aren't many mountains, only near our school. Is that Xiao Si? A ward they passed opened suddenly. Shermancio leaned weakly against the doorframe, gazing towards them. Mom. Song Si blinked in confusion for a moment. When he'd been wheeled in earlier, his consciousness had been somewhat hazy. He hadn't realized that it was exactly the hospital where his mother was staying, even on the same floor. Xiao Si, what happened to your head? Seeing Song Si wrapped in bandages, Shermancio went pale and staggered towards Song Si for a closer look. Did someone hit you at work? Bars can get pretty chaotic. As she thought more about it, she started to feel anxious and suddenly remembered what Gong Chunmei had said. Clutching Song Si's hand anxiously, she asked, was it your patron who did this? I see why you suddenly had money to pay for my hospitalization. It's from your... Shermancio's complexion became increasingly pale. From your patron, right. Xiao Si, I don't want to stay in the hospital anymore. Stop doing that. It hurts your body. I heard Aunt Wang from the next bed say that too much interaction with the same sex can lead to illness. And clearly, your patron hits you. Xiao Si, listen to Mom. Stop this, let's go home. Shermancio looked worriedly at him, imploring earnestly. Song Si didn't know how such a misunderstanding occurred and hastened to explain, no, Mom, I wasn't paying attention while walking and accidentally collided with a utility pole. Quickly gesturing to Jiang Xing behind him, he added, my friend can vouch for this, right? Yes, Auntie, don't worry. He was so engrossed in playing with his phone that I witnessed the entire process. Playing with the phone. Shermancio didn't believe it at all. You're still using the old keypad phone I used a few years ago. What's so fascinating about that? Song Si sighed helplessly and pulled out his phone to show her. This is a gift from my friend, him. He pointed at Jiang Xing. Shermancio looked at his phone, then suddenly remembered something, lifting her head sharply toward Jiang Xing. Sure enough, the boy had a phone brand identical to her son's. Her lips quivered, and she shakily handed the phone back to Song Si, taking the medical record from his hands instead. Hitting a utility pole and getting hit on the back of the head. She murmured under her breath softly. She understood everything now. Tears instantly flowed down Shermancio's cheeks as she tossed the medical record into Song Si's arms, looking up at Jiang Xing with pleading eyes. You're Xiao Si's sugar daddy, right? Jiang Xing, Song Si. Because Song Si was seated in the wheelchair, Shermancio squatted halfway before him the whole time. Seeing her trying to lunge towards his pant legs to grab hold of him, Jiang Xing recoiled 2 steps in alarm. Auntie, what are you doing? Shermancio failed to grasp him and held onto the armrests of the wheelchair, her voice choked with emotion. Please let go of my son. Mom, it's not what you think. Song Si hurriedly tried to explain, stretching out his hand to touch Shermancio. She slapped his hand away sharply while continuing to beg for mercy for her son. It's all because of me he works in those places. I'm no longer going to be treated. I won't take your money anymore. Just let my son off, will you? He's only 19. We'll pay you back. Not. Jiang Xing was completely baffled by her smooth combination attacks, quickly bending down to support her upright. I and Song Si really are friends, and roommates too. He pulled out some tissues to wipe Shermancio's tears. The phone is a present from yesterday, because it was Song Si's birthday. So his head injury, was it really from bumping into a utility pole? Shermancio was still suspicious. Yes. Song Si quickly explained again. After hitting the utility pole, he lost balance and fell once. My job is fine, there's none of these so-called patrons you mentioned. Rest assured. After much cajoling and explaining, they finally coaxed Shermancio back into the room and returned to the ward tiredly. Jiang Xing booked a private single-person ward for Song Si, very quiet and suitable for recovery. For his convenience to stay over, he also added another bed. After calming down from the absurd incident earlier, he composed himself once more, deeply reflecting on the issue he initially pondered over. His feelings for Song Si might truly not be as purely fraternal as before. Chapter 42, Innocent Roommates Spicy Hot, 17. Sorry, my mom got the wrong idea. There was a hint of apology in Song Si's tone. On the day I came home, Auntie started yelling at me randomly. She might have really believed it. Song Si sat half on the bed. Thank you for today. If you'd come any later, I might have directly done myself in. Do you think I? Jiang Xing looked into his eyes and hesitated before finally opening his mouth. You've helped me too much recently. Song Si looked at him with sincere eyes, firm determination evident. Jiang Xing, you're truly a good person. Drip, a good person card. Jiang Xing. He swallowed all the words he was about to say back, forcibly accepting this good person card. Stiff-necked, he sat down on another bed. The next day, the police came to make some records. While informing them honestly about last night's events, Song Si also made a subtle hint. Xing, such a big thing last night, and you didn't tell me a word." When the people from the police left, Xing Xianyang, who had waited outside for a long time, cursed while pushing the door open. He threw the fruit basket on the table, then sat on Jiang Xing's bed as if a master. "It wasn't until I saw the news today that I knew about this event." He nodded slightly. "Is everything all right?" "The report today said that the murderer involved in the missing cases of the past few days has been caught." "I'm fine." Song Si bumped his head and has a mild concussion. Jiang Xing's pupils brimmed with laughter. The doctor told him to rest more, but this morning he insisted on arguing to go work. "I'm nearly better." Song Si mumbled under the blanket, quietly revealing one eye and discovering Wan Ning looking at him next to Xing Xianyang. "Wan Ning agreed to accompany you today. Didn't she say she couldn't meet you in the past 2 days due to being asked to my house to eat for free?" Jiang Xing voluntarily stood up, giving the bed to the two people and quietly moved to Song Si's bed. Because, mother, she's busy, so she went out today." Wan Ning hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, slowly speaking. "The gist is that whenever there are no classes at home, his mother supervises him strictly, especially after knowing he has a boyfriend. She becomes very sensitive. Today, only when she wasn't home, did he manage to go out." When Wan Ning spoke, everyone stayed silent, waiting patiently for him to finish. At the same moment, suddenly there were knocks on the door, and a loud voice of a middle-aged woman sounded outside the door. "Open the door. Wan Ning, I know you're inside." The wooden panel was knocked, making a clamorous sound, and through the small window on the door, the woman glanced inside, indeed seeing her son holding hands with Xing Xianyang. "Open the door." "So what? I thought today you wouldn't fuss about going out, turns out you secretly sneaked away." She scolded furiously, kicking the door several times. "If it wasn't because I didn't come to the hospital today and recognized you by sight, weren't you planning to go get a room with him?" Mom. Wan Ning couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "What are you saying?" "What I'm saying is wrong. A man should marry and have children. Look at you now, what even are you?" Her tone suddenly softened. "Listen to your mom, you're sick, liking men is an illness, once we cure it, that's all." She had come to the hospital today to consult the psychiatry department about her son's condition. Who would have known? Just upon arriving at the hospital, she saw two men walking closely into the elevator together, one figure looking exactly like her son. She followed them unconsciously until they reached the inpatient department where, through the small window, she painfully found out it was indeed Wan Ning. Mother. I'm not ill." Wan Ning's lips stammered as he stood up opposing, eyes red-rimmed. "Not ill?" She beat on the door twice and pointed at the other bed where there was also Jiang Xing. "They two must be a pair, right? That's clear enough. Open the door. Do I not have the right to take my own son home?" Under Wan Ning's signal, Xing Xianyang opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the woman rushed inside, raising her hand to hit Wan Ning. But she was stopped by Xing Xianyang and Jiang Xing. "Tell me, what could he possibly want from you?" She yelled ferociously, her eyeballs almost bulging out. "His family has power and wealth, how can he possibly like someone like you who always stutter? At most, he'll just play around for a few days." "Auntie." The veins in Xing Xianyang's temples popped up, his face turned grave and terrifying. "It was me pursuing Wan Ning. My parents already know him." "Humph, keep fabricating lies." The woman gave a mocking smile, spat at him. "You rich people can't utter a single truth from your mouths." She then shot a sidelong glare at Song Si. "Look at him, he's probably just some penniless guy too. The man sitting next to him will definitely kick him out in a couple of days." Song Si? "Auntie, the Qing dynasty has already fallen." Song Si instinctively pulled at Jiang Xing's sleeve and said, "Even if you see a psychiatrist, they would tell you this is normal." Clearly knowing her son wouldn't win against her, Wan Ning's mother mumbled curses incessantly. "Normal? Are you a doctor?" She forcefully patted Xing Xianyang's arm. "I don't care. I'm taking my son back home. Let go. Or I'll call the police." "Xiangyang, me and my mom, we will go back." Wan Ning looked down as he slowly spoke. "My parents recognize Xiao Ning already, auntie. You can relax, we're really dating, I've been pursuing him for 3 years." The last time Wan Ning was found together with someone, his mother beat him after going home that day. Over this period, Xing Xianyang had more or less figured out his mother's temperament, so he quickly interjected. "Faking what kind of deep affection?" She gave him an askance look. "His father once loved me too." Sweet talk dripped from his lips when he said he loved me, wanted to marry me, and the family even agreed. "And what happened?" She shoved past the two and was about to drag Wan Ning away. "After I had little Ning, he turned around and married another clan's young miss, and when I went to his doorstep to plead, he wouldn't admit me or our son, he simply kicked me out. You rich people are all good for nothings." With a cold sneer, she tugged Wan Ning and started walking. Her grip was strong, dragging Wan Ning, who stumbled awkwardly. At the moment when turning the corner towards the exit, Wan Ning turned back and gave Xing Xianyang a comforting smile. The silence inside the ward descended as Xing Xianyang anxiously paced back and forth before irritably ruffling his hair and sitting down. His mother would lock him up at home again, he sighed. She didn't give him food for 2 consecutive days previously. All this is my fault, I was too happy while on our date earlier and wasn't paying attention. On the street, Xiao Ning's mother spotted us by accident. Song Si glanced at Jiang Xing, not quite knowing how to offer comfort. Jiang Xing shook his head lightly, signaling Song Si to let Xing Xiangyang have his moment alone. Just then, Song Si's phone rang. The screen displayed a local number, without any note added by the original owner. He picked up the call, pressing the speaker against his ear. A female voice came through from the other end. Is this Song Si? Your grandmother and aunt are creating a scene at your school asking for money. Chapter 43, Innocent Roommate's Fiery Temper, 18. Money? Song Si doubted if he had heard correctly. What money could they possibly be asking for? They're waving a white flag shouting that they want to see you. They're currently blocking the teaching building, preventing many students from attending class. Song Si understood more or less. The teacher wanted him to go to the school and handle the situation. I don't owe them any money. My parents are about to get divorced soon. You can just follow the normal procedures to let them out. Upon seeing Jiang Xing's worried gaze, Song Si patted his hand and replied. But. The teacher hesitated for a moment before some noisy voices came through. Oh dear. That ungrateful grandson of mine has driven me out of the house. An unclear voice from his aunt also came through. Mom, stop crying. Xiao Si is just heartless. More students were gathering around, making it harder for the teacher who was clearly troubled. We've sent people to persuade them already. But the old lady just refused to get up. She's quite old, and we're afraid. I understand. Despite hesitating with his words, Song Si still agreed. It was afternoon when both of them drove back to the school. Many college students without classes formed layers around, watching curiously. Song Si hasn't returned home once in months. A distant voice of Gong Chunmei echoed faintly. We've been taking care of his sick mother while he's been hanging around outside, dating girls, clubbing, and finding benefactors. Gong Chunmei cried sorrowfully, why is he so heartless? Now that he has money and can afford to put his mother in the hospital, he directly kicked us out. And he even found a benefactor. The money in his pocket is probably earned from selling his ass, disgracing our family entirely. The crowd gasped in astonishment, murmuring as they exchanged comments. Gong Chunmei grew increasingly agitated and showed no signs of stopping. A long-waiting teacher quickly greeted Song Si upon his arrival. They've been causing trouble for almost an hour now. The school has already called the police, but you. Looking at the bandage on Song Si's head, she lost her words. Student, is your wound alright? Song Si shook his head and pushed through the crowd to go inside. Jiang Xing followed closely behind him, helping to shield him. Feeling a sharp pain in the ass? Opened your eyes wide enough, huh? Song Si walked calmly up to the two of them, saying, you came first, tattling. The old woman was lying on the ground. Seeing Song Si finally approach, she immediately slapped the ground and began crying again, oh. My ungrateful grandson. Look, everyone, come and see. Almost instantly, Gong Chunmei focused her attention on Jiang Xing standing behind Song Si. His demeanor and attire exuded an inexplicable air of nobility. Seeing the obvious concern in the young man's eyes for his nephew, she smirked smugly as she pointed at Song Si and said, and here he is bringing his benefactor to support him. Your regular part-time job salary certainly wouldn't be enough for your mother's medical bills. Look at that wound on your head, she scoffed derisively, did you get too wild playing with him yesterday? Gong Chunmei's insinuations weren't lost on Song Si. Her intent was clear, to shame him publicly and force him into giving them money before leaving. He remained expressionless as he faced her slander, shrugging his shoulders indifferently, big sister, where do I have any money? Gong Chunmei didn't believe him for a second. Listening to the surrounding crowd's shocked exclamations, she cautiously closed the distance between herself and Song Si, speaking softly so only the two of them could hear. Xiao Si, it's not like I want things this way. Give us 10,000 yuan, and your grandma and I will leave immediately. 10,000. Song Si widened his eyes dramatically, are you trying to rob me? Seeing that he wasn't even thinking about settling this privately, Gong Chunmei gritted her teeth furiously. Her husband was equally addicted to gambling as Song Si's father, refusing to work, which led them to their current predicament, without money or a place to live. Therefore, this strategy was born. Quiet down. She reprimanded him under her breath. Isn't that boy behind you your benefactor? His watch alone is worth a fortune, so it's impossible that you couldn't come up with 10,000 yuan, she said greedily, unable to conceal her desire. Don't overthink it, Song Si crossed his arms and stared at her blankly. How could he be my benefactor? He's my creditor. Do you think I'd extort money from you? I currently owe him everything, okay? Not wanting to get further involved, he turned and started walking away. Defamation is illegal. The police are already here. If you don't leave now, you'll get dragged in and forced to share drinks with them. Seeing Song Si refusing to fall into her trap, Gong Chunmei impulsively rose and tried to grab him, only to lose her footing and fall towards him. Song Si had no time to react, but beside him, Jiang Xing was one step ahead and steadied him firmly. However, the person in his arms violently trembled. Then, he lay down on the ground and cried out, "Ah! She pushed me over." Song Si rolled twice on the ground and then added, "I've been knocked unconscious." Then, he peacefully closed his eyes. Gong Chunmei. He was making things up. I didn't. He fell down again by himself. Jiang Xing's lips were slightly pressed, his gaze cold like frost, deep and mysterious. When he glanced at Gong Chunmei, ferocity arose from the bottom of his eyes. Shut up. He gently picked up Song Si who was pretending to be asleep, trying to make his head as close to his chest as possible. The crowd unconsciously made way for him. Say anything you want to say inside with the police. Actually, Song Si was really tired. The doctor had warned him several times yesterday that due to his brain injury, he needed to rest and not overuse his brain. On the way back, Jiang Xing held him and sat in the back seat, letting the family driver drive. Song Si took a quick look, but before he could get up, Jiang Xing pressed his head down. Just take a nap. Because Song Si had a wound on his head, he could only weakly lean on Jiang Xing's shoulder. He frowned, always feeling like he had forgotten something very important. Xiao Si, Jiang Xing looked down at him. The driver quickly glanced at the rearview mirror and immediately pulled up the partition. Song Si. What's wrong? The car was driving smoothly, and his drowsiness gradually came over him. Do you think Xing Xianyang is strange? He was unsure about Song Si's sexual orientation, so he cautiously tested the waters. Not strange at all. Didn't I even defend him back then? He was confused about the driver's actions, noticing the hand of Jiang Xing resting on his waist. Suddenly, it hit him. He had forgotten to play matchmaker for him and the female lead these few days. He was shocked and soon heard Jiang Xing hesitantly asking, "Are you still secretly in love with Xu Qingyi?" "No, I'm not." He replied extremely quickly without any pause. Soon, he saw twinkling laughter in the other person's eyes. That's good. Chapter 44, Innocent Roommate, Spicy Hot, 19. He still had a chance. A ripple of emotion passed through Jiang Xing's deep, like eyes as his fingertips grazed the edge of Song Si's clothing. Song Si was pulled slightly closer with a puzzled expression on his face. The driver in the front seat, noticing no response from the back for quite some time, steadied himself and said, "Young master, madam said you should come home when you have time. Why does she suddenly think of me? Weren't they in England on vacation just a few days ago?" The madam said. The driver had barely begun when Madame Jiang's video call came through. Madame Jiang looked far younger than her age, though over 40, her skin remained smooth and lustrous, showing no signs of aging. "Son." She smiled at Jiang Xing on the screen, her smile unable to be contained. "Why did you suddenly want me to come home? Didn't you say I was in your way the other day and went to Britain with Dad? TSK, who would miss you?" Jiang's mother gestured to her husband, who was peeling crabs by her side, pointing at him to look at the camera. "Xianyang told us that you've made a new friend. We'd like you to bring him home so we can meet." This kid had always been withdrawn, aside from the young man from the Xing family, he never had any friends growing up. After starting university, he moved out completely. When seeing their son spend all his time together with Xing Xianyang, they even started to suspect there might be something unusual about their relationship for a period. They didn't understand but respected him. It wasn't until Xing Xianyang came out of the closet because of his secret love for Wan Ning that the misunderstanding was cleared up. In recent years, there was nobody around Jiang Xing. Not only no members of the opposite sex, not even a dog could be seen around him. As a result, their expectations for Jiang Xing had lowered significantly, from hoping he would bring a girlfriend home, to simply bringing someone home, to merely being alive. "Stop hiding, I can see the collar of the child beside you." Jiang's mother didn't even glance at her son's handsome face, her eyes were fixed on the edge of Song Si's clothes instead. Song Si had already stared at the screen for quite a while. With a sigh, Jiang Xing reluctantly turned the camera toward him. "Auntie, hello." The boy on the screen had a delicate appearance. A tuft of hair protruded from the bandage on his forehead. His features were exquisitely formed, almost as if delicately sketched by a brush, with a gentle upward curve at the corners of his mouth, making him resemble a cat when he smiled. Jiang's mother practically beamed with delight, leaning in closer for another look, unable to close her mouth. She had heard from Xing Xianyang how well Jiang Xing took care of this boy, speculating they might soon transition directly from friends to marriage partners. Madame Jiang kept chatting non-stop with Song Si all the way to the hospital entrance before reluctantly hanging up. "My mom sees me as someone who is always solitary, so she gets excited when she sees you." Ignoring her still shouting demands to see Xiao Si, Jiang Xing cut off the video ruthlessly. "Shermanchio's family, who is Shermanchio's family?" As they arrived outside the room and hadn't yet pushed open the door, they heard the nurse calling from the other end of the corridor. The two exchanged glances for a second before their expressions changed abruptly. "It's me. What happened to my mother?" The intermittent crying of his sister inside the ward carried an undertone of urgency in Song Si's tone. "The patient's condition has worsened, and she doesn't have much time left. She needs an immediate kidney transplant surgery." The doctor handed over the forms. "You need to sign here." Song Si's fingers trembled lightly, his lips pale as he accepted the pen from the doctor's hand. Suddenly, a warm layer of body heat fell on his shoulder as Jiang Xing patted him and softly consoled him, "Don't worry, sign it. I'll cover Auntie's medical expenses." With the residual emotions flowing within himself from the original host, Song Si nodded and signed the name. He was once again going to owe this person a great deal. Initially, the original host was merely a minor unknown figure in school, but due to the drama involving Gong Chunmei, Song Si became widely known throughout the campus instantly. On his way, Song Si felt many people looking at him with strange gazes. "Fucking idiot, go to the mid lane. Why are you playing in the jungle?" There was no class in the afternoon. Zhang Leji and the others were in the dormitory, engrossed in their mobile games. "Understood, don't shout." Another roommate scratched his foot irritably in reply. When he saw the door opening, he assumed it was the neighbor's kids coming to visit, cursing them immediately. "Who's there?" "I'm gaming." Instant noodles bowls and courier boxes were scattered everywhere on the ground, desks, and staircases. Socks hung wherever the eye could reach. The whole dorm reeked of foot odor. As Song Si entered, he gagged and quickly backed out. "You too." Jiang Xing gathered himself. At the familiar voice of Jiang Xing, both of their hands paused momentarily as they remembered the fear instilled in them when he dominated in Song Si's absence. They hurriedly climbed down from the bed. "How did this sir come back again?" Zhang Leji groaned as he picked up the trash from the floor, and his expression froze momentarily upon seeing Song Si behind Jiang Xing. So, those rumors going around school were true. In the middle of it, Jiang Xing stepped out to get water. Watching Song Si silently tidy up the table, Zhang Leji stealthily moved closer to him. "Song Si, you're really something. You've got Jiang Xing wrapped around your finger." He acted like he was very familiar with Song Si, slapping his shoulder. "The Jians are super rich. Although both of you are guys, finding him as a partner means you won't have to worry about money anymore." "What?" While wiping the table, Song Si's brows gradually furrowed. "Haha, no need to pretend, we all know." He plunked himself down on Song Si's table, leaning on it with his hands. "Nowadays, who in school doesn't know that you and Jiang Xing are dating?" He grinned sycophantically. "Considering how long we've been roommates, could you ask Jiang Xing to help me out a bit?" Song Si. That explained why his classmates had been looking at him strangely along the way. By rights, this should be the heroine's storyline. And he was a guy. He stopped what he was doing, hesitantly speaking, "Where did you hear that?" Zhang Leji thought he was just too embarrassed to admit it. "The whole school knows, don't believe me? Check out the school forum, the hottest topic right now is about the two of you." His eyes greedily gleamed, truly showing no memory of how he used to bully Song Si before. As long as he clung on to Jiang Xing through this connection, his family business would surely grow bigger and bigger. Just asking for a little favor, now that you're his boyfriend, he must definitely listen to you. "Brother, you're washing in a lantern, not knowing the gravity of things, jumping to conclusions. How can I be his partner? We're both as straight as steel." Song Si frowned and pushed away Zhang Leji's hand, moving farther away. "What are the two of you talking about?" Jiang Xing still held the water bottle, catching sight of Zhang Leji sitting on Song Si's desk, a shadow of gloom falling over his narrow eyes. Zhang Leji shivered instantly and jumped off the table quickly. Jiang Xing didn't spare him another glance, unscrewing the bottle cap and filling Song Si's cup with water. "Shu Qingyi called me just now." He raised his eyes and glanced at Song Si, saying slowly, "She has an engagement banquet tomorrow, and she invited me." Song Si. "What did you say?" "Shu Qingyi's engagement banquet." Chapter 45, Innocent Roommate, Fiery, 20. Song Si's brain immediately froze. This world has finally gone crazy. His eyes were vacant, his expression numb. At this moment, the two protagonists who were supposed to be sweethearts, one was spreading rumors about him, and the other was about to get engaged. He felt heartbroken, pained, choked up, carefully pondering the possibility of persuading Jiang Xing to crash the wedding. "Our family and the Shu family are old friends, my parents will also come." "Both your families are old friends, but neither of you even added each other on WeChat." The plot was heading towards a fantastical direction. "My parents really want to see you. Would you like to go with me tomorrow?" The corners of Jiang Xing's mouth couldn't hold back the smile. Now that his only romantic rival was gone. "Yes." Song Si nodded quickly. Clearly, Shu Qingyi was still single not long ago, how could he be getting engaged now? Song Si frowned deeply, and after a brief moment, he realized. At the last gathering, it was obvious that Jiang Xing was secretly in love with Shu Qingyi. Upon hearing that his secret crush was about to get engaged, his emotions flipped from extreme sorrow to joy and back. All the laughter currently was a facade. He was hiding his sadness behind smiles. So, inviting him along to attend Shu Qingyi's engagement made sense. Song Si approvingly looked at Jiang Xing, patting his forearm in an old-fashioned manner, giving him an "I understand" look. Jiang Xing must have been hinting something at him. Since he liked the female protagonist so much, there's no way he would let this engagement ceremony proceed smoothly. Then, the real reason for the invitation could only be one. Jiang Xing wanted him to assist in crashing the wedding. Song Si's eyes became sharp and resolute as he looked straight into Jiang Xing's eyes. Count on me for the wedding crash, leader, rest assured. Song Si agreed quickly, far smoother than Jiang Xing had imagined. The youth's pupils were bright and clear, a slight upward curve on his rosy lips, tightly holding on to Jiang Xing, with an unstoppable gleam in his eyes. Jiang Xing's arm instantly tensed, his fingertips whitening slightly from exertion, his heart beating furiously twice. What did Song Si mean by this? Could it be that Song Si also likes him? Was he hinting? He immediately glanced back, supporting Song Si, smiling and nodding gently. Seeing Jiang Xing nod in agreement, Song Si was even more certain of his conjecture. Indeed. Go for it, man. Well done, Jiang Xing. Bring the female protagonist back. Zhang Liji was left aside, forced to watch these two men exchange deep gazes affectionately for 20 minutes. Fucking gav. He cursed under his breath, dragging his roommate away quietly. Based on the principle that crashing the wedding requires dignity, this time Song Si did not reject when Jiang Xing proposed letting the designer plan out his outfit. The engagement ceremony was booked at the Hui family's villa. Walking through the magnificent hollow-carved door, the hall appeared extravagantly luxurious. Ornate chandeliers emitted cold, piercing lights, while shadows fell over the walls beneath the soft carpets. Classical music played in the grand hall. There weren't many people at this moment, but Song Si vaguely saw a few guests conversing. Ah, you really brought him. Hui Ziji, holding half a piece of cake, smiled warmly as she leaned closer. She was wearing a bright orange-yellow dress, her wavy hair cascading naturally across her chest. Her eyes were large and clear, nose high and straight, lips rosy pink, her delicate face resembled a porcelain doll. As she leaned closer to take a look at Song Si, a hand with distinct knuckles blocked her view. Song Si rarely saw Jiang Xing in formal attire. A tailored suit outlined his slender and upright figure, broad shoulders, long legs. The cuffs were slightly rolled, every gesture exuding elegance. Seeing his cautious demeanor, Hui Ziji sneakily glanced at Song Si and grinned cunningly. Oh, haven't caught him yet? A vein popped up on Jiang Xing's temple. That's right, haven't caught him yet, Song Si sighed. Not only that, he'll be running off with someone else soon. Turns out, Hui Ziji also knew that Jiang Xing liked Shu Qingyi. Running off with someone? Hui Ziji widened her beautiful eyes, looking somewhat confusedly at Song Si. That's right, if I don't chase after him today, I'll lose him forever. Song Si was worried inside, and Jiang Xing still hadn't discussed the plan for today with him. Jiang Xing was shocked, surprisedly looking at Song Si. Did he want him to confess his feelings today? Song Si firmly stared into his eyes and nodded. As soon as the male lead assigned the task, he was always ready. Jiang Xing steadied himself mentally. Since the other party hinted at this already, he would make sure everything is arranged tonight. I saw you and Shu Qingyi getting along well last time. Song Si accepted the wine handed by a servant, taking a sip. Do you know who her fiancé is? After all, the female protagonist's family was no small fry. Following the novel's playbook, it could be entirely possible that her family was forcing Shu Qingyi into a marriage alliance for the benefit of their family interests, arranging for her to marry a man she didn't like. It just so happened that this time, the male protagonist's family had an equally powerful background in the business circle, ones that made waves when they moved. Therefore, in this wedding heist, the odds were in their favor. Hui Ziji looked suspiciously at Jiang Xing with deeper amusement twinkling in her eyes. Of course I know. Ziji, come over quickly, the banquet is about to start. Shu Qingyi stood in front of the dining table, her gentle purple mermaid dress blooming on the ground. Her long hair was simply tied up, revealing her pale, slim neck and collarbone, which peeked out from beneath her dress. She looked like a noble and elegant white swan. Hui Ziji skipped to Shu Qingyi and, standing on tiptoes, kissed her lightly on the cheek. Her smile brightened further. Then, Song Si froze like a stone statue. Is this some special way girls greet each other? He choked, unwilling to accept the reality. No, Jiang Xing replied, suppressing the excitement inside him. The engagement party today is between Shu Qingyi and Hui Ziji. Song Si. What? When did the female lead turn gay? Or maybe, did their prominent families even care about gender differences when it came to marriage alliances? After Shu Qingyi arrived, Hui Ziji stayed glued to her side. Taking advantage of Shu Qingyi's lowered head as she fixed her disheveled hair accessories, she sneaked up for 2 more kisses without bothering Jiang Xing again. While Song Si was questioning his life choices, Mrs. Zhang's voice rang behind them. Startled, Song Si quickly turned around. Is that Xiao Si? I've been longing for this day for such a long time. With joy in her heart, Mrs. Zhang swiftly approached and held Song Si's hand, pushing her son aside. Mom. Jiang Xing sighed helplessly as he joined his father in socializing. Go. You and your dad have your business discussions, I'll chat with Xiao Si separately. Though titled as an engagement party, these big family banquets were prime opportunities for networking and building relations. Ever since Jiang Xing entered with his parents, numerous pairs of eyes had secretly been observing their every move. Seeing Jiang Xing moved away, Mrs. Jiang pulled Song Si over and made him sit down on a nearby chair, hesitating a bit before speaking. Xiang Hang, he has never fully understood the emotional aspects of life since he was young. He's isolated himself from everyone else, but at least Xiang Yang still plays with him. To put it bluntly, he has low emotional intelligence and struggles with love and friendship. So I hope you. Song Si naturally understood her meaning as he sincerely looked into Mrs. Jiang's eyes. Auntie, rest assured. As long as I'm here, Jiang Xing's love will surely run smoothly. Mrs. Jiang's eyes immediately watered up. Indeed, the two were meant for each other. Chapter 46, Innocent Roommate Spicy Hot, 21. Auntie supports you. Jiang's mother looked earnestly at Song Si, tightly holding his hands. Song Si fervently gripped Jiang's mother's hand in return, with tears almost welling up in his eyes. She is worthy of being Jiang Xing's mother, she even supports her son eloping. This was secured. The male lead aura, advantage on his side. Family support, advantage on his side. Thank you for your support, Auntie. I will certainly safeguard Jiang Xing's happiness. Song Si was confident, this time the plan to snatch the wedding would definitely succeed. To what extent have you two progressed? Seeing Song Si's determination, a smile on Jiang's mother's lips could not be concealed. To what extent? Song Si carefully pondered for a moment. If Jiang Xing successfully eloped, there should be an even grander wedding. If the female lead doesn't agree temporarily. He meticulously thought about the plot directions of those novels his sister used to read before he became part of this story. In them, the dominant tycoons always force their way, leading to a passionate marriage before love. Though it doesn't quite fit Jiang Xing's gentle and courteous personality. The boy in front slightly furrowed his eyebrows as if encountering difficulty. If everything goes smoothly, then we might first lock him away. The wine glass in his hand was empty. Song Si lifted his eyes slightly, and immediately the attendant next to him refilled it. Since the decision was made to support her son, Jiang's mother should understand all of Jiang Xing's subsequent plans. Lock him away. Though Jiang's mother was secretly shocked inside, she kept her tone steady. Song Si nodded, cautiously observing the surroundings. Once he confirmed that no one could eavesdrop, he lowered his voice, Jiang Xing will definitely find a secluded place to hide his beloved in luxury. After a while of brewing, their feelings will deepen. Jiang's mother. So, her son had such peculiar preferences. You young people are really complex in your games. Her pupils contracted sharply. After all, people's experience, varies, she may not understand but chooses to respect it. She sincerely patted Song Si's hand and said softly, good child, you've worked hard. The matter of finding a house, leave it to Auntie. I guarantee it will be secluded enough, and absolutely no one will know, Jiang's mother promised confidently. It seemed her guess was correct, indeed, the subsequent development after Jiang Xing's elopement was exactly like this. Song Si felt more assured, lowering his voice again, continuing, when the timing is right and the emotions stabilize, he will definitely hold a grand wedding ceremony. Hold a wedding. Jiang's mother nodded and whispered back, is the progress this fast? Song Si nodded, his pale, obedient little face showing a hint of mystery and profundity. A dark room is a good place to enhance feelings, after all. Long-lasting affection develops over time. There is also this kind of saying. She understood. Useful knowledge has grown. Jiang's mother agreed, you and brother Xing just go ahead. Auntie respects both of you. Tears streamed down Song Si's face as he was deeply moved, parents with such breadth of vision were rare. When Jiang Xing returned from his social engagements, what he saw was this touching scene between the two. Mom, Xiao Si, still chatting. After a few rounds of drinking, Jiang Xing pushed away some unnecessary conversations, leaving old Jiang behind directly. The heating in the hall was turned up high, and a slight pink appeared on Song Si's face due to the warm air. That day, Jiang Xing specially instructed someone to dress Song Si up. He discarded his old faded clothes, replaced by a perfectly tailored suit that suited his slim figure, outlining his delicate waist. His disheveled bangs tucked behind his ear revealed his smooth, white complexion. Underneath his curled eyelashes, his black pupils sparkled. Jiang Xing's Adam's apple rolled, as he masked his underlying emotions, the feast has started. Not sure if it was an illusion, but he always felt his mother's gaze when she looked up at him carried some sort of strange expression, seemingly containing reproach. After everyone was seated, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed, accompanied by leisurely music, and the host's voice gradually rose. Jiang's mother specifically sat close to Jiang Xing, lightly poking her son. You don't need to worry about the house, Mom has already prepared it for you. Jiang Xing. She glanced at Song Si who was quietly eating at the banquet and murmured so that only he could hear, I already know about the matter between you and Xiao Si. You know. There was surprise flashing in Jiang Xing's eyes. Just now when he had someone inform her of his confession plan tonight, did she already know? That's right, Xiao Si has already told me all about it. Jiang's mother said smugly, I just bought a villa in the suburbs, so you two can live there without any worries later. Even the house has been bought. Jiang Xing's confusion grew stronger. But you must be careful when the time comes. After all, you are both men, so you need to be especially attentive to Xiao Xi in that matter. Jiang mother recalled the information she had looked up on her phone during her conversation with Song Xi. Her son's preference for locking people in dark rooms seemed to belong to a small circle called forced love. Song Xi was truly going through a lot to accommodate her son's preferences. Saying this, Jiang mother sighed deeply as she gazed at Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing. As he listened to his mother's increasing openness, Jiang Xing quickly interrupted, Mom, what are you talking about? I haven't even confessed to Xiao Xi yet, how did you jump to this? Ah. Jiang mother slightly opened her mouth, stunned for a moment, her beautiful eyes clouded over with the same confusion as her son's. Xiao Xi mentioned that you two were planning to stay in a secluded place for a while to cultivate your feelings, and then hold a wedding after your emotions deepen. She tilted her head and saw that Song Xi, seated next to Jiang Xing, was happily gnawing on a crab claw, completely unaware of their exchange. These days since he came here, Lao Song had been eating nothing but pickles and steamed buns to save money. Today, seeing so much delicious food, he was almost moved to tears. Jiang mother frowned her willow leaf eyebrows. Song Xi's expression earlier didn't seem fake. There was only one possible explanation. Could Xiao Xi have been hinting to me? She suddenly realized and beckoned Jiang Xing closer. At that time, he told me a dark room is a good place to enhance feelings, so that both could grow affection over time. She elongated the last syllable, emphasizing each word. Now everything made sense. Song Xi probably had some minority preferences that he didn't feel comfortable telling her son directly, so he subtly asked her to convey it to Jiang Xing instead. I just searched on my phone. Song Xi seems to belong to the forced love circle. She showed the screen to Jiang Xing. When the time comes, Song Xi might pretend to resist, starting with an act of rebellion. Don't worry about it, just lock him up and force him to be with you, starting your private space. Look, it's all written in the introduction. She pointed out. During your time together, he may also act uncooperative, but take care of him, play along with him. Jiang Xing. The confusion spread across his handsome face. He felt something odd about the whole situation. Are you sure you heard it right? Of course. After clarifying her thoughts, she instantly felt more relaxed. Song Xi has such thin skin, how could he possibly say these things about his peculiar preferences directly to you? She patted Jiang Xing's back, gesturing him to go attend to Song Xi who was enjoying the feast beside them. Go on, trust Mom. Chapter 47, Innocent Roommate Spicy, 22. Xu Qingyi and Huai Zhizhi had already walked to the center of the stage, where the host's words made the guests burst into laughter repeatedly. Song Xi had been eating for a long time but didn't see any action from Jiang Xing, who sat next to him. So, he began glancing at him frequently. While nibbling on a chicken leg, Song Xi carefully stole another glance, only to be caught in the act. Jiang Xing looked down and wiped the grease off his face. Before he could say anything, Song Xi leaned over, grabbing the collar of his shirt and whispered into his ear. The engagement banquet feels like it's almost halfway through. Are you ready? If we don't act soon, the banquet will end before we even try. Jiang Xing raised an eyebrow and leaned down following Song Xi's movement. So anxious. He placed a plate of peeled shrimp right in front of Song Xi, comforting him with, no rush, there will be another dinner in the backyard after this segment. Do you plan to make your move there? Jiang Xing nodded. Yes, that is the place he plans to confess. Reassured by Jiang Xing's confirmation, Song Xi relaxed. When a man takes care of things, they're always reliable. The two girls on stage smiled as they kissed and put rings on each other's fingers. A warm glow of light fell gently on them, making everything around seem frozen in time. Song Xi looked up again and noticed a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Xing Xianyang was sitting in their neighboring seat. After a few days without seeing him, the dark circles under his eyes were evident, his spirit deflated and out of sync with the surrounding festive atmosphere. Despite many attempts to strike up a conversation with him, all were refused. Xing Xianyang anxiously stared at his phone, tapping quickly on the screen. He must have been sending messages to someone. He was dragged here by his father. Jiang Xing followed his gaze. Song Xi nodded. Sure enough, beside Xing Xianyang sat a middle-aged man with a stern expression, with strands of white hair across his forehead and fine wrinkles in his brows showing his experience navigating business affairs. Since Ning has been taken home by her mother, she hasn't replied to his messages. Jiang Xing carefully picked the crab legs while explaining. This isn't the first time, it happens when his mom confiscates his phone and locks him in his room, even excusing him from school. Song Xi's frown deepened. Jiang Xing had actually accompanied Xing Xianyang to Ning's house several times, but without fail, they were scolded away by Ning's mom without ever getting to see her. Because she was Ning's mother, neither of them dared storm in uninvited. Usually, a couple of days would be enough to cool her anger, but this time it's been nearly a week with no contact from Ning, which explains why Xing Xianyang was so anxious. Seeing the increasingly furrowed brows of the person in front of him after hearing the explanation, Jiang Xing brushed them softly and laughed. There's nothing we can do about their issues. Don't frown. The evening dinner continued, and once all the ceremonies inside the hall were completed, the servants filed out, inviting the distinguished guests to move to the backyard. As far as the eye could see lay a vast square courtyard, with the European-style villa forming a backdrop. Fences were entwined with tender pink wild roses, neat flower beds were scattered elegantly, encircling a milky white fountain in the center. The lights outside the villa illuminated the entire backyard. The swimming pool rippled under the moonlight, and the servant stood respectfully, ready to offer drinks to the guests at any moment. Song Si nervously clung to the sleeve of Jiang Xing's clothes, prepared at all times. Jiang Xing's mentioned elopement would take place during this part of the event. To give her son some private space, Mother Jiang had already taken old Jiang somewhere else to entertain themselves. Jiang Xing turned his head and saw Song Si's small actions, carefully touching the cuff of his sleeve, accidentally brushing against the back of his hand, and instantly felt a burning sensation. With a lump in his throat, Jiang Xing decided to directly seize the mischievous hand of Song Si and shoved it into his pocket. Song Si. Is it time to move? He obediently followed Jiang Xing to sit on a bench in the backyard, still looking hard at Xu Qingyi and Huai Zhizhi by the pool. Beside him, Jiang Xing seemed a bit restless too, checking his wristwatch frequently. Seeing this, Song Si also grew a little nervous. How much longer? 1 minute. 1 minute. Song Si looked around but found no one coordinating with Jiang Xing. Brother, you really don't have any backup helpers, huh? At this rate, the only way to execute the elopement plan is for me to drag Huai Zhizhi into the water and let Jiang Xing take advantage of the chaos to kidnap Xu Qingyi. Jiang Xing gazed down at his watch's countdown, counting down the seconds in his heart. 3. 2. 1. All of a sudden, a muffled sound was heard, followed by a beautiful arc soaring skyward, exploding into a brilliant display of fireworks. The luxurious fireworks danced across the sky, glittering with dazzling lights and illuminating the entire night. A ripple of excitement swept through the crowd as everyone looked up in awe. Against the backdrop of the magnificent fireworks, Jiang Xing spoke softly, Song. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted past, and the person next to him shot out like a small missile. The protagonist wasn't kidding. Sure enough, these fireworks were definitely meant to catch their attention, creating an opportunity for them to splash Huai Zhizhi into the water while seizing the chance to kidnap Xu Qingyi. A flash of shrewd understanding crossed Song Si's face. Why hadn't Jiang Xing told him this earlier? He had to rely on his own smart brain to figure it out. Jiang Xing was taken aback but quickly followed his movement, grabbing his wrist just before he could touch Huai Zhizhi. Song Si. In shock, Song Si was pulled into a warm and sturdy chest. Jiang Xing held him half-embraced, his deep and raspy voice whispering into his ear. Little Si, I like you. Song Si. Song Si. Hashtag and asterisk percent and asterisk, you and at. Was he crazy or was Jiang Xing crazy? Had he really heard Jiang Xing confess to him? His eyes quivered, his soul shattered, as he stammered fearfully, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Xu Qingyi is over there. Seeing his resistant expression, Jiang Xing became even more certain that Mother Jiang's news was accurate. Little Si clearly had this kind of preference. If Song Si wanted to act, then he'd play along. A smile crept into his eyes as he leaned down and brushed his lips against the corner of Song Si's mouth. What the hell? Aowa. Song Si felt like he'd been electrocuted, trying desperately to twist and escape from Jiang Xing's embrace, only to be tightly held by his strong forearm. Xu Qingyi and Huai Zhizhi stood close together, glancing at the scene unfolding. Zhizhi has many spare rooms in her house, if you need one, feel free to use it, she smiled gracefully, her words completely at odds with her elegant and pure demeanor. All safety measures are in place, so don't worry. Jiang Xing nodded and, without hesitation, lifted Song Si onto his shoulder despite his struggling and walked decisively into the villa. An eerie sense of familiarity welled up in Song Si's heart. After failing several times to break free, he went limp like a lifeless body hanging from Jiang Xing, unmoving. Chapter 48, Pure-Hearted Roommate Spicy, 24. Don't come near me. Song Si felt like he was falling apart. The person in front of him had pressed some kind of switch, making the cat ears in his hand tremble slightly. And they were electric. He quickly darted under the bed and looked at Jiang Xing warily. Jiang Xing's fingertips brushed over the soft sensation in his palm. Turning his head, he glanced at Song Si curled up in the corner and said gently, Xiao Si, come here. Whoever comes here is a fool. Song Si reached to pull at the collar around his neck but couldn't find its joint no matter how he tried. You've made me angry. Quickly take this thing off me. Jiang Xing turned on the bedside lamp, and a yellowish light fell on Song Si's face crouched in the corner. Song Si's lips were tightly pursed, and his eye rims were slightly red from fright. If you upset me, I'm telling you. He found the courage to speak up. So what if I squeezed a soft persimmon? I'm telling you, if you anger me, it's like kicking cotton wool. Because nothing will happen if you make me angry. For the first time in his life, Jiang Xing encountered someone who could say such cowardly things with such an imposing tone. As he stood there stunned, Song Si kept rambling incessantly in the corner. Poor Song Si was entirely controlled by Jiang Xing. After listening attentively to Song Si's rambling words, Jiang Xing simply pulled him back, put the cat ears back on him, and even playfully flicked them with his fingertips out of good mood. Then Song Si watched as the heart symbol above the other's head went from 80 to 82. Although Jiang Xing now understood Song Si's peculiar preferences, he didn't plan to do anything to him yet. After all, they had just started dating, and the pace would be too fast. They were still too young for marriage, it was far too early. He would discuss it properly with Song Si later, but graduation should definitely come first. In a demeaning pose, Song Si was held down on the bed by Jiang Xing. He almost mentally cursed Jiang Xing from head to toe. My mom has already bought the house, we can go tomorrow. Jiang Xing looked carefully at the bell around Song Si's neck and said so. What house? Since we're still students, obviously 1 month might not be realistic, but if you really want to, I'll take leave for you, and I'll help you review. Not. Song Si's brows were furrowed so tightly they nearly sparked. He understood every word Jiang Xing was saying, but why did it make no sense together? What house? What 1 month? What tutoring review? Weren't Jiang Xing's studies supposed to need guidance from him? Too many questions swirled in his mind, and he didn't know which one to ask first. But before he could open his mouth, Jiang Xing blocked him with a finger. Go to sleep, you'll know tomorrow. The next day, Song Si indeed found out. Jiang Xing's parents drove them towards the edge of the city, dropped them off, and Jiang's mother gave them a meaningful look before leaving immediately with Mr. Jiang. The villa was surrounded by a quiet environment, lush trees, elegant interior decorations, and high-quality materials. The indoor space was spacious, well-lit, the interior warm, and the kitchen fully equipped, perfect for 2 people living together. Song Si looked confusedly at Jiang Xing, not understanding why he brought him here. Then Jiang Xing led him into a room fully furnished with props. Upon seeing the room's layout, Song Si's pupils contracted sharply, and he bolted. But it was too late. Jiang Xing grabbed his wrist, dragged him into the room, patiently pried his stubborn fingers gripping the door frame loose, and closed the door mercilessly. Turn off the lights. It was during the 2nd week that Song Si returned to school. His whole body seemed weak, unsteady, pale-faced, with dark circles prominently showing beneath his eyes. Sore waist and legs, limp limbs. He let out a heavy sigh. Coming to school today was something he had fought hard to achieve. During these days at the suburban villa, the number above Jiang Xing's head skyrocketed to 88. Jiang Xing didn't come to school because he had company matters to attend to. Even after delivering Song Si to the school gate, he wanted to accompany him back to the dormitory. But Song Si slapped his hand away. These days of being alone together exposed Jiang Xing's true nature. In Song Si's eyes, the gentlemanly facade collapsed completely, and Song Si realized Jiang Xing was manipulative inside. Song Si then never treated him kindly again. Dull in demeanor and distracted, Song Si absent-mindedly noticed several pairs of high heels ahead. Since the rumors spread quite some days ago, not many people at school were paying attention to Song Si anymore. His eyebrows twitched. Thinking he blocked their way, he prepared to sidestep and walk past them. However, the person also moved along with him and stood in front of him again. With a weary expression, he raised his eyes to see an extremely extravagantly dressed girl blocking his way. She looked haughty, and there were several other girls following her. Is there something? Song Si stopped his steps, thinking hard for a long time but still couldn't remember who she was. The girl in front was wearing a custom-made dress with a luxurious fur on her shoulder. Her skin was white as snow, her eyebrows fine and long, her nose high, and her lips red like cherries, exuding a strong sense of cold beauty. She held her head high, snorted coldly, "You're Song Si, right?" He nodded, not understanding her intentions even after a while. Just then, he heard her sneer with disdain in her beautiful eyes as she looked him up and down. So this is the kind of person Jiang Xing likes. When leaving home, in silent protest against everything Jiang Xing had done at the villa, Song Si stubbornly wore his tattered hoodie that was almost worn out and a pair of jeans that might soon become torn pants. He looked like he'd been fished out of a garbage dump. She gave him a disdainful look, saying coldly, "It seems he doesn't care much about you." And then the next second, she saw some faint red marks on Song Si's neck. Her face betrayed a flicker of shock. Song Si gazed listlessly at her, thinking slowly. Finally, combining it with the original story, he searched through the memories of the protagonist and figured out her identity. Her name was Tang Zihan, one of the few antagonists in the original story. She had always liked Jiang Xing, but all her confessions had been firmly rejected by him. Xu Qingyi, after getting together with Jiang Xing, had also been targeted by her, but she wasn't the type of naive female lead who would let herself be bullied. Once, when Tang Zihan ambushed Xu Qingyi outside the school, the latter easily took down a group of them, scaring them so badly that they didn't dare approach her anymore. Now, since the rumors were spreading about him and Jiang Xing, the plot that was supposed to happen to the female lead had now clearly transferred to him. Song Si looked at the group across from him, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Are you serious, big sister? Are you here to ambush me just because my gender changed? Could it be, am I going to have to fight them as well? Chapter 49 Pure-Hearted Roommate, 25. Looks like a poor guy to me. Tang Zihan's red lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with disdain. Although not as powerful as the Jiang family, her family was still considered one of the top in the business circle. When she first heard some rumors, she assumed that Jiang Xing had fallen for some young lady from a prestigious family. But now it seems. Tang Zihan casually adjusted the fur on her shoulder and glanced sideways at Song Si. Is Jiang Xing blind? Why would he look at this poor ghost? Song Si felt uncomfortable under her stare. Since she didn't speak and showed no intention of moving out of the way, he decided to turn around and go back. If you won't move, I will. Stop. Seeing his lifeless dead fish eyes looking down on her, Tang Zihan felt deeply insulted and immediately chased after him in high heels. He must be looking down on her. The sound of high heels stomping behind him resounded loudly. Song Si was pulled back just before he could walk a few more steps. Her hands gripping his clothes tightly, Song Si took a couple experimental steps forward but found he couldn't move an inch even though only the corner of his clothes was caught. Are today's rich girls all this strong? Could the previous owner's small body really handle her? The fur I'm wearing is pure handmade Italian custom design, made from globally top-tier materials. There are only 10 in the world, and I've managed to acquire one. Tang Zihan's eyes were calm, one hand clutching Song Si and tossing him towards the followers behind her, while the other hand showcased her elegant fur scarf. This necklace is made up of tens of thousands of white diamonds and pink diamonds, incorporating superior jade and nephrite, weighing 521.21 carats. There's only one such piece in the whole world. She proudly displayed it, intentionally or unintentionally exposing the diamond ring on her hand. With half-lowered eyelids, Tang Zihan looked at Song Si's disheveled collar with clear satisfaction. Song Si. What does she mean by this? Did she pull me over just to show off how expensive her clothes are? My outfit is by Giorgio Armani, and my bag is the latest model from Wacker. NS Generation AN. Tang Zihan casually spun around, showcasing her full ensemble from every angle, 360 degrees without a flaw. Song Si silently opened his mouth. Is she bored out of her mind and looking for someone to compliment her? Song Si took a deep breath, gave her a thumbs up, his gaze instantly brightening with sincerity. Queen, you're absolutely stunning. Tang Zihan. Is this brat mocking me? Tang Zihan clenched her lips in anger, seeing Song Si sarcastically praise her and attempt to leave again, so she directly had several others block his path. My goodness, we're still in school. And yet they're already blocking the way so openly. Already, a number of people nearby were glancing at them with curious expressions, forcing Song Si to helplessly turn back. Is one compliment not enough? Sister, you truly descend from the heavens like a celestial being, as charming as Aotan herself. Exquisite beauty that could topple kingdoms. He seemed to throw out all his literary skills. These compliments reached Tang Zihan's ears, twisting their meaning, making her instinctively feel that he was mocking her. Our great families all value equality in social status. Recalling the gap between their backgrounds, her lips curved once more in a confident smile. You seem to have a sick mother, right? Tang Zihan said smugly, you're already poor and then dragging around another liability. Jiang Xing's parents would definitely not allow you two to be together. Song Si always felt the situation was strangely familiar, as if he'd experienced it somewhere else. He was almost about to blurt out that famous line, here's 5 million, leave Jiang Xing. Really don't understand why Jiang Xing would fall for you. Song Si sincerely replied, neither do I. Tang Zihan, you. Just wait, Jiang Xing will break up with you soon. She raised her hand, lightly playing with her dress, head held high in pride, nearly staring at him through her nose. Let me tell you, this one piece of clothing is worth your entire net worth. Song Si, you're greatly overestimating me. He barely had 10,000 yuan on him. Because of his mother's illness, he was embarrassed to let Jiang Xing pay all the medical bills, so he used up what little money he had for treatment. Now, cash plus credit balance. He thought about his meager savings, fell silent momentarily. Does your piece of clothing only cost 2 kwai 9 mao 6 fun? Tang Zihan. She wanted to explode. This person certainly has schemes. The art of passive-aggressive behavior is so advanced. No wonder Jiang Xing is so confused and enchanted by him, it must be because of his smooth-talking skills. Fire burned inside Tang Zihan as she yanked Song Si's collar, pulling him closer with a fierce expression. There won't be any good outcome for you and Jiang Xing. Here's 1 million. Leave Jiang Xing. If she couldn't have him, no one else would. Since Tang Zihan was shorter than Song Si, to make things easier for her to look down on him, Song Si obligingly bent over slightly. Finally hearing what she said, Song Si was pleased. He gave Tang Zihan a mysterious glance and shook his head lightly. No. 2 million. Tang Zihan continued raising the offer. Song Si kept shaking his head. 5 million. Don't be too greedy, Song Si. Tang Zihan became anxious. 5 million was her limit. Her father had always opposed her pursuing Jiang Xing, saying that even their family wasn't good enough for the Jiangs. If he found out she used 5 million to deal with her rival. She gritted her teeth in frustration. She hoped Song Si wouldn't be such an ungrateful fool. It's not about the price. Exhausted from standing in a low position for so long, Song Si straightened his back and caught his breath. Send me 500,000 first. Let's see how good it works. Tang Zihan. Was she going crazy or was Jiang Xing losing his mind? What kind of person did he like anyway? Fine. Tang Zihan gritted her teeth, barely suppressing her rage. She grabbed Song Si's finger hard enough to turn it white, spitting out every word through clenched teeth. All right. Song Si flattered her as he opened up the payment code. Lady, WeChat or Alipay? Humph, miss here will use a card. Tang Zihan arrogantly took out a black card from her purse and tossed it at Song Si casually, with a tone of indifference. Passwords 4 ones. Black card, but I've set your limit at 50,000. Once you completely leave Jiang Xing alone, I'll increase the amount for you later. Watching Song Si take the bank card, Tang Zihan couldn't help but smile triumphantly. The girls blocking the way moved aside, allowing Song Si to leave. He couldn't wait to get out of there, shoving the card into his pocket and rushing towards the dormitory without hesitation. But before he could take a few steps, he heard Tang Zihan call out to him again. Stop. Annoyed, Song Si turned around. Rich daddy, what do you want now? Tang Zihan smirked, showing a sense of satisfaction in her slender pupils. She lifted the voice recorder in her hand mockingly. Say, if I send Jiang Xing the audio clip of our conversation just now, what would he think of you? Chapter 50, Innocent Roommate Spicy Hot, 26. Go ahead and send it, who can outsend you? Living Dad. He couldn't wait for this recording to loop endlessly in Jiang Xing's ears, so that he would stop clinging to him every day. Song Si didn't react much, responding with a sigh of helplessness as his steps continued without pause. It's none of his business, as long as there's money. Humph, did you really believe my words? Tang Zihan stood with her arms crossed, her fingertips curling the hair by her ear, slowly winding it around and around. Once we've gotten the recording, who would still give money? Forget about the remaining 4,500,000 yuan, soon when you go to withdraw the money, you'll discover that this card, she said with a grin, articulating each word deliberately, with a lingering tone at the end, has already been frozen. This has everything to do with him now. Not only did she betray him, but she also refused to give him the money. Song Si abruptly stopped in his tracks, shocked as he turned back to look at her. Tang Zihan waved the phone in her hand, sending that particular recording right before his eyes over to Jiang Xing's email. You put me in your pocket, but you threw me into the ditch. Aren't you the young miss? Do you care about such an amount of money? After coming over, he'd never seen someone so despicable like her. Song Si was left utterly stunned by her shamelessness. The followers behind Tang Zihan gave out a few faint jeers. The phone in his pocket rang. Seeing the incoming video call from Jiang Xing, Song Si trembled and hesitated, not daring to answer. Reluctantly, he ended the call. Then he felt another vibration on his phone. Dog-like protagonist tapped on your dream mansion and accidentally collapsed it. Dog-like protagonist. Dog-like protagonist, wait, I'll be over soon. Song Si. Just let it all collapse. In the distance, Tang Zihan had yet to leave, instead, she walked towards him with unhurried steps. I've sent the recording to Jiang Xing, I wonder what his reaction will be when he sees it. She playfully stuck out her tongue, looking up at him. It's simple for Jiang Xing to kill you, just like stepping on an ant, right? Song Si froze. Yes, if Jiang Xing truly wanted to threaten him, that night at the family villa, he could have used his mother or sister to coerce him. But he didn't. Instead, he invested more money into the hospital, inviting numerous renowned experts to treat his mother. Song Si shook his head, feeling like he was self-pung. Don't you still want to deny the facts? I've already sent him my location. After hearing this recording, Jiang Xing must certainly want to come back and strangle Xiao Si. Tang Zihan's words were suddenly interrupted, causing her to excitedly turn around. Because he was going to the company, today Jiang Xing wore a dark, well-tailored suit, paired with a simple white shirt, his tie neatly done, adding a bit of coldness to his sharp features. His whole presence exuded refinement. His brows furrowed, his clean and long fingers irritably adjusted the collar. His eyes showed a flash of crimson when they landed on Tang Zihan. After sending Song Si to school, he hadn't driven far, but after hearing Tang Zihan's message containing the recording, he immediately spun the steering wheel and sped straight to the school. Dangerous driving, please do not imitate, thousands of roads, safety first. But the moment he saw Song Si, the irritability inside him disappeared almost instantly. Jiang Xing, look at yourself, how did you fall for him? What good does he have, in the end isn't he just hoping for your money? You see, if I hadn't tested him today, you would have been kept in the dark forever. Before Jiang Xing could speak again, Tang Zihan hurriedly took credit for herself. Today, she was determined to break them apart. Song Si looked at Jiang Xing's dark expression, his eyebrows twitched. For now, due to his mother and younger sister, he couldn't openly confront Jiang Xing. I didn't. Song Si glanced at Tang Zihan and quickly got into character. He falsely touched his eye corners as if wiping non-existent tears, sobbing while rushing towards Jiang Xing, she is slandering me. I didn't say those things. Jiang Xing instinctively caught him. Do you still dare to argue? I've already recorded everything. Tang Zihan waved her phone as the recording played repeatedly, Lian Xi's infuriating phrase, V me 5 million, let's see who's stronger. I didn't. I never said that. This recording of hers has been spliced together. Song Si denied to death, burying his face in Jiang Xing's chest while occasionally sneaking glances at Tang Zihan. Humph, I have more than just recordings. She gestured with her hand. In the blink of an eye, people started emerging from all over, the grass, teaching buildings, toilet windows, trees, ponds, manhole covers. Each of them either carried a DSLR or held a smartphone, eagerly passing them to Tang Zihan. I have videos too. Can't they be synthesized? She gave a cold snort, clearly not believing that Song Si had any excuse left to counter her claims. Song Si. What? Sis, you're making movies with multi-camera angles now. Truly, as evil grows higher, goodness rises even higher. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and steeled his heart, directly hugging Jiang Xing's waist. Jiang Xing's pupils dilated slightly as he steadied Song Si, the number above his head quivering before it changed to 91. I swear. I didn't say it. If I'm lying to you. He paused, pointed at the nearby teaching building, and loudly proclaimed. I will jump from the 2nd floor to the 5th floor, then from the 5th floor to the 10th floor. What kind of vow is this? Jiang Xing would have to be crazy to believe it. Tang Zihan was amazed by how confidently he could tell lies. But the scenario where Jiang Xing angrily pushed Song Si away did not occur. Jiang Xing slightly parted his lips, finally saying his second sentence after arriving. With emotion laced with excitement, worry, care, restraint, and sorrow, oh heavens, what a ruthless oath. Xiao Si, I believe you. Since you've made such a cruel vow, the words in those videos can't possibly be yours. Tang Zihan. What's going on here? How could Jiang Xing, who usually kept everyone at arm's length, suddenly become love-struck? Tang Zihan's eyes nearly popped out, her trembling fingers lifting to point at the two embracing figures. You. She stuttered with rage. You clearly know he's faking it, he's exploiting you and you don't even realize it. So what if I do? Jiang Xing glanced at her with disdain, unwilling to spare another look for her. Gently holding the sobbing Song Si in his arms, he turned towards the dormitory direction. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he stopped. Jiang Xing patted the head of the person in his arms, slightly tilting his head. His voice turned icy, low, and hoarse, the fur on your shoulder is fake. He chuckled softly and continued, also, that necklace you claim is one of a kind in the world is sitting right there in my mom's jewelry box. His tone turned abruptly chilling, finally, if you bother Xiao Si again, let your father know his company can kiss goodbye. Chapter 51, Pure-Hearted Roommate, Spicy, 27. Song Si was entirely held up and had no way to see the expression on Tang Zihan's face behind him. But it wasn't hard to imagine, it must have been terrible. Still looking. Jiang Xing glanced sideways at him and, grabbing Song Si's head which was straining to look back, turned it back around again. He had returned hastily without informing the older group at the company. So, right then, his father's video call came through like a machine gun. Seeing that hanging up several times was ineffective, Jiang Xing helplessly answered, Dad. Do you still remember that I'm your dad? The other shareholders are already here, where are you? Jiang Ye's side clearly showed the backdrop of a spacious and bright meeting room. The middle-aged man, who usually smiled when in front of his wife, emitted a tense and serious atmosphere through the screen. What could be so important as to surpass the importance of this meeting? This shareholders' meeting was just the occasion for him to show off his son to those old men. And just great, he didn't come at all. The speech prepared overnight yesterday couldn't be used now. Or you should go back to the company first. I can return to the dormitory by myself. Song Si thought silently that this was bad. He hesitated and looked up to speak out. Just moments ago, the love-struck demeanor of Jiang Xing was nothing but an act put on for Tang Ziyan. How could they believe such nonsense? He desperately wanted Jiang Xing to be summoned back by his father. No need. Jiang Xing lowered the camera, clearly illuminating the person beside him. Someone blocked Xiaozi at school earlier, saying he isn't worthy of our family. Jiang Xing pinched Song Si's chin, pretending to wipe away invisible tears from Song Si's eyes. Look, Xiaozi is heartbroken and crying so much. Too fake, right? Besides, something this trivial surely wouldn't catch the attention of the chairman. What's more important is the shareholders' meeting. Song Si struggled to escape from Jiang Xing's embrace, only to hear Jiang Yi exclaim in tension, my goodness, this truly is a big deal. Song Si stared blankly at him. Looking at Song Si's tearful face, Jiang Ye's heart almost broke, you little guy, take care of Xiaozi quickly. Look at how much he's crying. I'll handle this shareholders' meeting. You take good care of Xiaozi. Otherwise, if your mom finds out, she'll definitely come after me. Song Si marveled at their father and son duo's blatant fabrication skills. Climbing onto Jiang Xing's arm, he hurriedly interjected, Uncle, I'm not crying. Jiang Xing lifted the hand holding the phone slightly, keeping it out of Song Si's reach, decisively cutting the video call. See, how much my dad cares about you. The two were already inside the dormitory building. The dorm room doors didn't block sound well, and they could faintly hear the playful chatter of other students. Jiang Xing's appearance evidently showed his resolve to return with Song Si. Feeling powerless against this, Song Si followed along, glancing upward towards the string of numbers above Jiang Xing's head. The pink hearts beside the numbers even rhythmically bounced with their steps. Then, seemingly under some inexplicable influence, he reached toward Jiang Xing's chest. Surprised, Jiang Xing stared at him, freezing his hand that was ready to insert the key into the lock. That's strange, whose heartbeat stays fixed on one number. Zhang Liji, did you check the school forum yet? It cracked me up. I keep telling everyone Leslie licks Jiaxing's boots day and night purely because of money. From within the dormitory came two bursts of laughter, followed once again by a familiar recording. V me 50 million, show me your worth. Song Si's toes curled in mortification. Clutching Jiang Xing tightly at his breaking point, preventing him from immediately bursting into the room, Song Si decided to listen to what else they had to say. Hilarious, previously, this one kept acting high and mighty in front of me, claiming to be a straight steel rod who has nothing to do with Jiaxing. Zhang Liji apparently also saw the video posted in a forum thread, replaying it again before laughing uncontrollably. With his mouth spouting nothing but lies about being unrelated, while secretly shaking his hips on Jiaxing's bed earning loads of cash. Zhang Liji got furious recalling how Song Si had rejected setting him up with Jiang Xing. But he only dared to voice these insults in Jiang Xing's absence. In my opinion, he's just a dummy who gave up on Jiaxing, a big fat leg to cling to, and instead went after Tang Zihan, that silly bird haha. The video looped endlessly. Even though Song Si might endure such slander against himself from these two people, Jiang Xing certainly couldn't. In a swift move, he inserted the key cleanly into the lock. Before Song Si could react, Jiang Xing twisted the door handle and shoved Song Si outside the door. Ha ha ha, what? Zhang Liji's laughter suddenly stopped, panicked as he whipped around to see someone unexpectedly appear at the door. Screams of pain rose intermittently from inside the room. Song Si started to understand why the two seemed so well behaved on the few previous occasions. When the door opened again, both had already returned to their respective beds and were behaving themselves. Seeing Song Si obediently staying put without leaving, a slight, almost imperceptible smile flickered across Jiang Xing's lips. Where did you see the video? Jiang Xing leaned back in his chair, one leg crossed over the other, casually tapping his fingertips on the desk. It's the hottest post right now on the school forum. Zhang Liji's tone had become much meeker as he silently cursed his own bad luck. How come every time he made comments behind Jiang Xing's back, the latter just happened to overhear? He quickly handed his phone over to Jiang Xing and retreated hastily to his bed. Glancing at Jiang Xing's increasingly furrowed brows, Song Si also leaned closer out of curiosity for a peek. The posting time was just 5 minutes ago, and the poster had strung together more than 10 videos from various angles, land, sea, and air. Clearly, Tang Zihan was so angry that she had released these videos publicly. It was practically written all over her actions that she had done this. Song Si's mouth twitched, it seemed Tang Zihan's temper still hadn't changed. Recalling how, after being beaten by Xu Qingyi, she had attempted to use surveillance footage as leverage but failed spectacularly when the court ruled it self-defense. Worse yet, she ended up getting ridiculed online after releasing the video. Even under Jiang Xing's obvious threats, she dared to release these videos again. Song Si wasn't sure whether to commend her for stupidity or bravery. Since the incident with Auntie and the rumors, Song Si's reputation on the school forum had never been great. And naturally, the comments section under the current videos was a chaotic mess. Jiang Xing took a deep breath, his eyes darkening considerably as his knuckles tightened. He tilted the screen slightly to shield it from Song Si, preventing him from seeing those vicious comments. Then he accurately threw Zhang Liji's phone back to him. Watching as Jiang Xing calmly ordered the tech department to ban accounts and delete videos, Song Si couldn't help but sense a whiff of dominance akin to, the king has spoken. Feeling increasingly irritable, Jiang Xing radiated an intense low-pressure aura. Unable to bear it for long, Zhang Liji and the other roommate decided to quietly sneak away while Jiang Xing was preoccupied on the phone. Song Si sat astride the chair backwards, arms folded over the backrest, chin resting on them as his lips pressed tightly together. His head tilted sideways as he continued staring at the string of numbers hovering above Jiang Xing's head. This thing surely wasn't his heart rate, given Jiang Xing's mood swings, it would have skyrocketed past 100 already. His brows furrowed even deeper, convinced there must be some meaning behind this number that he should already know. Seeing the pink hearts next to the numbers always increasing during their interactions, something clicked in his mind. Could it be? A slow realization dawned upon him. Was it possibly, his affection level towards himself? Chapter 52, Innocent Roommate's Fiery Moment, 28. As Jiang Xing turned back after giving instructions, he saw Song Si's pitch-black pupils looking at him curiously. When Song Si noticed that Jiang Xing was now staring at him, his watery eyes immediately became tinged with vexation. You'd better remember the oath you just swore. Jiang Xing said coolly. A chill ran down Song Si's spine. What did I say? Almost every word he spoke to Tang Ziang back then was without much thought, and he couldn't remember what exactly he had said afterwards. Jump from the 2nd floor to the 5th floor, then from the 5th floor to the 10th floor. Jiang Xing's gaze looked a bit strange, combined with the things he did in the villa, which made Song Si feel a chill down his spine, constantly glancing towards the door. He seemed to catch a hint of meaning in Jiang Xing's words. I suddenly remembered it's been quite some time since I last visited my mom in the hospital. He lightly coughed and tried to find an excuse to leave, forcing out a laugh, and there aren't many classes in the morning, so I'll go visit her. I'll send you there. Jiang Xing didn't hesitate for a moment after hearing this, getting up and speaking. I'll take a taxi, you busy yourself. Don't be polite with me. Who's being polite with you? Song Si was sweating profusely. Does 2 yuan 96 fan cover a taxi ride? Jiang Xing casually draped the suit he had just taken off over his arm and smirked. Do you have to listen so carefully? Song Si was left speechless by his blocking question, having no choice but to nod obediently, thereby agreeing. During the drive, Song Si mostly stared at Jiang Xing's scalp. Other than his heart rate, the only plausible explanation was the level of affection Jiang Xing had towards him. His fingers rubbed against the safety belt in front of him as he tentatively opened his mouth. Jiang Xing, do I like you? Jiang Xing suddenly slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, due to fewer cars on the road, Song Si was merely pushed forward a little by inertia before bouncing back, his heart racing wildly. While observing the number above Jiang Xing's head jumping repeatedly to 92, he finally spoke again, just kidding. The numbers flashed back to 91 instantly. Like you. 92. Just kidding. 91. Song Si felt as though he discovered a whole new world, repeating his calls several times, watching the number sequence obediently change atop Jiang Xing's head. Song Si, Jiang Xing caught on after trying 2 or 3 times that he was being teased. He nearly got irritated laughing at the other side. But because he was driving, it wasn't easy to deal with Song Si in any way. The numbers on Jiang Xing's forehead ceased to fluctuate, plus the unsavory tone in his voice made Song Si shrink back and close his mouth. Now it could be confirmed, this pink heart was the measure of affection. This mission may not be about matchmaking between male and female protagonists, but brushing up his own affection score with Jiang Xing. So according to the current situation, Song Si should indeed cooperate fully with Jiang Xing for all sorts of such and such behaviors. Song Si sighed faintly inside. Life is tough, selling one's behind for a performance. Walking into the hospital, a pungent smell of disinfectant hit them. The corridor lights were bright yet cold, making the hospital seem even quieter. Song Si followed Jiang Xing step by step to the ward door where his mother resided. Inside the ward, it was spacious and bright with excellent lighting, adopting a delicate beige theme, exuding warmth and comfort. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the windows, and Shermancio obviously had just woken up, gazing absently at the swaying plane trees outside. There were quite a few caregivers present. Seeing Jiang Xing arrive, they hastily got up to open the door for him. Shermancio heard the commotion, slowly turning her head. Upon seeing Song Si, her eyes lit up in surprise as she leaned on the bed rail wanting to get down. Xiao Si. After undergoing surgery and receiving professional postoperative recovery treatment, Shermancio's condition had significantly improved. Her face had a slight rosy hue, and her eyes shone brightly, unlike before when she appeared lifeless. Mom, Song Si helped Shermancio sit back on the bed. Behind him, Jiang Xing should still be watching closely, so he glanced back secretly and felt rather uncomfortable under the steady gaze. I heard from the caregiver that Chun Mei apparently went to your school to cause trouble. Are you okay? Shermancio, grabbing Song Si's hand, pulled him to sit beside her anxiously. No problem, later Jiang Xing helped me resolve it, and she compensated me a few thousand yuan too, Song Si reassured her, gesturing subtly toward Jiang Xing. Seeing Song Si's Jiang Xing behind him, Shermancio's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, her joy impossible to hide. She urgently urged Jiang Xing not to stand there and chuckled, Xiaoxing has come to visit me frequently recently. She jokingly scolded Song Si, he comes to see me more often than you, my biological son. A nurse mistook him for my son when she came to change my medicine the other day. A flicker of surprise crossed Song Si's eyes, but before he could speak, his mother furrowed her brow and tugged at his collar. It's getting cooler now, how come you're still attracting so many mosquitoes? Your whole neck is covered in bites. Shermancio voiced her confusion as she inspected the red marks on Song Si's neck, but then all her words caught in her throat as she realized what they were. You. Her lips trembled as her gaze darted back and forth between them. Did you too? Oh no. Song Si felt a chill run down his spine. Shermancio must have figured out his relationship with Jiang Xing. How can you betray Xiaoxing when he treats you so well? After a moment of shock, Shermancio slapped Song Si's arm. Huh. Heartbroken, she hit him a few more times, her eyes filled with guilt as she turned to Jiang Xing, you should quit your job at that bar. And stop chasing after those sugar daddies. What? Song Si was utterly confused. These marks were all made by Jiang Xing, where did this sugar daddy business come from? Out of thin air. Mom, I haven't been looking for a sugar daddy. Let me explain, Song Si tried to say. What's there to explain? Look at your neck. She pulled up his sleeve as if inspecting him further. Sure enough, his forearm was covered with messy hickey marks, some even purplish blue. Shi Manqiu gasped sharply, feeling even guiltier toward Jiang Xing. Did Xiaoxing do this? How could such a gentle person like Xiaoxing possibly leave you bruised like this? Shi Manqiu lamented sorrowfully, never expecting her son to be this type of person. Gentle? Him. Jiang Xing, say something. Song Ci pulled on Jiang Xing's hand, while the root cause of all this stood beside him laughing silently without concern. Xiao Ci, this isn't right. Mom saw through your relationship with Jiang Xing a long time ago. I'm not old-fashioned, I can accept your being together. Shi Manqiu took his hand seriously after seeing Song Ci deny it. Song Ci. Mr. Jiang, young master has returned. The door was softly knocked twice, followed by a bodyguard's voice outside. Behind the bodyguard, Song Wan slowly entered, both hands covering her mouth, big watery eyes glistening with what seemed to be tears. Wan, what's wrong? Why are you covering your mouth? Seeing his sister come in, Song Ci quickly diverted the topic. Song Wan glanced momentarily between her mother and her brother, recalling the brave image of her older brother standing up to her stepmother in the shabby apartment building. Her confidence boosted instantly, she dropped her hands, revealing her missing front tooth, and burst into Song Ci's arms with a loud wail, crying out like a small firecracker. Brother! Someone bullied me. Chapter 53 Pure Roommate, 29. Song Nuanyuan cried her heart out, sobbing with tears as she snuggled up to Song Ci. Beside her, Shi Manqiu was also startled and quickly inquired what had happened. Song Nuanyuan's little hand grabbed the hem of Song Ci's shirt, her face red from crying as she hiccuped. Song Shuaishuai said, he said at school that my brother is a male prostitute. I got angry, so angry, and then I yelled back at him. Then he pushed me. Wah! She cried pitifully, mumbling an explanation through her sobs. He even pulled my braid. My mom braided it for me. Song Shuaishuai is the child of his aunt, the same age as Nuanyuan this year. Perhaps after last time, aunt has been blaming him and scolding him constantly at home, which made him believe such things. Song Ci realized the situation, slightly bending over to discover that Song Nuanyuan's tightly clenched fist contained some bloodstains. I'll call a doctor. Jiang Xing naturally noticed this too and got up, patting his shoulder. Then I lost a tooth, Weia, she let out a cry of sorrow, crying extremely loudly. Song Ci carefully wiped the blood off her face and hands, gently rubbing Nuanyuan's head while softly asking, did you tell your teacher, Nuanyuan? If anything like this happens again, not only should you tell your brother, but you must also bravely speak up to your teacher. No. Song Shuaishuai has a friend whose family is very wealthy. He said if I reported it to the teacher, they would kill my brother, so I didn't dare tell the teacher. Upon receiving the message from Jiang Xing, he led his sister towards the door. He will need to visit the school when taking Nuanyuan to school this afternoon. Song Nuanyuan obediently walked beside her brother, wiping her nose with the tissue given by Song Ci. The elevator doors slowly opened to both sides, and at the end of the corridor stood two tall figures. Song Ci squinted, his eyes lightly tapped. One of them was Jiang Xing, and on his side. It was Xing Xianyang. What was he doing at the hospital? After not seeing each other for some time, his mental state obviously worsened. His figure became thinner, and there were dark circles under his eyes, looking different from how he used to be. Ning wasn't even at home. I just found out at the hospital that his mother once booked him an appointment at the psychiatric department, claiming that being gay is a disease. Xing Xianyang's tone was lethargic, with a hoarseness. The doctor explained to her it isn't a psychological disorder, but she furiously refuted that, saying her son was indeed ill, almost causing a commotion. So, the doctor remembered him vividly. He leaned against the wall, squatting down, frustratedly pounding his head and sighing low, it's all my fault. Song Ci exchanged glances with Jiang Xing momentarily. He handed his sister over to the doctor before straightening up. Ning's phone was at home. I called him then, but his mother wouldn't reveal where he was. Her mental condition isn't good either. She kept smiling at me, saying that her son would return to normal when he came home, could. Suddenly, he froze, shocked, lifting his head toward Jiang Xing. A terrifying thought flashed across his mind, and Song Ci understood as well. Ning's mother had a horrifying prejudice about her son's sexual orientation, obstinately believing it to be a mental illness. It's quite possible that after failing to find treatment at large hospitals, she sent him to that place. You don't need to worry yet. I'll send someone to help you look later. Ning's family isn't wealthy enough to send him abroad, so he should still be within the province. File a police report first. Even a mother cannot restrict her son's freedom. Jiang Xing pulled Xing Xianyang off the ground, vigorously patting his back as he spoke firmly. Ever since the day he was taken away, Ning had been missing for more than half a month. Xing Xianyang had waited nearly out of his mind these days. He quietly thanked Jiang Xing and nodded to Song Ci beside him. He turned around and instructed someone to investigate rehabilitation centers around the city for people with the same-sex attraction. Song Ci repeated what his younger sister had told him earlier to Jiang Xing. After waiting a bit longer by the entrance, they saw Song Nuanyuan bouncing out, grinning at Song Ci. Brother. The little girl's speech still had gaps because of her missing tooth, and she quickly closed her mouth due to the cold. Her small hand was held by Song Si, curiously tilting her head to look at Jiang Xing beside her brother. Song Nuanyuan pouted her lips, quietly loosening her brother's hand, running between the two to link their hands together. She giggled mischievously after completing her mischief. Song Si looked helplessly down at the delighted little girl. What are you doing? With joy, Song Nuanyuan twirled back to grab her brother's hand, happily saying, because brother Jiang Xing is your wife, husband and wife should hold hands. Did you hear that from your classmate? Do your parents sleep together every night? Does brother sleep with brother Jiang too? Song Si, ? What exactly has this kid been learning at school? Who told you that I'm a couple with Jiang Xing? Song Si hastily tried to pull his hand away from Jiang Xing's, but it only got held tighter. Not only that, the other party even leaned closer and praised Song Nuanyuan by saying, Nuanyuan is right. Later, brother Jiang Xing will help you get revenge at school. Song Si. An agreement was reached between one big and one small person, both ganging up on him. Song Nuanyuan her neck timidly and stuck out her tongue at her brother who seemed about to hit her. Isn't it obvious? Mom also said brother Jiang Xing likes brother. And brother's neck is all red. My desk mate says her parents' necks are often red too. Song Si quickly grabbed his collar tightly after deeply inhaling a breath, decisively kicking Jiang Xing once. But for Jiang Xing, this was clearly a reward. Song Si could only watch helplessly as the number above his head quickly rose to 92. As expected, it made him more annoyed. He silently consoled himself that it being higher was a good thing, meaning he was closer to completing his task, then patted Song Nuanyuan's little head. So does brother sleep with brother Jiang Xing? Song Nuanyuan looked at him with her eyes full of innocence. Song Si. No sleeping. Cici. The younger sister covered her mouth and secretly giggled twice, no one knows whether she believed it or not. After lunch, Jiang Xing and Song Si brought Song Nuanyuan to Jinkai Elementary School together. He had called the homeroom teacher in advance, and when they arrived, a female teacher was already waiting at the door. Are you Nuanyuan's parent? Teacher Yang bent down to shake hands with Song Si. Seeing that the other party was also young, she sighed in relief. This year was her first year graduating from university, still lacking experience, this was her first encounter with such an incident. If the other student's parent was also young, communication should be easier. Yes, Song Si followed teacher Yang inside the school, indicating Song Nuanyuan to bare her teeth so that the teacher could see her injuries clearly. Song Shuaishuai's push wasn't light. Nuanyuan's arms still had some small abrasions, but they were all disinfected with iodine solution. Teacher Yang wiped the sweat off her temple and hurriedly replied, after receiving your call, I notified Song Shuaishuai's parents immediately. They should still be on their way here. There's another one, right? According to Nuanyuan, there's more than just Song Shuaishuai bullying her. Teacher Yang coughed dryly, her eyes carrying hesitation. The other child's family had donated a building to the school, holding power and influence. Basically, they strided arrogantly around the school, with few teachers daring to manage them. Song Si naturally saw the hesitation in her eyes. When she mumbled half-heartedly without opening her mouth, he directly pulled his sister past her, class 2 of grade 3, right? If you don't tell me, I'll go ask Song Shuaishuai myself. No. You're an adult. Doing this would scare the children. Let's wait until the parents arrive before we discuss, Teacher Yang hurriedly stopped him. Parents? Song Si turned back. He's my cousin, so it's not excessive for a brother to talk to his younger brother, is it? Chapter 54 Pure-Hearted Roommate, 30. Ah. She froze for a second, then remembered that both students seemed to have the surname Song. But Teacher Yang only thought it was a coincidence and didn't believe it. Nanan's dad, it's hard for us too, so please don't joke around. Seeing Teacher Yang's appearance, Song Si understood 3 parts of it, but couldn't let Nan be wrong just because the other party had money. First, I wasn't joking. Song Shuaishuai is my nephew. His mom's name is Gong Chunmei, his dad's name is Song Guixin, right? He slowly began speaking. Second, I'm her older brother. It seemed that Jiang Xing heard a soft laugh. Song Si helplessly pinched him. You. Teacher Yang didn't expect him to be serious, paused for a moment while furiously wiping sweat. The child's parents are pretty busy, they may not necessarily be able to come. Teacher Yang led the two into the office and had them sit down first. How busy can you be that you don't even take care of your own child? Jiang Xing had his legs casually crossed, leaning slightly backward, grabbing Song Si's hand like a senior official, with disdain in his tone. Teacher Yang carefully watched their physical contact, her brain quickly analyzing the relationship between the two. She was reluctant to talk with the young man in front of her from the moment she entered the door, as the intense dark aura he emitted was much heavier than Song Si's. Brother-in-law of Song Nan, please don't rush, we really may not be able to invite his parents, rest assured we will contact them, their family will definitely compensate you. It's not about money. Give me the number, whose son? I'll handle it. Jiang Xing leaned against the wall as he opened the dial page, gesturing. It's a child from the Jiang family. Seeing how stubborn they were, Teacher Yang sighed and could only reluctantly answer, hoping the two young people would know when to back off. The only large group in the business district that surnames Jiang has only one. After a moment of silence, no one spoke. Teacher Yang thought she had intimidated them, smiling awkwardly and persuading. As I said, look at what that classmate said, why don't we just let it go? In the end, it was still Song Nan Nan who broke the silence, shaking her leg in confusion, asking, Brother Jiang Xing isn't also surnamed Jiang? I remember brother's family also being quite wealthy, having a lot of bodyguards and cars. It doesn't count. Jiang Xing's face had completely turned dark. The parents' matter is on me, bring those two boys over here. 10 minutes later, Song Shuaishuai and a boy dressed significantly more aristocratically beside him walked in together. At first, he was somewhat worried, but upon hearing the other party tell him his dad was a big boss, the teacher dare not do anything to him and immediately became reassured, walking in proudly with his nose higher than his eyes. At this point, Gong Chunmei had also arrived. Seeing her son beat up someone from Song Si's family gave her slight joy. Seeing the boys dressed next to Song Shuaishuai, she shamelessly started making trouble. Our Shuaishuai is still young, what does he know? He just lightly touched the girl, how did he bully her? She sympathetically touched Song Shuaishuai's round face. Look, our Shuaishuai has already been scared thin. Jiang Xing irritably glanced at his wristwatch, his expression dark and terrifying. Gong Chunmei was somewhat afraid of him, but knowing that there was a wealthy person backing her, her chest swelled once again. Our Shuaishuai is still young, what does he know? It's just a light touch on this girl, why blame my son for it? Last time, Song Si had caused her considerable harm. Not only did she have to pay compensation, but she was also detained in the police station for several days. Jiang Shua, who had received all the love at home, didn't even look at the few people seated there. He rolled his eyes at Gong Chunmei, muttered something old-fashioned, carrying a kind of bratty demeanor uncharacteristic of his age. I hit her myself, so what? My father paying some money is enough, isn't it necessary for me to come? In the next second, Jiang Xing slapped him directly across the face. This parent. Teacher Yang was so scared she immediately stood up to stop him. She couldn't even imagine how angry Jiang Shua's parents would be when they arrive. My job might be gone as well. But this young man in front of her seemed to have seen through her thoughts. Jiang Xing first turned around to comfort Song Si, who had a shocked face, then slowly shook his hand and leisurely spoke. You won't lose your job. His black pupils slightly narrowed, his gaze deep and dark, extremely chilling, with a deep and low voice. He's my cousin, the elder brother educating the younger brother, so what? Teacher Yang. What exactly is the relationship between these two families? Jiang Shua's face turned red, he stared at him wide-eyed, almost speechless with anger. In fact, his parents often mentioned Jiang Xing to him. During the family dinner, they had pointed out to him that he should spend more time interacting with this elder cousin in the future. But he had never taken it to heart, so this time he didn't recognize him either. From a young age, he had always been pampered like a prince, even his parents had never hit him. Jiang Shua's teeth chattered, and big tears rolled down his cheeks. You're dead. How dare you hit me? You're finished. My father will definitely kill you. His plump little finger pointed at Jiang Xing, and his cries were shrill. At the same moment, the door to the office was pushed open halfway, and a middle-aged man with a beautiful woman hurried in. The woman carried an expensive handbag, her makeup flawless, hiding fine wrinkles. Her neatly coiffed hair revealed glittering rings on her fingers, which almost blinded Song Si. Son, what happened to your face? Tell mommy. Oh my goodness, my baby, stop crying. The more the woman tried to comfort Jiang Shua, the harder he cried. The entire office was filled with his wailing. The man initially wanted to check on his son first, but under the cold gaze of Jiang Xing, he felt compelled to step forward. Long time no see, uncle. Leaning on the desk, Jiang Xing tapped his fingers lightly, keeping rhythm. Truly impressive parenting skills, makes me look at you differently. Not at all, not at all. The man chuckled nervously, pretending to be clueless, hoping this matter would quickly pass. It's our fault. I'll go home and punish this rotten kid right away. He pretended to strike Jiang Shua twice, without using any force. For my sake, after all, they're just children, ignorant. Don't take it to heart. Uncle, how can you still help him? Song Shuaishuai was unhappy because he expected Song Si to feel embarrassed, but instead, Jiang Shua's father apologized. Gong Chunmei hastily covered her son's mouth, but Song Shuaishuai had already blurted it out. Brother Song Si is originally a prostitute anyway, we didn't say anything wrong. Chapter 55, Pure-Hearted Roommate Spicy Hot, 31. The office fell silent in an instant. Gong Chunmei's face turned deathly pale. From the attitude of Mr. and Mrs. Jiang towards Jiang Hang when they entered, she naturally sensed something was amiss. She pulled Song Xiaoxiu's ear but didn't dare to use too much force. Jiang Shua had been covered by his mother's hand over his mouth, muffled sounds escaping from his lips as tears pooled between his fingers. What did you say? The air pressure around Jiang Hang suddenly dropped. His jawline became hard like a warning sign of his cold fury. His pitch-black pupils were like ink that could not be diluted, seething with quiet rage. My mom said at home. Xiaoxiu. Gong Chunmei interrupted Song Xiaoxiu's words urgently, her voice trembling with fear, sweat dripping from her forehead, completely losing the arrogant and stubborn manner she had displayed earlier. She then turned to Song Ci who was hugging his sister beside them, her tone changing 180 degrees, a smile full of flattery on her face. Younger brother Ci, let this pass, alright? We're all family here, and Xiaoxiu doesn't know better. I will certainly scold him once we return home. How could we possibly? With one word from you, our Nuanyuan gets bullied for nothing. Song Ci didn't believe a single word of her nonsense and shot back immediately. If you want it to end, pry out his front teeth, and I'll act as if it never happened. Teacher Yang. Look at what he says. Younger brother Ci, you can't hold a grudge against a kid. Jiang Hang's face was frighteningly dark, making Gong Chunmei somewhat panic-stricken, wildly looking for help. Teacher Yang was unclear about the situation with these few people and kept stepping back to get a leader involved. Mom, why doesn't Dad help me but instead flatters them? Naturally unable to bear this treatment after being spoiled, Jiang Shua complained under his breath impatiently while his mother worriedly checked his cheek. Ungrateful son, he is your elder cousin. The man roared, immediately giving his son another slap, ensuring the marks on both cheeks were even. Mr. Jiang was almost driven crazy by his own son. Originally, he hoped that this young man would get closer to Jiang Hang, so old Jiang could give more help to his subsidiary company. Now, however, his son not only usually caused trouble but also directly challenged Jiang Hang. Hurry up and apologize, did you hear me? Song Xiaoxiu was genuinely clueless. After being driven out of the house by Song Ci last time, he held a grudge. Even in such a moment, he muttered quietly what he thought to be true, I'm not wrong. Mom says he always goes after men. Ah. What are you doing? Gong Chunmei screamed in shock. Before Song Xiaoxiu's words finished, Jiang Hang picked him up with one hand. His face flushed red, and his short legs thrashed about like a fish out of water. Jiang Hang's eyes slowly turned bloodshot, enunciating each word clearly, say it again. My lord, please put my Xiaoxiu down quickly. This is going to cost a life. Scared out of her wits, Gong Chunmei rushed over immediately, pleading frantically with the parents beside her, your son and Xiaoxiu are friends too. Please help. Friends? It's all because of your son corrupting our Shua, how obedient he used to be. The beautiful woman held her son's swollen cheek tenderly, hitting Mr. Jiang while spitting in anger. Clearly, she didn't intend to help. How can you treat us like this? Gong Chunmei panicked, her lips turning white, knowing Jiang Hang looked ready to beat up her son. Mom, Mom. Suspended in midair, Song Xiaoxiu was terrified and couldn't help but scream loudly. After receiving notification from Teacher Yang, the school leader hurried over urgently. Jiang Hang no longer wanted to waste words on them. He casually threw Song Xiaoxiu into Gong Chunmei's arms and pulled Song Ci standing beside him to walk out. These two brats have already admitted everything. He glanced at the corner surveillance camera briefly and cast a glance at the leader. You decide what to do next. Jiang Shua's family paid a substantial amount of medical compensation to Song Nuanyuan. To ingratiate themselves with Jiang Hang, they sent many gifts that girls liked the following day, but Song Ci refused all visits. 2 days later, both Jiang Shua and Song Xiaoxiu arranged their transfers. Although Jiang Hang hadn't said anything, Song Ci could guess it was his doing. These days, he and Jiang Hang often came to the hospital to visit his mother. Watching Song Nuanyuan grow closer to Jiang Hang, sometimes even favoring him over her brother, made her join forces with Jiang Hang to gang up against him. Afterward, the number flashing on Jiang Hang's forehead blinked several times but eventually remained unchanged at 92. Right now, the most important task was still to make the number above Jiang Hang's head reach full. Only then could he. Song Ci lost focus, not realizing when his memory of the words once said by person number 140 had become vague. What can I do once the task is completed? Can I go home? He racked his brain for a while, but found nothing. In the end, he still decided to refocus on completing the task first. Judging by his behavior in the villa these past few days, it seemed that Jiang Xing had a bit of an uncommon fetish, especially enjoying watching him flee and beg for mercy. The more he ran, the more excited Jiang Xing became. Song Ci let out a helpless sigh, never imagining that even after death, he'd still have to endure the life of a corporate drone. To hell with it then. It was already Friday, and once again came the day of the appointment with Jiang Xing. After finishing class in the afternoon, Jiang Xing hadn't yet mentioned going to the villa. As they walked down the road, Song Ci stared at the number floating above Jiang Xing's head for a long time, gathering enough psychological strength before hesitantly asking, Jiang Xing, are we still going to the villa tonight? Jiang Xing had originally been holding Song Ci's hand in one hand and playing on his phone with the other, clicking through something on the campus forum with a smirk. Upon hearing Song Ci's voice, he abruptly looked up. As expected, the number on his head jumped up to 94. Without saying anything, Jiang Xing made a sudden turn, leading Song Ci straight towards the parking lot. His mother had indeed been right, Song Ci just loved this kind of play. Now he was practically begging to go along. The dim twilight descended low, and the sky full of red clouds gradually turned calm. In the east, a bright star seemed to emerge. Song Si half opened the car window, letting the evening breeze blow through. He didn't know how exactly Jiang Xing planned to tease him today. But right now, boosting the goodwill numbers was fastest achieved through this. Leaning against the car window, Song Si thought back to the campus forum Jiang Xing had been fooling around with earlier. Instinctively moving faster than his brain could think, he accidentally tapped open the app. The videos posted by Tang Zihan's hired account had all been thoroughly deleted long ago, though later during breaks, he had overheard some rumors. Her family wasn't any big corporation, and they even owed their employees salaries. But Tang Zihan often loved flaunting her wealth, pretending like a princess. She also regularly bullied her classmates, practically a female version of Chen Rong. Once Mr. Jiang from the Jiang family learned that his precious daughter-in-law to be had been mistreated, all it took was a flick of his fingers to ruin her family business. Now they were being chased for debt. With a sidelong glance out of the car window, Song Si continued scrolling. Suddenly, a familiar ID caught his eye. Dog-like male lead, who hasn't found a boyfriend yet, at Song Si, picture. The accompanying picture was taken when Song Si was asleep at the villa. It showed a close-up shot of interlaced fingers. This person must have discovered the nickname he gave him on WeChat during one of their cozy sessions together and changed his ID to match it. Because he didn't know Song Si's forum username, he directly tagged his full name. Song Si scrolled down further and found that Jiang Xing had posted several photos of them together in the comment section. Dog-like male lead, this is my boyfriend, picture. Dog-like male lead, he adores me so much, taking pictures with me every day, picture. Dog-like male lead, you don't have this, do you, picture. Every single post was adorned with an exaggerated wavy line. Lifting his gaze, Song Si glanced at Jiang Xing who was driving seriously beside him, feeling a strange sensation in his heart, a feeling he couldn't quite put into words. Anyway, it wasn't dislike. Chapter 56, Innocent Roommate Spicy, 33. If another person were doing all this, Song Si would have resisted no matter what. But because it was Jiang Heng, it even made Song Si feel somewhat. He couldn't put it into words. Song Si's wrist was white and translucent, his clean and long fingers slightly cold as he clenched the soft bedsheet, deforming it. His eye corners were slightly red, wetting a small part of the tie. Jiang Heng. Song Si mumbled softly a few times. He gritted his teeth and didn't speak anymore because he couldn't see, and his hand flailed backward a few times, wanting to hit that pair of rosy lips breathing heavily, with metal chains clattering loudly. It was strange, he should have been very repulsed by all this, but from the first time they met when Jiang Heng touched him and rubbed his head, to the later misunderstanding when he locked him in the villa, their interactions had been incredibly natural. He couldn't bring himself to be too angry. It was like they should have known each other for a long time already. As if they'd already done this countless times. Though they'd only known each other for a few months, Jiang Heng seemed to know everything about him. Because he couldn't see, Song Si lacked security and hastily raised his hand backward to grope around. Why do you always lock me up? He suddenly asked this question without context. It was Xiaozi who said so. I've already said it, it's a misunderstanding. Auntie made a mistake, Jiang Heng didn't let him continue, directly covering his mouth with his hand. Song Si called out incoherently, wishing he could beat him up. In a place where he couldn't see, the number on Jiang Heng's forehead changed to 98 after twitching slightly. He lowered his eyes and caressed Song Si's spine, causing a tremor. Song Si's teeth shivered, feeling the person behind him slide his fingertips from his neck down to his spine, then to his tailbone, all the way downward. In just 2 days, this person had become inexplicably familiar with his body. He tried to turn onto his back but was tightly held still by the other. His ankle was gently lifted, sensing a wave of heat as Jiang Heng's kisses fell. Tink. The sound of metal buckles colliding. What was this? Was he unfastening his belt? Wasn't he wearing athletic pants? A tremor passed through Song Si's heart. Last time, no matter what, he didn't really go all out. Reacting violently, he wanted to crawl off the bed using both hands and feet, but due to not seeing clearly, the initial direction was already wrong. Jiang Heng didn't stop him, merely watching quietly as he crawled. When he was about to collide with the wooden headboard, Jiang Heng supported his head. Not smart to begin with, any further collision might render him even more stupid. Low laughter came from Jiang Heng as Song Si realized that the other was teasing him, which caused him to angrily, twice. Even though Jiang Heng couldn't hear exactly what he was saying, he was certain that Song Si had cursed profusely. With his mouth covered, his breathing wasn't smooth, and Song Si felt a bit uncomfortable. Because he couldn't tell where Jiang Heng was specifically, Song Si randomly pointed to his mouth, indicating that he was feeling uncomfortable. Feeling uncomfortable. Jiang Heng tilted his head, making him face him. Song Si gave a brief cry, as a response. Feeling his head being slightly lifted, Jiang Heng helped him adjust his breath, gently supporting him against the headboard. Song Si took a couple of short breaths, silently cursing inside. He knew it, Jiang Heng was just playing games with him. But before he could relax, Jiang Heng kissed his earlobe again and even nibbled on it with his teeth, leaving an impression. He was furious. He patted the head resting beside his neck, trying to push it away, but unfortunately, he couldn't budge it. Song Si was mad enough to grind his teeth. With his wrist held by Jiang Hang, he wanted nothing more than to bite him back. Unintentionally, his wrist touched something around his neck, startling him with its chill. Fragmentary memories surged into his mind. In the previous world, this necklace seemed to appear as well. The strength disparity between them was vast, and Song Si couldn't pull apart, so he used the opportunity to pull down the tie over his eyes. Outside the room, it had turned dark, and the lights inside weren't on, but Song Si could manage to adapt a bit. However, the water-like gleam in the corner of his eyes blurred his vision somewhat. Jiang Hang watched him with a low gaze, not stopping him. Around the neck. Around the neck. He mumbled vaguely, his brain still somewhat hazy. Too coincidental, this thing around his neck seemed identical to the one in the previous world. Both pieces of metal had writing on them, but he didn't get the chance to see clearly what it said. Based on Jiang Hang's familiarity with his body, one might mistakenly think the other had traveled through time. He didn't finish asking, but Jiang Hang seemed to guess what he wanted to ask and replied, "Of course, it's so that the kitten doesn't get lost." Sure enough, he was still playing with those strange fetishes. Even in a different world, nothing had really changed inside. The mist in his eyes dissipated slightly, and his vision became clearer. Song Si narrowed his eyes and looked up to see the number on Jiang Hang's forehead. But Jiang Hang misunderstood and leaned down to kiss him. Song Si. In the darkness, Song Si's eyes twitched as he saw the gleaming water droplets on the other's fingertips. His lips were numb from being bitten, and he could even taste a faint metallic flavor in his mouth. Song Si's breathing became rapid from the kisses until he finally couldn't take it anymore and pushed the other away. "What am I called?" Jiang Hang's hoarse voice came from beside his ear, confusing Song Si. "Jiang." He barely managed to say half a word before realizing it wasn't right. Song Si suddenly looked up and saw the number 98 still glowing above Jiang Hang's forehead. Memories from the previous world surged into his mind, tearing through his thoughts. Shan Xing had said the exact same words back then. His eyes widened in shock, his heart racing wildly. But that phrase was only spoken when the likability reached 100, right before he was about to leave the small world. Why did it come up earlier this time? Or was the person in front of him actually Shan Xing, who had somehow traveled together to this new world? The figure in front of him appeared somewhat dim, his expression slightly gloomy. That's not right. Shan Xing. Jiang Hang. Twice now, the male protagonist in the mission had thrown such a baffling question at him. The person above remained motionless for a long time, and Song Si looked at him in astonishment. The red heart on Jiang Hang's forehead slowly pulsed, while the number on the right side flickered several times before finally stopping at 99. Countdown to enter the next small world begins, 10 seconds. A cold electronic voice suddenly rang in his ears after a long silence. What was going on? The task wasn't finished yet. Why would the task end at 99? Song Si's mind was in chaos, his body stopped struggling as Jiang Hang pinned him down. Jiang Hang leaned over him, staring intently without blinking. As the countdown in his head drew near the end, Jiang Hang bent down and placed a kiss on his earlobe, softly coaxing him. "My little CI, please get better soon." This chapter has been revised slightly to pass the review process. Chapter 57 Xing Xianyang times Ruan Ning, OVA. Xing Xianyang had liked Ruan Ning for 3 years. Actually, he knew it well. Xing Xianyang's personality was open and unrestrained, and when he secretly loved someone, he had no idea how to hide it. But Ruan Ning dared not respond to him. He had suffered a bitter fate since childhood, growing up in the slums with his mother alone. Moreover, he had been a stutterer since birth, and had endured countless sarcastic remarks from those around him all through his life. His mother told him that only by studying hard could he escape this kind of life. His mother told him that as long as he married an ordinary girl for life, he would be fine, he must never associate with rich people, there wasn't a good one among them. Due to her emotional wounds from youth, his mother suffered from severe mental illness. Normally, she would give him care like a regular mother, but during episodes, she would punch and kick him. She told him it was all his fault that her life was ruined, if only he hadn't been born. Why didn't he just die? At that time, Xing Xianyang was like a little sun orbiting around him, always making excuses about not being able to eat so he could pass along all the food from his lunchbox to him. Noticing the patches on his shoes, the next day, Xing gave him a pair of limited edition sneakers. He panicked and hesitated, stammering out a refusal, but before he finished, the other party scowled and told him it was simply an early birthday present, and later he'd still have to give Xing another gift. Being naturally timid, Ruan Ning reluctantly accepted without choice. The shoebox was big, and he didn't want his mother to find out, so he stuffed it into the backpack whose zipper was already broken. Clutching the bag against his chest as he went home, it seemed almost too obvious. Mother's disposition was overly sensitive, and she often searched his room. Ruan Ning's furtive movements did not escape her eyes. She immediately stopped him, snatched his backpack, and emptied everything inside. After all, she had once dated a rich man and instantly recognized the sneakers' expensive value. Trembling lips asked Ruan Ning who gave him these, then in madness, she beat him furiously with a coat hanger, ignoring his explanations. She shouted that any association with wealthy people led only to doom. The next day, Wan Ning returned to school carrying the shoebox and returned the sneakers to Xing Xianyang under his puzzled gaze. The pristine arms and back were covered with dark purple bruises, marks from yesterday when his mother started going crazy in the middle of beating him. Each strike felt like she wanted to kill him. He deliberately kept his distance from Xing Xianyang, pretending not to know the feelings behind his gestures, hoping he would retreat gracefully. But his love was too honest and fiery, subtly swaying even Wan Ning himself. After graduation that summer, Xing Xianyang finally revealed his feelings and confessed. His mother's admonishments and hysterics echoed in his mind. The scales in his heart wavered slightly, ultimately tipping in favor of Xing Xianyang. That summer vacation was the happiest period of his life. Xing Xianyang took care of him everywhere in their daily lives. Sometimes he doubted himself. His looks were plain, his family situation poor, he was a stutterer. What exactly had Xing Xianyang seen in him? Their peaceful days came to an end on the last day of that summer vacation. They both attended the same university, and on the day before school started, Xing Xianyang took 2 tickets to bring him to an amusement park. However, quite coincidentally, his mother, usually jobless at home, happened to appear there distributing flyers. When she saw their interlocked hands, her expression cracked. She screamed and tried desperately to tear them apart, slapping him in front of Xing Xianyang while accusing him of being insane. How could she have given birth to such a monster? Her emotions unstable, fearing she'd get worse, Wan Ning had no choice but to tell Xing Xianyang he would take her home first. After getting home, his mother whipped him with a damp towel, later feeling unsatisfied, grabbed the nearby wire to continue whipping him. Wan Ning's nails were pinched by her until they bled, but he stubbornly insisted that he didn't want to break up with Xing Xianyang. His mother confiscated his mobile phone and locked him in his room, telling him if he still wanted to stay with a man, he shouldn't expect to eat again. Wan Ning held out stubbornly without speaking for 2 or 3 days, hungry. In the end, his mother let him out when she realized her son was nearly dying of thirst. Neither of them mentioned the incident between mother and son for some time after that. From then on, every time Wan Ning went out, his mother would ask suspiciously, warning him that liking men was a disease, especially when the other party was rich. After that, he and Xing Xianyang could only meet cautiously, making sure not to let the mother find out. This balance lasted for 2 months until it was disrupted in the hospital incident. When her mother personally witnessed him still secretly seeing Xing Xianyang, the last shred of rationality in her mind completely collapsed. She secretly contacted a nearby conversion therapy center and told him gently that as his beloved son, she would help him get treated. Once the treatment was over, she would have a normal son again. Those days at the conversion therapy center were unbearable. They were all changed into patient gowns and had to line up every day on that cold iron bed to receive what the doctors called treatment. Wan Ning was strapped into a restraint gown and looked up to see the walls covered with countless scratches. Electric currents pierced his brain, and in agony, he clawed at the walls beside him. His whole body was tightly bound, unable to move. Above him, the operating room's light hung, and Wan Ning's eyes were vacant as his body twitched uncontrollably from the electric shocks. He heard someone ask, "Do you like girls now?" He liked Xing Xianyang. Each time the doctor received a negative answer, they increased the voltage of the electric current. Wan Ning's body trembled endlessly from the pain. His lips were parched, his face pale, and foam dripped from the corner of his mouth. What the center called rooms were tiny spaces that could only fit one bed, with a small window set high up to prevent escape, and the doors locked from the outside. He curled up on the tattered bed, his body still twitching from the electrotherapy. In fear, he exposed his wrist and carved out Xing Xianyang's name on the wall with his nails in a wobbly fashion. For half a month, Wan Ning stayed in the conversion center and was forcibly treated for half a month until a particularly high dose of current made him faint, which slightly reduced the intensity of the treatment thereafter. The most absurd part was that there was even a male doctor who tried to assault him. Xing Xianyang was almost driven crazy trying to find him. It took a full day and night searching with Jiang Heng's people before he finally found Wan Ning's exact location. The woman had no money, so she sent Wan Ning to the dirtiest, worst facility in the province. When Xing Xianyang finally found Xiao Ning, Wan Ning's mind was already hazy. The small room stank of urine and feces, and the walls were scrawled with Xing Xianyang's name in messy writing. A shrunken little ball of a figure was trembling in the corner. Because of the electric shock, he had lost control of his bodily functions. When Xing Xianyang arrived, there was no reaction from inside. Wan Ning no longer recognized anyone, just staring at him stupidly with a foolish grin and asking, "Do you see Xing Xianyang?" Chapter 58 The Overbearing Prince and His Shadow Guard, 1. Your Highness, the princess has not eaten for 2 days and 2 nights. Has she admitted her mistake? A clear yet low male voice slowly arose, carrying a hint of laziness. Your Highness. That person's voice trembled, hesitating before speaking. The princess said she's had enough of you, so she dug an escape tunnel with a golden spoon in the middle of the night. Ingshi, don't you dare let her get away. Outside the house, strong winds were blowing wildly, rainwater continuously pounded on the roof, creating heavy and forceful sounds. Prince. Princess. Had he time-traveled? And, even become the princess? Song Si's head was dizzy, his senses gradually becoming clearer. Just as he was about to raise his head in confusion, a sudden sharp pain surged through his back. Ingshi, master is calling you. Yi retracted the water-polished 9-section whip from his hand, urging softly. Song Si instantly woke up. He tentatively looked down and saw a man dressed in a pristine straight-front long robe, its edges embroidered with silver latticed with jasmine flowers, draped in a dark-ink-colored cloak, and crowned by a Hanbai jade hairpiece. This person possessed a handsome and elegant appearance, but regrettably bore a hint of illness between the eyebrows. No matter how good-looking this person was, the current situation didn't give him much time to think because the man addressed as Your Highness was slightly tilting his head, looking straight at him. And he was squatting on the beam of the room. Song Si. So now, am I supposed to jump down? Buddy. The inner strength belonging to the original owner was slowly reviving within him. Observing this prince's expression, Song Si reckoned if he didn't go down soon, the other party might blow up. Clenching his teeth, he mentally steeled himself, preparing to leap down. Apparently, someone was more urgent than him. Yi was nearly driven mad by Song Si's slow movement, fearing that their master would punish 11. In response, he simply kicked Song Si in the butt, sending him flying down. What the? Song Si plummeted like a free-falling object, sliding right in front of Shenhe, barely stabilizing himself. In that very moment during the descent, a flood of memories suddenly rushed into his brain. He had entered a novel titled Poisonous Secondary Daughter, the cold-faced prince's pampered one. The main male character was the third prince of the current dynasty but was not the legitimate son of the emperor. The current emperor, with the help of a national sorcerer, killed the previous emperor, who was also his older brother, pretending to be benevolent by keeping the young protagonist alive. Upon reaching adulthood, he arranged a marriage for the protagonist with the secondary daughter of the minister's household, which was intended to irritate him. Following events involved the protagonist feigning frailty and using the princess's assistance to secretly accumulate power and seize the throne, culminating in mutual love and understanding. As for himself, he became one of the unnamed shadow guards in the protagonist's quest for power. Shenhe furrowed his brows slightly, sipped tea lightly, and raised his eyes to look at the small shadow guard who had been switching actions incessantly after falling from the beam. His guards were usually highly trained, and today's grave error deserved severe punishment. Upon seeing 11, he inexplicably felt a flicker of interest, sipping his tea without uttering a word. Song Si's first instinct was to stand up, but he suddenly remembered that he should perform a bow. Having watched few TV dramas, he wasn't sure how subordinates should address and behave in front of their masters. After rapidly processing thoughts in his mind, he closed his eyes, clenched his heart, knelt down with both knees, and proclaimed with a resonant voice, "My lord, your servant awaits your decree." Shenhe instantly choked on the tea he just took, coughing twice while grabbing a nearby napkin, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Silence descended upon the room, other shadow guards hidden in various spots silently lit a candle for Song Si inside their hearts. A faint crack began appearing on the teacup held by Shenhe. As he gritted his teeth, ready to speak, a sudden voice resounded in his mind. Oh my goodness! Who's the good person reincarnated as a shadow guard? Other people turn into princes or dukes when they cross timelines, what am I? Chosen laborer? Heaven, why does this leading man look so sinister? Is there something wrong with my kneeling posture? Dad, I've already knelt for you, are you still going to stay angry? A shift appeared in Shenhe's facial expressions as he looked at 11 with a trace of curiosity. Song Si wore a set of sleek black training attire, tightly cinched at the waist. With a mask concealing his face, it was impossible to discern his emotions. However, his eyes darted around quickly, showing signs of deep thought. Was this voice coming from 11? Shenhe's countenance remained calm as he cast a brief glance at the surrounding subordinates. All of them respectfully bowed their heads, not daring to make even a sound, fearing that they would provoke his wrath. Their reaction suggested they hadn't heard anything. Could it be that only he could hear it? He gently rubbed the green jade bamboo joint cup in his hand and looked at 11 with a strange gaze. Yi was anxious for Song Si on the roof beam, fearing that the master would order little 11 dragged out and beheaded. He had no choice but to plead for mercy. Master, last time 11 got hit on the head during a mission. Shenhe remained silent, shifting his gaze back onto 11. Song Si's scalp tingled under his stare, cold sweat trickling down his temples as he had no idea what Shenhe was contemplating. Damn it, big brother, say something. I'm scared. I am your shadow guard after all, and you'll need my help when you seize power later. Would you really behead me just because I called you wrong? It was confirmed, this was indeed 11's voice. Shenhe set down his teacup and was about to speak when suddenly hurried footsteps were heard outside the door, followed by an urgent report. Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived. He's coming this way now. The current emperor, known for being suspicious, forbade princes from privately keeping shadow guards. If discovered, instant execution was the consequence. The other shadow guards, all experienced, swiftly used their light body skills to slip out through the dark holes in the roof, leaving Song Si half kneeling, gazing up at the roof beam, hesitating. Haven't you heard? Hurry up and get out. Shenhe adjusted the edges of his robe, his voice icy and cold. Do you think I don't want to leave? I can't jump high enough. The internal strength and light body skills tied to the original owner hadn't fully recovered yet. Song Si felt immense pressure under Shenhe's sinister glare. Footsteps were already echoing outside the door, with faint laughter as the crown prince mocked third prince Shenhe as an invalid incapable of anything, to which everyone present agreed. This crown prince was an ill-disciplined rich kid, but as the emperor's most favored son, he lived extravagantly. His greatest amusement was mocking Shenhe and his younger brother, making regular visits whenever he had free time. This shadow guard uniform was too conspicuous. The study was spacious and offered no place to hide. If the crown prince found him, not only would Song Ci be in trouble, but the entire third prince's mansion could be destroyed as well. Cold sweat trickled down Song Ci's palms. He fixed his eyes on the roof beam above, carefully recalling how the previous shadow guards leapt with their light body skills earlier. With a deep breath, he crouched down on one knee like an athlete ready to sprint, aiming for the beam. He mentally counted down, 3, 2, 1, jump. Just like the graceful swallowing 11 had imitated, he sprang up, and collided directly into the beam because his aim was too precise, causing him to fall back down. Bang! The sound was solid, clearly marking a good collision on the head. A clean story where the hero and princess are cooperative partners, and the princess has her own romantic interest. Chapter 59, The Domineering Prince and the Witty Shadow Guard, 2. Shenhe. Song Ci hugged his head and rolled on the ground a couple of times, afraid that someone outside would hear him so he didn't dare to speak. The crown prince's voice outside the door gradually became clearer. The guards bent over respectfully, and the study door creaked open on both sides. How am I supposed to hide? Song Ci gritted his teeth and stood up. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the half-closed window. It was still pouring rain and thundering outside. The wind was pounding against this wooden window with loud clangs. Getting soaked is better than dying. He rose shakily, taking one swift step straight towards the window, but before he could touch the window frame, someone suddenly grabbed his waist and yanked him hard back. Shenhe uncovered his mask, letting down the high bun Song Ci had made of his hair, pinning him firmly under his body. A dark cloak covered the thin figure beneath, and Song Ci felt the person's fingers grazing the edges of his clothes before tearing them wide apart. Song Ci's upper robe was torn directly by him. Elder brother, what are you doing? I can escape from the window. Moreover, we're both men. Men. Shenhe's headache worsened because of his incessant nagging, yet he couldn't stop him from thinking, so he leaned over to his neck and feigned intimacy, pressing down on his vital point while whispering in a low voice, "Scream." Scream what? Song Ci was momentarily stunned. Outside, the crown prince had already swaggered inside. He was wearing a black robe with golden borders, embroidered all over with dragon phoenix cloud patterns. Both the collar and the long sleeves were adorned with golden thread cloud dragon motifs, signifying royal majesty. The crown prince's face was filled with horizontal flesh, and his physique was rather bulky, with a golden dragon crown tied at the forehead, looking exceedingly extravagant. His expression was filled with disdain, and several attendants followed behind him. Hey, third brother has quite the interest. He looked him up and down. Shenhe had shielded the person beneath well, so he couldn't see the face clearly, but judging by the outline, it should be a beauty. After your own consort ran away, you still have time for these affections. He sneered, with your sickly condition, do you even think about betting anyone, let alone actually doing it? The fact that Shenhe and the consort did not get along was known throughout the entire capital city. After the death of the previous emperor, the third prince had fallen seriously ill, his health worsening day by day. The consort had a fiery temper and already had someone she loved from her days as an unmarried lady. Naturally, she didn't like the main lord after marriage. Therefore, Shenhe had once become a laughingstock in the capital, his wife disdained him, and he wasn't favored by the emperor either. There was even talk circulating around the capital, the third prince, perhaps he couldn't perform sexually. After hearing the crown prince's mockery, Song Ci roughly understood which kind of scream Shenhe was referring to. Out of the main lord's tyrannical authority, he helplessly pinched his throat and cooperated with, Yamide. Shenhe. Hearing this coquettish voice, the crown prince's skin crawled, prompting him to rub his arms and retort, if father emperor knows you're being this lecherous every day, surely there will be punishment again. The empress hasn't even been found, and you've already taken another concubine. Shenhe inwardly laughed bitterly. Obsessed with beauty. The current emperor was foolish and spent his nights indulging in pleasures within the harem, unable to function well sexually. Apart from the earlier birth of the crown prince and the second prince, there were no more descendants. Both of his sons were weaklings, having no focus on learning or improving. Their only joy was finding fault with himself and his younger brother. In the border regions, great chaos ensued, corruption frequently occurred in the court, utterly corrupt and unbearable. All his father's painstaking efforts during his reign were completely destroyed. Shenhe's fingertips turned white, refraining from answering. Song Ci didn't know how long they were going to chat, but since Shenhe hadn't told him to stop, he kept making noises like, ah. Crown Prince, fond of beauty, was rendered thirsty by this sound. Looking carefully into Shenhe's arms, wanting to see the face of the beauty cradled in old Three's embrace. Younger brother, don't be so stingy. Shouldn't beauties be shared? Could you lend me this delight for a few days? Song Ci hesitated in his voice, his face immediately contorted. Holy shit, really, if Shenhe continues like this, there's actually a possibility he'd send me over to him. Shenhe's eyes darkened slightly as he frowned at the person in his arms. Song Si held onto the fur in front of Shenhe, sneaking a glance outside. Life is indeed devoid of any excitement, toads criticizing humans, why is this crown prince so ugly? His eyes burned and instinctively recoiled into Shenhe's chest, instantly feeling that the third prince on top of him was somewhat bearable now. Daddy daddy daddy, save me, save me. Shenhe. Seeing that Shenhe ignored him, the crown prince grew more curious. Knowing very well that the other side couldn't do anything to him anyway, he stepped forward intending to pull Song Si out of Shenhe's arms. Shenhe coughed twice, unusually not stopping his own actions. The crown prince's eyebrows shot up as he noticed the person in his younger brother's arms was a handsome man. This man's clothing was half open, revealing a flat chest and a prominent Adam's apple. He took a half step back, his expression faltering. How could such a person emit a woman's scream? In our dynasty, favoring men was common, wealthy families often had male concubines, which wasn't strange at all. Even the emperor's harem contained many male consorts, though they couldn't become principal wives. But the crown prince was different. The whole city knew it. The crown prince, Kong Tong. To avoid offending him, commoners wouldn't dare to be affectionate with their male lovers in front of him, lest they invite trouble. Once realizing the gender of the person in Shenhe's arms, the crown prince instantly backed off, repeatedly retreating and even wiping his hands as if they were dirty. With his smooth skin exposed, Song Si couldn't help but shiver from the cold. Shenhe leaned down and draped his long cloak over Song Si, then looked up and softly coughed again, his lips pale. Little brother knows that elder brother dislikes men and doesn't wish for you to see this scene, but elder brother. He clenched his fists near his lips and began to violently cough again, almost dying on the spot. His words carried a strong aroma of tea. This main character is like a reincarnation of Lin Dayu. Song Si's mouthy self couldn't resist grumbling internally, while Shenhe could only keep coughing quietly. The crown prince was thoroughly disgusted, furiously rubbing his palms against his clothes as if trying to rub off a layer of skin. I'm telling you, I came here for an important matter. Our father emperor announced today in court that in a couple of days there will be an autumn hunt, and he doesn't want to see you feigning illness and not coming again. He glanced sideways at Song Si in Shenhe's arms. If your consort still hasn't returned by then, you'll just have to bring this beloved male lover of yours. Chapter 60, Overbearing Prince and Graceful Shadow Guard, 3. Of course. Shenhe coughed slightly twice, with a small patch of blood staining his sleeve. The low table in front of the chair hid the lower bodies of the two people, preventing the crown prince from clearly seeing Song Si's shadow guard uniform underneath. Song Si was obediently wrapped in a large cloak, secretly peeking at the two people confronting each other. Autumn hunting. In the original story, the national teacher seemed to send someone to assassinate the male protagonist during this plot point, right? Then the male protagonist could have the classic scenario of falling into a cave to be alone with the female protagonist. Shenhe paused after cleaning the blood residue off his lips, inconspicuously touching Song Si and softly said, "Does elder brother still like my younger brother's beauty? If elder brother likes him, ahem." Shenhe's cough made one's heart tremble, and the manager's brows were deeply furrowed. If it weren't for the presence of the crown prince, he would have carried medicine from the pharmacy to feed their master without hesitation. If elder brother likes him, it's not impossible for me to endure the pain and give him up. Shenhe wiped the tears at the corner of his eyes, with a face full of sorrow. Song Si immediately understood his intentions and pinched the edge of her clothing while throwing an alluring glance at the crown prince, saying in a pitiful tone, "Prince, do you wish to take me away? Please command." The crown prince, ugh. The crown prince couldn't bear it anymore, feeling sick to his stomach due to these two individuals' behavior. His complexion turned ghastly as he pointed at them angrily and said, "I came here kindly to inform you, yet you insult me thus. Shenhe, just wait. Our father has just lifted your confinement, it won't be long before you're locked up again." He angrily flicked his robe and stormed out, turning around to walk away with his followers in rage. The group who entered with the crown prince all went out hastily. The study fell silent once more. The wind outside blew faintly, the rain showing no signs of easing, and the thunder rumbled on. This crown prince is truly devoted, diligently seeking faults under such heavy rain. Shenhe sat calmly, absently playing with the teacup in his hand. He had elongated, refined eyebrows, a prominent nose bridge, and a small mole at the corner of his left eye, his lips tightly pressed into a line. Once he saw the crown prince completely leave with no possibility of return, his former lackluster expression disappeared instantly, revealing a sternness deep within. The voice of Ingshi resounded in his mind again, and he casually glanced over. Song Si's pitch-black pupils were partially revealed, restrained by the presence of Shenhe nearby, hesitating to move for a moment. Her shiny eyes looked at him furtively, and they accidentally caught each other's gaze. Normally, the shadow guards gave the impression of being taciturn and highly efficient in execution. In his memory, Ingshi always acted decisively and never wasted words, but unexpectedly, his thoughts were so noisy. Seeing Shenhe's deep and slightly angry eyes coincidentally meeting her own, Song Si felt an instant chill in her heart. "Brother, why are you looking at me?" Song Si's face remained blank. Shenhe lowered his head and observed her for 2 seconds. So now, we'll settle our accounts from earlier. Song Ci. No, brother. I've done everything you asked me to. Isn't the crown prince thoroughly annoyed and driven away already? Why must we settle accounts? Sure enough, Shi may be timid in words but not in spirit. Once Shenhe finished speaking, a torrent of noise erupted inside his mind, giving him a headache. Yet inexplicably, he couldn't quite feel irritated. His dangerous gaze narrowed, as his fair, well-proportioned fingers lightly tapped on the table. A black figure immediately leapt down silently from the rafters, landing with grace and no sound. Yi clenched his fist against his chest and bowed respectfully. Master, please command. Shenhe lazily raised his gaze to look at him and lightly hummed, without uttering a word. He poured himself another cup of tea, the warm mist swirling. Song Ci's heart cried out in panic as she shifted back half an inch awkwardly. Unfortunately, Shenhe had bundled her too tightly, making it hard to move. Regardless of Yi's internal struggles, there was no disobeying his master's orders. So he gravely acknowledged, understood. I'll take Shi down to receive 30 lashes. Leader, are you crazy? 30 lashes? That's 30 lashes. How can you say such cold-hearted words when your temperature isn't even elevated? Forget about 30 lashes. Even that one lash you gave me earlier made it hard for me to get up for half a day. Heartbreaking. Truly heartbreaking isn't about shouting and fighting. Song Ci's brain buzzed continuously like a generator in operation, the incessant output never ceasing. Shenhe's mind was almost exploded by the noise, veins twitching at his temple. Yi knelt halfway for quite some time, but it seemed that the person sitting gracefully showed no reaction, leaving his heart filled with despair. Today, Shi committed such a grave error that the master must be extremely angry and wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Previously, suggesting Shi take 30 lashes was actually to protect him. Shadow guards were tough, on missions, they had surely sustained far worse injuries than this. After a few days of rest in bed, the 30 lashes would heal. It wasn't clear what expression flickered across the master's face, but Yi, despite all his reluctance, could only nod and agree, yes, I will take Shi down and execute him. Song Ci. Song Ci. Had he heard correctly? Take him down and execute him. What the hell? Who just got transported here and is already going to die? Big brother, you need to rethink this. Rethink it. I suddenly think the 30 lashes are perfectly fine. This is so disheartening. He hasn't even done anything, and you've already imagined this scenario. Shenhe had been quietly observing the subtle reactions beneath, and clearly, after hearing Yi's shocking statement, little 11 reacted much more intensely. Since Yi came into the room, all the maidservants and attendants had discreetly withdrawn. At the moment, there were only the 3 of them in the study, and the silence was bone-chilling. Song Ci cautiously glanced at these 2 men. There was still a distance between himself and Shenhe. Furthermore, Shenhe in the original story had never mentioned whether he possessed martial arts skills or internal energy, always seemingly focused on coughing and spitting blood. If he did nothing, he would simply wait for death. But now, about 3/10 of the internal force within his body was usable. Perhaps he could take a gamble and assume Shenhe didn't know martial arts. He turned his gaze toward the solid wood window he had wanted to escape from since the beginning, a flash of determination passing through his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, everything in his mind had been heard loud and clear by the person beside him. Why don't we just run? Now's the best time to do it. Take a chance. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Bet boldly. Upgrade that motorcycle into a jeep. His hands under the large cloak tightened with effort, and he pushed off with his foot, attempting to leap out quickly before either of them noticed. He gathered his strength for one last push. Then it waned, and ultimately, he bonelessly fell directly out of Shenhe's arms, rolling twice on the ground before finally stabilizing himself. Not to mention flying, he hadn't even jumped properly. And yet, the cloak wrapped tightly around him showed no signs of loosening, firmly gripping onto his entire body. Shenhe. Yi. Under the burning gazes of both, the study once again fell into an eerie silence. Song Ci simply closed his eyes and pretended to be dead, unwilling to move. Chapter 61, Overbearing Prince and Witty Shadow Guard, 4. Yi couldn't help but feel worried for Song Ci. The master had a bad temper and didn't easily show emotions. The calmer the current expression, the more likely it could mean. The angrier he was. Is this mantle a tightening curse? Why is it wrapped so tightly? Song Ci was practically tearing up inside. Outside the house, cold winds howled, while the candlelight flickered within, alternating between bright and dim. The 2 remained silent, waiting patiently for Shenhe's decision. The man slightly lowered his eyes, lightly tossing aside the tea leaves, every gesture filled with aristocratic elegance. Song Ci dared not open his eyes, selfishly hiding his head inside the mantle, leaving only a fuzzy head exposed. Suddenly, a light chuckle echoed in the study as Shenhe stood up, his furrowed brows relaxing slightly, revealing a trace of pleasure. His eyes glimmered with light, the starlight candle flames illuminating his side face, showing distinct features, eyebrows like ink drawings, and a face that was truly like a jade crown, his expression carrying 3 parts of laughter, as if walking out from a painting. Song Si tightly closed his eyes, feeling the footsteps getting closer to him until they finally stopped right before him. In the next second, he suddenly felt lighter as Shenhe picked him up along with the mantle. What? Is this before I die you want to weigh me down? Shenhe was almost silenced by his astonishing thought process. He coughed lightly after enduring the same shocked gaze as Ing Yi, then walked over to Song Si, throwing him onto Ing Yi. Give orders, too. He paused. What's Shadow 11's name? Ing Yi steadily caught Song Si, bowing respectfully to answer, Master, we've always been your shadows ever since entering the mansion, without our own names. Indeed. Shenhe's eyes were calm as he turned them towards Song Si pretending to be dead, then you should pick one yourself. After all, my concubine still needs a proper name. All right. Song Si muttered lazily. No, what kind of room? His eyes suddenly widened in shock, looking towards Shenhe. Did you slip of tongue? Shenhe ignored his shocked look, turning instead to instruct Ing Yi. But clearly, even Ing Yi's pupils shuddered. Steady as he was, since the third prince was born, when the previous emperor was still alive, he had been entrusted with the master, having accompanied Shenhe for 20 whole years, practically watching him grow up. Even with such long experience and credentials, he still couldn't help but be amazed. They would always avoid discussions when the master talked, thus knowing nothing about the prior conversation in the room. As a seasoned shadow guard, Ing Yi was stunned for just a moment, then recovered immediately. Seeing both people visibly shaken, especially Shadow 11, Shenhe's eyes flickered for a second, sighing slightly before explaining, just now, the crown prince saw 11's appearance and assumed he was my concubine. With that blabbermouth of his, by noontime, the entire city will know I married a male consort. He raised his eyes to look at Shadow 11, with a cool gaze, so, have you thought about what you'll call yourself? Song Si. Song Si timidly responded. Shenhe nodded slightly, then looked at an already well-receiving Ing Yi, order preparations for Song concubine to reside in a new courtyard. Yes. Ing Yi bowed in agreement, helped Song Si up and started to leave, catching a glimpse of Shao 11's smooth skin under the mantle and his severely damaged shadow guard attire out of the corner of his eye, causing a twitch at the corner of his eye. What exactly happened between Master and Shao 11 during their time in the study? The whip injury on his back from earlier still hurt faintly. Ing Yi opened the door with one hand, instantly letting the cold wind rush inside, making Song Si shiver, pulling the mantle tighter around his shoulders. Not noticing the threshold, he stumbled accidentally, pulling on the wound on his back. SSSS. Shadow guards were extremely resilient to pain, such a minor injury actually wasn't worth mentioning, but he was Song Si. Song Si winced audibly, which earned him a swift glare from Ing Yi, warning him to keep quiet and not disturb the master. How sensitive was Shenhe's hearing? Just as he turned and hadn't yet sat down, he heard that painful gasp and couldn't help but speak out reluctantly, hold on. Ing Yi halted his steps, awaiting orders. Shenhe lightly stepped forward, pulling a small porcelain bottle from his wide sleeve and tossing it with slight force. Didn't you give 11 a whip on the beam earlier? It contains top-quality ointment, go back and apply it for him. After speaking, he no longer spared another glance, ordering the study door to be slowly closed. Ing Yi looked at the small porcelain bottle in his hand, feeling somewhat disoriented. Would giving medicine be enough for the single whip that 11 received from himself? Back in the day, when Ing 9 was whipped 50 times, he didn't make a single sound. Now 11 had gotten only one whip and already needed medicine. Earlier, he had even held back 5 parts of his strength. For any regular shadow guard, that one whip would barely have any effect and they'd still be jumping around. But it seemed like 11 was suffering far worse than Ing 9 who took 50 lashes. He eyed Song Si suspiciously, who had buried more than half of his face in the master's long cloak. He recalled how Shenhe gently picked him up with such tender eyes and movements, and the state of 11's almost fallen shadow guard uniform. His suspicion shifted slightly to Ing 11 again. Shadow guards were always resistant to cold weather, so there was no need for Master Shen to give his coat to little 11. He fingered the small porcelain bottle and slowly came to a realization, it must be ointment used for intimate purposes. Since marrying the princess, His Highness had never touched her even an inch, and the two avoided each other as much as possible every day. This was something everyone in the capital knew. So if Master Shen wanted to partake in some intimacy, it was understandable. Looking at Song Si whose steps wavered and whose face was frozen bright red, Ing Yi couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, not even an incense stick's worth of time after the crown prince left, the master had summoned him inside. That was too fast. Of course, Song Si noticed the peculiar look on Ing Yi's face. But since he could not read the man's moods easily, fearing that he might suddenly strike another blow, Song Si pretended not to see it and silently followed. 11, you should apply this yourself. There was no way he could let himself treat that particular area. Song Si looked up curiously, hesitated for a moment, then reached out to take the porcelain bottle from his hand, revealing a clear finger mark on his slender, pale wrist, left behind by Shenhe earlier when he pulled him. Ing Yi naturally noticed this. He coughed dryly, lowered his eyes unnoticeably, pretending not to see it. The bottle felt slightly cool to the touch. Song Si lightly clutched it, as rain dripped from the eaves onto their bodies, dampening his hair just a bit. How was he supposed to apply ointment to his own back? It was such a large area and impossible for him to reach alone. Song Si frowned a little and asked, "We're brothers, right? It's not exactly private back there. Could you help me apply it?" Ing. Chapter 62, Dominant Prince and Charming Shadow Guard, 5. The two followed the servant to a secluded courtyard within the estate. Because Shenhui was not favored, there were few servants in the mansion, and he had no other wives or concubines. Thus, these small courtyards were left unused. Upon receiving notification, two maids were already waiting at the entrance of the courtyard. They quickly stepped forward when they recognized the figures. "Master, it's chilly outside. Please come inside." Song Si and Ing Yi were startled by this title for a moment, never imagining that their master would prepare everything meticulously, even providing maids for them. The courtyard was small, quietly situated in one corner of the residence. The rain drizzled down, wetting several lilac flowers on either side, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance. One of the maids unfolded an oiled paper umbrella and hurriedly kept pace with the two, shielding Song Si from the rain. They did not know Song Si's true identity, assuming he was merely a common man who had happened to catch the eye of the prince. A single lamp hung under the eaves, emitting a soft light. The indoor furnishings were simple, just a bed and a wooden table. On the table sat a set of coarse porcelain tea utensils. Perhaps due to the long absence of cleaning, a thick layer of dust had accumulated. "Master, we have already fetched the new bedding. Soon, Zhu Sha and I will tidy up the room for you. Please rest first." The maid who spoke was named Shui Cha. She wore her hair in two flat buns, dressed in a bright yellow short coat, her eyes gentle, making her look very astute. They assumed that Ing Yi, who stood beside Song Si, was merely a palace guard, unaware of the secret identities of the shadow guards. Only a few trusted confidants knew within the household. After entering, neither of them spoke, only observing as Shui Cha and Zhu Sha busied themselves. Knock, knock. Ing Yi stood there with his arms crossed. Suddenly, the roof above was tapped twice. It was the other shadow guards arriving. Ing Yi coughed softly, guessing Song Si must have heard it, and silently signaling for the two maids to step out. But Song Si didn't understand. The small porcelain bottle in his hand had grown slightly warm from being held. He blinked his eyes curiously at Ing Yi, unsure what was going on. Thinking the sound of the rain had drowned out the knocking, someone on the roof knocked again impatiently. Cough. Cough. Ing Yi turned toward Song Si, coughing louder to get his attention. Feeling a bit cold, Song Si shivered despite being wrapped in a large cloak. "Leader, is your throat uncomfortable?" Ing Yi remained silent in frustration. Did Xiao Shi truly lose all sense? Just yesterday, he was still so cold and taciturn. "Ing Jiu is on the roof. You need to send those two girls away first." Seeing Song Si wasn't getting it, Ing Yi had to whisper quietly so Shui Cha and Zhu Sha couldn't hear him. Song Si then glanced out at the heavy rain, beginning to understand. Shui Cha had already laid out the new bedding. By the time Ing Yi helped Song Si lie down, Ing Jiu and the others had descended from the roof, completely drenched. "Little 11, earlier I heard that our lord brought in a new concubine today. Only you and the master were alone together, you surely saw something." Ing Jiu was usually the most talkative. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he rushed over to Song Si's bedside eagerly. "Quick, tell us about it. What does that young man look like? To make our master, who has been cold for so many years, finally soften, surely he must be extremely handsome." Though the group generally got along well, they were especially considerate toward Little 11 because he was the youngest among them, even if he tended to be aloof. "Don't you see that Little 11 is lying down?" This remark came from Ing Er, the only female among all the shadow guards. She frowned as she removed her mask, shaking off the water droplets stuck in it. Her gently curved eyebrows exuded countless charms, but her gaze was cold. Ing Jiu stumbled back after being kicked by her, exaggeratedly letting out an ouch. Approaching the bedside, Ing Er looked at the lethargic Song Si with concern. Last time, Little 11 endured being stabbed 5 or 6 times without making a sound. For him to be lying so weakly now, it must mean the master punished him severely. Ing Yi, knowing everything, remained speechless. Touched by Ing Er's words, Song Si started tearing up. He had been waiting for this statement. "Yes, just now the master kindly gave me a jar of ointment and asked Ing Yi to help me apply it, but for some reason, leader refused. Why should that matter? What is so hidden from sight?" Unburdened by guile, Ing Jiu failed to notice Ing Yi's frantic glare. Thoughtlessly taking the little porcelain bottle from Song Si, he said, "That makes sense. Brother, I'll help you with the ointment." Song Si nodded approvingly. "Even if it's all of you together, I'm fine with it." "Ing Yi? Ing Yi? What lewd talk are you spouting?" But clearly, everyone in the room except for Ing Yi and the cold-faced, arms-crossed Ing Shi did not notice anything amiss and were all deeply moved by Song Si's impassioned words. 11, I'll set up some fire for you. Ing Ba, with his regional accent, worried that Song Si might be cold after removing his shirt, brought out a pot of charcoal from somewhere. Being able to beat Shadow 11 into lying motionless on the bed must mean the master had used some inhumane method. All of their expressions were very serious, and Ingzio's hands trembled slightly while holding the porcelain bottle as he watched Song Si slowly take off his large cloak. Large patches of skin were exposed, and Song Si shivered from the cold before continuing to undress. The top portion of the Shadow Guard uniform was completely torn apart, ripped into shreds by Shenhe, with only one or two ragged strips still stubbornly hanging off his shoulders. Since they usually treated each other like brothers, Ing didn't hesitate at all and stared boldly. Heavens! The master actually stripped young 11 and beat him, how brutal. Ingzio clutched the porcelain bottle, wiped away the rainwater from the corner of his eyes, and choked out tears. Soon, however, their looks of worry quickly turned into confusion. Because apart from a couple of faint scars left over from past battles, the only wound visible on Song Si's back was the pale pink lash mark left by Ing, which would soon fade. Ingzio faltered, staring at Song Si's clean back, unsure of where to begin. 11, where is your wound? Song Si nodded toward his own back. It's right here, such a big whip mark. Everyone. So it's just this one lash that has you unable to get up. They had actually thought the master had severely punished him. But finally, Ing was the first to notice something wasn't right. She glanced sideways at Ing, who had remained silent the entire time, her expression strange as she asked, if the master didn't punish you, then why were your clothes torn apart? The master tore them. Realizing none of them intended to help him apply medicine, Song Si felt cold again and silently draped the large cloak back on himself, truthfully answering. Ing's lips twitched uncontrollably, remembering Ingzio's question earlier, when a horrifying realization dawned on her. Then, do you know who the new secondary consort our master took is? Song Si smiled bashfully. He had figured it out along the way. Now that he was officially Shenhe's secondary consort, there was no need to continue working as a shadow guard and slaving for his livelihood. It was a profitable trade-off without losses. It's me. Whoosh. The shattered remnants were the broken worldview of all the shadow guards in the room. Chapter 63, Dominant Prince and Witty Shadow Guard, 6. How could his brother become a boss lady after only half an hour? Ingzio trembled as he threw the porcelain bottle back. Now it was known that little Shiryan's clothes were torn by his highness, and his highness's new concubine was actually Shiryan. Now little Shiryan lay on the bed, looking exhausted and calling for medicine, making it very obvious where he hurt. All the shadow guards in the room inexplicably thought along the same lines as Ing, and at that moment, everyone in the room looked at Song Si, falling into an awkward silence. Was the master just too lonely and couldn't choose food? Poor little 11. Just as the silence in the room grew tense, the door of the small house creaked open. Shenhe closed his umbrella and brushed off the rainwater from his body, raising his eyes to look inside. This didn't match what he had imagined. Only after Ing helped 11 leave did he suddenly remember that he had given him the wrong medicine bottle. This ointment was originally prepared for his younger brother Shenheang and his prince's consort. He didn't notice he took the wrong one because of the noise made by little generator Ing 11. Afraid that Ing had already helped him apply it, he had to come personally. He thought little 11 would be curled up alone in bed, lonely and pitiful at this time. Unexpectedly, this tiny room was packed with people. Moreover, all the shadow guards in the room looked at him with expressions filled with bizarre condemnation and complexity, giving him the illusion that they accused him of ruining their cabbage. Are you guys out of places to go? Why are you all hanging around in 11's yard? He looked at the soaked figures inside the room, frowning deeply, wishing these people would immediately disappear from the room. At this point, Ingzio remembered their initial purpose. He took out a small black bundle from behind him, which clearly contained all of Ing 11's luggage. They intercepted someone who was delivering 11's belongings to this place halfway. At this moment, everyone in the room suddenly smelled a sweet, sticky aroma, and the air became inexplicably hot. It was Song Si opening the small porcelain bottle, seeing no one willing to help him apply the medicine, stubbornly trying to take care of himself, applying as much as possible. Now that the job is done, why don't you all get lost? Shenhe had long fingers, gripping the ointment tightly, white veins stood out prominently on his otherwise pale hand. The group quickly got the hint, some casting a sympathetic glance at Song Si before leaping onto the roof and disappearing without a sound. In an instant, only Song Si and Shenhe remained in the room. Song Si, holding the jar of ointment in his hands, tried hard to appear delighted. Master, how did you come? Old Deng, why are you here? Shenhe gave him a sly smile, but his heart felt anything but pleasant at the sight of his hypocritical face, almost tempted to knead him into a ball and squash him. The lip balm was mixed up. It should be this one. He took back the porcelain bottle from Song Si's hands and instructed him to lie down. He roughly overheard everything outside the door earlier, realizing none of the shadow guards were willing to rub the medicine for him. Carefully scooping out a small piece from the medicine jar, he lightly applied it onto Song Si's back, causing the latter to shiver involuntarily as if trying to jump up, but was held firmly down by Shenhe. I'm out. Asking the boss to help apply the ointment is worse than horror film level 10. I'd rather do it myself. Song Si shivered in goosebumps, muttering complaints under his breath. But now, tolerating being a concubine instead of sleeping on the beam like a guard, it might not be the worst idea. A ripple passed through Shenhe's gaze as his hands continued their movement. You're more than just my secondary wife now. Song Si. Before people, you'll act as my concubine. Afterward, put on the mask, you're still my shadow 11. You need to keep your shifts, not missing even a single day. Song Si widened his eyes. Of course. That's the ugly face of capitalists. Squeezing out every last ounce of value from me. Even the donkey in the work team can't be treated like this. Because there was no mask blocking his face, the variety of emotions on Song Si's expression was splendid, and Shenhe never once relaxed his grin as he covered him with the quilt after finishing applying the ointment, then finally remembered his original purpose. He tapped on the edge of the bed, prompting Ing Yi to swiftly descend, lowering his head respectfully awaiting orders. He naturally knew that today's on-duty shadow guards hadn't wandered far and were always ready somewhere in the dark. Shenhe unintentionally blocked the view of the person on the bed, rhythmically tapping his fingers. The princess consorts matter. He pursed his lips, taking a quick glance at the present Shiryan who seemed somehow foolish now. He couldn't help but feel that handing this task to him would confidently evoke a pat on the chest with the words, "I'll certainly screw it up." He supported his forehead with a sigh and instructed, "Hand over the task of finding the princess consort to Ingshi." Understood. Ing Yi quietly accepted the order and disappeared into the shadows once more. Brother. A young man poked his head in through the doorframe, smiling as he looked toward Shenhe in the study. Shenheang and Shenhe were brothers from the same mother. Since their uncle seized the throne, they had relied on each other for survival. Over these years, Shenhe's strategy of hiding his ambitions while growing stronger was made possible largely due to his brother's assistance. These years, one played the role of being weak with illness while the other acted like a fool, which helped them avoid suspicion from many prying eyes. The servants in the mansion were already used to seeing the fourth prince come around, so they all lowered their heads and continued with their own tasks. The guards by the gate wouldn't even stop him. Shenheang still kept some composure after entering the room despite his smile. "Are you fully informed?" Shenhe poured a cup of tea for Shenheang and pushed it towards him. The fourth prince knew nothing about subtleties. Tired from running and thirsty, he downed the tea in one gulp, then complained there wasn't enough. "Of course I'm sure. My people have scouted this out. Master Guo advised the emperor to send you away on an autumn hunt, where assassins would be placed to ambush you." Shenhe nodded, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Ing 11's inner voice seemed to mention the autumn hunting assassination attempt too. How did he know? "How's Princess Xiao Lian doing?" Shenhe paused for a moment, refilling his brother's tea. Shenheang, just like himself, was forced by the old emperor to marry a princess. And what a princess! A sickly young blind man not expected to live much longer. Originally, neither of them intended to become close to their respective princesses. However, contrary to expectations, Shenheang developed feelings for Wen Lian during their time together. He went all over searching for famous doctors, keeping him alive until now. Shenheang's gaze dimmed slightly as he shook his head. Though Xiao Lian has been doing a bit better recently, the doctors say he probably won't last more than 2 years. I will also help you find more nearby physicians. Shenhe patted his shoulder and inexplicably thought of Ing 11's somewhat dazed expression. He gently tapped the teacup. Each shadow guard responded to different summoning methods. For instance, 2 knocks on the desk or bed frame meant Ing Yi, while tapping the teacup was for Ing 11. There was no sound within the study. A twitch ran through Shenhe's eyebrows, but undeterred, he tapped the teacup again. It felt as though a breeze swept through the hall, yet there was still no response. Chapter 64, The Domineering Prince and the Witty Shadow Guard, 7. Shenheang also noticed his elder brother's unusual behavior and looked up at him in confusion. Shenhe's eyelid twitched, as he always felt something was amiss. After tapping the teacup for the 3rd time with no response, he could only reluctantly call out, "Ing 11." Still, the hall remained deathly silent. He was seething with anger, but under Shenheang's inquiring gaze, he had no choice but to knock again on the desk. In an instant, a shadow lightly descended. Ing 1 formally paid respects, master's orders. "Where is Ing 11? Shenhe asked through gritted teeth, his tone deceptively kind. Ing 1 lowered his head, breaking into a sweat. Shadow guards usually had precise internal clocks. Their sleep was light, and they would typically rise around dawn. Even if someone slept late, the quarters of the guards were all connected, so they could help each other. But last night, little 11 stayed alone in a separate courtyard. Considering his current mental state, he probably overslept. As they often said, the guard is the guard, and Song Si is Song Si. When he saw the empty space where Ing 11 should have been on the roof beam, he already knew something wasn't right. Daring not to look up at his master, Ing 1 replied nervously, he might still be asleep. "Shenhe. I'll go and wake him." "No need," Shenhe slowly stood up, his voice tinged with restrained rage. "I'll go personally." The torrential rain from last night had ceased, and the sun came out in the morning. Xuecha and Zhu earlier noticed Song Si sleeping soundly, so they left him undisturbed and slightly opened the window to let some fresh air in. Sunlight streamed through the cracks in the window, adding a warm glow to the room. The charcoal fire under the bed had burned out. Song Si curled up in the covers, leaning against the wall as he slept soundly, breathing evenly. With Shenhei's deep inner strength and sharp hearing, he already knew this rascal was still asleep even before entering the room, making him furious as he pushed the door open forcefully, causing it to clang loudly and shake precariously. Hiding in the corner, Ingwen nervously prayed that little 11 would wake up soon to ease their master's anger. It was a joke. Song Si was the type who wouldn't wake up even when fireworks were set off outside during New Year or when construction occurred on the roof. This loud door push. Barely worth mentioning. He rolled over, scratched his ear, and continued to sleep soundly. Ingwen was about to faint from worry. Pretending casually but deliberately coughing twice, he hoped Song Si wouldn't sleep through this. Finally, perhaps due to his prayer working, there was a reaction from the bed. Song Si's eyes still closed, he mumbled in reply, "Big brother, listen to me, you've got a sore throat, eat more rock sugar pear soup." Shenhe. Great. The first person to respond wasn't actually him, their master. Shenhei's smile turned even more dangerous, as he stepped toward Song Si's side gently saying, "Not awake yet, 11. The body beneath him stiffened a little. Song Si was indeed not awake originally, but the moment he heard Shenhei's voice, a chill ran down his spine, and he didn't dare to open his eyes, continuing to pretend to sleep. Shenhei's gaze remained calm, seeing no further response from the person beneath him. He almost admired his exceptional quality of sleep until that voice in his mind resurfaced once more. What is this guy doing here again? I'm not awake. I'm not awake. Please, go away quickly. A trace of amusement flickered across his lips, stopping his gesture to step back. Isn't this what you want, addicted to pinching my face? Why won't you leave? Why won't you leave? Yeah, right. It's exactly like being woken up by your boss coming after you for being late. Stop pinching. I really haven't. Ing 11, are you awake yet? No. Song Si. Reflexively blurting out the answer without opening his eyes, silence instantly filled the room. Accompanying Shenheung blinked curiously, looking between the two, sensing their unique relationship. Looking questioningly at Ingwen in the corner, the latter merely bowed his head silently, unsure how to explain. Song Si was still holding his breath, with the brief 10 seconds feeling long enough for his feet under the blanket to dig out 3 bedrooms and a living room. Shenhe watched as his eyes flickered subtly, evidently strategizing. Had he not been pretending to sleep, those dark bright eyes would surely have been furiously plotting something new. Sure enough, the next second those doe-like eyes slightly opened, carrying residual tears due to the just-awake state. Tears streaming down his face, Song Si suddenly clutched onto Shenhe's arm. Your Highness, you've finally come. I've been waiting for so long. My heart pines for you so deeply that I eat only 4 meals a day. Shenhe. He knew this man never had anything good planned. Hurry up and leave. Don't hit me. I'll go work immediately. Your Highness, Shenheung had originally remembered clearly that they were looking for the shadow guards in the estate, but now was somewhat uncertain. It's 11, the current concubine of the capital city everyone's talking about is him. Shenhei's headache worsened due to the disturbance as he glanced up and down at the timid Song Si who only squeezed closer to him. The dark shadow guard uniform was carelessly piled in the corner of the bed, and now Song Si merely wore a white undergarment. The collar was loose because of his random sleeping posture, revealing a lot inside if you looked closely. Why hadn't he noticed how obedient little 11 looked before? His skin was pale and smooth, with harmless deer-like eyes, and his lips curved like the moon. His cheeks were tinged pink from being buried in the quilt for too long. How come when facing this side of him right now could he not muster any anger? He subtly turned his starry eyes and could only pretend to be upset. Hurry up and change your clothes to start your shift. Got it. Seeing that the other let him off so easily, Song Si was instantly filled with joy, releasing Shenhei's arm and turning around to get dressed. The touch sensation and body temperature from when Song Si clung to him lingered on the cuffs. Shenhei's eyes flickered as he hesitated for a moment before calling Shenheung back to the study. A little while later, Song Si arrived late. This time it wasn't because Shenhei's sharp hearing caught the sound of Song Si landing on the beam, mainly because ever since Song Si entered, the incessant chatter in his head didn't stop. Shenhe managed to ignore this cacophony after enduring it for a moment and then continued discussing matters with Shenheung. Do you often buy new clothes for Lady Wen? Still shocked by his extremely upright older brother suddenly becoming the same type of person as himself, Shenheung was startled back to reality by this question. Yes, what's wrong? He took another sip of tea to calm his nerves. So you should have experience. What style does Wen Lian usually wear? Help me send someone to make dozens of sets for 11's figure and deliver them here. He slightly lowered his eyelids and added at the end, also add several riding outfits. In a few days during the autumn hunt, he needs to accompany me. Shenheung internally criticized him for restocking goods, but still nodded and agreed outwardly. Shenhe lifted his eyes and signaled the steward to come forward with a soft tape measure, slightly curving his fingers and tapping the teacup again. The next second, the chattering in his mind stopped momentarily as Song Si started frantically reciting yesterday's mnemonic taught by Ingwen. 2 knocks on the hardwood belong to Ingwen, 1 cough belongs to Ing2, 1, 2 knocks on the teacup are Ing11, is it me, is it me? He stammered nervously, confirming more after seeing the helpless look from Ingwen standing below the beam across the room. With his recovered internal strength reaching 50%, even though he was not entirely proficient yet, he dared to try jumping. He took a deep breath, crouched and stepped back twice, and then sprinted like diving, leaping down. Landing, bang, between the two with a resounding thud. Chapter 65, The Overbearing Prince and the Witty Shadow Guard, 8. Brother, your 11th guard's entrance was truly unique. Shen Heyang's mouth was half open, shocked for so long that he couldn't drink a sip of tea in his hand. Shen Hei's eyelids had been twitching non-stop today. Seeing the steward hesitating with a measuring tape, he sighed with relief and slowly nodded. Song Si was late for a reason. Last night, he was busy taking off his clothes, and since the Shadow Guard uniform was already torn to pieces, he didn't understand the intricacies of the clothes at all. In short, he simply didn't know how to wear them. When the new Shadow Guard uniform was delivered to him, he immediately froze in disbelief, so now the top of his uniform hung loosely. Shen Hei carefully looked over, and noticed even 11's pants were worn inside out. Did he hit his head so hard during the last mission? He'd have to let Shadow 6 take a good look at him later. A touch more solemnity crept into Shen Hei's gaze. Shen Heyang acted fast. After obtaining Song Si's measurements from Shen Hei, it took only 2 days to have the clothing delivered through someone else. During these 2 days, Song Si also supplemented his knowledge on wearing clothes by studying under Xue Cha and Zhu Sha. He finally managed to barely grasp some essentials. But Shen He, with whatever bizarre taste he harbored, despite there being no outsiders around his residence, always insisted on forcing Song Si to wear dozens of colorful wife attire when Song Si wasn't on duty during his leisure time. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the time set by the emperor for autumn hunting. This time, Shen He indeed did not decline. With Song Si by his side, they headed there in a carriage. The hunting grounds were set amidst a vast forest, where the golden light speckled the ground, brimming with the atmosphere of autumn. The emperor had already established camp. When they arrived, quite a few royal nobles were already present. In the eyes of others, Shen He and his younger brother were among the most unremarkable princes, and the least likely candidates to ascend the throne. Aside from the imperial advisor who occasionally glanced their way while beside the emperor, no one paid them any attention. Song Si subtly glanced toward Shen He. The latter was dressed in deep purple riding gear, a brown bat-pattern belt tied around his waist, a green jade pendant hanging at his side, and his glossy black hair neatly bound up high. His demeanor was chilly and aloof, akin to an immortal newly descended to earth. Only, for reasons of discretion, his features still carried hints of illness, as if he coughed occasionally just for show. If it weren't for what his uncle had done, he might still be a vibrant young man galloping on horseback now. Song Si inadvertently stared at Shen He for quite a while until his hand waved in front of his face, snapping him back to reality. Hey, haven't you found Rian yet? The voice came from Shen Qingrui, also known as the prince who often caused trouble at the estate, the crown prince. Wearing an eye-catching blue silk brocade robe paired with a white moon-colored auspicious cloud-patterned gold sash, with ascending clouds embroidered on the cuffs and topped with a gold jade crown, his outfit hung loose due to his hefty figure. He carelessly glanced towards the emperor seated lazily nearby, intending to join his father in mocking Shen He together. But the emperor, completely engrossed in caressing consort Xian, his current favorite concubine, paid no attention to him. Look at you, such a wimp, shamefully disgracing our entire royal family. Your own consort has run away, and you can't find her. Shen Qingrui pointed a finger at Shen He, turning his head towards Song Si beside him. The accompanying wives and consorts of the seated ministers, whether male or female, generally wore inner courtyard-style robes. Only concubine Song by Shen He's side wore a crisp riding suit, which oddly seemed to match the same color as this prince's outfit. Are you really expecting your frail concubine to excel at archery? He laughed, reclining and casually holding a beauty by his side. The concubine melted weakly in his arms. The nearby Shen He gave a slight cough, spitting out a clot of blood, while Song Si cooperated. Oh my darling prince, are you alright? Stop coughing. We didn't bring much fake blood this time, you've already coughed blood 5 or 6 times on the road. There won't be any left if you keep going. The crown prince, despite having an intense fear of men showing affection for each other, couldn't resist taunting Shen He and ended up being repulsed by both of them. Humph. Not only her. You, sickly as you are, probably can't even ride a horse anymore. His voice was somewhat loud, and several people at the banquet discreetly turned to look their way. The imperial advisor standing by the emperor's side gave Song Si an odd look before quietly whispering something into the emperor's ear. Moments later, when the tent was full, the autumn hunt officially began. The eunuch by the emperor's side, after receiving the edict, hastily announced the rules for this autumn hunt with his sharp voice. The hunt would be limited to 3 hours, and whoever brought back the most prey could make a wish granted by the emperor. As the emperor was getting older, his health had deteriorated in recent years, so he didn't participate in their young people's competitions but stayed in the tent to accompany his favorite concubine. The national advisor stood by his side, wearing a plain white bamboo hat, with wide sleeves that fluttered like flying cranes. He wore a silver-white robe, truly giving off an air of transcendence and wisdom. His narrow eyes were half closed, and his gaze never left Shen He and Song Si. For years, he had been advising the emperor to kill the two Shen brothers. Originally, these two were kept alive only to stabilize the court's rumors. If not removed, they would always be a lingering threat. But since the emperor ascended the throne, he indulged himself in the harem affairs and never paid heed to the advisor's warnings. Moreover, seeing one as a fool and the other as a sickly person, he perceived no danger from them and never gave them much thought. Though without evidence, the national advisor felt something was amiss with Shenhe. Why did the third prince suddenly acquire a male concubine? The words from the crown prince earlier reminded him. If this person had a martial arts foundation, it would be impossible for him to act entirely unskilled on horseback without slipping up at least once. If the male concubine next to Shenhe really knew martial arts, then there must be some deception going on. Shenhe learned how to ride horses during his childhood, but after years of neglecting practice, his mounting speed now showed considerable signs of unfamiliarity. This man's performance over the past few years was flawless, leaving the national advisor dismissing any suspicion about him. So instead, he turned his attention toward Song Si, who fidgeted beside the tall horse, looking awkward and unsure of what to do. No matter how much he calculated, the national advisor hadn't anticipated that Shadow 11's body indeed possessed inner strength, a martial arts background, and experience riding horses. But Song Si? He lacked all those skills. At this moment, only the two of them remained in the field, the others had already spurred their horses and set off. Song Si walked around the horse twice, finding the right angle before stepping onto the stirrup and lunging forward fiercely. Although his upper body managed to mount successfully, his legs dangled in the air for a long time without being able to ascend properly. In the end, it was Shenhe, the seemingly ill individual, coughing heavily while slowly dismounting his own horse to push Song Si up. The National Advisor. Chapter 66, Overbearing Prince and Charming Shadow Guard, 9. Could it be that he was overthinking things? The National Master stood with a furrowed brow, feeling that today he would have to personally test the situation. He took a deep look at Song Si, who had barely managed to sit steadily, then turned and entered the tent. Song Si wobbled as he held the reins, his body swaying left and right with the horse's movements. Their journey this time wasn't for reward, so there was no rush. Shenhe by his side was rather considerate and didn't ride at full speed. Instead, he slowly guided his horse towards the forest, moving as if demonstrating something. Song Si followed his lead, carrying a quiver of arrows on his back, while leaving the heavy bow lying across the horse's saddle. The two horses, one black and one white, walked slowly in front and behind each other through the forest, giving off an aura of leisurely strolling. Song Si obediently followed behind, knowing they were about to reach the scene where the National Master's assassination plot takes place. Any unusual sound in the forest now was suspicious. Following Shenhe, Song Si stared anxiously at the other man's horse's rear. In the original story, this part should involve the female lead, so how did it end up happening to him? Besides, the female protagonist knows martial arts, and in this assassination segment, she directly handles 10 people herself, protecting Shenhe, who seems weak and vulnerable. In the end, due to the overwhelming number of opponents, they both had to jump off a cliff. But now, it was him. Forget handling 10 enemies, if assassins came, Song Si thought throwing Shenhe away might be his first brilliant move. The forest was eerily quiet, beams of light shone through gaps in the leaves, casting specks of light on the ground, with occasional chubby rabbits darting out from the grass. Song Si, Shenhe said, tugging the reins and cut off Song Si's thoughts impatiently. He wondered what kind of thoughts filled the little brain of Yingxi, always coming up with terms like female lead and original story that he couldn't comprehend. What's wrong? Song Si asked absently. Count sheep. Song Si hesitantly asked, 1 sheep? Shenhe explained, count in your mind, from 1 to 100. When you're done, start again. Song Si, bewildered, responded. Isn't he crazy? Why are you making me count sheep when I've got nothing better to do? Count in my mind. Are you full or something? Shenhe glanced back coldly, saying sharply, start counting now. Yes. Song Si reluctantly agreed but obviously ignored the command. Make me count. Haha, can you really hear my inner voice? Nonsense. Shenhe. This person had a bright-eyed gaze, like cunning little deer eyes, gleaming despite himself being unable to hear the actual thought process. It was clear Song Si hadn't followed the order. Shenhe swallowed his breath, turning his eyes away, you still not counting? If not, 20 lashes await you when we return. What the heck? How did he know he wasn't counting? Song Si was seething inside, your mom. If you count now, upon return, I'll allow you 10 days of rest without duty, plus double salary. Your mother is healthy. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. Started counting quickly enough. Shenhe internally smoothed his breathing and didn't bother calculating with the person with issues upstairs. Since he knew beforehand the National Master would send someone to carry out an assassination attempt, he had already sent Ing Wu and Ing Jiu to scout ahead. There indeed was a cliff mentioned earlier, along with a cave. The route they were taking now was planned ahead, but looking at the person behind's apparent unfamiliarity with the surroundings, he certainly didn't seem like someone who'd previously scouted the area. If 11 was a spy. His heart darkened. Then confine him forever, never allowing him to see his own master again. As he thought deeply, suddenly, wind rustled through the leaves above. Shenhe paused momentarily, spotting multiple black shadows flitting past around him and behind. The National Master's men had arrived. Turning back, he looked at Song Si. The rhythmic internal noise in his head hadn't stopped, confirming once again that this idiot Ingshi showed no reaction at all. 11. Follow me, Shenhe warned softly before suddenly whipping his horse, tightly gripping its sides with his long legs. The horse let out a piercing neigh, its hooves thunderously kicking up clouds of dust as it surged forward. Why had they suddenly started running? Did the assassins come this fast? Song Si felt disoriented watching Shenhe's rapidly departing figure. Wasn't this too fast? He hadn't even learned to crawl yet. Hidden assassins in the woods seeing they had been discovered immediately revealed themselves. Black-clad figures swarmed everywhere, making Song Si's skin crawl. Still, for survival's sake, he tried to mimic Shenhe's previous action, tightening his grip around the horse's stomach. But the strength was too weak. The white horse snorted, slowly walking and rhythmically shaking its head, completely ignoring him. Song Si had no choice but to draw out the whip and fiercely strike it against the horse's rear. The white horse let out a sharp neigh in retaliation and galloped off at full speed. Song Si desperately clung onto the reins, hugging the horse's neck tightly. Several times, his entire body lifted off the horse, almost getting thrown off. He felt like all his internal organs were going to be shaken out. Shit. Slow down, bro. Hearing the familiar voice of Shadow 11 in his mind, Shenhe finally set his heart at ease. Because of how bumpy it was on the horse's back, the other's inner voice came through somewhat disjointedly, quivering with fear. Even under his own swift pace, he could still keep up. Shenhe realized that little 11's learning ability after losing memory was commendable. He had already become skilled in horseback riding. But soon he noticed something was wrong. 11's horse had blood-red eyes indicating that it had been drugged, galloping past Shenhe's own mount without order. Was Shadow 11 even riding? Clutching onto the horse's neck tightly, he didn't dare open his eyes. Back at the tent, a servant, moved by pity for his frail appearance, had picked the most docile horse for him. But thinking about this dumb servant who only cared about Shadow 11, Shenhe then gave that horse to him. Now, it was clear that the servant must have been sent by the National Master. Give me your hand. There was a cliff just ahead. If Shadow 11 continued holding on like this, he would definitely fall off the cliff along with the white horse. Shenhe couldn't help feeling a bit nervous and shouted furiously. In Song Si's mind, it was just an endless loop of screaming Aya sounds, so hearing Shenhe's voice, he blindly obeyed and shakily stretched out his hand. The young man spurred his horse to a line alongside, gripping Song Si's wrist and forcefully pulling him into his embrace. The crazed red-eyed horse did not pause for a moment, jumping straight over the edge under both their watchful eyes. Song Si, wrapped safely in Shenhe's arms, was still wildly thudding his heart, looking at the fading figure of the white horse leaping off the cliff, leaving him shaken. If he remembered correctly, Shenhe hadn't brought along the shadow guards for this autumn hunt due to fears of exposure. So, this also meant that the outcome of this assassination, life or death, would solely depend on the two of them. As the approaching cliff loomed clearer and assassins closed in from behind, this person showed not a trace of anxiety or tension. Feeling the powerful heartbeat emanating from Shenhe's chest, he suddenly pulled hard on the reins, causing the horse to lift its front hooves, neigh sharply, and obediently stop. Shenhe turned around, gazing calmly at the patch of white amidst the black figures, his voice carrying a light chuckle. National Master. Chapter 67, The Overbearing Prince and the Witty Shadow Guard, 10. As Shenhe spoke, he feigned a cough, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He dismounted with Song Si, calmly meeting his gaze as if it were not him leaning against an abyss behind. What does Grand Sorcerer mean by this? The man in white robes at a distance remained silent. His tilted bamboo hat concealed his expression as he lazily raised a hand. Upon receiving the signal, the black-clad assassins behind him unsheathed their daggers and charged forward without hesitation. Shenhe's eyes flickered slightly, noticing that the person beside him had moved swiftly like lightning. Ingshi, firmly and meekly, had taken cover behind him, being shorter, perfectly obscured by his frame, exposing only half of a timid face to glance at the enemy. Then quickly retreated again. Shenhe. Why is this Grand Sorcerer here? It's over. In the original story, he wasn't supposed to be here, and there were only a dozen assassins. Now, they've doubled in number. Doubled. With his main character aura, he shouldn't die, right? I'm unsure, can you shield me? Shenhe glanced again at the Grand Sorcerer from afar. Unsure of what plan the other might have in mind, he dared not rashly expose his possession of inner strength. So, he lowered his gaze sorrowfully, hugged Song Si who stood behind him, weakly and helplessly shouting, Xiao Si. Don't bother with me anymore, you must go. They are all after me. I know you love me too, and it pains you to leave. Before he could continue acting, Song Si abruptly struggled free from his embrace and replied without hesitation, all right, then I shall leave immediately. Shenhe. When he returns, he won't get his monthly salary. Song Si sincerely patted his hand, turned around, and left resolutely, her footsteps light and determined. However, it was obvious neither the two nor the Grand Sorcerer planned on letting her escape, and the black-masked assassins blocked her path. Both nearly forced toward the edge of the cliff, the loose stones beneath their feet tumbled into the unfathomable abyss below. The Grand Sorcerer frowned, looking intently at the pair tightly restrained, and slowly approached. Even at such a critical moment, were they still pretending? Shenhe lay in disarray on the ground, gasping for breath. His splendid robes were now thoroughly disheveled as several assassins pinned him down, gazing at him with a look of discontent. The Grand Sorcerer smiled faintly, crouching down. Lifting his hat, he revealed half of his face. Before he could speak, the man in front of him suddenly surged forth, breaking free from the grasp of a few people and dragging the Grand Sorcerer towards the precipice behind them forcefully. Unprepared, the Grand Sorcerer had never anticipated that the other would jump off the cliff with him, so straightaway followed Shenhe down. Song Si's pupils contracted sharply, almost instinctively reaching out to grab him. Her fingertips touched his wrist but were ultimately too slow. Why did he voluntarily jump down? What should he do now? Should he jump down too? In the original work, the cliffs with caves were not vividly described. What if Shenhe jumped wrong? Since it was the Grand Sorcerer who instigated the coup years ago, what does this signify now? The male lead brought his nemesis to a mutual end, leading to the male lead's demise, marking the end of the series. His eyes lingered on the mist swirling at the base of the cliff for a while, then slowly turned his head to face the 30 or 40 assassins surrounding him. Now that both masters were gone, should they continue fighting? In the distance came sounds of footfalls, as countless soldiers rushed towards them, calling out for the third prince. The black-cloaked figures exchanged glances and seamlessly disappeared into the forest. Prince Shenheang arrived at the cliffside with part of his troops and court ministers, seeing Song Si, covered in mud, staring dazedly at them. Nearby stood a magnificent black steed, but there was no sign of Shenhe anywhere. This time, he followed them to hunt during autumn since he heard there was a renowned doctor nearby, so he brought Wen Lian to see the doctor. Secondly, he was cooperating with Shenhe. Half an hour after entering the woods, he fussed and complained loudly, saying his brother forgot to bring medicine. Without the medicine, one could fall ill. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He hadn't expected Shenhe would jump off the cliff either. General, he instantly recognized the woman beside the cliff as Shenhe's concubine. He looked up at the horse standing alone and understood the situation at once. His eyes turned cold and fierce, softly barking orders, "Take her down. Bring her back to present to the emperor for punishment." He then commanded the others to quickly search for bodies below the cliff. Even if Shenhe were unpopular, he was still a prince. If those accompanying him neglected their duties, it constituted a capital offense. General, he sighed lightly as he watched Song Si's arms bound, pressed from behind. Shenhe was a child he had watched grow up. From a young age, he was sharp and clever, but after the incident many years ago, he fell ill and never recovered. Now, things had turned out this way. With the emperor neglecting state affairs, border skirmishes with roving barbarians occurred frequently. The crown prince was useless, and the second prince unlearned in skills. He shot a cold glance at Song Si, noticing her fidgeting as if trying to speak. He cut her off immediately. "You may tell His Majesty everything when the time comes." Song Si glanced secretly at the fourth prince. Shenheang shook his head. Could it be because the female lead wasn't accompanying Shenhe on this occasion, so the ending changed, and the hero's revenge failed? He felt despair wash over him. They might have escaped the assassins, but they couldn't evade the emperor, who dealt severely with treason involving entire clans. By the time everyone returned to the camp, twilight had begun to descend. News had already been sent to the emperor, and a crowd now gathered on the field, awaiting General He's orders to bring Song Si forward. The cliff was far away, and the journey back had caused several blisters to form on her feet. In great pain, Song Si gritted her teeth and endured as she was pushed down onto her knees before the emperor. "Huh? My younger brother really died?" The crown prince exclaimed without hesitation upon realizing Shenhe's absence, uncaring of decorum. After all, their father also disliked the third prince and wouldn't care much for his death. Emperor Xian sat in his seat, still harboring some annoyance from being interrupted during a moment of affection with consort Xian. How dare a mere secondary consort ruin such intimate moments? Whether Shenhe lived or perished meant nothing to the emperor, all he wanted was to quickly resolve the matter so he could return to his concubine. Leaning against the woman beside him, he lazily asked, "Where is the third prince?" Song Si's lips turned white as she frantically devised a plan, remaining silent momentarily. The emperor idly tilted his companion's chin upwards, showing little patience. He waved dismissively, "Take her away. Execute the 9 clans." "Hold on." Feeling attendants gripping her sleeves, Song Si cried out hastily. The emperor furrowed his brow, gesturing for them to stop. "What is it? Can you explain?" Slowly raising her head, Song Si coughed twice, then quivered and declared weakly, "Father, I have reincarnated." Emperor Xian. Intrigues like these needn't delve too deep. Ha ha ha. When Xiao Xi arrived, it was already mid to late story development. The army prepared to rebel. I'm mainly here for comedy. Chapter 68, Overbearing Prince and Clever Shadow Guard, 11. His hand on consort Xian's waist paused for a moment, thinking there was something wrong with his ears. Was he the one who went mad, or was it Song Si? In order to save his own life, Song Si had given it all and paid no heed to the others present. With his eyes closed, he blurted out, "Father Emperor, in my previous life, I went autumn hunting with my concubine, but accidentally fell off a cliff. When I opened my eyes, I found myself transmigrated into him." Shen Haiyang did not see the figure of his imperial brother, and assumed that this was by his brother's direction. Quickly, he pretended to play along. "Wow. Just looking at you, I know you're my royal brother." Song Si nodded frantically, his eyes full of sincerity and clarity as he looked at the emperor seated above. "Father Emperor, in my previous life, my body was weak, you didn't let me attend court or study in the library, and I didn't understand your reasons at the time. Now, having been reborn, I get it. You've done all of this for my benefit. You've created a more advantageous environment so I could recuperate under better conditions." Emperor Xian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. His face showed some confusion and stiffness. This tone of Song Si was unusually sincere. If he hadn't known it was just to ensure Shen Haiyang had no power in court, he might have believed him. "Father Emperor, your majesty. You truly are a celestial being descended from the heavens, with a godly bearing, noble virtues, wisdom, sagacity, and unmatched insight." Song Si's praise flowed incessantly, without any trace of his usual reluctance when writing an 800-word essay during school. Although it was hard to admit, it couldn't be denied that Emperor Xian felt his energy harmonized and his spirit uplifted by these words, now even walking upright. The ancients generally believed in mysticism, so none of the princes, ministers, nor even the emperor thought his mind was disordered. The two servants behind were hesitant, unsure of the emperor's meaning, uncertain whether they should continue dragging him. Emperor Xian cast a questioning glance at the purple-clad man kneeling beneath him, sitting up slightly straighter, still not forgetting to caress Consort Xian nearby. Consort Xian's eyes flashed momentarily with disdain but quickly disappeared. She cooed sweetly in the emperor's arms, her captivating gaze directly focusing on Song Si. "Oh, your majesty, this is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing." Clad in a dark moonlit-colored long robe with intricate patterns, paired with a white double-woven silk shirt with dark floral patterns, her head adorned with golden hair ornaments complementing a pair of emerald phoenix hairpins, she exuded immense elegance. Her skin was as white as jade, eyebrows gracefully arched, her upward slanting eye corners enhancing her charming smile. Her delicate hands softly gripped the collar of the emperor's robe, her voice flirtatiously scolding. If the third prince truly possessed this body, it would be regrettable if the emperor mistakenly killed him. Her eyes carried a hint of fear as she nestled coquettishly in the emperor's embrace. For many years, Consort Xian had received unwavering favor from the emperor, almost always having her every wish fulfilled. No one dared to whisper or defy her words within the hall. Who knew whether angering this woman would result in them being slandered beside the emperor's bed sometime later? Indeed, the emperor did not deny her face. He embraced the petite figure in his arms, indulgently enjoying the moment. "My beloved concubine speaks most truthfully, then we shall temporarily not execute him." Regardless of Shen Haiyang's fate, ensuring his favorite concubine's happiness at this moment was the utmost priority. Below, Song Si was still kneeling. Due to the hurried journey and the earlier extreme efforts made in front of the emperor, by now he was covered in dirt and dust. The brocade robes specially chosen by Shen Haiyang for him were completely disheveled, strands of hair mixed with earth clinging to his face. "Bring someone to imprison him first. We will deliberate tomorrow." The emperor sincerely did not want to waste his mental strength on this issue. With a beauty by his side, he wished to savor every second of their private time together. "Your Majesty." Song Si's cry came nearly simultaneously with Consort Xian's. The woman glanced sideways at him warningly, signaling for him to remain silent, before continuing her sweet entreaty. "Your Majesty, haven't I already said? He might indeed be the third prince. If you lock him in prison, there might be those without eyesight who could injure the third prince." Her fingers trailed from the emperor's chest down to his rounded stomach as she forcibly endured her own nausea while persuading him. Consort Xian's long lashes glistened with a few tears, her pale and sorrowful face suggesting she had endured tremendous. "Your Majesty clearly agrees with what I say." Upon seeing the teary-eyed person in his arms, the emperor immediately became flustered, quickly ordering those behind Song Si to retreat. "Beloved concubine, do not cry. I won't imprison him." Emperor Xian sat upright and focused all his attention on appeasing her. He signaled for the maidservants to bring a handkerchief for her to wipe away her tears, asking casually, "How do you prove you are truly Haiyang?" At the moment, his sole intention was to comfort his favored concubine as soon as possible, otherwise, she might refuse to sleep with him again tonight. Song Si had not spoken since he received Consort Xian's hint a moment ago. Judging by the situation now, was she Shen Haiyang's person? This was never mentioned in the original story. He straightened his posture slightly, recalling the plot of the book. 3 years ago your subject coughed up blood during the court session, and you sent someone to escort me back to my mansion. 2 years ago, when I fainted and coughed up blood again, you sent me home once more. 1 year ago. In his mind, Song Si criticized the protagonist for his pretense while continuing to reminisce. "Until last month, I was so ill that I couldn't stand on my legs, still bowed respectfully to you as blood gushed out, and you, worried about my health, dismissed me from attending court sessions." Actually, no matter what he explained, it wouldn't change the result since Emperor Xian was paying no attention, his eyes almost glued to Consort Xian. The emperor carelessly grunted an, before waving his hand. It seems my concubine's assumption was correct, you are indeed Hyang, go back then. Without even glancing at him, Emperor Xian tenderly held Consort Xian's teary face, wanting to take her back to their tent. Realizing his life had been temporarily spared, Song Si couldn't help but exhale in relief and began flattery towards the figure of the emperor retreating. Father Emperor is wise. The king is wise. Your Majesty is wise. You possess extraordinary insight, decisive actions, and unparalleled wisdom. My king. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the forest, and the distant sound of hooves could be faintly heard. Song Si froze slightly, all the remaining flattery stuck in his throat. Father Emperor, your son has returned late. Due to rushing back, Shen Hyang's voice was slightly raspy as he tightened the reins, dismounting swiftly. After jumping into the cave with the royal advisor, he immediately ordered the shadow guards hidden in ambush to take him back, knowing that with Consort Xian assisting Shadow 11 here, nothing major would happen. Nevertheless, after dealing with the main matters, he rushed back without delay. And yet, upon arriving at the camp just now, he had overheard the smooth flow of flattery being directed towards his uncle, the emperor. If the previous silence on the plain could be described as quiet, then the present could only be described as dead silence. Emperor Xian had just risen alongside his beloved concubine but hadn't even taken a step when this unexpected scene unfolded. Whether to proceed or retreat became a dilemma. Shen Hyang was kneeling, and naturally, the one standing was none other than. Song Si's mouth remained slightly agape, all remaining praise locked away inside as he didn't dare imagine how dark the expression behind him might be. To avoid arousing any suspicion of betrayal, his brain rapidly spun, continuing where he had left off. My lord, lord. The king of King Sausage, one piece better than 6. 300 years, Jiu Ji Tang, treats kidney deficiency, sugar-free, fruit jelly chosen as Qi Ji Lang. Shen Hyang. Chapter 69, The Overbearing Prince and the Witty Shadow Guard, 12. For a moment, he even regretted rushing back in such a hurry. Xian Di gritted his teeth. Looking at the current situation, he had no choice but to sit back down, with obvious displeasure in his tone. What's going on? He looked at Song Si, his eyes darkened. Didn't you say you were reborn as the third prince? If you are the third prince, then who is this person behind you? Father Emperor. Shen He quickly stepped forward to pay respects, standing shoulder to shoulder with Song Si. My side concubine has some mental issues, so she may have spoken nonsense earlier. I hope, Father Emperor, you will not punish her. The words he just said indeed sound like they were spoken by someone with brain damage. The emperor nodded, his tone unpleasant. How do you explain what general he said about you falling off the cliff? When they found Song Si, they only saw your horse at the edge of the cliff. Shen He glanced at Song Si, who looked like a dirty cat, and calmly replied, Did Xiao Si tell General He that I fell into the cliff? I did not. I didn't say it. General He took one look at me, knew you had fallen, asked no questions, and directly dragged me back. Heaven forgive me, Shen He, if you had told me your plan beforehand. I wouldn't have panicked so much. General He, seeing the topic turn to him, quickly knelt down and said, Your subject saw Master Song standing alone beside the cliff with his horse, looking terrified at the bottom of the cliff, and assumed. And he didn't argue when we grabbed him. It's not General He's fault. Shen He looked at Song Si with sorrow, gently touching his head with sympathy. Little Si wasn't quite right mentally since your highness brought him home. He must have been scared speechless by General He's actions, so he didn't refute it. Isn't that right, little Si? He smiled, gently stroking Song Si's head and softly cooed. All right, all this to point out my mental condition. Song Si ground his teeth and cooperatively fell into Shen He's arms, his gaze toward General He full of wisdom. With the evidence of his alleged rebirth, and his wise, at this very instant, Shen He's excuse regarding the mental state of his side concubine became convincingly real. General He was left speechless, resignedly bowing his head. Please punish me, your majesty. Xian Di clenched his teeth, just about to speak, when the soft jade at his side drew near again, tearfully sobbing and gasping, Oh heaven, truly two flawless persons. Empress Xian lightly tapped the emperor's chest, pretending to wipe away tears. Even with such a foolish side wife, third prince remains unwaveringly devoted to him. Truly moving to heaven and earth. Shen He stepped forward, coughed twice quietly. Your son heard from the servants at our mansion that there's a flower at this mountain's cliff capable of treating little C's mental confusion, thus personally went there, leaving little Si waiting at the original place. Unfortunately, I was delayed. Your Majesty. Empress Xian's eyes cried red, even both cheeks flushed pink. Third prince was also deeply concerned for his wife. Please don't blame them, aren't you moved? Moved? The emperor was giving himself a headache with these people, already wishing that everyone could disperse immediately where they stood. Completely unaware that today, a person beside him was missing. Xian Di tightened his hold on Empress Xian's waist, irritably waving his hand. All of you follow what the empress says, step down for now. We'll discuss this matter tomorrow. All ministers agreed, retreating one after another. Only the crown prince, seeing Shen He alive when he wanted otherwise, spat towards their direction. As people around dispersed, Shen He's internal voice continued to murmur non-stop. For now, he refrained from settling accounts with Song Si, leading the other filthy hand back to the tent. What's it like to be caught sucking up to the boss? Thank you, Song Si understands it well. He followed submissively, being led by Shenhe, unsure how much the latter had overheard just now. After entering the tent, Shenhe still didn't talk to him, only instructed the servants outside to bring some hot water, and without minding Song Si's dirtiness, pressed him onto the bed, starting to take off his shoes. What the heck is this? Trying to cut off my feet because you think I betrayed you? Help, help, help. Be quiet. The person underneath kept struggling backwards. Due to not wanting to hurt the other, Shenhe used some strength to pull him back. Sure enough, as Shadow 9 informed him, 11 had almost been dragged back, generating numerous blisters on his originally pristine and delicate feet, with surrounding areas turning red. Aren't you speaking? Song Si was startled by his command, dumbfounded as he stopped mid-action for a moment. Shenhe, count sheep. Oh. Song Si reluctantly did as he was told, his foot slightly arched, with a hint of tension. Shenhe held his ankle, carefully examining the wound, and took out the ointment given to him by Shadow 6 during their journey. The servants bowed their heads as they carried the hot water into the tent, pretending not to see what was going on inside. They efficiently set everything up before orderly stepping out. The wooden tub was large enough for 2 or 3 people to bathe in, the surface of the water emitted a light mist of steam. Take off your clothes, Shenhe glanced up, giving an order. Ah. Song Si thought he had misheard. Shouldn't this be for himself? Are your ears not working well either? Shenhe lowered his eyelids, his voice betraying no emotion, then allow me to help you. Huh. Song Si's eyes widened, and he scooted back, barefoot he pattered over to the tub, his tone laced with unease, no, it's fine. I'll do it myself. Shenhe turned around, watching his movements with interest. The hunting outfit was more complicated than the Shadow Guard uniform Song Si usually wore. Trembling, Song Si fiddled for quite a while but still couldn't get past the first step. Brother, can you at least turn around? The more you look, the harder it gets for me to undress. Isn't this like someone watching you use the restroom? Count sheep. Shenhe shot him a glance, deciding not to torment him further, as he turned his back. All right. Soon after, sounds of rustling clothes were heard, followed by the splash as the person entered the water. After being chilled by the cold wind outside all night, Song Si finally felt a bit warmer, letting out a small sigh of relief. But that didn't last long. Shenhe approached leisurely, both hands resting on the edge of the wooden tub, his eyes twinkling with an indescribable oddity. Little 11, if you are Shenhe, then who am I? Chapter 70, The Overbearing Prince and the Witty Shadow Guard, 13. Song Si's back looked somewhat stiff. The water in the bucket was a bit too warm, and his joints had slightly turned pink. The surface of the water rippled, and the scenery underwater wasn't clear, but Song Si still instinctively covered himself. Oh no, how am I going to explain this? He buried himself further in the water as if trying to deceive himself, facing away from Shenhe while glancing furtively around. A familiar sensation touched the top of his head, causing all of Song Si's body hairs to stand up. He shivered underwater and spoke with a trembling voice, Master, hear my explanation. Oh, Shenhe let out a thoughtful sigh, no wonder 11 was praising your majesty so much just now outside the tent. No. That's only because you, Song Si's voice grew louder, but considering there might be guards outside, he changed his words at the last moment, because you, my lord, didn't tell me your plan. Song Si's voice became smaller as he wiped away non-existent tears from the corner of his eyes, appearing quite wronged. It's just for my survival, isn't it? Song Si slightly turned and grabbed hold of Shenhe's sleeve, getting into character more deeply with every thought. The steam had reddened his eyes, and his damp hair floated on the surface of the water, looking like a little cat. Looking at him, Shenhe felt a tightening in his throat, momentarily speechless. Nani, grandpas, if you had told me earlier that you wouldn't die, Consort Xian is on our side, I wouldn't have had to flatter that old emperor. And now you want me to settle accounts after the autumn harvest? What a big face. It's like doing long jumps in the pit of dung, too excessive. Unfortunately, little Ci was the most skilled at ruining atmospheres. Criticism kept coming into Shenhe's mind like bursts of gunfire. Shenhe clenched his jaw, regretting that Song Si's brain could even sprout another mouth. Today, he hadn't anticipated that the Imperial Master would also come, so he had hastily decided to bring Song Si down the cliff and tie him up again, thus eliminating a troubling concern. It happened suddenly, and he couldn't find a way to inform Shadow 11 in advance. His original plan was to jump together with 11. Song Si's endless criticism echoed incessantly inside Shenhe's head. Staring at him for a while, Shenhe sighed lightly. Come to think of it, he shouldn't have suspected anyone but Shadow 11. With the current state of his mind, 11 doesn't look like someone who could be a spy at all. Isn't it obvious that I knew my lord is so heroically unmatched that you could definitely come back to cover for me? Song Si blinked his wet eyelashes, which had some beads of water clinging to them. His hand held part of Shenhe's robe slightly wet. Since both were men, Song Si had no qualms turning directly towards the other person, partially revealing his body as he leaned closer to Shen He. My compliments to the emperor are merely for survival, but my feelings toward you are genuine love. Being loosely embraced by Song Si, Shen He's figure tensed slightly, leaving him momentarily unable to react. Seeing that the other party didn't push him away, he took it as tacit approval of his actions. Was this, not planning to pursue the matter any further? He dared not lift his head, rubbing against Shen He. The slyness in Song Si's gaze didn't escape Shen He's notice, and he found himself at a loss as to what to do about him, making it impossible to reprimand him verbally. His voice sounded hoarse as his palm gently grazed over Song Si's head. Are you done bathing? So talkative. Song Si was startled by his sudden accusation, knowing fully well that Shen He had interrogated him on how he acted before the emperor. Despite his elaborate explanations, Shen He now criticized his verbosity. Truly, it was a grievance. He released his grip reluctantly, retreating slowly back into the water. He pouted slightly, muttering under his breath, little cabbage, yellow fields, few days. Shen He's veins on his neck twitched slightly as he calmed himself before quietly saying, if you keep talking, I'll give you a bath. Song Si. Clutching himself, he obediently shut his mouth. But in the end, Song Si was completely seen naked. Because he discovered a very serious issue, he didn't have any clean clothes to change into. Then his dear master lifted him out of the bathtub along with the towel, drying him off and placing him on the bed. Song Si tightly gripped the towel, shaking a bit. Isn't this strange? Wouldn't a normal master bathe their shadow guard? Shouldn't this be something you do for the female protagonist? But clearly, the person in front didn't find anything inappropriate about what they were doing, calmly grabbing Song Si's ankle and dragging him over to apply medicine carefully. Because Song Si had been rubbing too hard, the blisters on the soles of his feet were rather large. Shen He didn't care about his attempts to dodge, holding him firmly in place and piercing them with a silver needle. After the autumn hunt tomorrow, the emperor will surely host a banquet to celebrate today's champion as per tradition. Seeing Shadow 11's slight frown, he gentled his movements further. Then I'll take you home to meet an acquaintance. Only after applying ointment meticulously to every affected area did Shen He feel satisfied enough to help Song Si lie down and stay with him for the night. The next day, back in the court, the emperor still showed no signs of notice. Shen He had spent the previous night lovingly with consort Xian, and even when they returned to the palace in the morning, he hadn't noticed the disappearance of the royal sorcerer who was always by his side. Since they still needed to seek out a renowned physician, Shen Hiyang remained at a nearby inn with Wen Lian. Before departing, Song Si caught only a distant glimpse of Shen Hiyang holding someone in his arms. Wen Lian was incredibly beautiful, her complexion white and smooth, cared for meticulously by Shen Hiyang over the years. Her lips carried a light pink hue, her nose delicate and fine-featured, slightly red from the wind, while her almond-shaped eyes were extraordinarily stunning, though unfocused due to her blindness. Wen Lian nestled obediently in Shen Hiyang's embrace, reaching out to confirm his presence before warmly beaming up at him. As the carriage gradually moved forward, their silhouettes became blurred. Song Si watched silently for a long time before lowering the curtain. By the time they returned to the estate, it was already late afternoon. For some reason, the estate was unusually lively, the servants all wearing smiles on their faces. The steward had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time, rushing out with the staff to greet the familiar carriage. Your Highness, good news. Tremendous news. The steward subtly glanced at Song Si beside Crown Prince 3 but kept his expression steady. The princess has returned. Song Si's heart jolted, her head snapping up, reacting more dramatically than her calm master beside her. Shen He, oh. He gave a casual nod, continuing to lead Shadow 11 into the inner courtyard. Seeing this reaction, the steward couldn't help but feel anxious. He'd spent a year working tirelessly to improve the relationship between the prince and the princess but had seen no progress. Now, there was even a favored concubine in the picture. Glaring resentfully at Song Si, he continued persuading, the princess brought back a jade pendant this time. Your servant saw it clearly, it's the one you've been searching for 12 years. He looked smugly at the bewildered Song Si, thinking that once Crown Prince 3 realized his connection to the princess, their bond would surely grow stronger. Shen He paused, his gaze remaining unruffled as he stated indifferently, figures. Knew she stole it. The Steward. Chapter 71, The Overbearing Prince and the Witty Shadow Guard, 14. When Shen He's words had barely left his mouth, not only did the steward choke, but Song Si also choked. Wasn't the original plot supposed to be that the female protagonist saved the male protagonist's life when she was young, and then he accidentally lost his jade pendant upon leaving and searched for it for 12 years? Claiming to look for a jade pendant, he was actually looking for the girl from those years ago. But what was going on now? Shouldn't the male protagonist in the original story have been extremely agitated upon hearing this news and quickly rushed to see the female protagonist? Shen He glanced at him, not fully understanding what was referred to as original plot inside his brain. He remained unreactive and continued to drag Song Si further into the residence. The steward wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly caught up. It shouldn't be like this. What is His Highness thinking? The steward mumbled uncertainly, seeing the clearly disinterested expression on Shenhei's face, and for a moment didn't know whether he should continue to advise or not. Does everyone outside know about the princess's return? Without stopping, Shenhei casually changed the subject, changing from leading to cradling Song Si while asking. Not yet. The steward felt relieved. What did His Highness mean by this? Originally, tonight's palace banquet was supposed to include consort song accompanying His Highness, so was he now planning to publicize Princess' return in order to take her along? The wrinkles on his face were nearly smiling wide open, as he bent low and responded, "Your old slave will go take care of it right away." What do you need to take care of? Shenhei looked at him strangely for a moment, pondered briefly, turned slightly at his footsteps, and walked towards the princess's residence with Ing 11, since it hasn't spread yet, keep quiet for now. Do not mention that the princess has returned. The steward stood there stunned. The banquet tonight, I'll bring my secondary consort. Of course. This new secondary consort must definitely be a seductress. She has bewitched His Highness. Realizing this, the steward gave Song Si a vicious glare secretly. Isn't His Highness going to see the princess? No, he's bringing Lady Song along just to show off before the princess. The steward shed a tear for their princess. Song Si, being tightly embraced in Shenhei's arms, hadn't even noticed the steward's resentful gaze. What does he mean? Bringing me to meet someone? Could it possibly be the female protagonist? Is he crazy? The female protagonist has returned, why would he involve me if all he wants is private time with her? Song Si could think of nothing else but these few phrases as she mentally berated him repeatedly, words Shenhei almost memorized word for word. Despite his neutral expression, Shenhei held Song Si and entered the princess courtyard. Prince Shenhei and the princess were known to sleep separately. The princess's quarters were much plainer than Song Si had imagined, far less luxurious. Instead, it appeared quite modest. A winding corridor greeted them at the entrance, with a stone path beneath the steps, surrounded by emerald bamboo. It exuded elegance and charm. Inside, furnishings were sparse, so much so that they collected dust due to the long absence of inhabitants. If it weren't for the definite sight of a woman sitting inside, Song Si might have thought Shenhei had led her back to his own humble quarters. Oh, you're back. The woman's eyes shimmered silkily, her lips rosy and teeth dazzling. She wore a lake blue Hangzhou silk gown, adorned simply with a sapphire-dotted peacock feather hairpin. She leaned casually against a table, sipping tea. Shenhei waved his hand, signaling for the steward to withdraw. Yen Rushian sat nonchalantly with one leg crossed over the other, lacking the decorum expected of a well-bred young lady. Her slender white hands held a teacup, lounging in a manlike manner in the chair. She blinked mischievously, sneaking a glance at Song Si standing beside Shenhei and spoke in a pinched voice, "On my way home, I saw your already prepared tea, so I helped myself. Brother, will your secondary consort get angry if she knows I drank your tea?" Shenhei. Song Si. This tone was somewhat familiar. And isn't this plot twist wrong? Female protagonist, wake up. You're the official spouse here. Yen Rushian took another small sip, gazing at Shenhei pitifully, mimicking an affected voice. Oh heavens, brother, if your secondary consort finds out we drank from the same pot, she won't be jealous, will she? As soon as she finished speaking, even she herself felt nauseous and made a throwing-up gesture. Shenhei gave her an exasperated look and meticulously cleaned the dust off the chair before seating Song Si down. Throughout this, Song Si kept subtly trying to free her hand, hinting he should go sit with the princess instead, but Shenhei acted as if he couldn't feel anything, gripping her even tighter. Yen Rushian, feeling like she had swallowed a large dose of forced affection, retaliated by mimicking again and complaining pitifully with her teacup in her arms. Will your concubine beat me because she learns I live here within your estate? She exaggeratedly drew back as though afraid, staring curiously at Song Si. I went through great lengths helping you train troops, while you two had fun following that emperor on a fall outing. Not like me, I am only concerned for my dear brother. Ing heir. Shenhei's brows tightened, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Yen Rushian visibly panicked and hurriedly rushed over to cover his mouth. Shenhei, you're such a dog. If you can't argue with me, why do you have to bring out my wife as reinforcement? A faint sound came from the roof as Ing heir gracefully landed, the expression behind his mask unclear, respectfully saying, Master's orders. Shenhei didn't say anything, just raised an eyebrow and glanced at Yen Rushian. The latter was so angry she itched her teeth, but if this man hadn't promised her to set Ing heir free after the job was done, would she need to work herself to death helping him conspire against the throne? Yen Rushian gave him a friendly eye roll and quickly pulled Ing heir up. She happily leaned on Ing heir and sat down, holding a bowl of melon seeds and cheerfully shelled them for Ing heir. I heard you captured the royal diviner this time. Feeling the person next to her getting closer, Song Si cast a strange glance at Shenhei, thinking it was because there wasn't enough room, so she moved slightly to one side. When he inched closer, Shenhei followed. She moved again, and Shenhei kept inching closer until she was squeezed to the edge and almost fell off. At the last moment, Shenhei caught her and pressed her close. All their little actions were seen by Yen Rushian across from them, who laughed uncontrollably. Song Si looked at the odd pairing of men and women across from him, lost in thought. Had his ears been acting up earlier? Hadn't the female lead called Ing heir her husband? Was he reading the wrong book? How did the female protagonist end up being a lesbian? He turned his gaze toward Prince Shenhe beside him. Shenhe let out a light hum, acknowledging Yan Rushian's words. His elegant fingers instinctively rested on Song Si's head, petting him absent-mindedly. The final step is general, he said softly, rubbing gently as Song Si inadvertently leaned closer into him, closing his eyes comfortably. Did the barbarians from the border challenge us again? Shenhe half closed his eyes and said leisurely, send him there, and there won't be many people left in the palace. When will we retrieve the Empress? Yan Rushian was watching their movements and couldn't help but smack her lips, not to be outdone as she placed her legs on air. However, within 2 seconds, she was ruthlessly shoved off. Of course, the Empress she referred to was not the current Emperor's Empress. Rather, it was Shenhe's mother, who had been imprisoned in a cold palace over a decade ago due to the Emperor's betrayal, all but forgotten by everyone else. Once, the kind and gentle Empress had been admired and respected by all the citizens. Chapter 72, Overbearing Prince and the Witty Shadow Guard, 15. Sometime later, this king will send someone to bring back my mother queen. Shenhe's gaze darkened a little. On that night when the royal concubine was taken away by the royal diviner's people, she secretly told young Shenhe the real murderer. Back then, everyone thought the previous emperor just passed away due to exhaustion from his labors. The current sovereign indulges excessively in luxuries at the expense of state governance, leading to an empty treasury and weakened military forces. If general he goes to defend the border, there truly won't be anyone reliable left in the palace. This will also be the best time for a palace coup. By the way, I remember that dog of an emperor is throwing a banquet tonight, right? Yan Ruiyan smiled slyly as her eyes darted back and forth between the two. She slightly leaned her head on Ing Er's shoulder, pretending to be weak and delicate. Oh no, my head feels so dizzy. I can't go. Only my darling Lon Lon hugging me can make it better. As she spoke, she nuzzled closer to Ing Er's chest with a look of satisfaction on her face. With their master present, Ing Er couldn't act and had to endure it temporarily. It wasn't planned for you to attend anyway. Ing 11 will accompany us at tonight's banquet. Shenhe's fingers tapped against the table corner. In his indigo blue long robe with moon-white waistband cinching his slim waist, his nose was straight, and his facial features sharp. Slightly tilting his head, he avoided direct eye contact. Ing 11. Yan Ruiyan's puzzled gaze moved between the two, eventually finding confirmation in Ing Er's eyes. She widened her eyes and scolded, Shenhe, are you a dog? How old is 11? You actually let your shadow guards lay hands on him. Because it wasn't a traditional autumn hunt, Song Si wore regular attire for male concubines this time for the banquet. The winner of this autumn hunt was the young lord of Zhao family, and most people were busy congratulating him. Shenhe took his seat with Song Si, and they received almost no attention. Delicacies abounded, and the wine aroma wafted through the air while court musicians played enchanting music. Palace dancers gracefully swayed, adding charm to the grand event. Shenhe had little interest in these extravagant banquets organized by the emperor, which he detested immensely. Since shadow guards usually didn't have access to good food, Song Si almost immediately started eating once seated, completely oblivious to the third prince staring at him. The imperial seat was meant for the emperor and empress to sit together, but because Consort Xian was overly favored, Emperor Xian directly set another seat next to himself for her. Empress looked displeased throughout the event. In Emperor Xian's arms, Consort Xian rested while his gaze randomly scanned the princes and ministers present. It abruptly stopped beside the third prince. Beside Shenhe sat a young man whose skin gleamed as if carved from jade. His star-like eyes glimmered faintly, exuding charming waves. With a refined nose and full lips slightly puffed due to chewing, he looked like a content fawn half-lidded in bliss. Clad in a silver thread-embroidered white flower-patterned robe, draped with a white sheer double-breasted gown, his jet-black hair adorned with a white jade crown matching Shenhe's own adornment, and unlike common male consorts, no light makeup embellished his appearance. The darkness that night during the autumn hunt obscured his true appearance, leaving Emperor Xian unable to recognize him now. He swallowed, eyes fixed intently upon Shenhe's side. Sensing something, Shenhe subtly glanced upwards. Emperor Xian was notorious for forcibly taking ministers' wives. How much more insignificant would a lowly side consort to an unpopular prince be? The eunuch standing nearby already knew what the emperor was about to do and promptly leaned close to whisper into his ear, Your Majesty, he is the secondary consort of the third prince, the one whom the third prince personally said was dim-witted. Emperor Xian nodded slightly and loosened his grip on Consort Xian's shoulders a bit. He cared nothing whether the youth was intelligent or not, as long as he looked good. Greedily, his eyes roved up and down Song Si's form, the lily-white smooth skin, delicate wrist, and slim waist fit perfectly within the palm of one hand. He could hardly imagine the pleasure of this beautiful person straddling him with tearful expressions beneath. After years by Emperor Xian's side, Consort Xian understood all too well her partner's antics even before actions followed words. Lowering her head slightly, she rolled her eyes disdainfully before feigning weakness and pulling at the emperor's sleeve. Your Majesty, where are you looking? Am I not pretty enough? Emperor Xian hastily retracted his gaze. Song Si was only a passing fancy, Consort Xian remained his favorite. Still, whatever taste, however brief, needed its indulgence. Holding consort Xian close, he discreetly gave a meaningful look to the eunuch nearby. Song Ci remained unaware of all this, focused solely on eating. Suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine, he looked up bewilderedly. It was now the part where young Lord Zhao would ask the emperor for his reward, since during the autumn hunt the emperor had promised that whoever caught the most game could make a wish. He looked around but saw no one staring at him except Shenhe, whose face was dark as ink beside him. Did he get hit by a bullet? Song Ci was holding a chicken leg, grease dripping from his mouth. For convenience, he had rolled up both sleeves, revealing his lotus-white forearms. Because he didn't dare criticize his master to his face, Song Ci could only silently mutter in his heart. Suddenly, Shenhe pulled him close, leaving Song Ci puzzled. As Shenhe's subordinate, young Lord Zhao's earnestly knelt wish concerned the border nomadic tribes who repeatedly provoked and plundered territories. He asked Emperor Xian to send troops for peacekeeping. General, he was always loyal to the country, and often made these requests in the court. True to form, after young Lord Zhao's request, General, he voluntarily volunteered himself. Holding a piece of pastry in his hand, Song Ci nibbled slowly. Ever since he came in, he had been overeating, and his stomach was now quite full. Indeed, he felt stuffed. Shenhe glanced down at him, noticing his expression of discomfort, and paused for a moment. The next second, a pure white, long hand gently rested on Song Ci's abdomen, gently rubbing it. Song Ci's eyes widened suddenly, trying to break free, but couldn't escape Shenhe's embrace. Master, get your act together. I'm your shadow guard. Where has a master ever rubbed their subordinate's belly? Although Song Ci cursed mentally, he still dared not do anything when he realized he couldn't escape. Reluctantly allowing himself to be touched, he lay limp like a fluffed-up kitten. Shenhe kept an eye on Emperor Xian. The emperor's word was golden, so he helplessly agreed to young Lord Zhao's request, then whispered a few sentences to the eunuch beside him. The eunuch nodded, acknowledging the order, swept the duster, clearly heading in their direction. Little Ci. Shenhe's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Song Ci turned his head slightly. Don't worry, no matter what the emperor asks you to do later, nothing will happen to you. Chapter 73, Overbearing Prince Handsome Shadow Guard, 16. Lady Song. As the eunuch approached Lady Song Ci, he spoke in a low, raspy voice, the emperor requests you stay after the banquet for some discussion. Right now, His Highness invites you and the third prince to come upstairs. What do you think? He didn't finish his sentence, merely looking at Shenhe with clear meaning. After today, whether Shenhe likes it or not, this Lady Song will be the emperor's. Why would the emperor call her like this while everything was fine? Lady Song Ci sniffed, feeling a gentle pat on her back from beside her, relaxing somewhat as she shakily stood up. Being people close to the emperor, they've been under constant surveillance since Master Pan came down. Song Ci's mouth was covered in oil, and all the way there, Shenhe kept wiping both her fingers and face. Throughout the event, the idle emperor's gaze never left Song Ci, already having granted her a seat. If the feelings of the idle emperor toward Song Ci during the hunt were once discussed, they were now deep fascination. Because she was maintaining her persona as an airhead, Song Ci was still munching on half a chicken leg while coming here, which Shenhe had just cleaned but then got covered again. Is this the third prince's concubine? The emperor, Ponchi, looked lustfully at Song Ci with undisguised desires in his eyes. In some aspects, the crown prince truly bore a striking resemblance to his father. Equally greasy and nauseating. Even if Song Ci was insensitive to emotions, seeing the emperor's expression now, she could tell that he had interest in her. Carefully glancing over at concubine Xian beside him, noticing how she was playing with petals on the table, the emperor found solace and asked again, young Master Song, what family are you from? You're quite handsome. Song Ci naturally knew that this old emperor didn't call her up just for idle chit-chat. And was this idle emperor stupid? During the autumn hunt, he'd already said that he'd been picked up by Shenhe. Thinking about the comfort Shenhe gave her earlier, Song Ci performed a clumsy bow holding onto her chicken leg. Your Majesty, I am an orphan. Damn this emperor. He is so old yet he wants to date a young girl. Seeing consort Yen bury herself into the emperor's chest to accomplish her disgusting missions, Song Ci felt profound sympathy for her. Like a dung beetle wearing a mask, stinking shamelessly. Since bringing Song Ci over, Shenhe hadn't had a good face until hearing the little firecracker silently cursing the emperor. He slightly relaxed and gestured to consort Yen. The emperor, unaware that he was stepping on someone's sore spot, continued cheerfully asking, how does my third son usually treat you? His estate doesn't have the brilliance and delicacies of the palace. If you desire. Before he finished, the delicate beauty by his side drew closer. As agreed, you only love me. So what do you mean by this? Are you looking for new pleasures? Consort Yen pretended to pout angrily, ignoring the empress' darkened complexion and scolded softly. Your Majesty, do you no longer favor your servant? Would you abandon me for him? She managed a quick glance at Shenhe. My wife needs saving by an older sister, you're really weak. Consort Yan's golden brocade robe lay draped across the emperor's body, making her appearance more enchantingly beautiful, with tears squeezed out onto her cheeks. Both sides featured top-notch beauties, the emperor's neck full of fat wobbling awkwardly. Not wanting to anger Consort Yan, yet unable to resist glancing far at Song Si who wasn't satisfying enough, he laughed embarrassingly. What nonsense is this? Your Majesty is merely concerned for the third prince. His gaze finally turned to Shenhe, attempting to divert attention and casually asking while glancing at the nearby eunuch, has your consort been found? Not yet. Shenhe coughed lightly, responding. The idle emperor nodded without further questioning, focusing on consoling the pitiful, sobbing Consort Yan in his arms. If it couldn't be achieved openly, then it must be tasted secretly. Master Pan almost immediately understood, leading them back to their seats and whispering near Song Si's ear, the emperor wants you to stay behind after the banquet. Thinking about the fat and greasy appearance of the emperor, Song Si felt nauseated. Due to Shenhe's lack of favor within the court, Master Pan didn't take him seriously either. Seeing Song Si hesitating, he added, after the banquet, the third prince can go home alone. Although Lady Song appears foolish, the prince probably isn't, right? His tone was a veiled threat. Everyone in the court knows that you like Lady Song. Just hope the prince won't make us difficult. After the banquet, Song Si followed senior eunuch Pan to a side courtyard in the palace. The emperor, in order to avoid making Consort Xian jealous, first coaxed her back to her chambers, planning to come for Song Si later. In a few days' time, she would officially become his favored concubine anyway. Due to Shenhe's assurance, Song Si wasn't overly anxious. Shenhe had shared with her the plan for tonight as they parted ways at the end of the banquet. All the shadow guards were present at this banquet. They decided to bring forward the date to rescue Shenhe's mother to that very night. The former empress was almost forgotten by everyone now, only the idle emperor occasionally visited the cold palace to gloat over her misfortune when he had nothing better to do. So Song Si needed to distract the idle emperor, preventing him from troubling Shenhe's mother. Before leaving, Shenhe left Shadow 9 and Shadow 10 behind. He even heard Shadow 9 tapping rhythmically on the roof tiles out of boredom after senior eunuch Pan left the courtyard. The guards outside weren't strict at all. Song Si seriously doubted if Shadow 9 jumped down from the roof to chat with her, no one would notice. Finally, when Song Si was nearly asleep waiting inside, the idle emperor finally pushed open the door, reeking of rouge and powder. He must have hurriedly come straight here after finishing some affair and hadn't dressed properly. Song Si still wore the clothes from the banquet. Moonlight streamed through the windows, casting a pale glow over her figure. As soon as the emperor entered, Song Si furrowed her eyebrows tightly. The room stank of alcohol and mixed up rouge and powder scents, utterly repugnant. She didn't understand what Shenhe meant exactly by, it will be fine. Leaning heavily against the doorframe, the emperor staggered into the room without bothering to close the door behind him. Song Si remained seated on the bed without reacting. She watched as the drunken emperor struggled forward with unstable steps, weaving unsteadily, then stumbled and fell flat on the ground. The guard who was about to leave rushed over in fright to help the emperor up but was shouted away. The emperor burped and forced himself up, laughing lecherously. Seeing the emperor drawing closer step by stumbling step, Song Si wrinkled her nose and moved back cautiously. Watching warily, she saw the already wobbling emperor suddenly convulse. His eyes rolled upwards, foam frothing at his mouth. His legs straightened momentarily before sharply bending, and he abruptly knelt before her. Song Si. Even the guards not yet leaving stood dumbfounded, shocked at the bizarre scene unfolding within the room. The idle emperor made two guttural sounds, closed his eyes, and slammed his head directly down in a resounding kowtow to Song Si. Chapter 74, Overbearing Prince and the Witty Shadow Guard, 17. Was this also within Shenhe's calculations? Song Si looked up and exchanged glances with the guards at the door, none daring to make a move for a moment. Because the guards could only see the back of the idle emperor, they had no idea he had collapsed due to an illness causing him to foam at the mouth. Thinking this might be part of some intimate play between the two, after a brief pause, the guards quickly turned around to close the door quietly. Wait! Song Si hurriedly stopped them as the door was about to close. If they left and then found out that the emperor had collapsed from his illness, there would be no way Song Si could defend himself. Pinching his thigh hard enough to bring tears to his eyes, Song Si jumped down from the bed and rushed towards the door with quick steps. Big brother guard! Big brother guard! The emperor ordered you not to close the door. The guards outside hesitated for a few seconds and paused their action. Song Si remembered Shenhe's task to delay the emperor. He worried that if the royal doctor acted too quickly, it might wake him up. After thinking for a second, he said in a serious and mysterious tone, "This is His Majesty's strange preference, he just likes kneeling in front of me." He deliberately lowered his voice as if trying not to let the emperor hear, "This can't leak out. If His Majesty's small preferences are exposed." He made a motion of cutting his neck, acting fiercely, "You understand." Both guards showed fear on their faces and cautiously nodded, clearly having noted it well. They left lightly without closing the door, ensuring they could always monitor the situation inside. Song Si remained in place as the emperor knelt for half an hour before pretending to anxiously shake the royal doctor once he thought his work was done. When people in the palace asked, the two guards assumed the emperor had been kneeling too long, not daring to expose his peculiar preferences. They simply stated the emperor had suddenly fainted, and since the door was open, they all saw it. The emperor preferred leaving the door open during his most passionate moments, which everyone in the palace knew. Hence, no one suspected anything else, more focused on the emperor's condition rather than Song Si, allowing him to return temporarily. As Song Si was led by a young eunuch out of the palace gate braving the cold wind, there were no lamps lit in ancient times, and questioning doctors took a bit of time. By now, the area outside the palace was pitch dark. Song Si sighed internally and pulled his clothes tighter. Although his kung fu wasn't fully mastered yet, at least his lightness skill could be utilized. Soon, he could walk further and use the skills based on the previous host's memory to fly back. He carefully calculated in his mind and directly passed by the horse-drawn carriage nearby. Unexpectedly, he was abruptly pulled into the carriage by a white, slender hand. As soon as Song Si fell into someone's arms, a hot water bag was pushed into his hands, and Shenhe naturally draped his cloak over him, flicking his forehead lightly but not too heavily. Rubbing his painful forehead, Song Si looked at him confused. "Weren't your eyes on your head? Didn't you see my carriage waiting for you here?" Shenhe didn't apply much force, finding his reaction amusing. Song Si muttered, fearing Shenhe's anger and another flick, he instead mentally complained. "How would I know this carriage is yours? In this pitch-black darkness, I don't have the fire eyes, and still you flicked me. It's like grandma going to bed, giving me trouble." Before he could finish complaining in his mind, his forehead got another flick. Shenhe couldn't help but laugh at Song Si's strange idioms and acted swiftly. Sure enough, the face of Ing-11 immediately turned sullen, shrinking in the corner of the carriage and ignoring him. Oddly enough, though Shadow Guard 11 had completed many tasks previously, regardless of distance or peril, always returning alone. Today, after sending his mother back home, he kept thinking of little 11. Unable to bear the anxiety in his heart any longer, he finally arranged a carriage to personally pick him up from the palace gate. Shenhe's gaze slightly shifted, instantly noticing how Song Si had been secretly glancing at him while hiding in the corner covering his eyes. Immediately after arranging the task for Ing-11, Shenhe almost regretted it instantly, even though he knew Empress Yen's poison on the Emperor for years would erupt tonight, making it impossible for the Emperor to harm him. And knowing Shadow Guards 9 and 10 were there to protect 11. His feelings for Shadow Guard 11 became very strange, definitely unusual compared to what a typical master should feel toward a Shadow Guard. Why isn't he moving? Is he plotting to flick me again as soon as I lower my guard? Song Si quietly lowered one hand and warily looked at Shenhe through his fingers. It's too malicious, prepare to glare with eyes. I worked hard to help you waste time, and completed the task so perfectly, but just because I didn't see your carriage, you flicked my forehead. It's outrageous, isn't this just like me being criticized by the boss despite my flawless work? Goodness, it's the most black-hearted thing I've ever seen, no one is more black-hearted than Shenhe. Sure enough, once Shadow 11 had some time to daydream, the little guy would seize the opportunity to scold him non-stop. Prince 3 found it quite helpless, looking at the bright shining deer eyes of Shadow 11 which were both foolish and shrewd. For no reason, he had the urge to kiss him. Of course, Prince Shenhe was not only thinking about it, even before he could react, his body moved first. He scooped up Shadow 11 from the corner, holding him in one arm while pinning both of his wrists on the couch, creating a few wrinkles. Master. Master. Song Si was unable to move, quickly feeling warmth on his left eye as soon as they touched. Shenhe kissed his left eye. Song Si's brain froze for a few seconds, then he began struggling frantically. Master, I am a man. My goodness. How could he kiss me? What is he doing? Shenhe said gently, I know, you're also my male concubine. But I am your Shadow Guard. We are not in that kind of relationship. I am a straight man. It's over, why does it feel so comfortable when he kissed me? What's a straight man? Someone who directly likes men. Seeing his inconsistent behavior, Shenhe relaxed his eyebrows and smiled amusedly. Scared and panicked, Song Si kept trying to retreat, not at all. Your kiss should be reserved for the person you love. Why only one side? Now it's asymmetric. No. What am I thinking? He is the protagonist and can't kiss me. The female lead has already turned into a lesbian, what if the male lead? While he was deep in thought, Shenhe's fiery kiss fell again, this time on his right eye. Chapter 75, The Overbearing Prince and the Witty Shadow Guard, 18. When the kiss fell again, all the little voices chattering in Song Si's mind stopped, leaving him dumbfounded as he stared at him. Eyeing the foolish expression on the person beneath him, Shenhe paused for a moment, and the two of them silently gazed at each other. The carriage swayed back and forth toward the residence of the third prince, with Song Si still restrained. The third prince had completely covered himself over Song Si. His mind was blank for a few seconds before slowly regaining awareness. The grip on his wrist loosened slightly, but seeing the deep gaze in Shenhe's eyes, Song Si hesitated for a while, not daring to move. Master, you are so handsome, there must be many ladies who like you. Please don't play around with me. Song Si was waging an internal battle. Though he clearly disliked men, the moment Shenhe kissed him, there was no trace of resistance. His first thought was why it was just the eyes, not something else. This scared Song Si, so he quickly tried to stop thinking about it. But moments later, he began ruminating again. Could it be because of his inability, fearing others finding out? Impossible, such a prominent male lead couldn't be this way. After all, the original work might have been posted on some restricted green software where nothing below the neck could be described, which is likely the case. Could it be that I've met the only main male character incapable of physical intimacy? No wonder Princess Consort doesn't fancy Shenhe, it makes sense. Though normally he seems frail, speaking of which, his kisses really do feel good, if only he would kiss. Shenhe found Yin truly amusing. Even when he was pressed under his body, he dared to daydream, secretly criticizing him in his thoughts. What? Song Si's ears burned from holding a hot water bottle in his arms, the heavy cloak on his shoulders, and Shenhe pressing down upon him. His cheeks flushed pink. I'll go back using light tread. He cautiously glanced at Shenhe's lightly colored lips, carefully pulling his hand away, turning to escape. I've fallen morally. How could I think he should kiss my lips? And yet, when Shenhe's kiss descended, an indescribable familiarity washed over him, as if they were destined to be this intimate, to have done these things countless times already. Song Si smacked his lips, unwilling to return the hot water bottle to his master, hugging it secretly and not daring to look up. As he prepared to push aside the curtain to flee, someone grabbed him around the waist and pulled him back. Shenhe gently tapped his skull. It's cold outside, we're almost there anyway. Why rush? Isn't it because I fear being pressed again by you? I'm not responsible for your coldness, besides, it's all your fault. Because of what you did just now, I can't help looking at your lips whenever sitting next to you. Suddenly, Song Si's brain went quiet as the third prince fulfilled his wish by kissing his lips. The air inside the carriage grew warmer, Song Si tightly gripping Shenhe's sleeve, his fingertips slightly pale. This time, Shenhe didn't restrain him, but Song Si forgot to struggle. The carriage came to a steady stop in front of the estate, and Shenhe considerately helped Song Si, who had gone slightly weak in the knees, down from the carriage. It was getting late. Apart from some guards and servants on duty, there was no one else to be seen. The flickering lanterns cast long shadows along the corridors. Tonight, Shenhe discovered a pattern. Though young Master Shi was usually very lively mentally, each time he was kissed, his inner chatter would automatically cease for several seconds, followed by an intense flood of words afterward. Finding this somewhat amusing, Shenhe gently embraced Song Si, who, after disembarking from the carriage, steadfastly refused to acknowledge him, constantly cursing in his head. Song Si walked the entire way with his head down, focusing on breathing shallowly and not noticing that the route wasn't heading towards the side consort's quarters. They continued walking down the corridor until Song Si noticed the unfamiliar scenery, realizing something was off. My mother resides here temporarily. Shenhe explained naturally without looking at him. The faint moonlight bathed the whole yard in soft silver, cascading like silk ribbons onto the winding stone paths. A gentle breeze swept through, rustling the leaves, swaying flowers, creating a shadowy mosaic. Due to the previous empress identity, there wasn't a single servant in sight. The moment they entered, 6 dark figures dropped from the rooftop, respectfully addressing their master. They were the other shadow guards. With the lamps lit inside the house, it became much brighter. Upon recognizing them, Song Si felt as if he'd encountered reinforcements, twisting his body free from Shenhe's embrace. Where's Yin? As they continued walking inside, Song Si sneakily glanced at Shenhe, noticing there were no signs of anger on his face, hastily diverting attention and asking. After completing the mission, Yin was taken away by the princess. He should be in the princess's courtyard now, reported Ingjiu eagerly after getting the master's permission to speak. However, little 11, why is your face so red? The shadow guards had known their master had returned the moment they stepped into the mansion, but it was too dark at night to see little 11's flushed cheeks clearly. Song Si still clutched the heated water bottle and was draped with Shenhe's heavy cloak, revealing only his bright red face. Ingjiu tried to get closer for a better look, but was scared back by a glare from his master. Even your ears are red, Ingjiu whispered anxiously. Could it be because of what the emperor did? Wasn't our master ordering you and Ingshi to keep watch on the rooftop? How could this happen? There was deep concern evident in Ingba's expression. It's impossible. That emperor was kneeling all along. Ingjiu narrowed his eyes as he suddenly realized something strange about little 11's lips, causing his face to pale immediately. Could it be that I missed something when I looked away? Shadow 11, did the old emperor kiss you? Ingjiu fumed with anger. Oh my poor little 11. Look at what has been done to your lips. The rotten man should have erectile dysfunction, and his mouth should rot away. Ow. Ingshi couldn't bear it any longer and gave Ingjiu a swift kick to the butt, gesturing for him to shut up. Didn't this fool see the intimate look between Master and Shadow 11 just now? It was obvious that the kiss came from His Highness. Under the mask, Ingshi cast an exasperated glance at Ingjiu. Clutching his sore buttocks, Ingjiu turned shockingly towards Ingshi, nearly stumbling backward. Enraged, he retorted, "Why did you kick me? This is also partly your fault since little 11 got kissed. Don't you worry about how much our little 11 sacrificed. You heartless blockhead." Ingjiu, Shenhe finally interrupted through gritted teeth, unable to stand it anymore. Ingjiu immediately silenced himself and turned attentively to listen to his orders. You'll clean the latrines in the estate this month. Ingjiu. Ingjiu. The astonishment on Ingjiu's face was palpable even under his mask. What's going on? He was simply standing up for little 11, yet why was the master punishing him? Shen Hei's decision left Ingjiu utterly baffled. Chapter 76, Overbearing Prince and the Witty Shadow Guard, 19. The air in the room froze for a few seconds as Ingjiu couldn't figure out why his master had suddenly become angry. Song Ci coughed dryly, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. He stepped forward to block Shen Hei's gaze toward Ingjiu and attempted to change the subject, speaking of which, how did only the 6 of you come? What about the other 3 shadow guards? He had counted them carefully when they first entered the side chamber courtyard. There were only 8 shadow guards in his quarters including himself, missing Ing San, Ing Si, and Ing Chi. At first, he thought these 3 must have been on a mission and would return in a couple of days, but it turned out that until today, there wasn't a single sign of them. The sequence of shadow guards should end with him at 11, shouldn't there be 11 people? The awkward atmosphere in the room didn't ease, everyone looked at him with strange eyes, falling into a deathly silence. What's wrong? Song Ci touched his cheeks, finding nothing unusual. Hasn't Ing Lu healed your head yet? Ing Yi's tone was peculiar. There are only 8 shadow guards left in our residence now. His voice was hoarse. I, Ing Er, Ing San, and Ing Si were part of the original group protecting the prince. With Shen Hei's permission, Ing Yi continued explaining to him, when Emperor Xian first ascended the throne, the national master sent many assassins to kill the prince. Ing San and Ing Si died protecting him during the last assassination attempt. Ing Chi was captured later during a mission and was executed by the national master so as not to betray the master. Song Ci felt a weight settle in his heart, realizing that his offhand comment had struck a sore spot for everyone. The original work in his mind hadn't detailed each shadow guard's story thoroughly, mostly glossing over everything except for the love-hate relationship between the main characters. Only when they stood before him could he feel that every person was alive. Has Shouju returned? As they walked further inside, a gentle female voice suddenly came from the deepest room. It was the Empress. Ing Yi pushed the door open for everyone, revealing a graceful woman sitting slantwise on a bed, holding a book. Lady Lu Yanji was wearing a moon-white robe, dressed plainly, with just a simple wooden hairpin pinned in her hair. Her forehead bore a few fine lines, without makeup, but she still remained beautiful. Empress Shen Hei's mother possessed a gentle demeanor, looking at them with soft eyes and a faint smile on her lips. She called out Shen Hei's childhood name. Upon seeing them enter, she rose to greet them but instantly noticed Song Ci. The Empress paused briefly, her eyes immediately filled with warmth. She pulled Shen Hei to sit down and intentionally or unintentionally tugged at Song Ci's clothes, making him also sit next to her. As a shadow guard, Song Ci dared not sit alongside the Empress and quickly jumped up in alarm. But unexpectedly, the Empress was faster than him. Without even turning her head, she slapped him back down. Song Ci immediately stopped moving, sitting timidly while stealing a glance at Shen Hei. Even though Empress Lu had been imprisoned in the cold palace by Emperor Xian all these years, she had not been broken, showing no signs of despair. Even when Emperor Xian visited the cold palace unprovoked to taunt her, she managed to respond sharply. Young Empress Lu practiced martial arts. The previous emperor adored her, building her a training ground despite numerous ministers' objections, allowing her to practice and entertain herself during her free time. Her trust in her son kept her strong throughout these years. The other shadow guards saw that the Empress and their master seemed to have matters to discuss and prepared to retreat onto the roof beams silently. You don't need to leave, Empress Lu smiled and pointed to a few stools in the distance, sit for a bit. It's been a long time since I've seen you all. These past years, you've worked hard. Empress Lu had already prepared 8 chairs and placed them steadily. You all have grown significantly over these years. The Empress gently caressed Shen Hei's face and sighed softly. Before Shen Hei could get emotional, she immediately turned and grabbed Song Ci's hand, showing only the back of her head to her son. This little 11th grows more likable every time I see him. Shen Hei. Staring at the back of his mother's head, he swallowed any more words. When she heard from Ing Yi that the son had assigned 2 shadow guards to protecting 11, she already found it suspicious. After returning to the estate and hearing that this Ing 11 was even the son's concubine, her doubts deepened. Upon seeing the look in Shen Hei's eyes directed at Ing 11 when they entered, she immediately confirmed that her son definitely liked this 11th one. Since Empress Lu favored her son so much, she increasingly took a liking to Song Ci too. Song Ci sat there motionless, letting her knead his hands as he repeatedly sent pleading glances towards Shen Hei. Why are your ears so red? Are you frozen? She looked at him with concern, and when she noticed the broken skin on Song Ci's lips, she froze momentarily before pulling back her hand, a hint of embarrassment on her face. She then secretly slapped Shen Hei from behind. The Empress Mother's slap was not light, but Shen Hei endured it silently without making a sound. That kid really bit hard, look at how 11 got his lips bitten. Over the years, to avoid detection, the shadow guards had only sporadically communicated with Empress Lu a few times. Therefore, she knew that Shen Hei and the princess were just partners. Shen Hei had been relentless in seeking revenge for many years, and this truth made her deeply worried about her son's mental state. Now, to find someone he could love, and who could stay by his side, regardless of gender, filled her with great joy. Empress Lu lowered her eyes, adjusted her sleeves slightly, and revealed part of her wrist. 11. Hold out your hand. Song Si, unsure of what she intended to do, obediently extended his right hand. Empress Lu removed the jade bracelet from her wrist, took Song Si's hand, ignoring his shocked expression, and swiftly slipped the bracelet onto his wrist. Song Si tried to pull back, but strangely, Empress Lu, who appeared delicate, possessed surprising strength. Like a caught little chick, Song Si couldn't move an inch or put up any resistance. Ma. His words were cut off immediately. What should I call the master's mother? Should I call her your majesty? Or master's mother? Or empress? Would it be appropriate to call her like this? While Song Si was furiously contemplating in his mind, readying himself to speak again, he noticed immense delight flooding Empress Lu's eyes. She then gleefully slapped Shen He once more, speaking with evident excitement. Xiao Zhu, you've taught him really well. He called me Ma, which softened my heart instantly. Song Si. Was something off here? Shen He, unwilling to defy his mother's wishes, nodded gently. Mother will be pleased if 11 continues calling you that. Song Si. Song Si, his body stiff as he was pulled into Empress Lu's embrace, was rubbed vigorously. With his head resting on Empress Lu Yanji's shoulder, he turned toward Shen He, confusion written all over his face with unspoken questions. Chapter 77, Overbearing Prince and Ingenious Shadow Guard, 20. What was Her Majesty the Empress saying? Why did he recognize every single word, but when they were put together, he didn't understand. He looked at Shen He for help as if his life depended on it. Empress Lu also found him increasingly endearing, holding him closer in her arms, to the point that half of Song Si's face was hidden in her bosom, leaving only his defiant eyes looking at Shen He. Shen He turned away, feeling unable to help. Finally, when Song Si was almost suffocating, Empress Lu released him, pinching his cheeks and examining him closely. Song Si's heart raced in panic as he tried to roll up his sleeves to take off the jade bracelet. Today's splendid clothing was loose, which made it easy for the Empress to operate. Before he realized it, she had already slipped the bracelet onto his wrist. With great care, Song Si touched his wrist, chuckling dryly as he tried pulling the jade bracelet off. Your Majesty, how can you give something so precious to someone like me? Ing 11 is deeply alarmed. Afraid of damaging the jade bracelet, he pulled gently, without success. Hearing his respectful tone, Lady Lu's expression immediately soured. She glanced at Ing 1 and the others nearby, pretending not to have heard. Who's Her Majesty? Didn't Zhu Xiu just say we could use these terms from now on? Caught between a rock and a hard place, Song Si pulled his sleeve down to hide himself as he kept trying to remove the bracelet but still couldn't. It doesn't come off, Song Si wailed woefully, settling on a compromise by referring to himself indirectly. This belongs to you, my lady. 11 cannot accept it. Empress Lu instantly cheered up. Watching all the little movements under Song Si's sleeves, her smile deepened, and without stopping him, she patiently explained, this was given to me by the Empress Dowager. It is only passed down to the wife of our Shen family. Emperor Xian, who seized power through underhanded tactics midway, certainly did not know about this matter, mistaking the bracelet on Empress Lu's wrist for an ordinary piece of jewelry. At first, he even wanted her to take it off, but after several attempts to remove it proved unsuccessful, he gave up. This jade bracelet, once worn, can never be taken off. Empress Lu smiled benevolently while watching Song Si try futilely to pry off the bracelet. At first, this young 11 wasn't too bold in his efforts, but after 5 or 6 fruitless tries where the bracelet remained firmly fixed, he realized the gravity of the situation. The jade bracelet on his wrist was full and lustrous, its base color pure without any blemish, a radiant white indicating high-quality nephrite jade. The 4 edges of the bracelet were inlaid with golden floral patterns. His expression faltered slightly, but he added a little more strength nonetheless. Didn't you take it off so easily earlier? Noticing his focus was no longer on the words wife or Shen, Empress Lu considered it as an automatic confirmation by little 11. When you and Zhu Xiu are officially married for 5 years, I'll teach you how to remove this bracelet. The Empress Queen was elated, caressing little Song Si's face repeatedly. The pattern on each edge has a mechanism, the harder you pull blindly downward, the tighter it gets. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Realizing this, Song Si hastily stopped moving, muttering internally about how uncomfortable it felt around his wrist. Seeing a hint of confusion flash across Ing 11's face, Lu Yanji stood up, gently pushing her son toward the young shadow guard while reassuring him, don't worry, in a while it will automatically adjust to a size suitable for your wrist. This bracelet isn't just for decoration, it serves some other purposes. Lu Yanji cast a meaningful look at the golden-edged patterns encircling the jade bracelet, barely managing to restrain herself from elaborating further. There are certain things inside it that can enhance your feelings toward each other. You don't need to worry about bumps either, its material is special, some cannon could blast a person into nothingness, but the bracelet would remain unscathed. Song Si. After a long moment of silence, Lu Yanji belatedly realized that her analogy might have been inappropriate, hurriedly explaining to the terrified future daughter-in-law. She shifted Song Si closer to her son, intending to create more private space for them, walking a few steps toward the guards. Lu Yenji removed her wooden hairpin and tied her long hair casually, gesturing with her finger, get up. If my memory serves me right, the room next to this one should be empty. Let's go spar over there, I haven't practiced with you in many years. You lot, follow. Yi's eyes suddenly sharpened. Earlier times often saw him sparring alongside Air and the rest in the drill grounds, ending battered and disoriented each time. Even though usually steady, Yi's gait was a bit limping as they followed orders toward the neighboring room under confused glances from fellow shadow guards. During the time spent in Empress Lu's chambers, no matter how much Song Si coaxed, Shenhe remained steadfast, and the stubborn jade bracelet refused to leave his wrist. At first, this person had deceived himself into thinking that a hug would help remove the bracelet, then it escalated to a kiss. After Shenhe studied the bracelet for a long time and told him that even he couldn't take it off, he realized he had been tricked. He was so angry that when they left Queen Lu's annex, he outright rejected Shenhe's offer to escort him back to the side quarters, pouting as he walked away with the other shadow guards. The queen had been cooped up in the cold palace for too long and finally seized the opportunity to spar with someone. During their bout, she enjoyed herself thoroughly. By the time they came out, everyone among the guards was holding either their arms or legs in pain. Even rarely speaking Yingshi let out a rare hiss, leaning on Yingjiu who kept moaning pitifully with a shoulder draped over him. Lu hugged his medicine box and looked utterly dispirited as he leaned against Wu. I'm just an apprentice medic. I have zero combat ability, why did you hit me? Wah. If there hadn't been a wall to block her, Empress could have kicked me 2 zhang away. Wu partially supported the frail, pitiful, and helpless Lu, tenderly cradling his own little scorpion while comforting him. He was skilled in poisons, and earlier the Empress had slapped him far away. His little scorpion remained limp and unmoved despite his efforts. They now understood why Yi had such an abnormal expression when the Empress proposed sparring. After politely declining any support from Yi and Ba, Song Si followed them slowly. He was still holding the hot water bottle. Since some time had passed, the water inside had already cooled down. Song Si wasn't sure what mindset drove him not to return it. He clutched the handle secretly and hid it under his greatcoat as if stealing. Did the master kill the national teacher? A gentle evening breeze brushed through the branches, rustling the leaves. Seeing no one speak immediately, Song Si randomly picked a topic and asked. In the original story, after seizing power, Shenhe seemingly tortured the national teacher into becoming a human pig, dangling his life for years before letting him die. No, he's locked underground, Yingjiu was the quickest to respond. Walking along the stone path within the manor's small garden, the moonlight reflected off the pond water, shimmering in the dark. Ignoring Shadow Ten's anger next to him, Yingjiu slouched onto Yingshi and relied on him to walk. 11. Your timing is quite perfect. That national teacher is probably right beneath us. You've probably forgotten since your brain hasn't fully recovered. You forgot about all the intricate mechanisms in our estate. He stretched his arm as if to pat Song Si but pulled it back due to its short length. These mechanisms are very hidden, and each leads to different places. They can only be triggered by specific methods, and regular people would never think of them. For example, the stone paths beneath our feet. Song Si listened attentively, gripping the handle of the hot water bottle which swayed gently with his movements. Some of the stones need to be stepped on a certain number of times to open. Song Si's movements became a bit too exaggerated, causing the round body of the bottle to swing wildly. A faint click was heard from the connection point at the handle as Yi glanced sideways at him. Others are more complex, water needs to be poured on specific stones first. Finally, the precious hot water bottle couldn't endure the shaking any longer. With Song Si's motion, it slipped from the handle and flew out. At the moment it hit the ground, the cap fell off, water gushing out and splashing everywhere. Alarmed, Song Si hurriedly ran forward to pick it up. Yingjiu, then add the weight of a person. Song Si. At the moment he stepped onto the stone, he felt the ground suddenly sink beneath him. As his hand touched the bottle, the floor beneath his feet gave way, causing him to fall inside. The stone path quickly returned to its normal appearance, leaving no trace of Song Si's presence behind. The shadow guards didn't have time to react, forced to watching 11 perform a magic act of disappearing before their eyes. Chapter 78, Overbearing Prince and Witty Shadow Guard, 21. Song Si's vision went black as both he and the hot water bottle fell down, rolling over a couple of times before finally stopping. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The faint light above only flashed for an instant and then disappeared, plunging his surroundings into darkness once again. Faint sounds of chains clanking and coughing could be heard. Song Si, seeing stars in front of his eyes, still clutched a pot body and its handle, and shakily stood up. What? At this hour, Shenhe can still remember to send people to torture me? The person, dressed in white robes stained with blood, had both arms bound high by chains. His long hair hung messily around his face. In the dim light, it was impossible to see his face clearly. Song Si felt that the person's voice sounded familiar, but the most pressing matter at the moment wasn't this. After observing that the person was securely locked up and posed no threat to himself, he immediately lay back down and began searching carefully on the ground. Let's talk later, the lid of my hot water bottle is missing. The Imperial Master. The lighting in the dungeon was obscure and unclear. Song Si had to crawl very low to see more clearly. The Imperial Master helplessly watched him search for the cover on all fours for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn out. The trigger mechanism earlier had been too fast. Perhaps the cover was still up there. After pondering, Song Si climbed up from the dusty floor and walked towards the source of the sound. White clothing, a familiar voice, and what Shadow 9 had mentioned before, that the Imperial Master was confined nearby, made the answer obvious. Stopping 2 steps away from the Imperial Master, Song Si remained stationary, not provoking actively but waiting patiently for Shadow 1 and the others to come and save him. Aren't you one of Shenhei's people? Seeing his peculiar actions, the Imperial Master's hoarse voice spoke again. He strained toward Song Si, as if trying to make out his face, and sneered, his people have beaten me half to death whenever they've come here before. Yeah, Shenhei is truly too kind. You're still intact now. Song Si sighed, tightening his greatcloak, and lifted his foot to find several tears in his trouser legs. How haven't you been made into a human hog? My goodness, I've never met anyone with a purer heart than him. Compared to the original fate of the Imperial Master in the book, the injuries on his body now could even be considered gentle. Before the Imperial Master could say anything else, Song Si's 2 sentences had left him speechless. With a concerned expression, Song Si inspected his clothes and neatly placed the hot water bottle and its handle beside him. There were some abrasions on the bend of his leg, the wounds being relatively large, feeling cold exposed as they were. It was too dark, so bending over, Song Si drew closer to look more clearly but suddenly noticed a small petal-shaped red birthmark on his calf. Pulling at his trousers a little more, the Imperial Master stirred again. This time, his emotions finally fluctuated. His hands trembled uncontrollably, his eyes moist and red, tightly focused on Song Si. Confused, Song Si instinctively took 2 steps backward. What's wrong with this Imperial Master? The book didn't mention he had any medical history, did it? The dry lips of the Imperial Master quivered. Seeing Song Si retreating further caused his emotions to become even more agitated. Struggling desperately toward Song Si due to the movement's intensity, he hurt himself and coughed heavily twice more. The chains rattled loudly, but he couldn't take a single step forward. Little Si, is that you, Little Si? The Imperial Master softly called out, his tone excited yet anxious. How does he know my name? Song Si, alert and wary, leaned against the icy wall behind him. All 4 sides of this dungeon were stone walls, perfectly sealed. Unless someone opens the entrance from outside, those inside the dungeon have no way to escape. Do you see your left shoulder? Isn't there a small mole on your left shoulder? As Song Si continued to retreat further and further away from him, the Imperial Master's tone grew increasingly frantic. Song Si pressed against the wall, her eyes flickering, hesitantly pulling at his collar and glancing down. Sure enough, there was indeed a small mole on his left shoulder. Expectantly, the Imperial Master watched him and continued, I'm right, aren't I? It's not just on the left shoulder, there's also one on your lower back. Though somewhat distant, and though he couldn't clearly see Song Si's expression, observing the latter turn to check his lower back gave the Imperial Master some certainty. You are Little Si, there's no mistake. I have finally found you. Song Si was completely baffled by his words. The angle of his lower back was exceedingly awkward, plus the poor lighting, and despite stretching his neck and looking for a long time, he never spotted the so-called mole on his lower back described by the Imperial Master. In the original text, there was little description of Shadow 11, and besides, given how eccentric the Imperial Master was, not much of what he said could be trusted. He quietly pulled up his clothes and tightened Shenhei's greatcloak around him. The traces of sandalwood fragrance still lingered on the fabric, giving him an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Whoever said I'm Song Si? His voice was calm as he retreated to the opposite corner from the Imperial Master, I am the 3rd Prince's subordinate. That's not true. The Imperial Master muttered weakly, his chains trembling slightly with his movements, you are Song Si. You have the petal-shaped birthmark, you saw it, didn't you? There is surely a small mole on your shoulder, no mistake about that. You're not Shenhei's person, you're supposed to be. Uncle, who exactly are you? Song Si interrupted him impatiently, perplexed at how the astute man described in the original story seemed so neurotic in front of him. I'm your father. Song Si. No way. Why were you cursing before? Chapter 79, Overbearing Prince, Witty Shadow Guard, 22. The National Master saw that his desperate retreat, trying to stick to the wall, and knew he didn't believe him. Believe me, I am truly your father. It's my fault for losing you back then and letting you suffer for so many years in the 3rd Prince's mansion. He explained hurriedly, hoping Song Si would come closer. Song Si wouldn't fall for it, staying huddled in the corner. Xiao Si, can you take me out? After returning to the palace, I will reveal your true identity to the Emperor and make up for everything. Well, all this trouble was just for this purpose, wasn't it? There was no point talking further. Song Si shook his head and stopped paying attention to him. I've been looking for you for so many years. Xiao Si, come a little closer so your father can see you properly, alright? Seeing that he got no reaction, the National Master's tone almost turned pleading, speaking incessantly without caring whether Song Si was listening or not. You were born before I became the National Master. Back then, during the Qixi festival, I was out with your mother buying lanterns when the crowd separated us, and then someone kidnapped you. After you were taken, your mother became despondent and passed away 2 years later. You are Shuexi, my son. Following the usual tropes of an ancient drama, at this point, Ingshi might already be moved by the bond of family and ready to betray effortlessly. Since he could be called the national master, he must certainly be smooth-talking. To avoid hearing more clearly and getting brainwashed, Song Si quickly used his index fingers to plug both ears tightly, repeatedly moving them in and out until the national master's words quickly turned into woo-wah woo-wah. He managed to cut off the root cause of being brainwashed from the very start. The national master nearly ran dry of words and still, there was no movement from the person in the corner. Believe me, Xiao Si, father loves you. Just as Song Si wanted to lower her hands due to the strain, this sentence caught her unexpectedly and forced her to block her ears again. Why was Ing Yi so slow? He hadn't arrived yet. The lips of the national master were cracked, even oozing some blood, yet he still tried to continue. Come with father, you'll be the next one. To hell with you. The ceiling of the dungeon trembled violently, showers of stones and grey dust fell down, and a woman's voice dropped suddenly from above. Yan Rian descended first, cursing loudly, you scumbag. Spouting nonsense about love for your son, it's the funniest joke I've ever heard. After being rejected by Song Si earlier, Shenhe had nothing better to do and directly went to Yan Rian's courtyard to discuss the next steps with her. At that time, Yan Rian was happily enjoying herself, playing around with Ing Air. When she received the report from her servants, she was so angry she wanted to smash the teapot over his head. Who comes barging in at midnight without a wife to keep company, disturbing someone else's couple time? But because of Shenhe's status, Yan Rian was biting her teeth out of frustration but still had to entertain his conversation. The ingenious mechanism in the prince's mansion, once activated, immediately alerted both Wang Fei's residence and Shenhe's quarters. So, the moment Song Si fell into the trap, they basically rushed straight to the incident site. It took half an hour for the mechanism to reset. During that time, 9 people sat neatly around the stone slab, waiting silently for it to reactivate. The stone slab was soundproof, but everyone present had extraordinary hearing, and thus they didn't miss a single word from the national master. Yan Rian landed gracefully and kicked the floor a few times, coughing slightly from the floating dust. Shenhe, what luxury is this? Is there a carpet in the dungeon? Why don't I have one in my room? Before anyone could react, Song Si, who had been cowering in the corner, was pulled fully into a protective embrace, only peeking weakly at the national master under Yan Rian's boot who spit out a mouthful of blood. This time, the stone slab on the top did not close again. The moonlight flowed gently in through the breeze, making the prison slightly brighter. Only reminded by Ing Air did Yan Rian realize there was someone beneath her foot. Feeling disgruntled, she delivered 2 more kicks and then stepped down from the man. Are you? The national master half lay sprawled, convulsing, spitting out another large amount of blood, his arm raised high as if fractured. Is he Song Si, the concubine from the autumn hunt? With the help of the moonlight, he finally identified Song Si's face. None of your business, interrupted Yan Rian before Song Si could reply. Having been sitting above, she couldn't respond directly and felt constrained, fearing that simple-minded Xiao Shi would actually believe the national master and run off. Do you pretend to love your son? Will you treat him kindly after you return to the palace? She crossed her arms and scoffed, once you're freed, you'll probably try to kill him right away. Back in the day, you heard from the grapevine that Merchant He's family had a divination treasure. To seize it for yourself, you seduced their only daughter, married into the He family, and stole the precious item. Because the former emperor didn't believe in these things, you settled for becoming an advisor to Emperor Xian through it. When the He family discovered the loss of the artifact and tried to reclaim it, you feared losing your cushy job with Emperor Xian, so you secretly slaughtered the entire He clan overnight. Only Song Si's mother managed to escape with her 1-year-old son thanks to the protection of their relatives. With Song Si, they wandered everywhere, and within 4 years, his mother passed away due to illness. Young Xiao Shi was forced to be a little beggar for almost a decade until he was picked up by Ing Yi by chance. Yan Rian couldn't comprehend how this national master had the nerve to claim he loved Song Si, feeling sick enough to throw up her last night's dinner. And it doesn't stop there. She sneered, pressing her foot down harder on the national master's head. I reckon the only part you told earlier that's true is that you've been searching for him these past few years, right? You've always been paranoid about being exposed and wanted to kill him to silence him. The national master's face turned pale. How could this woman know everything about what happened back then so clearly? She even knew when the He family's woman passed away and all the details about Song Si's experiences. And that divination artifact, throughout all these years, he hadn't mentioned it to a single person. Song Si also slightly frowned. Yan Rian's narrative was too detailed, as if she were reciting directly from the original story. Lies. What you said is false. It's all fabricated by you. The national master coughed violently under Yan Rian's foot, mouth full of dust, protesting bitterly. Fabricated? Of course, I made it up, I wrote this book myself. My goodness, how did I end up writing such a perfect pile of dog poop like you? Yan Rian got so mad that she blurted it out without thinking, and only realized after a brief pause. Then, she glanced at the nearby shadow guards, counting on the fact that they wouldn't understand the concept of rewriting books, not paying much attention to them and continuing to scold the national master. Only Shenhe and Song Si's pupils flashed a flicker of doubt. What does she mean by, this book, she wrote. Shenhe lowered his head, stroking Song Si's soft hair, where Xiao Shuri frequently muttered unfamiliar words like, and the like. When Yan Ruyan first entered the mansion, Shenhe had asked Ing Er to monitor her for some time. In every private moment, she would often mutter those strange terms. His eyes darkened, carefully pondering while stroking Song Si's hair. Could it be that Ing Shuri and Yan Ruyan knew each other beforehand? Were they old acquaintances? Chapter 80, Overbearing Prince and Witty Shadow Guard, 23. What did the protagonist mean by that? Did she write the book? Is she the author of this tearjerker novel? Song Si didn't know how to describe her feelings at the moment. Now everything seemed to make sense despite its absurdity. He was tightly embraced by Shenhe, whose long fingers gently wiped his dirty cheeks with a handkerchief. Song Si allowed Shenhe to fuss over him as he looked at Yan Ruyan, who was still seething with anger, with a complicated expression. When his cursing voice finally stopped, and the Grand Tutor underfoot had been beaten half to death, Song Si cautiously ventured a test, odd changes, even stays the same. Yan Ruyan didn't even think before blurting out, symbols depend on the quadrant. Which school is best for excavation techniques? Look for Lanxiang in Shandong, China. What's the price of the shirt? Yan Ruyan gave him a deep look. £9.15. Then without waiting for his next question, she continued on her own, Palace Jade liquid wine, 180 yuan per glass. Don't give gifts this year, only brain gold is accepted. Song Si. The person Shenhe hadn't fully embraced was suddenly shaken off by Song Si as he jogged a few steps toward Yan Ruyan. A friend meets a friend, tears flow like a flood. Who would have thought I'd run into someone from the same place? Friend? Shenhe's eyes followed Song Si's every move. When he came down just now, he didn't forget to pick up the soup pot cover that fell on the ground, but this ungrateful brat didn't hesitate to snatch it back and enthusiastically rushed toward Yan Ruyan. If he remembered correctly, the Grand Tutor wasn't local, and Yan Ruyan's ancestors for 3 generations had always been in the capital. So where does this friend come from? Though he knew there was no possible relationship between Yan Ruyan and Song Si, watching the two of them get close still made Shenhe jealous. He signaled Iner to quickly take Yan Ruyan away. The Grand Tutor was still being trampled under Yan Ruyan's feet, so beaten up he didn't even have the strength to speak, only able to breathe weakly. Did you have a system when you were transmigrated into this book? The novels my sister read seem to suggest that protagonists who travel through time usually have a system, completing tasks to go back. Song Si glanced cautiously at Shenhe and leaned in close to lower her voice and ask. If there is one, can I let her help ask how I can go back? Go back. Go back where? Shenhe's brow furrowed. No, Yan Ruyan knew that even if the voice was lowered, Shenhe could hear it crystal clear, hurriedly indicating him to not say anything for now, probably once we're here, we'll have to stay for life. Yan Ruyan patted his shoulder, signaling that they should talk about it after returning. As the two of them prepared to use their lightness skills to ascend, the Grand Tutor underneath them suddenly moved, using all his strength to lunge toward Song Si, biting onto his trouser leg, mumbling unclearly, You're not Xue Si. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, staring fiercely at Song Si, whispering grimly, Your spirit resides in him. Even though he relied on that artifact all these years, his divination skill had improved somewhat. His gaze had been closely following Song Si until now, finally noticing something off. The Grand Tutor's gaze burned intensely, as if trying to bore a hole into him. Then softly laughing twice, his voice low and hoarse, Shenhe, even you have today. The Xue Si you like disappeared who knows where long ago. This wandering ghost has possessed him. Knowing escape was hopeless, he intended to irritate Shenhe even if he had to die. This sentence scared Song Si, making him instinctively glance at Shenhe. The latter's pupils showed little fluctuation, quietly looking at him. He stepped his leg back a bit, yet the Grand Tutor still refused to release his bite. Yan Ruyan couldn't bear it anymore, directly kicking his head aside with one foot. With a loud tearing sound, Song Si's pants along with the Grand Tutor's tooth tore open a huge hole. Cool wind rushed through the pant leg, causing Song Si's teeth to chatter in cold. He subtly checked Shenhe's expression again, unable to fathom whether Shenhe believed it or not. Shenhe lowered his eyelids, taking a few more steps towards where they stood, then before he could speak, Yan Ruyan interrupted again, cursing loudly, You're really nothing more than a dog wagging its tail to gain entry. What you say is what you say. If Shenhe actually believed you, then his brain has a problem. She swiftly kicked him as the Grand Tutor tried to retort, preventing him from uttering any more detrimental words. This time, Yan Ruyan used 5/10 of her force, causing the Grand Tutor to convulse painfully on the ground before going still. How much Shenhe heard or believed in those words remained unclear. The two exchanged looks, unsure whether they should leave or not. Shenhe's eyes were like pools, fixing on them for a long time. He finally chose not to say anything, his tone gentle as he spoke, I'll take care of the mess. You two should go if you want to talk. His gaze flickered slightly, noticing how Song Si's eyes darted to the soup pot on the ground when he mentioned not pursuing the matter further. With resignation, Shenhe added, "There's no water in it now, but I'll have someone reheat it and send it over later. Father is unwell, come with me tomorrow to see him, don't forget." Song Si stayed in the princess consort's courtyard until deep into the small hours of the night. Eventually, Crown Prince couldn't hold out any longer and led people away, taking the concubine back to her wing. After spending most of the night chatting, Song Si learned all about Yan Rian's transmigration experience. She had been an author of ancient romance novels, full of melodrama and cruelty. Due to overly implausible plot twists, she garnered numerous harsh criticisms from haters. But her temper flared at the insults, and she retaliated immediately without restraint. The critics weren't able to argue their case against her but angrily wished that she would soon be transmigrated into one of her own stories. Right after reading this insult, before responding, everything went dark around her, and she woke up in her novel world, right on her wedding day. As the carriage swayed forward, Song Si hugged the hot water bottle while Shenhe embraced him in return. Shenhe replayed Yan Rian's story of entering the book world over and over again in his mind, not realizing that someone behind them was listening intently. Yan Rian had no system for navigating the book world, nor did Shenhe himself. After summing up the entire night's conversation, they could only mournfully conclude that they belonged to the type of individuals who enter the book but cannot return. However, Yan Rian at least had Shadow Guard second in this world, a person she truly cared about. What about him? Leaning against Shenhe, Song Si didn't notice how completely relaxed and unprotected his posture was. The closer they approached the imperial city, the steadier the carriage ride became. It eventually stopped at the entrance of the Yangxin Palace. Shenhe carefully descended from the carriage with Shadow 11 firmly in hand. The night before, Emperor Xianda woke up and specifically requested Consort Xian to serve him, forbidding even the Empress from entering. Shenhe offered a faint smile as servants on both sides respectfully pulled open the palace doors for him. Inside the empty hall, Consort Xian, without makeup, held a steaming white jade bowl. She gripped the emperor's chin forcefully, uncaring of his vigorous struggles, coldly forcing the liquid down his throat. Hearing their arrival, she looked up briefly and chuckled softly, "You've come." Chapter 81, The Domineering Prince and the Witty Shadow Guard, 24. Xian Fei's emperor struggled violently, his eyes wide open. He tried to grab her arms with no strength to make her remove her hand. In one night, all the people in the palace were replaced by those of Shenhe's. Two maids stood respectfully by the bedside, as if they hadn't heard the idle emperor's cries for help. "You." Brown medicine trickled down from the corner of the emperor's mouth, soaking the bed sheets. "You poison, woman." After this illness, the emperor's health declined a lot. He thought of calling Xian Fei over to accompany him properly. But unexpectedly, when she entered the hall, her demeanor changed instantly. He had once attempted to call the imperial guards and summon the maids inside to drag Xian Fei out and replace her with the empress. But these people seemed deaf, reacting without any acknowledgement. "Your Majesty, drink it. When you're sick, of course you have to take medicine." Xian Fei's gaze was gentle, but her grip was not soft at all. Hot decoction splashed on the ground. Leisure Emperor kicked the bedboard making clangorous sounds. If he had been normal and Xian Fei persuaded him like this, he would have finished drinking the medicine obediently long ago. However, today's favored concubine made his heart chill with fear, fearing that she might have slipped some poison into it. The smell of medicine spread throughout the room. Half of his face was covered with thick brown liquid, his expression painful. "Xian Fei, why have you turned into this? You think I'll tolerate being called Xian Fei?" The emperor, weak and unable to resist, was pulled by the hair and slammed onto the headboard of the bed with solid wood. She then used a jade spoon to silence the rest of his screams of pain. "I hate this name so much. Why should I be lumped together with you under the same title? Wolf-hearted dog. Have I treated you badly?" The idle emperor clearly noticed Crown Prince 3 within the hall. Tears streamed down his hazy eyes. "Why do you assist him?" Shenhe stood calmly beside Song Si, saying nothing. "Good." Xian Fei casually threw the medicine cup to the ground and held a shard against the emperor's neck, soon feeling tremors beneath her fingers. "So I'll tell you, my name is Zhou Wenyan. Do you remember?" "Zhou." The emperor muttered softly, as if recalling something. His complexion suddenly turned ghastly white, and his body began convulsing violently, trying to distance himself further from her. "You are his daughter." When the emperor was young, he forcibly brought a minister of the court into his harem despite the man having a wife already, immediately bestowing the rank of concubine. At that time, he played recklessly, considering the male form to be healthier than ordinary women, thus losing restraint. All sorts of things happened on the bed, even indulging in favors for half a year until he ultimately caused the death of the minister on the bed. Thus, 10 years later, he happened upon Xian Fei on the streets of the capital city, homeless and using a pseudonym. "You came here to avenge him." "At the time, I didn't know a man could be so fragile. I never intended to kill him." As the idle emperor tried to retreat again, there was nowhere left to run. Song Si's mouth hung open, eyebrows furrowed, staring at Zhou Wenyan for a long while without the slightest trace of her previous coquettish manner. It wasn't until after Zhou Wenyan beat someone to satisfaction did the two slowly wander up to her. It was then she noticed them as though just now aware of their presence. Lifting her eyes and curling her lips, she elegantly wiped off the drug residue and bloodstains on her hands. Excuse me. The emperor held his face and private parts rolling painfully on the bed. Just now, that venomous woman actually shoved shards from the medicine container right inside him. The bright yellow silk quilt was mixed with the ochre-colored decoction and the dark brown of bloodstains, causing terror as Shenhe advanced step by deliberate step. Clutching the blanket tightly near the foot of the bed, he begged, You don't come closer. Auntie-uncle, don't be nervous. Shenhe gently patted Song Si's hand and released it before stepping forward another pace. Do you still recognize this? The emperor's pupils constricted sharply as he frantically threw pillows adorned with dragons at Shenhe. His vision blurred yet clear enough. This man was holding an imperial edict in plain sight. What will you do? What do you want to do? Do you intend to regicide? Shenhe's hand remained empty, yet how could he guarantee no murderous weapon was concealed within the sleeves? This is a grave offense, patricide and regicide, a great crime. Men. Cough, a mouthful of blood coughed out amidst desperate attempts to crawl toward the door outside, calling out wildly, Protect me. Men, protect your emperor. You ungrateful bastards, what have I fed you all these years? No one moved. Watching silently, the trio observed Leisure Emperor crawling laboriously towards the doorway, leaving behind a trail of bloodstains. With great effort, his elbows supporting him on the ground, only inches away from touching the vermilion gate, the maid who stood by the bedside suddenly appeared ghost-like from behind him and seized him by the arms, dragging him back inside. Shenhe, what do you actually intend to do? I once spared your life, don't repay kindness with hatred. He struggled helplessly as held by the people on either side, raising his neck to ask. Uncle Emperor, this king knows how to repay grace, and I won't personally kill you. A faint laugh escaped from Shenhe's throat, his eyes dark and indistinct. The blood from the Leisure Emperor's lower body soaked through his white underpants. A large hole was torn in his pants and made even larger during his previous crawl, looking quite disgusting. Afraid it would offend Song Si's eyes, he had already let Xiaoxi cover her eyes so she wouldn't see. Song Si followed obediently, covering her eyes but leaving a considerable gap between her fingers. This prince only has one thing to accomplish here. Shenhe raised the imperial edict in his hand and tossed it carelessly before the emperor. Your son isn't that violent of a person. I understand how difficult it is for you to keep sitting in this position. Why not step down and take a rest? He received the writing brush handed by the maidservant, throwing it also at the Leisure Emperor's feet, slowly squatting down to be level with him, speaking gently, Uncle Emperor, please write. What do you mean? The blank imperial edict spread out by his feet, the emperor trembled while grasping the pen, throwing it wildly towards him. Do you want to usurp the throne? There is still a crown prince above your head. Are you talking about Xinqingrui, that good-for-nothing? Shenhe grabbed the brush firmly, returning it patiently to him as if remembering something funny, snorting slightly, him. His mouth being too loose, it was cut off last night already. Do you know why this king can now freely move between inside and outside the palace? You. Qingrui he. The expression of the emperor became increasingly terrified, losing control of his words. Regicide will forever stain the historical records. You. Do you still remember? Shenhe stood up, lowering his gaze with an extreme shadowy and cold eye, looking down upon him. This king has been very benevolent, wrote down the abdication decree, and I'll temporarily refrain from killing your 2 sons. But the first concern of the Leisure Emperor obviously wasn't his 2 sons. The imperial edict clutched in his hands developed wrinkles, his lips were deathly pale. Then what about me? This king won't kill you. Shenhe lifted his head, catching Zhou Wenyan's glance momentarily, imperceptibly reining in his gaze. Once general he sends out troops, he will display the decree. If the Leisure Emperor refuses to write or makes any small moves, he doesn't mind becoming a regicide cursed for thousands of years. The emperor felt like he was granted amnesty, believing that Shenhe was willing to spare him a lifeline. Hastily grabbing the pen, without hesitation, he signed it onto the bright yellow imperial edict. Seeing things were almost accomplished, Song Si finally sighed with relief, quietly hiding behind Shenhe and pulling at his sleeve, looking at the nervous emperor and asking after some hesitation, didn't you notice someone's missing? Shenhe didn't follow his train of thought, helplessly turning back and glancing at him. The face of the emperor turned ghastly white, his hands kept trembling, ink spreading everywhere. Who? Did you also bind my empress? How could the diligent national master for more than 10 years have expected that his disappearance for 2 whole days went completely unnoticed by the idle emperor? Chapter 82, Overbearing Prince, Charming Shadow Guard, 25. Shenhe took 2 steps back, and the pungent mixture of medicinal soup, blood, and urine in the hall became particularly unbearable. Song Si moved closer to Shenhe mainly because of this unpleasant smell. He stealthily approached Shenhe, carefully pressing his nose near the fur edge of his cloak, lightly sniffing the wumu sandalwood fragrance on Shenhe's body. He cautiously took a breath, held his breath, then moved away. Seeing that the other party didn't notice, he stepped forward again for another whiff. Song Si's actions were all observed by Shenhe. As this person prepared to take another sniff and retreat, Shenhe decisively grabbed his sash and pulled him back. Zhou Wenyan. Shenhe turned around and was about to go out with him, giving a casual instruction, make sure he writes the imperial decree well. Afterward, his fate will be left in your hands. You tricked me. The emperor suddenly looked up, realizing he had been deceived. Just as he was about to throw down his pen, a dagger suddenly appeared at his throat. His former beautiful concubine pressed the dagger against his throat, her eyes cold like a hellish demon, rasping, "Write." He trembled, fearing she would cut him down on the spot, and could only shakily continue writing the draft. How did I trick you? Shen Hei's steps didn't stop. Feeling the commotion behind him, he chuckled lightly, I won't kill you, but there are plenty who want you dead. Realizing that Ingshi disliked the smell in the hall, Shen Hei had already arranged for incense to be lit in the carriage. The scratches on Song Si's leg from yesterday had been cleaned and medicated one by the third crown prince. Remembering how much he froze last night, Shen Hei sent Zhu Sha Xuecha today to fetch him some thick clothes. Sealed off from the cold wind outside, Song Si hugged the hot water bottle in his arms and wrapped himself tightly in a large cloak, lulled half asleep by the smooth drive of the carriage, nodding his head like a chick pecking grains. In the end, unable to resist drowsiness, his head leaned over, resting against Shen Hei. A faint scent of Wumu sandalwood emanated from beside him. He hesitated for a second before decisively burying his entire face into Shen Hei's chest. When he woke up again, the carriage was already in front of the mansion. Seeing he was still asleep, Shen Hei prepared to hook his leg to carry him down. They awkwardly stared at each other for 2 seconds. Just as Song Si was about to jump off the carriage first, he heard the manager shout outside. Your Highness, you're finally back. The fourth prince has already waited for you for more than half an hour. The steward cheerfully reported, momentarily freezing when noticing Song Si stepping off the carriage together with his master, but quickly recovering composure. This time, the fourth prince didn't come alone, he brought the fourth princess. Rest assured, the servants in the house are attentively attending to them. The steward glared at Song Si, wondering why the side consort wasn't in the palace today if the master went inside. The princess is hosting them as well, she has been quite busy. The steward tried hard to say a few good words for Yen Rian. Oh. Shen Hei nodded, showing that he had heard, and followed the lead. The attendant standing by the door slightly bowed, pulling open the wooden doors for them. Brother has returned. A smile spread across Shen Heiyang's face as he heard the sound and looked up to call out. There weren't too many formalities between the two brothers. Shen Heiyang sat cross-legged on the chair, inviting Shen Hei over. Song Si looked over, indeed finding a well-behaved young man sitting next to Shen Heiyang, completely huddled up in a significantly oversized indigo coat, his cheeks flushed red from the charcoal fire in the guest hall. Hearing the door opening, he also turned and called out following Shen Heiyang. Big brother-in-law. Shen Heiyang chuckled, adjusting his direction correctly. Almond-shaped eyes curved into a crescent, with a smile lingering on his lips and a pair of dimples appearing on his cheeks. He fumbled to pull his hand out of the cloak and waved it forward. The positioning was a bit off, so Song Si silently nudged Shen Hei to the side to align them properly. Ah, almost forgot, Heiyang said the sister-in-law would be here today too. Wen Lian tapped his forehead and muttered. Seeing his movement to stand up, Song Si immediately supported him, no need to call. Wen Lian blinked his eyes repeatedly, turning his head and, looking, towards Song Si, mischievously pulling him to sit next to him. You've agreed to be my sister-in-law then. Wen Lian let out a couple of giggles, turning to Shen Hei and saying, I've helped with everything, you owe me a favor. It was only after some time that Song Si realized he had been tricked by him. Not only was he present, Yen Rian was also leaning against the table watching the drama unfold. At least nominally, not just him but others were considered part of Shen Hei's inner circle, so why did he respond first? Song Si's ear tips unknowingly turned bright red. Glancing at Shen Hei, who was clearly holding back laughter, he couldn't bring himself to speak. When Lien continued talking non-stop while holding his hand, sister-in-law, you unconsciously thought this title belonged to you, showing that you already have the emperor in your heart. Song Si felt restless but could do nothing about this little creature named Wen Lien. He eventually managed to slip his hand out and fled from the chair. After much consideration, he plopped down next to Yen Rian. Little Lien seems to have recovered quite a bit. Realizing that teasing them any further might make little 11 snap, Shen Hei decided to change the topic. The divine physician is truly as good as his reputation. Little Lien looked much better after being examined by him. Mentioning this made Shen Heiyang smile even more. Now we expect 5 years, or perhaps even longer if he takes proper care of himself. Compared to barely hanging on for 2 years before, these 5 years were hard won for them. Song Si supported his chin, silently listening to their conversation while secretly cooling his heated ears on the cold table. Xiao Si. Yen Rian softly called his name beside him and tugged at his clothes. Song Si turned back to look at her. Yen Rian's expression was strange. Once she was sure that Shen Hei and Shen Heiyang weren't paying attention to their side, she gathered herself and whispered in a low voice. Wen Lien. My novel does not have a character named Wen Lien. Chapter 83, Overbearing Prince, Witty Shadow Guard, 26. In my storyline, Shen Hei is only forced to marry the female lead, there's no mention of Shen Heiyang marrying Wen Lien. Moreover, I haven't written much about Shen Heiyang. Yen Rian's pupils were filled with doubt as she glanced sideways at Wen Lien who was standing not far away. The original work stored in her mind never mentioned a character like Wen Lien. All her knowledge about Shen Heiyang and his princess came from Shen Hei. Song Si's eyebrows couldn't help but furrow as he felt her words sounded somewhat familiar, especially this suddenly appeared character. Memories flashed through his mind, it seemed he had forgotten something. Since he traveled across timelines, he had always felt his memory was much worse than before. The only thing that remained clear was his sister recommending novels to him. Little Ci, are you feeling unwell? Shen He, though engrossed in reminiscing and discussing matters with Shen Hean, was covertly observing Song Ci out of the corner of his eye. Seeing him gripping his head in pain with a knitted brow, he couldn't resist asking. When Lien turned around confusedly, ready to rise and check on Song Ci, only to be abruptly pulled down by Shen Hean. My dear ancestor, please don't get up. You haven't visited the royal brother's residence much, and I worry about you bumping into something. Song Ci closed his eyes tightly, shaking his head to decline. Subordinate will take leave with Princess first, you continue your discussion with Prince 4. He gave Yen Rian a meaningful look, indicating that some things were best not discussed in the guest hall. Last night, they had been chatting merrily when they were forcibly interrupted by Shen He who dragged along Yinger. Now, they seized the opportunity to go back and chat further. Yen Rian had mysteriously told him she possessed a golden finger and didn't have the time to show him yet. This left Song Ci restless throughout the day, constantly thinking about what it was. Shen He didn't understand what this golden finger was. He only knew that today on the carriage ride, Xiao Shi kept whispering incessantly about wanting to see, almost giving Shen He a headache. Seeing Song Ci in pain, Shen He was just about to personally escort him back to the annex courtyard when he heard another murmur from inside his head. Reluctantly, Shen He allowed the two of them to return early. Yen Rian's residence wasn't far from the guest hall. Once completely inside the courtyard, the two finally felt comfortable enough to open up and speak freely. I arrived at the same time as when Lien did in my timeline, though this is our first meeting in real life, she said while casually taking a plate of sunflower seeds from the room and placing it on the table, gesturing for Song Ci to help himself. I was too preoccupied with my own situation at the time and hadn't paid attention to someone like him. At that point, creating Shen Hean was merely intended to assist the male lead in seizing power, without developing any romantic subplots. She popped a few seeds into her mouth, suddenly remembering that yesterday she had promised to show Song Ci something. As Song Ci followed her gaze upwards, he watched her carefully search around the ceiling beams until she eventually unearthed a cell phone. This is it, Yen Rian placed the phone on the table. Back then, I happened to be writing using this very phone, but ended up coming through with it. However, now it's drained, so I've kept it as a souvenir and never thrown it away. It proved extremely useful during negotiations with Shen He. Song Ci asked incredulously, you used it to look up scheming strategies online? Ancient times don't have internet access. Aren't these royalty always playing Go while negotiating? Yen Rian laughed involuntarily as she recalled the past. When we were discussing cooperation, I used the master-level account on Tiandi Weiqi and wiped Shen He out entirely, making him submit wholeheartedly. Ever since, he's believed me to be a chess genius. Song Ci stared speechlessly at her. News of the frail emperor soon spread across the entire capital city. All the ministers were aware that change was imminent, causing great unrest. For these 2 days, Shen He remained still, secretly controlling both the crown prince and the second prince. As general he prepared to march out, word of the critically ill emperor reached the palace. Only then did Shen He slowly make his way back to the palace with Yingxi and Yen Rian to pay his last respects. It had only been 3 days since their last visit, yet the emperor already lacked the vigor he displayed previously. His body emitted an unbearable stench due to untreated wounds beneath him, clearly showing the extent of how well he was taken care of by consort Xian. His consciousness was blurred, but upon recognizing the visitor, his entire body could not help but tremble in fear. You stay back. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? Beneath him, viscous liquid continued to flow, staining the entire bedsheet as he thrashed around. Regardless if Zhou Wenyan or Shen He killed him, the reality was that he would die anyway. For years, Zhou Wenyan had been slowly poisoning him with a subtle chronic toxin. Every time the emperor visited her quarters, she added more poison each time. Today, the toxins had deeply embedded themselves in his bones, leaving him at the end of his rope. Even the small movement across the length of the bed had nearly drained all of his remaining strength. Zhou Wenyan leaned against the side, already aware of their purpose for coming as she handed over the imperial decree. Right. Remove this king's consort. Shen He didn't reach out, gesturing for her to toss it to the idle emperor instead. Yen Rian had mentioned from their very first meeting that after their mission succeeded, they would immediately separate. It was now time to fulfill that promise. The emperor at this point didn't even have the strength to lift his brush, so he could only glare helplessly in anger. Outside the grand hall, doctors knelt all over the ground while ministers were surrounded by Shen He's men within the palace. The royal court had long been corrupt, and the palace guard offered no resistance. Right. Zhou Wenyan pressed her dagger once again to his throat. For several days, the emperor had suffered under her torment, almost trembling at the sound of her voice, regretting all the foolish deeds he had committed before, shakily signing the imperial decree. His lips were bluish-purple, and he had to take a deep breath after writing just 2 characters. Song Ci, standing silently beside Shen He for some time, finally asked, "What about me?" Shen He made him side consort merely to avoid suspicion from the crown prince and the emperor. Now, since neither posed any threat, shouldn't this title as side consort be removed? What's wrong with you? Yan Rian gave him a strange look. Song Si, under the intense stares of the three, unconsciously took a few steps back. My title as side consort needs to be revoked too. I'm just your subordinate, not really a side consort. Even Zhou Wenyan, who hadn't interacted much with them, showed an unusually odd expression. The worried rush Shenhe displayed when coming to rescue Song Si during the autumn hunting trip, as well as the effort he put into saving him, didn't seem like the relationship between a regular master and servant. Not to mention the banquet a few days ago. Even if they weren't prince and concubine, their familiar interaction on the table suggested something far deeper. She believed they might as well be an old married couple who had been together for 10 years. She knew full well that on the night of the autumn hunt, these two shared one tent, and servants had even come in to deliver hot water at some point. Now Song Si wanted to tell them that they just had a normal master-servant relationship. A normal master-servant relationship where they share a bed. A normal master-servant relationship involving embraces. A normal master-servant relationship where they had kissed. Or perhaps. At that moment, there was nothing left but the endless coughing of the idle emperor. Why are you all staring at me? Is there something wrong with what I said? The expressions on their faces were filled with incomprehensible strangeness. After a long silence, Shenhe sighed deeply, giving him a meaningful look. Of course, you won't remain as my side consort forever. Chapter 84, Overbearing Prince Handsome Shadow Guard, 27. The moment Shenhe made this promise, Song Si felt an immediate sense of relief. With those words from him, Song Si was at ease. He knew that the other party wasn't someone like Zhou Bapi who would let him work 2 jobs even after he became emperor. With satisfaction, he patted Shenhe's arm and found his response highly pleasing. Shenhe took advantage of the moment to pull the person closer. Yan Rian frowned as she watched how naturally the two interacted, not quite understanding what the earlier question from Song Si meant. Who in the world has such a natural display between master and subordinate? Could this be something beyond their comprehension? And is it possible that her and Zhou Wenyan's intimate coughing also counts as part of their play? No matter if the emperor intended or not to assist with writing duties, the title of secondary wife had always been destined to remain. The bright yellow imperial decree stained by large ink spots hovered before his eyes. The emperor could only faintly murmur. As the last stroke fell, his chest violently surged like a stranded fish gasping for water until eventually calming down. Xiandi's pupils scattered, the writing brush slipped out of his hand as he stopped moving altogether. His undergarments were now unrecognizable due to the blood stains, and his once corpulent body now looked empty beneath the garments. On the table was a half-eaten bowl of meat. Shenhe glanced at the bed and quickly deduced what Zhou Wenyan had done. Coughing lightly, the 2 side doors instantly opened, and Pan Gongsun stumbled into the hall. His demeanor now greatly differed from before after having witnessed Shenhe's abilities. Trembling, he climbed onto the dragon bed, extracting the imperial edict from Xiandi's lifeless hand. The edict carried many mysterious sticky substances, but he cared little about it. Crying with a face of despair and a shrill voice, he proclaimed toward the palace gates, "The emperor has passed." 3 tolls of the funeral bell sounded outside the palace, as Pan Gongsun unfurled the edict. "By heaven's mandate, the emperor proclaims." All court officials already knew what the edict said, yet everyone remained silent considering the rebels outside and the safety of their heads. Conforming smoothly, they all knelt in respect, declaring, "Long live the emperor." Among the limited number of notable ministers present, there was no dissent, given the years of frustration under the inactive Xiandi reign, hoping now for a wise monarch. Only when reading the removal of the empress consort did murmurs emerge. Someone shouted, "Your Majesty, the kingdom cannot endure a day without its empress. Shouldn't you provide reasons?" "The empress hasn't committed any," the individual tried continuing, only to be elbowed by a nearby person. Who in the capital didn't know of the discord between the third prince and his empress? This marriage had initially been arranged to humiliate Shenhe. After enduring her presence for years, removing this shame upon his ascension to power was understandable. Zhou Wenyan and Yan Rian stayed within the hall while Shenhe walked out alone with Song Si. Upon hearing, he chuckled softly, "Reason? Of course, I have a reason. I dislike Yan Rian stepping into the mansion daily with her left foot. Any objections?" There was no immediate voice among the crowd below. Confused, Song Si turned her face towards him. "What difference does your question have compared to asking, who wants to die? A quicker way to silence them would be finding a new empress." Recalling the formal occasion, Song Si swiftly composed herself but inwardly mumbled silently. Suddenly her hand was gently squeezed by Shenhe, and a clear, gentle voice whispered in her ear. "Didn't we say the country can't function without an empress? After my ascension, he will become my empress." Song Si. Below, waves of kneeling figures appeared, imploring the emperor for reconsideration. Even though the dynasty favored male relationships, no prior emperor had taken a male consort as empress, nor were such cases common among civilians either. Stunned, Song Si immediately turned around and kneeled before Shenhe. "Why don't you keep your word? Wasn't it agreed not to take the role of concubine? Are beauties in this capital so scarce that you must force me to be queen just to shut up these ministers? Moreover, they don't appear to be willing." Song Si followed others calling out for reconsideration, her knees barely bending when Shenhe pulled her up. Becoming the empress means you're no longer the concubine, right? Shenhe's low, rough voice opened, speaking only loud enough for the two of them to hear. This fool still thinks he's being used. Huh? Is there a light shining over his head? A sudden cry of alarm rang in Shenhe's mind, causing him to frown as he followed Song Si's inner voice upward. Above his head, there was nothing but a desolate void. What the heck, what does this light mean? Has he done too many evil deeds that now he is about to be struck by lightning? Song Si watched oddly as a blue light had appeared out of nowhere above Shenhe's head. He took a slight step forward with his left foot. He slightly narrowed his eyes as the blue light above the other's forehead grew clearer, gradually increasing from 60 to 62, then 65, 75, until it finally stabilized at 90. Accompanying the numbers was a pinkish heart. Instinctively, Song Si glanced towards Yan Rian who was inside the hall, wondering if she could see it as well, but she paid no attention to herself. What is this thing? A heart rate monitor? Does this exist even in ancient times? Or is it a system? If it's a system, why give Shenhe this? It would be useless for him. Or maybe when this number reaches its peak, he'll get struck by lightning. Shenhe had been forced to endure his incessant chatter for half a day. After confirming several times by looking up that he didn't see the so-called blue light and numbers Song Si referred to, Shenhe put on a serious face and said, "My dear ministers, do you have any objections? If you do, feel free to converse with the guards outside." This was an outright threat. The stench from Yangshin Hall wafted out, detectable by every single person outside. In an instant, the murmurs at the bottom of the stairs ceased, everyone knew Xian Di did not die of natural causes. Are there still any objections? Shenhe asked calmly. No one dared to respond. In that case, the matter is settled. Shenhe took hold of Yingxi beside him and slowly descended the steps, heading back to their residence. The ministers below bowed respectfully. Song Si couldn't risk ruining his face in such an occasion, so he waited until they boarded the carriage before persuading, "Master, you can use mourning as an excuse for lacking an empress, as I've seen this on those historical dramas. Sorry, there are records showing many emperors have done this." Shenhe remained silent as he observed the silly blank expression on Yingxi. "Previously, you were both shadow guard and concubine," Song Si continued earnestly. "And later, empress." "Little Si," Shenhe interrupted him. "I don't need a queen to stabilize ministers' hearts, I need someone to be my lifelong companion." Song Si froze in shock, eyes darting about in panic. "It's over. Run while you still can." Chapter 85, Domineering Prince, Witty Shadow Guard, 28. Your Majesty. Song Si choked momentarily, stammering, "What your Majesty said is absolutely correct." Shenhe's gaze flickered slightly. "Correct my ass. As soon as I get back, I'll find Yan Rian and have her help me run away, hee. Shenhe. Every time Ing number 11 had evil thoughts in his mind, his facial expression wouldn't be hidden. Those mischievous ideas were all clearly written on his face. Anyway, Ing number 2 and she will leave as well. We can hide in their carriage, easily mixing through. Shenhe just became the emperor, these 2 days he will definitely be extremely busy, how will he have the time to deal with me? When he's done dealing with this busy period, by then I will already be long gone. Ha ha ha. Previously, he forced me to be a shadow guard while moonlighting as a concubine, and now he also wants to covet my rear. No way. He thought wildly in his mind, his tone reckless. But his body very obediently slid into Shenhe's arms following the latter's movement. Everything was too naturally smooth, and Song Si didn't suspect for a moment that their interaction these past few days had increasingly deviated from what seemed normal between master and servant. Although he does look quite handsome, it's nice when he pats my head, it's warm during winter when we hug, being close is also pleasant, but no, I didn't agree to him kissing me. Even so, these advantages are nothing compared to safeguarding my own bottom. For my bottom, I still need to flee. Shenhe wrapped an arm around Song Si's shoulder, lowering his gaze to watch him secretly sniffing at his greatcoat without stopping him. Ever since he discovered the other party's habit of smelling his scent last time, he ordered the incense in the carriage to be removed and replaced with more charcoal basins, warming up the interior of the carriage. There was silence within the carriage as no one spoke. Shenhe's eyes contained a smile, listening with interest to Song Si's secret plotting. Alright, actually he kissed me without my permission, but strangely, I don't feel angry about it. He surreptitiously glanced up at Shenhe, noticing that the other party was closing their eyes and resting quietly. He quickly returned his gaze to himself. After a while, he again sneakily peeked up, confirming there was indeed no reaction from the other side before looking more boldly. Shenhe sensed clearly every movement of the person cradled in his arms. The other struggled lightly in his embrace, trying to climb upward slightly. His warm breathing brushed against Shenhe's face. Unaware of what exactly number 11 wanted to do, he forcibly suppressed his rising impatience and didn't move. Why has the number above his head changed? 91. 92. What is this supposed to mean? When I get back, I'll have to ask Yan Rian thoroughly. Since she is also from the past lives realm, she should know something. Why is he bothering Yan Rian again? What exactly is this transmigration thing? And those blue light numbers? Is it only him who cannot see them? The doubts in Shenhei's heart grew heavier, but he did not show it on his face, restraining the rising heat within caused by the restless movements of the person hugging him. Song Si crouched on Shenhei's shoulders, scrutinizing his scalp for a long time but could discern nothing unusual. He reluctantly decided to retreat backward. Midway, however, catching sight of Shenhei's face again made him stop, seemingly having somewhat grown used to being with the main character, even to the point where he harbored no aversion anymore upon hearing that the other planned to marry him as a spouse. He violently shook his head, driving away this train of thought. If you've already lusted after someone's butt, what else is there to defend yourself about? Reluctantly retreating a little more, Song Si's eyes were inadvertently drawn to Shenhei again. Suddenly realizing how long his eyelashes are, cuddling feels really comfortable. Shenhei. His nose looks good, feeling intimate is nice. That mole at the corner of his eye is also appealing, kiss. Unable to bear it any longer, Shenhei grasped Song Si's nape and planted a kiss on him. The voice in his mind instantly went silent. Bewildered, Song Si blinked his eyes, his hands uncertain of where to place themselves, nervously gripping the fur on Shenhei's coat. The scorching hot breath fanned against his cheeks, causing the air to seem several degrees warmer, perspiration breaking out on his temples. After a long while of silence, the faint sigh of number 11 reverberated in his brain. I told you, he doesn't even seek my consent before kissing me. After some delay, another leisurely addition followed. Why isn't he doing anything beyond just staying close? The veins on Shenhei's neck almost popped from anger. He stood up slightly separating himself, looking directly into his eyes seriously, may I kiss you? Then, without waiting for a reply, he leaned forward and kissed him again. Shenhei returned to the princely estate to deal with some follow-up matters. Coincidentally, Shenheong from yesterday had stayed over and not left yet, which provided him a perfect opportunity to assign laborious tasks to him. This time Song Si came back also with a serious task at hand. From a discussion he had spent half a day with Yen Rian on the previous days, they deduced that Wen Lian might also be a transmigrant. Yen Rian confidently patted her chest and pushed the imaginary glasses on her nose, telling him that with her 10 years of novel writing experience, when a character suddenly appears in a story, it's very likely a body transmigration case, meaning using one's original body to traverse. Then the plot crafted an identity for him, causing a butterfly effect that altered the storyline. Thus, they had planned to go find Wen Lian today and test him with some secret codes. When Song Si stepped off the carriage, he was already dazed from all the kisses, pitifully hugging himself tighter with the greatcoat. Just as the other reached out to attempt embracing him, he twisted his waist, awkwardly using his lightness kung fu to leap onto the rooftop tiles. He had sensed earlier in the carriage that Prince Shenhei's carriage driver was also rather cunning. Upon noticing the activities behind, he deliberately slowed down the carriage's speed, turning what should have been a half-hour journey into one lasting twice as long. Yen Rian must have returned ages ago. Song Si rubbed his swollen and numb mouth, leaving Shenhei a furious backview. As expected, Yen Rian had already returned to the mansion, leisurely lying on the couch drinking tea. Upon hearing number 11's footsteps outside the house, she didn't even raise her eyelids. Your lips are so swollen. Not bad, Shenhei. Song Si nervously signaled her to be quiet, his ear tips red as blood. Don't say anything. I came here because I need you to help me with something. He glanced around before lowering his voice when confirming there were no other shadow guards in the courtyard. When will you and number 2 leave? Hey, little 11, just became empress and you're already eager to shoo me away. Yen Rian burst into laughter at his expense, pointing her finger at his forehead. Number 2 can leave as soon as he finishes his task handover. But now that you've entered the palace, you can't stay in my small courtyard. That's not what I mean. Realizing she had misunderstood, Song Si hurriedly interrupted her. What I mean is, could you take me along when you and number 2 leave? Yen Rian. She looked Song Si up and down suspiciously, wondering if her ears were malfunctioning. You two really are a pair, both liking to meddle in other people's romantic affairs, aren't you? I won't attend his coronation ceremony either. We'll travel out of town in a couple of days. She gave Song Si an exasperated glance. Why do you want to leave the city with us? Aren't you staying in the capital as the empress? Exactly because I cannot be empress. Song Si quickly explained, once I'm out of the city, I'll split ways with you. I felt it, it seems the original owner made quite a fortune as a shadow guard these past few years. It should be enough for me. Wait. Yen Rian was thoroughly confused by his logic, not being empress. If you don't become empress, then who will? How can I possibly become empress? We're both men, and I don't even like him. Yen Rian's expression turned strange, her lips opening and closing several times without uttering a single word. What nonsense. As if you don't fancy him. Normally, your overly affectionate movements with Shenhei bend beyond measure. Pretending to be straight. This is ultimate deep closeting. In Prince Shen's estate, only the bed plank remains straight. Chapter 86, Overbearing Prince, Witty Shadow Guard, 29. Does Shenhei know? Yen Rian quickly tapped on the teacup, hiding her shock. What are those two up to again? A new plan. He escapes, and Shenhei chases, they'd never be able to escape. And what does it matter if Shenhei knows or not? Song Si was also stunned, anxiously tugging at her sleeve with an earnest gaze. You can just hide me in the carriage seat when the time comes, sneak me out quietly. The male lead will surely be too busy as the emperor to care about us. If neither of us says anything, no one will know. This isn't even a matter of helping or not, even if she wanted to help, she didn't dare to. If Shenhe finds out midway that Song Si ran away, she'd also get into trouble. She shook her head firmly, no, only if Shenhe knows will I take you out. Song Si's heart shattered into pieces. She hadn't expected their hometown bond to be so fragile. With no choice but to grit his teeth, he looked sincerely at her. Shenhe knows. Yan Rian saw through him at once, nodding offhandedly as if agreeing. She prepared to ask Shenhe later in the study, finding an excuse to change the subject. Isn't it to test Wen Lian? Shenheang should be discussing affairs with his brother in the study right now. I've sent someone to check just now. He's in the side courtyard. With this diversion from her, Song Si momentarily forgot about the matter of Lan Guang and nodded in agreement before rising and walking toward the door. The courtyard Shenhe arranged for his younger brother and sister-in-law was very secluded. Deep courtyards extended endlessly, the flowers swayed gracefully, pavilions were layered, and plants grew lushly. Due to Wen Lian's health, the moment they entered, a strong smell of Chinese medicine surrounded them near the nostrils. In front of the door stood two maidservants caring for them, who quickly bowed upon recognizing the visitors. Yan Rian waved them away and paused with Song Si at the door, gently knocking. There was silence within the room for a moment, then a quick clinking of porcelain followed by Wen Lian rushing barefoot to the door. They hurried to open the door fearing he might trip, barely having time to see the interior layout when suddenly, a plump yellow ball darted into Song Si's arms. Wen Lian grinned broadly, hugging his waist while wrapped in a light yellow soft blanket, revealing white undergarments beneath like a runny egg yolk bun. Yang, believe me, I've had all my medicine. I haven't eaten any candy either. Song Si stood stiffly, helpless as he exchanged glances with Yan Rian, preparing to explain when he was interrupted by Wen Lian. Confused, the other hugged his waist, tilting his head before moving his hands to feel his stomach twice. Huh? Where are your muscles? Why is your belly soft? Song Si's expression hardened as he felt hurt. Initially, Ing 11 did have muscles, but since Song Si came here, he neglected training. Moreover, these days Shenhe kept feeding him faithfully, gradually eating away at his muscle tone. Perhaps sensing the sadness from the person in front of him, Wen Lian assumed he had upset Shenheang and hurriedly tiptoed to pat the other's head in comfort. You shouldn't be sad. Although we don't get to enjoy the pleasure of feeling your muscles every night, I still love you. Wen Lian sincerely consoled. But then he touched thin air. Wen Lian, Yang, how come you've become shorter? Song Si. His broken heart felt like shards of glass. Wen Lian's cold little hands continued touching everywhere on Song Si's body. After hesitating for half a moment, he realized he'd mistaken someone for another person. However, before he could let go, voices of conversation sounded from outside the yard. That day, Shenhe had also found a famous doctor for Wen Lian. The two were about to bring him along for an examination when they stepped into the courtyard and saw this scene. Shenheang instantly emitted a sharp whistle. Shenhe. Watch your wife. They're already hugging each other. He rushed over in 2 strides. At this point, Wen Lian also realized he had made a blunder and awkwardly stood to the side, his hands uncertainly suspended midair. Still not wearing shoes. It's almost winter, do you not know the ground is cold? Feeling the icy touch of Wen Lian's hands, Shenheang's heart sank slightly as he scolded softly. Knowing his fault, Wen Lian pouted unhappily, lowering his head. Neither of them expected this duo to show up so suddenly. Exchanging glances, after Shenheang placed Wen Lian on the bed, one of them blocked between the two while the other secretly whispered close to Wen Lian, wisdom tree, wisdom fruit. Ah. Wen Lian turned to them confusedly. Thinking he didn't hear clearly, Yan Rian leaned closer again to ask softly. Hearing the correct answer inside his mind from Song Si, Shenhe wasn't sure how they'd react if he said it aloud. Wen Lian's hand stretched forward, and since he didn't know Song Si was also standing there, he once again grabbed the wrong person. Are you here to exchange poems with me? He fumbled with the fabric for a long time before realizing he had made another mistake. His face turning red, he grasped the hand extended by Shenheang and hesitated before replying. I've been blind since I was a child, so I don't know how to read or write poems. It appeared that Wen Lian was from the original world. They both understood now. Yan Rian stood up spontaneously, her eyes signaling that she needed to speak with Shenheang later. He nodded in agreement and escorted Ing 11 back to her residence before returning to the study. As Song Si had expected, Shenheang was so busy these days that he was almost nowhere to be seen. The emperor's funeral was conducted simply, Shenheang didn't even let his body enter the imperial tomb. Then, he welcomed Lu Yenji into the palace as the Grand Empress Dowager. Occasionally, after handling political matters late at night and feeling tired, Shenheang would return to the sleeping quarters and spend some time with Song Si. Perhaps to protest Shenheang's decision to make him the empress, Shadow 11 had changed back into his guard uniform these past few days, pouting and sitting on the roof beams. Shenheang had no choice but to lift him off the beam every day and kiss him. Finally, on the third day, the day before the coronation, Yan Rian agreed to assist him in his escape using a carriage. Only at that moment, did she smile mysteriously. The next morning, the bed was empty, Shen Heiyang had already gone to court, Song Xiai secretly sneaked over to Yan Rian's place. The guards had come to regard him as the empress, though they didn't understand why he kept hiding while walking in his own palace, they all silently chose to respect his privacy. Chapter 87, Overbearing Prince, Witty Shadow Guard, 30. Moreover, Empress's all-black outfit, which was dazzling even in the daytime, made it impossible for them not to notice her. Everyone closed their eyes and pretended to be blind, convincing themselves that this was just a little quirk of the new emperor and empress. Song Xiai carried a not-so-small bundle on his back, stuffing all the silver and valuable trinkets he could gather into it. The black cloth bag swayed back and forth, bobbing with each of his movements. Over these days, his lightness kung fu had gradually become more proficient, and there was absolutely no problem in running along the palace walls. The sleeping chamber temporarily assigned to Yan Rian was quite far from Changlo Palace. Song Xiai found walking too inefficient, so he leaped onto the wall and darted over while crouching low. At that time, Yan Rian and Ning Er were packing their luggage. Their original plan was to dig a hole in the back seat of the carriage, creating a lift-up cover for Song Xiai to hide inside, thus avoiding inspection by city patrolmen. Judging from Shen Hei's clingy behavior towards him since returning to the palace these past few days, once he finished reviewing memorial papers and didn't see Song Xiai, he would certainly notice something amiss soon. By the time those two were ready and got on the carriage together, Song Xiai couldn't stop praising how wise it was of him to come up with this move. To avoid boredom on the road, he even had someone open a small door under the seat, allowing him to poke his head out and talk to them anytime. Yan Rian couldn't help but criticize in her mind several times how odd his brain worked as she sat in the carriage with a face full of bewilderment. The coachman drove the horse forward, and the carriage rocked and swayed as it started moving toward outside the palace. To my suggestion, any ancient costume drama using my trick would save the characters from disguising as men to escape the patrol checks, Song Xiai mumbled half of his head out from the seat below after adjusting to the bumpy ride. Ordinarily, when riding in the carriage with Shen Hei, he slept soundly without disturbance, so was today's coachman's technique inadequate? This is a mutually destructive trick that only you can think of. Looking at his sickened expression, Yan Rian held her forehead and handed him a handkerchief. Shen Hei gave me and Lan an estate, she tapped the wooden board and spoke. Ning Er cast a side glance at Yan Rian, her eyes flashing with surprise, then understandingly remained silent upon the other party's hint. Ning Er's location was within Song Xi's visual blind spot, so he hadn't noticed anything unusual between the two. Is he being this generous? Yan Rian interlocked 10 fingers with hers, caressing the other's back of the hand meticulously as she said seriously yet falsely, however, I and Lan want to go sightseeing, we won't return for a few years. If you have nowhere to go temporarily, I can lend you the place to stay for a period. Judging from the gleaming sparkle in Song Xi's wide eyes, things seemed promising. It's not far, right on the outskirts of the capital, and this carriage goes directly there. Once Lan and I get off halfway through, you just continue sitting until the manor. She bit her lip and added, however, this coachman is one of Shen Hei's people, so don't let your guard down after we leave either, be careful not to be discovered. Song Xiai nodded like a windmill, almost knocking his head against the wooden panel. I planned to ask you about something the other day, but I've been stuck in the palace due to his antics. Yan Rian took the fruit offered by Ning Er and emitted a soft snort, signaling him to continue speaking. Lan already knows my situation, so feel free to speak. On the day of seizing power, did you see the light above Shen Hei's head? After pondering for a moment, Song Xiai proceeded once receiving confirmation from the other side. What kind of light? Yan Rian blinked, leaning in to peer eye to eye with Song Xiai underneath the seat. They stared intensely at each other for a while before Song Xiai grabbed the wooden frame and extended his body slightly, puzzled and asked, you didn't see it? Have you had any contact with Shen Hei recently? He recounted everything he witnessed on that day to her again, from the strange numbers incrementing, to incomprehensible heart-shaped symbols, including all sorts of vague and inexplicable familiar feelings during their interaction over these 2 days. The number on his head has increased a bit over these 2 days. If I'm not mistaken, it should be up to 94 now. I've been thinking for a few days, it must be the heart rate since 60 to 100 beats per minute are normal human heartbeats, it's just that every now and then, it adds a little. Yan Rian. She wondered if Song Xi's seemingly slow-witted nature was genuine or feigned, given how obvious something could be and he still couldn't figure it out. His incessant murmurs couldn't be stopped, causing Yan Rian's headache to increase, so she hastily interrupted, wait a moment. Is it possible that the thing above his head represents favorability, your golden finger perhaps? Ah. The air inside the carriage instantly froze, and Song Xiai looked up at her blankly, about to speak when a sudden noisy commotion sounded outside the window, they had reached the gate, and the guards were starting to inspect. Song Xiai swiftly shrank back inside, tightly securing the doors. Because Shen Hei had already informed the guards in advance, they didn't inspect carefully and let the carriage pass directly. As the carriage continued to rock along its path, Song Xi's muffled voice sounded again. Goodwill meter. What does that even mean? Make Shen Hei like me? That's asking too much. Besides, I don't. Yan Rian, TCH. What are you laughing at? Her laugh was too loud, and Song Si knocked on the wooden panel discontentedly. Little Si, are you teasing me? Yen Rian helped him open the small door where his head could peek out, letting him get some fresh air. You're all curled up like mosquito incense and still say you don't like Shenhe. Song Si's mouth half opened, unsure how to counter. You two are always hugging and cuddling every day, almost sharing the same bed. Whose master and subordinate interact this way? Yen Rian bent over with her hands resting on the cushion of the seat. Song Si felt guilty. Actually, during the autumn hunting trip, they had already shared a bed. At that time, he just thought the third prince wasn't favored and lacked extra bedding. Since they were both men, he didn't pay much attention. The bracelet on his wrist heated up, burning as his ears turned redder and redder. Startled by the sensation, Song Si exclaimed, "Why is this jade bracelet changing color?" Originally, it was a delicate and creamy white jade bracelet. Now, half of it had turned red, revealing subtle hints of golden patterns spreading to expose a partly concealed pinkish red agate. A red mark formed on his wrist due to the heat, and Song Si fiddled with the jade bracelet from side to side but failed to understand its changes after examining it for a long while. For a moment, Song Si fell silent beneath the seat, until Yen Rian tapped the wood twice. A pale, trembling wrist emerged shakily from under the seat. Do you remember this bracelet? It was given to me by Empress Lu. Shouldn't the design be your work? Why did it turn red? Song Si covered his ear with his left hand, trying to cool himself down. He extended his right wrist outward, worried Yen Rian might not see clearly. However, upon seeing the bracelet, Yen Rian burst into laughter louder than before. Why are you laughing again? Outraged, he struggled to climb out through the frame to argue, but accidentally slammed into the carriage wall instead with a thud. Holding his head in pain, tears misting his eyes, Song Si scurried back inside. Amidst his misery, he thought he also heard shadow guarding Air's faint laughter. Then, a slender hand gently pressed onto his stomach, rubbing tenderly. Yen Rian laughed so hard her belly ached and rested for a while before explaining leisurely, this jade bracelet indeed originated from my writing. Its appearance, abilities, and the way to take it off, I know everything. As for this fusion of red. She recalled the image of the bracelet earlier, it means you have developed feelings for someone from the Shen royal family. The more flustered you feel, the hotter the bracelet gets. Plus, it has one rather practical function. She blinked mischievously. I'll keep that secret from you for now. Anyway, you'll need it soon enough. Chapter 88, Overbearing Prince and Beautiful Shadow Guard, 31. Practical what? A dull pain throbbed at his temple, the space under the seat was cramped, and he struggled even to hold his head. Yen Rian didn't respond, instead she said faintly, Xiao Si, you've got it wrong. You like Shenhe. Song Si felt a jolt in her heart, the sound of her chest's beating seemed close at hand, and the jade bracelet on her wrist burned alarmingly. The carriage swayed as it drove forward. Yen Rian estimated the time and peeked out through the curtain letting air lifted. Branches with lush leaves flashed by, the water beside the pool trickled, rippling with fine ripples, shimmering like broken silver. There were no crowds or bustling markets around them, they had already left the city. Yen Rian stared out the window for quite a while before regaining her senses, a smile full of ambiguous meaning curving her lips. Why don't you say anything? At first, I thought you were just teasing him when you agreed to help you, turns out this idiot doesn't even know her own feelings. Her long, phoenix-shaped eyes were half closed, their ends pressed into an attractive curve. Do you still want to run away? Song Si. Seeing Xiao Shi still stunned, Yen Rian didn't urge her, she opened the curtain again to look outside, her gaze bright. Your Majesty and Ing Air will get off here, I haven't locked the chair cover. If you figure it out, come out yourself. Before Shenhe gets too angry after discovering you ran away, otherwise, recalling the special function of the jade bracelet, she couldn't help but tighten her collar and cast Song Si an expression of self-reliance with a glance to the back of her head, then turned around and leapt off with Ing Air. Song Si was torn internally, the thing she had been subconsciously avoiding these days had been dragged out by Yen Rian. Daily interactions, facing Shenhe's inexplicable familiarity, and the hot pinkish jade bracelet on her wrist forced her to face reality. What Yen Rian designed was very humane. The bracelet heated up on its surface, but not enough to cause burns, the inside only provided a warm sensation. Song Si sighed inwardly, feeling as if she had resigned herself to her fate. He slowly shrank back into the rear seat, closing the small door behind him, attempting to stand when he suddenly felt the vehicle sink. Someone had gotten on. How could someone have boarded while the carriage was still moving? Hadn't he seen Yen Rian and Ing Air both leap off together? Song Si's hand froze mid-air where it intended to open the seat, he felt as if all his blood had frozen, a buzzing sound surrounding him. Did Yen Rian drop something? Who else would have such light-footed skills in this remote countryside? But if Yen Rian returned, she would surely announce it. Could it be an assassin? Are the ones left behind by the old emperor trying to kill Yen Rian? That's not right though, Yen Rian has no enmity with him. The carriage remained quiet, with only the distant sound of the wind and the rumbling of the wheels audible. With rigid hands, Song Si mentally replayed every horror movie he'd ever watched, fearing the person inside the carriage would suddenly open the lid. Testing the situation, he gently poked upward several times. This person seemed to have sat down. I'm a genius. This person would never expect that there's someone hiding beneath there but. Shenhe lightly rubbed his temples wearily. He had worked non-stop over the last few days to clear accumulated official affairs, squeezing out time to catch a cat. Upon boarding the carriage, instead of acting upon hearing the mischievous thoughts from Shadow 11, he forced himself to suppress the impulse to flip open the cover to capture the cat. Closing his eyes to rest, he signaled the coachman that he was fine and decided to deal with the matter once they arrived. A little nostalgic for Shenhe's luxurious big carriage, what is this broken one, so bumpy and freezing? Winter had already set in, yet the space below was exceedingly cramped. Song Si wore merely a shadow guard uniform without a greatcoat, freezing throughout the journey. Switching carefully between actions within the limited space, hugging his arms while trembling. Freezing to death. Shenhe casually tapped the wooden panel twice, signaling the driver to bring in a charcoal brazier. Why is he knocking so well? No, will he find me? I barely moved slightly. Was my sound that loud? Song Si trembled violently in shock, clutching the edge of the cover tightly, praying inwardly that the other wouldn't lift the cover. Please don't lift the cover, please don't lift the cover. So far, he could only use lightfoot skills on rooftops and walls. To land steadily on a moving object like a carriage and not make a sound was still beyond him by a great margin. To sum it up, the other's martial art surpasses his strength, making him incapable of defeating the other. Moreover, he was lying on his back now, completely powerless to fight back. As Song Si nervously clutched the edges, unknowingly, his fingers began to regain warmth, the car gradually becoming pleasantly warm. In order to keep Song Si from getting too nervous, Shenhe tapped the carriage frame rhythmically, trying to make it seem like a casual action. The charcoal brazier was placed neatly in one corner of the carriage. Shenhe felt satisfied inside, this way little 11 wouldn't freeze. Why is it suddenly getting hotter? Having spent some time together, Shenhe had already trained himself to sleep soundly even amid a generator's hum. After Shenhe got on, the driver had already changed course, heading in a direction increasingly closer to the capital city. The man half reclined on a soft pillow, eyes closed for a nap, his lashes clearly defined, black as raven feathers. Even though he could now sleep easily, when Shenhe heard that sentence escape his lips, his brows instinctively twitched. He, does he actually want to burn me alive? I gotta get out fast. Shenhe. Song Si could vaguely hear the crackling sound of burning charcoal, his doubts growing heavier, and impulsively wanted to kick the lid open, catch the other off guard, then hastily flee. He gathered energy at his lower abdomen, readying himself, concentrating all his strength in his left foot, positioning himself to kick. But just as he was about to strike, the carriage swayed lightly twice and stopped. Master, we've arrived, came the respectful voice of the coachman from outside. Master? What master? Who's master? How did the coachman know who randomly boarded mid-journey? Song Si's heart rose to his throat, his foot still suspended mid-air in a kicking position. The carriage grew lighter, and a familiar voice reached Song Si's ears. After several days of labor and finally having a moment to rest, Shenhe's lazy tone was tinged with hoarseness. Understood, move the carriage into the palace hall. Song Si. For a moment, he wasn't sure whether he should be more shocked that the person who arrived was Shenhe or by what he had just said. Move what? Carry what into the palace hall? He's still inside the carriage. Chapter 89, Overbearing Prince and Witty Shadow Guard, 32. How could Shenhe be here? Shouldn't he be dealing with government affairs right now? The coronation ceremony is tomorrow. Isn't he afraid he won't make it back in time? And who would bring a carriage inside the palace hall? Could it be that he has discovered me? Impossible, I've hidden so well. Song Si anxiously thought about a strategy while his heart was dark with tension. The carriage swayed left and right twice, and several footsteps were heard around him. Suddenly, he felt a sense of weightlessness. Song Si's scalp went numb. He wasn't sure what Shenhe's intention was and just wanted to escape as soon as possible. Without hesitation this time, he forcefully kicked upward with his foot. There was no reaction from the seat cover. Song Si stubbornly kicked a few more times. It remained completely motionless. What's going on? I remember the cover can be lifted from inside, is it locked from the outside? He settled for the second option, wanting to get out through the small door on the side of the seat. Similarly, it had also been locked from the outside. The smell of charcoal inside the carriage became lighter because Shenhe had already ordered someone to remove the charcoal pot to prevent it from tipping over during transportation. The floor heating in the hall was warm and cozy, and the carriage was steadily placed at the center of the grand hall. Servants withdrew orderly, not making any sound throughout the process. Song Si was sweating profusely. The servants' footsteps gradually moved further away, and with a bang, the main doors closed tightly, cutting off communication with the outside world. The hall instantly fell into an oppressive silence. Inside the car seat, it was dim. Due to excessive tension, Song Si broke out in a cold sweat on his back. He wasn't sure if there was anyone else in the hall. Being confined in such a narrow space was extremely uncomfortable. After a few seconds of staring down this confinement, Song Si finally reached out and tapped gently, "Master, are you there?" The hall was terrifyingly quiet without a single sound. Song Si's lips quivered. He knew the other party wouldn't leave him alone here like this. Biting his teeth, he opened his mouth again and called out, "Shen Xiuzhu, you. Are you still here?" A soft chuckle echoed within the hall. "Remembering me now, do you?" Feeling squished and uneasy, Song Si switched positions, unintentionally brushing against the jade bracelet on his wrist. A sudden burning sensation jolted his whole body, eliciting a faint hiss. Hot. 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 An urgent flurry of footsteps from Shen He immediately followed. He clearly ordered the charcoal fire to be removed. What else could have burned him? The cover was lifted by someone, revealing the dim candlelight of the grand hall. Unbeknownst to him, it had already grown dark outside. Before Song Si could react, he was lifted out of the carriage. The familiar scent of sandalwood and agarwood surrounded him. "Where are you hurt?" Shen He's voice was slightly hurried. "The brack, Elet." Song Si lay flat on the bed, looking at him dumbfoundedly. "Shen He." Song Si blinked at him for a few seconds before realizing how dangerous this position seemed. Without wasting another moment, he tried slipping out between Shen He and the bed like an eel. "Where are you running to?" Before Song Si's head even managed to poke out, he was yanked back entirely, eyeing Shen He warily, resembling a fuming little cat. "Normally eating my food, sleeping under my roof, and kissing me, but now that you don't want it anymore, you think you can just run." Afraid he might freeze along the way, Shen He wrapped him up in quilts, securely covering him, his eyes deep and penetrating. "From the moment you came here, there was no escaping." He didn't return to the palace but found a nearby inn instead. Conveniently, they would all be returning to the palace together the next day. On the day when Song Si approached Yen Rusu, she had already informed him of everything about Xiao Shi's little schemes. Thus, both parties devised this plan from the beginning, keeping Song Si firmly within Shen He's sight the entire time. With its automatic positioning function built into the bracelet, he could effortlessly find Song Si's location. Song Si, muffled under the quilt, couldn't help but feel somewhat frightened yet familiar with Shen He's tone. His eyes kept darting around restlessly. "And isn't this proof that you couldn't run away?" Song Si's tone was flattery, hoping to quickly change the subject. Unsure whether Shen He knows about the jade bracelet's functions, he nervously hid his right hand deeper into the covers. The temperature of the jade bracelet gradually rose, diffusing a sweet sticky scent beyond the aroma of sandalwood and agarwood in the air. A layer of water mist formed before Song Si's eyes. For some inexplicable reason, his entire body began feeling restless. Uttering a soft whimper, he unconsciously rubbed his legs together in discomfort. A cool sensation touched his neck, as if Shen He put something around his neck. Curious, Song Si looked down and saw a piece of jade with words engraved on it. He only felt the surrounding air become scorching hot, as if something was missing. A layer of unnatural flush covered his face. Confused, he squeezed the jade piece and stared at it for a long time but couldn't clearly see the words on it. "Little Si." Shen He noticed the abnormality with Xiao Shi before he could act. The strange fragrance had no effect on him but made Song Si quite uncomfortable. Song Si panted lightly, unsure what was happening, and his forehead was damp with sweat. A cool, slender finger touched his forehead, and Song Si, half closing his eyes, comfortably grabbed the other's wrist and rubbed it against his face. Song Si's fever was alarming. Shen He worried he might have caught a cold on the way and instantly lost all his anger, getting up to find a doctor. But sensing Shen He's intention to leave, Song Si hurriedly sat up, grabbing his sleeve to stop him from leaving, looking flustered. "I'm uncomfortable." The jade bracelet on his wrist dangled, smooth and lustrous, mostly displaying a begonia pink color. The square patterns became more prominent, revealing red carnelian inside, exuding an intoxicating scent. Shen He's eyes twinkled slightly, a smile forming on his lips as he realized the reason for Song Si's strange state. His mother had explained to him the bracelet's function. Besides being a decorative item, it could add some excitement to the imperial couple's private life. As for this scent, he soothed Shadow 11, making him lie down, and gently kissed his forehead. Song Si mumbled and whined, pushing him away while murmuring incoherently, "You, don't kiss me there anymore. Is Shen He incapable or something? Just kissing the head like that, any real man would kiss the mouth." Shen He. Over these days, he had come to know little 11's nature, often rejecting verbally but secretly enjoying it. He helplessly patted the other's butt, hugging him close and slowly trailing down his nose. "Don't kiss me there anymore." Song Si felt dizzy, unconsciously clinging to the other person. What's going on? Why is it still uncomfortable after the kisses? Is Shen He stepping back? Oh my god, it's so hot. The burning sensation persisted, and Song Si's mind grew blurry. Not knowing what was happening, he instinctively pressed himself closer. Shen He's gaze intensified, moving steadily downward. Song Si lay obediently, allowing him to continue until he suddenly felt the chill when his pants were removed. Realizing what he and Shen He were about to do, he was startled and immediately jumped off the bed, clothes disheveled, and staggered toward the door. The night outside was pitch black, and the dim yellow candlelight flickered in the hall. In panic, Song Si tried to open the door but couldn't budge it. The palace door had already been locked tightly from the outside. Trembling, he turned to the window but stopped before taking any action, hearing Shen He's calm voice from behind. Stop thinking about it, the windows are locked too. Chapter 90, Overbearing Prince, Witty Shadow Guard, 33. He knew that Xiaoxi would run off halfway, and soft blankets had already been laid on the ground, so there was no way he would get cold. Because of this strange aroma, Song Ci wasn't standing steadily, his fingertips turning white. He slid down against the doorframe with half support, his brows tightly furrowed. Shenhei's shadow loomed over him, and a trace of fear flickered through Song Ci's heart. He timidly edged backward, his back tightly pressed against the door panel, unable to retreat any further. Because of the palace's heating system, his face was flushed from the heat, and Song Ci vigorously rubbed it. The bracelet on his wrist buzzed with vibration, then at the pattern joint, it split into two halves and kept extending. One piece glided like a small snake up Song Ci's waist to his other arm, obediently coiling around his wrist and forming a new jade bracelet. It can split apart too. Shenhei showed no change in expression, clearly knowing this function of the jade bracelet, the smile at the corner of his mouth even deeper. He didn't know why the man in front suddenly laughed so strangely. Sensing something was amiss, sure enough, the next moment the two jade bracelets acted like they had a magnetic pull, dragging his hands backwards. Losing control of his posture, Song Ci's hands were tightly restrained behind him, and he fell straight down. Shenhei pulled Song Ci back just before he hit the ground, soothing him with a few words as he carried him back inside. Shenhei, is it alive? Untie it for me quickly. Due to fear and tension, Song Ci's voice was unsteady, speaking in broken sentences. I can't untie it either, it has some spiritual nature, it will merge automatically when the time comes. Given Song Ci's condition made moving inconvenient, Shenhei complied by carrying him back to the couch. The hall was warm, and Song Ci was wrapped in quilts, sweat dripping down his back. Hearing the tinkling sound of porcelain colliding behind him, his body froze stiffly as he struggled to turn around for a look. There stood Shenhei, resting his chin on his hand, squatting beside a small cabinet, gazing seriously at jars and bottles within, lost in thought. Song Ci roughly guessed what the other intended to do. Trembling, he tried to flee, but his body betrayed his intentions, remaining completely still. This action amused Shenhei, who easily scooped him up again and hugged him close. Song Ci's teeth chattered, repeatedly demanding he be left alone. If only Shenhei couldn't hear his inner thoughts, Song Ci almost believed himself. Move a little more to the left. Shenhei followed his command, soon making Xiaoxi hum comfortably, his head tilting lazily to the side. Why did you kiss only my neck? Aren't you afraid others won't see? Wait. Every day, how could he? No, this is deadly. I still have to run. Lord help me, how could anyone be this domineering? His grip is so strong, pulling me not letting me go. Help. Just an accidental glance, the disjointed generator-like thoughts in his brain once again assaulted Shenhei's mind. He sighed softly, unable to bear the noise, and grabbed the squirming Song Ci, giving him a quick peck on the lips, bringing a momentary silence to his mind. Count sheep. Irritated by the noise, Shenhei's tone carried a hint of gritted teeth. Again. Making him count sheep again. What a strange habit. Even at such moments, thinking about making him count sheep. Song Ci naturally didn't listen, continuing to mutter curses inwardly. As a result, Shenhei's faint voice echoed behind his ear, if you move, I'll whip you 20 times tomorrow. Song Ci immediately became compliant, tears brimming in his eyes. Capitalist. Cruel capitalist. How dare you abuse your power? Count. Is there no law and order anymore? 30 lashes. 1 sheep. When Song Ci woke up again, the sun was already high in the sky. He felt refreshed and had already changed into clean undergarments. Last night Shenhei must have helped him clean up. The bracelet on his wrist had long since returned to its original form, even teasingly quivering under his melancholy gaze. Song Ci pouted his lips, cursing Yan Rian back and forth in his mind. How could she write something so abnormal? Besides emitting peculiar fragrances and splitting to lock people, this jade bracelet also had. Song Ci's head was dazed, supporting his body as he slowly climbed out of bed. However, his legs immediately gave way when he touched the ground, causing him to fall. An extra layer had been added to the soft blanket on the ground, so Song Ci didn't feel much pain from falling. Yet, the soreness in his waist made him lie on the ground for quite a while before managing to get up. The interior layout of the hall was different from yesterday. Rubbing his sore eyes, he realized he was back in Changle Palace. The maid waiting outside naturally heard the not-so-soft thud and hurriedly opened the door to enter. Xuecha helped him back to the bed, her expression anxious. Mistress, are you hurt? Why did you get out of bed? If you're thirsty, just call me. Song Ci was startled by being called mistress and got goosebumps. He awkwardly replied, it's still better to call me young master as before. After speaking, Song Ci realized his voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable. He lay on his side, sipping warm water handed by Zhu in small gulps. When did I return? Where is Shenhei? At the mention of this, Xuecha's eyes immediately curved into a smile. Young master, you were carried in by His Majesty. This morning, His Majesty left early to prepare for the coronation ceremony. He should be back in about half an hour. She placed a soft pillow under Song Si so he could lean more comfortably, truly delighted by the harmonious relationship between the emperor and empress. But His Majesty specifically instructed us to keep an eye on you, saying that he already arranged your elder brothers to take turns looking after you. It's also because your current body condition can't handle running around recklessly. Brother? What brother? Song Si couldn't help but glance at the ceiling beam, then placed the bowl back onto the tray. I'm fine. I want to sleep some more. You all can go down. After Xuecha and Zhu Sha left, Song Si sat up a little straighter, trying to cover up suspiciously pulling at his collar while tentatively calling out, Leader. Shadow 5. Shadow. In response, two dark figures descended from their hidden spots. Ingshi stood an arm's length away with folded arms, while Ingjiu, rubbing his sore waist, leaned against Ingshi for support. Shadow 1 went off to rest. Today, I and Little Ten are on duty, ouch. Upon seeing the marks on Song Si's neck, Ingjiu couldn't help but inhale sharply, Master, what exactly happened? What exactly happened? Footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by Shenhei's cold voice drifting in. This chapter has been revised multiple times for review purposes, almost beyond recognition, equal to or succeeds equal to or precedes. Chapter 91, Overbearing Prince, Witty Shadow Guard, 34. How could this be so coincidental? Ingjiu turned to stone on the spot, still vividly remembering the days of sweeping toilets this month. Outside the hall, there was a commotion as all the servants kneeled on the ground, bowing their heads in respect and calling out, Your Majesty. The lattice doors opened to both sides, letting in the afternoon sunlight. Song Si looked up and saw Shenhei dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe embroidered with a long totem, adorned with clouds at the hem. His tall and elegant figure was crowned with a diadem, from which tassels and pearl chains dangled gracefully as he moved. To meet Ingshi as soon as possible, Shenhei had simplified all the complex parts of the grand ceremony, finishing them quickly and returning without delay. Ingjiu subtly dodged behind Ingshi, he really didn't want to sweep toilets again. Shenhei ignored him, walking past directly toward Song Si. Are you awake? Song Si nodded, peering over Shenhei's forearm towards his head. Today, the tiara atop his head seemed higher, forcing the string indicating favorability to shift its position yet again, floating upward. What are you looking at? Shenhei thought he was curious about the crown, obligingly lowering his head for a better view. 96. Raising so fast. What 96? Confused, Shenhei couldn't understand these strange thoughts that kept bubbling up since Xiaoxi damaged his brain. He refrained from asking and gently hugged the person on the bed, inspecting carefully and complimented, You seem quite energetic. A loud voice suddenly erupted inside his mind after a brief pause. Do you even call this just fine? Even Ingjiu can tell. Yesternight's ordeal kept me awake until late, no rest, no sleep, and then made me count sheep despite feeling resentful. Today I wake up with back pain, and you say, just fine. Just fine. Is there any justice in heaven? Is there any law under the king? I feel like my dark circles might drop right into my mouth. Once given an opening by Shi, this mouth ran non-stop, incessant chatter filled the air. Seeing the two's peculiar staring moment, Ingjiu quietly pulled Ingshi, planning to escape to the beam above. Inwardly flustered, Song Si's eyes continuously darted toward Shenhei's head. He was too professional, checking last night's condition during their passionate moments, observing those numbers atop Shenhei's head. It seemed his initiative led to several points being added each time. Could it be that the condition for adding favorability is through taking the initiative oneself? Since he had already sorted out his own feelings, determination struck him. Grasping the other's collar, he planted a kiss on him. Caught off guard, Shenhei prepared to grasp his nape for the next step but watched Song Si swiftly separate, glancing excitedly once more at his forehead. Did the score go up? Why is it still 96? Shenhei, is there something wrong with you? Shenhei. After observing for a while, certain that his master hadn't noticed him, Ingjiu softly pulled Ingshi, ready to make a quiet retreat. Ingjiu, Shenhei, teased by Song Si, spoke in an unfriendly tone, unsure what this round of antics was about. Ingjiu froze on the spot, awkwardly turning around to face his punishment. You dare. But before Shenhei could finish his reprimand, another tightening at the collar silenced him once more as Song Si boldly initiated another kiss. Grateful, Ingshi cast Song Si a glance and without hesitation leapt away with Ingjiu. This time, Song Si did not stop at a fleeting touch, trying to emulate Shenhei's longer kisses. But just as his lips scorched Shenhei's tender lips, he froze instantly. So, what's the next step? This time, he pressed slightly over Shenhei, propped up on his body lip to lip with a blank stare. Previously, the other party always held and kissed him, requiring only that he submit silently. Now, with the roles reversed, he wasn't sure what to do next. Their warm breath intertwined, neither knew how long they remained in this stalemate. Shenhei showed no intention of taking further action either. Biting his teeth, Song Si recalled the steps from before, extending his tongue cat-like to flick lightly over Shenhei's lips. The next second, he suddenly realized what he was doing, blushing crimson like a ripe apple, quickly retreating. Shenhei clearly didn't intend to let him off easily, circling his arms around his waist and pulling him back for a lip lock. The jade bracelet on his right wrist heated up again. Stammering twice, all the words Song Si wanted to say were blocked, leaving a rare silence in his mind. When the two separated again, Song Si's mind felt dizzy, his lips crimson. Unbeknownst to them, they had sat up again. He clung to Shen Heyi's neck in an embrace, tilting his head once more to look at the top of Shen Heyi's head. There, a glowing 97 was prominently displayed. He didn't know what would happen when this favorability reached its peak. Would there be some kind of reward? Shen Heyi nuzzled against him, gently pecking his earlobe. Our grand wedding is set for next month, and most preparations are done. After the wedding, it will soon be the new year. Perfect timing for celebrations. Although still slightly embarrassed, Song Si numbly nodded, his mind yet to fully recover from the previous moment. His right ear tingling from gentle nibbles, Shen Heyi's inner voice finally rang out again. Why only one side? Make it even. Shen Heyi resignedly switched sides. How did you find me back then? Song Si asked, closing his eyes contentedly as Shen Heyi's hand massaged the soreness in his lower back, reminding him of yesterday's events. The jade bracelet on his wrist suddenly vibrated twice, almost boasting. Song Si looked down curiously. In the translucent jade bracelet, streaks of deep pink swirled, almost obscuring the entire white jade surface. Shen Heyi's voice sounded above. Do you remember the jade pendant mentioned by the steward in the third prince's residence? Song Si looked up. This jade bracelet and that jade pendant are a pair. He took the jade pendant from his waist and tapped it lightly with his curved finger. The jade pendant immediately trembled violently, pointing upward toward Song Si. Song Si. Dumbfounded, he leapt off Shen Heyi, standing at a distance, and then took 2 steps to the left. The jade pendant tilted slightly, pointing toward him. Not believing his luck, he attempted to jump onto the roof beam for another try but forgot his current physical condition and that the beam in the hall was much higher than in the third prince's house. Song Si barely grazed the beam before plummeting heavily back to the ground with a dull thud. The jade pendant hanging from Shen Heyi's waist obligingly pointed upward for an instant, then settled steadily, pointing at Song Si lying helplessly on the floor pretending to be dead. Everything happened so fast that Shen Heyi didn't have time to react. All he could do was watch his little 11 splat on the ground, curling into a small ball. His starlike gaze flickered faintly, a light chuckle escaping him without thought. Hearing it, Song Si reddened with embarrassment, burying his head with anger and leaving Shen Heyi with just a glimpse of his back. Silent grumbles bubbled within him. Shen Heyi, you're done. You won't be allowed on my bed this month. A leg was lifted behind him, and Shen Heyi effortlessly scooped him up from the floor, offering kisses to the corners of his eyes apologetically. Kissing my eyes won't work unless you kiss the other side too. Shen Heyi then kissed his left eye. Nose needs it too. And then his nose received the same treatment. Then, lips. Before he could finish the thought, the other had already captured his lips quickly. Song Si. Wait, something felt off. Chapter 92, The Dominant Prince and the Witty Shadow Guard, 35. Is he controlled by sound? Why does he follow my thoughts so closely? He looked at Shen Heyi with suspicion, but the latter didn't meet his eyes. Cheeks. Shen Heyi remained still. Alas, he doesn't kiss me anymore. Shen Heyi. Shen Heyi sighed helplessly and kissed him lightly on the cheek. Song Si's expression stiffened, and he stared blankly at him. It's over. Shen Heyi looked up, not understanding what was going through his mind. Song Si's fingers grew rigid. He couldn't understand why last night the other seemed so accommodating to his every whim. Could he hear his inner voice? Last night and the bits of past memories replayed in his mind like a movie. All night long, despite his protests, he had moaned for more while calling out for gentleness but wanting it to never stop. In his mind, wherever he directed, Shen Heyi followed. Whatever he imagined, Shen Heyi touched. Could all this have been heard by Shen Heyi? And that first kiss after returning from the palace to the third prince's residence in the carriage, how eerily similar the situation was now. At the time, when Shen Heyi had suggested balance, he had kissed the other eye, then declared Song Si's lips were beautiful and kissed him there too. As Song Si thought more about it, he realized something was wrong, so he jumped suddenly from Shen Hei's arms, stammering. You. Asterisk and %. The more he thought about it, the more shameful it became. He tried to suppress his thoughts, but the other just blinked innocently and said gently, What's wrong, little Si? Just thinking about how these days he was exposed completely to Shen Heyi, who listened to his mouth's contradictions, made him want to bash his head against a pillar. And his teeth chattered, wrapping himself in the quilt as he angrily pointed at Shen Heyi, so, you heard everything when I secretly planned to escape. Not a question. Shen Heyi tilted his head to look at him, his eyes filled with amusement. Holding nothing in his hands, he didn't refute. Song Si. So when I was hiding in the seat, bragging about my intelligence, you heard that too. Not only did you not warn me, but you also tapped the chair to scare me. Little Si, I assure you, I wasn't scaring you, I just heard you saying it was cold, so I had someone bring a brazier. Listening to Shen Heyi respond fluently to his inner voice, Song Si almost burst into tears, cheeks burning red. He had never felt more embarrassed in his life. No wonder he made him count sheep during horse rides. Even in bed when he had asked to count sheep. It turned out that he went around in circles because Shenhe found him too noisy. Song Si burrowed lightly into the covers, gradually sinking into depression. I might as well die. Seeing Song Si's disheartened silhouette, Shenhe wanted to laugh but dared not. So he forced himself to kneel onto the bed to comfort him. However, before his hand even touched Song Si, an eerie voice sounded within Shenhe's mind, Shenhe, you're done. Realizing Shenhe could hear his inner voice, Song Si decided to forego talking altogether and peeked out of the blanket with sorrowful eyes, I'm telling you, this month. You can forget about sharing my bed. Lifting his gaze once more, he saw no hint of remorse on Shenhe's face, instead noticing the affection level displayed on his forehead rising to 98. Even reached 98. Why are you increasing the good feeling right now? He was furious. I'm angry. Shenhe. Shenshouju. Get it through your head, I'm mad. Don't you dare laugh. He swatted away Shenhe's approaching hand, ranting in his mind. Alright. Shenhe also refrained from irritating him further and quickly embraced him, whispering soothingly, I started hearing your thoughts ever since you hit your head, given how bizarre it is, I wouldn't know how to explain, right? Song Si let out a huff but didn't say anything. Shenhe was helpless, patting his back to soothe him. Thinking of the strange words Song Si and Yen Rush often mentioned, he asked, what's this affection level? This time it was Song Si's turn to be struck motionless. Given Shenhe could hear his inner thoughts, he struggled to think up a countermeasure, drenched in sweat. They stared at each other silently until Song Si was about to give up and confess. Suddenly, an urgent report came from outside the room, Your Majesty, people from the 4th Prince's palace passed a message stating that the Crown Princess's condition has suddenly worsened, asking Your Majesty to send the imperial physician. Both men saw the astonishment reflected in each other's expressions. Shenhe approved the request of the guards outside, helped Song Si dress, and hurriedly headed toward Shenheyang's residence. Shenhe hadn't lied to the idle emperor either. The crown prince and second older brother had already arrived at the border on the day the idle emperor passed away. Whether they survived would depend on their fortune. Shenhe had long arranged for plenty of soft cushions in the carriage, allowing Song Si to rest comfortably. The warmth from the charcoal fire heated the carriage. Due to their concern for Wen Lian, neither of them brought up what had happened before. The temperature these few days had been gradually dropping, so he had packed more clothing for Song Si before they left, wrapping him tightly in a thick cloak. Didn't Wen Lian look much better the other day? Why has he suddenly gotten worse? There was worry in Song Si's eyes. The Empress of the 4th Prince had been visiting him at the palace lately and running around like a little firecracker, impossible for the maids to stop her. He naturally harbored a faint sense of goodwill towards her, so upon hearing this news, his anxiety couldn't be helped. His illness is too mysterious. This has happened before, every time we think he's almost healed, it relapses. Shenhe embraced him gently and patted him, trying to console. Song Si's eyes lowered and gazed absently, shifting his gaze to his neck. Shenhe seemed to have given him a jade pendant last night. He remembered there were characters on it, but his vision was too blurred at the time, unable to clearly see. He pulled out the worn jade and tilted his head to take a closer look. It appeared as if the word "ci" was carved in the middle, with a string of strange symbols below that, which looked like some kind of script he didn't recognize. What are the symbols beneath this? He tugged on Shenhe's sleeve, asking for an explanation. There are no words underneath. Shenhe glanced at him in confusion. No words. The symbols beneath the jade were neatly carved into a row, not flowers or birds, nor plants or trees, evidently some form of language. But Shenhe's expression didn't seem fake. He scrutinized the jade pendant once again, feeling certain that he should know what this script was, yet he could not recall it no matter how hard he tried. Your Majesty, we've arrived. The voice of the eunuch came from outside, and Shenhe supported Song Si down from the carriage. Even before entering the mansion, they could already faintly detect a strong scent of herbal medicine. Song Si shoved away his doubts, anxiously running inside the residence. Wen Lian's painful groans could be faintly heard, mixed with a subtle hint of bloodstains in the air. Chapter 93, Overbearing Prince and Witty Shadow Guard, 36. Outside the house, the imperial physicians knelt on the ground, trembling as they reported to Shenheang. Song Si listened for a moment outside the door and then rushed into the room anxiously. Inside, Wen Lian looked listless, his lips pale with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. His unfocused pupils stared blankly towards the door. Did anyone come in? Wen Lian smiled faintly at the corner of his lips, his voice filled with excitement upon hearing Song Si's response, I'm fine, don't worry about me, it's just an old ailment. I was arguing today that I wanted to go to the palace to play with you, but a yang didn't allow it. Who would have thought you'd come here yourself? He reached out blindly and grabbed Song Si's hand. After a moment he started to look troubled. Has His Majesty come too? Did I interrupt you too? I heard your wedding is coming soon, congratulations. Wen Lian rambled on nonsensically, mumbling to himself, you two should also persuade a yang for me. 2 or 3 years is enough. If it wasn't for him, I would have long. His voice gradually weakened, holding on to Song Si's arm in a pleading manner, while the faint scent of medicine wafted from his body. Song Si had overheard roughly what happened outside, after this episode, Wen Lian's condition worsened. The royal physicians estimated that he only had 2 to 3 more years left to live. Shen Haiyang's expression turned dark, as he remained outside the room after hearing the news, not wanting to disturb Wen Lian's recuperation. On the other hand, Wen Lian seemed to be in the best spirits, even finding time to joke around with Song Si. Shen Hai and Song Si stayed at Shen Haiyang's princely residence until evening before returning to the palace. In the following 2 days, Wen Lian's health gradually improved, and as soon as he could get out of bed, he began shouting that he wanted Shen Haiyang to take him to the palace to play. Seeing that his complexion had improved somewhat, Song Si finally felt reassured and began helping Shen Haiyang search for a doctor, even writing to Yen Rush to inquire if she had created any characters based on renowned physicians. The grand wedding of the new emperor and empress was set for the 6th day of the first lunar month. Song Si kept her promise by inviting the recovering Wen Lian into the palace, following closely behind him like a little rabbit, praising how good-looking he was non-stop. After a complicated wedding banquet, Song Si, still wearing her veil, collapsed onto the bed, feeling utterly exhausted. She waited for quite some time for Shen He to return, but seeing no sign of him, she simply climbed into bed herself to take a quick nap. The red candles flickered inside the room, and after sleeping for an unknown period, Song Si was groggily awakened by Shen He, who informed her that it was time to drink the ceremonial union wine. Considering that Song Si was not a woman, her wedding robe was of the male style, slightly more intricate than Shen He's, and the headpiece was designed to be simpler. Despite this, the day's events had drained her significantly. Under the warm glow of the candlelight, Song Si, half asleep and half awake, obediently lifted the cup of wine handed to her by the other person. Over these past few days, she had carefully observed that, whether it be kisses or more intimate acts, Shen He's approval meter never rose. Not until tonight, after drinking the ceremonial wine, did the blue light above his head begin to flash continuously, blinking incessantly without stopping. Shen He had long grown accustomed to Song Si's peculiar behavior and paid no heed to her eyes constantly darting upwards. Instead, he moved down along her collarbone, undressing her layer by layer, causing shivers throughout her body. How strange, why does it keep flashing? Just because I crossed over with a useless approval display is one thing, now it's even malfunctioning. Terrible. And isn't the mind-reading feature really not for me? What use do you have for a golden finger when you're not the one crossing over? Unhappy with Song Si's wandering attention, Shen He increased his force slightly. That night, back in the palace, Song Si had been furious at Shen He for a long time because he could hear her inner thoughts. Sometimes, she would wake up in the middle of the night feeling increasingly embarrassed and crawl into a corner scratching the floor with her toes. Helplessly, he had consoled her for many days before Xia Shi slowly came to terms with reality. Song Si let out a soft hum as she continued muttering profanities in her heart, completely unaware that she had already been stripped as smooth as an egg. As the actions progressed, the blue beam above Shen He's head flickered faster, alternating between 99 and 98 repeatedly, until it blurred into a single mass of light, making Song Si start to wonder whether Shen He would explode in the next second. Shen He helplessly realized that Song Si's mind could wander even during such intimate moments and couldn't resort to having her count sheep like before. He decided to physically engage her so much that she wouldn't have time to think about anything else. Under the moonlight and beneath the swaying shadows of candles, the night deepened. Her consciousness gradually became fragmented and blurred. Just as she caught a final glimpse of the number on Shen He's forehead jumping to 99, she patted his back contentedly and drifted off to sleep. After ascending to power, Shen He has always been decisive and ruthless, swift and unyielding in his actions. At the start, the ministers in the court had obstructed Shen He's decision to crown Song Si as empress. They later conceded by allowing him to hold a selection competition to fill the harem, but all of their propositions were systematically rejected by Shen He. Shen He then embarked on a military campaign with General He to quell border conflicts. In his wake, several rounds of purges saw corrupt officials executed or stripped of their properties. Shen He initiated extensive talent scouting programs, effecting a great reshuffle among the ranks of the imperial court. After witnessing the new emperor's adept governance, dissenting voices from the imperial court gradually subsided. On that night, Song Si noticed Shen He's approval rating jump to 99 and belatedly began to feel uneasy. According to Yen Rush, once she increased Shen He's approval meter to the maximum, she would be able to return to her original world. She might have been overjoyed at first when she just arrived here, relentlessly pursuing an increase in his approval meter day by day. But now that they had become lovers, returning to her original world meant a permanent farewell. Anxiety weighed heavily on her mind. On several occasions when Shen He returned from the court wanting to get close, she resisted, hoping this approval meter could deduct some points instead. It was evidently impossible. Seeing her chaotic thoughts spewing out again with terminologies he didn't understand, Shen He resorted directly to physical measures, forcefully holding Song Si close and showering her with kisses. Song Si's anxiety lingered for quite a while, but Shen He's blue approval meter never fluctuated. No matter how they got intimate, the string of blue light remained unwavering, even showing signs of malfunctioning, disappearing temporarily before reappearing occasionally after a few years to remind them that Shen He's approval level was still 99. It made Song Si nearly believe this line of blue numbers was a hallucination of hers. In the ensuing years, Shen He didn't take any concubines. Instead, he adopted a child from a collateral branch of the royal family to cultivate as the next crown prince, effectively shutting up those old ministers. They lived together for several decades until Song Xiai passed away first. Surrounded by the crown prince and younger generations, Song Xiai lay quietly in Shen Hei's embrace, closing her eyes softly as she felt his gentle caress of her hair. Just before closing her eyes for good, the long-absent blue glow above Shen Hei's head flickered, steadily jumping to 100. An unfamiliar electronic voice rang in her ear, "Congratulations, host, completed mission. Entering next world. Little Xiai, what is my name?" Her consciousness fading, Song Xiai murmured in response, "Shen Hei." Incorrect. In the unseen moments, Shen Hei also closed his eyes slowly, following her into eternity. Chapter 94, Shen Heiang times Wen Lian, OVA. Before marrying Wen Lian, Shen Heiang was prepared to respect and treat him as a guest for the rest of his life. But the leisurely emperor, to torment him, randomly ordered some poor blind son from a humble family to be forced upon him, saying that it was appropriate for the fool to match with the blind man. Considering the other party was equally coerced by authority, on their wedding night, he did not displease Wen Lian and stayed in the bridal chamber. A jade-like person sat obediently on the bed waiting for him, wearing a festive veil, unaware of how long he had been sitting there, his head nodding off due to exhaustion. Shen Heiang chuckled as he pushed the door open. He was just about to speak up and tell him to sleep when suddenly, a growl came from the young man's stomach. Wen Lian's forehead suddenly drooped, woken up by the sound of his own stomach. He groggily felt around, completely unaware of the extra person in the room. Shen Heiang forgot to speak up and stood still, quietly watching what the young man would do next. Wen Lian cautiously listened around, roughly confirming there were no footsteps outside. Then, he stealthily reached behind him, grabbing a date and hastily chewing it. Still unsatisfied after finishing it, he stole 2 more dates, carefully eating them one by one. The bridal matron told him before the marriage that, since they were both men, in order to make it easier for the 4th prince during their honeymoon, he wasn't allowed to eat anything all day. By now, Wen Lian's stomach was grumbling emptily. Shen Heiang watched entranced as Wen Lian quickly finished off a few lychees and red dates, then gently coughed and spoke up to indicate his presence. Wen Lian trembled with fright, holding half a date in his hand, unsure whether to eat it or not. Hastily chewing the food already in his mouth under the cover, he feared being asked to spit it out. Seeing his tense demeanor, Shen Heiang couldn't help but laugh softly. "Don't worry, I'll have someone bring snacks shortly. You won't get full with just these." Shen Heiang picked up the ceremonial scale and carefully lifted Wen Lian's veil. At the first sight of him, he was momentarily stunned. His features resembled delicately carved jade, translucent almond-shaped eyes, and lips smeared bright red with lipstick made Shen Heiang unable to find any flaws. But his pupils were dilated. Shen Heiang's Adam's apple moved, his heart racing, stumbling as he walked. Quickly calling someone to prepare snacks, he steadied Wen Lian, who tried to rise in panic and bow towards him. Fearing that Wen Lian might accidentally step on scattered lychees on the floor, his original plan to leave at midnight went to waste. That night, they chatted under the quilt until dawn. Wen Lian had a lively temperament and often chirped incessantly like a sparrow, hovering around Shen Heiang. When he first arrived at the mansion, unfamiliar with the furnishings, he collided several times with furniture, bruising himself all over, yet he didn't learn. Always eager to run off and find Shen Heiang. Initially, he also suspected that Shen Heiang might be an undercover spy sent by the imperial sorcerer. For a period, he warned himself not to be beguiled and gradually tried to distance himself from the other man. However, Wen Lian, like a small son, always kept coming close. During the nights when he and Shen Heiang planned layouts and worked tirelessly till late hours, a lamp would always be left burning for him. Even though utterly exhausted, Wen Lian would stubbornly sit on the bed, his head bobbing, waiting for him to return. While he toiled away handling matters, Wen Lian patiently gave him massages. It was when Wen Lian fell ill for the first time that Shen Heiang truly understood his feelings. All this while interacting with his young consort, the other seemed no different from an ordinary person, making him forget that the leisurely emperor sought out a frail and sickly little blind boy for him. When he saw Wen Lian lying pale on the bed, convulsing with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, it was the first time since losing his father in childhood that he felt such heart-wrenching anguish. In a panic, he sought assistance from his elder brother's subordinates, secretly searching across the land for renowned physicians and doctors, narrowly bringing Wen Lian back from the brink of death. Yet, everyone said that the consort of the 4th prince wouldn't survive past a year. He stayed by Wen Lian's bedside night and day, a stubble forming on his chin. Ultimately, it was Wen Lian, the gravely ill patient, who comforted him instead, hugging his head and rubbing against his chin, laughing and saying, "Since I'm the one who's sick, why do you look worse than me?" Shen Heiang denied it, but Wen Lian couldn't see it. Not caring whether he could see or not, Wen Lian forcibly made Shen Heiang lie down, commanding him to rest immediately and stop staying by his side. With his slight frame, there was no way Wen Lian could push Shen Heiang away. Shen Heiang lay down reluctantly, taking the opportunity to place a red string around his neck, creating a soft clinking sound. Startled, Wen Lian lowered his head, feeling his chest, asking what it was. Shen Heiang explained it was a longevity lock he had prayed for, hoping Wen Lian, his beloved, would live 100 years. Wen Lian, his eyes curving into a bright smile, cupped Shen Heiang's cheeks and said, "Shen Heiang must also live 100 years. Ever since when Lien fell critically ill that time, Shenheung treated him with the utmost care. He quietly searched for many doctors to help nurture his health, meticulously attending to every aspect of his life. He managed to survive the death sentence from the doctors, lasting until the autumn of the following year. Under his days of care, little consort Wen gained a rosy complexion, putting on weight and not resembling the stick-thin figure he was when he first arrived. Even so, Shenheung continued searching across the land for renowned doctors on behalf of Wen Lien. Eventually, just before the autumn hunt, he picked up some leads and led Wen Lien to a mysterious doctor who extended his life expectancy to 5 years. Full of joy, he took little Wen back to the capital. By the time of Jin, his brother's plan was nearly completed and only awaited the final step. He stayed at the third prince's mansion with Wen Lien for a while. After returning home, little Wen frequently whined about wanting to play with Song Si. Though a little jealous, he still let her go. After Shenheung ascended the throne, he busied himself helping settle matters post-coronation, offering much assistance. On regular days, he left Wen Lien in the hands of the royal guards, bringing him to the palace to be looked after. The imperial physicians carefully examined Wen Lien daily. However, his sudden onset of illness caught everyone off guard this time. Shenheung summoned almost all the court physicians to barely save Wen Lien. His disease remained perplexingly strange, leaving the medical experts helpless. Still, Wen Lien reassured each of them, claiming he was fine. From then on, he would suffer from an episode annually, his body growing weaker year by year. Shenheung decided they would remain in the capital, where every year a team of people was assigned to search for medical treatment for Wen Lien. In this way, they managed to sustain his life for 6 years. At the end of the 6th year winter, Wen Lien could barely walk and spent less and less time awake, peacefully nestled in Shenheung's arms most of the day, occasionally chatting with Song Si when she visited the mansion. In the 7th year's spring, Shenheung took Wen Lien's longevity lock and left the capital. His little consort expressed a wish to see the scenery outside of the city. Chapter 95. He's been eyeing me. 1. Isn't this the place already? I've already said my route was correct. Alright, it was a longer detour, but aren't we already at the Miao village? Consciousness gradually returning, Song Si only felt as if he'd had an extremely long dream, his head splitting with pain. In the dream, he seemed to have crossed 3 different worlds, and then there were 3 male protagonists. He propped his head up, painfully opening his eyes, glancing around. At this moment, he was sitting in a tank off-road vehicle. Around him lay dense forests, and far away stood a roughly visible village. He was just an ordinary office worker, having agreed with colleagues to go on a self-driving tour in Guizhou during the National Day break. However, they got lost halfway through the trip. In their group of 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, the talkative man seated behind the wheel was named Shu Lechi. He had been the mastermind of this trip, asserting that no guide was necessary, as driving oneself was more relaxing and less restrictive, saving money. But midway into the drive, once inside the mountains, he forgot the route but stubbornly insisted that he hadn't made any mistakes. After wandering for quite some time, they saw the outline of the Miao village just before dusk. The gate was built with hard wood, covered with black rubble, red lanterns and Miao tribal banners hanging from above, casting a faint red glow. The group got out of the car and entered the Miao village, walking further inward. The streets were narrow and winding, streams flowing gently, and everywhere stilt houses built along the mountainsides. However, almost no people were seen, save for a few grandmothers and grandfathers seated in front of their courtyards, looking oddly toward Song Si. Huh. Did we come to the wrong place? I remember the promotional picture of the Miao village not being like this. Yao Xintian slapped Shu Lechi lightly, perplexed and looking around, and there's not even a single souvenir or snack shop here. There isn't a single tourist shadow other than us. She couldn't help shivering. Could you possibly have come to the wrong place? When I checked the strategy guide, I read that some Miao regions still practice sorcery. That's impossible. Even though Shu Lechi also noticed something was off, his pride wouldn't let him admit defeat, so he kept arguing back. There are so many Miao villages, maybe the one we're at is simply less known. Song Si's mind was dazed, and he didn't join the conversation. A strange feeling of discomfort lingered in his heart. After circling around the village several times, almost every household they passed caused the inhabitants to look at them cautiously, making them feel uneasy under scrutiny. Without an inn in the village, and retracing their steps deep into the mountain late at night too dangerous, they decided to prepare for a makeshift night in their car. When the 5 of them arrived at the entrance of the village and were about to get into the car, right at that moment, the sound of silverware colliding, ding-ling-dang-lang, cut through the night sky. Song Si turned around curiously. Lifting his eyes, he saw a tall, slim youth staring at him. The boy's looks were exceptionally handsome, his skin white as fine snow, smiling slightly. The youth wore a navy blue and black cross-collar jacket embroidered with colorful dragons, phoenixes, and flying birds, paired with a pleated long skirt. At his waist was a black sash, while his feet were clad in straw shoes. On his neck rested a silver collar, shaped like a half-moon engraved with bird phoenix patterns and adorned with several red gemstones. The silver wires embedded several silver butterflies, linked to small bells resembling flower pistils, producing a soft tinkling sound with each of the youth's movements. In the pale moonlight, these reflected a chill silver shine. A silver crown filled with paulownia flowers sat on his head, and dangling from his earlobes were a pair of 3-mule pendant silver earrings. His features were beautiful, his eyelashes distinctively black like crow feathers, and his Dan Feng eyes added charm to him, captivating the soul. After the young man appeared, for unknown reasons, the villagers all came out of their homes to warmly receive them. Unable to decline such hospitality, they followed the young man into a stilt house owned by an old woman. "Brother, are you here visiting Shijiang?" Bai Yizhu had been watching Song Xiai intently ever since their first encounter, naturally taking his hand and pulling him to sit beside her. Song Xiai nodded, recalling how Yao Xintian told him earlier that the Miao people referred to males as Gij and females as Imie. Hesitating, he responded, "Yes, brother Gij, can we stay overnight here?" A flicker of surprise passed over the youth's eyes, then turning into unrelenting laughter, "Sure." Seeing that the youth obviously looked younger than himself, Song Xiai felt embarrassed and quickly apologized, "Did I call it wrong? Shouldn't I be addressing a younger brother instead? There's no need to change. Keep calling me this way." After everyone had eaten their fill, Bai Yizhu arranged for them to stay in 2 households of the villagers. Except for a same-sex couple, the remaining 3 individuals each received their own bedroom. The room was old, with quilts embroidered full of peonies decades ago, and after searching the entire room, Song Xiai could not find a lamp. Reluctantly, he took a seat next to the kerosene lamp near the bed. "Gij." The door was knocked twice. The lock on the door where Song Xiai stayed had broken, and Bai Yizhu entered without waiting for a response after hearing someone inside acknowledge her presence. "Is this the power bank you asked for?" The mobile signal in the mountains was terrible. As soon as they entered, their phones lost the signal entirely, and now only a trickle of battery life remained. After dinner, they had inquired if the villagers' home had anywhere they could charge their devices, but the settlement was too underdeveloped, providing no means to do so. Unexpectedly, Bai Yizhu proactively brought a portable charger over to his room after returning. Song Xiai couldn't help but feel delighted and thanked her, quickly connecting his phone to the charging cable. Seeing Song Xi's smile, Bai Yizhu naturally joined him by sitting down on the bed, then suddenly asked, "Gij, are you and that female colleague traveling with you a couple?" Song Xiai was puzzled by the question, yet felt inexplicably fond of Bai Yizhu ever since they first met. With the gesture of bringing him the power bank adding to his positive impression, he didn't take much offense, happily sitting cross-legged on the bed as he answered. "Not at all, just regular colleagues. But there is indeed a male couple among us, you should have noticed them, they're the pair sitting opposite us tonight." As soon as Song Xiai mentioned the male couple in their group, Bai Yizhu's eyes lit up. Leaning closer to Song Xiai, she looked at him expectantly, asking hesitantly, "So does Gij like men too?" Song Xiai was startled by Bai Yizhu's sudden closeness and quickly retreated backward, only to bump his head painfully against the wall behind him. Holding his head in pain, he mumbled in response, "I don't like men, I like women." "What kind of woman does Gij like?" Bai Yizhu pressed further, her brow furrowing slightly, never taking her eyes off Song Xiai. Her body exuded a pleasant fragrance. Someone with fair skin, tall and slender build, Danfeng-shaped eyes, a prominent nose. He abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Ever since waking up from his sleep in the car, Song Xiai hadn't retained any memory of the people he'd seen earlier. But when he caught sight of Bai Yizhu tonight, it had been an instant jolt, and somehow, he had just unconsciously described her features. His ears turned bright red, and he hastily covered his face with his hands. A soft laugh reached his ears. Bai Yizhu relaxed visibly, standing up and saying casually that she understood before reminding him, "Don't leave the window wide open at night. Though it's spring, the mosquitoes here can be quite venomous." Song Xiai nodded obediently, rising to close the windows tightly. Just as he was about to turn around, he was abruptly pulled into an embrace by the boy behind him. In this world, don't involve third parties in watching. The aggressor has lived in the deep mountain village since childhood, devoid of morality, and truly exhibits pathological behavior. It's black under white innocence. This is a younger romantic lead, involving private settings about poisons, curses, and legends. Cuck. Chapter 96, The Miaojiang Teenager, He Has His Eyes on Me, too. Song Xiai was startled and quickly pushed him away. He couldn't move him. His heart pounded with anxiety, unsure of what the other person's intentions were. Was this a special way of saying goodbye in the Miao culture? A hug before departure. The subtle fragrance from Bai Yizhu permeated his nostrils. When Song Xiai found himself fully embraced, he realized the disparity in strength between him and the young man. Bai Yizhu was nearly half a head taller than him. Struggling for quite some time but still unable to break free from Bai Yizhu's embrace, Song Xiai helplessly raised his head, looking at him with confusion. Assuming this was some kind of bedtime custom, he slowly hugged back, "Older brother, good night." Bai Yizhu had told him his name during dinner, but out of politeness, Song Xiai still called him older brother. "The bugs in the mountains don't bite our people. If you let me hug you, they won't bite you tonight," Bai Yizhu explained after being lost in thought for a moment, responding with a smile. Though the reasoning sounded somewhat far-fetched, the youth's eyes did not seem to be lying. Based on the idea that the Miao people might have their own unique customs, Song Xiai believed it somewhat dubiously, still holding on to his power bank as he allowed himself to be held. After all, they were both men, one hug wouldn't hurt. He buried his head in Bai Yizhu's left shoulder, sticking out his eyes to carefully examine the old power bank in his hands. At the tip of his nose, he could smell the familiar scent of the young man. This blue power bank in his hand seemed like something from many years ago. Its casing was battered and scratched, as though someone had forcefully smashed it. The pointed corner on the left side also had a faint red hue, unclear what it had rubbed against. Squinting, Song Si bent his elbow, just about ready to take a closer look, when suddenly a sharp pain shot through his neck. Pained, Song Si wanted to turn around to touch his neck, but his body was firmly restrained by Bai Yeju, unable to move. Let go for a second. My neck hurts a little, like it's been pricked by something. Unable to free himself, Song Si could only look up at the youth and ask. Upon hearing this, Bai Yeju didn't loosen his grip, still hugging him tightly and smiling. It's a mosquito bite, I just saw it. It flew away now. Song Si. Didn't you say your scent would keep the insects away? How can mosquitoes still bite me while I'm in your arms? Realizing he'd been tricked, Song Si became irritated, pushing Bai Yeju away, sitting off to the side and glaring at him in anger. Bai Yeju stumbled backward 2 steps. The silver decorations on his forehead jingled softly as he patiently explained to Song Si without any sign of anger, I didn't lie. I guarantee there won't be any more insect bites on you tonight. Soaked in the same scent as Bai Yeju, Song Si curled up under the blanket, leaving the other with the back of his head before falling asleep. The young man chuckled softly, not defending himself further. After bidding him goodnight, he quietly left the room. Unseen by Song Si, a completely black scorpion with a blood-red tail tip stealthily climbed down his back and slipped into Bai Yeju's sleeve. That night, after Song Si went to sleep, he always felt as if someone was lifting the quilt and embracing him in his dreams, lightly pecking his cheeks and pulling him entirely into his arms. Each time Song Si tried to stir awake, the other always patted his back gently as if soothing a baby, enveloping him with a familiar fragrance that made him feel secure. Gradually, his struggling weakened as he fell deeply asleep again. When he woke up the next day, the other few companions had already arrived at Granny's house, almost everyone showing heavy dark circles under their eyes. Yao Xintian turned her head at the sound of the door opening and stared at Song Si in shock. Xiao Si, you actually slept so well last night. Confused by the question, Song Si pulled out a stool and sat with them at the dining table. Not really. I dreamed weirdly all night long. You actually could dream. Yao Xintian exclaimed loudly, tugging up Shu Lechi's sleeve. Last night, the 4 of us were almost killed by mosquitoes. The citronella water we brought was totally useless, and even when I curled up inside my blanket, I still felt bugs biting me. The other 2 also displayed the aftermath of the mosquito bites covering their bodies. They were densely packed except for Song Si, who fared slightly better compared to most, and Ji Qiuru who hadn't been badly bitten. Seeing the abundance of mosquitoes in the mountain the previous night, Nan Yen stayed up all night swatting mosquitoes for him and was now exhausted, barely keeping his eyes open. I really envy you. My face has swollen up from mosquito bites, and all you got was one on your neck. Yao Xintian looked at herself in the mirror from both sides with distress, feeling envious as she noticed Song Si's smooth arm which had remained untouched. Neck. Song Si took the mirror handed over by Yao Xintian, only to see numerous red marks covering his neck area, almost leaving no inch of clear skin. Chilled to the bone, Song Si returned the makeup mirror to Yao Xintian, expressing his thanks softly. Could it be that the strange sensation on my neck last night was because of mosquito bites? But why only on the neck? Though puzzled, Song Si felt a little less resentment toward Bai Yeju. Even though his neck had been bitten quite a bit, compared to his companions who were covered in bites, he seemed to have fared much better, proving that Bai Yeju's scent really did work. Since they had agreed to the Miaojiang teenager's invitation last night, to be taken on a tour of the Miao village by him this morning, everyone, despite being exhausted and barely able to keep their eyes open, waited after breakfast at Grandma's house. But after waiting for a long time with no sign of Bai Yeju, instead, a beautiful and charming young girl appeared. Adorned with silver head ornaments and wearing silver neck rings, her Danfeng eyes slightly squinted, creating an attractive curve at the corners. Her long hair was braided into 2 plaits that hung obediently over her chest, and she wore the same earrings as Bai Yeju on her earlobes. Song Si's expression stiffened slightly. Didn't this girl look exactly like the one he and Bai Yeju had described yesterday? And how come she showed up today looking so identical? From the moment she appeared, her gaze was fixed firmly on Song Si without wavering as she patiently explained to the group, my brother has something to take care of today, so he asked me to show all of you around. Shu Lechi's eyes lit up upon seeing her and responded cheerfully, then, miss. The girl's expression turned serious as she instinctively moved closer to Song Si, don't call me miss. I have a name. Call me Bai Xinlan. After saying this, she turned back to Song Si with a bright smile, isn't that right, brother? Song Si's lips twitched involuntarily as he glanced at Bai Xinlan, who was nearly half a head taller than himself, and hesitantly nodded. Do the Bai family genes really hold this well? Why is the sister also as tall as the brother? Chapter 97, The Miao border youth has his eyes on me, 3. Brother, why do you keep staring at me? She leaned closer to Song Si and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Only now did Song Si realize he'd been gazing at the Miao border girl for quite some time. He quickly averted his gaze and saw Bai Xinlan holding a lushing in her left hand. And on the lushing was a beautifully decorated pheasant feather. What a pretty feather, he subconsciously exclaimed. Bai Xinlan had already led everyone deeper into the village but turned around happily upon hearing him. Shaking the lushing in her hand, she smiled at him and asked, "Does brother like it?" Seeing Song Si nod, her eyes remained smiling as, before he could react, she plucked off the pheasant feather and shoved it quickly into his hand. "You can't lose it once you take it, okay?" The green mountains of Shijiang rose and fell in continuous waves, with no end in sight. The village was unusually quiet, with hardly any signs of people except for their group. Yesterday when they had first arrived, they had already wandered throughout the small Miao village. Now walking through again, it all felt monotonous. Yao Xintian followed behind Bai Xinlan, looking at her splendid attire. After hesitating for a while, she finally asked, "Do all the Miao people in your village practice poisoning spells? I've heard that the girls here might be able to cast love spells." She usually enjoyed reading folk culture novels, so she readily agreed when Xu Lechi suggested visiting Shijiang this time. "Yes," Bai Xinlan replied without looking at her, keeping her gaze still fixed on Song Si. "You're talking about the love flower spell, made from the heart's blood and poison bugs, which can be placed on one's lover. It activates monthly, causing unbearable pain if the antidote isn't taken." Song Si carefully held the pheasant feather in his hands, unaware of the concealed feelings in Bai Xinlan's eyes. "Has anyone else besides us visited the village?" As the group followed Bai Xinlan to the back mountain of the Miao village, Nan Yen observed the surroundings attentively, feeling increasingly strange. "In theory, it should be the peak tourist season, yet we seem to be the only ones here. Bai Xinlan, there have been others." The girls stopped them at the foot of the back mountain. The air was fresh in the forest, tree shadows mottled, and faint bird calls were occasionally heard in the distance. Nearby stood an old and dilapidated ancient well. "Last night, my uncle found a blue box. It belonged to a previous visitor. According to your terms, it seems like a power bank." Smiling cheerfully, she moved closer to Song Si, never taking her eyes off him. "Isn't that right, brother?" Song Si took a step back out of fright and awkwardly cleared his throat twice in response. In the instant Bai Xinlan moved closer, Song Si noticed her chest seemed flatter than usual. But since the other party was a girl, he quickly shook his head, unwilling to dwell further. It was late spring and approaching summer. After walking in the mountains for a while, everyone had broken out into sweat. Has this ancient well been around for many years? Because it was the only man-made structure in the forest, Yao Xintian couldn't help but move forward curiously to take a look. This part of the back mountain hadn't been visited yesterday. Song Si intended to lean over to take a better look but was pulled back by the young woman behind him after just a few steps. "Brother, two people should not look at a well together." Since being rebuked by Bai Xinlan earlier and witnessing her closeness with Song Si, Xu Lechi had been quietly annoyed. Hearing these words made her snap instantly. In one quick stride, she rushed past both of them and confronted Yao Xintian directly beside the well, her tone aggressive. There's also the saying one shouldn't enter a temple alone. Two people shouldn't look at a well, three shouldn't hug a tree, but who even believes that stuff anymore? Xu casually glanced down the well and saw moss crawling up the walls, its dark water reflecting the images of both of them. Raising her head, she stared straight at Bai Xinlan and said with a smirk, "See? Nothing happened. Your villagers should venture outside instead of always clinging to superstitious nonsense." The girl didn't contradict, instead hiding behind Song Si, clutching his clothing lightly with teary red eyes, whispering pitifully, "Brother, he's so mean, I'm scared." Song Si. He looked in shock at the half-crouching girl behind him, barely level with him, and felt something wasn't quite right. Seeing that Song Si didn't speak, Bai Xinlan's voice soon wavered with a sob, "Brother, I was only trying to warn you, but he yelled at me. The back mountain here is usually not allowed to be entered after 6 in the afternoon. This morning, I kindly brought you here, and yet." Watching Bai Xinlan's eyelids redden and her voice choke with emotion, Song Si immediately tried to soothe her. "Xu Lechi, stop talking." Looking at the overly intimate manner between these two, contrasting with Bai Xinlan's coldness towards herself, Xu Lechi became furious. Sarcastically, she taunted, "Song Si, am I or she your friend? You've only just met her and already you favor her. And you're defending her too. There's nothing interesting in this village anyway, let's prepare to leave this afternoon. We don't need her reminders about the back mountain." Song Si furrowed his brow, with very few memories of Xu Lechi, and he couldn't figure out how he ended up making such a friend. Xu Lechi scoffed, "Anyway, who cares about two people not looking at a well? Look at me now, still alive." "Ah!" Yao Xinlian's shriek cut off what he was about to say next. Pale-faced, she took 2 quick steps back, her trembling finger pointing toward the ancient well as she stammered, "Bugs. Bugs in the well, crawling in and out of mouths. So many bugs." Panic-stricken, Yao Xinlian looked to Song Si, clutching tightly onto his arm, "Little Si, can we just leave now? Let's go pack our luggage and go." The group grew confused by her words and gathered together near the well edge. Inside the ancient well, it was deep and seemed connected to an endless underworld, without any ripple or disturbance. "Xinlian, maybe you're seeing things. There are no bugs in the well," Nan Yen held Ji Qiru, turning back to comfort her. "No, it's impossible." Yao Xinlian shook her head vigorously under Bai Xinlan's watchful gaze, shaking her hands as she released Song Si's arm, her lips devoid of any blood color. Just now, there were bugs floating on the water surface. I saw both my reflection and Shu Lechi's. She swallowed, repeatedly urging everyone to leave quickly. Our reflections suddenly moved on their own, then lots of bugs started crawling into our mouths and eyes, and they were eating our flesh. She grimaced, reliving the sight with difficulty, feeling nauseous and leaning over the well to throw up. Ji Qiuru was close to Yao Xinlian under normal circumstances, seeing her state worried her deeply. She made a few gestures toward Nan Yen before going over to help soothe her breathing. He was deaf and mute, unable to offer verbal comfort, so all he could do was gently pat her back to ease her discomfort. Even after vomiting for a while, Yao Xinlian still didn't feel better, her stomach churning like a stormy sea. Yet she insisted on returning. If you don't believe me, ask her. She's from this Miao village, surely she knows what's in that ancient well. Pointing to Bai Xinlan, she leaned on Ji Qiuru, feeling increasingly feverish in her head and the itchy red welts on her skin growing unbearable. Sister, there are no bugs in the ancient well. Bai Xinlan stood beside Song Ci, her eyes filled with innocence. If you insist on leaving, that's fine too. I'll see you off at the village entrance later. In Miao language, ana means older brother, and its pronunciation in Mandarin is ana or ana. Chapter 98, The Miao Border Youth Has His Eyes on Me, 4. After returning to the stilt house of Granny, Ao Xintian began to experience dizziness, diarrhea, and unceasing vomiting. After some deliberation among the group, they decided to remain in the village until she felt better. The group also didn't feel right occupying Granny's house for too long, so they wanted to give her some money. But she refused to take it. That night, after Song Ci returned to his room, he remembered the dreams he had the previous night and felt increasingly uneasy. Additionally, there was no lock on the door of his room. After thinking for a while, he got up and pushed the bedside cabinet in front of the door. He carefully placed the pheasant feather given by Xinlan on the bedhead, then covered himself with the blanket and fell into a deep sleep. Tonight's strange dream felt even more real. In the distance, he could faintly hear the sounds of gongs and drums as well as women weeping, as if celebrating a girl's wedding. Song Ci's eyelashes fluttered, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open his eyes. The familiar scent once again lingered in his nose. He felt someone changing his clothes and affectionately calling him brother. The sound of silver jewelry clinking against his forehead and neck filled his ears. His heart tightened. He wanted to evade this person's actions but found himself unable to move or wake up. After dressing him neatly, the person seemed to let out a soft laugh. Soon afterward, Song Ci felt a kiss land on his lips. Helplessly, he accepted the other's advances, being tightly embraced and repeatedly caressed and entangled, feeling the person's hand moving further downward. When Song Ci regained consciousness again, dawn had already broken. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. His throat felt dry, and he shakily touched his lips with trembling hands, only to discover that the skin was chafed. The window remained closed tight, making it impossible for anyone to have entered. Uneasy and flustered, he got out of bed and rushed to the door. The bedside cabinet was still standing in its original position, without any sign of having been moved. He let out a long sigh of relief but still felt numbness around his mouth. Could it be that he unconsciously bit his own lips while sleeping? Puzzled, Song Ci pushed the cabinet back to its place and walked downstairs. The other 4 people were already waiting for him. Almost unrecognizable, their entire bodies were covered with red rashes. The mosquito bites from yesterday had grown bigger, and the red dots where they were bitten clustered densely together. Looking grim, the 4 waited until Song Ci joined them before Yao Xintian glanced at him a few times. Xiaozi, you've also developed a rash on your body. Following her gaze, Song Ci realized this time not only his neck but also his arms and calves were covered with dense red marks. Song Ci understood now, it made sense, the swelling and broken skin on his lips must have been caused by mosquitoes. Bai Yeju hadn't held him last night, so it was natural that mosquitoes would bite after the smell faded. Who would have thought the mosquitoes in Shijiang were so venomous that they could even pierce through his lips? Rubbing his numb mouth, he pulled out a stool and sat down. Before he could speak, Yao Xintian spoke again with an eerie tone. Xiaozi, did you dream as well? Also? Did they also have such strange dreams? Song Ci nodded hesitantly under the strange look from Yao Xintian, who appeared shocked. Sure enough, you really did dream. Her fever had subsided that morning, but her complexion looked worse. The dark circles under the other's eyes grew deeper, too. Seeing Yao Xintian's emotional breakdown again, Ji Qiuru skillfully patted her shoulder in comfort while Nan Yanzi answered on behalf of the group. We all had the same dream last night. In the dream, we saw Granny's house full of colorful insects. You, us, none of us 5 managed to leave the mountain. Our eyes, nasal cavities, and mouths crawled with many black goo insects. Eventually, under their gnawing, we became piles of white bones. As Nan Yanzi recounted it again, except for Ji Qiuru, who was deaf, the others' faces turned a sickly green. Xiaozi, didn't you dream about it? Noticing Song Ci's confused expression, Nan Yanzi furrowed his brows. No, I only dreamed about hearing someone outside playing drums and gongs. I didn't dream about any insects. He left out the unspeakable things the person in his dream had done to him, finding it all the more peculiar in his mind. In any case, this village is too strange. We'd better go back sooner rather than later. Yao Xintian's luggage had already been packed, watching Granny smiling by the kitchen with heightened alertness. After we leave, let's drive downhill no matter what. It's definitely better than staying here in the village. There was no electricity in the village, and the phones of the four had long run out of power and were turned off. Only Song Ci, who had fully charged his phone 2 days ago and turned it off afterward, occasionally opened it to check the time. There are still some snacks in the car, which should sustain us for a few days. Once we reach a spot with signal, Xiaozi can open the phone and find rescue, agreed Nan Yanzi. After saying their goodbyes to Bai Xinlan, who was waiting in front of the building, the group prepared to leave. However, they were stopped just a few steps away by an enthusiastic crowd of villagers. Men, women, and children alike held out offerings of oil tea and cooked chicken, persistently trying to feed them. This is a custom in our village, Bai Xinlan smiled as she handed over a chicken wing from her bowl to Song Ci. Whenever guests are about to leave, we prepare food for them, so they can. So when you're leaving, you still need to eat. So you'll have a full stomach to start your journey. Xu Leshi, having grown increasingly irritable since the previous day's incident, couldn't hide his frustration with Song Ci and Bai Xinlan. Despite the apparent friendliness of the villagers, it was evident that tender cuts like chicken wings were exclusively placed into Bai Xinlan's and Song Ci's bowls. In contrast, their own 4 bowls only received pieces of plain chicken breast. Annoyed, he reached for the chicken wings in the communal basin, but his chopsticks were sharply struck away by an old woman wearing embroidered cloth on her head. She glared at him, muttering something incomprehensible before shoving him aside. He immediately flared up, and the other 3 knew better than to let him cause trouble, so they quickly ushered him back to the car. Bai Xinlan remained unfazed, her eyes gleaming brightly under the sun as she quietly murmured to herself, watching Xu Leshi's retreating figure. Yes, eat your fill, and you'll be ready for the road. The engine roared low and steady as the red SUV sped down toward the mountain below. The villagers had dispersed, all except Bai Xinlan, who stood alone at the entrance, watching them go. Their mobile navigation was completely useless, leaving them to drive aimlessly downward. Surrounded by dense, towering trees, they had no way of determining their exact location. They had set out at noon, and midway through their journey, Song Ci checked the time, it was roughly 3 p.m. now. At this moment, they faced a serious issue. The vehicle's fuel gauge showed only 1/3 left. If the tank ran dry amidst the forest, they'd be forced to trek on foot, a far less efficient means of escape, diminishing their chances of surviving the wilderness. Buildings ahead. Ji Qiuru grabbed Song Ci's arm and communicated with him via sign language. Upon hearing this news, everyone became tense and anxiously peered ahead. But what met their eyes was the familiar dilapidated gate festooned with red lanterns and ribbons. At the entrance, a girl dressed in indigo blue cross-collared attire still watched them with a warm smile. Chapter 99, The Miaojiang Youth Has His Eyes on Me, 5. Shit. Xu Lechi cursed, turning the steering wheel sharply and reversing direction. I'm sure I was supposed to go straight, so how did we end up back here again? This Miao village was one they had accidentally wandered into, and the road they had come from was long forgotten. The flowers, grass, and trees around them were all the same, tall trees with dense branches blocked out the sunlight, making the forest dimly lit. The narrow path twisted and turned, occasionally obscured by tree roots and rocks, making it hard to distinguish where they had already passed. It felt like they were stuck in a huge maze. In the back seat, Yao Xintian started to run a fever again. Nan Yanji and Ji Qiuru took care of her while Song Ci sat in the passenger seat accompanying Xu Lechi as he navigated the road. As time ticked away, the scenery in the forest gradually blurred, the car's body scraped against numerous obstacles along the way. The fuel was almost depleted, and the speed slowed down noticeably. Xu Lechi muttered another curse and reached to turn on the headlights. 2 beams of bright light illuminated the front, revealing an ancient, towering structure appearing before their eyes. The 5 of them followed the light's path, drawing in a sharp breath, and their faces immediately turned pale. Because the young girl in the blue short-sleeved pleated skirt was still standing at the entrance of the village, smiling at them. With Xu Lechi slamming on the handbrake suddenly, everyone lurched forward due to inertia. Yao Xintian, watching the familiar scene in front of her, began to break down emotionally. We're finished. We can't get out. They're not even human. The roads in the mountains are too rugged and complicated, coming back this way isn't strange. Yao Xinlan clearly didn't have good mental status, so Nan Yanji spoke up to comfort her. It's impossible. Look at Bai Xinlan. Can normal people stand at the entrance of the village for so long? And she's wearing so many clothes. Her expression seemed dazed, muttering incomprehensibly, No, we can't leave, we're trapped. They aren't even human. They just want us dead. Yao Xintian, we're all going to die here. Damn it. What kind of nonsense are you spewing? Xu Lechi was also filled with anger, roaring loudly. It's just some woman that scared you like this. His angry gaze focused on Bai Xinlan standing at the entrance of the village. Thinking about Bai Xinlan standing motionlessly in front of the village for more than 5 or 6 hours made his whole body shiver. What was wrong with her? Just to scare them, standing there for so long. Since the fuel was almost exhausted, the speed of the off-road vehicle obviously slowed down. Yao Xintian's discomfort became increasingly apparent, and she could no longer muster the energy to retort against Xu Lechi. Under the pressure of Nan Yenji and Ji Qiuru, her body kept convulsing and twitching in pain, murmuring something unclear. Suddenly, the light in front grew darker, and after traveling forward for some distance, the off-road vehicle came to a complete stop. Shu Lechi cursed softly as he stomped on the gas pedal again. After a brief roar of the engine, it completely shut off. Darkness enveloped everything, only the large village gate nearby faintly glowed with an eerie red light. Damn it! Shu Lechi smacked the steering wheel hard. We're out of fuel. Xiao Tian is in such bad condition, we need to get her to the hospital quickly. Cold sweat dripped from Nan Yenji's forehead corner. For some reason, Ao Xintian had much greater strength when she fell ill. Even with the combined efforts of him and Ji Qiuru to hold her down, it was tough. Where's there a hospital? All afternoon, we've been circling around this Miao village. Could this be what they call a ghostly obstruction? He glanced at the blue shadow far away, shivering involuntarily. Shit, wouldn't it be the mischief of that Miao woman? Song Si hadn't spoken throughout the journey. Upon hearing this, he looked toward the distant Miao village. The blue silhouette seemed to sense his gaze and moved slightly. For some unknown reason, Song Si had a sudden intuition. She was looking at him. Let's get out of the car, he suggested after some thought. Shu Lechi, Song Si, have you gone crazy? In the middle of the night in the deep mountains and forests, if we get out, wild beasts will eat us. In the back seat, Yao Xintian groaned painfully, and through the hazy moonlight outside the window, faint black lines could be seen spreading over her neck, and they were creeping upward. There's something. Something's biting my feet. She widened her eyes in terror and wildly struggled to check the bottom of her feet. But there was nothing beneath her feet. Unable to restrain her anymore, Nan Yenji and Ji Qiuru helped her take off her shoes and socks. There was nothing on her feet. Why don't we ask in the village if there's a doctor? Understanding Song Si's underlying meaning, Nan Yenji continued, judging by Xiaotian's state, she probably won't make it until we get down the mountain. All of them resigned themselves to fate and got out of the car, walking toward the eerie red glow ahead. That blue figure remained standing by the gate, smiling sweetly as she looked at them. Bai Xin. Big brother. Bai Yeju's eyes slightly curved upward, her starry gaze sparkling, resembling a crescent moon. Song Si froze for a moment. If he wasn't mistaken, the person standing here just now was clearly Bai Xinman. How had it suddenly changed to him? But Song Si didn't have time to think about it further. Ao Xintian's condition behind him grew increasingly critical, occasional retches could be heard. He anxiously tugged at the boy's sleeve with half a plea. Bai Yeju, can you help her? In your village. Ah. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from behind them, and everyone turned sharply. Yao Xintian had spit out two bright red beetles. She clawed at her throat in agony, her face contorted with pain. Song Si tightened his grip on the sleeve again. Is there a doctor in your village? Or a barefoot doctor? Can you? Bai Yeju paused as he noticed the slight creases in his slightly wrinkled sleeve, but soon a layer of laughter sparkled in his eyes. Yes, there is. Bai Yeju's narrow eyes squinted slightly, giving Song Si an ominous feeling. Hesitating, Song Si took half a step back but was pulled back by Bai Yeju. What are you doing? Feeling Song Si's struggle, Bai Yeju didn't waver in his gaze, still encircling the other person's waist with both hands. Big brother, I don't like it when you call my name. His gaze remained gentle as he crushed the red beetle crawling toward Song Si without hesitation. If you call me Big Brother once more, I'll go find a doctor for you. Was it that simple? Song Si abandoned the idea of slipping out from under his arm and called out without hesitation. Big brother, please help her, all right? With Bai Yeju's consent, they carried the delirious Yao Xintian back to the grandmother's stilt house. As if oblivious to Yao Xintian's nearly lifeless misery, the grandmother sat at the entrance, fiddling with a ball of thread in her hand, and smiled gently at Song Si. Bai Yeju went to fetch the doctor in the village while they all struggled to carry her back to her room. Her lips were turning black, her body thrashing continuously, her eyes fixed on the window outside. Ji Qiuru anxiously signed to Nan Yenji, asking him to relay a message to her, urging her to rest and wait for the doctor. But Yao Xintian was completely disoriented and couldn't hear anything from the outside world. She muttered incoherently, her voice hoarse. Finally, the four of them made out what she kept repeating over and over. The hill behind the mountain. I want to go, the mountain god is calling me. Chapter 100, The Miao Teenager Has His Eyes on Me, 6. The group exchanged nervous glances, an icy chill running down their spines. What mountain god? Why did they suddenly bring up the back mountain? I'm going to the back mountain, let me go. He's calling me. Yao Xintian violently broke free from their grip and lunged toward the half-open window. Startled, it took all their strength to press her back onto the bed. Damn it, has Yao Xintian gone mad? Although cursing, Shu Lechi quickly replaced Ji Qiuru, who was clearly exhausted, and helped hold down her legs. Humph. I knew that woman was a problem. You all saw the bugs coming out of Yao Xintian's mouth earlier, right? It must be the poison she put on us. He spat in frustration, his tone brimming with irritation. Gurgle. As the others were preoccupied holding down Yao Xintian's limbs, Ji Qiuru suddenly whimpered and knelt painfully beside the bed, clutching the edge as he began retching dryly. Nan Yanji momentarily diverted his attention to check on him. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Xintian struggled fiercely, making the bedboard creak noisily. Sweat the size of beans trickled down Song Si's forehead as the sound of silver ornaments clinking came from outside. Just as he wanted to glance at the source, something caught his peripheral vision, an ominous sight of black thin streaks spreading across Ji Qiuru's neck. His scalp prickled in unease, and sure enough, the same pattern had appeared on the necks of the other two. "Big brother, the doctor is here." The boy's voice was clear and pure, like the gentle flow of a mountain stream. An elderly man with white hair, wearing a short-sleeved black shirt covered in patches, entered swaying slightly while carrying a medicine box. Behind him followed several villagers, curiosity painted on their faces as they peered inside the house and murmured in a language the group couldn't understand. The leg of Yao Xintian that had been loosened kicked repeatedly against the bedboard, a force so strong Song Si could barely hold her down. Fortunately, Bai Yeju pulled him back just in time, preventing her foot from connecting. "Grandpa says it's just a headache from not sleeping well last night." After taking a quick look at Yao Xintian, the elder respectfully bowed to Bai Yeju, speaking a few sentences in the Miao language. Listening attentively, the boy smiled gently at them. "He says that after taking some medicine for a few days, she will recover. There's nothing serious." "You're lying, aren't you?" Shu Lechi immediately retorted, "She was just vomiting bugs." "Do you call this nothing serious? From my perspective, your sister probably cursed us, and you're still pretending to be a good guy." "Mountain god, I need to go to the back mountain." Before Bai Yeju could reply, Yao Xintian on the bed suddenly convulsed violently, her pupils dilating wildly, body twitching uncontrollably, her lips turning purplish black. "This obviously means nothing's wrong. This looks exactly like poisoning. What use are you if you can't make her calm down now?" Struggling to keep her restrained, Shu Lechi's veins bulged with effort. "I can." Bai Yeju replied nonchalantly, walking over to Yao Xintian's side. Could it really be that he had a way to heal her? Song Si felt his heart tighten. From the moment Yao Xintian began vomiting insects at the village entrance, everything seemed to point to one answer. Poison charms, or goo. If Bai Yeju really could lift the charm, wouldn't that mean his sister truly cast one on all of them? And considering the strange black streaks appearing on everyone's necks. Song Si fell into deep thought, silently observing Bai Yeju's every move. The boy effortlessly lifted Yao Xintian's head and delivered a swift chop to knock her unconscious. Then, turning to Song Si with an innocent expression filled with faint mischief, as though asking for praise. "Shu Lechi. Song Si. It turns out the method of calming was physical." Seeing their companion gradually fall asleep, the group let out a collective sigh of relief. They were about to speak when the villagers waiting outside the door suddenly swarmed around them, looking at them with strange expressions. "After 6 o'clock, you cannot go to the back mountain, or else you will offend the mountain god residing there. It's a custom of our village," explained Bai Yeju, stepping forward to shield the rest. "The mountain spirit heard your friend's words and was displeased." One old woman wrapped in flower-patterned cloth kept sneaking worried glances at Song Si, trying to reach out but being startled back by Bai Yeju's stern gaze, hurriedly withdrawing her hand in fright. The silver ornaments on Bai Yeju's forehead jingled softly as he glanced dispassionately at everyone. Above the ceiling and in the corners of the room, a swarm of vividly colored goo bugs, each varying in form, began crawling out, watching them intently. Terrified, the villagers stepped back, scattering away in alarm. Seeming unperturbed, Bai Yeju turned around and calmly told Song Si, "It's fine now, go back to sleep." Her murmurs about going to the back mountain had scared them quite a bit. Afraid she might wander off during the night, after some discussion, they all agreed to lock the door from the outside. They didn't fully trust the village doctor's hasty explanation and still decided to head down the mountain early the next morning to scout the path. Looking at the familiar furnishings inside the room, Song Si couldn't help but sigh. The past few days had been far too taxing. After meticulously wedging the front cabinet against the door and memorizing its position, he climbed straight into bed and fell asleep. That eerie dream returned once more that night. Cold silver ornaments pressed against his forehead and neck, as distant gongs and drums resounded outside. The figure grew even bolder, tightly embracing him in a kiss, sealing his lips and tongue while freely groping around his waist. Though it was late spring, he felt an inexplicable chill. His eyelashes trembled slightly, dampened with moisture, as he struggled to wake up. He felt the other person trailing kisses down his face, lower, and lower. Suddenly jolting awake, Song Si opened his eyes sharply. The room was dim and shadowy, not a single figure visible. His sweat-soaked bedding clung uncomfortably to his skin. As he made an effort to get out of bed, he heard the soft chimes of silver jewelry near his temple. His blood seemed to freeze. Song Si stiffly turned his gaze downward. He saw a necklace adorning his neck, a beautifully carved silver one adorned with butterflies, longevity lock charms, and paulownia flowers. He also realized he was dressed in a traditional wedding gown embroidered with intricate silver flowers and embellished with silver flakes, entirely crimson red. The old-fashioned peony-patterned quilt covering him had somehow been replaced by a red bridal blanket. His heart pounding wildly, he looked up. The bright red character, "Sheath for Happiness," glared mockingly on the wall, with the remnants of red candles flickering ominously. Goosebumps erupted over Song Si's entire body. Outside the window, the cries of women and the clash of gongs and drums sounded loud and clear. Panicking, he rushed out of bed barefoot, wanting to call for his companions. Considering Yao Xintian was still unconscious, Song Si went to find the other three first. The villagers of the settlement rarely locked their doors at night. Guided by moonlight, Song Si tiptoed toward the door. Just as he was about to step out, a sudden creaking sound caught his attention behind him. His whole body stiffened as he turned. There sat the normally kind-faced old woman, hidden in the shadows on a rocking chair. Dressed in a dark blue linen blouse, she swayed leisurely, her expression inscrutable as she stared at him. Chapter 101, The Meow Boy Has His Eyes on Me, 7. Grandma, aren't you going to sleep yet so late at night? Song Si's body jolted slightly, and the tips of his fingers gripping the doorframe turned white. If he hadn't miscounted, every time he saw this grandma, she was sitting in this stilt house, her facial expression never changing. At this moment, her whole person was immersed in shadow, her expression dark and unclear, difficult to discern. She didn't seem like a living person but rather like an NPC that a creator had placed there randomly. Where are you going? The night was serene, except for the faint sound of gongs and drums in the distance. In this small four-cornered building, one could only hear the creaking sounds beneath Grandma's rocker. I'm going to look for my companions. His feet felt rooted to the spot, keeping him firmly grounded and unable to move, so Song Si opened his mouth to answer. Companions? Grandma's voice was hoarse. Who is your companion? For friends who came with me a few days ago, you know them. Another girl even stayed in your room, said Song Si anxiously wanting to take off the elaborate wedding robe but it stuck to him as if glued. After a brief silence, Grandma let out a couple of raspy laughs, leaning slowly against her rocker. Her eyes stared at him like an ancient well in the autumn night, deep and inscrutable. Good child, go ahead. In an instant, the intangible force underfoot disappeared. Song Si felt relieved and hurriedly ran towards the neighboring grandpa's house. It wasn't a hallucination, the joyful sounds were gradually fading away. But still, he did not dare to relax at all, rushing towards the adjacent stilt house. Nan Yanji, wake up. He knocked softly on the door, fearing to wake the old man inside. There was no sound from within the room. Biting his lip, Song Si tapped again, the wooden door clanged, but there was still no response. He then went to Shu Lesi's room and knocked, getting similar results. His knocking on the wooden door grew louder involuntarily, raising his volume unintentionally, but still, there was no response. It shouldn't be this way. A normal person would have woken up long before now. As he shivered nervously, planning to return and call Yao Xintian, he suddenly noticed a hunched figure of an elderly man right before him, looking furious. Is it possible to let someone sleep during the night, young man? Supporting himself on a cane, the old man swung it twice aggressively toward Song Si. Even if you are. For half a moment, he couldn't come up with any substantial reasoning, snorting through his nose while stepping aside to make way for Song Si. Go back quickly. No, Grandpa, I'm looking for my companion. Dodging repeatedly under the elder's strikes despite how fearsome he looked, Song Si's fear mysteriously dissipated somewhat compared to earlier. It's the three boys staying in your house. Two of them share one room. His hands were trembling still, pointing hastily toward Nan Yanji's room. I've been knocking on it many times already. They haven't opened. Grandpa, you. Just go. There are no such people in my house. The man's expression grew increasingly strange, pushing Song Si outward. You'd better hurry back before they wait too long. No one. How could there be no one? What about waiting too long? Song Si's mind was clouded with confusion, unaware of his surroundings. Neither Grandpa nor Grandma showed any signs of astonishment when they saw him in his wedding attire. With an irritated expression, the old man forcefully shoved him out the door, muttering complaints about Song Si disrupting his sleep. With a bang, the door closed tightly. The moonlight reflected brightly, Song Si almost colliding his nose against the door. Stubbornly, he kept knocking, hoping to bring the old man back, but no more sounds came from within the house. The surroundings were tranquil, except for the crescent moon above, without a single speck of light visible, making the entire Miao village appear to be occupied solely by him. Brother. A cold breeze passed through his neck. Behind him, a gentle, clear voice belonging to a youth sounded. Song Si's whole body jolted, and he abruptly spun around. Behind him was nothing but empty space, no trace of anyone. He dared not stay further, promptly returning to Grandma's stilt house. The rocking chair stood empty, the old woman vanished somewhere. Still, carried by the faint evening breeze, the chair rocked back and forth producing creaking noises. Yao Xiantian's room was locked from the outside. Song Si forced himself not to look at the direction of the rocking chair and swiftly moved toward her entrance, entering upon the push. Inside the room, the furnishings were neat, windows shut tight, quilts folded tidily, not showing any signs of being lived in. Song Si's scalp tingled, unwilling to waste another second, and immediately bolted through the door, fleeing toward the entrance of the village. The crisp sound of silver ornaments clinking filled his ears, while the uneven gravel road beneath his feet hurt terribly. Yet, he dared not return to that wedding chamber-like house to retrieve his shoes and luggage. Where was Yao Xiantian? And Nan Yenji and the others? Why did the elders claim there were no guests in the house? They had all been warmly welcomed not long ago. And what about this wedding robe and the continuous sounds of celebration he had heard for days? His feet were already torn with multiple wounds, but Song Si didn't dare stop for even a second. The lanterns hanging at the village gate gradually came into view. Drenched in sweat, he panted heavily as he ran toward them. But when he finally saw what lay ahead, his pupils contracted sharply. At the village entrance, many villagers had gathered, all dressed in red-black robes. Among them, a bright red bridal sedan chair was being carried by two children with pale greenish faces. One held a rooster and the other held a hen. The group was lined up in 2 rows, and the sound of gongs, drums, and swonas grew increasingly clear. 2 villagers led the way, holding red lanterns, while others followed behind carrying a long silk sash, slowly advancing toward Song Si. All their eyes were fixed on him, their lips curled into eerie smiles. The curtain of the sedan chair fluttered with the wind, and Song Si's terror only grew when he realized. It was empty. The village gate was already blocked off. Turning around, Song Si fled back the way he came. Doors and windows of every household had mysteriously closed, leaving Song Si with no refuge. His heart raced as he kept running backward, gripping the hem of his clothing. Cold sweat drenched his back, his calves cramped from exertion, and he had stepped on something sharp on the road. Pain shot through his feet, leaving a trail of blood behind him. The silver diadem atop his head jingled as it swayed with his movements, obstructing his vision. Struggling to regulate his breathing, Song Si glanced over his shoulder. To his horror, the wedding procession was still trailing behind him, not far away at all. He was already running as fast as he could. How could they possibly keep up so quickly with all those things in their hands? Suddenly, he felt the touch of leaves beneath his feet, and his body was tripped by something unknown, causing him to stumble almost to the ground. In the distance, a wolf howled several times. A buzzing sensation spread through Song Si's mind, his whole body trembling, his lips parched and dry. Without realizing it, he had run to the back mountain, where the well that had tripped him belonged. Bai Shilan's warning suddenly surfaced in his mind, coupled with the knowledge of wild animals lurking at night, leaving him caught between a rock and a hard place. The wedding procession drew closer. The pale-faced villagers extended their hands, attempting to drag him into the sedan chair. Song Si resisted, retreating backwards, clutching tightly onto the rough edge of the well. Unbeknownst to him, a slender, ash-gray hand emerged from the well behind him, grabbed his wrist, and violently pulled him into the abyss. Chapter 102, The Miao Youth is After Me, 8. Song Si opened his eyes, his chest heaving as he panted heavily. Cold sweat drenched his back, sticking to his clothes in a sticky mess. He gasped for air, sitting up on the bed and examining himself. He was still wearing the same set of clothes from before, covered by Grandma's Dudan quilt. The wall was clean, and the bedside table by the door remained steady without any sign of having been moved. Could it be that last night's experiences were all just a dream? There were no wounds on his feet, nor were there any marks of scratches on his wrists. He checked his body thoroughly once more, noticing only some additional red marks here and there, and a sticky feeling on his pants. Shaking his head to dismiss these thoughts, since it was a normal physiological reaction, Song Si felt uncomfortable after sweating profusely. He changed into the clean clothes from his bag and wearily pushed the room door open, descending the stairs. The house wafted with the aroma of food. With soreness in his waist and exhaustion, Song Si leaned against the staircase to descend. Xiao Si, how come you're awake so early today? Nan Yenji and a few others sat at the dining table, repeatedly yawning. What time is it? Song Si looked weary, catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of Grandma holding a rocking chair swaying slowly beside the door, basking in the sun. She stared at him with kind smiles. Ordinarily, Song Si should have responded with a smile and greeted her, but remembering last night's nightmare, he couldn't help shiver and quickly averted his gaze. I don't know, said Nan Yenji while taking care of Ji Chioru, who appeared unwell and was eating. He replied, you're usually the last one to come down the stairs. Today, you got up earlier than Yao Xintian. Isn't this considered waking up early? Seemed like they were teasing him. Song Si forced a dry laugh twice, pulled out a stool and sat down, looking them over carefully. Since waking up in the SUV, his memories had been fuzzy, and his impression of these few companions was rather limited. When they called him by his name in their usual familiar manner, Song Si's heart didn't stir. His mind was hazy, and everything happening now felt somewhat unreal to him. Do I really know them? Xiao Si. Ji Chioru concernedly tugged at him a couple of times. Nan Yenji helped call his name. Song Si snapped back to reality, holding chopsticks and looking at them. Ji Chioru's complexion was pale, with dense red rashes covering his originally white skin, looking terribly eerie. With concern in his eyes, upon seeing Song Si regaining consciousness, Ji Chioru immediately signed to him, what's wrong? You haven't spoken since sitting down. Grandma's cooking is pretty good. Why not try some? Ji Chioru's condition seemed quite bad, black patterns on his neck spreading upward, almost reaching his jawline. Nothing, Song Si mused, recalling the black lines he saw on everyone's necks yesterday. Nan Yenji, can you check the back of my neck for me? Turning around, pulling his collar aside, he faced them. What's the matter? Nan Yenji nodded, raising his eyes to look. Are you being bitten by mosquitoes again these days? The red marks on your neck are getting worse. Some even appear purplish. Ah. Song Si paused, remembering the sucking sensation in his dreams every night, which made him tremble slightly. Not for that. I'm asking about black lines. Have you seen black lines on my neck? What black lines? Nan Yenji frowned. The same ones on Ji Qiuru and Yao Xintian's necks. Shu Lechi took a sip of oil tea and snorted, interrupting. In my opinion, both of them have been cursed. There are black lines on your necks too. Song Si added while sipping oil tea. Shu Lechi's expression became colorful instantly. Damn it, what are you talking about, Song Si, cursing me for nothing? Song Si had gradually adapted to his fiery temper over the past 2 days and didn't retort. I'm not cursing you. When I was in Yao Xintian's room yesterday, I saw them when all of you were turned away from me. Then why didn't you see any on yours? Shu Lechi smirked coldly, seemingly thinking of something. Oh, I get it. That woman must have taken a liking to you, so she didn't curse you, right? Big brother, what are you talking about? Suddenly, behind them came a crisp voice like that of a morning songbird. Bai Xinlan slowly walked in from outside, her almond-shaped eyes lightly tilted, smiling sweetly as she looked at everyone. What else can we talk about? We're accusing you of cursing us. Shu Lechi chuckled disdainfully. Oh, you guys. Bai Xinlan sat next to Song Si, smiling mischievously as she popped a piece of cake into his mouth. Let me curse you. You're not worthy enough. You. Outraged, Shu Lechi stood up angrily but was forced to sit back down due to a wave of dull pain in his chest. What do you mean? His hands itched, and several black lines quickly spread from his wrist to the back of his hand at a visible speed. Bai Xinlan, you. Song Si called out softly. Big brother, this isn't my doing. Her expression was innocent, her glossy black pupils flickering slightly. But I can make these black patterns stop temporarily. Before Song Si could open his mouth again, she immediately added, but you need to agree with me on one condition. This sentence sounded familiar. Song Si nodded, gesturing her to state her condition. I don't like you calling me Bai Xinlan. Call me a Mei. Shu Lechi. He got so mad that he forgot about the pain for a second. Hadn't she said before that she didn't want people to call her a Mei? So why did she like it when Song Si called her that? A Mei. Song Si had no idea whether there was something strange about the preferences of this brother-sister duo, and reluctantly followed her wish in addressing her. Sure enough, the next second, the speed at which the black patterns were spreading on Shu Lechi's hands slowed down significantly. Song Si sighed in relief and turned to look towards Yao Xintian's room direction, reminiscing about last night's dream. He felt uneasy inside and proposed aloud. Let's send her some food. She barely ate anything yesterday. The rest of them all agreed without objection, found a clean bowl to fill with food, and went to knock on Yao Xintian's door. There was not a single sound from inside the room. How long will your brother be knocked out after the chop last night? Afraid Yao Xintian was still unconscious, Song Si glanced sideways at the young girl beside him. My brother's hand knife isn't as good as mine, Bai Xinlan smiled mischievously. She should have woken up halfway through the night. They knocked several more times, but there was still no response from within the room. Nan Yenji directly pulled the latch open and opened the door. Song Si's heartbeat skipped a beat instantly. The window in the room was tightly shut, and the bedspread was neat, showing no signs of anyone having stayed there. Yao Xintian, who was supposed to be in the room, had already vanished without a trace. Everything here was exactly the same as in his nightmare last night. Chapter 103, The Miaojiang Youth Has His Eyes on Me, 9. The door is locked from the outside, so she couldn't have gone out herself. Nan Yenji stepped forward to examine the windows inside the house. The door bolt was intact, locked tightly with no signs of tampering. Besides, Yao Xintian wouldn't be able to lock the window again if she had exited through it. The private belongings in the room were still neatly placed where they belonged. Her phone was left casually on the bedside table from last night. She didn't take anything, and there was no indication that the person inside wanted to leave. Could it be that someone opened the door at night and took her away? The strange dream from last night once again intruded into Song Si's mind, making him shiver. It won't be that. Bai Xinlan leaned slightly against him, smiling as she explained, in our village, almost no one goes out in the middle of the night. But can Yao Xintian just burrow out of the ground? How do you know for sure that no one would go out at midnight? Shu Lechi countered, glancing at the two of them who stood close together. They don't dare to go out. The girl smiled but said nothing more. After searching all over Auntie's house and finding no trace of Yao Xintian, they had no choice but to step outside and continue looking. The Miao village wasn't very large. Following Bai Xinlan, they searched every home thoroughly, yet still came up empty-handed. All the villagers cooperated fully upon seeing them come with the young lady, looking at Song Si with bright smiles. Even when they searched around again without results during a second round, not a single villager complained. As the sun began to set, the light slowly dimmed. Everyone returned and regrouped in front of the stilted wooden house. During the day's search, quite a few kind-hearted villagers voluntarily joined the effort to find Yao Xintian. As time went by, Song Xiai became increasingly uneasy. The dream from the previous night replayed itself repeatedly in his head. She was murmuring about going to the back mountain yesterday. Could she have secretly gone there? He turned off his phone and confirmed the time. It wasn't yet 6 o'clock. Others among them also had suspicions brewing in their minds, faces turning grim, but they still followed along toward the back mountain. Under the twilight, the forest was bathed in a golden glow. Before they even got close, they caught a strong scent of putrefaction wafting towards them. Song Xiai frowned lightly, unsure of what to do next, then suddenly felt something, a silk cloth covering his nose and mouth, emitting a familiar aroma. Bai Xinlan winked at him, her slender fingers pressing the handkerchief lightly against his mouth. The smell is too strong. Big brother should block your nose with this handkerchief. Everyone grew increasingly uneasy, and as they neared the ancient well, the stench became ever stronger. With Bai Xintian's caution fresh in their minds, they gathered courage and glanced at the ancient well together, but only a single look at everyone jumping back several steps, faces greenish-yellow in horror. Because floating within the well, they found Yao Xintian whom they'd been searching for all day long. Her mouth was filled with colorful insects, wriggling outward endlessly. Her eyes had long since been eaten away completely, white-based red-spotted beetles competing fiercely to burrow further inside, swelling her eye areas distendedly. Her facial features were nearly unrecognizable. The flesh on her face had been gnawed raw, exposing skeletal white beneath layers of bloodied muscle. Since she had soaked in the water for such an extended period, her skin had swelled grotesquely. The beetles tore at her skin, squeezing into her wounds. Her entire body was covered with these brilliantly hued beetles, and the deep well water stained crimson with blood was filled with countless bugs floating about. Almost instantly, those standing beside the well simultaneously grabbed hold of its edge, bent over, and started vomiting around the old well. Only Bai Xinlan remained near Song Xiai, kneeling slightly in worry to help soothe his breathing. She gently wiped the filth from his lips after taking the silk cloth from his hands. Bai Xinlan, if this isn't the work of your fellow villagers, then who else could have done it? Shu Lechi recovered himself, carelessly wiping the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, veins protruding on his neck. Your villagers don't dare to go out at night, meaning perhaps you could have. You must have put a curse on all of us, and you must have killed Yao Xintian. Bai Xinlan shook her head. I didn't. Shu Lechi was like punching into a soft cotton ball. No matter how angry he got or cursed, the woman's replies to him always floated lightly with a smile. Bai Xinlan patiently continued helping Song Xiai regulate his breathing without sparing him a glance. I already said before, you're not worth me cursing. Before she could say anything else, she sensed her cuff being tugged gently twice by Song Xiai, lowering her gaze tenderly. What is it, big brother? Song Xi's lips lost color as he pulled himself up holding onto the well, by Xian. Seeing Bai Xinlan's changed expression, he quickly altered his words. Younger sister, do you know the way down the mountain? My companion's car ran out of fuel, and we don't know the way down. Could you guide us? Of course. Before Song Xiai finished, Bai Xinlan had already eagerly agreed. Seeing the obvious anger and defiance still in Shu Lechi's eyes, Song Xiai hurriedly turned back to signal him to close his mouth first, pulling Bai Xinlan as he wanted to return to the stilt house to pack. The wedding procession, the hand in the ancient well, plus Yao Xintian's empty room, these dreams of the past few nights were all too vivid. Was it really just a dream? Since the Bai family, including Yezhu and her siblings, had been helping them ever since they came to the village, it would be impossible for them to walk out of the forest on their own. With all the strange happenings occurring in the village, seeking Bai Xinlan's help was an act of desperation. Bai Xinlan looked in surprise at the intertwined hands, not expecting the other party to take the initiative to hold hers, her eyes trembling slightly. Song Xi's fingertips were icy cold, and a mysterious wave of exhaustion surged in his mind as he headed straight toward the stilted building, but before taking even a few steps, the group was surrounded by a throng of villagers. You can't leave. An old woman with a crooked body and wearing a blue headscarf approached unsteadily, her eyes tightly fixed on Song Xiai. You, yes you. You must have gone up to the back mountain at night. Shit, what nonsense are you spouting, Grandma? Do we look like fools wandering around the back mountain at midnight? Shu Lechi poked his head out from behind them. It's obvious that one of you used poison bugs to kill our companion, and now you're trying to pin it on us. Believe me, once we get out of here, we'll call the police. What are you going to do about it? The grandmother didn't bother looking at him, her cloudy old eyes glaring daggers at Song Xiai instead. It's your fault. If the mountain god gets angry, none of us in this village will survive. You won't escape. You need a human sacrifice. As soon as the grandmother finished speaking, the villagers immediately rushed forward together, driving the four of them back into the stilted wooden house and posting several strong youths to guard in front of the house. Nan Yanji and the others had no choice but to sleep in Yao Xintian's room. Shu Lechi initially intended to share space with Song Xiai, but under Bai Xinlan's piercing gaze, the black marks on his hand throbbed again painfully. Therefore, he reluctantly shut his mouth. After tidying up Yao Xintian's belongings, Bai Xinlan whispered a few words to them and left early. The atmosphere among the four grew somber. They carefully arranged their companions' backpacks to one side. However, just as they picked up the luggage, a square plastic-covered item rolled out of a small pocket on the side, clattering as it fell onto the wooden floor. Song Si focused closely and saw that the object lying on the floor was precisely a blue shell power bank. Because it accidentally hit the switch, the light indicating its charge flickered dimly. It showed, full battery. Chapter 104 He's targeting me, 10. It was exactly the same as the one Yeju had given me before, and that blue shell power bank was almost fully charged. He suddenly shook his head, dismissing the thought. After all, it was left by a previous tourist. The possibility of it being coincidental was high, maybe he was just overthinking things. Shu Lesi bent down quickly, picked up the power bank, and cursed, shit, she said she didn't have a power bank back then, right? What does this mean, hiding it from us? How selfish, Shu Lesi muttered in anger, stuffing the power bank back into his pocket, claiming he'd use it properly. Song Si didn't stay long in their room before being invited back by the villagers. On the way back, Bai Shilan had quietly told them to gather at the entrance of the village that night, she would lead them out. There was usually no one guarding the windows, so they could slip out through there. After Song Si returned, he simply grabbed some easily portable items. Exhausted after the day's activities and since the time to meet was still early, he tidied up, switched his phone to energy-saving mode, dimmed the brightness, set an alarm, and dozed off leaning against the bed. When he woke again, he took necessary items like his phone but left his backpack in the room, gently opening the window and sliding out silently. The bright moon was already hanging high in the sky, casting its light all around. The entire village was deathly silent, just as Bai Shilan had said, not a single soul was around. Far ahead at the entrance to the village, 4 figures were already standing. Upon seeing him arrive, Bai Shilan immediately went forward, taking his hand and leading him towards the forest. They took some dry rations from a jeep parked farther along and started walking deep into the woods on foot. From the distance came occasional wild animal cries and roars. Green lights flickered in the bushes, yet not a single beast dared to launch an attack. Looking at this situation, Song Si shrank his neck and trembled inside. Bai Shilan noticed beside him and without hesitation hugged him close while rubbing his hair tenderly. Song Si's head was rubbed into her chest, hard and bony, causing a bit of discomfort. Something seemed off. What girl had such a flat chest? These are abs. He felt her 6-pack of muscles. Startled, Song Si glanced upward at her only to see her blinking innocently at him, staring at him without letting her eyes waver for a moment. His throat moved, but he swallowed all his thoughts unspoken. Maybe Bai Shilan was just a gifted martial arts enthusiast. Why couldn't girls have 6-pack abs? He reached out to pinch her soft belly discreetly, then laughed awkwardly, you. Do you know the way down the mountain? Every little movement was caught by Bai Shilan, who smiled sweetly, I don't. Shit. Shu Lesi had been observing the interaction between the two and was thoroughly repulsed. How could any woman be so tall? The way Song Si snuggled into her arms made him look like a baby cabbage. If you don't know the way, why did you say you'd take us down? Originally skeptical of the Miao ethnic girl, Shu Lesi had been persuaded for a long time in the room by Nan Yenji and others before he finally agreed to come out. Now hearing her saying she doesn't know the way either. Wasn't going into the deep mountains with them tantamount to committing suicide? Bai Shilan cast a glance at him, disinterested, then added, but my brother knows. When he returns tomorrow, he can take you guys out. Even if I knew, so what? Can you hike out overnight? Speechless at her logic, Shu Lesi coldly sniffed. But I know a place where you can temporarily stay. Bai Shilan looked seriously at Song Si without concern about his attitude toward her. It's not far. You can stay there tonight, and my brother will pick you up tomorrow morning. With no way to go back now, the 4 of them could only grit their teeth and follow Bai Shilan forward. Song Si didn't know how long they followed the girl through the forest. Occasionally above, an owl's eerie cry and the rustling sound of flapping wings could be heard. Bai Shilan held onto him tightly and casually grabbed his other hand. Because he was always tense about his surroundings, Song Si didn't pay attention to these small details, but increasingly, the sensation in his palm grew cooler and cooler. A sudden shiver ran through him from the cold. Reflexively, he turned to look at Bai Shilan next to him, only to find she too was looking back at him, seemingly aware of something, and she stopped abruptly. Brother, where is that pheasant feather I gave you? Pheasant feather? The icy cold sensation from her hand wasn't like a normal person's body temperature. Song Si gnawed his lower lip, backing a few steps to keep some distance, but found himself rooted in place, unable to move. I left it at the old lady's house. If you want it, you can go back and find it in my bag. Upon hearing this, Bai Shilan's face darkened immediately, displeased. Didn't I tell my brother not to lose it? How could you leave it behind? In the distance, a small house faintly appeared, pitch black inside. I'm sorry, your scarf is still with me. Song Si had never seen Bai Shilan so serious, and his tone couldn't help but tremble. Is this what you referred to as our stopover? Shu Lesi asked aloud. Hesitating, the group wasn't too eager to enter. Bai Shilan didn't respond, her dark eyes deep like a pool of water, and a faint chuckle rose from her throat. The next second, an invisible hand dragged them all inside directly. The other 3 tumbled on the ground, disheveled. Although Bai Shilan was upset, her embrace around Song Si didn't loosen even a bit, firmly keeping Song Si steady as she glanced down at the others on the floor with disdain. Song Si's pupils reflected a red glow, as if all the blood in his body was reversing its flow. This was no ordinary cottage, nor just some rest spot. Hundreds, maybe thousands of candles lined the entire offering altar, with the sign above clearly inscribed. Mountain God Shrine. And the deity statue standing in the middle. His neck frozen, he turned his gaze to Bai Shilan beside him, shivering despite himself. The features of this mountain god statue were strikingly similar, identical, to the young girl beside him. Those upward-sloping phoenix eyes looked alive, staring and smiling along with the girl by his side. The other three wasted no time hesitating, running for their lives. But strange black hands made of intertwining fog began to stretch out everywhere within the hall, reaching for them without form. Shu Lesi tripped over something, sprawling face down into the dirt, his mouth filled with blood. Frantically, he grabbed whatever he could from his backpack, it was Yao Xintian's power bank, and hurled it at the black hands gripping his ankles. But these hands weren't physical. Multiple strikes against the ground only dented the power bank, creating uneven marks on its surface, while some impacts missed completely and struck his own foot instead, leaving slight traces of blood. Then, colorful insects started crawling out uncontrollably from Shu Lesi's mouth, eye sockets, and ears, causing him to howl in anguish. Gradually, black lines spread up his throat, tightening suddenly. Chapter 105, The Miao Frontier Teenager Has His Eyes on Me, 11. Bai Shilan watched the scene inside the hall with an emotionless face, her icy hand gripping Song Si tightly. Her eyes were dark and emitted a faint light, but the tone in her throat was incredibly gentle. Big brother, why didn't you bring the pheasant feathers I gave you? Song Si suddenly opened his eyes, breathing heavily as he sat up in bed. The alarm clock by the bed had been ringing for a while. Was I dreaming again? He sighed, reaching for his phone, but froze as soon as he saw the cuff of his sleeve. The golden thread outlined the edge of his clothes, with flowers and birds' silver flowers embellished all over his crimson robe, jingling bells before him collided, and the silver circle of his longevity lock flashed cold light. I've put on that wedding dress again. A sacrificial altar appeared out of nowhere by the bed, lit with two large red candles, a rooster and hen placed to the left and right. Sure enough, the bedding beneath him had already been changed to a bright red wedding quilt. The flickering candlelight reflected off the chic character stuck almost everywhere on the wall. He staggered out of bed, remembering the consequences of fleeing barefoot from the previous dream, and looked down to find his shoes. But the pair of sports shoes he usually wore was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a pair of bright red embroidered shoes. He stared at the wedding shoes for a long time, torn between inner conflict and some inexplicable drive, his feet moved involuntarily into the embroidered shoes. Given this, Song Si was sure he was still dreaming. In the last 2 days, he'd accumulated plenty of experience with these dreams. The size of the wedding shoes fit perfectly, the material extraordinarily comfortable. After several attempts to take them off confirmed they wouldn't budge, just like the wedding dress on his body. He stopped struggling, figuring the nightmare would end once he woke up. Outside the room, faint Swona sounds could still be heard floating vaguely around. He walked carefully to the window again, propping it open a bit. The village was quiet, except for the dim red glow far away where the wedding procession stood. His gaze shifted downward, revealing several witchcraft dolls had appeared out of nowhere on the formerly empty ground. 6 identical witchcraft dolls were neatly lined up in front of the window, their lifeless eyes staring at him. In the middle stood a pair of dolls dressed in wedding robes. This sight sent shivers down Song Si's spine. As he reached to close the window, there was a loud thud. A thin rope fell from the top of the window. A large red cloth flower hung halfway down the windowsill, and atop the window, a blurry hand dangled limply. Song Si was startled, too frightened to look closely. Hastily throwing the rope aside, he closed the window. After they leave, those sedan chair carriers will surely chase me. Why don't I just stay here until my real self wakes up from the alarm? Anyway, it's just a dream, if I can't deal with it, I can always avoid it, right? Song Si thought timidly, rubbing the goosebumps that had broken out on his arms as he cautiously edged toward the bedside. Looking at the glaring red wedding quilt was terrifying. Afraid to sleep, he shifted position, sitting on the nightstand instead, facing it resolutely. Inside the room was silent, the 2 chickens with red ribbon tied on their necks obediently crouched on the sacrificial altar, not moving an inch. Huddled on the nightstand, Song Si clutched his phone tightly, glaring at the chickens with wide eyes, unwilling to step outside under any circumstance. At that moment, a gust of cold wind blew through, making the candlelight flicker on and off. The door in front of him, which wasn't locked, creaked open before his very eyes. Song Si. What did this mean? Force him to go out. Though his heart quivered, he dared not move a single muscle. It was pitch black outside, with no sign of the villagers standing guard, deathly silent. Da. Da. Someone was outside. Song Si anxiously stared at the doorway, lamenting inwardly. A corner of brilliant red clothing entered the room. The girl's lips were rosy, her eyebrows soft, and her eyes smiling as she said, "Big brother, why don't you come out?" It was Bai Shilan. Seeing that Song Si remained huddled in the corner, Bai Shilan wasn't anxious. She slowly approached him, took out the pheasant feathers beside her backpack, and inserted them into his tightly clenched fist, helping him stand up slowly. Song Si's body followed hers as if against his own will, walking step by step. The entire stilt house had been decorated as a bridal chamber, with numerous bell chimes tied with red silk hanging on the doorframe, jingling softly in the evening breeze. There was no one outside, Nan Yenzi's door also wide open. The room was empty, devoid of any trace of furniture, not even a shadow of human presence could be seen. Didn't you say the villagers don't go out at night? Song Si's teeth chattered as his body shook uncontrollably, as if the young woman beside him were a malevolent ghost. That's right, but I said villagers, and I'm not one. Bai Shilan replied with a mischievous laugh. Noticing the trembling of the person beside her, Bai Shilan affectionately hugged him tighter and asked worriedly, Big brother, why are you shaking so much? Are you too cold? After speaking, she began rubbing his hands without waiting for a reply. It does get pretty cold in the Miao village at night. It's because you scared me. Song Si dared not utter a word against her, resentfully following Bai Shilan as they moved forward. The swona and gong sounds gradually grew louder. In front of them, a sedan chair swayed closer, carried by 2 rows of sedan chair bearers holding lanterns. Gold coins were scattered all over the ground behind them. Gradually regaining control over his stiff limbs, Song Si realized that both of his hands were being rubbed gently by Bai Shilan. To his astonishment, he hadn't noticed before that her hands were almost one size larger than his. As the wedding procession drew closer, Song Si turned to run away, but Bai Shilan firmly held onto him, making him unable to move an inch. He could only helplessly watch as the villagers from the settlement approached, their figures growing clearer and clearer. Attempting to retreat again, Song Si barely took a step when Bai Shilan pulled him back forcefully. This time, Song Si clearly saw the faces of the villagers. They all looked exactly the same. Moreover, their appearances were strikingly similar to the witchcraft dolls he'd spotted outside the window earlier. He and Bai Shilan now seemed like the bride and groom dressed in their wedding robes, surrounded tightly by these villagers. The pallid hands of the settlers stretched toward Song Si, their lifeless eyes fixed on him as they tried to drag him into the sedan chair. Panicking, he pleaded with Bai Shilan's smiling gaze. In the next second, he woke up again. Why am I still dreaming? His pupils contracted sharply, his chest rising and falling rapidly as the silver bells atop his forehead jingled faintly with the surrounding movements. This time, he wasn't in bed. An intoxicating fragrance filled the air, and the surroundings were adorned with deep red silk decorations. The windows were covered with soft curtains, swaying unsteadily as swona and drum sounds deafened the room. He was already sitting inside the sedan chair. Pulling back his hand from the curtain, he felt himself leaning slightly backward. They were ascending a mountain. The skills of the sedan chair bearers left much to be desired. Combined with the bumpy mountain road, Song Si felt as if his internal organs were about to be shaken out. After struggling to adjust within the sedan chair for quite some time, he couldn't accept the ride anymore. Despite enduring for a while, his complexion worsened, prompting him to reluctantly pull back the curtain and stick his head out to breathe some fresh air. The procession extended endlessly into sight, with villagers each having ghastly pale faces, appearing more like the undead. Golden paper ingots littered the path behind them. Please go back. One of the sedan chair carriers glared at him with a sullen face, mistaking his action for an attempt to escape, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Ugh. Song Si's stomach churned violently due to the rough ride of the sedan chair. Just as he stuck his head out, he couldn't hold back the urge to vomit, spilling it directly onto the carrier. The sedan chair carrier. Chapter 106, The Miaojiang Teenager Has His Eyes on Me, 12. Song Si realized there was someone beside his sedan after he finished vomiting. He awkwardly said, Would you like me to wipe it off for you? Go back inside, the porter's voice gritted out between clenched teeth without moving his lips. Song Si obediently nodded and lowered the curtain. But in the next second, he directly lifted the curtain by the door and jumped out. He remembered that every time he had a nightmare before, it was when he felt like falling from a height that he would wake up with a kick of his leg. Since this was a dream anyway, there was no way he could die. So, with his eyes closed and heart set, he jumped out of the sedan carriage all at once. In the next second, he opened his eyes again. He was still on the flower sedan. Why was this dream so long? Song Si felt nauseous from the bouncing and pulled open the curtain to vomit all over the porter again. Then he skillfully leaped down. Since he woke up last time after jumping but found himself back in the sedan, this proved his method worked. If he kept jumping, he would definitely wake up. His alarm only lasted 2 hours, and he didn't believe he could have thousands or hundreds of dreams within that period. When the bell rang as he was jumping, wouldn't he wake up? As expected, upon jumping from the sedan, a sense of weightlessness overwhelmed him. Darkness swept over his vision, and he returned to the sedan. By now, he was already proficient in the dream jumping skill, vomit on the porter, jump off the sedan carriage, the entire process flowed smoothly without any pauses. Yet, each time he awakened, he was still in the same rocking sedan. After going back and forth countless times and making the porter vomit nearly 100 times, the dream showed no sign of ending. No matter how much effort he put, he couldn't wake up in reality. Every time he reopened his eyes, it was just that sedan bouncing uncontrollably. Song Si opened his eyes with weariness. By muscle memory alone, he pulled open the sedan curtain. The porter instinctively raised his hand to block Song Si, both having become extremely familiar with their routine. Opening his mouth for a long time, Song Si failed to vomit. After restarting this sequence for what felt like the 10,000th time, he had gradually adapted to the jolting of the carriage and sat calmly. The porter waited for a while but saw nothing coming out of Song Si. His face pale, the porter instinctively yelled, "Go back inside." Song Si reluctantly lowered the curtain, leaving only a small gap, peeking through a narrow slit. "Brother, considering how many times we've shared this vomiting experience, can you let me go?" The porter glared at him. "Go back inside." Not expecting him to actually help him escape, Song Si continued to ask mournfully while pulling the curtain aside, "What should I do to wake up? Where are you taking me? Why are you so determined to keep me here? Your wedding procession looks terrifying, as if it's for a ghost marriage. Why must you insist on dragging me into the sedan?" The porter. Knowing that the porter wouldn't answer, Song Si leaned against the window frame, bombarding him with questions one after another. Just as he was about to close the window, the deathly pale porter suddenly smirked eerily and answered hoarsely, "Once you marry Lord Mountain God, the dream will naturally end. For the living, a sacrifice." The last two sentences were faint and floating, akin to the distant echoes in deep mountains. New bride, marries new groom, Mountain God snatches away the lovely bride. New bride, red dress, Mountain God. As the sedan rocked forward, accompanied by the fading voice of the porter, the surroundings suddenly resounded with the giggling voices of children singing nursery rhymes. Intermixed within were the sounds of a woman's crying. The sedan bearers outside appeared completely oblivious, continuing to carry towards the mountain as yuanbao coins drifted in along with the wind. This chilling nursery rhyme left Song Si feeling uneasy, making him consider whether he should jump again to restart the cycle. But just as he rose to attempt this, two misty hands emerged and gripped his ankles, pulling him backward, forcing him to sit back down. It was the same black mist from the first dream that had killed Chu Lechi. Song Si's scalp tingled in horror. What did this mean? Bai Xinlan decided she played enough and wanted to kill him now. Struggling, he tried to jump off the cart again but still tightly clutched the feather, Bai. Upon hearing him calling her name, the cloud of black mist quivered excitedly and coalesced into a hand. It slid upward from below, caressing Song Si's face. The suffocating sensation he imagined never came. Confused, he opened his eyes only to see the black mist leisurely removing his shoes. And then, it started tickling the soles of his feet. Song Si. What did this mean? Was the reason they brought him onto the sedan and carried him up the mountain just to tickle him? An endless wave of ticklish sensations assailed him. Although trying to move backward, Song Si was held firmly by the mist and could not budge an inch. Song Si's whole body was shaking with ticklish sensations, and his eyes were even moistening a bit. He pleaded for mercy through words dripping with surrender, begging the black mist to stop. But the black fog paid no heed, its sinister thoughts evident as it gently patted his back in what appeared to be a mocking form of comfort. The nursery rhymes outside grew louder, mingling with the wailing cries of a woman carried by the wind, striking against the top of the sedan like mournful sobs. Finally, when Song Si's smiling muscles had gone numb from the relentless onslaught, the black mist's grip loosened. The flower sedan violently shook twice, followed by a dizzying swirl of motion as it tipped to one side, dragging him out. In that very instant, the deafening sounds of trumpets and drums, along with that eerie nursery rhyme, disappeared without a trace. The grand wedding procession that had seemed so vivid moments ago had vanished entirely, leaving not even the faintest hint of human presence. Paper yuanbao coins lay scattered all over the ground, the overturned sedan lying on its side amidst the forest which, in that fleeting moment, was left eerily devoid of any other living soul. Wah, wah. Supporting himself against the overturned sedan, Song Si brushed off the dust and struggled to his feet. In the distance sat a young girl in white, her back turned towards him, her long disheveled hair obscuring her face as she sobbed pitifully. Her body emitted an unusual aroma, strong enough for Song Si to detect clearly even from a distance of several zhang. The surroundings were vast and empty, the trees forming a natural ring around them as if encircling their little space. According to horror movie conventions, encountering a lone crying girl sitting by the roadside would undoubtedly prompt the protagonist to approach and offer sympathy. But Song Si was timid. The sight of her white attire and jet black hair made his legs tremble uncontrollably, so he clutched the feather nervously in his hand, choosing instead to situate himself at the farthest possible diagonal corner. After crying for some time, her voice hoarse from the endless weeping and not having sensed any approach from behind, the girl stretched her legs and took a couple of hesitant steps towards Song Si. She then sat down again and continued crying. Song Si instinctively shuffled backward 2 more steps, squatting low and continuing to observe. The white-clad maiden. With this turn-based interaction growing increasingly unbearable, Song Si finally broke the silence and asked irritably, "Why don't you go inside a cave to cry?" Crying girl, sorrowful tears, intoxicating fragrance. As he squatted there pondering, a flood of thoughts raced through his mind until he finally pieced together what might match, a single folk taboo previously mentioned by Yao Xintian. The fallen flower cave girl. The idea of tickling originated from one segment within a folk ritual called forced marriage. During this ritual, the bride would be restrained while her soles were tickled. If she laughed, it signified her consent. Chapter 107 He Set His Sights on Me, 13. It was said that these girls were all loved by a cave god when they passed by a certain cave, and then he took away part of their souls, leaving them in a state of mental confusion. They cried every day inside the cave, waiting for the cave god to come take them. These women typically loved cleanliness, talked to themselves, exuded a strange fragrance, and could make leaves fall as they cried. Song Si recalled the information Yao Xintian had once shared with him, looking around. Indeed, a large patch of trees nearby had become bare. Moreover, each time the girl cried, the surrounding trees shook violently, shedding countless leaves. Song Si concluded his assumptions must be correct. But what about Bai Xinlan? Wasn't she the mountain goddess? Why did she go through all this trouble to dress him in wedding clothes and have people carry him up the mountain just so he could watch a wife of the cave god cry? Song Si tried to turn back, but at some point the return path had turned foggy and unclear. He didn't dare step into it. The white-clad girl sobbed softly, hugging her legs sadly. Every now and then, she would inch closer to Song Si. Step by step, whenever she moved forward, Song Si stepped back further, eventually walking in circles around the sedan chair and ending up right where he'd started. He himself didn't even know how long he had been locked in a stalemate with the girl, whose tears seemed endless like the Yangtze River. After going through so many dreams within dreams, Song Si was already petrified. Accompanied by the girl's cries, he took another step back, embraced himself, helpless, pitiful, and vulnerable, and began wailing out loud. "It's me who's scared. You're trying to scare me. I'm not crying, so why are you crying?" The white-clad girl. "Shouldn't these cave girls stay inside their caves? Why did you leave your perfect life to come up here and scare me? And wasn't this the wedding procession of the mountain god anyway? You." Once Song Si opened his mouth, he wouldn't stop babbling. Unknowingly, he hadn't noticed that the girl's crying had gradually stopped. The girl was speechless. Seeing that he wouldn't approach her and even started crying alongside her, she stood up and walked directly toward Song Si. With blurred eyes from crying, Song Si wiped his tears while attempting to slowly and cautiously move away from her, keeping some distance between them. Using the bright red sleeve, he wiped away his tears and glanced over warily to check her position. It was empty. His heart sank. A shadow fell upon him from above. Stiffly raising his head, Song Si saw the white-robed girl standing before him. Her clothing swayed loosely, sticky blood water dripping down her sleeves and onto the ground. Her face had been gnawed away, leaving only jagged bones dotted with meat residue. One hollow eye socket still clung to half an eyeball, and though her toothless jaw kept producing muffled crying sounds. Song Si had always felt chills run down his spine when hearing her cries, but now he understood the reason. Because her mouth was nothing but bone, making her cries sound leaky. Song Si was jolted into action and scrambled backward urgently. The girl tried to extend her bony hand to grab him, but as soon as it touched his shoulder, she let out a pained shriek and retracted, sounding mournfully, "Song Si, Song." It was Yao Xintian's voice. Song Si opened his eyes, blankly staring at the white ceiling above him. Still drenched in the remnants of his dream, it took him a long while before he slowly climbed out of bed. Outside the window, the light was clear, warm sunshine filtering into the narrow, damp little house. The bed, clothes, even the entire decoration of the room, had returned to normal, yet Song Si couldn't shake off an eerie feeling. Had he failed to wake up yesterday? Had the alarm not gone off? Or was he still trapped in a dream? All night, he hadn't awakened. Had Bai Xinlan already left with Nan Yanji and the others? His lower back ached, and there was a faint discomfort in his abdomen. Supporting himself against the edge of the bed, Song Si reached for his phone. It was turned off. He looked toward the door. Last night, because the villagers guarded the place, the bedside table wasn't used to barricade it. Could someone have entered and turned off his alarm clock? But other than them, no one in the village should know how to use a phone. Bang! Just as he frowned in thought, a sudden series of crashing noises erupted next door, followed by a cry of surprise. It was Nan Yanji and Ji Qiuru's voices. Song Si hurriedly got up and ran over, bumping into Ji Qiuru and Nan Yanji as they exited, their faces showing evident panic. His wide eyes filled with fear as he continuously looked back at the room behind him. Barefoot, curling his toes uneasily on the ground, he stood agitated. What happened? Seeing only one person emerging, Song Si's mood immediately darkened as he asked in a hoarse voice. Nan Yanji didn't look too good either, gently patting Ji Qiuru's back as he spoke in a muffled voice, "Shu Lechi is dead." Inside the room, Shu Lechi was hanging from the ceiling beam in an extremely bizarre position, his mouth stuffed with black-spotted red beetles. His tongue hung out long, half-eaten, and his eyeballs bulged almost to the point of popping out. A red thin rope was tightly strung around his neck, and above his head dangled a bright red cloth flower. Swarms of colorful beetles crawled all over him, covering his face with dense, strange black patterns. "We saw him like this when we woke up," Nan Yanji explained. "But last night, both Ji Qiuru and I slept soundly without hearing any sound at all." "Did you sleep through the whole night?" Song Si asked fearfully. "Didn't you go out last night?" "Go out?" Nan Yanji looked strangely at him. Even Ji Qiuru, who was pale-faced beside him, wore an expression of confusion. "Go out? Why would we go out?" Weren't we supposed to escape together last night? Song Si glanced outside. It was eerily quiet except for the old lady lying on her rocking chair with her eyes closed, basking in the sun. The villagers guarding them had vanished. Song Si said, weren't we going to climb out of the window and meet at the village gate so Bai Xinlan could lead us out? I thought when I left your room last night, you said you wouldn't sleep tonight and were waiting to escape on time. Song Si asked again. We were born here in this village. Why should we escape? What does that mean? What did they mean by being born in the village? Song Si took a step backward, looking oddly at Nan Yenji and Ji Qiuru as the eerie black patterns had now crept onto their chins, spreading visibly at an alarming speed. We met during a trip to Shijiang. Song Si reached out to pull Ji Qiuru along with him, but Nan Yenji slapped his hand away. We got into this Miao village by mistake. Yesterday, Yao Xintian was found dead in the well at the back of the mountain, so we decided to run away together last night. Why should we run away with you when we don't even know you? Nan Yenji interrupted him. Moreover, we are natives of this village. Since Shu Lechi is dead, he must have done something to anger the mountain god. We'll report this to the village leader later. Now I get it, I must still be dreaming. Song Si calmed down slightly, not replying to the two anymore, nor daring to glance inside the room. He quickly walked to the stilt house nearby, ready to leap off and end his troubles. As he mentally prepared himself and bent his knees to jump, the familiar creaking sounds of the rocking chair rang again in his ears. The old lady's kind voice came from behind him, smiling warmly, Little Si, why were you talking to yourself just now? Chapter 108, The Youth of Miao Frontier is Watching Me, 14. Xiao Si. Song Si suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look at the kind-looking old woman, not sure which confusion to address first. He had never voluntarily told the old woman his name. Song Si's eyes flickered with shifting light as he frowned, stopping the motion from before. Was I talking to myself? Yes. The old woman held her hands together as her body swayed gently with the rocking chair, her wrinkles gathered together while half closing her eyes. Ever since you came out just now, you've been talking to the air. I've been watching you for quite a while. Feeling uneasy after hearing this, Song Si glanced sideways toward Nan Yenji and the two others who were looking at him strangely. I was talking to my companions, Granny. Aren't they standing right there? The old woman looked in the direction he pointed, then pulled over his wrist forcing him to bend down. Her ancient, dry hand touched his forehead, and she then oddly did the same to hers. Strange, you don't have a fever either, so why are you confused? She looked at Song Si with concern, noticing his nervous expression, and dragged a little stool from beside her for him to sit down and rest. That room has been empty long ago. What are you pointing at? I'm just old with poor vision. Don't fool me, there's no one there, right? Cold sweat started pouring out, prompting Song Si to become anxious and try to get up and run away. But when he saw how frail yet strong the old woman was, holding him down firmly, he expressed seriousness. If you're sick, don't think about running around recklessly. Otherwise, Xiao Bai will be heartbroken when he comes back. Xiao Bai? Who is Xiao Bai? Bai Xinlan? Why should she care for him? Aren't they just standing by the door? We traveled here to the village together, Granny. You even made them breakfast the other day. Don't you remember? He urgently tried to pry off the old woman's hand from his arm, but it didn't budge. Them? Who are they? These past few days, my breakfast has always been prepared for you. The old woman's expression was genuinely concerned, not seeming staged. Xiao Si, didn't you come alone to the village? The grip on his arms suddenly loosened. Song Si quickly struggled free, his face filled with fear. How could that be? We stayed here for a couple of days already. It was brother Bai Xinlan who introduced us to you. Bai Xinlan? Who is Bai Xinlan? The old woman's eyes became suspicious. There is no such person in our village. How could that be? Today, the village was unusually quiet. The villagers who were shouting yesterday about making sacrifices with living people were nowhere to be seen. Even during the daytime, the village remained deathly silent. Daring not to linger too long, Song Si turned and ran towards the outskirts of the village, moving along without any obstacles. The old woman didn't pull him back anymore, her voice still echoing behind him in genuine concern. Come back early, otherwise he will get angry. Song Si rushed straight towards the SUV hidden deep within the forest. The last time they left the car due to lack of fuel and forgot to close the doors. Now, there was only some dust on the car body, but everything inside seemed fine. He hastily took some essential supplies and wandered aimlessly along the rugged road. The old trees stood disordered, their dense canopies blocking the sky, casting dim shadows all around. A layer of gloom hung above the knee-high clusters of grass rustling in the wind, the slippery moss covering the stone cracks everywhere. Flocks of birds flew overhead, casting an ominous shadow while sunlight slanted downward, causing the sky to darken. He didn't know if he could survive and walk out of the forest, but according to what had happened to the other companions, staying in the village meant certain death for him. His feet were blistered and raw, both legs numb as he shuffled forward like a marionette robotically repeating the same movement. With his lips cracked and peeling, he wearily trudged forward until he saw the familiar tree marked with signs, which filled him with despair. Indeed, he'd returned once again. Just as the first escape with Yao Xintian in the car, he was going in circles within the woods and continually found himself back at the old marked tree. Leaning against the tree trunk, he caught his breath slightly as pain radiated from his feet. He looked around, trying to find somewhere safe to rest because of the wild animals likely roaming through the forest at night. Big brother, why aren't you back in the village so late at night? As Song Si hobbled forward painfully, that familiar feminine voice from behind suddenly rang out. His face changed abruptly, afraid to turn around. After that strange dream within a dream at night, he developed a certain inexplicable fear of Bai Xinlan. Not pausing his steps, he even tried to speed up. But the next second, a pair of fair, slender arms circled around his waist from behind. Bai Xinlan's lips were very near his ear, speaking cheerfully, "Big brother, why are you running? Didn't grandma tell you that it's not good to return too late at night? You. Don't touch me." Although she hadn't applied much force, he pushed her hands away, desperately taking a few more steps forward, but in his haste, he twisted his ankle. Gripping onto the tree trunk with pain, he managed to stay upright. "Song Si, Bai Yeju, you don't even have a sister, do you? The granny said there is no one named Bai Xinlan in the village." His voice trembled. "You are the mountain deity, aren't you?" Sweat trickled down from his temples as he stared at the girl before him whose eyes slightly narrowed. Her dark pupils glimmered coldly under the moonlight, her figure closing in step by step. Terrified, Song Si kept retreating until his back bumped abruptly into someone's chest. "Little Si." Bai Yeju looked surprised, but quickly smiled after seeing Song Si's face clearly. Gripping his clothes like a lifeline, Song Si hid behind Bai Yeju. "Bai Yeju, Bai Yeju, she has been pretending to be your sister in the village. She killed 2 of my friends, please save me, can you save me?" His voice was nearly pleading, his fingertips turning white from clutching so tightly. Since arriving at the village, Bai Yeju had treated him gently. It was he who had taken him in during the night and even paid attention to the mosquito problem that night they stayed at the Miao frontier. Since Bai Yeju wasn't present for most of the terrifying incidents that occurred in the Miao frontier, Song Si instinctively regarded him as safe and trustworthy. Recalling how Bai Yeju once mentioned enjoying being called Big Brother, Song Si lightly tugged on the edge of his robe. "Big Brother. She put a curse on me and my companions, and always makes me dream about her, about us getting married. In my dreams, the statue of the mountain deity in the temple looks exactly like her. Little Si." The young man softly wrapped an arm around his shoulders, cutting him off. "She hasn't put a curse on you." Song Si froze, then took another 2 steps backward while pulling Bai Yeju along with him. "She definitely cursed me. Otherwise it must have been the villagers. Yao Xintian and Shu Lechi are dead, their mouths filled with bugs, how could this not be witchcraft?" The youth's gaze remained gentle. "But little Si, from the beginning to the end, you came to the Miao frontier all by yourself, didn't you?" Chapter 109, The Miao Youth Has His Eyes on Me, 15. What do you mean?" Song Si's face went pale as he looked at him, his clenched hands slowly relaxing. "Wasn't it you who led us into the village? How could you not have seen them? You and I came together in that SUV." He was trapped in by Yeju's arms, one of whose hands circled his waist while the fingertips grazed against his lower back, causing Song Si to shiver. "It's also you who got us to stay at Grandma's house, and when we lost our way returning, it was still you who brought the doctor to help Yao Xintian." Song Si grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. "You even told me to call you Big Brother, and you'd save her, so you definitely saw them. How is it possible that only I can see them?" "SUV." Bai Yeju tilted his head in thought for a moment, then nodded as if something had dawned on him. Without further ado, he turned and led Song Si toward one direction deeper into the forest. Considering the mountain god, Bai Xinlan behind him, Song Si turned his head anxiously wanting to take another look, but the youth gently stroked his hair, seeming tender yet leaving Song Si completely immobilized. The crunching sound of shoes stepping over twigs and leaves followed from behind. Bai Xinlan was obviously still trailing them. "Big brother, where are you taking me? Is she still following us?" Song Si's voice trembled, the friction from his feet grinding against the ground caused pain. Clinging weakly onto the youth, he managed to move forward step by step. Help me. Can you take me away?" "Bai Xinlan," Song Si pleaded, his fingers icy cold. Thinking about how Yao Xintian and Shu Leshi died, his spine chilled with fear, terrified that the girl behind would suddenly pounce like some man-eating monster. "All right." Bai Yeju's tone remained gentle. With a wry smile, his pupils gleamed with cunning, "But brother must answer one question first." "What?" Song Si answered without hesitation. "Bai Yeju, between me and Bai Xinlan, whom do you prefer?" "I prefer you." Song Si blurted out immediately. It was like an easy test question, and he responded resolutely. The grip around his waist tightened slightly as he was drawn closer, his cheek brushing against the silver ornament hanging on Bai Yeju's neck, feeling cool against his skin. The little bells on the silver crown jingling softly echoed in the silent night, sounding particularly eerie. Relying fully on the other for support, Song Si felt lighter on his feet and was almost carried forward. Bai Yeju's lips curled into a smile as he gazed at him contentedly, "But didn't brother claim earlier that he likes girls? Why do you like me now?" "Because liking back then and liking now are fundamentally different things." Song Si mentally retorted but dared not say it aloud, instead agreeing with Bai Yeju. I like you, only you. I don't like Bai Xinlan. Can you make her leave? Take me away, take me. Brother. Bai Yeju paused, smiling brightly while gazing ahead at the misty forest, and sidestepped to tuck a stray strand of hair from his forehead. Look behind you. The footsteps from behind stopped as well. Song Si's heart thudded like drums as he stiffly turned around. Under the clear moonlight stood a youth wearing black-blue cross-collar clothing adorned with a silver phoenix crown studded with tongzi flowers, and possessing eyes shaped like those of a red phoenix. With a smile, he was looking at them. Who else could this be but Bai Yeju? Song Si was stunned, lifting his gaze again to examine the youth beside him. The two were identical. How could there be two Bai Yezes? His mind raced as Song Si pushed aside the youth beside him, stumbling backward a few steps. Am I not awake yet? How can there be two Bai Yezes exactly alike? Am I still dreaming? There wasn't any high place nearby to jump off. Seeing Bai Yeju making no move, Song Si clutched the tree trunk nervously, steadied himself after hesitating a bit, closed his eyes, jumped in place once, and fell flat onto the ground. Bai Yeju. The air seemed to freeze. Lying prostrate on the ground with his eyes shut, Song Si awaited waking up again. 1 second, 2 seconds, how long did it pass, he didn't know, lying motionless on the ground. A cool breeze passed through, carrying fallen leaves which gave Song Si a chill down his spine. What's going on? Why am I still not awake? Could it be due to insufficient height? He struggled to get up from the ground, seeing the two Bai Yezes standing far away who hadn't moved to stop him. Refusing to accept his fate, Song Si grasped the tree trunk and leaped again, landing forcefully on the ground, scattering a whirlwind of leaves and dust. Song Si. Defiantly climbing back up again using the tree trunk. He jumped again. Got up again. Jumped again. Got up again. Finally, after trying countless times, Song Si discovered that this trick was utterly useless. With a grimy face, he fell limp on the ground and stopped moving. He lay there pretending to be dead with his eyes closed, too terrified to look up at the expressions of the two Bai Yezes. He finally understood. It turned out that the person who had been hugging him earlier and the one trailing behind were one and the same. So why had he done all this? Was it the mountain god's twisted sense of fun? Did he enjoy playing with his prey before killing them? Thus, Song Si weakly stayed there on the ground, locked in an impasse with him. After what seemed like an eternity, the quiet air finally resounded with the creaking sound of breaking branches. Footsteps approached increasingly closer, distinctly audible in the deathly silent forest, until they stopped right in front of Song Si. Song Si's eyelashes fluttered slightly, through his half-open eyes, he faintly saw a pair of black canvas shoes standing directly before him. Then came the sound of clothes rustling as Bai Yeju slowly squatted down, and his icy voice rang from above, "Big brother, don't bother trying anymore. This is not a dream." A dream? He also knew about the dreams. Song Si was struck dumb, his tear-streaked eye corners turning red. "So, everything has been your doing? You create one dream after another for me, put curses on me, and kill my companions." Propping himself up on his elbows, he looked up, mud and weeds clinging to his body. Exhaustion from a day of running and fleeing drained him, dimming his eyes. "So now, are you here to kill me?" Beautiful silver ornaments gleamed coldly under the moonlight, the small bells on Bai Yeju's forehead jingled gently with his movements. The pitch-black red-tailed scorpion obediently climbed onto the young man's shoulder, swaying its tail lightly, as if giving Song Si a greeting. "Big brother, how can you wrong me like this?" Bai Yeju's face bore an expression of innocence, seemingly pained as he turned Song Si over and partially embraced him. "Bai Yeju," Song Si began, "I haven't cursed you, nor have I cursed your companions. Besides, you don't even have any companions." "Impossible." Naturally, Song Si saw the red-tailed scorpion perched on his shoulder and tried to flee the embrace out of terror. The other, Bai Yeju, standing afar had vanished without a trace, leaving only the two of them in the silent, tranquil forest. Flocks of birds flapped their wings and darkened the sky overhead, while several pairs of phosphorescent green animal eyes hesitated to step forward from the tangled bushes. Bai Yeju glanced down briefly at the black scorpion on his shoulder, seemingly reproaching it for frightening Song Si. The little scorpion wagged its tail pitifully and retreated dejectedly back into the boy's collar. Only then did Bai Yeju draw Song Si back into his arms and softly coo soothing words. But Song Si could no longer hear what the other person was saying. He suddenly recalled the first night when he arrived at the Miao village. Bai Yeju had lied to him, saying the mosquitoes in the village were numerous but his special fragrance would keep them away. And when Bai Yeju hugged him, Song Si suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. His lips quivered, trembling in voice. "Bai Yeju, you cursed me? You used this scorpion to curse me." Chapter 110, The Miao Frontier Youth Has His Eyes on Me, 16. "Did you put a love charm on me?" He suddenly remembered Bai Xinlan's reply to Yao Xintian on the second day of their outing. I said why I felt strange every time I saw you these past 2 days in the Miao village. Whether it was Bai Xinlan or Bai Yizhu, they always made me feel oddly familiar, as if Big brother feels familiar with me. Is he starting to like me? The boy's eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He leaned closer, lightly pecking Song Si's eye corner. Song Si struggled viciously backwards and shoved him away. He wiped his eye corner with his filthy sleeve. I don't like you. It's because you've put a charm on me that I act this way. But when the words reached Bai Yizhu's ears, all the dislike was lost in favor of a simple like. He cheerfully pulled Song Si into his embrace, talking to himself. I like Big Brother too. Song Si was shocked by his shamelessness and didn't want to be held. He tried desperately to escape, but when he turned back, a chill ran down his spine. Because, while he hadn't noticed, the area around them had been surrounded by countless bugs of various colors. Ah! Song Si screamed in fright and lightning-fast retreated back into Bai Yizhu's arms. Hundreds upon hundreds of charms insects crouched among the grasses, their wings emitting a buzzing sound. The boy chuckled softly, soothing the person in his arms, don't be afraid. They just like you too much and couldn't help but come out. Go back. Seeing how frightened the person was, Bai Yizhu sternly scolded the bugs. They reluctantly wagged their tails, flapping their wings unhappily, turning around one by one in perfect unison. Their steps were hesitant, as though reluctant to leave. Clearly, they liked the mountain god's little bride very much and were quite dissatisfied with why the mountain god was being so stingy. What's wrong with letting our wife be seen by the bugs for a moment? It's not like they'd take a piece of her. When the buzz of the swarm gradually faded into the distance, Song Si finally dared to slowly lift his head buried in Bai Yizhu's chest, his voice barely audible. Are they gone? Bai Yizhu, they're gone. Song Si felt weak in the knees and collapsed onto the ground unable to stand. Were you deliberately trying to scare me? Haven't you had enough fun yet? I wasn't. I swear. Bai Yizhu said helplessly. Big brother, I have never lied to you. Song Si let out a mocking laugh, you think this isn't lying? You used the excuse of mosquitoes at night to give me a love charm, deceived us to go to the back mountain, killed Yao Xintian and others, and pretended to be your own sister, spinning us around like a top, you call this not lying? His emotions spiraled out of control, his voice hoarse. Big brother, look. The boy's voice remained calm as still water, like chipped ice and broken jade. Following his gaze, Song Si saw an old off-road vehicle parked in the empty spot of the forest. The car was covered in dust and dried leaves, with many animal scratches left behind. This is our car. Song Si stared dumbfounded. If she hadn't forgotten, this off-road vehicle had been gleaming bright in the morning. He'd only recently taken food out from it. No, not yours, it's Yao's. Bai Yizhu frowned slightly, apparently forgetting the names of the few people. It's the 4 young tourists who came here. He gave up trying to remember and said casually, 3 men, 1 woman. What do you mean? Song Si became increasingly uneasy. This was the last batch of visitors. Big brother, you came to the Miao village alone. Looking at Song Si's changing expression, Bai Yizhu patiently explained, do you remember that power bank? Song Si swallowed hard and nodded. Bai Yizhu, that was Yao's. You asked me if there were tourists in the mountains. I said yes, they were them. Bai Yizhu, after you arrived at the Miao village and got lost, I took you to tour the village and see the back mountain. So what you're saying is, Yao Xintian and those 3 others are all imagined by me. I came to the Miao village alone. Song Si shook his head, hands braced against the ground, inching backward bit by bit, then, what about those dreams? Those wedding processions? I don't like you, Bai Yizhu, I don't like you. Let me go, please. A sharp pain twisted in his heart, vomiting a mouthful of black blood which stained Bai Yizhu's short front shirt. Nan Yanji and Ji Qiuru are still in the village, you're lying to me, you're lying to me. You gave me a love charm. Love flower charm, made from heart's blood and charms insects, once placed on your lover, it will recur monthly. If antidotes aren't consumed, the victim will experience unbearable pain. Luo Xian Lan's former words surfaced vividly in Song Si's mind again. His lips whitened as trembled hands anxiously tugged at the boy's collar. Antidote. Antidote, ugh. Panic flickered in Bai Yizhu's eyes for a moment, and he quickly summoned the red-tailed scorpion to let it bite Song Si again. However, this only succeeded in terrifying Song Si, who dodged backwards in fear, shedding a few large tears. The boy sighed helplessly and picked up Song Si in his arms, adjusting slightly to hold him closer. Big brother, let's go back to the village first. Pain contracted in Song Si's abdomen, and he didn't quite hear what Bai Yizhu said, shaking his head confusedly. The little scorpion perched on Bai Yizhu's shoulder naturally sensed that it had been rejected by its master's partner and hung its tail dejectedly, looking listless. 1 prick will make you feel better. It'll be super quick. Its big eyes glimmered as it fixed its gaze on Song Si, but the latter wasn't too appreciative, his face contorted with both pain and fear as he tightly shut his eyes. Bai Yizhu knew Song Si had figured out his true identity, so there was no need to pretend anymore. In the blink of an eye, he stepped to the entrance of the village, before the stilt houses. He glanced at the old woman lying in the rocking chair, considering it as greeting her, then smoothly took Song Si into the room and laid him down on the bed. Warm fingertips pressed against the stomach, and the original ache had lessened significantly, though Song Si still mumbled about wanting the antidote. Bai Yeju let out a light sigh, his pupils shimmering as if deep in thought. After a long while, he fished around in the small pouch inside his short shirt, pulled out a strip of something. On second thought that Song Si might recognize it, he hastily turned and broke off a piece, quickly shoving it into the other's mouth. Bai Yeju, big brother, eat it. Song Si, having his mouth covered, obediently chewed with wide eyes. A rich taro flavor lingered on the taste buds. Wait, why does this antidote taste so much like those 50-cent taro soft candies I used to eat when I was little? Chapter 111, The Miao Frontier Youth Has His Eyes on Me, 17. What did you make me eat? The soft candy soon melted in his mouth. Song Si furrowed his brow and wanted to spit it out to see what it was, but Bai Yeju had firmly covered his mouth. All he could do was suspiciously stare at the youth in front of him. The sharp pain in his lower abdomen had gradually subsided, and Song Si didn't notice at first, as he tried to break free from the arms that held him. Brother, swallow it. Bai Yeju's warm breath sprayed over the tiger's mouth area where he had been holding Song Si tightly, while his other hand stayed behind his back, quietly letting a little scorpion slip away quickly. This taste, why does it feel so familiar? Is what you gave me really an antidote? With his mouth being covered, Song Si's voice was muffled within the palm of the youth, sounding like someone talking with their mouth full. His mouth was filled with the sweet fragrance of taro flavor. He kneeled by the bed and straightened his waist to see behind Bai Yeju, who allowed all these actions without resisting. Song Si fumbled Bai Yeju, turning him around, making him face the back so he could feel and pat around. But the silver-white antidote seemed to have vanished without a trace. Bai Yeju spread his arms as he let Song Si touch around for quite a while until Song Si finally realized and quickly pulled his hand back. What's wrong, brother? There still seemed to be the sensation of the other party's fingertips lingering at his waist as Bai Yeju smiled. What exactly did you make me eat? Trust in this person had completely disappeared. Song Si didn't believe his words and began backing off, rubbing his forehead. I am going to find Nanyanzi and the others. They were still there when I went into the mountain earlier today. Now, they must be asleep already. His mind was currently in chaos, reminiscent of something, and his gaze shifted toward the half-open door. He stumbled to his feet, barefoot, ready to rush outside. Brother. Bai Yeju immediately pulled him back with a look of helplessness. I've said it before, there is no one next door. After a moment of thought, Bai Yeju added softly with a chuckle, if you don't believe me, rest for a while, and we will put our shoes on before heading out. After a short pause, he gently explained again, what I gave you to eat was indeed the antidote. Because I feared you would find it too bitter, I added some sugar to it. Song Si didn't refute but gave him a silent glare. Or you could feel yourself. Does your stomach still hurt now? Song Si was momentarily speechless. Even though he still did not fully trust Bai Yeju's explanation, the discomfort in his lower abdomen had truly faded. Moreover, the most disturbing fact was that despite all the wicked things the youth had done, every time Song Si saw him, there would always be a strange liking and sense of familiarity welling up inside him. It was because of the charm Bai Yeju placed on him. He quietly justified himself internally, giving out a light sniff through his nose. You're already a mountain deity. Stop pretending to be young. Even if you're not 1,000 years old, you must be at least 800. Why are you still calling me brother here? Recalling those shameful dreams from the nights before might very well have been concocted by the youth right in front of him, Song Si felt increasingly irritated, showing obvious traces of anger mixed with embarrassment in his tone. How could your age possibly even reach my fraction? Bai Yeju. Bai Yeju blinked, confused about the sudden tangent about age. Why, as a mountain deity, do you have everything at your command, so many beautiful women, and yet you keep targeting just me? Song Si's voice sounded choked and upset as he slapped away Bai Yeju's outstretched claw. Brother, I have never deceived you. Bai Yeju's emotions remained as steady as ever. He gently guided Song Si to the bedside, helping him take off his muddy shoes. Because of the frantic escape, the blisters on his feet had broken open in a few places. Thick blood seeped through the grayish-white socks, parts of which had stuck to the wounds. Song Si gasped in pain, feeling it belatedly. Instinctively, he tried pulling his ankle back, but Bai Yeju had a firm grip and pulled him back once more. In the village, it happens only every few hundred years, or even millennia, that a baby chosen by the mountain god appears to take over his position as the new mountain god. Bai Yeju squatted down halfway, moving gently as he checked the injuries along Song Si's partially exposed sock. I have not lied to you. This year marks the 18th year of my role as the mountain god. Bai Yeju rested his left hand on Song Si's foot sole, and in a blink, the wounds on his foot disappeared instantly. Song Si didn't care about how old he actually was or whether he was younger than him, he just wanted to vent and berate him a little, pouting afterward upon hearing the explanation, then I still don't like. Recalling the potency of the love poison episode earlier, Song Si fell silent immediately, glaring at him angrily, you clearly know I like girls. Bai Yeju chuckled happily, satisfied after confirming that his little bride-to-be had no other injuries, then gently placed her ankle down. Then, Song Si watched with his own eyes as the youth before him instantly turned into the likeness of Bai Shilan, even her voice becoming coquettishly alluring in a flash. So does brother prefer this appearance of mine? She batted her innocent yet seductive Danfang eyes and suddenly drew near. Song Si involuntarily trembled, sharply shrinking to the foot of the bed with a terrified expression as if he'd seen a ghost. You changed back. Quickly. After that dream within a dream, Song Si was practically conditioned to despise Bai Shilan's face. Each time he saw it, he would instinctively shudder and feel fear. He firmly covered his eyes, pushing away Bai Yeju who tried to come closer. Song Si, change back, change back. I don't like her, I don't like girls. Brother. Upon hearing the familiar youthful voice again, Song Si finally dared to lift his head. Go next door. He swallowed, realizing that his voice was somewhat choked. Find them, find them. It was already deep into the night. Wearing the straw shoes that Bai Yeju had slipped onto his feet, he shakily made his way toward Nanyanzi's room. Refusing Bai Yeju's offered support with great determination, he pushed the door open by himself. He didn't believe a word the man said. The night was silent, with dim lighting inside the stilted house. The bells on the doorframe jingled softly as they were brushed by the evening breeze. An empty rocking chair swayed at the entrance, its creaks eerie, and the old woman who had been sitting alone earlier had disappeared without a trace. Song Si's heart raced, his breathing becoming heavy. He turned to look at the adjacent room. When Bai Yeju had brought him back, his face had been buried in the other party's chest, so he hadn't noticed that Nanyanzi's door had been wide open the whole time. Inside, the wooden windows were half open, letting gentle breezes brush against their faces. The room was vacant, all furniture draped with blue cloth, as if what the old woman had mentioned earlier was indeed true. It had remained unused for quite some time, unoccupied for ages. Chapter 112, The Miaojiang Youth Has His Eyes on Me, 18. The room was spotless, the large red ropes on the roof beams gone, and Shu Lechi who had met a gruesome end, along with the blood and bugs all disappeared into thin air as if they'd never been there. Nan Yanji, where are they? Song Si stood in front of the door, stunned for a few seconds, unable to believe his eyes. And Shu Lechi's body. He suddenly turned around, grabbing Bai Yiju's sleeve, shaking it incessantly. I clearly saw them this morning. They were even talking to me. Recalling this, out of the corner of his eye he noticed that the once empty rocking chair now held an eerie old woman. Ji Qiuru even. He tried to justify himself, unwilling to be swayed by what Bai Yiju said. Brother, can you really do sign language? The youth had patiently listened to his mumbling, then finally interrupted after some time. Song Si was speechless. For 2 days, he had conversed smoothly with Ji Qiuru, completely not noticing this issue. His hand hesitantly rose to his chest, wanting to refute but realized he truly didn't know sign language. His memory of his companions became increasingly blurred, he could barely remember what Ji Qiuru had told him, or even their appearance. The 4 of them have been dead for 10 years, Bai Yiju lowered her gaze, her eyes unclear. You've also seen how Yao Xintian and Shu Lechi died. Ji Qiuru was the same, his health wasn't good. The day after Shu Lechi's death, they chose to escape again. Along the way, the poison from the bugger took effect, black veins covered their bodies, and they died with heart pain. Nam Yenji carried his body to a stream, and before the poison took hold in him, he embraced him and committed suicide. Song Si slowly prized Bai Yiju's hands open, lips pale. 10 years. Auntie. Stumbling, he half ran to the rocking chair, instinctively believing Bai Yiju's presence meant safety. You saw it too this morning, right? First. I was speaking with them just this morning. How could they have been dead for 10 years? Song Si. Bai Yiju's cold jade-like voice came from behind. Weren't you always wondering why I kept entering your dreams to marry you? Song Si squatted in front of the elderly woman, gazed at by her benevolent eyes. Her wrinkled hand gently rubbed his palm, without answering his question. He felt Bai Yiju's voice coming closer until it finally fell upon his ears. Because these are all your memories, brother. We've been together for 6 months. That night, after watching him act recklessly, Bai Yiju forcibly carried him back to bed without hesitation. To prevent Song Si from having any more thoughts of escaping, Bai Yiju cast a prohibition spell on the doors and windows. Even though the windows were wide open and the wooden door was unlatched, Song Si couldn't escape, not even a little. The room seemed to be separated from the outside world as if by an invisible air wall. Just to be safe, Bai Yiju placed something around his neck and a silver ring on his foot, chaining him to the head of the bed. After revealing his true nature the previous night, he no longer concealed his desires. Roughly throwing the person onto the bed, he immediately pressed down hard on top while still whispering sweet nothings to soothe him. He replayed everything he had done during those nights when Song Si was asleep, repeating it while he was awake, and even went further. These few days, worried about scaring his little bride, he had endured much. By the time Song Si woke up again, it was already late evening the next day. With a raspy throat, he painfully rose from the bed, feeling as if his body would fall apart from the pain. On the bedside cabinet was a bowl of clean water, and there wasn't a soul in sight inside the house. The slanted rays of the sunset poured through the window. Song Si looked around in confusion after getting up. By chance, he spotted several curious bugger peeking at him, looking at him curiously from the corner. As soon as they noticed Song Si seeing them, a sharp explosion of sound echoed suddenly. Hurry up, hurry up. The mountain spirit said that the lady is scared of us, so we can only watch secretly. If we scare her and he finds out, the mountain spirit will be angry. When the mountain spirit is angry, the consequences are severe. At worst, we might get stepped on into bug pancakes, at best, we'll get squeezed into bug juice. The atmosphere tightened instantly as the buggo panicked and feared for themselves. In a flurry, they scrambled off like the cockroaches they often despised, driving their 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 legs and rushing towards cracks in the walls, floor, or windows. A few who had eaten too much regularly had half their buttocks stuck outside, unable to squeeze in, wings buzzing helplessly as they thrashed their legs in despair. Song Ci. If the scene hadn't been so comical due to the bug's exit, he might have thought they were going to eat him. It was probably due to the spell that the chains around his ankles felt weightless, and he could even pass his hand through them easily. He looked down at the red marks on his body, belatedly recalling what he had previously thought to be mosquito bites from a few days ago. This guy had been secretly nibbling on him for quite some time now. Who ever heard of mosquitoes biting so hard? Memories of last night flooded back like a gushing spring, their physical strength vastly mismatched as Bai Yizhu had bullied him all night long. He muttered to himself, realizing he had already been in the village for half a year. He had just gotten married last month. However, driven by curiosity, he ventured deep into the mountain behind the village where he encountered some insects near a well and became disoriented. Ever since then, he began rambling on about how he had 4 companions. All the villagers in the village took good care of him, fearing he might wander into the mountains at night and get lost. They warned him not to go to the back mountain in the evening. However, Song Ci still escaped through the window late at night, heading straight to the back mountain. With wolves lurking in the mountain during the night, the whole village was awoken by an elder woman shouting out of concern for Song Ci's safety, chasing after him to bring him back. But when Song Ci saw them, he turned and fled as if seeing ghosts, running barefoot surprisingly fast, only to trip and fall into the well. In the end, it was Bai Yizhu who climbed down the well to rescue him, drying him manually, cleaning the various wounds on his body, tucking him back into bed with affectionate kisses, taking advantage while he was unconscious. Song Ci screamed and cried, refusing to listen to Bai Yizhu's explanation, covering his ears as if pretending to be deaf. In response, Bai Yizhu got tough with him. He sobbed, soaking large patches of the pillow in tears, trying to kick Bai Yizhu away, but Bai Yizhu effortlessly caught his ankle, telling him that all he needed to do was call out "Egu, older brother," and he would leave him alone. Feeling extremely uncomfortable in his stomach, pressured by Bai Yizhu's authority, Song Ci reluctantly called out. After waking up, each time he remembered it, he still felt agitated. Just before falling asleep, the youth had told him something important. In Miaojiang, one should not casually address others as "Egu" or "Amei," as these were intimate terms reserved for married couples. Are you awake? A gentle voice came from outside the door. Bai Yizhu held a tray in her left hand and a cup of oil tea in her right. You haven't eaten all day. Have some water to soothe your throat. Song Ci moistened his dry lips, glancing around resentfully, showing Bai Yizhu his backside as a gesture of protest. The meal tray was placed lightly on the table. Bai Yizhu hugged him from behind, her tone resembling that of a discarded puppy. "Egu, please talk to me." There was no notion of liking the previous host, Bai always liked Song Ci, who had simply been affected by a bug bite and spoke nothing but the truth. Chapter 113, The Miaojiang Boy Has His Eyes on Me, 19. Don't touch me. Feeling the warmth on her waist again, Song Ci couldn't help but feel a surge of soreness. She pushed Bai Yizhu awkwardly a few times. After one night, her mind was filled with confusion and chaos, everything that Bai Yizhu had said overturned all the cognitions she had since waking up in the off-road vehicle. She truly felt the interactions between her and Yao Xintian these past few days, yet now Bai Yizhu is telling her that these people have long gone. She ignored the man like a piece of sticky candy who kept clinging onto her, furrowing her brows as she tugged at the leather collar around her neck. This person forcibly placed this thing around her neck yesterday without any explanation. Hanging from it seemed to be a thin silver plate. Song Ci touched it for a long time, realizing that there must be words carved into it, but there were no mirrors in the Miao village to see, and Bai Yizhu had also taken her phone. Since she woke up this morning, she had been trying to pull the thing off her neck. However, Bai Yizhu fastened it very securely, and no matter how much she pulled, it wouldn't come off. Even worse, the more force she used, the more sensations of tingling spread through her body. Eventually, she could only lie down breathlessly on the bed in exhaustion. As Bai Yizhu watched Song Ci impatiently tugging at her collar, causing herself to hurt her waist in a series of smooth motions, he stepped back 2 steps while pretending not to care, and accidentally stepped on the cracks in the floorboard a couple of times, helping those several fat parasitic insects squeeze in, all the while looking innocent. Brother, what's wrong? Why are your earlobes so red? Song Ci. Song Ci mentally flipped Bai Yizhu the middle finger, knowing that it must be due to some spell or curse that Bai Yizhu had cast on her. Even if I stayed with you for half a year, it definitely wasn't willingly, she spoke firmly. Despite the strange feelings towards the youth before her, she fully attributed them to her being bewitched by the love charm. You didn't get my permission to force me up here, and I don't even like you. With every word, memories from last night resurfaced vividly, making her voice increasingly pitiful as she pouted slightly. I must have tried to escape countless times, and I never agreed to become your bride. Why? Before Song Si could finish her sentence, she experienced waves of dull pain in her chest. Enraged, she yelled at Bai Yeju, did you really cast a pirated version of the charm on me? Supposed to activate once a month, why did it change to daily now? Song Si, or maybe even dislike. Another piercing pain hit her heart. She cursed under her breath, does your family's toxins come with voice control too? Seeing Song Si turn deathly pale, Bai Yeju immediately moved in front of her in the blink of an eye. The silver ornaments on his body jingled as he anxiously massaged her abdomen. Song Si, it's the chest. Bai Yeju, oh. Obeying, he moved his hand to her chest area and slowly massaged it. Then, he took out a sweet yam candy from his pocket and slipped it into her mouth for her to eat. Interestingly enough, despite the weird taste of this antidote, each time she swallowed it, the stabbing pain in her heart disappeared instantly. Breathing lightly, Song Si noticed that she had somehow straddled Bai Yeju's lap, curled up entirely in his embrace with her hands wrapped around his neck in a dependent pose while he was helping her massage her chest. Now that the pain was gone and there was nothing unusual about her body, the meaning of this position instantly changed. Realizing the situation quickly, she hastily scrambled backward on the bed using her hands to put distance between them, nearly flattening the red-tailed scorpion which had hurriedly escaped after its mission was completed. Ordered by Bai Yeju, this scorpion had applied a bit of anesthesia on its tail and delivered a swift, precise, and ruthless sting to Song Si's snowy white neck. Afterward, the scorpion proudly glanced at Bai Yeju with its 8 shiny black eyes and prepared to leave gracefully, intending to keep its great achievements and identity well hidden. Unfortunately, it almost got squashed by the mountain goddess. Fearing this outcome, it nervously stood its tail up straight and dared not stay a moment longer, scrambling off the bed quickly in fright. You promised. Bai Yeju lowered his head, observing the whole scene without denying Song Si's earlier statement about fleeing. Brother, I've never lied to you. There it was again. Not arguing probably meant agreement. Song Si pursed her lips, paying absolutely no attention to this remark of his, promise. If I run away every day, how can I possibly agree to marry you? And. He strained his brain for a while, recalling the knowledge at his disposal. The wedding you arranged isn't valid outside. How old are you anyway? Hurry up and let me go. Bai Yeju blinked and reached out to stroke the object around Song Si's neck. She soon found herself feeling weak and lying limply on the bed, why wouldn't it be valid? Besides, brother already agreed with me. Do you remember Bai? He tilted his head in thought for a moment, remembering Song Si's instinctive reaction when she saw Bai Xinlan. He circled his words carefully and swallowed them all down. Do you remember the pheasant feather I gave you? How could Song Si forget it? Bai Xinlan had reminded him not to lose it since the day she gave it to him. That night, he had inexplicably placed it on his bedside and slept with it there. Later in a dream, he saw Bai Xinlan's furious expression upon realizing he didn't have the pheasant feather, which scared him so much that he tightly gripped it when fleeing yesterday. Now, it lay messily on the bedside table, covered with some dirt. Song Si nodded, indicating that he remembered, but his eyes carried a hint of confusion, unsure about her implication. Our Miao ethnic group has a custom. Bai Yeju spoke softly, his star-like eyes carrying a smile. When a boy blows into the lushing, a traditional musical instrument, for someone he loves, if he plucks the pheasant feather off your lushing, it means they've agreed to your courtship request. Brother, the youth suddenly moved closer, beaming, you did keep my pheasant feather, right? That doesn't count. That's what guys do to trick girls. Song Si tried to retreat, but his body was clamped down immovable. Doesn't count. The youth pretended to ponder thoughtfully, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes, then okay, I'll just become brother's little bride despite feeling wronged. Brother even kept my handkerchief, Bai Yeju's voice mimicked a weepy tone, as if crying, and now that I've entrusted myself entirely to you. Bai Yeju, you're rejecting me now, wailing. Song Si, ? Song Si was shocked by this dramatic turnaround of attitude. But he couldn't escape. Staring dumbfounded at him, a layer of warmth spread over his nose tip. Song Si, what do you mean? Because the handkerchief from the girls of Miaojiang shouldn't be accepted carelessly, brother. The corners of the youth's eyes curved into an appealing shape, rotating his star-like eyes with a playful tone, it's meant for one's lover. Song Si's pupils shrank, unable to mutter a single word. He had cleaned the handkerchief that got dirty and put it in his bag, intending to return it to Bai Xinlan another day. He never realized its other implications. Seemed like Bai Yeju had been setting traps for him since their first meeting. You. He became both angry and embarrassed, uttering nothing coherent with flushed cheeks repeatedly. Bai Yeju, even in ordinary villages, it would be hard for you to leave after accepting this kerchief, let alone. His gaze flashed, like a deep pool in a tranquil forest. You can't escape anymore, brother. Chapter 114, The Miaojiang Youth Has His Eyes on Me, 20. His neck had been caressed by him the entire time, leaving Song Si immobile. The sensation was so intense that it made tears stream down his face. Weakly raising his hands, he attempted to pull away the hand that was wandering around his neck. Little Si, wake up. Grandma. The door was lightly knocked on twice, and a female voice came from outside the room. After realizing that the door wasn't locked, the person cautiously peeked inside and complained, still sleeping. The sun is almost at your backside already. Didn't you agree yesterday for Bai Yeju to take us on a tour of the Miao village? Song Si looked in the direction of the voice, and upon recognizing the visitor, his pupils shrank sharply as he retreated in fear into Bai Yeju's arms. It was Yao Xintian. Yao Xintian, who had met her tragic end in the well. Footsteps echoed behind her as Shu Leshi followed with irritation, complaining loudly about why Song Si took so long to wake up. Soon after, Nan Yanji also arrived with Ji Qiuru, asking if he felt unwell and suggesting they rest for a moment. Ji Qiuru was also deeply concerned, using sign language to tell him there might be some medicine in the car, and asked whether he wanted help retrieving it. Song Si gradually loosened his tightly gripped fingers, looking dazedly at the half-open door. Rising, he wanted to get out of bed to check, but suddenly a gust of wind blew through the window, and Bai Yeju casually waved his hand, causing the wooden door to slam shut, cutting off all sounds from outside. Little Si, you're hallucinating again. He calmly explained to Song Si. I'm not. Song Si, barefoot on the floor, urgently tried to leave the bed to investigate. You saw them, right? You saw them. You're lying to me again. I didn't. Though Bai Yeju had initially held Song Si's wrist as he ran, he eventually let go out of concern for possibly injuring him. Barefoot, Song Si hurried across the floor, rushing to open the door without noticing how the chains under his feet extended bit by bit. The invisible barrier at the entrance seemed to vanish instantly, fearing that he might hurt himself. Panic-stricken, he bolted out the door, wanting to stop his companions. But looking around, he found no one. Those shadows he'd seen earlier in the room seemed like fleeting visions, a silent farewell. He ended up walking toward Yao Xintian's room. Just like yesterday, everything was neatly covered with clean blue fabric, leaving no trace of habitation. Then he glanced downstairs. The stilt house stood empty, only Grandma lounging in her rocking chair and basking in the sunlight swayed slowly. Noticing his gaze, she smiled kindly at him. Grandma, did you see 4 people come upstairs just now? And what about your breakfast? Stiffly speaking, he made one last attempt to verify. The dining table below was clearly visible, it remained completely empty. Didn't Xiao Bai already bring your breakfast? Although old, Grandma still had good hearing and answered cheerfully, wasn't it enough? If not, Grandma can cook some more for you. No, no. Supporting himself against the wall in a daze, Song Si stabilized himself. Bai Yeju appeared from the room and firmly held him steady. Seeing the two of them close together once again, Grandma couldn't suppress her smile and carefully reminded them, just now, little Si asked me if I saw 4 people come upstairs, another hallucination, huh? Weren't we talking about being cured? Bai Yeju nodded gently, he's getting better soon. The other day, he insisted I cook for 5 people, nearly exhausting this old woman, Grandma teased playfully, pretending to rub her waist but without any blame in her tone. Once he's better, bring him back home sooner rather than later. Having him stay here with this old grandma isn't really appropriate, you know. Bai Yeju chuckled, responding affirmatively while leading Song Si back inside the stilt house. Song Si frowned slightly, continuously turning his head to look behind him, confusion clouding his eyes. Do I really not know them? Don't, I assure you. Did you kill them? Brother, I was 8 years old when they came, Bai Yeju replied helplessly. You're the mountain god, intelligent even at 8. Having thoughts and ideas of your own would be quite normal. Song Si pressed further as he was guided back into the stilt house by him. The youth gave an emphatic nod, I indeed am quite smart. Song Si, ? That wasn't the point. As soon as they entered the room, the door closed quietly behind them. Song Si immediately went up the bed to put distance between himself and Bai Yeju. Chuckling lightly, the young man sat beside him and began massaging his sore lower back. The goo poison on their bodies wasn't from me. This mountain has a lot of goo insects, they got bitten before they even entered the village. I kindly took them in, but during the onset of the goo poison, that Mr. Shu and the woman blamed us, even causing trouble for Grandma, accusing us of putting goo in their breakfast. I'm not lying to you. Except for that mouthy man, the others all died from the goo poison. Bai Yeju puckered his lips, you should have dreamt about it, but not entirely. He cursed at me in my temple, so I got angry and killed him. The whole way you entered the mountain, my command kept the insects from biting you. Song Si felt his scalp prickle after hearing Bai Yeju's account. Then what about the love goo on me? That was surely your doing, right? Why else would I be in such excruciating pain? Brother, I didn't. Seeing the topic shift back to the love goo, Bai Yeju could only patiently defend himself again, when suddenly Song Si froze as if deep in thought. Ring. Major update successful, new function unlocked. For this function, our system has invested advanced technology, applied precise calculations, expended a great deal of energy, and poured in substantial funds to create. An abrupt electronic noise suddenly burst forth inside Song Si's mind, followed by extravagant praises of how amazing and high-end their new function was. Startled almost to the point of jumping off the bed, Song Si anxiously glanced around. After confirming that only Bai Yeju and himself were in the room, he locked eyes onto the youth. Bai Yeju, have you hit puberty? Bai Yeju, ? His eyes brimmed with confusion as he looked at Song Si questioningly. What? Bai Yeju hadn't uttered a word from his mouth just now, but since he possessed magical powers, speaking directly into Song Si's mind wasn't strange. Furrowing his brow, Song Si turned to him, don't talk nonsense. What new function? Bai Yeju was also bewildered by Song Si's question, assuming his hallucinations had worsened. In this update, we've added spatial storage, where all previous reward items are stored. Do you wish to open the spatial storage cabinet? Open it. Song Si curiously watched Bai Yeju, unsure what trick he was about to pull. Ring. Items in the spatial storage cabinet, 1 bottle of rose-scented lubricant, 1 box of watermelon-flavored condoms, currently dropping. Song Si. Chapter 115 He's interested in me, 21. Just as the system finished speaking, a pink bottle and small box suddenly appeared out of thin air between Song Si and Bai Yeju, falling onto the bed with a swoosh and rolling around twice. The box was adorned with a cartoon character wearing sunglasses, smirking in an unsavory way. In the top left corner, a line of text was written. May we live long and share the beauty of the moon, even if miles apart. Song Si. The air froze for a moment as Bai Yeju, confused, made the first move by picking up the tube of viscous liquid and curiously sniffing it close to his nose. Brother, is this the kind of perfume the girls in the village use? It seems like a floral scent. Subsequently, he frowned and turned the bottle carefully inspecting it. There are so many foreign characters on here, I can't read them. Song Si watched him in shock, looking at his innocent eyes and unsure of what to say at the moment. Right now, he was infinitely grateful that Bai Yeju was a mountain-raised illiterate who didn't know how to read much. He tried hard to ignore the phrase, gentle not greasy, skin-friendly moisturizing, fruity taste, his ears turning bright red. You're right, it's perfume, quickly return it to the young girl, he responded with a nod, suppressing all the words he wanted to say. Looking at his strange expression, Bai Yeju blinked inquisitively and shook the bottle. Brother, I don't recognize these characters, can you help me read them? Lips pursed, Song Si took it, pretending to accidentally fling the small box under the bed, hoping Bai Yeju would forget about it soon. He stared at the shameful string of sentences on the bottle with wide eyes, lying through his teeth. It says here that this is. Considering the liquid inside did not resemble regular perfume, he forced himself to add, this is semi-solid perfume, rose-scented, and, then, this fragrance lasts a very long time. He frowned and stared at the word edible for a long while, his brows knitted tighter and tighter. What were all these things? Why was Bai Yeju looking at him so questioningly? Wasn't this thing something he conjured up? Why didn't he know about it now? Could it be that the voice in his head wasn't coming from him? Unconsciously nibbling on his lips, Song Si gave Bai Yeju a curious glance and tentatively asked in his mind, are you Bai Yeju? The voice in his head soon spoke again. For this feature, our system utilized advanced technology, precise calculations, and invested a great deal of energy and funds, creating. Song Si. Why did he go on bragging again? Song Si, hello. Who are you? System, ding. Update highly successful, unlocking new features. Song Si, can you please respond normally? System, in this update, we've added. Song Si, you. System, for this feature, our system has invested. Done. All in all, just a few sentences repeated endlessly. It reminded him too much of the robotic customer service he encountered when topping up phone credits. While asking questions in his mind, he observed Bai Yeju's expressions meticulously, but the other's face remained unchanged, staring straight at him with no attempt to hide his obvious desire. What is brother thinking about? After an unknown duration, Bai Yeju finally interrupted his thoughts. Is it because you don't recognize the latter characters? It's okay, brother. The young man smiled warmly, leaning closer, and gently unscrewed the tube, instantly filling the room with a strawberry scent. Since brother brought this out himself, you must definitely like this perfume. Let me apply it for you, Bai Yeju said earnestly, curiously handling the object as though genuinely clueless about its purpose. What does he mean, brought out? Which eye of Bai Yeju actually saw that? This item clearly appeared out of nowhere, how could it be pinned on him? Annoyed and restless, Song Si, with reddened ears, turned and wanted to run. However, Bai Yeju moved even faster, directly grabbing his ankle and dragging him back. In his left hand was a big dollop of perfume, which he began rubbing onto Song Si. His eyebrows slightly raised, he glanced at the word edible on the bottle and recalled that perhaps those yum candies had similar inscriptions. After pondering for a few seconds, he lost control without hesitation. A little later, Song Si was coated in strawberry scent too. Tossed around several times, Song Si had lost track of time completely. When he woke up, his surroundings had changed, the chain around his ankle glinted silver white, the bed he lay on seemed larger, and the sky outside looked dark. His lower abdomen felt unbearably sore, he needed to use the restroom. The ceiling on both sides shimmered with faint halos, dimly lighting up the room in a yellowish hue. It was undoubtedly Bai Yeju's magic. He tossed around a bit on the bed, half burying his face into the pillow as he peeked out with one eye, observing his surroundings. The room had doubled in size compared to the old woman's home, and considering Song Si's discomfort, the mattress was exceptionally soft. After much internal deliberation, he slowly eased himself off the bed, gripping his lower back as he tentatively pulled at the wooden door. As expected, it was locked tight. Song Si sighed, legs clamped together as he shamefully crawled back into bed, deciding to wait for Bai Yeju's return before asking him to take him to relieve himself. In the middle of the night, Bai Yeju eventually figured out the correct usage of that perfume and discovered the contents inside the little box too. He hadn't used everything at once, instead cherishing what remained, storing them carefully back into his little fabric pouch. And then there was that artificial intelligence voice inside his head. Song Si sighed inwardly again. After observing Bai Yeju all night, he could confirm that the electronic voice did not belong to him. Instead, it somewhat resembled something from novels. A system. Based on his limited knowledge of the novel world, usually in time travel stories, the protagonist would automatically be equipped with a golden finger system that would help them upgrade and defeat monsters, making them the strongest being on the entire continent. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, silently probing this so-called system in his mind. If this system truly existed, surely it must have more functions than just storage space. If he had this system aiding him, perhaps escaping this Meow village would soon be within reach. Hey, are you still there? He tentatively greeted again. Does your system have any other functions? There was silence in his mind for an extended period without any response. Just when Song Si was about to assume that the previous electronic sound was all his hallucination, the system finally spoke up, as if answering that question had already exhausted all its brain cells. Ding! This new mode is only a trial version, limited to 2 days. Currently, only 10 hours of usage time remain. Please look forward to the official launch. Please rate our service. Press 1 if you're very satisfied, press 2 if you're super satisfied, press 3 if you're extremely satisfied, press 4 if you're universe level satisfied, and press 5 if you're ultra satisfied. Song Si. The slogan on the small box came from Durex. Classes have started this semester, and the schedule is packed. I've been squeezing time between my studies and writing QWQ, but unfortunately, I hit a writer's block today, so there will only be one chapter. I'll take a short break, and tomorrow I'll return to daily updates. Everyone, after finishing this chapter, please go to sleep early OVO. Chapter 116, The Miaojiang Boy Has His Eyes on Me, 22. So what's the point of the options? Are these 5 options different from each other? Song Si's Adam's apple moved as he listened to the cheeky voice of the system. After choking for a long time, he had no idea how to scold it. He lay down on the bed helplessly and discovered a terrible fact. Since the first glance at Bai Yeju, Song Si had been stunned by him. Then after every subsequent encounter until now, each meeting evoked an uncontrollable tremor in his heart. He blamed all this on the other's poison. Song Si did not know how long this situation would last, maybe only a month, a year, or perhaps a lifetime. During the 2 days when Bai Yeju pinned him on the bed, chaotic memories kept flashing through his mind, walking alone into the village, sitting in a sedan chair dressed in a wedding dress, being embraced by a similarly red-robed youth, lying with tears in his eyes on a soft bed willingly calling him elder brother. So does the love charm also control emotions and dreams? Exhausted, Song Si lay in bed, curling up as he tightly pressed his lips together. This situation had happened before. There was no bathroom in Granny's room either. When he was first locked up, there were times he had to beg Bai Yeju to take him to use the toilet. Tightening his legs, Song Si stared intently at the wooden door. Finally, when he was about to break down, the door creaked open. Song Si's heart tightened as he sat up in panic and looked ahead. Bai. Elder brother. As expected, upon hearing this title, Bai Yeju's expression instantly softened. He placed the food tray on the table. What's wrong, elder brother? Actually, Bai Yeju already knew what Song Si was going to say the moment he saw him. Yesterday, he intentionally kept giving him water, so waking up with such a need was quite normal. Didn't you wake up with a sore throat? Have some milk. Pretending not to notice, Bai Yeju picked up a bowl of milk and handed it to Song Si. Looking at this large bowl of liquid, Song Si suffered silently and gently pushed his hand away. I want. What do you want, elder brother? Bai Yeju's clear eyes made it seem like he genuinely didn't know. After some back and forth, Song Si realized that Bai Yeju was intentionally teasing him, making him feel both angry and embarrassed, grinding his teeth in frustration. I want to use the restroom. Saying it in self-abandonment. Bai Yeju turned his face aside. Song Si stayed speechless for a few seconds but, constrained by physiological needs, quickly leaned forward and hugged Bai Yeju's neck, giving him a quick peck on the cheek before pulling away immediately. A smile spread across Bai Yeju's face as he pointed to a wardrobe-style door inside the room. That's the toilet. The chain is long enough, allowing you complete freedom to go in and out. Seeing Song Si's face alternating between green and purple as he realized he'd been tricked, Bai Yeju's tone became even more joyful. As if preparing to lift Song Si's leg, he said, so elder brother wants me to hold you while you relieve yourself. Well then, nothing is more honorable than following orders. Song Si. Song Si, leave me alone. Song Si spent nearly 3 months living at Bai Yeju's home. The effects of the love charm didn't resurface, and he never saw Yao Xintian and the others again. It seemed just as Bai Yizhu had said, their existence was merely his delusion. The entire stilt house was permeated with Bai Yizhu's unique fragrance. Ever since he moved in, he hadn't seen those various bugs again. Bai Yizhu treated him well on a daily basis. Aside from being a little rough in bed, everything else went smoothly for him. Fearing Song Si might get upset being alone, Bai Yizhu agreed with the villager's suggestion to allow visits every 10 days. Thus, almost every 10 days, Bai Yizhu's stilt house was abuzz with people who all wanted to see the small bride that the mountain god seldom allowed anyone to see. Memories continued to flood his brain like waves during this period. He saw himself climbing the mountain alone and getting lost in the forest. Despairing, he followed a light towards this Miao village, finding the scene outside its gates identical to what they'd seen endlessly circling in the mountains. In front of him stood a tall youth adorned with a silver phoenix crown, wearing intricate silver jewelry around his neck, looking as white as condensed jade, with charming eyes gazing at him. Staring blankly into his eyes, unable to look away. The youth smiled warmly. Standing still for a while, he then gracefully walked over, extending his hand. Unwittingly, Song Si placed his hand in the boy's. Originally intending to just rest briefly in the Miao village and continue down the mountain the next day, he woke up one day to find that he couldn't leave anymore. A fog had rolled into the forests around the village at some unknown point, and without having left any markers along his way, he was completely lost. Song Si turned back to the Miao village to ask the young man to help him get down the mountain, but the latter only smiled and said that he had never left these deep mountains and thus could not assist him. Hoping that someone would notice his disappearance and come looking for him, Song Si waited. But after several days, he had still not seen anyone else except the youth. Attempting to find his own way down the mountain, every time Song Si ventured out, he would always end up back in the Miao village, or when utterly exhausted, he would be found and brought back by the strikingly handsome young man. Initially, he felt very grateful to have been taken in by the boy, interpreting each of Bai Yizhu's intense stares as care and concern. In the first few days after arriving at the Miao village, Song Si started having frequent dreams. He would dream of someone kissing him and holding him in the night, with the person giving off a pleasant aroma. Despite this, Song Si continued to hope for an escape. Bai Yizhu was always actively helping him in his endeavors, and Song Si felt deeply grateful to the handsome youth, promising that if he ever made it down the mountain, he would repay him. Bai Yizhu shook his head, his silver ornaments tinkling as he moved, telling Song Si that it wasn't necessary, because he had already received the best gift. At the time, Song Si didn't understand what he meant. He assumed some girl must have given Bai Yizhu a present and cheerfully congratulated him, wishing them 100 years of happiness together. Bai Yizhu's strange laugh sent chills down his spine. His deep gaze was unshakably fixed on Song Si as he murmured softly, "There will be." Song Si hadn't grasped the meaning of those two words then. It wasn't until the 10th day trapped in the Miao village, when that man began to become more unrestrained at night, sending wave after wave of tingles through his body, that things changed drastically. Scorching kisses rained down all over him, and in his discomfort, he struggled to open his eyes. The usually gentle and courteous youth sat by his side, smiling tenderly at him. Upon realizing he'd been discovered, Bai Yizhu showed no sign of panic. Instead, he leisurely caressed Song Si's face, even kissing him more fiercely, leaving Song Si no chance to resist. From that day onward, Bai Yizhu discarded all pretense. The room's door was locked from the outside, the windows tightly shut, and only Bai Yizhu had free access to the room. Song Si attempted to escape multiple times, but they all ended in failure. Whether trying to flee from the stilt house or venturing into the forest, he was inevitably caught and brought back by the youth. By the 3rd month of being in the Miao village, Song Si slowly lost the motivation to run away. There were no sounds of rescue from beyond the mountains, nor had he ever seen a helicopter pass overhead. To outsiders, perhaps he was already dead. Aside from certain matters on the bed, Bai Yizhu almost indulged Song Si in everything else. The villagers also treated him with great respect and kindness. No overtime work, no need to wake up early, meals served to him like royalty, all except for the occasional soreness in his behind. It was truly the kind of life he once dreamed of. Chapter 117 He's been watching me, 23. Thinking this way, he even found Bai Yizhu more likable when he looked at him. Yet, he kept warning himself that these feelings were only due to being confined for too long, a case of Stockholm syndrome, and he must not give up the chance to escape. By the 4th month of staying in the Miao village, his relationship with Bai Yizhu had become increasingly familiar. Occasionally, they would quarrel, yet the youth always endured silently and patiently calmed him down afterward. Knowing Song Si loved sweets, Bai spent several days sneaking down the mountain, quietly running to a small shop where he stole 2 packets of fragrant taro soft candy. In return, he left 2 insects for the shopkeeper. In the 5th month of their stay, Bai Yizhu married him grandly in an 8-sedan chair procession. Song Si thought he might have gone mad. His first reaction was not fear but rather a faint excitement. Bai Yizhu happily shared all the insects on the mountainside with him, gathering all the poison insects from the entire verdant hill that night for a insect meeting performance specifically for Song Si. Song Si almost passed out from the shock. After the mountain god wedding, Bai Yizhu practically let down all his defenses around Song Si, leaving windows and doors wide open as if confident Song Si couldn't escape anyway. On one night in the 6th month, Song Si put his escape plan into action. Carefully moving the hand draped over his waist aside, he slowly slid off the bed. After hesitating and gazing at Bayeju's sleeping face for a long while, he kissed the boy lightly on the cheek before resolutely turning and slipping out of the door. He was bitten by a colorful insect during his escape and woke up in the SUV. It was then he had his so-called first meeting with the alluringly handsome youth. No wonder. No wonder the villagers' strange glances had been directed at him after arriving at the village, no wonder the words of caution from the old woman about entering the back mountain had all been addressed to him. Actually, every villager had been looking at him. Song Si leaned against the headboard, head resting against the board, silently processing the gradually clearer memories. Could all of this really be true? Could it truly not be an illusion cast by Bayeju? Also, that electronic voice which randomly appeared in his head one day and set the deadline for 10 hours. Ever since then, despite calling repeatedly, there was no response whatsoever. Song Si embraced himself with his knees drawn up. Just like before, Bayeju had unchained him, though the necklace around his neck still hadn't been removed. After spending time together and regaining those memories, he refused to acknowledge his odd feelings towards Bayeju, attributing them entirely to the so-called love charm despite there being no such sharp pain recently. With his elbow half supported on the windowsill, he looked outside, when suddenly a creaking sound came from the wooden door behind. Bayeju's voice sounded, "Big brother, it's time for dinner." Song Si snorted lightly through his nose, turned around, and slowly crawled to the edge of the bed, sitting next to the table. Recently, Bayeju had suddenly taken great interest in cooking meals personally for him, showing exceptional virtue. 5-colored rice, sour soup fish, fried cakes, spicy bones, myriad flower tea. The table full of dishes sparkled with splendor, making anyone's mouth water. The young man beside him stared at him intently. Song Si slightly gnashed his teeth on his lower lip and obediently picked up a piece of fried cake. As soon as he took a bite, instinctively moved the dish of spicy bones onto Bayeju's bowl. Instantly, the look in Bayeju's eyes lit up. How does Big Brother know I'm addicted to spicy food? Bayeju's eyes gleamed like clear spring water under bright sunlight. How did he know that Bayeju likes spicy food? Song Si paused, glanced sideways and blinked at the youth. For half a minute, he couldn't articulate any coherent reasons. It was merely a reflexive action, something he himself didn't understand why he'd done. Whether it was earlier or now, he seemed to never see Bayeju eat in front of him, let alone get to know his tastes. Did Big Brother catch me secretly eating spicy ribs? Bayeju cleverly deflected attention onto a trivial detail instead. Does this care mean Big Brother has developed affection for me? Not this again. Song Si, isn't it because you placed a charm on me? Does Big Brother still think it's me who placed the charm on you? Bayeju's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression resembling a fox who had done something wrong. Isn't it? Song Si asked, didn't you give me an antidote? And wasn't I spitting blood? All this liking is only because you gave me that charm. He muttered as he bit into the 5-colored rice. Is this what you're talking about? Bayeju fell silent for a moment, then pushed the fragrant taro soft candy to the middle of the table. Song Si, what do you mean? I thought you had long recovered your memory and should have remembered what this so-called antidote really is. The youth sighed, reaching out to gently rub Song Si's soft hair. I told you before, didn't I? That time when you escaped, you were bitten by a venomous insect, right? Song Si nodded. The young man continued, this insect's venom was quite potent. It could cause hallucinations and make one feel as though their heart was being wrung out, resulting in spitting blood. The reason you saw those 4 people was likely because you glimpsed the car just before slipping into unconsciousness. The part about taking an antidote was a lie. The true antidote was that scorpion you saw. Every night, I made it secretly sting you while you slept to detoxify you gradually. Otherwise, if you found out, you would definitely accuse me of putting another curse on you. The remaining toxicity was already gone last month, which is why you won't be spitting blood or experiencing chest pain anymore. Song Si. Song Si. After Bayeju finished explaining, a long silence descended over the room. Song Si's throat was dry, his expression strange. So, what you're saying is... Big Brother, realizing he'd finally understood, Bayeju's eyes lit up with delight, you've fallen for me. All those feelings you thought were fabricated, they came from your heart, Big Brother. You've been fond of me for a long time. Bayeju. Song Si swallowed hard, opening his mouth slightly. Bayeju placed his pale, slender hand over Song Si's lips gently, shaking his head. A blue glow appeared on his forehead, flickered momentarily, then clearly showed the number 100. Suddenly, an upbeat electronic voice sounded in his ear, ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Entering the next world. Chapter 118, the psychotic overlord has taken a liking to me, 1. Friends who have killed before all know that suitcases are usually used for carrying corpses. So when Song Si felt himself crammed in a narrow space, surrounded by complete darkness, he even thought he had become a fresh corpse in some alternate reality. Memories from the 4 small worlds surged into his mind, and intermittent buzzing sounds of electric current constantly reached his ears. 140, reconnecting. 140, reconnection successful. Host, I'm back. Who are you? Memories overlapped chaotically in Song Si's mind as he absent-mindedly asked. Yang. 140 made a show of crying with code tears streaming down. Host, I've accompanied you through an entire dimension. After the last network failure, I repaired it at lightning speed and came right back once it was fixed. Host, this time I make a grand return. Making a heavy impact. Fully upgraded. Our system has added many new features. Absolutely fulfilling your dream of having a golden thumb. With pride in its tone, 140 hurriedly supplemented. Song CI. There it is, it all came rushing back. It took 2.5 years to repair its network after entering 3 different worlds, only now returning. The sound of rolling wheels suddenly stopped, and Song CI felt the suitcase laid flat as he experienced a dizzying moment of disorientation. Fresh air flowed in as the suitcase opened. Song CI blinked repeatedly, noticing a significant issue. It was still pitch black all around him, and he couldn't see a thing. Why can't I see anything? Am I blind in this small world? A person who had remained silent throughout their journey gently picked him up and placed him on a soft bed. Aren't you saying you've been upgraded? Check this out quickly. Who's dragging me? Am I dead already? Song CI dared not move a bit, fearing that the murderer would tear him apart further. The sudden chatter of the proud electronic voice abruptly halted, taking a long pause before timidly replying, hee. I also can't see. Great, familiar moves. The figure was much taller than him, effortlessly wrapping his whole body in an embrace. Song CI whimpered weakly as he was kissed, powerless to resist. WTF. 140, does this guy have a necrophilia fetish or something? He killed me just to kiss me now. In sheer terror, he tried struggling but found his limbs powerless, allowing himself to be manipulated. Aren't your system tasks about bringing the main characters together? Why am I pinned to a corpse now? Do you want me to scare them as a ghost in the middle of the night? Song CI fell into despair. The actions became more audacious, leaving Song CI no choice but to make some incoherent noises instead of cursing or begging. 140, just returning less than 5 minutes ago, had already earned itself VIP status in the Black Room. Just before being blocked, it desperately squeezed out one sentence of comfort, host, don't lose heart. Let's conquer life and go back to being a corpse. Song CI. When the individual woke again, dawn had just broken. Then upon realizing Song CI had awakened, the surrounding clouds visibly obscured the sun within mere seconds. Thick layers of mist rose everywhere, the sound of leather shoes tapping against the ground echoed with a tap-tap sound. Song CI looked up bewildered and saw a man with reversed facial features, wearing a full suit, smiling brightly while holding a contract and even waving at him. Song CI drew in a sharp gasp and quickly moved backward, his spine colliding with the wooden bench behind him, causing him to flinch painfully. I don't know when, but somehow he had already found himself in a foggy park, as if the events from last night were all a dream. Host, you've now entered an infinite flow novel. This is an NPC from this sub-scenario. 140 reminded appropriately. As though confirming what 140 said, the suited man immediately flattered him and gestured invitingly, Sir, do you remember the apartment we discussed? Guaranteed satisfaction. Suit man, our community offers exclusive luxury elevators for single individuals, complete wooden furniture in the rooms, and panoramic eco-friendly balconies enjoying the charm of nature. Suit man, in our neighborhood, you'll experience humanistic care across generations, feel the elegance of old traditions. And to avoid the loneliness of living alone, our community also boasts soul companions for mental companionship. For a while, Song CI failed to understand what nonsense this guy was babbling on about and simply nodded vaguely in response. His smile stretched even wider above his head, reaching directly to the hairline, emitting a series of eerie laughs, ha ha ha. So, sir, please pay this month's rent in advance. It's 16,500 yuan. After paying the rent, I'll take you to see the apartment. 16,500. That's robbery. Song CI widened his eyes and quietly patted his empty pocket, it's too expensive. I'll pass. The formerly smiling suit man with a flattering tongue suddenly fell silent, his jaws wide open staring at him, then right before Song Ci's shocked gaze, it popped out and rolled twice on the ground. Speechless with terror, Song Ci stared at this horrifying scene. Damn, is he hinting that if I don't buy his house, this will be my fate? He furiously asked 140 inside his mind, could the dream I had yesterday have been a precognitive one? If I refuse to buy the house, will he get so angry that he gouges out my eyes, then? Never. 140 hurriedly comforted him, I got this. Everyone has special powers in this small world, and yours happens to be copying. You can infinitely replicate something. Song Ci immediately understood and asked the suit man to take out a 100 yuan note, promptly duplicating it into 165 bills, and followed the suit man toward the so-called luxury residence. Host. 140 chuckled and called, we've acquired an amazing function in this upgrade. Every player entering the scenario can choose their skill points. As 140 spoke, a transparent silver screen appeared before Song Ci's eyes, showing in golden letters, Beauty, -0, 100+. 140 was smug as its data nearly shot through the roof. We've cleared the original owner's choices just in case you're unsatisfied with these skill stats, leaving them for host to freely select. Song Ci nodded and directly maximized all points, confirming swiftly, making each move seamless. Why hesitate? Of course, full points next. 140, host, you're simply a genius. The transparent screen displayed the successful choice and swiftly skipped past other skill pages before finally settling. Beauty, 100. IQ, 0. Stamina, 0. Attack, 0. Speed, 0. At the end, there was a sly separate display, remaining skill points, 0. Song Ci, 140. So, with only 5 skills, why couldn't they all be placed on the same panel with point numbers shown? Chapter 119, the psychotic main god has taken a liking to me, too. Breaking through the mist, the two continued forward. In the distance stood an old residential building, half immersed in the fog, grey and bleak, with no other structures visible. What is this place? Wah. The one who spoke was a high school girl in uniform, her face dirty and tears streaming down her cheeks. Faintly, human shadows could be seen in the hallway, occasionally accompanied by the sound of arguing. Shit. What the hell kind of place is this? I was taking a good crap, and you brought me here to sell houses. Leaning against the wall next to the old building was a red-haired thug, cigarette dangling from his lips as he dug out earwax. Don't cry so much. You just know how to cry. It's making my ears hurt. There were 8 people standing below the apartment building. According to 140's previous account, there were a total of 9 people in this game: Song Ci, the female high schooler, the red-haired thug, a middle-aged uncle, Gu Yi, Yi Qian, and a homosexual couple. Gu Yi and Yi Qian were the main characters of this story. His mission this time was not only to help these protagonists form a romantic relationship but also to assist them in completing their task. This side quest is absolutely effortless. Song Ci had his hands in his pockets, keeping his eyes fixed on the dark grey, old residential building as it grew closer and closer. Just tell me how the male protagonist gets through the original plotline. I can follow that and lead them through an express version, it'll be perfect. But suddenly, 140 fell silent again. A sliver of unease passed through Song Ci's heart. After a long silence, 140 finally spoke up. Host, this is the first replica of the original work. Song Ci, I assent the first replica supposed to be easier. 140's robotic voice faltered, struggling to pronounce words, because, there is only one replica in this book, and they didn't manage to complete it either. Why? Song Ci tilted his head and conversed with it while following the man in the suit toward the front of the building. I remember that protagonists in Infinite Stream novels should have some sort of golden glow, they're always exceptionally strong. How could they fail at the very first script? 140, the original author didn't finish writing the first dimension before buying a lottery ticket and winning 10 million. Naturally, he left the story unfinished, using a flimsy excuse to kill off the male and female leads. Song Ci. Unchanging sky-high plots, fleeting trashy systems. If there was no reference to the original successful process or any golden halo effect on the main character, it would be hard enough handling the main storyline, not to mention surviving for even 5 minutes in a horror movie with his mind. Song Ci had a clear sense of self-awareness. As they got closer to the hallway, the clamor grew more complex, cries of anguish and fury intermingling in endless succession. By the time Song Ci approached the group fully, a peculiar music began playing inside the building. Ding. Welcome player 80-year-old sexy cockroach, to the game. All players are present. This round will involve a total of 10 participants, limited to 7 days. Task, survive until the final day. The noise ceased abruptly. After a prolonged period of silence, the eerie system voice resounded once more. Welcome all to the peaceful neighborhood. Lastly, wish you all happy gaming. Leaning against the corner of the wall, Song Ci stood for quite a while without regaining full composure, momentarily unsure whether he should marvel at the absurdity of the host player's nickname or simply feel fear. 140 had mentioned earlier the rules of this replica on the way here. After entering the game, each participant could choose their own alias, instead of revealing their real names. Since it was considered that the original owner's name wouldn't affect Song Ci's missions, the functionality to set a new alias wasn't configured. For a considerable amount of time, everyone gazed oddly at Song Ci. The red-haired thug broke the unsettling silence first. What bullshit game is this? I want to go home. And with that, he made a move as if to leave, but the outside world had already been enveloped by dense woods, thick fogs rising, obscuring any signs of the return route. You won't get away, said a middle-aged man, who looked about 40 but already had plenty of white hairs, stepping forth. You're all definitely new players, aren't you? He sighed, even if you try to run, you'll never escape. This place is like a parallel world. Once you step out of the game zone, monsters outside will instantly kill you. Seeing everyone gathered, the suited man maintained a sly smile and motioned for everyone to proceed into the building without interrupting the middle-aged man's speech. Among their group, only the middle-aged man and the homosexual couple had prior game experience. They had witnessed teammates panic and flee the designated game area, ultimately being torn apart and devoured by the monsters lurking in the fog. The lighting inside the building was dim, the air thick with a damp and putrid stench. Advertisements for lockpicking services and plumbing repairs were plastered all over, tattered posters stuck onto lime walls covered in cracks and mold. Song Si looked around but saw no trace of the luxury apartment the suited man had promised, feeling as though he'd been swindled out of 16,500 yuan. After a heated debate with 140, he finally mustered the courage to ask tremulously, "What about the luxury single-person elevator?" The suited man sneered, holding tightly to the contract signed by both of them, his voice taking on a mysterious tone as he let out a cackling laugh. He pressed a worn button, and an immediate cacophony of squeaking gears akin to a broken wind chest echoed above their heads. "It's here." Listening to this sound for nearly 10 minutes, the elevator doors slowly slid open to reveal what was supposedly the elevator, just a wooden board tied to several sticks functioning as a cargo lift. The space was so narrow it could barely accommodate one person. Sure enough, it was a single-person elevator. Can this thing really carry people? Yilan furrowed her brow, casting an inquiring glance at the suited man. The cargo lift appeared rickety and certainly not designed for human transport. However, the corridor lights were off, and the stairs winding upwards disappeared into infinity, looking like the perfect setup for a ghostly misdirection. "If worse comes to worst, we can just have that mother roach go first," the red-haired thug casually flicked his cigarette butt onto the ground, grinding it underfoot. "That name sounds disgusting." Gui frowned. "Why should someone else take the risk just because of a name? Or we still take the stairs?" Before Gui could finish speaking, a burnt black arm shot out from the dimly lit cargo lift. Before anyone could react, it swiftly grabbed the red-haired thug by the collar and pulled him violently into the lift. The elevator doors slammed shut immediately, dark red numbers flashing rapidly to indicate the floor it traveled to. The numbers slowed down initially but quickly accelerated, changing back and forth between floors 1 through 10, moving too fast for the eye to track. The elevator jolted violently with clanging noises, drowning out the man's anguished cries. Everyone froze, shocked by the sudden event. A moment later, the tightly sealed iron doors began oozing copious amounts of blood, before swinging open to reveal the horrifying sight inside. The interior of the elevator was littered with chunks of flesh and splattered with blood, a pungent stench assaulting their senses. In a corner, only a few tufts of hair remained vaguely visible. Chapter 120, The Psycho Master Likes Me, 3. Ah! The high school girl screamed, her whole body trembling even more violently as tears flowed down. Did he die? A long silence spread through the hallway. No one dared to speak until the man in the suit, holding a contract, smiled and surveyed the group before saying, "Luxury single-person elevator, enjoy 5-star amusement facility thrills." The crowd remained silent. The mouth of the man in the suit stretched back to his occiput, making some strange noises in his throat. "So then, who's next? Can we take the stairs?" The speaker was the taller boy from the same-sex couple, with smooth and straight figure, wearing a black coat, having a tall nose bridge and clear contours, with a white backpack hooked on his arm, which probably belonged to the thinner boy beside him. Given the red-haired thug's death and the horrifying charred black palm inside the elevator, it was clear they couldn't use it. Just after Lu Shen spoke, the rest nodded but hesitated upon seeing the dark and deep stairway. "Yes," the man in the suit replied quickly, bowing respectfully to Song Si with an inviting gesture and stepping first into the dark hallway. "Mr. Cockroach, aside from the luxurious elevator, we also have a voice-controlled light on each floor that is very sensitive to sound." Though the group had many concerns, they followed the man in the suit up the stairs since there was no other way. Dim light from the outside seeped in through the damaged old lime windows. The man in the suit adjusted his tilted mouth and stomped his foot hard. There was no response. To break the awkwardness, the man in the suit coughed twice. "Our neighborhood toilets even have advanced social functions to bring neighbors closer together, enhancing community warmth." Song Si, just say it's a public restroom. "Ha!" The man in the suit shouted loudly while moving both feet, finally causing a weak glow from a light above in the hallway to flicker faintly. Seeing the group fall silent, the man in the suit laughed nervously. "Isn't it great? It's still shining. I feel deceived." After staying silent for a moment, Song Si did not reply and slowly moved towards Gui, wondering if he could complete a task by chance. But Gui gave him a side glance, furrowed his eyebrows slightly, and quietly slowed down his steps, waiting for Song Si to go ahead. Following Gui's slower pace, Song Si joined the man in the suit's footsteps along the path, all the while questioning number 140 about whether their tasks might have some bugs. In the earlier small worlds, the male leads barely interacted with the female leads yet still passed their tasks, even bending 2 of the women leads. Most importantly, every time their heads would display a friendship gauge, once it reached its peak, it showed the task completed and automatically teleported them to the next world. Could it be that his actual task was to fill the male lead's affection gauge and make them fall in love with him? He confided all his worries to number 140. After all, his defective system glitched numerous times before, even thinking mistaking the main task might be normal. Number 140, well aware of the system's flaws, firmly stated after some thought, "Host, I think what you're saying makes perfect sense. Loves spicy food, loves touching his own head." Considering everything across these worlds, he faintly believed these male leads might be the same person, adapting easily to changing tasks. After all, unknowingly he also fell for Shenhei and others. The group's rooms were set on the 5th floor, passing without incident, no ghostly obstacles on the way. After confirming changes with number 140, Song Si slowed his pace, carefully sticking close to Gu Yi, acting pitiful, timidly wiping non-existent tears at the corner of his eyes. Brother, I'm so scared, it's so dark here. Gu Yi, ? He was startled by Song Si, jerking backward, almost taking Yi Lan down with him, showing an expression of disdain. What are you doing? Lu Shen, walking ahead, turned back curiously, and then resumed walking casually with Yu Xing through the empty and dark corridor. Song Si had never seen the male lead react this strongly to him. He touched his nose, just about to reach out to grab his arm when the door they passed suddenly creaked open. Startled, everyone turned to look. Inside the room stood a tall, fair-skinned youth, around 17 or 18 years old. He leaned half of his body on the doorframe, turning his head to look at Song Si. He was handsome with silk-like silver hair obediently falling down to his waist, and golden pupils that shone as bright and gentle as gemstones. His nose hung like a pendant while his lips blushed vividly, all features contrasting sharply with the decrepit building. Brother. Lu Yu's voice was gentle, like the flowing spring water. Don't walk past, my roommate is me. His tone was so similar to Bai Yeju from the previous life that Song Si's heart skipped a beat, dazed and staring at him. Gu Yi took advantage of Song Si's momentary shock and quickly distanced himself several meters away as if avoiding a plague. The man in the suit stared blankly at the youth standing in the doorway for a few seconds before hastily gesturing Song Si to come in with an especially ingratiating smile. After pointing out the rooms for the other 8 people, he turned around and closed the door without looking back, earnestly introducing the interior decorations of the room to Song Si. It was only then that Song Si finally understood what this person described when they were selling the place. The house had wooden tables and chairs, the table leg was short by a piece, a brick underneath it helped balance it. The wooden bed in his own room even had only 3 legs, leaning against the wall to keep steady, looking unstable. Truly a set of complete wooden furniture. Green moss covered the walls of the balcony, bird droppings littered the ground, there was a small pit on the left side, and a frog squatted in the water puddle croaking. Looking down. Wow, such a large expanse of fog. Indeed, a panoramic view of a pure ecological balcony, enjoying the charm of nature. Song Si's mouth twitched as he followed the man in the suit through the whole tiny rented apartment. Throughout the entire process, the boy next to him always leaned against the wall silently watching their movements without saying a word. Not only that, our house comes with beautiful and considerate female roommates, proficient in all kinds of skills, able to host elegant dinners as well as cook, capable both in literature and martial arts. The man in the suit tried to flatter, but always felt uneasy under someone's gaze behind him. He quickly shut his mouth, wiped the sweat off his forehead, bowed respectfully to the two several times, and fled out the door like he was running away. Silence enveloped the room, and the youth who had been lounging finally moved, greeting Song Si. My name is Lu Yu, 18 years old, brother, and you? Song Si felt uncomfortable being called brother, and wanted to go out and find his Gu Yi. My name is Song Si, he perfunctorily nodded, wanting to go out and find the male lead to increase affection. Brother. Before Song Si could touch the doorknob, his wrist was suddenly gripped. Startled, he quickly shook it, but the other person's hand remained unmoving, seemingly stuck to his wrist. Let go. His brow furrowed, trying to pry open the other's fingers. I need to go out and find my companion, and, stop calling me brother, it sounds awkward. Lu Yu blinked his eyes, with drooping golden yellow pupils that appeared especially pitiful. It's very dangerous to go out right now, I just kindly reminded you, brother. Lu Yu, moreover, I'm your companion too. Chapter 121, The deranged main god has taken a liking to me, 4. What do you mean? Song Si was stunned and turned back to look at him. Lu Yu raised his eyes toward the rolling black clouds outside the window, casually locked the door from the inside, then pulled Song Si to sit down, on the floor. I arrived earlier than all of you. The young man sat properly in front of Song Si with one hand propping up his chin. At the end of the corridor, there are a few items listed as rules for our stay, one of which states that we can't go out at night, otherwise, the property management won't be able to guarantee our safety. This wasn't written in the original story, right? Song Si had already noticed something was off when the game system announced the number of people present, but by now, encountering bugs in room 140 has become normal. Yes, also remember that the people opposite are from the original storyline, no other system has been detected. The voice of 140 sounded sneaky. Song Si, even if you were there, you probably wouldn't detect it. 140, he couldn't refute that. Big brother? Seeing Song Si had not replied for a long time, Lu Yu suddenly leaned closer and called out to him. The handsome face of the youth suddenly magnified in his pupils, startling Song Si so much he scrambled backward several steps with his heart still racing as he instinctively touched his lips. Phew, thank goodness they didn't kiss or else he would feel guilty toward Gu Yi. What are you doing? Song Si's pupils shrank abruptly, his previously obedient chestnut hair now sticking up, making him resemble a fussy cat. Lu Yu blinked innocently, indicating that Song Si was the one who got distracted first. Does big brother not believe me? His expression seemed hurt, the corner of his eye slightly red, his voice slightly choked. I was just kindly reminding big brother. Oh right, since you don't want me to call you big brother, then I'll just have to use your gaming nickname 80-year-old pure-hearted. Song Si's ears turned red, and he quickly covered his mouth before the last 3 words could come out. What terrible names did the original main character pick? With half of his face covered by Song Si's hand, his warm palm covering his face, Lu Yu almost lost all self-control and wanted to lick it. A pair of clear and bright eyes stared directly at him without wavering, and it took Song Si quite a while to realize his own actions, hastily withdrawing his hands and furiously rubbing them together. Damn it, why did he instinctively cover his mouth? You can just call me Song Si. He immediately sprang up from the ground, moving several steps away from Lu Yu and turning around to walk towards his bedroom. He carefully walked to the edge of the wooden bed, feeling uneasy about how unstable this 3-legged bed seemed. Why does every role I play have such a hard life? Song Si muttered to 140 while tiptoeing onto the bed, testing if it could support his weight. Next time, can you give me the identity of a carefree young master? As soon as he shifted the rest of his weight completely onto the bed and relaxed a little, the old wooden bed made a sharp friction sound and instantly collapsed into pieces. Song Si's heart sank, falling backwards just as someone swiftly pulled him into their arms. Wasn't this Lu Yu who was supposed to be sitting peacefully in the living room? Song Si's heart thudded wildly in fright, unable to calm down, the other party refusing to let him go, even smiling and affectionately ruffling his hair. Song Si quickly retreated from Lu Yu's embrace, smoothing out his hair which was tousled from being petted, inwardly crying, what kind of fetish is this? Why does he also love to touch people's hair? Gui hasn't yet in this world. Big brother. Lu Yu frowned, interrupting his inner thoughts, your bed can't support anyone sleeping on it anymore, shall we sleep in my room tonight? This guy had hugged and touched him within half an hour of meeting him, calling him brother, causing Song Si's warning bells to ring loudly. He firmly shook his head, no need, I'll sleep on the floor. Anyway, summer is here, it's not cold. But there are the most things at night that can crawl in through the door cracks, some will lie down next to you, some will stare at you face to face if you wake up during the night. Lu Yu explained everything. Aya, stop telling me. Song Si screamed in fear, pushing him to make him shut up. I'll sleep in your room, okay? Unable to bear the growing fear in his heart, Song Si surrendered, I'll tidy up my blanket and sleep on the floor in your room. You can take my bed. Lu Yu's face instantly lit up with a smile. No need, sleeping on the floor is fine. Song Si sternly refused him. Unable to argue further with Song Si, Lu Yu helped him move the bedding to his room. Worried he might be uncomfortable sleeping, he rushed to find a mattress from the cabinet for him to pad the floor with. After preparing everything, Song Si and Lu Yu stared at each other blankly for over half an hour until the house was completely enveloped in darkness. Only then did they finally notice an important problem. He wanted to use the restroom. But Lu Yu had warned him not to go out at night. Aren't paper characters supposed to never need the restroom? Song Si's legs were firmly squeezed beneath the blanket as he struggled with discomfort, yelling in his heart to room 140, I'm basically a paper character now that I've jumped into the story, right? Why do I still have this need? Can you make it disappear? Room 140, we apologize, host, but we. Song Si pouted, not really expecting any help from room 140. Just as he thought he could endure it for the whole night, Lu Yu's voice suddenly came from the bed. Big brother, can you accompany me to the bathroom? I'm scared. Though he also wanted to go, Song Si shook his head remembering Lu Yu's earlier warning, no, didn't you say we shouldn't go out at night? But if we turn left after stepping out, there's the bathroom right there, Lu Yu pleaded sincerely. Come with me, and if we see a ghost, I'll be your shield. Song Si still shook his head stubbornly. Seeing how firm Song Si was despite his fear, and concerned about his friend's growing discomfort, Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before tugging at his clothes corner. It stated on the check-in notice. We are allowed one trip to the bathroom at night, just once. Really? Song Si looked at him doubtfully, wavering slightly in decision. Of course, Lu Yu pulled him up and pushed open the door. The hallway was pitch dark, with only one grimy lamp flickering and making strange buzzing noises. Goosebumps erupted all over Song Si's body instantly, as he followed Lu Yu towards the restroom. In poor condition, the old public restroom had no gender separation, there were merely 5 cubicles with doors that stood strangely clean against the filth around them, an environment seemingly perfect for ghost appearances. Chapter 122, The Deranged Supreme God Has His Eye on Me, 5. The light was dim, and the rhythmic dripping sound echoed through the room. The wooden window frames clattered noisily in the wind outside the building. Song Si slowed his steps, trembling as he grabbed onto Lu Yu's coat tail. What's wrong? Lu Yu didn't alert him but glanced subtly at the hand gripping his own. Is Big Brother scared? Then I'll go to the stall with you and pee together. Song Si, ? He has issues. Absolutely something's wrong. Who even knows each other less than half a day and eagerly invites someone to watch birds? Song Si quickly withdrew his hand, muttering in his heart. No need, I prefer separate stalls. Hurry up so we can leave together. Seeing Song Si refuse, Lu Yu's shining eyes immediately darkened. I'm not looking, I'll face away. This wasn't an issue that could be resolved by whether or not he looked. After arguing with him for quite some time, Song Si still insisted that he not enter his stall. In response, this guy directly claimed that since he came to the restroom, he couldn't urinate anymore and would rather wait for him outside. Song Si was utterly intimidated. After confirming multiple times that Lu Yu wouldn't sneak off midway, he let him stand near the doorframe, glancing back every few steps to finish as soon as possible. The bolt of the toilet stall door was broken halfway and hung precariously, ready to fall at the slightest touch. No matter how long Song Si fiddled with it, he couldn't lock the door. He simply gave up and left the door slightly ajar. As he acted swiftly, he chatted with number 140 to distract himself. Do you know what's up with the good feeling indicators in the previous worlds? They mostly showed up after 70, 80, or even 90 instances. What's strangest is Shenhei. I stayed in that world the longest, and the sign above his head initially appeared regularly. Later, it would show up once every few days, and then directly after half a year, telling me that there was such a thing. Does it have any special meaning? 140 paused for a long while. No, he was just conserving energy. That small world lasted too long, and it was wasteful to keep the indicator constantly lit. Anyway, you know about those numbers. A few decades aren't long either. Our quick travel company, with thoughts of saving electricity, decided to turn it on occasionally. Song Si. As expected, he wasn't surprised at all. The walls of the toilet stall were covered with children's scribbles and pranks. Some had even used their parents' lipstick to write on the wall, making them appear eerily disturbing. Anyone who sees this will find me knocking on your door to play every night. At midnight every night, someone will come around knocking door to door asking if you want to buy a red dress. Do not open the door under any circumstances. Once you arrive at Peace Neighborhood, there's no way to go back. Everyone will die. Tiny words filled the entire wall, densely packed. Song Si didn't dare to look closely, tidied his clothes, and prepared to quickly exit and find Lu Yu. But suddenly, an eerie rustling sound rang out from overhead, stiffening Song Si's movements. Lu Yu. There was no sound outside the door. Only separated by a half-meter gap between the four doors and the ceiling of the compartment, Song Si shakily lifted his head toward the source of the sound. On the upper left corner dangled a strand of hair, slowly creeping over into the stall. Following this, a pale woman's face inverted itself, gazing down at Song Si with an evil grin. Her tangled long hair fell, swaying in midair, almost brushing Song Si's mouth. Her eyes were predominantly whites, her pupils minuscule, as if they were trying to escape from her sockets. Her teeth grew outward, and her mouth ripped to the base of her ears. Her limbs were bent unnaturally as she crawled toward Song Si upside down. Her speed suddenly became lightning fast, and she rushed right at him. Song Si barely had time to react, hard pressing his face forward to meet hers. As he assumed he would be pounced upon and his neck devoured by the female ghost till death, she abruptly halted in midair. Being an experienced NPC within the infinite flow setting, she was thoroughly familiar with each player's escape routes after being startled. Just like in this case, considering the broken-down toilets with faulty bolts, the man standing before her would undoubtedly panic and rush straight out of the door. She skillfully anticipated Song Si's reaction. As they were about to collide face-to-face, she sharply braked mid-air and leaped towards the outside of the booth instead. Her hands would pierce through his heart, carve apart his internal organs, and devour him bit by bit. The ghoul snorted inwardly, this man would soon become another soul beneath her claws. Her strike was so fast, leaving only a streak of white in Song Si's vision. With a terrifying grimace, the ghost unleashed her full strength, lunging viciously toward the air outside the door. Song Si cowered motionlessly in the corner, watching helplessly as the ghost turned her assault at the last moment towards the door. A thunderous crash then echoed from outside the stall, accompanied by the sound of shattered tiles and bones. 140 had witnessed the entire event and was unstinting in their praise, sighing in admiration, "Host, your psychological resilience is truly incredible. You directly predicted her prediction of your prediction." 140, when she lunged over just now, I was terrified and almost left everything behind to run for it. And yet, you could remain completely calm and sit there without flinching. You're absolutely made for infinite flow dungeon runs. Since the female ghost had been launched out, the space outside the stall had remained eerily silent, and the narrow door crack revealed no sign of what was going on outside. Song Si remained in his earlier position seated in the corner, not moving an inch. 140 excitedly provided a running commentary, "Your stillness right now is surely because you want to observe and wait for her next move before delivering a stunning counterattack. You're thinking too much." Song Si's right hand braced against the wallboard, he tried multiple times to stand upright but eventually flopped back down every time. 140. An eerie silence enveloped the toilet. As it was unclear whether that female ghost was still present or lurking behind the door ready to surprise him with a face-to-face attack, Song Si dared not rashly open the door or even call out Lu Yu's name again. Lu Yu must have been standing outside the door, seeing the female ghost crawling along the stalls toward him, got scared and ran back to the room, right? Song Si felt a surge of anxiety. He gritted his teeth and stumbled toward the door, attempting to grab the broken bolt to close it tightly. Though this dilapidated door offered little defense against ghosts, it was certainly better than curling up and waiting for death or rushing out blindly. After all, he lacked both physical and intellectual prowess, he only had his good looks to rely on, which were clearly no match for the ghost. Afraid, Song Si's hands trembled uncontrollably. He swallowed hard and extended his trembling hand toward the bolt. Just as he was about to touch it, a hand suddenly jutted in through the door crack, stopping his action. Ah! Song Si let out a pained cry, hastily bending back into the corner, cautiously peeking upwards with a pair of fearful eyes. But who stood outside the door was far from being any ghost. There was concern in Lu Yu's eyes, his handsome brows slightly furrowed as he tilted his head to look at Song Si inside the stall. Song Si had curled up in the corner, knees drawn to his chest, arms wrapped around himself, shaking slightly out of fear. His usually clear and bright peach-like eyes were now red-rimmed, and even his hair seemed to reflect his owner's state, drooping meekly. After recognizing who it was, Song Si sighed in relief, but his heart continued pounding fiercely. Big brother. The youth looked at him with a troubled gaze, unable to voice his thoughts despite them circling endlessly in his mind. How? What happened? With the support of Lu Yu, Song Si barely managed to get up, his voice trembling involuntarily. Lu Yu obviously made some mental preparation. After deep reflection, he solemnly said, "Brother, frequent urination, urgency, and difficulty in finishing are symptoms of illness. You need treatment. Don't neglect medical help because of embarrassment. I know a reputable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner nearby who is very skilled in these areas. I'll take you there someday." Song Si. Just shut up already. Chapter 123, The Deranged Supreme Lord Has Taken a Liking to Me, 6. 140, Host, your face is blue, white, and black. Song Si, I know, so shut up. His facial expression was colorful as he wanted to slap away Lu Yu's hand which rested on his waist. Were you just back in the room? I didn't get a response when I called for you. Song Si shot a glance at the other, not wanting to argue with him, silently shifting the topic. How could I leave brother alone? Lu Yu's eyes looked somewhat hurt, his golden pupils gazing pitifully at him as he pouted. I've been waiting outside the door for a long time, but I never saw brother come out. The other's gaze moved downwards. Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. Before he finished speaking, Song Si slapped a hand over his mouth. Lu Yu excitedly covered his mouth, showing no sign of anger, cheerfully pulling Song Si's hand, trying to lead him back. Didn't you see anything while you were outside? Song Si was startled by his surprising good temper, because even though his slap had been quite heavy, he hadn't gotten angry. What did I see? Lu Yu blinked at him, casually stepping over the female ghost sprawled on the ground. Once again there was the sound of bones snapping. Lu Yu stopped in his tracks, his exploring gaze landing on Song Si. Is this what you're talking about? The female ghost beneath his feet screamed in pain. After a moment thick smoke rose, half of her body turned to ashes. Song Si stared in shock at how the female ghost that had scared him half to death moments ago was now powerless under Lu Yu. Lu Yu gave a disdainful look at the black residue on the sole of his shoe. Taking 2 steps forward, he wiped his foot against the counter before the cubicle, attempting to brush off the ash. He suddenly remembered something. See. Song Si watched as the other's fluid motions filled him with awe. Before he had time to say anything, an urgent knocking sound came from the other side of the cubicle they had just left, sounding especially terrifying in the silent night. His gaze shifted past Lu Yu to focus behind him, where his lips trembled. As earlier, dense hair seeped through the door cracks from above, all falling down. A pale-faced female ghost crawled upside down like a spider, grinding her teeth loudly as she chewed large chunks of meat laced with bones. Crimson blood flowed backwards from her mouth into her hollow black eye sockets like tears of blood. She tilted her head, hesitatingly looking at the two of them, grinding her sharp teeth, uncertainly crawling towards her companion who had turned pitch black, pushing the other with her head, while still chewing. There were only 2 ghosts in this restroom. Normally, Li Wei would always share half of her victims with her. But today, for some unknown reason, she received no response after knocking. She kept chewing, curiously touching her companion. Seeing that the other showed no reaction, her throat made choked cries as her empty eye socket suddenly focused on the two of them. Song Si's legs finally regained feeling. Seeing this scene, he panicked and tried to run. But just as he turned, his wrist was firmly gripped by the youth beside him, making him immobile. Brother, I'm so scared. Lu Yu forced a few tears to hang at the corner of his eyes, crouching slightly behind Song Si, his golden irises shimmering brightly, appearing especially pitiful. But all Song Si wanted to do was scold him. This guy has issues. If you're scared, run. Why pull me here? He gritted his teeth as he wrestled with the fingers gripping his wrist. Don't be afraid, I'll be afraid first. Wasn't it just him who crushed the female ghost's head with one kick? What is he pretending about? Song Si complained softly to number 140 in his heart. Li Wei, her limbs moved clumsily, having not yet mastered their use, crawling a few steps towards the duo then thumping back to the floor. Li Wei died. If Li Wei dies, I won't have any meat to eat. Female ghost, if I don't eat meat, I will starve to death. Song Si. Isn't this plot development a bit off? How does this ghost know only about eating? Even Lu Yu didn't expect to feign sympathy, only for the other side to cry more than himself, the originally sorrowful expression quickly vanishing. Brother, let's go back. Song Si. After all, she initially also wanted to kill him too. Song Si didn't feel much pity, following Lu Yu as he led him back. She isn't dead, only half of her turned black. The broken bones will grow back later, Lu Yu added, walking ahead, trying to cover something up. Song Si nodded and let out a, oh, lowering his head and quickening his pace, eager to return to the room to get through the night and find Gu Yi in the morning. After they entered the door, Song Si was the first to turn around and lock it, carefully checking everything before moving away from Lu Yu and retreating into his own blanket like he was escaping, not wanting any more conversation. He then fell into a deep sleep. Song Si felt that the hard wooden floor softened slightly during the night, making his sleep more comfortable. He turned and hugged something cold. The house without air conditioning made him unbearably hot, so he held this thing tighter, fumbling for a comfortable position to continue sleeping. Then he felt his buttocks slapped twice, not too lightly or heavily, and his restless hands were stopped by the other person. The night passed without dreams. When Song Si woke up again, there was already a faint light inside the room. He looked out of the still foggy window. It must be daytime already. Big brother, you're awake. The softness beneath him was strange. When he rose, he found that he had somehow slept on Lu Yu's bed, and the other had already moved a stool to quietly sit beside him, watching him sleep. What happened? What did you do to me? Song Si's heart raced. How had he ended up in Lu Yu's bed? Did the other do something? The youth's eyes showed innocence as he shrugged at him. I didn't do anything. It was clearly Big Brother who disliked the discomfort of the mat last night and pushed me off the bed in the middle of the night. I slept on the floor all night. Chapter 124, The Psychotic Main God Has Set His Sights on Me, 7. Song Si slowly climbed out of bed, silently rolling his eyes at the situation and refusing to believe it. After checking that his clothes hadn't changed, he turned around and stepped down. Before his toes touched the ground, he suddenly felt a cold sensation around his neck. Puzzled, Song Si absently touched his neck, thinking, 140, is there something on my neck? When his fingertips brushed against the familiar leather texture, Song Si froze. Host, you have a black collar around your neck. 140 blinked its large code, leaning closer for a better look. The mention of collars now made Song Si's skin crawl. This thing was almost present in every world. Were their preferences all supplied by the same manufacturer? Except for Shenhui, who had given him a jade pendant, all others seemed to like putting rings around his neck. And those silver plates. Suspiciously, he looked toward Lu Yu, then snapped out of it, shaking his head vigorously. No. How could he compare him with Shenhui and the rest? He wasn't even his lover. Right now, the most urgent task was to find Gu Yi. He got off the bed with a stern face, visibly unhappy. Quickly, take this off. What? A strand of silvery hair slid down beside his face as Lu Yu turned toward him, slightly raising his elegant, pale neck. Is the brother talking about this? Song Si looked closely and found Lu Yu also wearing a black collar. At the bottom, it had a bright silver plate marked with the Arabic numeral 6. Upon waking up in the morning, I saw this collar. Lu Yu lightly flicked the silver plate with his finger, revealing a mischievous glint in his eye. I'm number 6, and you're number 7. We're linked together, truly destined. Song Si's ears tingled as he grew more uneasy. He believed it must be Lu Yu's trickery, so he tugged forcefully at the collar on his neck, trying to remove it. But this thing was as if it were welded onto him, as though fused into his flesh and blood. It wouldn't budge. Brother, I've tried. It won't come off. Seeing Song Si's disbelief, his neck already red from yanking at it, Lu Yu moved forward to stop him, but his hand was slapped away. Staring at his own disordered hand that had been roughly shoved aside, before Lu Yu could say anything, a sharp scream from a woman suddenly pierced through their ears from outside the door. Song Si nearly jumped to his feet, pulling Lu Yu toward the door. The boy hadn't fully recovered from his shock yet, but looking at the other person's subconscious reaction, the corner of his eyebrows softened, and he tightly watched Song Si's back as he let himself be led forward. They lived in room 501. There were 10 rooms per floor, and 5 of them were occupied by their group. The scream had originated from room 504. Other members had already gathered by the door. Yilan was crouching half-kneeling next to the female high schooler, comforting her. Yesterday, wasn't everything fine? How could this happen? The night before, after Song Si was pulled into the room, everyone had distributed rooms. Chen Shen and Yuxing shared one, Yilan stayed with the female high schooler, Gu Yi and the well-dressed man who hadn't spoken all day were in another, and the middle-aged man claiming to have experience chose to stay alone in 504. What happened? As they approached, a heavy atmosphere of death loomed over the area. Everyone's expressions were gravely solemn, a pungent mix of medicine and blood wafting through the air, making people frown. I slept in 505 with Sister Yilan. When we woke up, we knocked on each door, wanting to wake everyone up. But the girl's voice choked up, while Yilan gently patted her back and continued answering on her behalf. Gu Yi had already woken up, so Yilan and Wanwan first knocked on Uncle's door. But recalling the scene, her complexion turned ghastly pale. His door wasn't closed at all, it automatically opened when we barely touched it. Yo, you. As they followed Song Si's gaze, all of them let out an immediate shriek. What happened? Song Si was startled by their reactions, tightly gripping Lu Yu beside him, and took a quick step forward, expecting something might have appeared behind them. But when he turned around, the corridor was empty, except for the old light bulb above flashing erratically. Perplexed, he looked back at the group, only to see everyone clutching their eyes in agony, groaning painfully. "Host, do you remember how you maxed out your beauty value?" 140 reminded him. Song Si nodded, unsure of what this meant. 140, the values were adjusted yesterday for the first time, so no one reacted much. However, today the system has been updated, and your beauty has been set to 100. Ordinary people will explode just by looking at you once too many. 140, and they have been blown away by your beauty. Song Si. Fortunately, all players in this instance were psychics, their eyes would only be slightly attacked, and they would recover after a while. At this moment, everyone present shed tears of emotion over Song Si's beauty. Because of the slight male protagonist halo, Gui recovered first, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes, choking back sobs. How could someone really put all their points into beauty? Song Si awkwardly coughed dryly, then grinned sheepishly. Should I turn my back? 140, host, turning your back won't help. They'll still be dazzled by the back of your head. Song Si choked up. After a period of silence, the group had no choice but to collectively turn around and converse with Song Si. When the door was opened, Wanwan saw Uncle hanging upside down at the entrance, his 7 orifices stuffed with various pills, completely skinned, blood flowing all over the floor. Yuxing clutched Chen Chen tightly beside him, his vision still clouded with white spots, his voice trembling. The sound of dripping water we heard in the toilet last night, could that have been? Song Si glanced inside, the scene far more gruesome than what had been described. Uncle was bound to the ceiling in a strange position, truly suspended by a hand-sized, pipe-thick rust-covered hook. His feet were pierced together in an overlapping fashion, bright red chunks of flesh exposed like pork on display at a butcher shop, swaying slowly in circles as the chains creaked. The smell in the room was intense, just one look made Song Si feel nauseous. Cool palms covered his eyes, Lu Yu's smooth voice whispering into his ear, "Big brother, don't look anymore." Suddenly, the old iron door slammed shut with a loud boom, Yilan quickly pulling Zhao Wanwan back to avoid being split in two. What happened? Gu Yi and the others were all facing away from Song Si and Lu Yu, unaware of Lu Yu's subtle action. The distinct sound of locking came from within the room, followed by a cacophony of chaotic noises, then the door automatically reopened. The room was dark, and the corpse in front of the door disappeared abruptly, with a vague small figure standing by the bed. Ha! Zhao Wanwan tightly hugged Yilan, her tears flowing endlessly, her voice full of terror. Go back. Go back. It's the doll from last night. Chapter 125, The Deranged Supreme Deity Has Taken a Liking to Me, 8. After hearing Zhao Wanwan's words, everyone's expression turned serious, and none dared to glance toward the room again. They hurriedly ran into the adjacent 505. What happened? Not knowing the exact situation, Song Si absent-mindedly followed them into Yilan's room and closed the door behind him. Afraid of being stunned again by Song Si's beauty, the positioning inside the room was peculiar. Some silently stood in a line with their backs turned, discussing anxiously. That doll. That doll went into Uncle's room. Zhao Wanwan screamed in shock. Yesterday, Sister Yilan clearly threw it away. What doll? Everyone present was pale-faced except for Song Si, who was oblivious to the situation. In a rush, Zhao Wanwan tried to turn around to explain but once again got stunned by Song Si's beauty, clutching her eyes in pain. Last night, all of us heard someone singing a nursery rhyme, like a child's voice, Chen Chen continued, followed shortly by a knocking sound. Given our experience, none of us opened the door. But Zhao Wanwan thought someone was looking for us and took a quick peek, which Yilan didn't manage to stop. Yilan nodded, idly fiddling with the necklace around her neck, her chestnut-red wavy hair cascading down to her chest. After Zhao Wanwan opened the door and glanced around finding no one, she was about to retreat back into the room when a rustling sound suddenly came from beneath her feet. At her feet lay a porcelain doll, its head adorned with a bright red bow and dressed in a blue frock, its eyes fixed on her with a haunting gaze. A chilling nursery rhyme played softly from within it. She became spooked and hastily slammed the door shut. However, upon turning around, that doll was now sitting on her bed. At that time, Yilan was still seated on the bed playing with her phone. After noticing something was off, she immediately opened the window and threw the doll out, offering Zhao Wanwan a soft word of comfort. Since that night, the two had not seen that doll again, but the eerie and unsettling songs during the night had not ceased. Didn't you hear it? Recalling the past incident, Yuxing did not dare to look back. The sound was rather unclear, I could only catch the first couple of lines. Yuxing, it sounded like. Big rabbit is sick, second rabbit comes to see third rabbit. His tone hesitant, unsure if he was correct. Song Si shook his head, then remembering they couldn't see him, responded aloud, no. He had slept exceptionally sound last night. It was so quiet indoors that, let alone the nursery rhyme, even the frogs in the water pit on the balcony did not croak once. He cleared his throat dryly, just as he wanted to ask why, a sudden series of violent knocks resounded at the door. It's this. Just like yesterday, we already threw it out, so why is it back? Zhao Wanwan screamed in fright, burying herself into Yilan's embrace. Song Si was also startled. Just as he intended to fake an accident and fall into Gu Yi's arms, he was abruptly yanked back mid-fall by Lu Yu. What are you doing? Song Si glared at him, trying repeatedly but unable to break free from the other's embrace. Brother, I'm so scared, said Lu Yu, his gem-like eyes shimmering with moisture, incredibly perplexing. Song Si wasn't buying it, intending to run towards Gu Yi, only to find the latter had long since moved to a diagonal position, facing sideways with wide eyes brimming with great fear. What's going on? Why is Gu Yi acting so bashful in this plane? Song Si slapped Lu Yu several times, hoping he'd let go, but instead of retreating, the man seemed more excited than ever. 140. What's wrong with Lu Yu? And Gu Yi, according to the previous pattern, his initial fondness for me keeps increasing in each small world. Based on Bai Yeju's world, this time he should have kissed me as soon as we met. 140, question mark. Host, what exactly are you saying? The hand around his waist stiffened momentarily, then a burning gaze fell on his face, staring directly at him. What? Even so, Song Si's eyes remained glued to Gu Yi, refusing to lift his head. Gu Yi. Accompanied by the metallic knocking sound, he called out, but the other person buried his face even deeper, refusing to look up at him. Big Rabbit is sick, second rabbit comes to check, second rabbit checks, an ethereal song emanated from outside the door, audible to Song Si this time. The nursery rhyme repeated itself incessantly, as if a computer glitch, the voice growing sharper by the second, reverberating throughout the entire house mixed with buzzing electrical sounds. Let me have a look. Where are you hiding? Yu Sheng had originally been standing side by side with Chen Shen. As soon as the innocent child's voice finished speaking, he suddenly felt a tightening around his neck. He was dragged down to the ground. Ugh. Clutching his neck in agony, white marks quickly appeared on his neck from several black palm prints. There was also a black collar around his neck, marked with a silver plate inscribed with 2. Perhaps Lu Yu wasn't lying after all, not just them two, but all of them woke up one morning to find themselves wearing collars. Chen Shen wasted no time and made a quick gesture, striking it fiercely at Yu Sheng. A miserable scream immediately filled the room as a puff of white smoke rose above Yu Sheng's neck, and instantly there was silence outside the door. Chen Shen. Tears streamed down Yu Sheng's face as he painfully swallowed, breathing heavily, his voice hoarse and slurred. It's coming, again. Chen Shen nodded and helped Yu Sheng stand up slowly. Yu Sheng's movements were awkward as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. It took great effort for him to finally rest his arm on Chen Shen's shoulder. Song Si quietly observed their actions, slightly bewildered. There were slight indentations on Yu Sheng's arm and tiger mouth area that twitched faintly. His movements were abnormal when he stood up, his legs crossing in a scissoring gait. Chen Shen silently carried him to sit on the bed and gently massaged the muscles in his legs. 10 rabbits. After staying in the corner for a long time, Gu Yi finally spoke up. Their group of ability users needed some time to adjust to those who possessed extreme beauty. Even though it still caused discomfort, at least now Gu Yi wouldn't reflexively start crying upon seeing Song Si. I remember, it's from one of Mother Goose's nursery rhymes, Gu Yi said gravely, intentionally avoiding Song Si and walking between the others. Lu Yu tightly embraced Song Si, fearing that he might run away, and stared intensely at his cherry-red lips, lost in thought. Gu Yi, the original text is, Big Rabbit is sick, second rabbit checks, third rabbit buys medicine, fourth rabbit cooks it, fifth rabbit dies, sixth rabbit carries, seventh rabbit digs the hole, eighth rabbit buries, ninth rabbit sits on the ground and cries, 10th rabbit asks why. His brow furrowed slightly, as if trying to recall the next line. Ninth rabbit says, fifth rabbit never comes back. Lu Yu narrowed his golden eyes and continued softly. Once again, the knocking sound at the door echoed. Chapter 126, The Psychotic Lord Liked Me, 9. In an instant, everyone held their breath and looked nervously toward the door. Didn't Brother Chen just banish it with a talisman? Zhao Wanwan's voice trembled. Why is it back? Could he have killed someone so fast? Asked Chen Shen. In that moment, 8 pairs of eyes in the room were all fixed on the iron door. Knock, 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 knock. Outside the door came rhythmic knocks, 3 long followed by 2 short ones, sounding especially sinister amidst the silence. It's impossible to kill that quickly, right? Gu Yi broke out in cold sweat and lowered his voice. There are 10 rabbits in the rhyme which correspond roughly to us 10 people. I observed carefully before. Our neck numbers, 1 to 10, are arranged sequentially. Uncle was number 1, his death corresponds to the first sentence, the big rabbit got sick. Gu Yi looked around at the numbers on each person's neck and casually reached out his hand. A rebar in the corner immediately flew into his hand. Host, the male lead has the ability to control magnetism and can attract iron objects within 5 meters. The female lead has enhanced intellect, her IQ is boosted tenfold from the base point. Zhao Wanwan has healing powers, 140 saw the situation and reminded them. Gu Yi, yesterday was the first day, hence uncle died. Today is the second day. Yu Sheng happens to be number 2. This song probably follows the order of our deaths. Chen Shen also revealed his powers as flames floated up around him, protecting Yuxing behind him. Tightly staring at that door, everyone was nervous. Song Ci selected what seemed to be the most impressive fire replication after looking left and right, but ended up nearly burning his own hair due to poor control, scaring him back. "What about that red-haired guy who died yesterday?" asked Chen Shen without taking his eyes off. Yilan signaled Zhao Wanwan to step back further. "Because, the fifth rabbit died." For a moment, the knocking outside ceased. Then a series of pacing footsteps sounded, followed by a voice, "Mr. Cockroach, are you inside?" Inside, there was silence as everyone's gaze fell tightly upon Song Ci. It was the man in the suit speaking. Wasn't he supposed to be a broker? If the house was already rented, why was he knocking? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Song Ci pursed his lips and replied, "I'm here." "What is it?" "Ah, finally found you," the man said, slapping his thigh and letting out a sigh of relief. "I suddenly remembered, didn't you probably not eat breakfast yet?" It wasn't a question. "There's a farmer's market nearby where residents in this complex usually buy groceries." He continued unperturbed by the group not opening the door for him. "On the first floor, there's a public kitchen. Grandma Lu is the cook today. Give her the ingredients, she'll cook for you. Or you can do your own cooking if you wish, but..." He paused for a while, as if thinking of something, leaving the sentence unfinished, then turned around like a task executor and walked away directly. "Wait." Gu Yi called out to him, suspicion evident in his tone. He couldn't shake off a feeling that something wasn't right. "Why did you come alone to find Cockroach? Aren't we all players?" The suited man kept walking, laughing softly twice. "Not the same, he paid rent, you didn't." Song Ci. So was he singled out? Ding. Side quest, Meat Market, 0/1. This world, 140 had always been brief in its announcements. All summarized in 4 words, stay alive. The group descended the staircase. True enough, a small path appeared as they turned right out the door. Ahead was a dilapidated signboard vaguely reading, Meat Market. Host, don't eat anything here after returning, it's all made of human flesh. 140 warned, Gu Yi's guess was correct. This simulation kills according to the rhyme sequence, but... The system paused dramatically as if hesitating to say more. Song Ci, but what? Everyone followed Gu Yi into the meat market. Mostly, the stalls were meat shops, bustling with life. Red pork lamps illuminated hanging meat dripping blood, the air filled with raw meat scent and the metallic smell of blood. Merchants greeted them cheerfully. Last night, I pored over the original novel and found out that the couple mentioned in the original isn't actually Chen Shen and Yun Yan. They are college students who both get killed shortly after the recitation begins due to being too weak. But this time, Chen Shen managed to save Yusheng. 140's tone was conflicted. Song Ci, used to these interruptions, gave a calm, "Oh." As he and Lu Yu trailed slowly behind the team, Song Ci kept trying to inch closer to Gu Yi and repeatedly calling him, brother. As a result, Gu Yi pretended to be deaf, not even turning his head. Instead, the golden-eyed youth beside him increased the force on his waist, pinching him so hard that he screamed in pain. "What's this guy's skill? It's very important for me. Why is he so strong?" He was ruffled and wanted to casually use an ability, perhaps conjure a steel pipe to push the person away, but under the other's stare, Song Ci foolishly stretched his hand and couldn't conjure anything. 140, maybe he's on cooldown. Song Ci didn't bother listening to its explanation, focusing on trying to pry off the hand placed on his waist while stealing glances at Chen Shen and Yun Yan walking shoulder to shoulder with him. Yusheng walked awkwardly, his right foot was indented, hobbling along, leaning on Chen Shen for support just to walk. The suited man had left a note in the door crack before leaving, saying it was the ingredients list required by Aunt Lu, so they had no choice but to come buy groceries. The pedestrians on the street looked peculiar in various ways, long limbs, faces flipped outwards, or people completely covered with eyes bustling around, causing their sanity values to almost deplete. They felt that if they saw the suited man again, they wouldn't be surprised if he had an inverted face but still looked good-looking. Gu Yi's expression was strange as he checked the list again. This note says we need rabbit meat, but we've seen only pork shops on the way. 8 people had already circled the market twice, and during the 3rd round, the originally smiling vendor seemed a little gloomy. On the way, Yusheng had experienced incidents such as a utility pole collapsing, a manhole cover falling, and a knife flying towards him from a vendor's mistake, but thanks to Chen Shen's protection, he was barely hurt. "Let's just buy some pork and fake it," the wealthy boss suggested after completing 3 circles, clearly becoming impatient. "It's not necessary to eat rabbit meat anyway. We can get a few pounds of pork and explain later. It's not like we can't eat it." He twirled a gold ring on his finger, impatience in his tone, casually pointing at a pork stall. "You, give me 10 pounds of pork." The butcher, with pitch-black pupils, showed a cunning gleam as he carelessly kicked the cage beneath his feet. "All right." The rich man caught sight of rabbit ears next to the butcher's stall. "You have rabbits here too? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Give me 10 pounds of rabbit meat then." "There are," the butcher laughed eerily, "we also do boneless rabbit meat, it's just slightly more expensive." "Price isn't an issue." The wealthy man acted as if casually glancing at the group standing nearby, showing off as though boasting about accomplishing the task easily. Alright, would you like to come pick from our warehouse? We just received a new batch of premium rabbit meat. Hold on, don't go, we won't buy it. Since the mention of boneless, Song Ci realized something was off, exchanged glances with the others, and spoke up to warn them, immediately stopping them. Why not buy it? The billionaire gave him a strange look and continued walking toward the warehouse with the butcher. Don't let us buy rabbit meat, do you, Roach, want to kill us? Besides, we came to the market all because of you. Don't you think you're trying to take my credit? First, you trick me into not buying it, then you'll buy it yourself to complete the task and take credit. Seeing half of his body already disappearing into the warehouse, the group hurried to chase after him, but something akin to an invisible barrier blocked them outside the stall. Unnoticed behind Song Ci, Lu Yu's golden eyes darkened, coldly staring at the direction the rich man had disappeared. Chapter 127, The Obsessive Overlord Has Taken a Fancy to Me, 10. Gu Yi and a few others tried several times to attack the invisible barrier, but it was completely ineffective. They could only watch helplessly as the millionaire followed the vendor without looking back, as though he had been cursed. Soon, the warehouse reverberated with the sound of meat being chopped, and the cutting board clanged loudly. The rabbit meat mentioned on the note probably doesn't just refer to actual rabbit meat. Gu Yi's face darkened. Our necks are adorned with collars corresponding to rabbits. If we analyze it this way, Aunt Lu wants human flesh. But isn't the number on this person's neck 9? It's only the second day, if he dies, the sequence would be off. Zhao Wanwan was scared into tears again. Yilan had no choice but to pat her back and help her calm down while taking the opportunity to raise a question. Gu Yi fell into deep thought and didn't respond immediately. There was no transparent barrier when the millionaire slammed his hand on the table and discussed with the vendor. Song Ci turned around to look at Lu Yu. After so many events, his expression remained calm, and only when their gazes met did his eyes soften. 140, are you sure the male lead is Gu Yi? He felt strange and asked cautiously. 140 thumped his chest confidently, the host can rest assured. Even if I make mistakes, the male lead will never be wrong. The protagonist is absolutely Gu Yi. Host, feel free to proceed. Judging from the male lead's growing initial goodwill towards you, I believe your task completion speed will definitely get faster and faster. With the confirmation from 140, despite lingering doubts, Song Ci's heart calmed somewhat. No one knew how long the chopping of meat continued in the warehouse before it finally stopped. Moments later, the vendor happily carried a bag of meat and threw it onto the chopping block. 10 pounds, already deboned, it exhausted me, guaranteed fresh. His greenish jaw corners were stained with bright red blood, chewing on chunks of meat. Where is he? Gu Yi asked him grimly, dashing forward abruptly, only to be repelled by the barrier. The vendor gave a start, shrinking his neck. After confirming the other party couldn't harm him, he shoved another finger into his mouth and chewed noisily, you people are weird. You got your meat chopped, and now you want to hit me? Where is he? Gu Yi shouted, slamming the barrier fiercely. Glancing at Lu Yu, the vendor spoke even more recklessly, he's here, right here. In his rough hand, he held a bloody collar, tossing it in front of the 7 people. The number 2 was clearly written on it. All eyes immediately shifted toward Yusheng. Indeed, the number on his neck had inconspicuously turned into 9. 6 people's faces grew ashen. None of them wanted to pick up the heavy blue bag. It contained the man from earlier. You think this is about whether we pay or not? Gu Yi roared angrily, but was interrupted mid-sentence by a gentle voice. Boss, give me 5 more pounds of chicken. My brother wants to eat it. Lu Yu tugged Song Ci aside from Gu Yi, smiling brightly. The boss responded with a shout, hurrying to prepare. Lu Yu, what do you mean? Gu Yi frowned disapprovingly, narrowing his eyes at the two of them. I've noticed you for a while. Since the game started, you have gone upstairs alone. When Uncle and this person died, you showed no reaction. And the nursery rhymes everyone could hear weren't audible in your room, and the woman next to you. I did not. Afraid of being misunderstood by the male lead, Song Ci hurriedly defended himself. I didn't say I wanted chicken, this whole time he has been forcing. Suddenly his mouth was covered. Lu Yu circled an arm around Song Ci's waist and leaned in close, bending over behind his ear. His golden eyes turned dark, yet his tone was friendly and amused. They deserve to die. Why should I grieve? Lu Yu flicked his finger idly, and the bag of meat pieces on the table floated in the air, dripping blood steadily. No matter what, since we entered this scenario, we're considered companions. Gu Yi protested, if a companion dies, you. I don't need companions. Lu Yu lost interest in continuing the debate. He scanned a few people in front of him as if they were already dead. Then in good spirits, he affectionately ruffled Song Ci's hair with practiced ease. Besides, it's not me who killed them. Song Ci jumped as if electrified. The gesture from Lu Yu was all too familiar, and astonishment and shock were evident in the way he looked at the other man. Unaware of this, Lu Yu embraced him again. This time, the person in his arms was much more docile. After he received the meat from the vendor, he no longer wanted to stay with them and turned to leave with Song Ci, as if fearing that Song Ci might be displeased. After pondering for a few seconds, he tossed a casual sentence over his shoulder, "Are you not going back yet? If we don't go back soon, we'll miss breakfast. If you don't complete and lose task within the designated time, all of you will die." Song Si followed the young man all the way without paying attention to the persistent urging of number 140 in his mind to go back and find Gu Yi, his heart wavering. He kept glancing at Lu Yu every 3 steps, and was eventually caught by his golden eyes right before the residential building. "What's wrong, brother?" The youth had noticed all of his small movements and asked gently. Are you Bai Yizhu?" After hesitating for a long time, he finally blurted out the question. Lu Yu's face darkened instantly. Chapter 128, The Obsessive Overlord Has Taken a Liking to Me, 11. Who is Bai Yizhu? The smile in Lu Yu's eyes disappeared instantly. Shenhe. Jiangxing. Shan. Wang Dian's lack of intelligence was immediately apparent, and Song Si's mind couldn't keep up as he called out the names from several previous worlds. He didn't expect the youth before him to look increasingly dark. "Big brother, you know so many men." Lu Yu grinned cruelly, "Why don't I know?" It seemed not. Feeling the grip on his waist loosen considerably, Song Si took the opportunity to quickly free himself from his embrace and mumbled. "You wouldn't know, we're not close." Despite being upset with Lu Yu, Gu Yi and the others still followed them back to the residential building. They could faintly hear the sound of a cleaver chopping on a cutting board. Following the description provided by the man in the suit, they entered the communal kitchen. Outside the kitchen was a small dining room where a few people were still seated, eating attentively. An old gray-streaked electric fan squeaked uselessly, providing no relief from the summer heat. The scorching summer had made everyone sweat profusely as they walked, all using their hands to fan themselves. The chopping sound inside the gray-white plastic door stopped instantly, and the door was pulled open with a clang. The ingredients are back. A woman wearing a blue apron peeked out from the kitchen, her smile warm, her brow lightly creased as she smiled, a few strands of hair slipping down her cheek. Her features appeared remarkably normal compared to the other residents of the building. She held a cleaver that was still smeared with bits of meat and blood. Aunt Lu raised a hand to flick her hair and looked beyond Song Si at the group behind them, her expression slightly regretful, only 9:59. What a pity. With a smile, she accepted the rabbit meat handed over by Lu Yu, inspecting it carefully from both sides before tossing it satisfactorily onto the cutting board. She greedily scanned the crowd, her gaze reluctant to leave. After escaping from Lu Yu's embrace, Song Si realized only now how hot it was, furiously fanning himself with both hands. What's so regrettable? Aunt Lu subtly glanced at the wine, meat, and dishes on the table, turning her head to wipe off some meat crumbs on her body. Pity, there was one dish missing this morning. She chuckled softly twice and did not answer further, then turned to close the plastic door behind her. The harsh sound of tearing zippers pierced through teeth, soon after which came the thudding sound of chopping again from the kitchen. Ding! Side quest completed. Human Meat Market, January 1st, an electronic sound chimed joyfully in her head, voice number 140 excited, "Host, we've completed the task. The task breakdown has just come out." Lu Yu's analysis was right, and Lu defines breakfast as anything before 10 o'clock. If the meat isn't delivered by then, she randomly selects 10 pounds of lucky rabbit meat. Song Si nodded, pulling a chair closer with the others, noticing out of the corner of his eye a little girl sitting at the neighboring table, wearing a blue dress, with her curls spread out, half her face hidden in shadow as she peered at him secretly. He silently wanted to move his stool closer to Gu Yi, but each time he moved one step, the other retreated one, circling nearly halfway around the circular table until Song Si returned to Lu Yu's side, who grabbed his arm, seating him beside himself. The breakfast and peace neighborhood was unusually abundant, nearly 10 plates on the table, almost all of them filled with meat, releasing an intense aroma. But after all the recent events, none of them had much of an appetite, looking at these dishes with uncomfortable expressions. If the rabbit meat were human meat, what then were these dishes on the table? For a moment, silence reigned as the clinking sounds of other diners' utensils echoed. Even Lu Yu, who usually talked endlessly about random things, hadn't spoken a word since then. No one knew what he was thinking, but after confirming that Song Si wasn't moving, he picked up the newly bought bag of chicken and headed towards the kitchen. What are you going to do? Although Lu Yu's words at the market earlier weren't pleasant, Yilan still frowned and stopped him. You saw the blood on Aunt Lu. It might be dangerous in there. It's fine if it's dangerous. The silver-haired youth's voice carried an undertone of disappointment and injustice, abruptly stopping. Looking at his pitiful expression, Song Si felt inexplicably uneasy in his chest. Big brother likes chicken, so I'll cook it for him. I'd willingly die for big brother. Lu Yu's voice was choked with tears, his tear-filled golden eyes looking pitifully back at Song Si like a scorned lover or an ungrateful man. Song Si's heart grew cold as he suddenly sensed something amiss. Although big brother has 4 men outside, what's wrong with big brother? You just want to give every boy a home. I still do it willingly. Before Lu Yu finished his words, he glanced back at Song Si with a resentful look, sniffed, and walked towards the kitchen with an abnormally determined step. He pulled open the battered plastic door and squatted down to squeeze through. Song Si relaxed one string of his heart. Is he insane? What does Lu Yu mean? And he's not even the protagonist, why is he bouncing around? He cursed inwardly and sat properly at the table. When he looked up, he noticed that everyone was looking at him with a complicated expression. Gui coughed dryly, feeling increasingly irritated, and changed the topic. Was the number 9 collar around Yuxing's neck just now? Upon being called out, Yuxing instinctively grabbed his left arm which had been spasming involuntarily. His words were unclear. Yes, it was. Gui continued, if I'm not mistaken, your ability is hypnosis, right? You can temporarily control others' thoughts. Yuxing nodded. You're quite smart, knowing how to find a scapegoat for yourself. Gui's voice turned abruptly cold. Yuxing didn't understand what he meant and looked pale. What do you mean? Chen Shen frowned unhappily, realizing Yuxing had difficulty speaking and decided to speak for him. What do I mean? Isn't the collar around his neck the best proof? Gui laughed lightly. Since you knew Tong Yao kills according to sequence, you hypnotized someone to exchange collars with you. I didn't. Yuxing's voice was muffled as he struggled to form a complete sentence. After noticing this issue, Gui had been suppressing his doubts for a while and now finally voiced them. Isn't the collar around your neck the rich man's? There's a scratch on the silver piece, right? That was from this morning. The collar can't be taken off the neck, I've already tried this morning. Seeing Yuxing look down at the silver piece around his neck and appear more uncomfortable, Song Ci helped to explain. I know that, of course. It was apparent that Gui had anticipated this explanation and touched the collar around his own neck casually. The collar might not come off, but the silver piece can be moved. All you have to do is steal someone else's number, and you can take their place. There was disdain in Gui's tone. He despised selfish people within the team the most. He scoffed. But all along, we've been together. When could Yuxing have hypnotized him? Chen Shen furrowed his brows and rebutted, didn't you see that he was always with me? It's precisely because you were there, recalled Chen Shen's quick spell during the bizarre attack of the rhyme. You must be a Taoist master, correct? Having reflected upon it, Gui believed he had found the answer. With your help, he'd have a much higher chance of success in swapping the silver pieces. As Gui became more aggressively accusatory, Song Ci's brows gradually knitted tighter, finding it increasingly odd. He shouldn't be like this. His Bai Yi Zhu, Shen Hei, Jiang Xing should not be so aggressive. Pondering over it, Song Ci was just about to say something for Yuxing when he caught sight of a small figure flashing past him, landing with a splat on the ground. Wah! The floor was soaked with soup, and a perfectly pretty little girl lay face down, sobbing and whimpering as her 2 tiny hands covered her face. Her hidden black eyes locked onto Song Ci intensely. Big brother, I accidentally fell. Can you help me up? She gasped through the pain, sounding pitiful. Host, absolutely don't help her. The original main character died by her hand. 140 was so frightened he quickly blurted out. I know. Song Ci silently agreed and immediately turned his head away, sitting straight and proper. Brother, it hurts where I fell, and the hot soup is burning me. Can you lend me a hand? Seeing no reaction from him, the girl cried harder, hugging her knees and rolling on the ground. Greasy soup stained her bright blue dress. Song Ci, no. Why was this different from the usual script? Why won't you help me? The girl's voice suddenly turned sharp, trying to grab Song Ci's pant leg. Don't adults always teach that helping others is good? Why won't you help me? If you see a little girl fall, surely you. Song Ci nearly jumped in fear and hastily took 2 steps back toward Chen, trembling. Ignore the helper storyline or you'll get nodules. The little girl. Chapter 129, The Disturbed Supreme God has taken a fancy to me, 12. Ordinary players would instinctively help themselves if they fell down. The girl stood in a daze for a moment, unable to say anything after being cornered by Song Ci, her face turning ashen. She stood there for a while, then burst into sharp crying and lunged at Song Ci. Wah wah wah, why didn't you help me? For unknown reasons, this female NPC had set her sights on him. They both circled around Chen Shen like cats chasing a mouse several times, her terrifying gaze always fixated on him. Chen Shen tried attacking her with supernatural powers a few times, but soon flames engulfed half of the girl's body, yet she still crawled toward Song Ci as if without sensation. Liu Yu. The other people watched indifferently and, upon noticing that the girl seemed immune to Chen Shen's abilities, called out urgently. What's wrong, brother? Liu Yu almost instantly stuck his head out, his eyes twinkling merrily. In the background, there were clanging sounds of chopping meat. It was unclear how he heard Song Ci's cries. Song Ci, save 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 save. His voice quivered, echoing endlessly through winding mountain paths. Glancing sideways, he saw Liu Yu carefully holding a steaming plate of braised chicken as he stepped forward, causing Song Ci's whole body to cringe. 1 human and 1 ghost circled counterclockwise around Chen Shen as their center and the girl as the radius, spinning so fast that it resembled a clock. What did he do? Why wouldn't this girl stop pursuing him? Song Ci felt dizzy from all the spinning, but the ghost's speed never wavered. The girl's half-body was burnt to blackened skeletal remains, faintly emitting an overcooked odor. She wailed as she crawled on all fours toward Song Ci. Just as she was about to touch him, a pair of distinctly knuckled hands immediately covered her view. Song Ci ran up a sweat from running behind, his mouth slightly agape and breathing unevenly. not reacting before he suddenly fell into an icy embrace. The girl's attacking movement instantly halted, suspended mid-air in her attack posture, her expression gradually becoming vacant. After a short while, she looked confusedly around and finally locked her gaze onto Song Si. Waya. How can I scare Big Brother? Oh no, how could I be so bad wa, I must repent and become a good ghost wa aya. In a flash, she threw herself in front of Song Si, sobbing bitterly. Song Si. Others? Song Si stared in amazement at the current scene, glanced upward at Liu Yu behind him, unsure of what just happened. What happened? She was extremely ferocious just a second ago. Why does she seem so much less intelligent now? Is this Liu Yu's power? Seemingly understanding Song Si's confusion, before he even spoke, Liu Yu pushed away the blue-clad girl, helped Song Si sit back in a chair, ignoring the rest as if they weren't there, and said tenderly, "Does brother want to know about my ability?" Liu Yu swayed the emerald bracelet on his wrist, removed it quickly, and swiftly slipped it onto Song Si's wrist. The bracelet tightened as soon as it was put on and couldn't be taken off anymore. An eerily familiar feeling spread throughout his body. His mouth fumbled for words for a while until Liu Yu explained, "But if I give this skill to you, there will be an extra debuff. The name of the skill is Nangong Wenya, whoever I touch goes stupid. I can use it directly by touching, but if brother wants to use it, you need to call its name." Song Si. Shocked, he wasn't sure which matter to think about first. "Brother, now that you have my skill, make sure to protect me well." Liu Yu giggled and leaned closer to Song Si, giving him a piece of chicken while slyly glancing at Gu Yi, who said that they hate selfish people the most. "I didn't see you stand up and help brother just now." Gu Yi's face turned various shades of white, gritting his teeth. "You." Song Si nodded absent-mindedly, paying no heed to their confrontation, his eyes continuously darting to the bracelet. It was too similar. The jade bracelet, hair rubbing, and this impudent manner of confronting others were indeed identical to the person from previous lifetimes. He ignored the constant persuasion from System 140 telling him that Gu Yi was the male lead and not to misrecognize anyone, determined to test once more. He stroked the chopsticks in his hand a few times and softly spoke to Liu Yu. "Liu Yu, your cooking is so spicy. Is it very spicy?" The golden-eyed youth immediately stopped talking non-stop about cursing Gu Yi and turned his gaze to Song Si. "Yes." Song Si nodded and served some pieces to the other's bowl. "You like spiciness, eat more." "Host, he really isn't the male lead. Don't like the wrong person." System 140's voice became urgent. Accompanied by the electronic sound in his brain, Liu Yu's eyes flickered subtly, his gaze gentle. "Is that so? How does brother know that I love spiciness?" The girl in the blue skirt, noticing that everyone's attention had shifted to these two individuals, smiled faintly at the corner of her mouth and quickly stepped back to leave. After accomplishing her goal, she departed gracefully, leaving her achievements behind without a trace. Chapter 130, The Insane God Main Has Taken a Liking to Me, 13. Just as Gu Yi had guessed, Tong Yao was indeed killing in sequence. After leaving the communal dining hall, there were no more NPCs around to assign them any missions. However, due to an unpleasant exchange regarding the matter of the collars between Chen and Chen in the dining hall, they no longer waited for the others and returned to their room first. Song Si felt more confident after her previous test at the table. Despite the protests of number 140, she allowed Liu Yu to hold her as they went upstairs, even packing some braised chicken for lunch. "Host, don't recklessly acknowledge people. He's not the male lead." Number 140 buzzed anxiously in Song Si's ear as it watched Liu Yu's hand fondling her face, making her look utterly satisfied. "Gu Yi is the male lead. I've gone through the original work back and forth, and there's absolutely no mention of Liu Yu as a character. Might this system just be bugged again?" Song Si didn't argue with it but instead nestled obediently in Liu Yu's arms, inwardly pleased. "It's impossible, host, believe me. He absolutely isn't the male lead, and his gaze every time he looks at you makes me feel uneasy." Number 140 sounded, trying to reason quietly. "Uneasy? Why?" Song Si raised her eyes to glance at him. Liu Yu was just unlocking the door. Noticing her stare, he looked down at her with particular gentleness. "Are you talking about feeling uneasy from that gaze?" Song Si glanced once and then ignored number 140's words completely. Hadn't Liu Yu always been gentle since they met? No. I feel like he can see me, though I'm just a string of code." The certainty in number 140's tone decreased, glancing guardedly at Liu Yu beside them. "Moreover, host, it's only your guess that he might be the male lead in the past worlds. They each enter new worlds without memories." Seeing Song Si naturally following Liu Yu into his room made number 140 even more anxious. "Don't forget that if the mission fails, there will be punishment." Song Si paused mid-action. Liu Yu noticed her strange demeanor and turned back to tilt his head, his silver hair falling over his shoulder. "Is something wrong, older brother? You've been daydreaming all the way." Song Si shook her head to indicate nothing was wrong. "Song Si, what do you mean?" Number 140 explained, "If you fail the mission because you identified the wrong person, there will be electric shock punishments. Listen to me, go form a relationship with the male lead, or help him get together with the female lead, the probability of completing the mission would be much higher." And our company is about to recruit new staff, complete just 100 more missions, and you can return to your original world. We'll recreate your body for you, don't you miss your family? The doubts in Song Si's heart towards number 140 deepened further. Just as she wanted to answer him. The grip around her waist suddenly tightened. Where does my elder brother want to go? Huh? Song Si was startled by Lu Yu's action, thinking he could hear her thoughts like in Shenhei's world, causing her heart to race, holding on to his arm steadier. What did you say earlier, who exactly is Bai Yizhu? Seeing Song Si shift her focus back to him, Lu Yu's star-like eyes slightly shifted, smiling mischievously while asking. Oh no, he doesn't remember anything about the previous worlds. Song Si chuckled awkwardly twice, unsure how to defend herself. Just a friend of mine. She tried tentatively to pull her wrist free from his grip, but Lu Yu held firmly without letting go. Ah, so he's a friend, the golden-eyed youth pouted jealously, so, elder brother really has quite a few friends. 1, 2, 3, 4, there are 4 of them. After seeing that Song Si almost didn't resist him when they came back from breakfast, Lu Yu indulged himself more, grabbing the other person directly, his soft and fluffy head rubbing against Song Si's neck. I also want to be elder brother's friend, can we play together only? Song Si disliked his tone of voice the most, it reminded her too much of Bai Yizhu from the last world, lying in bed every day while cajoling her and doing rough things. She shivered involuntarily, nodding randomly, forgetting the argument going on inside her mind. Sure. That elder brother. Lu Yu was about to say something when suddenly, a knock came from outside the door. They both turned simultaneously to look outside. Lu Yu, cockroach, are you two there? It was Zhao Wanwan's voice. Song Si didn't dare respond rashly either. After exchanging a glance with Lu Yu, they both walked to the iron door and asked, what's up? Looking through the peephole, sure enough, someone stood outside. Zhao Wanwan's voice sounded rather embarrassed as she pulled Yilan nearby. I was wondering, is there still any of that braised chicken you brought back? As you know, none of us besides you had breakfast today. His voice trailed off as he knocked twice more on the door. Sister Yi and I are asking for some food. We're starving. Lu Yu had been silent all this time, while Song Si glanced through the peephole again, confirming that there were indeed people outside. Zhao Wanwan's words matched the situation downstairs too, and since it was still daytime, she hesitated for a few seconds before pulling the door open. As soon as the door opened, a strong gust of wind blew in. Song Si was about to call Lu Yu to grab a bowl when she realized there was no one outside. A chill ran down his spine as he dared not pause, immediately slamming the door shut and instinctively seeking help from Lu Yu. You heard it, right? There really was someone outside, and I saw them through the peephole. Song Si quickly pulled Lu Yu back inside. Their abilities were quite useless, and now with their skills transferred to each other, they were even worse than before. If they really encountered a ghost, they'd be done for. He quietly vowed to himself that whoever knocked next, he wouldn't open the door. As he pulled Lu Yu back, the boy suddenly stopped at the doorway. What's wrong? Song Si had been walking ahead absent-mindedly, but suddenly got yanked back, raising his puzzled eyes. There's something annoying on the bed, Lu Yu frowned, displeasure flickering in his golden eyes. Song Si followed his gaze and saw an exquisite porcelain doll sitting neatly on the perfectly made bed. It wore a little blue dress, with wavy hair cascading over its shoulders, and a rigid smile painted onto its lips. Its cold ceramic eyes stared straight at them, both intricate and eerie. Isn't this the doll Zhao Wanwan described? Song Si got a big scare and tried to pull Lu Yu out of the room, catching out of the corner of his eye that the doll's head suddenly creaked and moved slightly. Was it because I opened the door just now? Song Si regretted it a bit. Or let's sleep in my room tonight. Don't touch this thing. I just saw it move. Except for a slight change in expression when Song Si mentioned whether Lu Yu was Bai Yizhu, Lu Yu had remained indifferent. He was about to step forward and crush this unclean thing when Song Si's words froze him momentarily, his eyes lighting up. The bed in Song Si's room was broken, so the two would have to sleep on makeshift bedding on the floor. If they both slept on the ground, did that mean he could hold Song Si and sleep together? Chapter 131, The Obsessed God is Interested in Me, 14. Song Si was unaware of the twists and turns in Lu Yu's mind, pulling him towards his own room. I'll look around later. I'm not sure if there are any extra blankets left in the fruit cabinet. Thinking quickly, he closed the door and pulled Lu Yu toward his room, but the iron door was knocked on again. Lu Yu, cockroach, are you there? Song Si tightened his grip on Lu Yu's hand, alertly glancing at the door. It was Zhao Wanwan's voice. This ghost had already come once, why did it return? The door was knocked on again for a while. This time he dared not respond, standing quietly nearby looking. Outside again came the murmuring voice of Zhao Wanwan. It shouldn't be like this, I clearly heard the sound of closing doors just now, how can no one be here? Zhao Wanwan was confused, knocking twice more. I want to ask if there's any of that red braised chicken you brought back. You know, none of us ate breakfast this morning. Song Si didn't dare to make a sound, tentatively glancing at Lu Yu by tugging on his sleeve, staying silent. Maybe they're asleep. Seeing that the two people in the room stayed silent, Yilan roughly guessed the ones inside didn't want to respond. He pulled Zhao Wanwan downstairs. Let's try Aunt Lu. That real estate agent seemed to mention we could borrow the kitchen from her, there should still be some leftover chicken from Lu Yu in the kitchen. As their voices gradually faded away, Song Si finally breathed a sigh of relief, uneasily glancing at Lu Yu's room a couple of times before hastily retreating into his own. Lu Yu had clever plans brewing in his heart, with an expression full of joy in his eyes. In Song Si's room, he only placed one blanket. Even if Song Si turned the room upside down, there wouldn't be a second blanket found, so they were destined to sleep together tonight. The room wasn't large. Song Si rummaged through the cabinets for quite a while but found no additional bedding, then looked at the three-legged bed and fell into deep thought. Brother, this bed isn't fit for sleeping, Lu Yu slowly approached, his strands of hair brushing Song Si's cheek, making it somewhat itchy. How about this, let's take down the mattress and blanket, and share one. His triumphant expressions weren't hidden at all. Song Si didn't turn around, unable to see the cunning little expressions on his face. He walked several circles around the small bed. This bed was too small to accommodate both of them comfortably. With Lu Yu's help, he set up a ground bed. Before the other party realized, he copied another right next to it and couldn't help feeling smug as he said, "Look, this skill of mine finally comes in handy." Lu Yu. His expression once again lost control. Silently turning around, he started walking out. "Where are you going?" Song Si asked inexplicably. "Lu Yu, my bed is bigger." Song Si. Replying nonsense. Only after lying on the same bed as Lu Yu at night did Song Si finally understand the meaning of that sentence. After making that statement during the day, Lu Yu returned to his own room without saying another word, grabbed the porcelain doll's hair, threw it out of the window with a blank expression, innocently turned back to tell him that there was nothing left on the bed now, and suggested they share his bed tonight. Song Si knew about Lu Yu's thoughts. After being influenced by Yeju from the last world, he almost confirmed that most likely, what happened last night when he felt someone hugging and kissing him was definitely something Lu Yu did. Even if he refused now, Lu Yu would surely reclaim those favors tonight. "Big brother, has Yeju hugged you like this?" Lu Yu held Song Si from the side, sounding resentful. Song Si. How could he still remember that matter? Not only had Yeju hugged him. He was lost in thought when he felt the strength behind him tighten. "Oh, so he did hug you." Lu Yu's voice was filled with grievances, "Turns out I'm the last one to hug big brother." Since all these are the same person anyway, Song Si didn't want to hear him flying off the handle with jealousy, so he awkwardly reached out and covered his mouth, "Go to sleep." This time, Song Si didn't sleep until dawn. Around midnight, he was abruptly woken up by a hurried knocking sound at the door. Habitually reaching over a couple of times to the side, he found it empty. He immediately became fully awake and rushed up to look around. Everything was still arranged as it was originally, and he was still in Lu Yu's room. Little Si. The iron gate was rhythmically tapped. It seemed to be Lu Yu's voice outside the door. Song Si responded with a sound and got up promptly, heading towards the door. "Why aren't you sleeping and go outside in the middle of the night? Come in quick." Little Si, open the door. "I went out to use the restroom and forgot my keys." Song Si lowly responded and pulled down the door handle. But in the instant before opening the door, he suddenly realized. There's no way Lu Yu would know his name. Even if he knew, ever since they met, Lu Yu had always called him Big Brother and would never call him Little Si. The door was only opened a small crack, with Song Si's right hand pressing on the doorknob, struggling to push the door outward as much as he could. Outside, Lu Yu's voice suddenly cut off, replaced only by the howling wind, while around came the giggly laughter of a little girl, accompanied by an icy nursery rhyme. "Big rabbit is sick, second rabbit comes to look, third rabbit buys medicine, third rabbit." His strength gradually waned, the gap between the doors widening bit by bit. He also finally made out the scene outside the corridor. There wasn't a soul in sight. Lu Yu. He swallowed hard, staring at the wide-open iron gate and the empty hallway, then turned to retreat back into the room. But things didn't go his way. A chilling wind brushed past his face, and before Song Si could react, something gave him a sudden shove from behind, slamming the iron door shut with a loud bang. Song Si was nearly petrified with fear, hastily rushing forward to pound on the door again. From within came a click of the lock securing it, leaving the entire building feeling as if he were the only one still awake. Pada. Suddenly, the light bulb overhead trembled slightly, shining brighter than before. One after another, the second, then the third lamp along the corridor illuminated systematically, leading directly to a door at the end of the hallway. It was a milky white door, with a sticker of a little orange cat pasted beside it. Above the door glowed a soft light that contrasted sharply with the rundown residential building. Room 140, was this door here when we arrived? He knocked on each teammate's door in succession but received no response. No, there was just a wall at the end. Host, are you going to cross over? Even though it was peculiar, to be honest, Song Si simply lacked the courage. Shaking his head, ready to crouch by the door of room 501 until dawn, at this moment, a sigh sounded from behind him. Subsequently, his body began moving automatically toward the front. This situation was so familiar, Song Si's heart thumped wildly. I'm not dreaming now, am I? Bai Yezhu might be a mountain spirit, but what if he came here looking for me? There'd definitely be chaos. He watched as inch by inch he approached the door, and just as he readied himself to see the tiny letters beneath the sticker, the door swung open. Inside, the decor was warm and inviting, with only a small night lamp glowing softly. Song Si looked further and saw a small, motionless figure lying peacefully in the center of the room, breathing steadily and utterly undisturbed by his entry. The person had their cheek pressed against the pillow, their soft facial features squeezed into a small puff of flesh. Pale skin glistened under the dim light, hair obediently resting by their cheeks as they slept soundly. Under the dim yellow light spilling in from outside, Song Si finally recognized this person's face. It was himself. Chapter 132, The Deranged Supreme God Set His Sights on Me, 15. How could me be lying in this room? Song Si's heart shook momentarily. After hesitating for a second, he stepped into the room. Beside the bed, there was an open suitcase with several clothes scattered around haphazardly. The other side of the bed seemed like someone had been sleeping there just moments ago. It was slightly sunken. Cheeks pink, the self tightly clutched the blanket around the body, reaching forward unconsciously twice, hugging the pillow in front tightly to his chest. The room was decorated warmly. A thick gray carpet lay on the floor. The embroidered bedding felt soft to the touch, and in the corner of the wall, a bottle of roses rested. Bathed under the moonlight, they appeared fresh and vibrant, as if still faintly emitting their fragrance. Song Si cautiously walked in over the soft carpet, extra careful not to wake the self lying in the bed. The arrangement of the room was neat and clean. On the other side of the bed stood a bookshelf, and the nearby desk also held a number of photo albums. He leaned closer for a detailed look. Without exception, all were photos of himself. There were also not a few group photos with another person, but the faces were unidentifiable. 140, wouldn't this be the original host? Song Si scrutinized the frame from the front and back. It seemed some words were inscribed upon it. Are you telling me your system locked up the original host to complete a mission, making me act as his substitute? Impossible. 140 hurriedly argued, host, think about it. Do we even give him such good treatment? With the poor living conditions you, our only employee, receive, how could we afford extra funds for the original host's comfort? He seemingly had no counterargument. All of Song Si's doubts were silenced by 140. Annoyed, Song Si remained silent, but his eyes caught sight of a few small medicine bottles on the table, curiously taking them up for inspection. Clozapine, sulpiride, clonazepam, paroxetine hydrochloride tablets. There were also a few bottles whose writing he didn't recognize. Holding the bottles close to his face, Song Si tried to make out the letters more clearly under the moonlight. Uyoyu. Suddenly, behind him came a low murmur. Startled by the voice of himself, Song Si hastily stuffed the medication bottles back onto the table, turning around to check on the sleeping figure in the bed. However, the other had not woken at all, merely speaking dreamily in slumber. After mumbling softly for a few seconds, he puckered his lips and continued his deep sleep. Song Si's heart thumped violently. Once confirming that there was no sign of him waking up, he turned his head and reached for the medicine bottles again on the table. From the corner of his eye, he noticed what appeared to be a medical record dropped by himself. Furrowing his brows slightly, he braced one hand on the table intending to squat down to pick it up, but at the moment his wrist bracelet touched the table, a few clicking sounds rang in his ears. The next instant, the ground beneath his feet vanished. Since this wasn't the first time experiencing this, drawing on the experience from when he had served as the shadow guard, he instinctively hugged his head tight, rolling all the way down the hidden passage with a clatter. After losing count of how many rounds he'd rolled, Song Si's vision spun with golden stars, but once his body stabilized, he shakily climbed back up from the ground. It didn't hurt too much. The owner of this room had been considerate enough to cover the stairs leading to the secret passageway entirely in carpet, covering every sharp corner meticulously. The dim light shone inside the dark chamber. Looking upward, the gap above had already closed, appearing pitch black. Now, without Shenhui's rescue, Song Si had no choice but to grit his teeth and press on ahead. Ahead stretched a long, mysterious corridor leading into infinite darkness, with a painting hung on the walls at regular intervals. 140, is this also part of the original plot? My goodness, how come there are so many paintings in this corridor? I hope they aren't portrait oils because I might get scared stiff. He hesitated for a very long time before finally mustering the courage to take his first cautious step, inching carefully deeper inside, uncertain whether there would be any other traps along the way. 140 choked for quite some time, feeling that apart from the routine death threats every day remaining unchanged, the entire storyline had already run rampant like a wild horse galloping off track. Not in the original plot. At this point, they should all be worrying about the nursery rhymes. Song Si's forehead creased in deep thought. As he passed the numerous paintings hanging on the wall, his eyes fell on them, causing him to shudder in shock. What were these supposed to be? Medieval oil paintings, landscape pictures? They were all his photographs. The first image in the corridor was his selfie leaning against the balcony railing. Then followed images of him in a pink apron fiddling in the kitchen. Examining each one, his expression on every picture exuded sheer excitement. Most of these photos were candid shots taken from a third-person perspective. Images capturing him glaring fiercely at the camera, sound asleep with docile closed eyes, watching TV with rapt attention while holding a stuffed toy, and even private moments stealthily photographed. He felt his face turn red and his neck thicken as he looked at the photos. He had no memory of taking any of these pictures, so who was the person in them? The original host. But the original host in this book was just a bit player with no partner. Host, maybe we should stop looking, this place feels weird. 140 stayed silently beside him throughout the viewing. Let's figure out how to get out of here quickly. Lately, you've been acting strange, 140. Song Ci ignored him, continuing down the gallery until he unknowingly reached its end. At the end stood a colossal photograph, 5 or 6 times larger than those on the road. Unlike the previous ones, this one was a double portrait. In it, there was a panda balloon tied to his wrist as he made a peace sign at the camera with a bright smile. Next to him stood a tall man firmly holding onto him, but instead of looking at the camera, his gaze was solely fixed on him. He squinted hard, though the photo was crystal clear and enormous, he couldn't make out the face of the man beside him. 140, can you identify who's in the picture? As he caught the inscription at the bottom right corner, he blinked, wanting to move closer for a better look. There were several neatly written lines below. 20XX year February 18th. Today Xiao Ci insisted on dragging me to the amusement park to celebrate my birthday. He said he wanted to spend it with me, probably because he himself wanted to play haha. He bought me a cake and after I made my wish, he pouted and demanded to know what my wish was. I teased him that it was for him to let me kiss him more often every day, which angered him enough to kick me twice. It was actually a lie, my real wish was, may Song Ci live a long life. I couldn't tell him, because wishes lose their power when spoken aloud. 20XX year February 19th. Adding 2 more sentences, today Xiao Ci gave me 2 extra kisses, happy V dash. Song Ci was lost in thought, his face inexplicably damp. Puzzled, he wiped his face, then looked down at the hardwood table in front of the picture. It was filled with various objects, egg vibrators, small toys, and a handcuff silver plate combo he recognized all too well. At first glance, he knew who had created this set. Lowering his head, he let his fingers run over each tool, finally stopping at the black collar. He had wondered from the start what was inscribed on that silver plate but never had the chance to find out. Name, Song Ci. He bent his head, rubbing the iron plate carefully, about to continue reading when a distinct footstep echoed behind him. Big brother. Song Ci abruptly turned around. Chapter 133, The Deranged Supreme God Has Taken a Liking to Me, 16. Big brother, big brother. The voice calling out gradually became clearer. Song Ci fluttered his lashes and struggled for a moment before slowly opening his eyes. The first thing he saw was the anxious face of Lu Yu. Did you enter my dream again? Song Ci hadn't fully woken up yet. His vision was blurry as he unsteadily got up from bed. What? Lu Yu gently helped him up, leaning him against the headboard with a soft pillow behind his back. Song Ci rubbed his eyes, blinking hard a couple of times, until the images in front of him became clearer. He smacked his dry lips a few times, absently twirling Lu Yu's silver hair with his index finger. Don't trick me, either you entered my dream or you were teasing me yesterday. He, Nicholas Song, Master Detective Ci, had now completely understood the tricks of entering dreams like his. 9 out of 10 times, what happened yesterday was probably done by Lu Yu. He gave the other person a sidelong glance, leaving behind a slightly angry silhouette. The tuft of hair on top of his head stubbornly stood upright. What's wrong? Lu Yu, though innocently accused, still skillfully grabbed the milk on the bedside table and attentively handed it over to Song Ci. How are you, big brother? He lightly leaned over and hugged Song Ci. Where did you go last night? Song Ci sneaked a glance at him. Despite himself, he took the milk, sipping it cautiously. I've been hugging you all night, I didn't go anywhere. Lu Yu questioned while looking at him through a pair of confused golden eyes. Their gazes met when Lu Yu nuzzled against his neck. Song Ci, you're lying. I woke up yesterday and you weren't in bed, then I heard your knock at the door, calling out my name repeatedly. When I opened the door. Big brother, Lu Yu's tone turned serious, interrupting his reminiscing. Did you respond? What? Song Ci stopped, turning his head strangely to face him. When he called your name, did you answer? Lu Yu repeated patiently as usual. Seems like I did. Song Ci replied, recalling the memory, I thought you had the key, so I told you to come in directly. But when I opened the door, just like yesterday, there was no one outside. Song Ci explained. There might have been someone inside already, Lu Yu's gaze flickered slightly as he soothingly patted his head. From now on, if something outside calls your name, don't answer. It's a summoning. If you answer, it's like inviting them in. So, did you not leave yesterday? Song Ci felt somewhat unsettled by what Lu Yu said, holding onto the blanket as he gulped down the milk. Nope, Lu Yu immediately reverted to his carefree grin, pressing close to Song Ci like an overeager dog, sniffing at him non-stop. It was my first time sleeping with my big brother, how could I possibly leave halfway through? His voice carried an undertone of grievance, as if upset about being falsely accused. There was no way to counter this explanation. Then how about the voice he'd heard at that time? It had unmistakably been Lu Yu's voice. And that inexplicably appearing door, another version of himself in bed, the photo in the hallway, the signature on the photo, the medicine bottle on the desk. His thoughts scrambled together. After finishing the glass of milk in one gulp, Song Si stuffed the blanket into Lu Yu's arms and hurriedly jumped off the bed to find his slippers. What's wrong? A cup stained with milk suddenly appeared in his hands. Lu Yu looked at him helplessly and followed him to get up. I dreamt last night that there was an unfamiliar door at the end of the corridor. I want to take another look. Sliding his feet into his slippers, he went da-da-da and opened the door, poking his head out cautiously. Sure enough, that place had transformed back into the grey-white wall, as if the scene from yesterday had never existed. Hanging onto the doorframe, only showing his head, Lu Yu, who was one head taller than him, mimicked him by sticking his own head out further along the corridor. Damn! Gu Yi had just stepped out of the neighboring room to witness the peculiar scene. Two heads, one black-haired and one white-haired, dangled up and down in mid-air, staring directly at him. You two must be crazy. What kind of nonsense are you performing early in the morning? Upon stepping out, Song Si noticed an overwhelming smell of blood in the air. Looking up, he saw the other's entire outfit soaked in blood, dripping with it. Gu Yi now harbored unfavorable impressions of both individuals, one selfish, the other acting mysteriously as if mentally unstable. Gu Yi didn't intend to acknowledge them any further, emitting a faint snort and turning around to walk away. However, Song Si caught sight of the number on his neck. Are you number 3? So what if I am? Gu Yi's left sleeve hung empty, revealing the sinister white bones beneath the fabric. He spoke arrogantly. This proves that this realm only bullies those who are weak. Last night, it came to kill me, but as you can see, I'm still alive. Song Si heard Lu Yu chuckle softly behind him and hesitated for a moment before calling out to Gu Yi, who was about to enter Yi Lan's room. Wait, that's not what I wanted to say. Supporting Lu Yu, he stepped out of the room with a complicated expression on his face. Haven't you noticed that the number on your neck has changed? It's no longer 3, it is now. Gu Yi froze momentarily, his shocked face turning around as he looked down in terror. The silver plate smeared with blood was taken off by Gu Yi's trembling hands, revealing the bold number 9 written on it. And yesterday, this number had belonged to Zhao Wanwan. Suddenly, there was a loud crashing sound from room 505. The iron door was flung open instantly as Yi Lan ran out with her hair disheveled. Her pupils flickered and her voice was unsteady. Wanwan shouldn't have died yesterday. Her eyes lacked focus initially, but finally landed on the blood-stained silver plate in Gu Yi's hand. Yi Lan's eyes quivered. She lunged forward and snatched the silver plate from his hand, gripping it tightly. Tipping her head slightly, confusion flickered in her gaze. Gu Yi. It wasn't me. Similarly, a strong stench of blood filled room 505. Gu Yi didn't dare to look inside, vividly recalling his aggressive stance toward Yuxing from the previous night. I battled with that haunted house all night. How this number 9 silver plate ended up with me, I don't know. With your observational skills, you should have noticed if I swapped places with Zhao Wanwan. His face smeared with blood, Gu Yi looked utterly disheveled after a night of intense fighting. His voice was short and labored, gasping for air. It was clear now. The nursery rhyme, upon encountering resistance, automatically changed its murder target. All of them could die at any time. Chapter 134, The Psychotic Main God Set His Eyes on Me, 17. Corresponding to the third rhyme, the smell of Chinese herbal medicine was strong in the room, mixing with the blood all over the place. Zhao Wanwan was still lying in bed in a sleeping position, showing no sign of resistance or struggle. Similar to what happened to the uncle, not an inch of her body was intact, and the sheets were soaked through with brownish-black medicinal stains. The quilt was half open, her abdomen had been torn open from her chest down to her lower belly, her internal organs missing, replaced by a belly full of thick black herbal medicine which was still steaming. Emerald green worms were immersed in the medicinal liquid, wriggling and boiling, their heads occasionally appearing through her belly's surface layer. They would sometimes tilt their heads to nibble at the scraps of flesh around her abdomen. The stench inside the room was overwhelming. A black collar lay askew on the floor, and there were chaotic drag marks of blood on the walls, ceiling, and ground. Random household items lay scattered across the floor. I can assure you, I didn't hear anything last night. Yi Lan finally recovered after a hurried panting and looked back into the room. Yesterday, the rhyme's voice grew louder, and Wanwan was scared, so I let her sleep with me. Later, we heard Xiao Xi knocking on the door outside, but worried it might be that child causing mischief, we didn't dare to open it. She clutched her fists tightly, breathing heavily. Last night, I slept very lightly, holding her very close. If she had moved away from me, I should have felt it. Gu Yi was speechless for a moment, unable to boast as he originally intended. Yi Lan stood dazed in the doorway for quite a while before slowly walking toward Zhao Wanwan's room. The noise outside continued, and the iron gate next door suddenly opened. Chen Shen walked out with Yusheng, ignoring Gu Yi standing beside, following others' gaze towards the inside of the room, focusing his vision on the black collar on the floor. Oh, did you snatch Zhao Wanwan's collar last night? A smirk crossed Chen Shen's face as he returned the insult from yesterday when Gu Yi put a hat on Yusheng. Gu Yi's complexion turned pale, disregarding the wounds on his body, forcefully grabbing at the number around his neck. I did not. Yesterday, they clearly targeted me. Chen Shen scoffed, now fully understanding the nature of this person, and paid him no more attention. Today, the window appeared to be covered with a layer of black mist, gloomy and dark like endless night. Without the clock hanging on the wall, it would be impossible to distinguish day from night. The smell was overwhelming, and the room was truly bloody. Lu Yu kept tightly pulling Song Si from the start so that he wouldn't enter, his eyes never hiding their intense focus on him. Song Si helplessly stood with him outside the door watching the others follow Yilan into the room to observe the situation. A strand of silver hair fell by his face, and Lu Yu's breath entirely enveloped him, as if isolating him from the external world scent. The wound was still bleeding profusely, and Gu Yi, in pain, noticed no one cared about his injuries. Clenching his teeth, he took out a healing pill from the space and swallowed it, then moved forward to inspect. Song Si watched everyone's actions, constrained by Lu Yu, he couldn't move. He could only look up slowly at his side profile, suddenly recalling something. 140, where is the goodwill value above Lu Yu's head? He pinched the other's hair, pulling him down gently twice wanting to see his top. As a result, Lu Yu misunderstood that he wanted a kiss, so he cheerfully puckered up and approached Song Si, scaring him back and making him hastily cover the spot on his mouth that had been rubbed. 140 sighed deeply, having tried since Song Si woke up to persuade him to get closer to Gu Yi, who is the male lead. But Song Si firmly trusted his feelings, saying that Gu Yi's character didn't resemble those from the past. It said that if this mission failed, there would be an electric shock punishment, very severe, and any misstep could easily lead to his death. In response, Song Si told it that doing 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 was less exciting than dying outright, going crazy directly in its brain. Every day it deceived him with the promise of rebirth, tricking him into working for free forever. It'd be better to love and cherish each other for life, no need for another reincarnation. After several lives, he had thought it through. Let it shock him, then he won't have to endure this grind anymore. 140 was stunned by his insanity, nervously asking Song Si what was wrong with his mental state. Song Si calmly informed him that his mental illness was on the brink of breaking out. Since contracting the mental disease, his whole being felt much more refreshed mentally. 140 was silenced by his retort, becoming timid and remaining quiet until now without daring to speak. Host, there will naturally be no goodwill value on his forehead because he is not the male lead. Gu Yi, how do I brush up on goodwill value? Didn't you see his homophobic look? A few days ago, when I tried to get close to him, he looked as if he wanted to dig a few meters deep pit and bury himself. Song Si thought carefully and added, but now I can help matchmake the protagonists. It's just that the heroine is really. Brother, pay attention to me, don't talk to him anymore. Seeing Song Si lost in a daze, Lu Yu rubbed his face and drew his attention back to himself. What? Song Si didn't hear clearly, still feeling the warm touch of the other person's fingertips on his cheeks, confusedly looking up. However, when 140 heard this, it was terrified, its code crashing all over. Host. Host. Did you hear what he just said? No, what did he say? He shook his head following his inner thoughts, his gaze meeting Lu Yu's, vaguely uncertain whether it was his illusion or not, but the other's golden eyes seemed to flash once. 140, he said. The network has been disconnected, reconnecting. Song Si. Not again. He inwardly cursed the poor internet connection of 140, redirecting his focus back to Lu Yu. What did you say just now? I didn't hear it. I said brother stop spacing out, I'm so bored. The youth treated the previous moment as a minor episode, resting his chin against Song Si's head and rubbing twice, his golden eyes idly glancing into the room, motioning Song Si, brother, take a quick look. Following his line of sight, Song Si saw a group of people gathered around Zhao Wanwan, just lifting the quilt when suddenly they heard a creaking sound from her belly, followed by a tuft of brown curly hair slowly floating up through the Chinese medicine, gradually revealing a clear outline. The blue dress was completely soaked turning brown, the porcelain doll's face half shattered, its black pupils rolling around, sharply locking onto the four people beside the bed, singing a nursery rhyme in a crackling voice. Big rabbit got sick, second rabbit came to check, third rabbit bought medicine, fourth rabbit boiled it, fifth rabbit died, sixth rabbit. Realizing she sang 2 extra lines, the porcelain doll immediately covered her broken mouth, her eyes darting around, spotting that Lu Yu had redirected his attention back to his wife without noticing her, giggling lightly before pushing away the green worms attempting to crawl out from Zhao Wanwan's belly. All because of Lu Yu. Yesterday she helped him pursue his wife and ended up falling herself. Even if falling was fine, in the middle of the night without sleep and still feeling restless, she ran over and scolded her for frightening Song Si, who was on the midnight shift, and directly threw her into Zhao Wanwan's belly full of Chinese medicine, too hot. And this was her new dress. Chapter 135, The Obsessed Lord is into me, 18. When the doll twitched a couple of times, the 4 of them immediately scattered, keeping a distance from it. The porcelain white little hands pawed at Zhao Wanwan's split stomach twice, trying to sit up. She lost her balance and fell back with a plop, and bubbles immediately rose to the surface of the medicinal liquid. Oh, my dear Veronica, how did you end up here? The man in the suit walked by pretending not to care but glanced sideways at the scene inside the room and hurriedly picked up the porcelain doll. He carefully dusted the medicine stains off Veronica, his eyes on the upper part of their faces glancing strangely at them. It's almost lunchtime. Aunt Lou is angry because no one has tasted her delicious breakfast. Can her food even be eaten? Gui muttered under his breath, which earned him an angry look from the man in the suit. He adjusted his uniform, pulled out a handkerchief, and dried the porcelain doll. There's more than just this. It was time to assign a mission. Song Si immediately became attentive and tapped Lu Yu near the hollow of his neck to get his attention. The tenant in room 404 hasn't been feeling well lately, so he asked me to let you know that you need to help bring meals for him. His handkerchief covered Veronica's face, and she angrily snatched it to clean herself. Why would he entrust you to tell us to deliver the food? Elon covered Zhao Wanwan's face with a blanket and stood up to ask. Because. Thinking of the tenant in room 404, the man in the suit couldn't help but shiver. He has some strange preferences, liking to specify who should deliver the food. This time, he said he only wanted food delivered by him. His eyes were looking at Yusheng. Me? Yusheng's voice was unclear and difficult to articulate. He had relied entirely on Chen Shen all day, unable to stand upright on his own, his expression somewhat vacant, his mouth half open without control, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth, and being carefully wiped away by Chen Shen. Yes, he specifically named you, saying you have an adorable, small appearance. The man in the suit nodded. Can I replace him? After remaining silent for a while, Chen Shen spoke. Yusheng will also go, but I'll deliver the food since he has ALS and is currently not very mobile. The man in the suit stared at Yusheng for a moment, his expression conflicted but powerless. I apologize, but the tenant in room 404 is too stubborn. I can't convince him either. If you don't comply, he will personally come find you at night. But I can give you a warm tip, he smiled. Room 404's tenant has a pretty big appetite, so it's best if you bring him more food. Otherwise, he might get angry. He turned to leave, but before he went, his gaze swept toward outside the door. Today is the weekend, and most residents in the neighborhood are idle. They dislike light, so please move quietly downstairs. Don't scare them. Ever since taking the pill, Guyi's body began to visibly grow flesh rapidly. As soon as he regained his strength, he rushed after the man in the suit, but the latter simply disappeared into a wall, turning into a patch of black mist without a trace. It seems like according to what he said, delivering the meal is something we must do, Elon stated solemnly, moving towards the door. After almost an entire night without eating, and yesterday when she borrowed the kitchen from Aunt Lu being rejected, they were famished, fearing death by hunger rather than ghosts in this simulation. Thinking about it, her gaze gradually shifted to Lu Yu. Except for the obstinate Gu Yi, the other three felt the intense stares directed towards them, causing Song Si to instinctively glance at Lu Yu. Following the man in the suit's advice, the group descended quietly along the stairs, careful not to trigger the motion sensor lights. Does brother want me to cook for them? Lu Yu blinked, clinging to Song Si, resembling a giant koala bear. Song Si felt cool and calm in his embrace, dispelling the oppressive heat around him. To be honest, Song Si didn't feel much connection with them, especially this supposed male lead Gu Yi, whose character seemed inconsistent or maybe distorted. He particularly disliked him. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at the person in Chen Shen's arms, and coincidentally, the other person was also looking at him. Yusheng tried to smirk, pulling his stiffening lips. Cook then. He reciprocated with a smile, retracting his gaze and speaking to Lu Yu. But the person behind remained silent for a long time. Song Si turned around in confusion and saw Lu Yu's golden eyes half closed, sparkling in the dim light. His mouth tried hard to suppress a grin, barely managing not to burst out laughing. Not knowing why, Song Si continued stepping down the stairs while gently pinching his hand. It wasn't until he sensed the oddity from the person behind that he abruptly shoved him away. I meant cooking. Where did your mind go? He knew it, whenever Lu Yu was quiet, something devious was bound to happen. He sighed lightly, pushed the teen away, and trotted down a few steps. In no time, he felt someone stick close behind him again. His voice was slightly too loud, triggering a sound-activated light in the stairwell. An unsuspecting ghost who had been leisurely climbing the stairs upstairs suddenly let out a piercing shriek. Who turned on the light. This is so scary, it hurts so much. The ghost had a small temper as well, and after being startled, hurriedly fled upstairs. They were all frightened for a moment, realizing they hadn't noticed there was a ghost next to them just now. Their footsteps quickened, recalling what the man in the suit said, perhaps this entire building was filled with ghosts. A shiver went down their spines, and Song Si instinctively sped up his pace. But soon, Lu Yu crept up behind him again like glue. Song Si twitched, unable to shake him off, so he decided to leave him be. This morning, Lu Yu had taken charge of cooking, and for the first time in days, everyone ate until they were full, thanks to Song Si's presence. Only Gu Yi refrained from eating due to suspicions about Lu Yu's suspicious looks, fearing poisoning. After a hearty meal, they approached Aunt Lu to ask for some disposable food containers, and packed everything left on the table inside. Keeping in mind the advice from the man in the suit, they stuffed as much meat and fish as possible into these boxes, filling nearly 10 of them almost to the brim, about 5 or 6 times an average person's portion, before each person carried several boxes toward the 4th floor. Similar to the 5th floor, the corridor on the 4th floor was eerily quiet, not even a single light illuminated. The doors to the residents' apartments were in worse condition than theirs, hanging by their hinges, as if they would collapse with a mere push. Chen Shen helped support Yusheng as they walked to the entrance of room 404, placing the food boxes at his feet. Every one of them involuntarily readied their special abilities in their palms. Amidst the unsettling atmosphere, Yusheng took a deep breath, propped himself up with weak arms, and knocked on room 404's door. The door wasn't locked, and with his knock, it creaked open. Chapter 136, The Deranged Lord Has His Eyes on Me, 19. The room was pitch black, making it impossible to see the furniture. After a long silence, the door opened wider, and a scorched black hand slowly extended out. Yusheng nodded, and after several shaky attempts, he managed to untie the knot on the plastic bag of the lunchbox. With Chen Shen's help, he barely managed to pick it up and handed it over through the door crack to the owner inside. When the lunchbox was passed over, the figure hidden in the darkness became slightly clearer. A faint smell of smoke drifted out from the room. His skin looked as if it had been burned in a fire, leaving his face unrecognizable. His half-protruding eyeballs greedily stared at the lunchbox in Yusheng's hand, quickly grabbing it the moment it was handed over. He rapidly uncovered it and began chewing furiously. Inside the box were neatly sliced pieces of fresh meat still glistening with blood, whose smell immediately spread once the lid was opened. The scorched black man contentedly grabbed a handful of meat with his hands, stuffed them into his mouth, and let out a satisfied sigh from his throat. Chen Shen vigilantly watched him. Once he observed that the man was completely immersed in his food, he pushed other meal boxes in his direction and turned around to leave. Wait a second. A raspy voice came from behind. Yusheng hadn't taken more than a few steps when the charred black hands of the owner suddenly reached out from behind and grabbed him. I want more. His eyeball fell out, rolled around on the floor for a couple of turns, and then was carelessly shoved back into its socket. His stomach rumbled loudly. There are still over 10 more boxes on the floor, they're all for you. Because of Liu Yu being nearby, Song Ci summoned the courage to step forward and kick the large bag toward the owner. I still want more. The man didn't pay any attention to Song Ci's words and tightly held onto Yusheng's clothes with his scorched black arm, leaving deep black fingerprints on them. All right. Sweat trickled down from his forehead as Yusheng stiffly turned his body around and, trembling under the increasingly impatient tone of the other, again shook to open another box for him. After bowing his head and taking several big bites, Chen Shen and others tried once more to leave during his meal, but every time they turned their heads, his dark black hand would grab Yusheng again. I still want more. Even though they'd already finished more than 10 meal boxes, the house owner wasn't full. Slowly raising his blurred face after eating the last one, his blood-covered eyes intensely stared at Yusheng. He chuckled a couple of times, his throat growling, I want more. This hand is the same as the one from the elevator, right? Song Ci tightly stared at it for a while before blurting out his thoughts, and then recalling that Liu Yu wasn't present when the red-haired thug died. Yes, he was burnt to death, Liu Yu said without hesitation, naturally continuing, there was a fire on the 4th floor. He slept so deeply that he never woke up and was burnt to death in bed. How do you know? Song Ci felt a flicker of doubt in his mind, but before fully articulating it, the homeowner's appearance suddenly turned grotesque, his scorched arms taut, and he lunged violently at Yusheng. The surrounding light dimmed even further, and an unknown dense smoke rose between the corridors. I have more. A large piece of Yusheng's clothes was torn off. Seeing this, Song Ci hurriedly took out a secretly stashed box of food from his chest and stuffed it into Yusheng's arms. I have replication abilities. If you want more, I can conjure them. Let Yusheng feed you. The man paused for a moment, snatching the just received meat from Yusheng and chewed it quickly, smearing his face with chunks of meat and blood. Don't want yours. Due to the vigorous movement, cracks formed on his pitch-black face, shedding a clump of ash. Then he continued reaching towards Yusheng, I want his. Unbelievably, over 10 boxes of meat weren't enough to satiate him. Chen Shen stepped back with Yusheng a few paces as the previously narrow corridor had inexplicably become much longer. The stairway they arrived from had disappeared, and only a distant elevator remained visible at the end. I'm so hungry. Being burnt to death hurts, so painful. His hoarse voice instantly turned coarse, and with a loud crash, the door slammed against the grayish walls. Chen Shen was ready. In an instant as the man pounced, he quickly cast a thunder charm and yelled harshly, run. The corridor they entered seemed endless like a tunnel. The group didn't know how long they had been chased by the man behind, yet they couldn't reach the elevator. Shit. Where are the stairs? They were there earlier. Gui cursed angrily and directed the iron tools around them towards the house owner. Based on what he had said earlier, Gui judged that the man feared fire. Along the way, he threw several fire tongues backward, but the man showed no fear and instead became enraged, roaring and crawling to chase them on all fours. Several scorched black arms stretched out from the two walls for no reason, and black sticky liquid covered the whole wall. Yilan pressed her left arm with lingering fear, her chest heaving violently. The walls soaked by the liquid were like coated with a layer of softener. Once these hands grabbed them, they would pull them into the wall ruthlessly. Yusheng himself had difficulty walking, so such an escape was far beyond his strength. Soon, he and Chen fell to the end of the group. How did this corridor become so long? Haven't we run for almost 10 minutes? How is it not over yet? With Lu Yu supporting him as if leisurely strolling, Song Ci, still weak in body, was already panting hard. Don't be afraid, he wants to kill Yusheng. Even Lu Yu spared time to check on Song Ci's emotions, didn't the real estate agent say earlier? There are more ghosts today, especially that fire on the 4th floor where none of the residents escaped. They're now reenacting their escape scenarios repeatedly, which is why the road is a bit crowded. How do you know? His throat dry, Song Ci painfully swallowed some saliva and looked back at the house owner chasing after them. The corridor was too dim, allowing them only to faintly see a blurred figure rushing towards them. Is there even an end to this corridor? When we reach it, will the elevator work? That blonde guy didn't just take a direct experience of jumping from the building? Gui cursed while his loud voice directly triggered one of the sound-activated lights overhead. The moment the light turned on, the completely burnt, naked man let out a piercing scream of agony. The arms covered by the light twisted together like ropes, emitting creaking sounds that made everyone's teeth grind uncomfortably. So the meaning of what that suit-wearing guy said was that these ghost entities are afraid of light. Without pausing their feet and increasing distance from him, Yilan was the first to catch on, and she also tried letting out a sharp shriek. This time the volume was louder, and the nearby sound-activated light was triggered as well, those sections of the arms quickly softening. Every time someone screamed, a light lit up, stunning the blackened man for 30 seconds. But yelling like this isn't gonna get us anywhere, huh? Ah. Gui said, our throats will eventually go hoarse at this rate, huh? Ah. Song Ci pondered for a moment, then caught on to their new way of speaking, I thought of a plan. Huh. Yeah. Ah. A soft laugh sounded behind him, it was Lu Yu mocking his new manner of speaking. Annoyed and embarrassed, Song Ci gave him a slap and shouted angrily, you yell too. He fumbled in his pocket for his phone, opening a small video app and selecting the one labeled noise. Suddenly, ear-splitting blasts echoed throughout the corridor. Mercenary. Mercenary. 3 wrist guards can't save people. Perfumer. Where's your perfume? Breaking perfume within 10 seconds at the start. Coffee dissolves instantly. Also, prospector, come repair the machine. B, what are you doing? What are you doing with that broken magnet? What are you all doing? Is my mic that loud? Forget one light turning on, all the sound-activated lights lit up instantly, illuminating the entire corridor. Chapter 137, The Deranged Overlord Has Taken a Liking to Me, 20. The screeching sound from the audio file echoed down the entire corridor, not just affecting the ghostly creatures but also causing even Gui and the others to cover their ears. Song Ci, what are you playing? Yilan's head throbbed in pain as his mind continuously reverberated with the ear-splitting screams, making it hard to believe that these were sounds humans could produce. Though everyone's ears were subjected to immense torture, his method undeniably proved effective. Taking advantage of the motion-activated lights turning on, the group hurried forward, finally able to communicate without the earlier hassle. Song Ci felt somewhat embarrassed, leaning slightly into Lu Yu's embrace as he explained, I came across this while browsing videos. It's a gamer whose post-game voice chat went haywire after being betrayed by his teammates. I thought it was ear-piercing at the time, never expecting it to come in handy today. He silently set the video on repeat, turned up the volume to its maximum, and replicated it onto a few more phones as backup. Not just piercing, it was excruciating. Yilan carefully glanced back and saw that even the owner of room 404, writhing in agony upon being illuminated by the light, had instinctively covered their ears. Are you actually human behind those screens? A one-hit kill on him is completely different from rushing off to save someone. Oh. Wag. First time I got furious over betrayal, second time I cried over it, third time I tolerated it, fourth time I relished the betrayal, fifth personality, activated Ayaha. The scream reverberated through everyone's ears, leaving the group feeling utterly hopeless as they continued forward. Even the motion-sensitive lights, which emitted only faint glimmers, seemed brighter under this cacophony. Is this elevator even safe for people? After an uncertain duration, perhaps half an hour or longer, the group finally arrived at the end where the elevator stood waiting. Recalling the previous harrowing experience with the red-haired hooligan, the group couldn't help but feel unsettled upon seeing the elevator again. The memory of blackened arms and wildly fluctuating floor numbers haunted them, vivid reminders of how their brains might be shaken apart inside it. But right now, besides this decrepit freight elevator, there seemed to be no other way out. Hesitant, no one made a move until Lu Yu casually rested his head on Song Ci's shoulder, glanced around, and casually pressed the button for upstairs. The freight elevator's display immediately lit up. The crimson numbers lingered for a moment on the first floor before revealing a smiling face icon, starting to ascend slowly with loud creaks. Gui, who had been deliberating, was startled by Lu Yu's decisive action. How can you press it without confirming if it's safe? Lu Yu lazily tilted his head toward him, silver hair falling obediently over his shoulders as he raised an eyelid. We don't have much time left before he catches up. He turned and gave a brief glance at the convulsing figure of room 404's owner. How can he possibly catch up? Gu Yi scoffed softly, your boyfriend's ingenious audio recording hasn't already restrained him. That's not the issue, Lu Yu sighed lightly, muttering softly as the red number on the elevator screen ticked up to 2, pressing it wasn't too late, timing just fits perfectly. What? Gu Yi didn't catch that. Lu Yu, why do you think corridors have motion sensor lights installed? To save electricity. Song Si knew the answer instantly. Yesterday when I went downstairs to buy groceries, I noticed the overdue electricity bill stuck to our front door. Lu Yu's voice resonated faintly among the four. So you mean? Everyone finally realized the implication. Given the existing arrears, combined with the usually weak lighting intensity, the corridor lights had already been pushed to their limit, brightened as they were by Song Si's audio file. Indeed, Mr. Suit hadn't misled Song Si, 5-star top-tier motion sensor lights. Just as the group finished discussing and comprehending the meaning behind Lu Yu's words, all the sensor lights simultaneously dimmed, plunging the entire corridor into pitch darkness. Only Song Si's phone continued to loop endlessly, providing real-time explosions that kept the ghostly beings engaged. The charred man finally ceased his writhing in torment and swiftly crawled toward them. Gu Yi immediately rushed to the elevator, frantically pressing the buttons, but the old freight elevator still creaked and groaned upward at its usual leisurely pace. Stop pressing it. These facilities are too outdated. You might press so fast the elevator won't respond and get stuck midway, Lu Yu coolly added as he observed Gu Yi's frenzied state. The rest opened their phone flashlights, aiming them ahead. However, despite the intense illumination, the charred man showed no signs of slowing down, lunging straight at Yusheng. The elevator lingered on the third floor for quite a while before finally reacting to Gu Yi's button mashing and sluggishly ascending. Chen Shen cast several spells forward, severing the charred man's arm halfway. Despite this, he still ran fiercely toward them. The elevator's here. Get in quick. After an unknown duration, when the haunted house was nearly within reach, the freight elevator groaned its way to the 4th floor, with the iron gates opening very slowly to either side. Everyone inside. Yilan loudly called out to the two people standing outside, Chen Shen included. Everyone hurriedly crowded into the lift, and Song Si took advantage of the chaos to quickly press the button for the 5th floor. The owner of room 404 had already caught up, lunging in just as the elevator doors were about to close, grabbing Yusheng by the leg and pulling him outward. Chen Shen reacted swiftly, immediately gripping Yusheng's hand and pulling him back inside. The others rushed forward to help, while Gu Yi used his powers to attack the ghostly apparitions outside. At this moment, for reasons unknown, the elevator's iron doors suddenly returned to normal closing speed. The display showed an upward arrow as it prepared to ascend directly to the 5th floor. Hurry, chop off my leg. Yusheng mumbled indistinctly, half of his calf already dragged outside. He's eating me, hurry, Chen Shen. Chapter 138, The Deranged Overlord Has Taken a Fancy to Me, 21. The ghost's sharp nails pierced into Yusheng's calf, greedily sucking the blood that was flowing out. Due to the intense pain transmitted from below, Yusheng couldn't help but cry out in agony, his face twisted with pain. He clung tightly to Chen Shen, hoping to be pulled inside. At this point, the elevator doors had already closed, firmly pinning his legs. The indicator showed it was about to ascend. The man behind him tore a piece of flesh from his calf with his fangs, and Yusheng could feel his own shin bone breaking. He gasped for air, gritted his teeth, and snatched the copper-coined sword from Chen Shen's hand. With a quick gesture, he fiercely hacked down on his own leg. Blood splattered everywhere as his lower legs were dragged and gnawed by the ghost outside the door. The elevator doors remained closed and slowly moved upward. Blood gushed from the two severed limb stumps, and the enclosed narrow space was quickly filled with the smell of blood. Yusheng's face was deathly pale. His stiff fingertips loosened their grip on the blood-stained copper-coined sword. Pale-faced, he clutched Chen Shen's fingers until they turned white. Tears flowed down his cheeks due to the unbearable pain. Chen Shen quickly took off his clothes to block the still bleeding amputated parts. Blood soon soaked through the clothes and continuously dripped down. The old freight elevator creaked as it ascended, light leaked through from all sides, allowing them to see the ascent process. However, the display screen remained stuck on the 4th floor. Seeing this, Song Si hurriedly tried to pull up his shirt hem to lend his short sleeve to Yusheng for stopping the bleeding. I have some hemostatic medicine. Do you need it? Lu Yu's lips quickly curved downward as he restrained Song Si's movements. Yes. Without hesitation, Chen Shen swiftly responded, catching the pills thrown by Lu Yu. Yusheng's consciousness was almost dispersed, his eyes unfocused, and his mouth faintly muttering. Isn't this your first time entering the game? How do you have this? The wounds at the cross-sections of Yusheng's legs were healing rapidly before their very eyes, covered with a layer of skin. First game participation. Lu Yu did not elaborate further, glancing briefly at Song Si's hand which obediently let go of the shirt hem, swallowing the anxiety back into his stomach. What is taking the elevator so long? Gu Yi impatiently glanced at the display screen again, forcefully pressing the button for the 5th floor twice. The cargo elevator defiantly shook violently, showing no sign of imminent arrival. Yu Xing's bleeding had stopped, but due to excessive blood loss, he was now unconscious, being tightly held in Chen Shen's arms. "Brother, are you scared?" In the previous tug-of-war, all of their bodies were more or less stained with blood. Lu Yu had been shielding Song Si just moments ago, silver hair spattered with bright red spots. Song Si nodded lightly. Inside the freight elevator, there were no lights. They had to turn on the flashlights on their phones to barely make out the faces of those nearby. Under the light from the phone, Song Si wasn't sure how the other person could clearly see his action. Suddenly, the weight on his shoulder lightened, and Lu Yu cheerfully replied with an approving sound. What is he agreeing to? Confused by his response, Song Si turned to look at him. The boy with golden eyes slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, pushed aside the people around him, walked to the display screen, and tilted his head towards it. What are you going to do? Yilan asked. Lu Yu didn't respond, looking left and right for a while, then struck the elevator forcefully twice. Lu Yu. What the hell are you doing? The freight elevator shook even more violently with each slap. Gu Yi stumbled backward against the iron door, annoyed. Repairing the elevator. Lu Yu's voice was calm. You call this repairing an elevator? The entire freight elevator trembled severely. They all leaned against the drafty walls, standing wobbly, and Gu Yi's voice fluctuated up and down due to the trembling. Or what? Lu Yu frowned and looked at the display screen again. The freight elevator really jolted to a stop at the 5th floor, and the rusty iron doors screeched open. Gu Yi stumbled forward, almost falling over. Familiar corridors came into view. On the left side of the elevator exit, a prominent bulletin board hung there, extremely conspicuous. Wasn't there something like this when we arrived? Song Si pulled closer and checked it with Lu Yu's sleeve. Rule 1, residents must not go out at night in peaceful community, otherwise consequences will be borne by themselves. He frowned and glanced at Lu Yu beside him, continuing to read aloud. Chen Shen didn't stay with them but returned to the room first, carrying Yu Sheng. Rule 2, if there's a knock at night, never answer, otherwise consequences will be borne by yourselves. Rule 3. So this was the so-called residence guidelines that Lu Yu tricked him with on the first night. After searching for a long time, he didn't find any mention of the one trip to the restroom allowed per night that Lu Yu had spoken about. Slowly understanding that the other must have lied to him, Song Si cast him a sidelong glance. The notice board was right by the bathroom door. He was just about to continue reading when the toilet tank suddenly made a noise. A strand of hair slowly seeped out from the top of the door frame, and a row of faucets turned on automatically, oozing out bloody water. Chapter 139, The Ill-Minded Main God Has His Eyes on Me, 22. Song Si dared not hesitate. Recalling the experience in the restroom a few days ago, he quickly pulled Lu Yu and turned the door handle to enter the room. At the current death rate, he could probably only last until the last day of the game. Song Si looked up at the blank space above Lu Yu's head with some distress. This game was only a side quest. As long as his affection bar was full, he could enter the next world, so why not change his approach and focus solely on Lu Yu? His knuckles suddenly tightened slightly, and Song Si winced in pain, glaring angrily at Lu Yu. Why are you pinching me? Will brother leave after completing this dungeon? Golden eyes dimmed slightly, unclear. Would you want to stay with me longer? Or will you go find your Bai Yeju again? He looked hurt. Song Si. Bai, my sister. How long has it been? Why does he still remember Bai Yeju? It's really hard to get over what he said back then. His eye twitched as he smacked his lips, and since this little world didn't retain memories for him, he decided to placate him first. She's just a friend. How many times have I said that? Not realizing the oddity in Lu Yu's gaze, he playfully climbed onto his arm and kissed his left cheek. Do you like me anymore? Just after reconnecting, 140 saw this sickening scene and sked, host, wasn't I quick this time? This round only lasts 7 days, which means if we complete our mission within 7 days, we can leave. Isn't that fast? I wonder if anything happened during my disconnection. According to my knowledge, the protagonist should still have some faint protagonist glow and shouldn't die this early. 140 prattled on, carefully analyzing with him. Brother. A sudden call echoed from his forehead, and Song Si slowly looked up, only to see that there was no emotion in the youth's eyes, his golden pupils resembling deep pools of water, having stared at him in this posture for who knows how long. What is it? Song Si stopped listening to 140's endless chatter and looked up at him. Lu Yu, is number 4 Yilan? Song Si nodded, seeing the corner of his mouth curve into a smile with an unclear meaning. Do you still remember telling me this morning that you saw a door at the end of the corridor in your dream? Clearly, Lu Yu didn't want Song Si to continue daydreaming. Pulling Song Si close like a little dog, he sniffed around his neck, finding excuses to talk and disrupt his thoughts. 140, seeing there was no way for him to interject, silently shut up. Song Si nodded, waiting for more explanation. Each dungeon has a manager. Seeing all of his attention on himself, Lu Yu smiled satisfactorily and led Song Si further back into the bed. So what does this have to do with that door? Could it be that the door leads to the manager's house? In that case, doesn't it mean that the person who looks exactly like him in the room he saw? He paused for a few seconds before beginning to speculate. Could it be? He is the manager. Sent down to supervise grassroots work. While the real body is sleeping, the consciousness comes down to watch the players complete the dungeon. His eyes lit up with excitement, and he tugged on Lu Yu's sleeve. What powers and privileges do managers have? The original thought Lu Yu wanted to express got disrupted by Song Xiai, but even though he couldn't follow his line of thinking, he patiently explained, managers can manipulate any item in this dungeon. Moreover, there's a strange trend among many managers recently. What? Song Xi's eyes were starry. Some managers tend to keep a certain human player they fancy as their exclusive toy after they fall for them. He tilted his head, blinking, seemingly making a great effort to think. Sometimes, they even compare whose canary is better. Weak humans once kept never have a chance to escape. The tone of his final two sentences was somewhat heavy, but Song Xi's expression was surprisingly not shocked but rather excited. 140. Could this mean I can also rescue Lu Yu? Side quests will be a piece of cake. Song Xiai was meticulous. To confirm whether he was indeed the manager, he even conducted a specific experiment. Sitting seriously on the bed, he crawled forward twice and pointed with his index finger at the floor. Doll. The porcelain doll standing on the cabinet, going through the plotline, was puzzled. Its pitch-black eyes glanced sideways at Lu Yu, assuming this was another command from Lord God to please his wife. It resignedly closed its eyes and fell to the ground, shattering completely. Its bright eyes rolled twice on the ground and glared at the two of them resentfully. Song Xiai was pleasantly surprised, repeatedly looking back and forth between Lu Yu and the doll. Since Lu Yu's number was before him, according to this information, could he possibly save Lu Yu before his death and bring him back to that small house, raising the affection bar to 100 to perfectly complete the task and enter the next world? Brother, did you enter then? What did you see? Lu Yu couldn't keep up with his train of thought, so he forcibly interrupted his rambling imagination. That door had an orange cat sticker on it. Inside, there was a bed with someone sleeping on it, and there was a secret passage containing many pictures of boys. He omitted the other's appearance, roughly describing it. That manager must really like that boy. The youth's eyes were burning brightly. The words spoken by Lu Yu during the day made Song Xiai feel uneasy. What did it mean, the manager liking that boy? Even though Lu Yu was also a first-timer in the game, why did he know so much? Confused by what Lu Yu had said, no matter how much Song Xiai pushed for further explanations afterward, Lu Yu refused to say another word. The night fell silent once again. The porcelain doll's fragments on the floor had already been swept away by Lu Yu. Song Xiai wasn't sure how long he had been snuggled up in Lu Yu's arms when suddenly, he was woken up by a series of loud knocks. His face was almost buried in Lu Yu's chest as he gritted his teeth, thinking about whether he should just endure it and force himself back to sleep. However, the violent knocking grew louder instead of quieter and became increasingly urgent. His heart pounded like a drum, his teeth biting into his lower lip. Song Xiai mustered up courage to push the person in front of him. Wake up. There was no sign of Lu Yu waking up at all. Host, don't worry, this is a classic scenario in endless games. Every time a character is about to go, they will wake up alone while others around them cannot be roused no matter what. Seeing how terrified Song Xiai was, his heart rate soaring to 180, 140 tried to comfort him. Just shut up. Song Xiai increased the force with which he shook Lu Yu, but there was still no reaction, just deep sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. The sound hit 3 times in one sequence, growing more and more urgent. Now Song Xiai could confirm the source. This strange noise was coming from outside the window. He swallowed nervously, forcing himself to raise his head and look over. Just as the last knock echoed, the window let out a creaking groan. 2 furry rabbit ears hung down from the window, followed by a grotesque face covered in gray fur with blood-red eyes and protruding rabbit-like teeth slowly emerging from the window frame. Behind the haze, those crimson eyes fixed unwaveringly on Song Xiai lying in the bed. Chapter 140, The deranged main god has taken a liking to me, 23. The sound he had just heard was this thing bumping its head against the window. It had noticed him. Song Xiai quickly diverted his gaze and reached to scratch the hand of Lu Yu that was placed behind him. Following the sharp screech of the window, the rabbit face with the human head knocked several more times and finally smashed through the glass window, crawling in on all fours. Not daring to relax for half a moment, Song Xiai tried to pry Lu Yu's hand loose but nimbly escaped from under his wrist and staggered towards the door. He looked down at the collar several times, barely dodging the rushing humanoid rabbit and bolted out the door. Collar, did my collar number change? Did you fail to kill Yilan so now you're coming after me? A series of movements left Song Xiai somewhat exhausted, leaning against the wall, catching his breath. The sharp claws of the rabbit inside scratched against the iron door, creating a teeth-grinding sound. No. 140 helped him check. Host, that door in the corridor has appeared again. Upon realizing that Song Xiai had locked himself inside, the impact sounds from the inside grew even more violent, making the already unstable iron door wobble precariously. There was no other way at the moment, so Song Xiai gritted his teeth and ran towards the milk-white door. If it didn't change, why is it coming to kill me? Passing by room 505, a faint whiff of blood drifted through the crack in the door, but Song Xiai had no time to think much and urgently twisted the doorknob, turning around and squeezing inside. As soon as he entered the room, the sound of the humanoid rabbit chasing outside instantly faded away, and there was no sign of scratching on the door for a long time. Is it gone? Coming in a second time clearly felt more practiced than before. After resting against the door and catching his breath for a while, he suddenly remembered that there was another version of himself lying on the bed. Did I wake him up? What did Lu Yu mean earlier? Who exactly was the person who looked exactly like me? Song Si abruptly turned around. The bed was empty, not a single trace of a person remained. Host, the bed was empty when you came in, 140 added upon seeing his dumbfounded expression. Song Si nodded. At this point, he dared not leave the room. What if that rabbit man was still lurking behind the door waiting for him? The owner of this room seems quite childish, there's even an O edition orange cat sticker on the door. He curled up near the edge of the bed, seated there. Although there was a hidden chamber in the bookshelf, he dared not flip anything open randomly, fearing to trigger any mechanism, so he could only silently wait for dawn. The room door lacked a peephole, and everything was eerily silent right now. 140, didn't you say something about Lu Yu saying a sentence during the day? I lost connection just as you were talking. What did he say? What sentence? 140 was puzzled by his question. Host, I didn't talk to you in the morning, I disconnected early. What do you mean? Song Si straightened up his body. Before, it was him suffering memory loss, now it was 140's turn. How come there's no memory after reconnecting? At the time, I was talking to you in my mind, and then Lu Yu suddenly said something, I didn't hear clearly, but you. His voice suddenly stopped, and his body stiffened. Because once again that familiar rhythmic knocking sound was coming from behind him. His lips twitched nervously, his back straightened, and he slowly turned around. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. The forehead of the red-eyed rabbit human was battered bloody red, its whole body hanging upside down in an extremely strange position. Its mouth stretched till the back of its head, with fresh blood stains on the fur around its mouth. And it seemed to be chewing on something indistinctly in its mouth. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. Beating with fine sweat at the corners of his forehead, accompanied by the rhythmic knocking sounds, Song Si's chest heaved violently. His eyelashes trembled slightly, then slowly opened. What noise was this? Big Brother woke up because of the noise. Lu Yu's voice reached his ears, strangely soothing, as a pair of warm palms covered his ears. The youth's voice sounded muffled. It's still early, go back to sleep, I'll cover your ears for you. After a short standoff, Song Si dizzily wriggled out of his embrace, shaking his head. Was it a dream again? If so, he didn't want to return to that bizarre dream anymore. This time, it being daytime, plus Lu Yu was also awake, Song Si's courage grew a bit, raising his eyes to look out the window. Outside the house was still shrouded in overcast mist, and the window area was empty, nothing there, but that familiar knocking sound had not yet ceased. This sound lasted all night. Seeing Song Si's bewildered expression, Lu Yu took the initiative to explain. After being awakened in the middle of the night, I've been covering your ears, did you sleep well last night? Song Si choked for a moment and shook his head. Only after lying stiffly on the bed for a while did he manage to slowly climb up. Now that it was morning, surely there wouldn't be any more humanoid rabbits, right? He hesitated before crawling out of bed, opening the door to check on Yilan's condition. This was the fourth day. You two are also up this early? Gu Yi from the next room opened his door almost at the same time as them and called out after noticing them. Where's Yilan? Song Si didn't respond to his odd tone but craned his neck for a quick look inside. For safety reasons yesterday, Yilan had chosen to sleep in the same room with Gu Yi, one of the only two strong fighters in the team, hoping for mutual support through the night. I don't know, her blanket was already open when I got up. Maybe she went downstairs for breakfast. The room looked tidy, with no strange smells or signs of a struggle, as if everything truly happened just as he said. Song Si nodded, about to go downstairs to find Yilan when another door opened beside him. At the same time, that strange sound rang again through the corridor. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. It seems like it's coming from room 505. Still uneasy leaving Yuxing alone, Chen Shen came out carrying the man with the broken leg. There's also a faint smell of blood. He sniffed carefully twice and stepped forward. Song Si quickly pulled Lu Yu along and followed behind. The iron door was slightly ajar, not locked, and pushed open easily with a grating sound that pierced through the quiet corridor, revealing the room's interior. This couldn't possibly be the sound made by some rabbit man. With just one glance, Song Si's fingers clenched tightly onto Lu Yu's sleeve. What was inside the room could no longer be called human. Yilan had been dismembered into pieces, her limbs, torso, head, and chest cut apart and meticulously strung together, hanging from the ceiling. Her head dangled at the end, and due to the imbalance of weight, the chain of flesh swayed back and forth, causing her head to repeatedly collide with the wall in a rhythmic thumping sound. The grayish-white wall was painted red, with streams of blood trickling down the surface. Not far from the corpse sat a pressure cooker. Now, the answer was crystal clear. Drum-like heartbeats vibrated rhythmically. Song Si gnawed at his lower lip with sharpened teeth. From last night until now, that peculiar sound was all produced by the deceased Yilan. Chapter 141, the sickly main god has set his eyes on me. 24. Even though it's only the 4th day, 5 people in the team have already died. Recalling the strange smell he smelled last night when passing by room 505 and encountering again the monster with a rabbit face and human body, Song Si's heart quivered at the sight of blood residue on the corner of his mouth. He must have killed Yilon before coming for me. How could so many people die just on the 4th day when there are 10 rabbits? Gu Yi's complexion darkened as he kicked the doorframe. There are still 3 days left, and at this rate, who can make it out alive? Song Si also looked grim. The female lead is dead. Has the task of this small world failed? When he tightened his grip on Lu Yu while closing his eyes during the moment of closure, 140 did not respond for quite a while. It wasn't until Lu Yu pinched his face with an odd expression that Song Si gradually regained consciousness. Host, I didn't receive any notification of task failure. There's still a chance. The electric current noise of the alarm clock buzzed noisily for quite a while before 140's voice finally stutteringly sounded. What opportunity? Now that the female lead is dead, does it expect him to bring about a reunion between the male and female leads? Shaking his head to indicate that he was fine, the traces of combat in the room were severe, yet the familiar porcelain doll sitting atop the wardrobe remained untouched, its bright blue dress pristine. The big rabbit fell ill, the 2nd rabbit looked after it, the 3rd rabbit bought medicine, the 4th rabbit cooked it, the 5th rabbit died, the 6th rabbit cried, the 7th rabbit asked why the 6th rabbit cried, and the 6th rabbit said. The doll's voice grew sharper and shriller, filled with a childlike laughter. Go to hell, stop singing already. It was the same nursery rhyme again, sung all night long. A wave of inexplicable anger surged up inside Gu Yi as he grabbed the doll and headed towards the window ledge. He opened the window and threw the doll down without hesitation. A distinct sound of shattered porcelain resounded from the bottom of the building, but the nursery rhyme continued, albeit with parts becoming indistinct. Clearly, the quality of things in this was truly excellent. It could still function after falling from the 5th floor. Host, you haven't forgotten yet, right? You still have the strategy to guide the male lead and increase the male lead's affinity. The tone of 140 carried pride. These few days, if you try hard, confess your feelings to Gu Yi, share a kiss, it's possible that the affection level will rise. Bang! Just as the words of 140 echoed in his mind, a sudden shattering sound of glass came from beside him. I accidentally dropped it. There was no emotion on Lu Yu's face as he calmly looked at the shattered pot on the ground. Brother, shall we still be on the same team after this instance ends? Why ask suddenly? For a moment, he had no way to answer. Regardless of whether or not he completed the mission and would immediately be teleported to the next world, surviving this challenge itself was problematic. Why don't you say anything? Accompanying Lu Yu's question, the silent corridor reverberated once again with unhurried footsteps. The big rabbit fell ill, the 2nd rabbit took care of it, the 3rd rabbit bought medicine, the 4th rabbit prepared it, the 5th rabbit died, the 6th rabbit cried, the 7th rabbit asked why the 6th rabbit cried. Hee hee. That voice let out a mischievous laugh. The 6th rabbit said, none of you can escape. From beginning to end, this nursery rhyme has never been a clue. It was a notification. Notifying all intruders that once they step into this building, there would be no exit. Isn't the original nursery rhyme not sung like this? Yusheng in his embrace was in poor spirit. Hearing the footsteps getting closer outside the door made Chen Shen instinctively tighten his arms around the person in his embrace, with alert eyes. Chen Shen, weren't there 10 rabbits? How did it become 7? After all, instances certainly won't follow predictable patterns. Footsteps approached closer from outside the door. Lu Yu shrugged his shoulders, face devoid of expressions, except for those droplet-heavy eyes which were still gazing at Song Si. The house is turning black. He calmly stated the fact. With the increasingly approaching footfalls and nursery rhymes, thick black liquid began to spread upwards from below throughout the entire house. The walls oozed water with a soggy sound, and the temperature in the air kept rising. The doll has come back. Yusheng somehow woke up, leaning against Chen Shen's chest, tilting his head to look at the window. The doll that was thrown down just now by Gu Yi doesn't know when it came back, now sitting on the windowsill watching them, lips curved into an elusive smile. Its broken cheek clearly seemed to have been carefully glued together. In the next second, the air abruptly heated up, steam rose from the thick black liquid, from which countless charcoal black hands reached out. What the hell is this? A hand grabbed Gu Yi's ankle, dragging him off balance. He used a kitchen knife to cut off the hand on his leg and tried to open the door to get out, only to find that the door had been locked from the outside at some point. Gu Yi, what does this mean? It's only the 4th day, they want us all to die here. The situation wasn't much better for Chen Shen either. These hands seemed to have consciousness, targeting the weaker ones, and were continuously going after Yusheng. Why are all these hands circling around you? Gu Yi's eyes turned blood red as he chopped off more hands. I've already felt something strange about you. Normally, we hear the nursery rhymes but you don't. Everything in these stays away from you, aren't you? At this moment, the number of hands around Gu Yi increased several times over, making it difficult even for him to handle. Yusheng had already been pulled in halfway, with only his hands desperately gripping onto Chen Shen. Concerned about not burning Yusheng, Chen Shen didn't dare to use too much flame. At this moment, all three were caught in a predicament, yet all ghostly figures within the room appeared to be avoiding Song Si and Lu Yu. Song Si hurried forward to help Chen Shen hold on to Yu Sheng and asked Lu Yu to assist, but the latter remained unmoving. Whenever Nan Gongwen touches someone, they go dumb. Despite the awkwardness, he quickly placed his hand on those ghostly figures, but those charcoal black arms simply paused patiently as he muttered his skills before resuming their actions afterward. How could there be no effect? Host, maybe it's because the skill only works when touching heads. 140 hesitated in tone. After only pausing briefly, Song Si immediately grabbed Yu Sheng and began pulling him back inside. The forces on both sides deadlocked, and Yu Sheng started feeling like he was about to tear apart. 140, host, why not use this time to increase affection? The fastest way is during life and death situations. Are you insane? If I let go now, Yu Sheng will definitely be dragged in. Song Si refused without hesitation. Because I just received a notice, the system assigned the wrong task, and this mission's difficulty far exceeds our capability. Now, you only need to kiss Gu Yi, confess your feelings, and then we can leave. 140 spoke in urgency. 140, you just need to do these two things. Brother. Suddenly, a low voice sounded right beside his ear. Song Si turned back to see the teenager whose eyes had turned crimson since when, gazing coldly, that system in your head is so noisy. Lu Yu, can I make it disappear? Chapter 142, The Obsessive Main God Has His Eyes on Me, 25. What do you mean? Song Si was shocked as he looked at Lu Yu, his pupils vibrating slightly. Will brother leave this world after completing the mission? His gaze was dark, like a cold blade. Is it holding you back? What is this mission? To make Gu Yi fall in love with you. Lu Yu gave a light chuckle and lightly tapped his fingertip in the air. In the next second, Song Si's alarm clock suddenly rang with beeping error codes and malfunctioning sounds. Lu Yu said, isn't it true that if we kill it, you can stay by my side forever? Ah, host, what should I do? He seems to have sensed my existence. Aawa. Code 140 scattered all over the place, squirming around and screaming incessantly in Song Si's mind. Code 140 screamed continuously, ah, host, host. He might actually make me disappear. Save me. Save me. Help save me. The buzzing in his head grew louder as Code 140's voice gradually became more halting and stuttered. And also Gu Yi. Beautiful eyes raised upwards, Lu Yu's lips curved into a smile as he slowly pried open Song Si's fingers. Brother, you are trying to increase his affection value, right? He forcibly hugged him from behind, tightly restricting his movements. How unfortunate, he doesn't like you. I don't like him either. Lu Yu embraced him very tightly. Song Si felt constricted and pushed his arms a bit, hoping he would loosen his grip. But the other person clearly misunderstood his intentions and tightened his hold even more. But isn't increasing his affection value the only way to go back? Does brother still want to return home? Lu Yu blinked innocently, his expression completely pure. If I kill him, won't you be unable to complete the mission forever? Never able to go home? Stay with me forever, little Si. As if responding to him, there was a sudden cry of agony from Gu Yi's side. Out of nowhere, a short knife appeared in the room, piercing through his shoulder with lightning speed and cutting off one of his arms. Blood splattered everywhere. Gu Yi clenched his teeth and hacked away the row of black arms in front of him, pale-faced, unsteady on his feet. The severed arm rolling to a corner twitched under everyone's gaze, its 5 fingers moving as though alive, rapidly crawling toward Gu Yi. Lu Yu. What exactly are you? Gu Yi roared furiously as he watched the detached arm clamp down tightly on his calf with such force that it pulled half of his body into the thick, dark pool of liquid. Not him. 140 must have been mistaken, the target. It wasn't just Gu Yi, the situation with Yu Sheng wasn't good either. The entire room was filled with countless dark arms that slowly wrapped around them. Yu Sheng had been dragged deep inside and could barely breathe through the suffocating grip on his mouth and nose. Gradually, the sound of 140 in Song Si's ear became increasingly disorganized, with an array of beeps indicating system failure. His words were becoming increasingly incoherent. Host, under no circumstances must you fall for his tricks. He's not the male lead because. Current connection has been interrupted. Typical domestic drama plot where they say, because, but never get to the point. And how is this different from saying who the murderer is without actually naming them? The buzzing electronic noise in his head suddenly ceased as Lu Yu's warm and pleasant voice sounded above him. Hasn't it gone now, brother? Song Si touched his temple blankly, having called out to 140 several times in his heart without any response. Who exactly are you? Isn't Lu Yu just a regular player? How could he drive away the system? Song Si's lips quivered slightly. Lu Yu did not answer immediately. His red pupils flashed momentarily before everything turned pitch black. Consciousness began to fade as Song Si slumped forward lifelessly. In the last instant before losing consciousness, he saw Gu Yi, whose heart was pierced by countless daggers, and Chen Shen, who resolutely followed without saving Yu Sheng and jumped into that viscous black substance. Their hands tightly clasped together, never letting go until death. When his awareness returned, the surroundings had transformed completely. Fine silk bedding adorned the bed, the environment bright with soft light. It was just that every item in this entire room and on his body seemed oddly familiar. Leaving aside the silver collar around his neck, when he flexed his legs twice, tinkling sounds from the ankle chains below made it clear, this was the same pair he had seen earlier in the hidden passageway. Song Si sighed lightly. This guy must really fear that I'll run away. The silver chain extended all the way to the head of the bed. Song Si, who was already experienced in being confined, first roughly observed his possible range of movement, then pulled at his collar for a quick check. Surprisingly, there wasn't a mark. Song Si blinked his eyes repeatedly and carefully checked again from front to back. His body was pristine and clean, not a single trace of anything, not even a mosquito bite. The only thing that stood out was how refreshed he felt. His clothes had been changed. Lu Yu must have helped him take a shower. In another world, whether or not he'd be awake at this point would be questionable. With a touch of curiosity, he got off the bed, supporting himself on the edge as he stood. The room looked exactly the same as the one he'd entered in a dream a few days ago, the bed by the wall, the wooden bookshelf, the line of unfamiliar medicine bottles on the table, and that milky white door. Milky white door. Flashes of fragmented memories passed through his mind. The orange cat sticker on the door and the small text beneath it seemed entirely out of place with this scenario. What did those small words say? He had rushed inside each time before, never taking the time to read them clearly. As Song Si thought about this, he glanced around cautiously, measured the length of the chain quietly, and stepped into the fuzzy rabbit slippers at the foot of the bed, attempting to get closer to the door for a peek. He didn't really expect much, since he was already shackled. Chances were high the door was locked too. But when he casually gripped the doorknob and twisted it downward, the door surprisingly opened. Oh no, his heart cried out instinctively, and he stiffly raised his head. A tall shadow loomed over Song Si. Lu Yu stood in the darkness beyond the door, smiling faintly, but with an utterly terrifying depth in his eyes. Were you trying to escape, my little Si? Song Si. Was it really this coincidental? He had merely wanted to glance at the door. Chapter 143, The Obsessive Overlord Has Set His Sights on Me, 26. I didn't. Let me explain. Heaven knows he was truly wronged. He just wanted to take a glance at the words on the door. If he couldn't see them, it would be fine. Who would have known that Lu Yu hadn't closed the door? Are you looking for Gui? Lu Yu's left hand held a bag of breakfast, and his free hand resolutely closed the door before pressing Song Si back onto the bed. Stop thinking about it. He's dead already. You're trapped here forever. What about Chen Shen and Yusheng? Song Si really didn't care about Gui's life or death. I didn't deliberately kill them. The young man clearly didn't expect Song Si's emotions to remain so stable after hearing these words. Even if I hadn't intervened, they were bound to die. Perhaps even in a more painful way. Although Lu Yu wasn't particularly fond of Chen Shen and the others, at this moment, it was clear he no longer wished to continue the conversation. I will not alter the course of any. Smiling, he tightly embraced Song Si, using one leg to spread his knees apart before leaning close to his neck for a few sniffs. Why aren't you bringing up Gui? Were you going out there to find him? Don't tell me you were really trying to go to him. His grip around the waist tightened as evident irritation began rising. I killed him a long time ago. Lu Yu puckered his lips slightly, and soon Song Si felt a warm sensation on the side of his neck. It was Lu Yu's lips. I'll share my lifespan with you, allowing you to stay here forever. Your meals will only be fed by me. A cunning look flickered in his golden eyes. The distance between your bedroom and the bathroom is quite far, so whenever you feel the urge, you can only come to me. Pausing, Lu Yu let his fingertips graze Song Si's cheek. Little Si, are you about to cry? Song Si's mouth twitched ever so slightly, giving the appearance of someone desperately holding back tears. Grabbing hold of Lu Yu's hand, Song Si shook his head vigorously. Why would he cry? He was terrified that laughing too loudly would make Lu Yu think he was mentally unwell. Damn it. This rotten 140 phase has finally ended. He could finally quit that dreadful job. Every day it was tasks upon tasks, finishing 100 assignments to return to the original world. It was all bullshit. This was the ugly face of capitalism. It must have been another empty promise. How could they suddenly change their minds when they previously said returning wasn't possible? More than likely, it was just a small sweet talk tactic used to make him do the tasks, and once he finished, they'd find numerous excuses to make him stay. As a qualified corporate drudge, he was well aware of these workplace tactics. He paid no heed whatsoever to 140's nonsense. Free food and lodging, with a lover who devotedly liked him, all he needed was for someone to carry him to the restroom, and despite his rear potentially hurting over the next few days, he had now officially embarked on the first step toward his dream life. Struggling not to laugh until he couldn't help it anymore, fearing that his laughter would be too outrageous and twisted, he turned his neck and buried his face in the blanket, shaking silently with laughter. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yu's expression behind him gradually twisted. Is it true? Does Song Si still want to leave? Lu Yu's gaze grew darker as he stared at Song Si's trembling shoulders for a while, ultimately unable to endure any longer. He pulled Song Si from under the covers, grabbed his chin, and lifted his face up. Song Si's eye rims were somewhat red, and the quilt was damp with moisture from where his eyelashes glistened with a faint trace of wetness. Dazed, he sniffled and looked at him. Did he cry because of Gui? They hadn't had much interaction over the past 2 days. Why would Song Si cry for him? Song Si clearly saw the change in Lu Yu's pupils this time. His smile seemed a little stiff. At the very moment of lifting his head, he almost utilized all his self-restraint to suppress his own grin. Deep crimson seeped into golden eyes, gradually transforming into crimson. Song Si didn't understand why Lu Yu suddenly pulled him up, blinking innocently. When he noticed Lu Yu was still watching him motionlessly, he smacked his lips twice and reached out for the breakfast on the table. In the next second, something white and soft descended onto him, accompanied by Lu Yu's soothing scent of pine wood. Both of his wrists were pressed above his head, and his lips met a burning sensation. Lu Yu quickly pried open his lips, entwining his tongue deeply with his own. The force on his wrists was a bit heavy, causing Song Si some pain, but he didn't struggle. Instead, he passively let himself be kissed, even tilting his head upward to respond, hoping Lu Yu would be gentler, murmuring sounds in his throat. Lu Yu's sharp canines ground against his lips repeatedly, stealing each breath in his mouth. In this embrace, Lu Yu dominated the kiss entirely, mixing their breaths. Every nerve in Song Si's body tingled in reaction. Not only did the force on his waist not lighten, but it became even heavier. A metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. Song Si didn't know how long they had embraced and kissed like that before Lu Yu finally let him go. Are you a dog or something, Lu Yu? His lips were grazed by teeth, leaving a small wound. Breathing heavily, Song Si lay back on the bed to rest for a moment. His dazed gaze gradually returned as he held his aching mouth and muttered a curse. Lu Yu offered no denial, instead circling his long fingers around Song Si's back and slipping them under his shirt. He caressed his back gently, his tone far gentler than the earlier brutality. Look at me more, brother, and stop thinking about Gui. Aren't I already looking at you? How did this conversation loop back to Gui? What does he have to do with any of this? It wasn't Song Si who initiated the kiss just now, his wrists were probably bruised by now, and yet Lu Yu was accusing him of being distracted. Annoyed, Song Si let Lu Yu fumble against his body while he kept his eyes fixed on the breakfast bag by his side. He was truly starving, having not had a sip of water since yesterday morning. His stomach was growling loudly. Once he'd rested enough, he smacked his lips twice and began crawling towards the bedside table, trying to get to the food despite Lu Yu's wandering hands pulling him back. Brother doesn't want to. What? Thinking Lu Yu wanted more kisses, Song Si turned back, grabbed his face, gave him a quick peck on the lips, and immediately lunged toward the breakfast without a second thought. Before his hand could touch the food, he was pulled back again. Song Si's actions were misinterpreted as refusal by Lu Yu. What are you doing? Confused, and so hungry his ribs were almost touching his backbone, Song Si hastily pulled up his shirt to reveal his deflated abdomen. Look at my stomach. I'm starving. Let me eat first, then we can kiss, okay? No need, Lu Yu gazed down at him imperiously, brushing his fingertips lightly over his abdomen. You won't feel hungry soon. Song Si. Turns out, Lu Yu wasn't lying. By the end of the day, Song Si's stomach was indeed full. Unfortunately, come nightfall, hunger pangs struck again. Midway through the day, unable to bear it any longer, Song Si made a break for it, bolting off the bed to dash toward the bedside table. Lu Yu tried to grab him, but Song Si was faster, making a beeline straight to the breakfast bag and digging in with gusto. The hold on him vanished instantly. After eating to satisfaction, Song Si turned back, only to find Lu Yu watching him with an inexplicably complex expression, unusually quiet. With remnants of food still lingering at the corner of his mouth, unaware of anything amiss, Song Si climbed back onto the bed, his bright eyes fixated on Lu Yu's, asking eagerly, more. Lu Yu. Chapter 144, The Ill-Minded Deity Has Taken a Shine to Me, 27. The chains around her ankles were still firmly locked. Song Si hugged a pillow and rolled a few times on the bed, her chestnut hair slightly curling at the edges, her deep black pupils staring toward the tightly shut door. There was still a faint soreness in her lower abdomen. She looked down and rubbed her belly, half kneeling on the bed, smacking her lips. She was hungry again. The light from outside seeped through the heavy curtains, and Lu Yu had disappeared somewhere again. After realizing that she wouldn't resist last night, his movements became even more aggressive, pinning her down and doing it multiple times. At first, she thought this time Lu Yu seemed more innocent than in the previous worlds. With the pain in her lower abdomen, after some thought, she slowly climbed off the bed, the shackles jingling. There was a small bell attached to the ankle cuff. Just as Lu Yu entered the room with a tray of food, he saw this scene, Song Si wearing an oversized white shirt, her body covered in marks he left behind. One hand was rubbing her belly while the other wiped her sleepy eyes, looking dazedly at Lu Yu. Awake already? Lu Yu's expression was one of satisfaction as he carried the meal box to Song Si's side with a smile. Song Si had been sleeping fuzzily, but when she saw what he was holding, she instantly woke up. She swung her feet happily and leaned over the edge of the bed with delight. After spending the whole night together and seeing no affection values appearing above Lu Yu's head like before, Song Si began to calm down. It should be impossible for the number 140 to come back. She gave Lu Yu a peck on the cheek, trying to be friendly, then immediately grabbed the plate and started eating greedily. Lu Yu was momentarily stunned, still maintaining the posture of carrying the tray, his hands suspended in midair. His dark eyelashes blinked a few times before he came to his senses. He had originally planned to use breakfast as a pretext to make Song Si compromise and kiss him a couple of times, but before he could open his mouth, she had willingly moved closer to him. What's wrong? Unaware of the reasons, Song Si kept chewing while asking why he approached her, thinking that Lu Yu also wanted to eat. After some consideration, she shoved the yolk of a boiled egg that she didn't like into his mouth. Lu Yu. Do we still live in a peaceful neighborhood? After spending all night reflecting, she had generally figured out that the other party's identity wasn't ordinary. Maybe he was the manager mentioned before, or perhaps something even more powerful. Of course not. Lu Yu's smile stiffened momentarily as he moved closer with displeasure. You're thinking about Gui again. As soon as Lu Yu opened his mouth, Song Si knew he would bring up Gui, causing her headache. No, I just asked casually. I've seen this door in the corridor before. Her lips were shiny with oil from eating. She licked them and slowly pushed the spicy soup to Lu Yu, her gaze shifting towards the door beside. Next to the door stood a black suitcase, which made her recall that first night when she arrived in this world and was stripped bare by an invisible person. That person was probably Lu Yu too. The young man next to her took 2 sheets of tissue, carefully wiping his own mouth. For a moment, he muttered quietly, "Can you let me?" Ow. Lu Yu suddenly increased the force in his hand. Song Si gasped sharply and turned to look at him with dissatisfaction. What are you doing? Are you planning to run away? What should I run for? She snatched the tissue from his hand, angrily wiping herself. With food and drink and someone attending to her, only a fool would consider running away. Song Si said, I just want to see the words on the door. Besides, you're standing right beside me. How can I possibly run? Lu Yu. Indeed, there was no way to counter-argue. After a brief silence, he got up and helped Song Si open the door, carefully supporting her waist. The person beside her was still muttering criticisms, her cheeks slightly puffed up. Stop bringing up Gui every day. I'm willing to kiss you and do other things with you. How is it possible that I like him? If you're talking about when I first came into the scenario, I couldn't help it, I mistook identities back then. The doorknob turned gently, revealing that the desolate corridor had vanished. It seemed they were now inside a cozy house designed for 2 people. An orange cat lay snugly against the top and bottom parts of the door frame, delicate handwriting reading clearly, if I am a little cat, then you're a big dog. She shook her head slightly, her fingertips lightly tracing those words. It was indistinguishable from her own handwriting. Who wrote this? She didn't have any memory of writing on the door. Could it be written by another version of herself who she saw earlier lying on the bed? Who was he? Hadn't Lu Yu confined 2 individuals at once? The words 140 were unreliable. Was he truly the original master? His thoughts veered further and further off track, his heart thumping harder with each conjecture. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip on the young man's hand, completely unaware that the person beside him had suddenly fallen silent. A series of questions lingered on his tongue, but before he could utter a word, he saw how Lu Yu's golden eyes gleamed unwaveringly at him. Does brother like me? Of course. Song Si gently caressed the characters on the door, deep in thought. You should have heard all my conversations with the system these past days. Those names I mentioned, they were all you. So stop being jealous over nothing. Behind her, Lu Yu softly responded with an, oh, his entire demeanor radiating delight. He chuckled and wrapped his arms around her playfully. Were those dreams I've been having recently all you're doing? She glanced sideward at Lu Yu. Reflecting now on those dreams, she increasingly felt uneasy about them. If this room belonged to Lu Yu, then who was the subject of those photos in the darkroom? She had only known Lu Yu for a few days in this world. And what about the user of the drugs on the table? Lu Yu remained silent. Song Si had gradually come to understand his personality, anything not denied outright was assumed as true. And I saw someone else in the bed when I first woke up, she paused briefly, recalling carefully. He looked exactly like me. Who is he? Silver strands fell across Lu Yu's face as he struggled to suppress his smirk, trying multiple times and failing. Little Si, are you feeling jealous? Hearing the playful tone in his voice, Song Si grew even angrier. Stop changing the subject. I've seen him twice already. Who is he? Determined to run back to the bed and hide under the covers, she didn't get 2 steps before being yanked back. Seeing her anger rising, Lu Yu quickly hushed her gently. There's no one else, little Si. That person in the bed, you're looking at yourself. But I slept in room 501, right? Song Si's frown deepened. How could I let you stay in that rundown place? Lu Yu chuckled lightly. The words on the door, you wrote them. The stickers, they were consolation prizes for missings at the amusement park. And the photos in the darkroom, they're of us. He recounted everything patiently, methodically piecing things together. And the bottles of medicine on the table. SSS. System error, no response. 404. Listening intently to his explanations, Song Si suddenly heard static crackling in her mind. The system has been maliciously attacked and is initiating automatic repair mode. Countdown starting, force teleportation in 10 seconds. Please prepare. What was happening? Why had the system returned? Song Si's pupils contracted sharply as she clutched Lu Yu's arm tightly, fear flickering in her eyes. Lu Yu, did you hear that? Why did it suddenly come back? 10. 9. 8. 2. 1. There was no reply behind her, the strength around her waist disappeared suddenly. She turned her head abruptly, finding herself instantly immersed in pitch darkness. Chapter 145, The Black Mafia Boss and His Canary, 1. A heavy storm was in full force, the air damp and cold, faintly carrying the scent of decaying food. A young boy, his face covered with dirt and mud, dressed in rags, leaned against a crumbling wall, his eyelids struggling to move a few times before he slowly opened his eyes. Ouch, it's so cold. Rainwater soaked his lashes, his consciousness gradually becoming clear amidst the chaos. Dark clouds pressed down from the horizon, and the dim light of the rundown alley flickered on and off. A dull pain throbbed in his abdomen as Song Si gritted his teeth and supported himself against the wall to stand up. Nearby, a fallen garbage bin emitted an awful stench with a swarm of flies buzzing around it. His mind was hazy, and he blankly looked around. Suddenly, a familiar electronic voice rang in his ears. Wah, thank goodness. Finally, I see you again, host, 140 sounded tearful. But Song Si didn't have any emotions stirred by this. What does that even mean? Did his non-corporate drone experience card only last for a day? Why is 140 back? This is just after 1 day apart, right? Why are you so worked up? He said this with a listless tone, there was still a warm sensation where his waist had been touched. Far more than a day. Our tech team has worked tirelessly repairing the system, from summer into autumn, to save you from Lu Yu's clutches, 140 spoke with sorrow, wiping tears and snot. 140, we never stopped trying while your consciousness was locked away. Song Si. Maybe you should stop repairing me, I was doing fine with Lu Yu. He felt internally speechless and emotionally torn. How come my stomach keeps hurting like this in waves? The narrow alleyway was mostly empty, rain drizzling down while cold wind seeped through his thin shirt. Shivering, Song Si got goosebumps, rubbing his arms aimlessly as he moved forward. The longer he remained awake, the more intense the ache spread throughout his entire body, accompanied by a gnawing hunger pang in his gut. Wasn't the original host beaten up? There are so many injuries all over my body. With clenched teeth and evident pain, Song Si could barely move forward, relying on the wall for support. All he wanted was a place to shelter from the rain. 140 responded, yes, you were just surrounded and beaten by 5 or 6 thugs. You've now entered the early Dog Blood 4 story titled, The Black Mafia Boss and His Canary, and you're the male lead character in this story who is forced to undergo hardship. As soon as it received the data, 140 quickly introduced it to Song Si. So, what you're saying is, I became the main male character. He pulled up his clothes, checked the bruises on his body, and then sat down under a dilapidated leaky shed. Weren't I always supposed to be an insignificant extra? Correct, this world is a bit special. Actually, it was another bug during the transfer process that 140 dared not confess about. Originally, they intended to give him the role of a minor side character, but they mistakenly gave him the role of the suffering protagonist instead. The hero's name is Chu Shiryan. In the original plot, the protagonist never ceased thinking of escaping since being captured by Chu Shiryan. Now, this is the original protagonist's 161st attempt at escape. Because of Chu Shiryan's enormous power, almost every time he attempted to flee, he was caught shortly after and subsequently severely punished. Each time, Chu Shiryan played a game of cat and mouse when the protagonist tried to escape. This time was different though. Host, this time the original main character succeeded in escaping because he managed to hook up with Chu Shiryan's private doctor. The plan was for the doctor to help him escape from the villa when Chu Shiryan was out of town. But they were found out. And then? Cold tremors seized Song Si as he shivered, curled up, and hugged himself inside the shed. 140, Chu Shiryan gouged out the original protagonist's eyes. Song Si. Are you talking nonsense? Clearly disturbed by the bloody details, 140 coughed dryly and continued, even after losing his eyesight, the protagonist didn't give up. With his striking beauty, he seduced the Chu family steward to assist him in fleeing once again. But he was caught by Chu Shiryan yet again, and this time his feet were chopped off. Even without his feet, the protagonist refused to yield. He seduced the second-in-command of the gang for another escape attempt. For that, his legs were cut off. Without his legs, the protagonist still did not lose hope and seduced Chu Shiryan's father to help him escape. Consequently, his hands were severed. Losing his hands did not deter the protagonist either, so he seduced Chu Shiryan's mother, resulting in his arms being cut off. By the protagonist's 250th attempt to flee, he suddenly realized that he could no longer live without Chu Shiryan. Despite everything, he fell in love with the man who loved him obsessively. In the end, they lived happily together in love and devotion. Song Si. 2 shining golden coins. Was the original main character nearly mutilated into a human swine? And they still end up together. What's our mission this time? Lying curled up, his stomach growling twice, Song Si rubbed his temples. Due to the special nature of this role, the mission will be released 2 days late. 140 hesitated for a moment before replying with an awkward smirk on his face. Song Si had long grown accustomed to his usual incompetence and, after a prolonged silence, suddenly realized a serious issue. So what you mean is that this is the original protagonist's 161st attempt at escape? Yes, Chu Shiyan's private doctor was too scared and abandoned you halfway through. Song Si, will he gouge out my eyes when he catches me this time? 140 reassured him, rest assured, his methods for killing are refined. Removing your eyes would be no trouble, so you shouldn't feel pain for too long. The original main character only bled from his eye sockets for one night, the bleeding stopped by the next day. Chu Shiyan carefully preserved the 2 eyeballs in the basement of the Chu residence. You might as well shut up. Is it still possible for me to go to Chu Shiyan now? Song Si felt thoroughly chilled by what he'd said and wobbled to his feet to flee, asking, do you know where Chu Shiyan lives? Can I walk back there now? He didn't want to get turned into a human swine immediately after crossing over. With no sound in his mind again, Song Si no longer counted on getting any help from him, raising his hand to shield himself from the rain and wanting to run out of the alley. It's too late now. 140 finally spoke. The worn-out alley seemed endless, moss creeping up the battered walls, and in the distance appeared several elongated shadows. A few burly, dark-skinned bodyguards tightly blocked off the narrow alleyway, while among them stood a tall man with striking features. He held a black umbrella and strode toward Song Si with composure. Host, this is Chu Shiyan. 140 softly reminded him. Song Si's calf muscles couldn't help but tremble. Glancing ahead, he saw that the man had sharply angled eyebrows, clean-cut facial features, and a straight nose, emanating a distant and forbidding air. His tailored black suit accentuated his slender figure, broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His gaze was piercing, and at first glance, it carried a tinge of impatience when looking at him. However, as their eyes met, the man's eyes softened instantly, and a faint smile flickered at the corner of his lips. Welcome home, little C.I. Chapter 146, The Black Gang Boss and His Canary, 2. But in Song Si's eyes, his apparent tenderness was just the calm before the storm. He swallowed hard, watching helplessly as Chu Shiwan took step after step towards him, raising his head dumbfoundedly. Chu Shiwan stopped in front of him, squatted down to look at him eye to eye, tapping the watch on his wrist. Xiao C.I., 16 hours have passed. You. Just thinking about Chapter 140 made Song Si tremble all over, tightly hugging the other person's legs a second before Chu Shiwan could open his mouth. Oh my god. Brother, you finally found me. Xiao Si is so scared, woo woo woo. He cried sincerely, with tears streaming down his face. Yet he still took care not to smear the snot on the other's pants, fearing that if the main character became unhappy, he would gouge out his eyes. Xiao Si never wanted to leave. It was that doctor who forcibly took me away. I love you very much. I kept thinking about how to go back the entire time. But I didn't recognize the way, then suddenly you came back, woo. His eyes shone misty, sobbing once then stealthily glancing up at Chu Shiwan, observing his expression the whole time. Chu Shiwan's face lacked any excess emotions. Calmly he looked at him, his gaze gentle, nothing like what Chapter 140 had described at all. Chu Shiwan, brother, I won't run anymore. Take me back, will you? Song Si's face had clear tear marks, his nose red and swollen. As he wasn't quite sure how the original protagonist used to address Chu Shiwan, he called out various names randomly. What did you just call me? Chu Shiwan frowned slightly, halting midair, his hand reaching out to pull Song Si up, his tone abruptly turning deeper. Who is Chu Shiwan? Song Si. What did that mean? The subsequent cries were all caught in his throat. Stiffening momentarily, Song Si raised his stiff neck to meet Chu Shiwan's gaze, now slightly more menacing. They stared at each other. 140, what are you up to again? Does he even know his own name? Is this some kind of bug in your program? His throat dry, Song Si parted his lips, cursing 140 endlessly in his heart. Xiao Si, did you mistake me for one of your lovers on the road? Chu Shiwan's smile seemed almost grotesque. I've already killed the person who took you away. So who is Chu Shiwan? Are you mistaken in the name? What does he mean right now? Song Si screamed frantically inside his mind to the seemingly unconscious 140. Breaking into cold sweat, 140 flipped through the original story hastily. It's correct. In the original novel, he is indeed called Chu Shiwan. Song Si's chin was gripped tightly, forcing him to look up at the man, who playfully twisted his face with long fingers, sighing lightly, my name is Shinkian. The scenario where his eyes would be gouged out never happened. However, as soon as Song Si got home, he was locked up in the basement by the male lead. A new collar was placed around his neck. Song Si adjusted well to it, calmly reaching to play with the small silver plate around his neck. Except for when he called out the wrong name, Shinkian had been exceptionally tender to him, nearly indulging every wish. After they got home, afraid that he might catch a chill, Shen Qian personally gave him a hot water bath, washing and drying his hair himself. There was also warm milk and food already arranged neatly on the dining table. This made it extremely difficult to associate him with the stereotypical deranged captor who was decisive, ruthless, or even someone who dismembers his loved ones. The room was spacious, its only exit being an iron door which had already been locked. The bed was soft, walls lined with various toys, all neatly arranged. After coming in, Song Si decided to turn his back to avoid looking at them. Yes, the protagonist from the original story met Chu Xiuan in college, where Chu Xiuan fell in love with the protagonist secretly during their first year. Eventually driven by jealousy after the protagonist received a confession from a female classmate, Chu Xiuan locked him up. 140 had been reading the original story aloud all night beside him. In the entire story, only Chu Xiuan was mentioned, the name Shen Qian never appeared. It must be because of me turning into the male lead that this bug appeared. Rolling around on the bed twice, he mumbled, though I've never heard of it either. Shen Qian sounds familiar to me, so calling him that feels natural. If I don't want to upset him, I'll just keep calling him Shen Qian. He cautiously glanced at the camera tucked in the corner, closing his mouth obediently and resuming discussing silently with 140 in his mind. Not just the name, but didn't you notice how, just after drying my hair earlier, he touched my hair the exact same way people from the previous worlds did? As he said that, his gaze turned gloomy, if he really is them. Then he doesn't love me now, he likes the original protagonist. 140, no, host, after all, this is a forced love story. A simple head touch is normal. Song Si let out a light sigh, not sure if it had been heard, when suddenly a sound came from the door, like the clinking of iron. He immediately sat up straight, fearing that Shen Qian, who had just left to take care of some matters, might have returned suddenly. He anxiously looked towards the door while sitting tensely on the bed. But the door remained unopened for a long time. Knock, 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 knock. The iron door was rhythmically knocked twice. As no response came from inside the room, the knocking became more urgent. Master Xiao, Master Song, are you all right? The voice outside the door was an elderly male's. Host, it's the butler. The second choice hooked up by the original protagonist. Judging by his voice alone, he must be over 60. How could the original main character bring himself to do it? He must have been hungry. Song Si quietly criticized in his mind, unsure of the butler's purpose in coming now, so he didn't respond at first. The master has sent you some food, fearing you might go hungry at night. The small window in the iron bed was pushed open from the outside, revealing the butler's hazy old eyes and his wrinkled face, his look toward Song Si rather flirtatious. Alright, just leave it by the door, I'll get it later. Song Si felt nauseous being stared at like that, so his movements as he stood were slow. Host, the original main character involved the doctor's parents, Chu father and Chu mother, as part of a foursome arrangement. So these two should be somewhat related. 140's voice grew smaller as he spoke. Song Si suppressed the urge to vomit, moving step by step towards the door, stopping about a meter away. Just leave it there, I'll come pick it up later. Sweetheart, why are you suddenly so cold to me today? The old man shot him a seductive glance, smirking. You've never kissed me before. Here's a deal, kiss me once, and I'll help you leave this place. Song Si nearly threw up from the greasy comment before he could even reply. Then suddenly, he saw the man's pupils contract, and in the next moment, his head dropped straight down, rolling around on the ground with a thudding sound. Blood splattered all over Song Si's face as Shen Qian stood emotionlessly behind the butler, methodically wiping the blood off the dagger in his hand. His black eyes burned intensely as they fixed upon Song Si. Chapter 147, The Mob Boss and His Songbird, 3. Song Si. You listen to my sophistry. How could this be so coincidental? Wasn't this plot not in the original novel? Beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead, and a long silence filled the air. The butler's broken neck spurted out large amounts of blood, and the headless body fell forward, colliding with the iron door with a dull sound. The two stood apart, separated by the small window in the iron door. Song Si's legs couldn't help but shake a little. Isn't he already thinking about how to gouge out my eyes? They weren't discovered this quickly in the original story, were they? Wasn't it when the original Master Hugh Butler escaped that they got caught? He swallowed his saliva, his heart beating wildly as he was extremely nervous. Shen Qian, why did you come? Song Si's mind desperately seeking solutions. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known you had your hooks in more than just one person. A smirk appeared at the corner of the man's mouth, a chill settling in his gaze. I didn't expect you to be so bold. He stepped over the bodies on the ground, casually tossing the silver dagger aside before strolling up and twisting the doorknob. A gruesome scene outside the door came into view, and servants immediately emerged around the corner, bowing their heads to clean up the corpses. Song Si retreated repeatedly under his gaze. Wouldn't it be better if these eyes of yours can't see anymore, thus unable to allure others? His deep voice resembled that of a demon from hell, accompanied by a mocking chuckle. Here it comes. Song Si's teeth chattered, and this time he genuinely let out snot and tears. Brother Qian, why have you just come? He said he wanted to kiss me earlier, I'm so scared, woo woo woo. He threw himself forward, hugging the other's slim waist tightly. His voice choked with sobbing. Little CI is so scared. He forced me to kiss him, threatening me that if I didn't comply obediently, he wouldn't give me food and would starve me to death. He sneakily glanced at the dagger in front of the door and kicked it further away with his foot, fearing that Shinkian might get upset and use it to gouge out his eyeballs right away. A warm sensation covered his forehead. The other's hand lightly massaged his scalp. The emotions reflected in his eyes remained unclear. Is it true? His cold tone reverberated. Of course it's true. Song Ci nodded frantically. My favorite person has always been you. How could I possibly look for anyone else? A soft laugh echoed nearby. Realizing belatedly that the main character had just been captured after eloping with someone else, Song Ci realized his excuse seemed utterly unbelievable. Still forcing a smile, he grabbed Shinkian's hand awkwardly and said, in fact, I've always loved you. It's just that I love the thrill of me running and you chasing me, which is why I asked the doctor for help. See. When you found me, I was still alone. We parted ways halfway through. He knew what he said was a stretch, wiping his sweating face while recalling all along what Chapter 140 whispered incessantly in his ear regarding the original story's plot. Brother Kian, I actually liked you since university. Really? Before he could finish speaking, Shinkian suddenly interrupted him, without much fluctuation in expression. For a moment, Song Ci couldn't tell whether Shin believed him or not. More real than gold. Song Ci affirmed. Another prolonged silence ensued. Shinkian looked down at him for a long time. After a short pause, he laughed lightly, then pulled him towards a full-length mirror in the room, gripping Song Ci's chin so he could clearly see his own reflection in the mirror. The difference in appearance between each reincarnation wasn't significant, but in this world, according to the original novel's description, his features were slightly more delicate compared to the original. Even Song Ci couldn't help but blink momentarily, stunned by his own handsome appearance. In the mirror, Shinkian hugged him tightly, displaying an aggrieved expression. His chestnut-colored hair drooped obediently, lying softly against his cheeks. Half-dried tears left streaks at the corners of his eyes, turning them red. With a straight-nosed bridge, rosy lips glistened brightly. Good, Shinkian in the mirror fixed his gaze on Song Ci. Do you remember the promise you made to me before? What promise? He blinked, repressing the crying tone in his throat. Of course, I remember it. 140 had searched through the original novel in his head again but found nothing about this part, so Song Ci answered with a hard-nosed response, full of sincerity. Of course, I remember. Every single moment we spent together, I recall vividly. Brother Kian, are you still unwilling to trust me? Song Ci spoke in a choked voice. Oh heavens, who could save him? He felt like shattering. If Shinkian discovers he's an imposter, will he be dismembered? Why has he stopped talking again? What's the point of just staring at me in the mirror? Did he already find out that I'm not the original owner? That can't be, right? Is it really so fast? Song Ci's mind was racing with wild thoughts, his heart pounding like a drum as he waited for Shinkian's next move. After listening to his earnest, bluffing, and heartfelt, words, Shinkian remained silent for a long time before finally uttering a few deep and heavy words, so it seems little Ci remembers everything. His hand slowly moved downwards, resting on Song Ci's waist, his fingertips gripping the sash tightly. At that time, we agreed that if you ran away one more time, then in front of the mirror. Song Ci. The protagonist never had relations with the original main character, they are both physically pure, and this isn't a body switch literary piece. He has always liked little Ci Ovo. Chapter 148, The Black Mafia Boss and His Canary, 4. The dimly lit room was somber, with only the warm yellow lamp by the bed casting a faint glow. The floor was in disarray, but the bed had been freshly made with new sheets. A hand still gently massaged his waist as Song Ci wearily opened his eyes. Awake? Shinkian remained by his side, softly smiling at the sight of his open eyes. Song Ci's eyes carried a trace of bewilderment. Lying on his side in Shinkian's embrace, he blankly looked up at him. In truth, he hadn't slept for long, now completely awakened by hunger. His stomach ached slightly, and upon lowering his gaze, Shinkian immediately understood and began to rub his stomach gently. Hungry? Because of how cruelly he had treated Song Ci last night, Shinkian was unusually accommodating right now. Our parents will be coming over soon, we'll have dinner together, he smiled lazily at Song Ci. Little Ci, you need to figure out what to say and what not to say. Is the plot developing this densely? Hardly anyone dies, and the father and mother of Chu who engaged in infidelity with the protagonist are already here. Was the original story this insane too? Shinkian's words instantly startled Song Ci, eliciting a horrified question. Do Chu's father and mother know that each other is entangled with their son's partner? He couldn't even begin to imagine what chaos would ensue. I don't know, 140 coughed slightly, it should be due to your time traveling that has disrupted the original storyline. By now in the original story, you would already be blind. Since it's an old yaoi romance, don't rush. There will be many more green tea girls as side characters and various misunderstandings later on. This book might seem overly dramatic, but it's far from normal. Song Ci. Do you hear what you're saying? His throat tightened, feeling utterly speechless. Nevertheless, his face still held a smile as he struggled to appear obedient while hugging Shin Qian tightly around the waist. Why are our parents suddenly visiting? Let's get up quickly so they don't wait long. Shin Qian didn't respond right away. He stared intently into Song Si's eyes for a moment, then a sudden smile appeared on his lips. All right. He helped Song Si up, carefully unlocked the silver handcuffs around his ankles, and guided him towards washing up. The previous Song Si was nothing like this. Every mention of meeting the parents would result in profanity-laden tirades followed by frenzied destruction of items at home, refusing to go at all costs. Shin Qian chose not to point this out but silently trailed behind Song Si, watching his cautious glances, and observing him hesitantly pick the wrong toothbrush from the cup. By the time the two had finished preparing themselves, it was already noon. From lack of sleep last night, Song Si's eyes still hung with dark shadows beneath them. Chu's father and mother were already waiting in the living room, and as soon as they came out, smiles instantly lit their faces. How did Xiao Si end up here, Xiao Yan? A gracefully dressed woman sat on the sofa. Her hair meticulously maintained, her skin smooth and radiant, she looked nowhere near 50. Xiao Yan. Song Si blinked, looking left and right. Wasn't she referring to Shin Qian? Upon hearing you were coming, Xiao Si insisted he wanted to see you. Shin Qian retained his composed smile, glancing unobtrusively toward the couple seated on the sofa. Mother, who's this? Since the moment Song Si appeared, Chu's father's eyes had been glued onto him. Moreover, next to Chu's mother sat a handsome youth with delicate features. Oh, him, Chu's mother chuckled lightly, pulling Jian Yutong closer. Yutong said he was bored at home these past few days and wanted to meet elder brother Shi Yan. Over the years, Chu's parents merely regarded Song Si as a small-time plaything for their son, a mere fleeting affair, so they had chosen to turn a blind eye. Now coincidentally both had developed their own interests in Song Si. They conspired to split the two apart and arrange a match between Jian's youngest son and their son, finding it socially suitable. As for Song Si, they could just privately take turns enjoying him later. With bright, cunning eyes, Chu's mother happily gestured Shin Qian to come sit nearby, hoping to bring him closer to Jian Yutong. However, Shin Qian acted as if he hadn't noticed, casually holding onto Song Si and sitting opposite them. Elder brother Shi Yan, do you remember? When I was little, I once came to play at your house. Jian Yutong's eyes sparkled brightly as they gazed at Shin Qian, his lips always curved into a gentle smile. I don't remember. The man didn't spare him a second glance, keeping his eyes focused on Song Si. Uncle Jian and Aunt Jian are very satisfied with you, plus the two of you have known each other since childhood. Chu's mother, seeing her son showing no interest in Wen Yutong's words, gritted her teeth and joined the promotion. Isn't it common for young people these days to marry first and then fall in love? How do you know if you don't try? Xiao Si, I won't be with you forever. Once you get bored after a few more years of playing around, it'll be too late. It would be better to marry Yutong now, the long-term interests of both families are the most important. Her eyes flickered as she came up with what she thought was an enticing condition. Even if you still want to be with Xiao Si after marriage, we wouldn't stop you. Just give 3 or 4 days to Yutong. She smiled gently but said something completely different from her tone. Xiao Si, isn't that right? Song Si's brows were furrowed tightly, his mind chaotic as he carefully glanced at Shin Xian's expression, unsure how to respond. Didn't they say my name is Shin Xian? Why are others calling him Chu Shiyan? Tightly gripping the man's sleeve in nervousness, Song Si wasn't sure how to reply to Chu's mother. Moreover, Chu's father's greasy gaze was fixed on him like glue, making Song Si restless and his eyes constantly wandering outside. The atmosphere in the room was suffocating. I need to use the restroom, he bit his lips, fearing to make a wrong statement and wanting nothing more than to escape. Considering the possessiveness of the original protagonist from the story, Shin Xian wouldn't let him go easily, right? Shin Xian didn't make it too difficult for him, merely pointing out the direction of the restroom and letting him go. Song Si sighed in relief and hurriedly shut the door behind him, entering the bathroom like escaping from a predator. 140, what's going on? He leaned against the wash basin, staring at his own reflection in the mirror. What kind of bug is this? Why do his parents call him Chu Shiyan? And who's Jian Yutong, the evil male supporting character in the original work? Questions tumbled out one after another, and 140 quietly answered. In the original, there is indeed a section where Chu's father and mother pressured the main character into marriage, but Jian Yutong appears slightly later, so this plotline has advanced prematurely. As for the issue with names, if that's the case, then the original novel I have seems correct after all. 140's voice carried a trace of joy, laughing wickedly. So, is it the problem with the main male lead himself? Song Si frowned, having not received 140's reply yet, when his eyes caught a sudden movement through the mirror. Behind him, the closed door had been abruptly opened. Jian Yutong was delicate-looking, pale-skinned, with crimson lips. He wore a high-end denim jacket, appearing utterly harmless. He casually locked the door behind him, then tilted his head as he looked at Song Si and gave a soft laugh. You're not the original main character, are you? A fake. Chapter 149, The Black Mafia Boss and His Canary, 5. What do you mean? Song Si's heart suddenly tightened, and he abruptly turned back to look at him. What else could I mean? Can't you understand? Jian Yutang chuckled softly twice, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, looking up at Song Si. The two were actually about the same height, but Jian Yutang's expression was more arrogant. Jian Yutang looked outside briefly and issued a scoffing laugh before walking towards him slowly. You're puzzled why I know this, right? Because you've taken over my body, I'm the original owner. I am Song Si. He stared fiercely at Song Si, pushing him tightly against the sink. Brother Shuryen loves me, not you. Get out of my body quickly. Song Si's pupils widened in shock. What did he mean? Had he swapped bodies with the original owner? He was supposed to have become Jian Yutang, but instead, the original owner ended up in Jian Yutang's body. Would he be thrown into chaos just one day after arriving? Seeing that Song Si was rendered speechless by his remarks, Jian Yutang crossed his arms and sneered coldly. He was a rapid traveler of the spacetime system. While browsing videos, he accidentally got himself laughed to death and woke up bound to something called the villain system, which specialized in disrupting plots in various worlds. His previous life had been less than satisfactory. The pleasure of having another chance at rebirth and destroying others' lives made him extremely content, allowing him to vent all his dissatisfaction fully. This was his 16th world. In the original story, Song Si and Chu Shuryen met in college, developed mutual crushes, and eventually confessed their feelings to each other during their third year. Chu's parents were open-minded and approved of their relationship. But his task this time was to disrupt the plot and drive the protagonist insane. He deliberately went on dates with girls under Chu Xian's nose, pleaded for forgiveness when caught, pretended to go to hotels with women and got caught by Chu Shuryen, got caught flirting with male models at bars, verbally humiliated Chu Shuryen, and demanded breakups daily. His aim was to grind Chu Xian's love for Song Si down bit by bit, turning it into something pathological. Finally, when Song Si would be entirely dismembered by Chu Shuryen and held hostage, he would bring back the original owner to witness how his lover dissected himself. When he first arrived, he noticed this world wasn't quite as the system described. Chu Xian's family controlled a vast empire that operated both legally and illegally, with his parents marrying solely for alliances yet pursuing separate interests. However, none of this affected him much. He wondered what Chu Xian's reaction would be if he found out his lover was colluding with his own parents. His plan was well laid, and he had the system calculate Chu Xian's psychological threshold. This time, upon escaping, Chu Shuryen was likely to suffer a mental breakdown, bursting forth with an abnormal possessive desire, possibly resorting to physical violence against Song Si. He had long let the system block his pain sensation, waiting for success, but yesterday, he was unexpectedly pulled into this body, and the villain system also lost contact, remaining silent ever since. Host, I haven't sensed any parallel presence, he might really be the original owner. Even number 140 clearly hadn't anticipated such a situation, and its voice trembled slightly. Song Si licked his dry lips, his heart beating like a drum. Damn, Shen Xian would kill him if she found out he was an imposter. And worse, he might even be subjected to bizarre experiments so they could switch back. Noticing his silence, Jian Yutang approached frowning, reaching out to grab Song Si by the collar. With the system suddenly disappearing, he was unsure for the moment how to accomplish his mission. Was he supposed to use this supporting male character's body to ruin their romance or assume the role of the male protagonist from the start because he entered Song Si's body? Should Chu Shuryen next fall in love with Jian Yutang so he could toy with Chu Xian's feelings? After examining Song Si for a few seconds, uncertain, he hesitated and decided on the second approach. Leave Chu Shuryen. His voice was deep and low. Song Si didn't reply. He didn't know what kind of tasks number 140 would assign next, so he didn't dare leave the main male character lightly. Haven't you seen how terrifying Chu Shuryen can be yet? Seeing Song Si remain silent, Jian Yutang raised his voice slightly, his possessiveness is horrifying. If you glance at another man on the street, he will drag that person's head to see you the next day. I've run over 100 times and every single time I've been caught back. You've probably seen those things in the basement already, haven't you? The skills in bed could literally kill someone. Something was odd about Chu Shuryen in this world. Since he came here, Chu Shuryen rarely touched him except occasionally dragging him by the wrist, locking him in the basement, or subtly showing possessiveness while he slept. Nevertheless, he still fabricated something based on the image of male protagonists from the previous worlds, hoping this transdimensional traveler would go away as soon as possible. But Song Si in front of him still showed no reaction, pursing his lips and not replying. As this so-called original owner narrated his past experiences with the male protagonist, an odd feeling inexplicably arose in Song Si's heart. Why aren't you speaking now? Jian Yutang sneered, everything you have now is snatched, Chu Shuryen belongs to me. Aren't you supposed to run away because you don't love him? Song Si unconsciously had a jealous undertone in his voice. What's it got to do with you? Will you leave or not? If he finds out you've changed core, Jian Yutang looked him up and down. Will you pay? In the last few small worlds where they told him to leave, at least they paid him. Jian Yutang. Was this guy crazy? Did all this just for money? All Jian Yutang's next words were stuck in his throat, unable to move up or down. Just as he was about to scold Song Si some more, the door to the restroom suddenly opened from the outside with a snap. Shen Xian's eyes were as dark as deep pools, his facial contours sharply defined, appearing cold. His hand still hovered in the air, holding the motion of pushing the door just now. He leaned lazily against the doorframe, not knowing how long he had been there listening. Little Si, it's time to eat. His gaze passed over Jian Yutong, capturing Song Si, who was sweating cold beads from his forehead. Are you enjoying your chat with Jian Yutong? Song Si shook his head randomly, only wanting Shen Xian to take him away quickly. Right now, he was more afraid that Jian Yutong might leak the secret accidentally, and if the male protagonist found out, he might shred him into pieces right on the spot. Alright, come on, let's go back. He lowered his head, trying to break free from Jian Yutong and walked fast toward Shen Xian. However, an alarming sound came from behind him. Chu Shiyan, big brother Shiyan, I am little Si. Seeing the male protagonist coming over, Jian Yutong immediately switched expressions, looking pitiful. He stole my body. I ended up in Jian Yutong's body out of nowhere. I am your little Si. The one you love is me. He grabbed onto Shen Xian's sleeve, attempting to stop him but was roughly pushed away by the other. Shen Xian's eyes were icy. Jian Yutong, don't you think it's time to get your brain checked? Chapter 150, The Black Gangster and His Canary, 6. I didn't lie to you. Jian Yutong's eyes were slightly red, with a teardrop hanging in his eye socket about to fall. Last month when I ran away, my calf was scratched. There should still be a faint scar there, right? He then looked at Song Si, with a corner of his mouth curling into a confident smile. What is the second toy placed in the third row in the basement? Song Si was stunned for a few seconds, then his face turned red. Is this guy crazy? Why ask such a question? There's a huge row of toys by the wall, who would specifically pay attention to what is in which row or column? Song Si widened his eyes, looking at Jian Yutong with great confusion. It's the fox doll. Jian Yutong nodded as he looked at him, his eyes carrying a smile full of confidence. Song Si immediately covered his ears tightly with both hands, showing some degree of self-deception. In contrast, Shen Xian standing beside him had some change in his eyes. Looking at Song Si's reaction, Jian Yutong was basically able to confirm that it wasn't the original owner who returned. Song Si should be like him, a quick traveler from some spatio-temporal agency. Not only that, do you know what flavor Shiwan brother likes? Do you know how many wounds are on his back? Do you know what food he cooked for me last month? The more he spoke, the more certain he felt, with a proud look in his eyes as he looked at Song Si. The system must have told him the rough plot direction, but how would he know about these trivial details? The male lead definitely isn't someone who only loves appearance. Once he finds out that he is the real owner, he will certainly love him faithfully again, and then he can freely play with Chu Shiwan's feelings, perfectly completing the task. Shiwan brother. Seeing Song Si's lips quivering continuously, his smile grew even broader, intentionally or unintentionally moving closer to Shen Xian. You believe me, I'm really Xiao Si. Look, he simply can't answer my questions. Shen Xian took a step back in disgust, avoiding his hand, pulling Song Si to his side, flattening his lips, his gaze distant. Of course Xiao Si knows. What did he know? Song Si furrowed his brows and looked up, but did not interrupt Shen Xian's words. Shen Xian, the item in the third row and the second column, we used it just last night, how could Xiao Si not know? Song Si. Jian Yutong. What does that mean? He has been here for such a long time. Every time he begged Chu Shiwan to stir-fry with him, the other party wouldn't even touch him, gently putting him on the bed every time and leaving. Even basic kisses were stingy, yet this person came and was willing to sleep with him right away. It was fake if he said he wasn't jealous. Jian Yutong was furious inside. The main characters he encountered in his previous worlds were all high-quality ones. Chu Shiwan's identity, appearance, and figure suited his taste especially well. Unfortunately, the other party remained unenlightened over the years. Even when he deliberately lured others, trying to kiss and go to a room with them, they were always caught red-handed each time, unable to hold hands before being brought back. It was only these days after switching to Jian Yutong that he got to enjoy a hearty meal. But he couldn't help fantasizing, if the person on him was Chu Shiwan. His eyes showed a hint of suspicion and hostility as he looked at Song Si. He never expected Song Si to pretend to be harmless while still having a set of skills to lure people. In reality, Song Si didn't think as much. When he heard Shen Xian's bold statement, his ear roots instantly turned red, and his whole body jumped up from the ground, hopping to cover the man's mouth. What are you talking about? Shen Xian innocently looked at him, then shifting his gaze to Jian Yutong, his look turning cold. Young Master Jian, what are you talking about? How could I understand? Can't I tell if Xiao Si is the real person? He tightened Song Si's palm, hugging it. There are no scars on my back, the dishes from last month were delivered by the restaurant. Are you satisfied with this answer? The moment this core was switched in Xiao Si's skin, he felt it immediately. Because this person was borrowing Xiao Si's body, he feared that the other might do something harmful to Xiao Si's body, so he never exposed it. For all these years, even though this person had constantly acted up under his watchful eyes, he endured it all. He had no choice but to move him to the basement to keep an eye on him, keeping him close to him. If you really let him run away, Xiao Ci might not be able to find her home when she comes back. Song Ci doesn't know these things, all he knows is that Shen Xian actually confronted the original owner for him. It's over, will this affect subsequent tasks? Song Ci's thoughts couldn't help but feel somewhat panicked as he bit his lip and asked the number 140 in his mind. Host, don't worry, this world is already so messed up, it doesn't matter if the task goes awry, number 140 consoled him. Song Ci. Great comfort, next time don't bother anymore. Song Ci was at a loss for words. Just as he was preparing to ease the relationship between the two male protagonists, a sudden knock on the door interrupted them. Xiao Ci, open the door quickly. Xiao Yan has gone to the study, we haven't been intimate for a long time. Outside the door was Mr. Chu's greasy voice. Song Ci. The original owner only enjoyed verbal excitement with Mr. Chu and didn't do anything else. Chapter 151, The Black Mafia Boss and His Canary, 7. What kind of ultimate battlefield is this? An extended silence suddenly fell within the restroom. Just as Jian Yutong was about to make a few sarcastic remarks, Shen Qian's icy gaze was directed at him, forcing him to close his mouth unhappily. I'm going to break into pieces. Why does he have to come now? Teeth-biting lips, a trace of blood taste spread in Song Ci's mouth as he anxiously looked up at Shen Qian's expression. His ankles felt cool. Xiao Ci, you rejected so many times before because Xiao Yan was there, right? Don't worry, I've arranged quite a few girls to accompany him in the study. He shouldn't be coming out for a while. Seeing Song Ci inside unwilling to acknowledge him, Father Chu couldn't bear to give up, lowering his voice and calling out a few more times, his tone betraying concealed urgency. Don't worry. Although the underworld's dealings have been fully entrusted to Xiao Yan, I still have some relations and power. I can help you escape, run far away. I guarantee that with my connections, Xiao Yan won't even find your shadow. The hardwood door was knocked loudly. Unjustly beaten. Big brother, are you sure you want to take me away rather than send me away? Song Ci clenched his trembling lips tightly, not daring to respond. Feeling utterly betrayed on the spot, he couldn't help but imagine what Shen Qian might do next. I know you're shy, Xiao Ci. After being ignored for long outside, Father Chu could not help but grow somewhat impatient, his tone becoming somewhat restless. It doesn't matter if you don't open the door, I have a key. As his words ended, there came a sound of rustling metal knocking and hitting outside, seemingly not fake. Xiao Ci, you need to think it over carefully. If I open this door, I am going to ruin you thoroughly. If you obediently open the door yourself, I might. Shen Qian, then what if I open the door? Listening to the sound of Father Chu inserting his key into the lock, Shen Qian finally could not hold back any longer and turned the doorknob first, looking down condescendingly at the other side. Because of having drunk some alcohol in the living room just now, Father Chu's face flushed red, his whole person drunk and smelly. Lowering his head, he didn't notice anything wrong in front of him. He leered and reached out his hand to feel Shen Qian, but halfway through, his hand was abruptly grabbed. Bewildered eyes asked, Xiao Ci, how come your hands are so big? Song Ci. With difficulties dealing with his own predicament, he did not dare to remind, watching helplessly as Father Chu mistook his son for him, trying to pat and touch while laughing wickedly. Xiao Ci, what's wrong with you today? You used to willingly let me. Displeasure crept into Father Chu's tone as he tried to look down upon Song Ci but saw an impeccable black suit instead. When did you grow taller than me? Frowning, Father Chu looked upward questioningly and suddenly widened his eyes, leaning back sharply. All the drunkenness instantly disappeared from him. Xiao Yan, how come you're here? At this time, shouldn't he be in the study being intimate with the female models he had chosen? To cater to his son's sexual orientation, he had especially chosen a few male models too. With dozens of them standing lined up, Chu Shiyan shouldn't be able to leave for half a day. Judging by how he had previously kept Song Ci in bed for days, unable to get up, his stamina didn't seem like someone who abstains from desires. Could it be? In his befuddled drunken brain, he vaguely thought. Could it be Chu Shiyan was too fast? Finished hurriedly and came down to look for Song Ci. That's way too quick, isn't it? He licked his lips nervously, stepping back awkwardly, his gaze scanning around reluctantly. Song Ci was practically digging his toes into the ground for him. The tiny restroom gathered the main male protagonist, the original recipient, the original target of seduction, and him, the imposter. If Mother Chu happened to appear from somewhere unknowingly at this moment. Song Ci sighed inwardly. He might as well die on the spot. A pair of slender, white, strong fingers encircled him, half of Song Ci's face tightly pressed against Shen Qian's chest, his eyes helplessly darting around everywhere. Here's an analysis of Shen Qian's intention behind this move. What's he trying to do? Perform a perfect dismemberment on the spot. Song Ci swallowed hard, noticing sweat dripping down Father Chu's temple as he opened his mouth stammering, ah. Xiao Ci is also here. What a coincidence, how come Yutong is here too, even more coincidentally. His tone instantly lost its former arrogance, shrinking considerably. How Shen Qian rose above everyone, squeezing down this old guy, was clear to everyone in the family. The current prosperity of the gang was entirely created later by Shen Qian alone. That's right. After a long silence, Shen Qian let out a faint sneer, his dark eyes calmly looking at his father. If I weren't here, how would I ever find out about the relationship between my beloved father and my lover? Isn't that right, Xiao Xi? The grip on Song Xi's waist tightened, a sour taste spreading in Shen Qian's mouth. Hearing this tone, Song Xi knew it was bad and quickly denied, I'm not. I didn't. I have nothing to do with him. Preserving his legs was still the most important thing right now. His speech even became somewhat stuttered, both hands clinging to Shen Qian's elbow, looking at him with utmost sincerity, as if telling the truth. But just as the man's expression seemed to ease slightly, another voice came from outside the door, almost petrifying Song Xi. Xiao Xi, Xiaoyan and that old bastard are finally gone. Come quick and give me a kiss. Mother Chu's cheerful voice echoed from outside. Song Xi. Could things really follow words so perfectly? Chapter 152, The Black Gangster and His Canary, 8. Mother Chu smiled with her dimples showing, her willow-shaped eyebrows curved delicately, and the corners of her mouth betrayed uncontainable joy. She pretended to flick her hair, sending a flirtatious glance toward Song Xi as her high heels clacked loudly. But when she looked up and saw the scene in the restroom, Mother Chu's smile immediately froze. The originally harmonious family sitting in the living room now strangely reunited once again in the villa's toilet, staring at each other. Song Xi, Shen Xian, Father Chu, Mother Chu, and Jian Yutang, they were almost ready for the fifth personality. Song Xi could feel a heavier grip on his waist, and Shen Xian's forehead was visibly pulsing with veins. His Adam's apple moved twice as he quickly stepped in front of Shen Xian, blocking his line of sight. Right now, what mattered more than the mission was saving his own life. If that deputy gang leader lured by the original host appeared again, he might as well choose a feng shui treasure land to bury himself. Auntie, how many times have I told you? I love Ci. Shi Yan. Please stop. There were 3 parts sorrow, 5 parts anger, and 2 parts helplessness in his eyes, wildly gesturing for Mother Chu to leave immediately. Your affection for me has always been one-sided, I've always liked your son. We're not suitable. Song Xi acted like nothing as he tightened his embrace around Shen Xian's wrist, leaning his cheek against it. Just then, something related to the Chu father-mother plotline was urgently injected into his mind via 140. The original host was still a sea king, everyone was tightly hooked, but there had been no substantial relationship with anyone yet. Once, Mother Chu slapped a stack of checks on his face and told him, don't question your life anymore because your aunt is here. A person shouldn't give up money for dignity. But the original host chose to grab both, half-heartedly hooking Mother Chu while deliberately provoking Shen Xian so he would take him back. Looking at Mother Chu's mouth slowly turning tears blurred Song Xi's eyes, Auntie, how can you defame me like this? I've always loved Shi Yan. My love for him is sworn to heaven and earth. Little Ci, you said that you only loved me in this world. Mother Chu looked tragically sorrowful, painfully covering her chest. Nonsense. He said he loved me the most. Uncle is wealthy, owning 10 apartments at Tangcheng Wupin and an underground garage filled with hundreds of sports cars waiting for you. Drunkenly, Father Chu let out a burp and contradicted. Song Ci, your son is even richer. Father Chu, I have diabetes with 3 complications. Song Ci. After choking a moment, Song Ci embraced Shen Xian tightly. Pretending. Having been ignored for quite a while, Jian Yutang finally interjected, his lips curling into a smirk full of malice, didn't I clearly accept Auntie's proposal? That check was under the mattress. You get out of my body right now. I'm the original main character. 140, I've thought it through. I want my coffin to be sliding lid. Song Ci felt a chill inside and closed his eyes, deciding to go all out. Xian brother. Do you believe me or him? I am your dearest Xiao Ci who loves you endlessly. There couldn't possibly be any check under the bed. Life lived as life earned, once back home and checking the bed sheets, he would soon kick the bucket. With several traces of tragedy hanging on his face, tears and snot streaked Shen Xian's face as Song Ci wailed and cried loudly. I trust you. After what seemed like ages, a hand finally rested on his head gently rubbing it, you are Xiao Ci. Xiao Ci, I've come to save you. A male voice overlapped with Shen Xian's voice from outside. A black figure dropped from the window, bizarrely dressed in a complete black leather suit for agents in broad daylight. With a lock chain held in his hand, the second-in-command abducted Song Ci over his shoulder. Ha ha. Xiao Ci, I saved you as you instructed. Next, we'll take a long-distance flight abroad at the airport, then find a quiet little village to live happily ever after. An unrestrained male voice sounded behind his ear, laughing heartily as the second-in-command, with a muscle-bound body, skillfully carried Song Ci toward the opening window. Don't be afraid. They're all mine outside. Although Chu Shiyan's subordinates will soon arrive and outnumber us, we can use the secret passage. The second-in-command laughed loudly. That secret passage is hidden behind the kitchen cabinet. Very inconspicuous, Chu Shiyuan absolutely won't know. Song Ci. Big brother, do you know you're conspiring too loudly? Not just the protagonist, now everyone in the toilet knows your plan, right? He finally understood the meaning of that line, the villain dies because he talks too much. It was no wonder that every time the original host escaped, he was always caught so quickly. Just look at the supporting characters the original host tried to seduce, it would be strange if they could successfully help him escape. He struggled a bit more on the back of the second-in-command, but alas, the other party was too strong and robust. To this muscular man, his actions were negligible, even mistaking Song Si's struggling for playful teasing. The tone of voice revealed apparent shyness. By then, the two had already squeezed into the dark, shadowy secret passage. That man spoke again in an embarrassed tone, with a shy laugh, "Is little Ci intimacy playing with me? Song Ci. You wish I'm playing around." At this moment, going back to apologize might still allow Shen Xian to leave a complete body for them. As Song Ci thought about this, a chill ran down his spine. Ahead, a faint glimmer of light gradually brightened. Chapter 153, The Black Society Boss and His Canary, 9. Beat the Mud Girl. Big brother, can you please put me back quickly? Your reckless behavior shouldn't drag him in too. Song Ci struggled to jump down from his shoulder and brushed off the dust on his clothes. The tunnel was dimly lit, with a few warm yellow lamps hanging on the walls. With these faint beams of light, he roughly made out the appearance of the second-in-command. All muscle, wearing only a singlet top, his dark muscles seemed ready to burst through. His back was soaked with sweat after their escape attempt earlier. He had a buzz cut, with rather sharp features, yet an expression that didn't match his looks. The second-in-command kept glancing at him, careful and tentative. He also carried a foolish smile on his face, two blushes not at all visible on his cheeks. Song Ci pursed his lips and carefully took a couple of steps towards the wall, moving slightly farther away from him. He mumbled earnestly, "Big brother, why don't we go back? Go back. How could we possibly return?" The second-in-command's expression changed briefly. He reached out to embrace Song Ci but was dodged by him, causing some awkwardness as he retracted his hand mid-air and wiped his clothes. "I abducted you, and right now, the boss must be issuing orders to capture me everywhere. If we return now, it would just mean our death." He attempted again to grab hold of Song Ci, who nimbly evaded him this time. "Huge man, Xiao Ci, Chu Shirban already knows about the green hat situation, if..." Hold on. The space inside the tunnel was extremely narrow, and Song Ci barely managed to maintain a safe distance from him. Given the significant size difference between him and the other person, if this guy really intended harm, he would surely be powerless to resist. "What exactly is your boss's name?" He paused for a moment, making sure there were no strange movements, then asked the question he had been pondering for quite a while. "Chu Shirban Ah." The big man appeared puzzled when questioned. How come Song Ci, having followed their boss for so many years, didn't know his name? "And Shen Qian?" Song Ci hesitantly asked, looking at him anxiously. Could this be a similar scenario as in the first world? Did the male lead awaken? Does he no longer want to follow this ridiculous plotline? Huh. The second-in-command stared blankly for a moment, looking confused. "Xiao Ci, have you found someone else?" "Not." Song Ci simply couldn't stand hearing any words related to infidelity or being given the green hat. I mean, does Chu Shirban have any other alias? Or maybe he goes by the fake name Shen Qian. The second-in-command frowned, gazing at him with bewilderment. No, the boss never uses aliases. As conjectures in his mind gradually became clear, a light seeped through ahead, signifying they were nearing the end of the hidden room. "Host, rest assured, due to the influence of the original story's plot, the male lead will absolutely not appear along the way during your escape. He will wait until the second-in-command secures your arrival in America and then suddenly appear in a secluded small village to take you away." System 140 confidently stated with joy. Song Ci gave a faint "oh" mentally and didn't pay much attention. After all, 140 often contradicted himself. "Host, please believe me this time. This is definitely accurate." 140 hastily added, because it wasn't written in the original story. The original story directly skips over the escape part and jumps straight to the reunion where you're taken back. Even the original story hasn't reached the scene where the four love rivals reunite in a battlefield setting. Song Ci quietly criticized a couple of sentences in his heart without replying to him. The surrounding scenery grew brighter, with a few sleek black cars parked at the exit. Seeing Song Ci emerge, they hurriedly opened the car doors and courteously invited both inside. Outnumbered by them, Song Ci didn't dare to run recklessly for the moment. Taking a few steps left and right would certainly lead to him being captured again, so he obediently entered the back seat following the second-in-command. Throughout the journey, the latter incessantly chattered beside him, occasionally eliciting a response from Song Ci, whose hands instinctively remained near the collar necklace around his neck. If Chu Shirban really did awaken, could he be my lover? Or perhaps this time, his role was also one of crossing dimensions. He leaned half his weight against the car window, his forehead gently bumping against the glass every once in a while due to the bumps on the road. After all, his methods of dealing with himself were truly identical to those before. Should he actually be my lover, he hoped the other party could find him as soon as possible. His hand continuously caressed the leather collar necklace. Suddenly, a cool sensation enveloped it, and a click sound was heard as the necklace slid straight off his neck, falling onto his lap. Staring dumbfoundedly down at it, he picked it up and examined it from side to side. This necklace turned out to be detachable at will. In the previous worlds, it was like being welded with electricity, completely unable to take off. He glanced left and right at the smooth silver plate in his hand, puzzled. There should be words on it. The second-in-command naturally also noticed his strangeness, gave a simple-minded laugh twice, and asked, "What's wrong?" Song Si swallowed, looked up and repeatedly glanced at him several times, hesitating internally before handing over the object in his hand. "Take a look, are there any words on this silver plate?" The huge man took it with curiosity and bent down to examine the tiny silver plate. Name, Song Si. Home address, Building 12, Unit 602, Xiaoyang Community, Yunjiang District, Pinglin City. Family contact information, 183 x x 2589 inch. Chapter 154, The Black Society Boss and His Songbird, 10. What? Song Si's pupils suddenly tightened, and he sat up straight in his seat, his eyes full of shock. After guessing for a long time, he had never imagined this would be the answer. With trembling hands, he snatched the pendant and carefully examined both sides of the silver piece. It was still blurry, with indistinct words. He incredulously rubbed his eyes and looked at it carefully again. 140, why can't I see the words on it? In his past life when he became a dark guard, Shenhui also gave him a jade pendant, with inscriptions that he couldn't make out. Was it just him who couldn't see them clearly? Or was the second-in-command lying to him? Is that true? He unintentionally voiced the doubts in his heart as he ran his fingers over the pendant. That's right, isn't the address of the house on it the same one where you and the boss used to live during university? And the phone number belongs to the boss too. The second-in-command, feeling somewhat confused by the question, reflected for a while and then suddenly realized they were currently on the run from the organization. Xiao Ci, why are you asking about the boss? Didn't you say you liked me? For your sake, I could give up my life and abandon my position as the second-in-command to flee far away with you. There was a hint of displeasure in his tone. Song Si fell silent, a trace of panic flashing in his pupils. Right now, the most important thing was to keep the other person calm while waiting for Chu Shiyan to come back and retrieve him. Not at all, I just felt a little uncomfortable around my neck, so I took it off to take a look. He immediately softened his tone and feigned helplessness, but his posture remained upright. I asked you to help me because I like you, I wanted to hear your voice. The protagonist indeed had an exceptionally good-looking appearance. His gentle black hair hung down along his cheeks, his bright eyes misted with moisture, his small nose elegantly arched, his lips were red and luscious, and his skin was pale and flawless. The second-in-command couldn't help but stare, any words he wanted to say swallowed whole. Really, is that really true? A faint blush appeared on his face again, giggling a couple of times before becoming somewhat shy. Of course it was a lie. Song Si nodded in compliance, appearing extraordinarily obedient. Damn it, why did the original main character have so many romantic entanglements? I've already arranged everything over there. There's the house, servants, and enough money for us to lead a decent life together. He scratched his stubbly head, grinning awkwardly. Song Si pretended to agree, nodding absent-mindedly. Host, under no circumstances should you reveal any intention of fleeing. A rustling sound, as if flipping through pages, echoed in his mind, and 140's low electronic voice rang out in his ear. The name of the Black Society's second-in-command is Ba Hong. Naturally, being able to reach such a position means he is no ordinary man. 140 cautiously reminded him, he has an unfortunate upbringing, his parents frequently engaged in domestic violence. His father drank heavily, and his mother was addicted to drugs. After enduring it silently for years, during one instance when his drunken father raised a kitchen knife to attack him, he killed both his parents. And then, it continued, while running away with blood all over his face, he encountered Chu Shiyan passing by after school and high school, who casually saved him and brought him into the gang. 140, in the original work, the previous host tested Ba Hong's limits more boldly. He acts timidly and shyly with you now, but once he discovers that you're merely using him and do not truly like him, he might force himself on you. 140 stopped here, as far as I know, there is also a basement in the house in the small countryside abroad where he lives. Song Si. Fine, everyone in this world loves basements, huh? He bit his lips and carefully put the pendant back into his pocket, his expression somewhat nervous. They were almost at the airport. Why was Chu Shiyan taking so long? It wouldn't really be as 140 said, would it, that they'd only be found overseas, would it? Naturally, Ba Hong noticed Song Si's mood change, but assumed he was worried about Chu Shiyan finding them. He coarsely consoled him, don't worry, trust me, my plan is very meticulous. With so many people at the airport, how could he possibly find us? If we flee to another country, it'll be even harder for him to track us down. Our flight is the next available one, and it's about to take off. He chuckled lightly as the car slowly entered the underground parking lot, the surrounding light instantly dimming. Does he think he can hijack the plane halfway? Song Si didn't respond, recalling the first minor world where Chu Shiyan had waved a hand and they traveled by rocket to the casino. Judging by the madness of this world, hijacking the plane mid-flight seemed entirely possible. The respectful driver got out and humbly opened the car door for them. Song Si didn't take Ba Hong's extended hand, pretending that he couldn't see clearly due to the dimness, and stepped out of the car while holding on to the frame. Xiao Ci, we need to hurry. Ba Hong paused for a moment but quickly recovered his composure. Glancing at his watch, he spoke with a hint of impatience. The plane is about to take off. At Chu Xian's speed, he'll likely catch up soon. We must move faster. Suddenly, his wrist was grabbed, and Song Ci was dragged along like a chick. Just as this happened, 140's voice sounded again. Ding dong, sending the mission for this task. Main task, ensure Song Ci and Chu Shiyan have a successful he, 0-1. Note, the original protagonist refers to the book's main character, not the, translator note, person who crossed over into another world, Chapter 155, The Black Mafia Boss and His Songbird, 11. Let the original owner be with Chu Shiyan. A strange feeling immediately welled up in Song Ci's heart as he recalled the arrogant demeanor of Jian Yutang in the restroom. So does this mean that 140 wants me to bring Chu Shiyan and Jian Yutang together? Do Chu's parents approve of their wedding? Jian Yutang was originally the main character, although now Chu Shiyan doesn't trust him, but if one day Jian Yutang explains everything clearly to him, surely they will still end up together. Song Ci's heart slowly sank. Is Chu Shiyan one of those people from the previous lifetimes? So, host, after being taken back by the male protagonist, it is essential to help Jian Yutang recognize his feelings for the male lead, said 140 earnestly. Since Jian Yutang has revealed his true feelings in front of Chu Shiyan, it could be because he has realized that he too likes the male lead. If he liked Chu Shiyan, could he be hooking up with 4 others at the same time? Song Ci replied with a question. Out of nowhere, several black-suited men with sunglasses appeared in the darkness and flanked them until they reached the exit. Ba Hong had not lied. The airport was bustling with people, and upon entering, Song Ci narrowly avoided getting separated from them several times. Because the schedule was tight, the group almost jogged into the waiting area. Strangely, there were very few people at the check-in counter for their flight. Song Ci immediately sensed something was off, but seeing the excitement flickering on Ba Hong's face, he obediently kept quiet. This plot must have forcibly dulled the intelligence of the supporting characters, otherwise, how could someone who'd been a high-ranking figure in the underworld fail to notice such an abnormal situation? The further they went inside, the fewer silhouettes they saw, almost no other passengers seemed to be boarding the same flight. Wow. Did we arrive too late? Are they already on board? Ba Hong looked around curiously, trying again to pull Song Ci towards himself, which Song Ci managed to avoid. Wow, brother Ba Hong is so amazing. To prevent Ba Hong from changing plans out of suspicion and dragging him away elsewhere, thus altering the storyline, Song Ci forced a smile and chimed in, is this a private charter? So rich. This is my first experience of having an exclusive space. As they fully boarded the plane, the cabin was bright and clean, with sunlight streaming through the windows. He mimicked the foolish heroine in a TV drama, strolling around the cabin with a smile, Big brother Ba Hong, thank you for rescuing me from Chu Shiyan, the demon. I've been imprisoned by him for years, and finally, I feel free. I am utterly sick of him. With the original owner's good looks and his fabricated sweet talk, Ba Hong should harbor no immediate suspicions. Smiling softly, Song Ci leaned against the comfortable seat back and glanced at Ba Hong. For some reason, he couldn't shake the chill down his spine. Ba Hong unusually did not blush or grin, instead casting a grave look toward Song Ci. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Song Ci felt alarmed inside. Host, you should look back. 140 reminded. Are you that happy to leave me? Came a familiar voice from behind. Startled, Song Ci turned around only to find a tall, handsome man standing in the middle of what was previously an empty cabin. Chu Shiyan's hair was slightly disheveled, his suit jacket casually draped over his arm, leaving only a white shirt that accentuated his muscular torso. His bone structure was excellent, his facial features sharp, his eyes long and narrow. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, with soft bangs falling naturally across his cheeks. In his hand, he gently sipped from a wine glass, appearing nonchalant as though he had been waiting here for some time. His expression remained ambiguous, difficult to read. Now, the weight of the situation became crystal clear. If he dared say another bad word about Chu Shiyan at this moment, given the protagonist's obsessive nature, Song Ci thought he might do something drastic like making the plane take off and crash. What a coincidence, he coughed awkwardly, the movement of turning rigid. In the next second, before Ba Hong could react, Song Ci lunged forward dramatically, his face contorted in sorrow as he threw himself into Chu Shiyan's arms. Host, remember your mission. 140 screamed in fright. At a time like this, who even cares about the mission? Staying alive was paramount. Don't forget that you can also complete the task by improving the protagonist's affection for you. He grumbled in response. Chu Shiyan didn't expect him to suddenly rush over. A surprised expression flashed across his face, but instinctively, he opened his arms and held onto Song Ci tightly like holding a firecracker. With his left hand, he lightly placed it on top of Song Ci's head. Big brother Shiyan, little Ci is so scared woo-woo, you've finally come to rescue me. Who is he? Little Ci doesn't know him. He said he would take me abroad and make sure I never see you again for the rest of my life. Little Ci was really frightened the whole way woo-woo. Song Si had now fully honed the skill of saying what people wanted to hear and could even bring tears to his eyes before he finished speaking. His acting skills were now perfect. If he ever managed to return, he was sure he'd at least bag an Oscar. He discreetly wiped his tears on Chu Shiyan's shirt, finding comfort in the warmth above his head. But Chu Shiyan's voice didn't come for a long time. Confused, Song Si looked up, his gaze meeting the other's deep black pupils. What am I called? Chu Shiyan. Shen. What about the necklace around my neck? It's tucked away in my pocket. Just thinking about the collar that resembled something worn by children or elderly to prevent them from getting lost made Song Si furious. What do the engravings on it mean? Are you treating me like a dog? Do you think I'll get lost even though I'm already an adult? The man's expression remained serious, not playful in the slightest. I was worried that if you got lost, you wouldn't be able to find your way home. Chapter 156, The Black Mafia Boss and His Canary, 12. Song Si's heart couldn't help but tremble, and her fingers tightened around Chu Shiyan's waist. Was he afraid that he would lose his way home? It was strange. These words were clearly spoken to the original main character, but after hearing them, he felt an unbearable bitterness in his heart. Some fragmented memories that didn't belong to him even flashed through his mind. He saw himself sitting alone in the empty living room, curiously twisting the door handle, going downstairs with the neighboring residents, and then wandering aimlessly at the gate of the residential area. He weaved through the bustling crowds, wandered into a prosperous mall in confusion, and was driven out by the staff late at night. He saw himself drift into a dilapidated alleyway where the small change in his pocket was snatched clean by local hooligans. Because he was wearing a luxury brand, his clothes were also stripped off, leaving Song Si standing dazedly feeling some coldness afterwards. He rummaged through the garbage cans for some discarded clothes, put them on, and huddled against the cracked wall roots, enduring the chilling winter breeze all night long. The next day, due to encountering kind-hearted residents who contacted his family after seeing the information on his neck. In Song Si's memory, Chu Shiyan appeared with bruised face, looking worried and exhausted. At that time, he himself was covered in dirt. Upon seeing this man, his first reaction was to smile foolishly and happily call out, "Boyfriend." Chu Shiyan did not disdain the filthy Song Si at all. Instead, he wrapped his arms tightly around him and gently patted his back, telling him, "Xiao Si, let's go home." The memories in his mind split again and again. He saw the door at home reinforced with another lock. He saw himself vaguely running to the balcony as if trying to grab something and falling straight down. Fortunately, he fell onto the air conditioning unit of a household below, and his clothes got caught, saving his life. Since then, the balcony door at home has remained closed all year round. He sat there dazedly in Chu Shiyan's embrace, carefully receiving the chaotic memories in his mind. 140, can you see the pictures in my mind? Is it the memory you just transmitted to me? After being stunned for a long time, Song Si slowly spoke from his heart, asking. No. 140 had been paying attention to the male protagonist's movements, expressions, and emotions. After hearing, he replied strangely, what did you see? Oh yes, remember to distance yourself from him after he gets rid of Bahong, and help get him together with Jian Yutang. Song Si's mind was still hazy, so he hadn't fully understood what 140 said. Did the original protagonist jump down from the balcony before? 140 was baffled by this question, but after recalling the original story, he answered, no, he just acted recklessly, he wasn't crazy. Song Si licked his lips and chose not to argue. Host, are you remembering? 140 paused. Is your brain suddenly bursting with the original main character's memories? You said earlier there was no such segment in the original story. Song Si grew increasingly suspicious. Ever since 140 came back from the previous world, it had become more unusual. Yes, but the extra parts could be the result of your confused memory. 140 pondered for a while and then gave a response. What else do you remember? Perhaps it is because the internet connection for the system's complementary original main character memory package has delayed, causing this. The original protagonist went out several times secretly when Chu Shiyan wasn't at home, and the most severe one took Chu Shiyan 5 days to find him. Song Si affirmed with a hum, recounting. Afterward, Chu Shiyan started installing cameras at home, equipped the original protagonist with a GPS watch, installed a tracking system on the phone, and even tied a chain around his foot to prevent him from going out. The strength around his waist increased somewhat, prompting Song Si to unconsciously glance at the owner of the cause. Because he hadn't responded for too long, there was a look of dissatisfaction on Chu Shiyan's face, with his brows slightly furrowed as he looked down at him. What are you thinking about? It's nothing. Song Si shook his head, setting aside the feelings just experienced. Everyone on the plane belonged to Chu Shiyan, making any further attempt to escape utterly impossible. When Ba Hong saw Song Si resolutely rushing towards Chu Shiyan, his face filled with doubt and anger. A few attempts to lunge towards the two of them were firmly restrained by the male lead subordinates, with their noses pinched shut, and dragged away. At some unknown point, only the two of them remained in the cabin. An atmosphere of tranquility surrounded them. Lids blinked rapidly over Song Si's eyes, and under 140's incessant urging in her mind, she softly opened her mouth and asked, Shiyan, where is Jian Yutang? Chu Shiyan solemnly gazed at her for a while. His pupils were like ink, and after a long pause, he slowly began, why ask about him? Don't worry about the marriage arrangement proposed by our parents, I won't even engage, much less marry him. I'm not talking about that. He claimed to be Song Ci in front of us today. Do you believe him? If what he said. Chu Shiyan cut him off, no. The real Song Ci, I can recognize with just one glance. His tone was almost gentle. Rubbish. If I'm such a big fake, how come you didn't figure it out? Song Ci secretly criticized in his mind but nodded obediently as 140 directed him, its emotions becoming unusually anxious. In fact, even if you and Jian Yutang got married, I wouldn't care. Song Ci followed its lead until he suddenly stopped halfway through, unable to continue. If Chu Shiyan is from the previous lives, he would definitely care. I won't marry him, Chu Shiyan responded blandly, knowing this person hadn't believed him. From the start to the end, the person I've been waiting for is you. What? The sound of electronic beeping emerged again in Song Ci's mind after hearing this sentence, his pupils slightly dilating as he abruptly looked up at Chu Shiyan. Baong had nothing to do with this, I know. The man slowly answered, pressing him down onto the seat gently, so my people will take him away and do nothing to him. Don't blame yourself. Little Ci, you're no imposter. You are my true Song Ci, Chu Shiyan continued naturally, then paused remembering the way Song Ci had addressed him earlier, his gaze flickering before patiently correcting, I am not Chu Shiyan. I am Shen Xian, little Ci, remember that I am Shen Xian. Host, don't listen to him. It must be some bug in the system, just focus on the tasks. 140 interrupted anxiously, trying to stop Song Ci's thoughts. Along with its electronic voice, Shen Xian's soft voice intertwined, there has never been any Chu Shiyan. Chapter 157, The Black Mafia Boss and His Canary, 13. Host, don't believe him. It's the main system that has issues again. This time, 140's tone was unusually restless and very abnormal, you, just focus on the main task. You must complete the main task. In the last world, all those guesses about affection were just your conjectures. It's our fast traverse bureau that saved you so you could come to this world. Otherwise, you would definitely have been permanently kept by Lu Yu. 140 acted out of character, its electronic voice no longer carried the usual cheeky tone, but rather became extraordinarily urgent. You, what are you talking about? Shock flickered across Song Ci's face as the knuckles of his hand, which had been clutching Shen Qian's hem, relaxed slightly. Why in this world did 140 keep subtly hinting that the male lead is Chu Shiyan, yet the male lead keeps emphasizing he's called Shen Qian? Although the previous 5 worlds were always romance novels, why did it become a double male lead novel this time? Before, every role she'd taken after her crossing had been cannon fodder or a male supporting character. Why had this time, mistakenly, transformed her into the protagonist? Is there something special about this world? Today, Shen Qian appeared exceptionally gentle and patient, completely unlike the heartless original version of himself who resorted to ruthless violence at any moment. I said, baby, you're the original host. Z. Almost every time Shen Qian said this sentence, a buzz sounded in 1409's mind. The noisy electronic sound was like the snowy screen when an old-style TV lost its signal. Host, don't believe him. He's just a fictional character. You should stick with our source text, 140 stuttered to interrupt Song Ci's thoughts. In the novel, the original host is always one person, the soul inhabiting Jian Yutang's body. Shen Qian didn't know what exactly Song Ci was pondering over. Following up smoothly, he continued, you're the real Song Ci. During university, your nature changed drastically, as if you were possessed. 140, the original host's personality is exactly this moody kind, perfectly matching the source. Shen Qian, our relationship has always been steady, and I almost confirmed right from the beginning that your core had been replaced. 140, Chu Shiyan has extreme control and sickness, he doesn't want others around him, that's why he repeatedly captured the original host. He wants the original host to belong solely to him. The plane remained still, not showing any sign of starting. The air was silent, only Shen Qian's tender and pleasant voice flowed gently, he kept wanting to run away. I had no choice but to lock you up so he couldn't wreak havoc on your body. I was afraid he might escape too far, and when you came back, you wouldn't find your way home. Shen Qian smiled then said, just in case, I even wrote down the address and contact information on your necklace. Look, apparently you forgot me when you came back. So your meaning is? I am the original host. Song Ci said dumbfounded, taking a long while to react, sounding dull. He is the original host. After roaming through so many small worlds for such a long time, how could he be the original host? 140, what does he mean by this? He tilted his head looking at Shen Qian, asking the system silently. Host, this is all. Don't talk about your so-called bug set anymore. Have I lived in this world before? Isn't he that person from the previous lives? His mind gradually cleared up, since I'm clearly the one who traveled between worlds, why is the male lead from different novels the same person? 140. And also, the second male lead, who can be called as such, there's always a couple in every life similar to me and Shen Qian, but none of the endings were good. What happened to them? His brain fell suddenly quiet as 140 stayed silent without saying a word. Will they not appear in this world? A pair of warm hands suddenly covered his ears, softly kneading his furrowed brows. Shinkian sat quietly beside him, not interrupting his questioning of 140 or disturbing his own deep thought process. This world. They don't exist, 140 spoke slowly, his previous crisp electronic voice somehow softer now. Xiao Nian, Huan Ning, Wen Lian, actually shouldn't exist in this world. It's perhaps better that this world doesn't include them. Song Ci wondered whether or not he could trust what 140 said. Shouldn't systems from other fast reverse novels help their hosts with great support and advantages? How come his system only tricked and deceived him? Leaning on Shinkian for a long time, until sunset painted the sky red, the man held his hand and took him home. Chu's parents and Jian Yutong had already been dealt with by Shinkian, even the house seemed different to Song Ci when they returned this time. Not long ago, it was still white walls and black bricks, simple and restrained, but now the furnishings in the villa have become much cozier. There are many flowers and plants on the balcony, though they generally get overwatered to death. There's a pile of plush toys on the couch, and there are a few dirty pink squishy toys on the coffee table, and it's unclear who could be so childish. A light blue blanket with little pigs printed on it is casually thrown onto an empty spot on the couch, and next to it lie a few open snack bags, indicating that someone had recently lounged here wrapped up in the blanket. Song Ci stood barefoot at the entrance, tilting his head as he stared at this familiar yet strange decor, forgetting to put his shoes away for a moment. Like a wandering spirit, he completely didn't notice Shinkian shaking his head helplessly before bending down to change his own shoes into slippers. Instead, Song Ci only stared upwards in shock towards the nearby bedroom door. Their room had a milky white door, with a round-shaped cat sticker stuck right in the center. It was exactly the same as what he had seen in the last small world. Suddenly, a pair of arms circled around him, and Song Ci found himself enveloped in a warm embrace. Shinkian's voice carried a note of delight. Little Ci, welcome home. Chapter 158, The Black Mafia Boss and His Canary, 14. The sound of 140's voice had been sporadic on the way, mumbling something unintelligible. Song Ci couldn't hear clearly. He could clearly feel the beating heart of Shinkian against his back, vigorous and rhythmic. Has anyone been sitting on the sofa? He asked while being held by Shinkian, his star-like eyes flashing as he meticulously observed the arrangement of the room. Yes, you were lying down watching TV today. The snack bags next to you were all opened by you, Shinkian explained naturally, as if this was something they had gone through many times before. Song Ci blinked, his left hand stealthily climbing onto the long fingers of the person in front of him. He had no memory at all of what the man said. What about this door? He frowned slightly, realizing it was exactly like the door in Lu Yu's world from the previous one. Just as there was a connection between every world like a pendant linking them, almost every world also had another couple. What special significance did their appearance hold? Can I take a look inside? His memories of the house's layout were still unfamiliar, so out of politeness, Song Ci tilted his head slightly, with Shinkian softly gazing back at him. Of course you can. Because this is our home. Seeing the uneasiness on Song Ci's face, Shinkian led him toward the door. This is the master bedroom, and the sticker on the door was given to you by a store clerk when you bought the snack package. Listening to the explanation, Song Ci nodded and curiously peeked inside. The writing on the door was still there. Last month, I went on a business trip and entrusted my sister to take care of you at home. Who would have thought that in the middle of the night, you crawled into my suitcase and followed me onto the car? You almost scared me to death during security checks. Shinkian pushed open the door. The room was filled with a lived-in atmosphere. Beside the bedside table stood a photo frame containing a picture of both of them. In the photo, Song Ci was wearing a rabbit ear hairband, smiling brightly. His left hand hooked around Shinkian's neck while his right hand gripped an ice cream cone, stubbornly giving a yeah. On the side, Shinkian wasn't looking at the camera, his smile lingered, and his gaze rested on Song Ci. Song Ci subconsciously turned to the bookshelf and walked over quickly. Baby, there's no hidden passage. The album is in the second column, fifth row of the bookshelf, Shinkian reminded him from behind. His figure froze for a second, and after stiffly stomping his feet a few times, there was no reaction. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the various bottles and cans on the table. 140, he instinctively questioned in his mind but slowly halted himself. The sound in his brain seemed short-circuited, and it was unclear whether the system had heard it or not. What are the medications on the table? He pointed twice with his finger and asked while turning back to look at Shinkian. They are drugs for treating mental illness. Little Ci, do you remember the content of the last book? The man patiently explained, lowering his eyelids slightly as he gradually approached Song Ci. What? He inwardly trembled for a moment. In the last world, Lu Yu merely knew that there was a system in his brain, yet this time, even his travels across worlds were known. He nodded slowly, only noticing Shinkian's furrowed brow relaxing somewhat, as he picked up the small bottle on the table and rotated it from side to side. Is the system in your brain still here? Song Ci. Did more than just the smaller worlds know? Even 140 now. After all, Lu Yu was the main deity, capable of having some extraordinary abilities. Could it be that this time Shinkian wasn't human either? He blinked a couple of times and looked at him experimentally, yelling internally, yes, it's here. Why aren't you talking anymore? The medicine bottle was carefully returned to its original place, and Shen Qian tilted his head. Am I unable to hear his thoughts? Song Ci shook his head, his voice wooden and obedient as he replied, it's still here, but it started malfunctioning today, making sizzling noises. You're doing great, little Ci, almost getting better. A warm palm covered his head. Song Ci didn't understand what he was saying and curiously raised his eyes toward him. One last question, little Ci, who am I? His voice was almost gentle, like soothing a child in kindergarten. You're Shen Qian. He answered instinctively. Suddenly, the volume of 140's voice inside his brain amplified, continuously looping error prompts, then abruptly silenced itself the next second. His vision became much clearer. Song Ci widened his eyes, surprise filling his pupils. Can you drive him away? It's not that I drove him away. The system doesn't even exist. He embraced Song Ci. Your delusional schizophrenia suddenly worsened these past few years. Last year, you imagined yourself as someone who traveled across worlds and fabricated the concept of a system in your brain. You mistook reality for a novel you've read before. When Mom, Dad, and your sister came, they even played along with you. Shen Qian continued. Wait, just hold on. Every word made sense individually, but why couldn't he understand them together? Wasn't he on a mission? Wasn't he traveling across worlds? How could it all be something he'd imagined? Shen Qian also knew that he wouldn't be able to process everything at once, so after finishing his words, he smiled and said, Your sister and Chi-Chi should be coming soon to see you. Before he finished his sentence, there was a light click from the doorknob, and a soft female voice came from outside, Xiao Ci, guess who's here? Both of their gazes turned toward the door. When the visitor's appearance became clear, Song Ci instantly choked on his breath. This face, this familiar voice. Wasn't this Jie, Bing Ling Mengdi Shang Liamo, Yiting Yue Haning Feng Yue Shimeng Mailing I Jian Yue Qing Lanwu? How could she possibly be here? Chapter 159, The Mob Boss and His Songbird, 15. There was a moment of shock in Song Ci's pupils, his hand half raised, frozen for a long while before it fell back down. What's wrong? Shen Rian stood with her reddish-brown wavy long hair partially hanging over her chest, dressed in a black dress, wearing a black women's tailored blazer. Her delicate phoenix eyes and willow-shaped eyebrows were complemented by immaculate makeup. Huang Ziji trailed behind him, nudging a boy carrying milk to come inside faster. Song Ci felt as if he might be hallucinating. The protagonist looked more mature in this world compared to the first one. She stared at him with a dazed look in her eyes, waving her hand in front of his face before raising her gaze toward Shen Xian. Didn't you say you've gotten better these past couple of days? Why do you still seem so dumb? Maybe he's surprised because he remembered something. Huang Ziji moved closer, inspecting him briefly before instructing her younger brother to put the gifts down. Xiaozi, do you remember who I am? Song Ci swallowed, his eyes glancing nervously at Shen Xian, who smiled faintly, gesturing for him to speak freely. Huang Ziji. Song Ci hesitated, confusion tinging his voice. The girl's eyes immediately lit up, letting go of her brother to rush over and hug him, stroking his head. Oh wow, you really recognized me. Her gleaming eyes sparkled, her smile revealing a small dimple on her cheek. You're hopeless, Xiaozi recognized me first. Then what about him? He pointed at Shen Xian. Shen Xian. Song Ci responded truthfully. Shen Xian, the protagonist, Huang Ziji, along with the boy trailing behind them, who was evidently Jian Yutang, none of whom displayed any arrogance from their initial encounter. What was this? A hodgepodge crossover of quick traverse worlds. His mind froze momentarily, his lips smacking once or twice. So what about her? Huang Ziji pointed at Shen Rian again. Qing Lanwu. It was difficult for Song Ci to pronounce the protagonist's long name in one breath without feeling winded, thus, he settled on a compromise. Huang Ziji corrected him then, her expression somewhat discontented, is it because I don't look pretty enough that the heroine is always named Rian? Song Ci couldn't think of an answer right away and helplessly glanced at Shen Xian once more. Ziji, stop teasing him, Shen Xian signaled Jian Yutang to bring a carton of milk to Song Ci. The doctor said his condition has been improving consistently these past few days, with a great possibility of recovery. It's one of the rare moments today when no hallucinations occurred. Based on Xiaozi's earlier description, the illusory system in his mind should have disappeared. His mouth curved into a slight smile. Let's do a follow-up visit with the doctor tomorrow. A streak of clarity pierced through the chaos in his mind. After some effortful thinking and sorting out the relationships between them, Song Ci suddenly recalled an important question, where are Xie Sheng and Xiao Nian? An eerie silence descended upon the room. Except for Song Ci, everyone else's expressions turned complex. Xiaozi, Shen Xian paused for a while, speaking softly, there are no such people. For 2 years, all the friends around Song Ci had been acting alongside him, taking care of him on a daily basis. No matter what, each of them had indeed played certain roles in his cognition. Only Xie Sheng and Xiao Nian. Every time Xiaozi mentioned them, it was akin to talking to thin air. Shen Xian hadn't failed to consult the doctors either, and the hospital had replied. Xia Sheng and Xiao Nian, the couple, were pessimistic fantasies about their futures created by him. Song Xi grew up in an orphanage. From a young age, he lacked parental love, having witnessed his alcoholic father kill his mother with his own eyes. The father ended up imprisoned, and no relatives were willing to take him in, so he was eventually sent to a nearby orphanage. Because of his slight frame, he often got bullied by kids of the same age at the orphanage, resulting in a lack of affection from an early age. Thus, psychological and mental issues began to arise in him from childhood. He met Shen Xian at the latter's company. At that time, he had just graduated, coincidentally encountering the resignation of Shen Xian's secretary, allowing him to take the temporary position. Unexpectedly, after his internship ended, Shen Xian didn't transfer him but officially hired him instead. Shen Xian was decisive and efficient in handling affairs. Gradually, in the second year of their acquaintance, he realized he liked Song Xi, and after carefully laying the groundwork, proposed naturally and appropriately. Song Xi had always harbored deep feelings of inferiority, not daring to tell Shen Xian about his mental illness. Shen Xian was too good, showing immense tenderness towards him in life, almost compensating for all the love that had been missing from his life. But the better Shen Xian treated him, the more afraid Song Xi became, afraid that Shen Xian would leave him, dislike him, once he learned of his ailment. He was a sick, broken lover. His parents had always thought he wasn't smart enough since the day he was born, comparing him to other children everywhere. If he didn't do as well as others, then he was useless. If even his parents didn't want him, would Shen Xian still want him if she knew about his illness, especially an illness so hard to cure and might never get better? Would Shen Xian discard him too? Song Xi held back for a year, afraid of being discovered by Shen Xian. He threw away all the antipsychotic drugs at home and tried his best to act normal in front of Shen Xian. 3 years ago, when his endurance reached its limit and his condition worsened, he accidentally revealed his condition in front of her. Shen Xian did not abandon him as he had imagined but urgently sought psychological doctors from all over the world for him. She patiently accompanied him through treatment, leaving most of the company's affairs to her sister and her father, who was planning to retire for a leisurely life with Shen's mother. Song Xi viewed everything pessimistically, so he portrayed himself in all the stories as having a cheerful, sun-like personality while Shen Xian was always the one with enough strength to protect him. Xia Sheng and Xiao Nian usually had relatively realistic endings in those stories, whether it was Xiao Nian, Wan Ning, or Wen Lian, they shared a common trait with him. They all had flaws. In his fantasies, he grimly believed that his disease would never be cured and would ultimately lead to his death, causing trouble and pain to Shen Xian. Every time he had an episode, he wanted to run away, asking Shen Xian not to care about him anymore, only to be meticulously brought back each time. Even Shen Xian's sister, parents, and some other friends showed great concern for him after learning about his condition. They played along whenever he asked them to assume roles. As time passed, love became tangible. These past few years, Song Xi had practically soaked in everyone's love and care. Under his family's support and the doctor's treatments, he began to recover bit by bit. Little Xi, do you understand? Seeing Song Xi's unresponsive expression, Shen Xian called out to him. Your illness will get better. You won't be Qiao Nian, nor will you be Wan Ning, you're Song Xi who is about to escape the binds of mental illness. Chapter 160, The Black Path Kingpin and His Golden Songbird, 16. After Shen Ruyan, Huai Zhizhi, and the others left, Song Xi was taken by Shen Qian to soak in a hot bath, while familiarizing himself with the layout of the house. Some old memories gradually returned after number 140's complete departure. He roughly remembered a few things. The house they were living in now wasn't big, and the neighborhood was also relatively out of the way, certainly not the type of place that someone of Shen Qian's family background would live in. Back then, after Shen Qian broke the ice and confessed his feelings, he stuck to Song Xi every day. Even though he had a nice villa, he insisted on cohabiting with Song Xi in this tiny rented apartment instead. They lived together for nearly a year before Song Xi finally agreed to move into Shen Qian's house. But after falling ill and feeling uncomfortable with the new environment, they both moved back here. Song Xi wore a well-fitting bathrobe, water droplets from his hair sliding down the side of his face. Are there still strange noises in your head? Shen Qian stood behind the sofa gently drying his hair. No. Song Xi shook his head, tilting it slightly upward as he looked at him. Did Mom and Dad come home yet? He referred to Shen Qian's parents. If he wasn't mistaken, all the memories in his mind had been staged by real people. Like that battle royale scene in the bathroom. He didn't dare to think about it without blushing. Seeing how red-eared Shen Qian was, it was clear he understood what Song Xi was thinking about. With a laugh, Shen Qian said, Mom and Dad don't blame you. On the way back, they even joked that your imagination has become increasingly vivid. Song Xi. He shot a glance at the person behind him, noticing that his hair was almost dry, and quickly slipped back into the room. But just as he stepped onto the bed, something cold startled him. Shen Qian, why did you put handcuffs and leg shackles on the bed? Song Xi widened his eyes, picking up one of the silver handcuffs. This reminded him of what he'd seen yesterday in the basement. Could Shen Qian really have hung all those toys all over the walls? Shen Qian, holding the coiled wires of the hairdryer, slowly walked over. You mean these? Sometimes when you sleep, you're restless and always try to run away, so I have no choice but to tie you to the bed. Not just for sleeping, during these past 2 years, I've helped you take quite a few baths too. Especially when you imagine yourself as a secret guard, you think you have light kung fu skills, flying around the house, wanting to fly outside as well. You often return covered in mud. Every time you get dirty and tired, you want to sleep. We can't trouble the housekeeper washing the sheets daily, so I have no choice but to drag you to take a shower. Song Si, frustrated by Shin Qian's words, he could only throw the handcuffs aside silently, sulkily burrowing into the quilt and peeking out with one eye to see Shin Qian holding a cup of warm water walking towards him. Little Si, take your medicine first. The man sounded exasperated. The pills were on the desk in bottles and cans. Without arguing, Song Si obediently took them and swallowed. The two spent the night embracing each other, everything peaceful like a dream. No more threats of electrocution, mission pressures, or endless cycles of rebirths and reincarnations. It wasn't until the morning light woke him again, and nothing inside the room or the presence beside him changed, that Song Si began to truly feel the sense of reality. He had really returned. All the things number 140 told him about time travel were lies. He had no sister, no alternate life scenarios. He was simply sick. Shin Qian told him that the doctors once explained that this so-called system in his brain essentially acted as a physical representation of his condition, pushing him further into hallucinations. It told Song Si that he would never return, but would remain trapped in an infinite number of novel worlds until death. In the second world, due to medical intervention, number 140 disappeared for a period of time, then Song Si recalled some habits of Huai Zhizhi, Shen Rian, and Shin Qian. However, just as everyone thought his condition was improving, in the fourth world, Song Si suddenly forgot everything. His mental state was close to collapse, and he tried to flee repeatedly in a frenzy. At that time, Shin Qian quit his job, dedicating himself to taking care of Song Si, preventing him from wandering off again. A long, pale hand waved in front of Song Si's eyes, drawing his scattered attention back. What are you thinking about? Shin Qian held a peeled hard-boiled egg and a glass of milk in his hands, standing in front of Song Si for who knows how long. Since waking up, Song Si had been staring at him absent-mindedly, his mouth curling into silly smiles occasionally. Are you real? Suddenly supporting himself on the bed, Song Si crawled closer, abruptly nearing Shin Qian to sniff carefully. It was the familiar scent of pine wood. Then lightly kissing Shin Qian's lips twice, his voice full of contentment, half closing his eyes like a cat that had just sneaked some fish. He hadn't brushed his teeth yet, nor had he eaten breakfast, and Shin Qian didn't seem inclined to drag him over for a kiss. It was already 2 hours later by the time Song Si finished washing up obediently and had a meal. Since it was Song Si's exclusive doctor they had scheduled, there was no rush with their time. Even when they were in the car, Song Si still pulled Shin Qian into a discussion about what to eat for lunch. These worlds truly frightened him of hunger. Each time, the roles he assigned to himself were pitiful, leaving him unable to eat enough. In real life, Shin Qian would feed him as much as possible, but Song Si stubbornly refused, claiming that he couldn't. Seeing that his personality had returned somewhat, Shin Qian's mood also brightened. As a child, Song Si rarely got to have a full meal. His parents would often argue and forget to bring him food when they locked him in his room during fights. Later on, at the orphanage, other children frequently snatched his meals. After starting work, rent, student loans, medical expenses, and the pressures of daily life left him struggling to breathe. His stingy character meant he never dared to buy anything nice for himself. Even KFC, something other kids enjoyed during their childhood, was a luxury to him. The most indulgent thing they did after dating was enjoying a feast at a small night market near their neighborhood. But even then, Song Si worried that Shin Qian spent too much money, so he insisted on repaying part of it. Shin Qian patiently explained several times that since they were lovers, these details didn't need to be meticulously accounted for. He wanted to spend money on Song Si willingly. But Song Si just wouldn't listen. Stubbornly, like a donkey, he fished out some cash from his pocket and forcefully tried to shove it into Shin Qian's hands. Shin Qian was almost amused into exasperation and simply yanked him onto the bed for an entire night of making love. No matter how much Song Si protested, Shin Qian ignored him, until Song Si quietly closed his mouth the next day and dared not mention it again. Let's eat KFC. It's Thursday today. Song Si leaned slightly against Shin Qian, sitting in the back seat. After hesitating for a moment while staring at his phone screen, his eyes landed on a red logo, sparkling brightly. Sure. Recalling past memories, Shin Qian couldn't help but smile softly as he agreed. A small detail, the first dimension began in summer, and each season marked a new dimension. Now it's autumn, summer autumn winter spring summer autumn. I wonder if anyone noticed. Chapter 161, The Black Gang Boss and His Canary, 17. By the time the two came out of the hospital, it was already mealtime. Song Si was holding a small bag of medicine and followed Shin Si happily into the car. His condition had recovered well. After giving him an all-around examination, the doctor prescribed some more medicine and told him to take it for a month first. Then he would be observed for several months afterwards. If the disease did not recur, it could be considered as cured. In the end, the doctor also praised Shen Xian, saying that he took good care of Song Xi. The success probability of treating this disease was very low. That Song Xi's condition improved within 2 years clearly showed that Shen Xian put in a lot of effort. Loving someone is like raising flowers. Now upon seeing Song Xi's current spirited state, one can tell how happy he is. The weather turned cooler these past 2 days. Before leaving home, Shen Xian especially prepared a baseball jacket for him. As soon as Song Xi got into the car, he snuggled into the clothes and started dozing off. The drugs he took had some side effects, and despite just waking up not long ago, he was feeling sleepy again. Shen Xian quietly watched him sleep on his shoulder all the way, and when they arrived at the restaurant, he didn't wake him up. He only pulled him into the restaurant when Song Xi had naturally woken up after getting enough sleep. "How long have I been asleep?" Song Xi asked with blurred vision, his face flushed red from sleeping. Holding on to one of Shen Xian's fingers hazily, he walked into the restaurant. "Not long, I've made an advance reservation for you. You can eat directly." Every time Xiao Xi became drowsy, he would sleep for about an hour and a half. Shen Xian ordered a reserved meal according to this timing. Song Xi enjoyed the family bucket thoroughly, smiling contentedly as he fiddled with the toys that came with the children's meal. All these things were beyond reach for him during his childhood, but now he has everything. Unfortunately, the style repeats. After observing Song Xi playing joyfully for a while, Shen Xian finally smiled faintly. Repeats? He looked up, still having bits of fried chicken stuck on his mouth. Wiping them away and stuffing them back into his mouth. Song Xi's memory had not fully recalled yet, so those statements by Shen Xian were blank spaces in his mind. "Yes, over the years, I've bought many children's meals for you. You wanted to collect all the styles, and there was one hidden version you missed and couldn't win. The toys at home have already filled an entire wall." Song Xi never mentioned anything about his original family or his childhood experiences during the early days of their relationship. Like a little snail, he kept his tender parts hidden, appearing strong and brave outwardly. Shen Xian only learned about this during a certain episode when Song Xi secluded himself in the room, mumbling and crying. Later, Shen Xian tried every possible way to make him happy and did his best to compensate for his childhood regrets. Each time he took foolish Xiao Xi to have children's meals, he would be delighted for a long while afterward, handling the toys lovingly all the way home and carefully storing them on the bookshelf. Shen Xian once thought about buying all types of children's meal gifts for him outright, but Song Xi, stubborn like a donkey, insisted that it was most satisfying to collect them by himself. Also, buying so much food would be wasteful if no one ate it, and he believed he could buy them slowly on his own. After falling in love with Shen Xian, the lack of love Song Xi had yearned for was almost completely filled. Shen Xian's parents were also gentle and open-minded. In the early days of their relationship, they even deliberately warned their son not to make Xiaozi feel any class difference, always siding with Song Xi. Their marriage and love are both happy and stable, so they would never force their children to marry for reasons of family alliances. Wealth should be earned on one's own and not used as a bargaining chip involving the children. The love that he failed to receive during his childhood surged toward Song Xi like waves, drowning him in the warmth and inclusiveness of everyone around him. The pictures in the dark passage. Song Xi corrected himself, "Are they the ones I saw in the infinite flow dimension? And the words on the photos?" "Yes, after we got together, almost every outing resulted in taking some pictures. Actually, you're not particularly fond of taking photos, so many were secretly taken by me." Shen Xian nodded in agreement. Today, his memories returned slightly, but he didn't have any recollection of the childhood memories narrated by Shen Xian. Shen Xian said that it's actually good like this, allowing those painful and resistant memories to fade. The future belongs to a new life. "So, the doctor means my illness is cured? Is there any possibility of relapse? He really doesn't want to go through being controlled by the system and forgetting everything again. If the subsequent recovery goes well, without too much stimulation or mood swings, it won't relapse." Shen Xian silently sighed in his heart, noticing Song Xi's unchanged hearty appetite, then got up to help him wipe his oily hands clean with several sheets of paper. "Your illness will not recur again." Upon hearing Shen Xian's assurance, Song Xi felt his hand being gently enclosed in the other's palm. The lonely and painful memories of childhood will not recur, for he now has a brand new, warm home. He couldn't remember when was the last time he ate until his stomach was so full. Song Xi patted his bloated belly and asked, turning his gaze, "Did we live with our parents before?" They had once lived in the old house for some time. His father-in-law and mother-in-law took good care of him. Sometimes, when Shen Xian was busy at work and not at home, they would still find time to play and chat with him. For Song Xi, every such encounter was a test that required him to be fully armed and serious about not losing face in front of his boyfriend's parents. But after he fell ill, the family respected his thoughts and let him move back to the rented apartment, eventually buying it for his convenience in recuperation. Seeing Shen Xian nod, Song Xi pieced together the process from the fragmentary memories in his mind. Song Xi voluntarily covered the other's hand, carefully wiped his mouth, and mumbled, "Let's go home. It's not the rental apartment, it's the big house where we used to live with Mom and Dad. I'll move the luggage there in a couple of days." Not expecting Song Xi to suddenly make this request, Shen Xian's eyes softened, responding gently. Alright, let's go home. Main text ends. The main text is finished. Thank you to all the little darlings who followed me here. Thanks for your company. Babies who like it, remember to give 5-star reviews. Strictly speaking, this is my first book, and my writing skills are still very naive. I am also aware that many details are not well handled, but I will continue to work hard. QWQ. There will be a few extra chapters later, updated casually, but I will try to finish them within this month. If any baby wants to suggest ideas for additional scenes, please leave comments in the review section. Then, finally, I can start playing 5th Persona. I'm going to dive straight into the game rankings. 5th Persona activated. Chapter 162, Extra Chapter, Shinseion's Perspective, 1. 1. The light outside the room was dim, and thick curtains blocked most of the daylight. The TV in the living room emitted a blue glow, while a small figure huddled on the couch, eyes fixed intently on the screen. This was the scene Shinseion encountered upon entering the house. Xiao. Shinseion called out gently, wary not to startle him. It's time for lunch. The air was still and quiet, with no response from the small person on the sofa. This lack of reaction was familiar to Shinseion, who placed the food tray on the table and prepared to wake the boy up. But just as his fingertips were about to touch Song Si, the latter suddenly flinched and slapped his hand away. Baby, it's time to eat, Shinseion repeated patiently, attempting to lift Song Si. Unexpectedly, Song Si twisted his body to evade, staring at him with a pair of wise eyes. With solemnity, he proclaimed, "No, you should say, man, you've successfully drawn my attention. You are Nicholas Long Aotan Klovetsky Bastion Chu Dan Xing. You have control over the global economic lifelines. In Europe, there are hundreds of islands under your command, and the Italian mafia has intricate ties with you." What? Song Si rambled on nonsensically, but Shinseion barely caught any of it. Long Aotan would never say something like that, Song Si corrected him earnestly, his eyes gleaming brightly. Humph, how dare you zone out? Song Si, don't think you can escape. You'll never slip out of my hands. As Song Si gripped Shinseion's hand under his chin and noticed Shinseion's distraction, he tapped the back of Shinseion's hand unhappily. Say it quickly. After a moment of silence, Shinseion reluctantly surrendered to playing along. Recalling the chaotic lines Song Si had muttered earlier, he repeated them haltingly, "Man, you've successfully captured my attention. I am Nicholas, Long Aotan." Repeating it with some difficulty, Shinseion cupped his hands on either side of the couch, enveloping Song Si within his arms. He sighed helplessly, "All right, my Nicholas Xiao Si, can we eat now?" After a serious internal debate in his mind with an imaginary entity numbered 140, Song Si shifted his gaze toward the silent butler standing quietly by the wall. "Why aren't you speaking?" The silver-haired butler hesitated momentarily before seeking assistance from Shinseion with a questioning look. Shinseion gave him a nod, signaling for him to follow Song Si's imaginative scenario. The butler sighed deeply before mustering up a smile and walking over to the two. Following Song Si's lead in reciting his lines, he said, "Young master, please agree with the president. It's been 10 years since the president has smiled like this." "No, you're supposed to frown while saying that." "All right." They coaxed him into acting out the scene for quite some time before Song Si finally settled down to eat properly. After the meal, Song Si's crafty little brain concocted another scheme, trying to sneak out stealthily. Unfortunately, he got stuck in the childproof barrier by the doorway. Shinseion laughed helplessly and, together with the butler, managed to release him. Another fence in their home met its demise. 2. After consulting with the doctor regarding Song Si's symptoms, Shinseion installed numerous safety measures at home. Surveillance cameras were practically everywhere in the house. "Brother Dan Xing, it's me, Little Wu. I am J. Bing Ling Meng Dai Shang Li Mo Yating Yu Haning Feng Yuer Shi Meng Mei Ling Yi Zi Yen Yu Qing Lan Wu. Don't you recognize me?" Shenru Yen delivered her line monotonously, struggling to breathe through such a long name. Shenru Yen had just finished handling her company affairs and decided to visit Song Si. Before she even set foot inside, she was abruptly pulled in by the vivacious Xiao Si and was promptly cast as the female protagonist. Shenru Yen shared a resigned glance with Shinseion, preparing herself for the task ahead. "Dan Xing, it's your turn." Seeing that Shenru Yen had finished delivering her lines, and noticing no movement from both parties, Song Si pushed Shinseion insistently, urging him to continue. Si's eyes sparkled, filled with anticipation, his arms stretched out toward Shinseion, signaling for a hug. Shinseion bent down, hoisting the boy onto his shoulder with one arm, glancing at the sheet of paper full of dialogue in his other hand. Trying his best to make the delivery heartfelt, he declared, "You actually dared to sneak someone into my room right under my nose. Letting you leave intact is already my utmost mercy." The current plot had developed to the point where the father of the heroine had forced her into Dan Xing's room. Dan Xing swapped the room plates, setting the stage for the part where Song Si went to assist the heroine but unfortunately was mistaken for engaging in an illicit affair with her. Director Song had been hard at work lately due to the lack of female actresses at home, and his sister's arrival was timely to fill that void. After delivering his lines, Shinseion carefully glanced at Xiao Si. For some reason, his young director was particularly strict with him. Whenever Shen Xian's emotions failed to resonate deeply enough, Director Song would call for a retake. The siblings exchanged a quick glance when they had the chance, then Shen Xian carried Song Xi back to the bedroom, placing him gently on the bed. "You should have thrown me down." "The force wasn't right," Xiao Xi suddenly remarked from beneath, furrowing his brows as he climbed back onto Shen Xian like a koala, wrapping his legs around the latter's waist and muttering, "Do it again." Afraid that Song Xi might fall off if he didn't hold on tight, Shen Xian quickly supported Song Xi's bottom with one hand and circled the other around his waist, saying, "Xiao Xi, it's time to sleep." "No, do it again." Song Xi refused. Alright, he half-held Song Xi in his arms, unable to resist the child's persistence and eventually gave in after a brief pause. Chapter 163 Bonus, Shen Xian's Perspective, 2. 3. Recently, Xiao Xi has been acting strange. For no reason, he keeps running to the bathroom, sits cross-legged on the floor hugging the toilet seat and just stares blankly at it for an entire day. No matter how you try to coax him, he refuses to leave. To prevent him from catching a cold, Shen Xian had no choice but to lay down soft mats all over the ground and let him talk philosophy facing the toilet bowl. "Jiang Xing, you cannot come in right now." On a quiet afternoon, Shen Xian was as usual stopped by Song Xi at the bathroom door and helplessly looked down at him. "My head is pressed into the sink right now, and a group of people are beating me up. You have to wait until I'm back." A tuft of hair stood upright like a mohawk on Song Xi's chestnut brown head, as he half lay on the toilet cover, his cheek resting against his arm with a pile of baby fat. The man sighed helplessly, then crouched beside him trying to reason with this little idiot. "However, Song Xi, you've already occupied our bathroom for 6 hours today." Before he finished, the person in front of him pouted, tears immediately welling up in his eyes. "Will you go out or not?" "Yes, yes, yes." Shen Xian raised his hands in surrender, touched his nose, and slinked out of the door to await the commands of his little Xi emperor. 4. Today, the weather was still pleasant and sunny. Finally, Emperor Little Xi allowed Shen Xian to take a shower in the bathroom. He issued an imperial decree allowing him one normal entry into the restroom. Anti-collision pads were applied all over the house, the windows and doors were locked, and the relatively sharp kitchen utensils were all stored away before Shen Xian could feel assured enough to turn on the shower. But obviously, Song Xi wouldn't let him have it his way. Suddenly, there came sharp sounds of scratching at the bathroom door outside. Since they didn't own any pets, who the sound belonged to was clear. Still unwarmed by the water, Shen Xian feared that the other might hurt their nails, so he quickly wrapped a towel around his waist and opened the door to let him in. Mops dipped in poop, touch anyone and they die. Brooms dipped in urine, Lu Bu reborn. Even before seeing a shadow, a huge impact force struck his waist. Song Xi rushed inside like a firecracker, directly colliding into his arms. Shen Xian embraced him and after retreating 2 steps managed to stand steady, barely avoiding coughing up blood. "Baby, what happened again?" He could more or less confirm that Song Xi had switched to another script. The thin shirt became wet from the moisture on Shen Xian's upper body, slightly revealing some flesh tones. Shen Xian's Adam's apple moved up and down, yet his concern for his lover's body far outweighed any other feelings. Slowly tightening his arms around Song Xi, he wanted to restrain the movements of the person in his embrace. "Xiao Xi, shall we change clothes first?" It was autumn, if he kept rolling around in wet clothes, he could easily catch a cold. But Song Xi paid no heed to these words now, struggling hard to peek out of his embrace with mischievous eyes fixated on the plunger sitting in the corner, pretending to be deep in thought, nodding seriously. And just when Shen Xian relaxed his guard slightly, Song Xi suddenly burst into laughter, leaping up and rushing forward. That night, Shen Xian not only bathed himself but also thoroughly washed Song Xi from top to bottom. 5. Since the workplace Emperor Little Xi set for himself was a bar, under the command of Song Xi Emperor, Shen Xian bought home a large amount of fruit wine. He watched as Song Xi bustled around serving and mixing drinks. He continuously forced the prepared drinks into Shen Xian's mouth, and almost all relatives and friends who visited their home during that period did not want to touch alcohol for at least a month afterward. The night grew deep, Shen Xian was once again drunk the whole evening. After persuading Song Xi to sleep, he secretly turned on the lamp in the living room and planned to replace the alcohol in the bottles with milk. Though the alcohol content was low, Shen Xian observed that sometimes Song Xi would also drink the liquor while serving it. Worried about its effects on his health, Shen Xian intended to swap it. He silently opened the wine cabinet and, making sure no one was around, was ready to pour out the contents of the bottle when he just opened the cap. The light in the living room suddenly lit up. His heart sank. Before he could think of how to explain it to Song Xi, his wrist was suddenly yanked by the other party. "What's wrong?" Concerned that Little Xi might fall, Shen Xian could only comply with his aerobic exercise going up and down the stairs. "Run! Haven't you seen that group of people chasing us?" Song Xi looked rather tense. Shen Xian stared at the empty air and nodded along to keep company. Then due to lack of actors, Director Song required him to perform a combat scene with the air, depicting the fight between Brother Long and his gang. 6. After the event where Emperor Xiao Xiai fought in the bathroom, Song Xiai obediently behaved himself for a while, at least he no longer slept embracing the toilet every day. After observing carefully for a few days, Shen Xian determined that this time it was a benign transformation of Xiao Xiai, and only then did he dare to occasionally take him out for a short walk to get some fresh air. Xiao Xiai could eat, sleep, and communicate with people normally, but the only strange thing was that he had become unusually stingy. He often sat in a corner, rummaging through Shen Xian's wallet, frowning as he counted the money. Sometimes, he would even seriously tell Shen Xian that it was time for him to go to work. Then he would earnestly rush into the kitchen, push Shen Xian aside who was washing dishes, take over all the chores himself, and refuse any help from the other. When Aunt Shen came to visit and saw this scene, she became so angry that she scolded Shen Xian for half an hour, saying that if the child was this foolish, how could he still be made to do such hard labor? That evening, Aunt Shen was dragged into performing an entire night's grand drama of meeting the mother-in-law for the first time at Huaijiji's house. Even Uncle Shen, far away at the old house, was summoned by Aunt Shen's phone call to cooperate with Song Si's performance. The end.